You were framed by the brainless female fans of a popular singer just because you commented on his singing skills online, and the school indiscriminately expelled you. Just when everyone thought you had no way out in this life, you picked up your guitar and started live streaming to sing, not only moving the entire online audience but also winning the heart of a domineering female CEO. At this moment, on the bulletin board of Tianhai Art Academy, there was a notice about the expulsion of a certain student. The onlookers, especially the young girls, cheered as if they had won a battle, while the boys all sympathized with Yifan's tragic experience, feeling that the school's punishment was a bit too harsh. Some who knew the truth were extremely indignant but dared not speak out. At this moment, in a boys' dormitory, you were sitting on your bed in a daze, while several of your roommates were comforting you with sympathy. Fan Gu, now that it has come to this, don't be too sad. The school is really going too far. They expelled you without even investigating the matter clearly. That's right, that girl has no evidence at all. How can the school expel you? I say those girls are deliberately retaliating. It must be because Fan Gu said some bad things about their idol Hua Chenyu recently, which offended them, so they intentionally set you up. Your roommates were speaking up for you, but you remained silent. Your roommates all thought you were too affected to speak, but in fact, you were just a bit shocked and confused because you had just crossed over. Guys, I'm fine. I'm just going to wash my face. You came back to your senses, dropped a sentence, and hurried to the bathroom. You washed your face with cold water, and after your mind cleared up a bit, you realized that you had been reborn. It turned out that the original self had posted a short video on their Douyin account, summarizing the steps of the popular singer Hua Chenyu singing. The first step is to start with a low voice and act intoxicated. The second step is to suddenly go wild, fingers trembling. The third step is to let out a sharp high-pitched scream as if pumped up. The fourth step is to moan a few lines after the drug effect wears off, then end the performance with a silly laugh. Once this video was released, it instantly went viral online, and many netizens believed that the original self's summary was very accurate, expressing their praise. But it also angered many of Hua Chenyu's fans, especially those extreme, brainless female fans. They used all kinds of unspeakable language online to insult you, and even started doxing you, with your family not being spared. Li Yan is one of them. She deliberately approached the original body, and finally seized the opportunity to stage a play of being molested. After the school learned of this situation, they decisively issued a punishment order to expel the original body, simply because they did not dare to offend the power behind Hua Chenyu. After clarifying the current situation, you begin to ponder how to break the deadlock. At this moment, the Positive Energy Literary Master System has been activated, and a beginner's gift package is available. May I ask if the host will claim it? Whether to claim it depends on everyone in front of the screen. Send 3 flowers to help Yifan claim it. Ding! The beginner's gift package has been successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly voice and hall-level singing skills. Suddenly, your throat feels a cool sensation. Very comfortable. You look at yourself in the mirror and recall the various events of your past life. In your previous life, you were also expelled from school due to Li Yan's framing, lacking a degree, unable to find a job, and immersed in the accusations and curses of those around you, ultimately suffering from severe depression, which also affected your family. Father died suddenly from a heart attack after working himself to exhaustion to earn money for your treatment. Just at this moment, you were diagnosed with bone cancer, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. You jumped off the rooftop, ending your miserable and despised life. And then you were reborn into a parallel world that was strikingly similar to your previous one. You stared intently at the young and handsome face in the mirror, clenched your fists, and silently vowed that in this new life, you would never again be as weak and cowardly as you were in your past life. Moreover, possessing a system myself, and with the current world being so infatuated with foreign things, it is necessary for me to rectify this unhealthy trend. Thinking of this, you feel a surge of passion, and a strong sense of mission arises indignantly. You return to the dormitory, pack your things, and after bidding farewell to a few roommates, you walk out without a trace of nostalgia. Along the way, students at the school point and whisper about you, and those so-called righteous little fairies even curse at you. You pay no attention to any of this and head straight outside the school. Your parents had already received the school's notification and rushed over. The moment you saw them, you were stunned. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Looking at your aging parents, especially your father who is still alive, you feel a mix of emotions and can't help but tear up. Your parents did not say a word of reproach. They believed that their son would never do such a thing. In front of your parents stood a bald man in his 50s, who was the principal of Binhai Art Academy. Huang, principal, my son absolutely could not have done such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. That's right, our Yifan must have been wronged. Principal, I beg you, please do not expel him. If you expel him, his life will be ruined. Please give him another chance. Your parents were pleading humbly, bowing and scraping before Principal Huang. Principal Huang looked down at your parents with a stern face and coldly said, "How do you usually educate your children? Yi Fan's behavior is extremely bad and has seriously damaged our school's image. We won't pursue his responsibility, and yet you still have the face to ask our school to forgive him? I'm sorry, but Binhai Art Academy is a place for teaching and nurturing talent, not a garbage dump. A student with such a corrupt character as Yi Fan will not be accepted by any school." Principal Huang could tell from your parents' attire that your family's conditions are quite ordinary, which made him feel even more justified in his actions. "Principal, how can you be so indiscriminate? I know my son well. I beg you to restore his innocence and give him another chance. I will kneel before you," the mother said as she was about to kneel to Principal Huang. "Mom, what are you doing? Don't kneel." You hurried over, supporting your mother who was about to kneel, then turned to look at Principal Huang and the others behind you. Your gaze swept over the faces of Li Yan and the other girls, finally landing on Principal Huang. Your eyes cold and resolute as you said, word by word, "A garbage school. It's better not to attend. Even if you kneel and beg me to come back, I wouldn't care. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Mom and Dad, let's go." After you said that, you took your parents' hands and left without looking back. Principal Huang was momentarily stunned. Your determined gaze and confident tone left him somewhat bewildered. Li Yan and the other girls were also taken aback, but they quickly reacted, thinking that you were just bluffing, and a look of disdain reappeared on their faces. After returning home, Father Yi Tianming said with self-reproach, "Son, I'm sorry, Dad is useless and couldn't help you." Mother Lu Xiaoying wiped her tears and cried, "Xiao Fan, it's all our fault for being useless and not being able to help you. Don't be too sad. Your parents will find a way to get you into another school. Your father Yi Tianming is an ordinary ride-hailing driver, and your mother Lu Xiaoying is a housewife who manages household chores and does some embroidery and sewing to supplement the family income. You also have a 16-year-old sister named Yi Yaoxue, who just started her first year of high school this year." Thinking about how your parents, at their age, still have to worry and be sad about your issues, you feel very guilty. Your sister Yi Yaoxue gave you a warm hug, her eyes slightly red, and with a choked voice said, "Brother, I believe in your character. No matter what happens, and no matter how others see you, I will always stand by your side." You feel an immense warmth in your heart, and with your resilient nature from 2 lifetimes, you can't help but feel your eyes slightly redden. You affectionately patted your sister's head and smiled. "Mom and Dad, Xiao Shui, don't worry, I'm fine. The Coastal Art Academy is just a third-rate university. It doesn't matter whether you go or not." Xiao Fan, it's great that you can think this way, Yi Tianming said. You are 20 years old this year, and it's still possible to repeat a year in high school and take the university entrance exam again. Yi Yaoxue said excitedly, "Wow, this way, I can go to and from school with my brother, right? But you said something shocking, Mom and Dad. I don't plan to go to school anymore." "What? You don't want to go to school anymore? You're still so young. What else can you do without an education?" Yi Tianming and Lu Xiaoying looked at you with worried faces, but you smiled easily and said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, even without a university degree, I can still earn a living for myself. Not only do I want to support myself, but I also want to support the whole family and take good care of you 2 elders." Earning money to support Xiaoshue's education. The parents in Yi Yaoxue were all stunned. They didn't expect you to be so confident, and they felt a bit unfamiliar with you. Yi Yaoxue stared at you blankly. "Brother, are you still my brother?" You gently pinched your sister's face, which was full of collagen, and smiled. "If I'm not your brother, who am I?" Yi Yaoxue giggled. "Brother, I think you've changed. You've become more confident and charming than before, but I quite like it." Yi Tianming and Lu Xiaoying were also very pleased with their son's change. They had no doubts, just sighing that their son had grown up. Yi Chen is not sure if he has cancer now. Even if he did, he wouldn't tell his parents. The family's financial situation was such that they could not afford the huge medical expenses. What's more, he has a terminal illness that is incurable, and any amount of money spent will only be a waste of money. Instead of wasting the family's modest savings to fill their bottomless pit for a year and a half of languishing, might as well leave the money to your family. My parents need money for retirement and my sister needs money for college. So Yi Chen didn't tell his parents and sister about his cancer. This will only cause them pain and stress. All the pain and suffering, let him alone. Right now, Yi Chen only had one idea, and that was to earn more money and leave more savings for his family while he was still sick. Yi Chen was a man of thunder and lightning. Say it and do it. That night, he carried his guitar on his back, took his cell phone, tripod stand, microphone, speakers and other equipment, and went to an underground passage in Tianhai City. Many wandering singers like to sell their songs in the underpass. Although Tianhai City was not as good as a first-tier city like the Imperial Capital or the Magic City, it was at least a second-tier Netflix city, and there were still a lot of people and tourists. Even though it was now past 9 o'clock in the evening, there were still quite a few people in the underpass. In addition to Yi Chen, there were a few homeless singers who were selling their songs. There are also many hawkers who set up stalls, mostly unemployed layoffs, housewives without jobs, or wage earners who work during the day and set up stalls part-time at night. There is also a division of territory amongst the wandering singers. The wandering singers had obviously performed regularly in this underpass and occupied the best seats. Yi Chen had to distance himself from them. He looked around for a while and eventually came to a booth selling trinkets. The vendor was a woman in her 30s with a sleeping little girl in her arms. Yi Chen subconsciously wanted to change places. He didn't want to wake up that little girl. Just as he was about to leave, the woman who had set up the stall smiled. "It's okay, you can sing right here." "Thanks." Yi Chen was touched in his heart. He was a man of few words and did not say much, giving the woman a grateful smile. "Set up the tripod. Prepare the equipment for the live broadcast. Take out the guitar and put the open case in front of it." Only then did Yi Chen open Douyin, log into his account, and start broadcasting live. His account currently had 12,856 followers, all of whom were attracted by the video that trolled Flower Dust Talk. That video Yi Chen did not delete. Of those 12,856 fans, more than half of them had followed Yi Chen because they thought he spat well. There was also a small half of black fans, mostly girls, who were basically fans of Flower Dust language. Li Yan and other college friends were among them. Only Yi Chen didn't know. They paid attention to Yi Chen just to scold him. As soon as the live broadcast was opened, people clicked in one after another, and the number of viewers quickly reached more than 1,000. Unfortunately, those 1,000 or so people are basically black fans. Sure enough, apart from the Iron fans, only the black fans care about you the most. Yi Chen obviously couldn't have any Iron fans right now. As expected, as soon as these people entered the broadcast room, they began to spit fenugreek and yin and yang. "Yo, isn't this the trash who insulted my Flora? How come he's reduced to singing? I heard he was a hooligan and molested a girl and was expelled from school. Ha ha ha, deservedly. This is retribution. Oh, so it's a lewd catasflea. It really deserves it. A shameless colorful maggot who also dares to question my Flower's singing ability is really common and confident. Oh, get lost, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Actually dare to come to the underground passage to sing, and also have the face to open a live broadcast. Really, people do not have the face of the world. Ah, didn't he say that my Flower can't sing? I'd like to see how good he is at singing. Jimmies, I'm ready to throw up, aren't you? Ha ha ha, I'm going to call more sisters over to see how he's disgraced." The number of people in the live broadcast room grew and soon reached more than 15,000, already exceeding Yi Chen's original number of fans. Black powder is also powder. Ah, at least the heat slowly fired up. It's just that the comment section is a bit unpleasant, either with pugilistic swearing or cynical cynicism. Yi Chen didn't take it to heart at all. At this time, a female fan with the ID name Snow White commented, "Black people off. Shut your spewing mouths. Brother, ignore them. Come on, carrot omega carrot." This person was none other than Yi Chen's sister, Yi Aoxue. Most people were just silently peering at the screen to see what Yi Chen was going to sing. Surprisingly, Yi Chen didn't start singing straight away, but instead chatted with the woman who set up a stall next to him. "Big sister, why are you still coming to the stall at this late hour?" That woman's eyes flashed with a glum, weary look, and she smiled bitterly. "Why else? To make a living." Yi Chen asked again, "What about your husband?" The woman replied, "My man is a delivery man. He's not off work yet at this hour. He's busy until 12 o'clock at night every day, and I'm setting up a stall here to wait for him." Maybe it was because she had been holding it in for too long, and it was hard to meet someone she could talk to. The woman opened her box. It turned out that she and her husband used to be white-collar workers in the company, but as they got older and the company's business was in the doldrums, they had to drastically lay off employees to cut back on expenses. The couple was then both laid off. A middle-aged man in his 30s, with 4 elderly people on top and a child in school underneath. He still has to pay $4,000 or $5,000 a month in mortgage and car loans. Even though they sold the car, it was still stressful. People their age can't get any better jobs, and life leaves them few options left. The woman had no choice but to come to the stall while her husband became a delivery man. After hearing the woman's story, Yi Chen fell silent. He looked at the traffic singers in the underpass, the vendors setting up stalls, and the hurried passers-by, and suddenly thought of a very appropriate song. Yi Chen said to the woman who had set up the stall, "Big sister, let me sing you a song I wrote myself," said looking into the cell phone lens. The name of the song is People Like Me, for every ordinary person who fights hard for their life. Chapter 5. Big Nini has broken the defense. Oh, is it finally time to start singing? Did I hear right? He said he's going to sing his own original song? Just he can write songs too? If you don't say it's a pushin' man, you really don't have a thick skin. What kind of cat or dog can write a song? And original songs? I don't know who gave him the courage. I'd like to see what qualifications he has to judge Hannah. The name is so generic. It doesn't sound good enough to make you want to listen to it at all. Those black fans are back in group mockery mode. Yi Chen ignored them and took out a harmonica from his pocket. The arrangement of this song was supposed to use a variety of instruments including harmonica, guitar, keyboards, bass and drums, but Yi Chen was in a limited condition and didn't have so many musical instruments. Even if he did, he couldn't play it alone, so he had to keep the arrangement simple. Good thing the harmonica and guitar are still there. Yi Chen placed the harmonica on his lips and gently blew. A melancholy and sad harmonica sound slowly sounded, like an autumn wind blowing through everyone's heart. The emotional tone of the entire song is set. The sad harmonica sound was followed by a soft, soothing guitar. At the same time, Yi Chen opened his mouth and sang, "A fine man like me. It's supposed to be a life of splendor. How did 20 years come to an end?" Still floating in a sea of people. Just after the first line was sung, the crowd was all in a state of shock. The woman in the stall next to her couldn't help but sit up straight and prick up her ears. The little girl in her arms also woke up, rubbed her eyes, saw Yi Chen singing, and called out in surprise, "Mommy, that brother sings beautifully. Shoo, don't talk, don't disturb your brother's singing." The little girl hurriedly covered her mouth in a good manner, and the mother and daughter looked at Yi Chen, who was concentrating on singing, and listened intently. Those netizens in the live room were also a bit surprised, especially the black fans. They had wanted to see Yi Chen's jokes, but Yi Chen's voice and singing skills, which they had not expected, seemed to be good. The song itself wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. They were all ready to spout off, but now they forgot to comment for a moment. Never mind, let's just listen to it and spray it when he's done singing. Yi Chen had completely immersed himself in the world of music and continued to sing obliviously. "A smart guy like me, having long since said goodbye to simplicity. How did you still use a love affair for a bruise?" Hearing this, many people couldn't help but feel a boom in their hearts, as if they had been hit by something, with a feeling of chest tightness. 2 short lines of lyrics, but as if a sharp arrow penetrated the hearts of the crowd. Good lyrics don't need to be flashy or pretentious. As long as you can be authentic and resonate with the listener, it's a success. A lot of people were struck by the lyrics, especially those emotional girls were touched by the lyrics and their eyes became red and clouded with a mist of water. "A smart person like me has long since said goodbye to simplicity. How is it that I still use a love affair for a bruise?" A girl looked at Yi Chen, who was singing in the live broadcast room, savoring the killer lyrics, and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She thought of the man she had loved so much, of the love that had ended without a trace. They had once loved each other so fiercely, but in the end, they were separated and scarred. The lyrics simply sang her heart out. Her long-suppressed grief completely exploded at this moment. Without a shred of defense, she was just broken by a lyric, and from the time Yi Chen started singing until now, it was only a mere 10 seconds or so. Many others, like this girl, listen and shed tears without realizing it. Even some men are no exception. It is said that women are fragile and emotional, but a man's psychological defenses can be even more fragile than a woman's once they collapse. However, Yi Chen did not limit himself to this kind of small love affair between a man and a woman. In his songs, obsessed men and women are just a small part of the multitude. People like me who are lost. People like me who are looking for a bum like me. How many others have you seen? The high dynasty portion of the song finally arrives. With no soaring high notes or any flashy showmanship, both the lyrics and the tune remain as bland as ever. It was like an ordinary man who had weathered the storms and gone through the vicissitudes of life, telling of his ordinary and bumpy life. Yet it's such simple, plain lyrics that are so heartfelt and sing to everyone's heart. The older sister next to him had moist eyes and couldn't hold back her tears. There wasn't really anything particularly sad or upsetting about her. It was just the thought of what she had been through. She couldn't say what it was. She just felt that the song reached her heart, and the tears came out uncontrollably. The other people in the underground passage, including the few wandering singers who were singing, were all attracted by Yi Chen's song. They came to Yi Chen's side in droves and formed a circle, listening attentively to his song. There were also some people who took out banknotes and put them into the piano case in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, the popularity and number of viewers in the live broadcast room was soaring by leaps and bounds. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50, 100,000. Before the song was even finished, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had risen from over 10,000 to 100,000. Yi Chen's fan count also rose from over 12,000 to over 88,000. Just over 10,000 fans away from completing the system. Imperial capital. Inside a luxurious villa, with a mask on her face, Yang Mi sat on the soft couch and swiped through the Douyo. Unintentionally, she swiped the video of Yi Chen singing. After just a quick scan, she was attracted by Yi Chen's super high face value. This little brother, he's quite handsome, huh? It's a pity he's not an actor. The entertainment industry is never short of handsome men, and Yang Mi has worked with quite a few of them. However, It was the first time she had seen such a sunny and handsome, fresh and natural vegetarian handsome guy like Yi Chen. But soon, her attention was completely drawn to Yi Chen's song. Immediately afterward, her beautiful, bright eyes subconsciously widened, revealing a surprised, appreciative gaze. It's not even if he's handsome, he also sings so well, he's simply a diamond in the rough. Yang Mi felt that she had discovered an unimaginable treasure, clicked into Yi Chen's live broadcast room, casually clicked follow, and listened to Yi Chen's song with full attention. A vulgar man like me, never one to play deep. How is it that every once in a while, when you hear an old song, suddenly, too, he swayed? A coward like me, you have to leave a little bit of everything to chance. However would that be for anyone? I've been thinking about going out on a limb. After singing a verse, Yi Chen whistled softly. The whistling sound, if any, far and near, seems to be far away from the sky, but also close to the ear. The people inside the lonely uncertainty are hooked out. Even such an unpretentious bit of whistling is so genuine. Listening to it, Yang Mi's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Chapter 6, a song becomes famous. Favorable reviews. Fans soar. Yi Chen's song continued. The live broadcast room of over 100,000 people was surprisingly quiet, and the netizens even forgot to post comments, all immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. Everyone sees themselves in this song, reminiscing about the past and thinking about their own lives. Gradually, a low sob rang out. Even the big and strong men couldn't help but redden their eyes and sour their noses. Even those netizens who were across the screen and millions of miles away were infected by this sad atmosphere at the scene. This is the charm of music, which can transcend the boundaries of time and space, and people of different places, ages and professions can experience the same touch. A lonely man like me, for someone as stupid as me, people like me who don't want to be ordinary. How many people in the world? A lost cause like me, people like me who are looking for a bum like me. How many other people have you seen? People like me. Somehow, will anyone be heartbroken? The song ended, but everyone was still immersed in that mournful atmosphere, unable to extricate themselves for a moment. Brother, you sing so beautifully. The little girl in the arms of the woman next to her took the lead in shouting, clapping her hands as she did so to give Yi Chen a round of applause. Everyone came to their senses and applauded. This is such a great song. I haven't heard a song this good in a long time. It's so touching. This song speaks to my heart. It's just so true to me. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had reached 200,000, and Yi Chen's followers had risen to over 120,000 fans. In the time of one song, more than 3 minutes, Yi Chen had increased his fan base by more than 100,000 fans. The netizens in the live broadcast room all exploded, frantically swiping pop-ups. This is a great song. I can't tell. This dude has 2 tricks up his sleeve. He really is an expert. I think this song is much better than those hits on the major music charts. This anchor is definitely a buried talent. Abusive clowns in the halls and talented singers selling their songs underground. What an unfair society. This song gives people a refreshing feeling. It's like I see the hope of the Chinese music scene. Oh my god, is this really the anchor's original song? This anchor is too talented, right? It's amazing that you and I end up being ordinary to the point of pretentiousness. Someone like me, even a cutie, is also unique. The mountains and the sea are floating and obliterating, and I am but a mortal. The lyrics are plain, but so solid. I hope you never have to listen to this song. The anchor is not singing a song, but a multitude of people and the world, and we are not listening to a song, but our own lives. Each verse of this song is like a hurdle that you can't get past for a long time after listening to it, and when you finally do, you actually feel a twinge of attachment. The 3 stages of life: accepting the ordinariness of the father, accepting the ordinariness of oneself, and accepting the ordinariness of one's children. Listen to it, especially touching, and the whistling part, listening to me especially quiet. It is very beautiful. Everyone will have feelings after listening to it. Sad people will listen to it will be more sad. Happy people will listen to it will feel especially quiet. Is it a reminder of all the happy and wonderful things that used to happen? And is it also a reminder of all the people who used to make you fight to love them? 1,000 people listen to 1,000 people like me. The generation is very strong, poking the soft piece of the heart, and stupid and fragile and kind, and lonely and stubborn and inexplicable. People like me. Will someone's heart ache? No wonder the anchor dared to diss flower dust language. If I had talent like him, I wouldn't put flower dust language in my eyes. Tian High Art College. In a girls' dorm room, Li Yan and the other girls were watching Yi Chen's live stream. They paid attention to Yi Chen in order to scold him, and they watched his live broadcasts in order to see his jokes. I didn't expect Yi Chen's song, Someone Like Me, to receive so much love and praise from so many people. In all fairness, even they had to admit that Yi Chen's song was really good. However, the true brainwashed fans were irrational. and they were unwilling to recognize Yi Chen's excellence no matter what. Especially after seeing many people comparing Yi Chen to Flower Dust Language, they became even more furious. Li Yan immediately commented, "Oh, am I the only one who thinks this song is average?" The other girls in the same dormitory, as well as those who were fans of Flower Dust Language, all rallied to the cause. "Don't blow it off, okay? Why can't I see what's so great about this song? Both the lyrics and the tunes are very average, amateurs are amateurs and just can't compete with the pros. People nowadays, they really don't have any aesthetic taste at all anymore. This song doesn't have any substance or technical content at all, and there are actually people who like it. Oh, I'm afraid only the bottom feeders like migrant workers, takeout workers, and street vendors would like such a lame song, right? This song is a strong hangdog style, only a hangdog would like such a tasteless song. What kind of cat or dog is worthy to be compared to our family flora? He doesn't even deserve to be compared to our flora. Don't use your hobby to challenge someone's profession, okay? All of Flower's songs are very highbrow, highly technical and profound, and ordinary people simply can't write or sing them. Comparing this kind of underground cellar singer to Flower will only make you guys look low. Stop showing off your intellectual underbelly, okay?" However, Li Yan and the girls soon realized that they were too naive. Most of the people who used to follow Yi Chen were fans of Flower Dust Language, so there were more people who cursed him, but now Yi Chen had more than 120,000 fans, and all of these people were attracted by Yi Chen's songs. They really thought Yi Chen's songs were good. That's why they paid attention to him. Now seeing someone call Yi Chen's song hard to listen to and trashy, even questioning their taste, insulting their character, and calling them hangers-on, who could bear that? That's why Li Yan and the others were quickly overwhelmed by the spit and abuse of many netizens. White Snow Gongju, Yao Shui, was the first to at Li Yan and replied, "Yes, only you. You are the electricity, you are the light. You are the only myth. You are the chosen one. You are the crouching dragon phoenix. Who's as educated as you are? Who's as smart as you are? You are the great understanding on earth. You must be a human being. Can you not be a human being? What happened to your family? Why are you the only one left?" A netizen with the name I Am Not a Fox commented, "It's a great song. It's a rare good song. And the people who don't like it are the ones who don't have good taste, okay? Go Anchor. You're very talented. Don't ever care about people's slander. I'll always follow and support you, love." JPG. Chapter 7 Boss Yang's Crazy Reward. This netizen named I Am Not a Fox is Yangmi. She really liked the song Someone Like Me and admired Yi Chen very much. Seeing someone insult Yi Chen, he couldn't help but fight for him. It was as if Yi Chen was the big star and she was just Yi Chen's fan. Don't tell me. After getting used to the feeling of fans calling themselves, it's a pretty amazing feeling to impersonate a regular netizen and call your idol once in a while. True to form, Big Nini always has some new tricks up her sleeve. Other netizens who liked the song also supported Yi Chen. If you don't know what you're talking about, may I ask if Flower Dust Language has any masterpieces? What else does Flower Dust Whisperer know besides ghostly wailing and dancing? Oh, after all these years of hanging out at Flower Dust Language, there isn't a song that compares to this one. Someone Like Me. Can anyone other than a brainwashed fan name 3 masterpieces by Flower Dust Language? Flower Dust Language is just a resource curiosity, relying on her family's money to package and hype herself as a singer. It's because of the existence of people like him that hinders the upward mobility of talented people like anchors. With all due respect, Flower Dust Language is scum. Right at that moment, a gorgeous special effect suddenly appeared on the screen of the live broadcast. I'm Not a Fox actually swiped a supreme salute for Yi Chen, yet that's not all. Followed by a second, a third, a fourth. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. This is proper dirt. I didn't expect such a tycoon to appear in a small live room. And from the authentication profile, this I'm Not a Fox is obviously a young lady. A proper little rich girl. Just as the netizens were fuming, the bounty surprisingly continued. In a few moments, I Am Not a Fox rewarded Yi Chen with 20 supreme salutes. $1 is 10 do coins. 1 supreme salute is 666 do coins, or $66, 666, and 20 of them is $133, 320. In other words, I'm Not a Fox rewarded Yi Chen with more than 130,000 Huaxia coins at once. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Asterisk. This I'm Not a Fox is also too tycoon. Surprisingly rewarded the anchor more than 100,000 at once. I didn't realize there was such a rich woman hiding in such a small live room. Holy, the anchor is rich. He made over $100,000 from one song. Kneel down and ask Miss Tutor to look at me. I don't want to struggle hard. Sour. I'm really sour. Ugh. I didn't realize that singing was so lucrative. If I had known I would have taken up music in elementary school. Who was the one who just said that those who like this song of the anchor are all hangers-on? Have you ever seen such a money-spinning hangers-on? Oh, I think it's more like she's a hanger-on. Now it's a slap in the face. Could it be that this dirt-cheap young lady rewarded the anchor with so much money just to dislike those black fans? It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that the reason why this I'm Not a Fox rewarded Yi-Chen with so much money was to dislike Li Yan and other black fans with practical actions. Ha ha ha, it's really bossy enough. Money is money. Sorry, money really can do whatever it wants. This is not rewarding the anchor. It's clearly punching those black fans in the face. Netizens have mocked Li Yan and other black fans. Li Yan's lungs exploded as she looked at the comments. How could she not expect that someone would reward Yi-Chen with so much money? Oh, it must be an older mom in her 40s or 50s, right? Li Yan thought maliciously and exited the live broadcasting room in ashes amidst the mockery of the crowd. Driven by I'm Not a Fox, many more fans rewarded Yi-Chen with gifts. Yi-Chen roughly calculated that he had received about 150,000 gifts in total. Douyin's live broadcast revenue is 70 to 30%. 70% for the anchor and 30% for the platform. In other words, in less than 2 hours, Yi-Chen had made over $100,000 with this one song. In addition, the piano case in front of him was piled high with bills of varying denominations, probably in the neighborhood of $500. Thank you all for liking the song. Yi-Chen himself was shocked by the result. I didn't realize that for the first time in my life I would be singing live and it would be a huge success. Although he knew that Someone Like Me was an excellent song, he didn't expect it to be so popular. With one song, he has gained more than 100,000 fans and more than 100,000 bounties. Yi-Chen was so happy that he was a little dizzy and felt a little unreal. The big sister next to the stall said enviously, "Big brother, you're really something. You can make so much money just by singing a song. Alas, it's better to have talent." The woman's face showed a look of envy that was hard to hide. She worked hard at the stall all day and made $50 or $60 at best. Yi-Chen's heart sank as he glanced at those trinkets on her stall and asked, "How much does all this cost in total, big sister?" $200, I think. The woman, not knowing what she meant, answered casually. Yi-Chen said with a smile, "These trinkets are very pretty. I quite like them. How about this, big sister? All these things of yours? I'll take all of them. This is $200. You take it." With that, he took out $200 and handed it over. The woman waved her hand back and forth. "Little brother, this can't be allowed. How can I ask for your money? Big sister, I'm not giving it to you for nothing. I'm paying you for it. Don't you want to do this business with me? I know you're trying to help me, and I appreciate your kindness, but I can't take this money." The woman said that she was too embarrassed to accept Yi-Chen's gift. "Big sister, just take it. It's getting late. You sell me the stuff, or you can close up early and go home to sleep." Yi-Chen looked at the little girl next to the woman and said heartily, "Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the child. Look how sleepy the child is." The woman glanced at her snoozing daughter and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, hesitated and had to take the money and said gratefully, "I'll take this money then, little brother. Thank you, you're such a kind man." The woman's eyes flooded with tears as she helped Yi-Chen pack the trinkets from the stall. The audience in the live stream commented, "The anchor is such a nice guy. Little brother is so kind. No wonder he can write such a good song. It's obvious that you're having a hard time yourself, but you still don't want to see others suffer. Good things happen to good people, and the anchor will surely have his time." The anchor is truly a breath of fresh air in the live broadcast world. Just because the anchor is so positive, I have to follow him. I'm a fan of this little brother, and Jesus can't stop me. Yang Mi also appreciated Yi-Chen's approach and murmured, "Handsome, good singer, talented, and such a kind heart, just perfect. I must sign him and make him an artist of my company." Chapter 8, Big Mimi, How Dare You Call Me Small? Thank you all for your support. I'll be back here live at the same time tomorrow night and I hope my friends come out and support me. Yi-Chen chatted with the water friends in the live broadcast for a few moments, then got off the air, packed up his things, and took a taxi back home. Just as soon as he entered the house, his younger sister, Yi Oshue, pounced on him and hung on Yi-Chen like a wombat, saying excitedly, "Brother, I watched your live stream. And that song, Someone Like Me, was so good. I didn't realize you could sing so well and write your own songs. You're so deep. You didn't even tell me or mom and dad." "Ahem. Yuki, could you get off of me for a second?" Oh, Yi Oshue let go of Yi-Chen. Her mood was still incomparably excited, and she surrounded Yi-Chen to chatter and ask endless questions. Evening meal. Yi Oshue told her parents about Yi-Chen earning more than $100,000 from the live broadcast. Yi-Chen's parents were dumbstruck with surprise when they heard about it. They thought their daughter was joking. It wasn't until Yi-Chen admitted it himself and showed them the video of himself singing, as well as the balance of his account, that they believed it. After the shock was over, Both the older couple felt immense relief. Lu Xiaoying couldn't help but shed tears, wiping them away as she said, "Son's father, our son has really grown up and is making money. Yeah, this kid, he makes more than we do." The corners of Yi Tianming's eyes were also moist. The fact that his son made more than he did made him proud and ashamed to be a father. Yi Chen said, "Dad, Mom, now you should always believe me, right?" Yi Tianming was silent for a moment and sighed. "Son, you're an adult now. Make your own decisions about your own life. Although we are your parents, we have no right to interfere with your freedom. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. Mom and Dad will always support you unconditionally," Yi Chen said seriously with a lump in his throat. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't let you down." Thinking of his father's condition, he took the opportunity to say again, "Dad, Mom, you two are getting older, so go to the hospital tomorrow for a physical." "A medical checkup? What's a medical checkup for?" Yi Tianming and Lu Xiaoying were both puzzled. "Son, we're fine, we're not sick, so why go for a physical?" "That's right, what's the point of spending that wasted money for nothing, in case of checking what's wrong again? Isn't that giving yourself a hard time?" Yi Chen was speechless for a while. "Dad, Mom, aren't you covering your ears and avoiding the disease? If there was a real disease, wouldn't it exist if you didn't have a medical checkup? You guys just listen to me and go to the hospital for a checkup. It doesn't cost much for a physical anyway. It's best if you're not sick, but if you are, treat it promptly, don't you think?" Seeing that their son was so persistent, Yi Tianming and Lu Xiaoying had no choice but to agree. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In his previous life, it was because the condition was discovered too late and the best time for treatment was missed that his father unfortunately passed away. Whenever he thought about it, he was overwhelmed with guilt. Living again, he would never allow the same tragedy to happen again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Now randomly distributing mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master level emotional engagement. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the master piano skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the master guitar skill. Yi Chen had just returned to his bedroom when the pleasant voice of the system rang in his ears. In the next second, a lot of skills related to guitar and piano appeared in his mind, and all of them had reached the point of perfection, comparable to world-class guitar masters and piano masters. As for the master emotional engagement, it allows him to put 100% of his heart into his singing, making the songs emotionally charged and able to resonate with the listener. Yi Chen was very satisfied with these three skills. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! It has been detected that the host's body contains deadly cancer cells and is spreading at an extremely fast rate. Preliminary judgment is that the host can only live for another year at most. A year? Yi Chen was shocked. He could not imagine that the condition was much more serious than in his previous life, but he only had 1 year left to live. It seems that what goes around comes around. System, is there any way to cure my cancer? Yi Chen asked tentatively. Ding! In order to prolong the host's life, the system has turned on the donation renewal function. From now on, for every million donations made by the host, the lifespan will be extended by 1 year. At those words, Yi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. $1 million for a year's life. That's a good deal. He made over $100,000 from one song today. $1 million is nothing? As long as he could live, he would be willing to do so, not to mention $1 million a year, or even $10 million a year. Besides, that money was donated to charity. It helps others and saves you. 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Chen pulled himself together and was filled with motivation. $10 million is 10 years. 100 million is 100 years. If he could donate $100 million, then he could live another 100 years. It is imperative that you make money as soon as possible. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about how to earn more money as soon as possible, his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened his cell phone and subconsciously eeked. It turned out that I Am Not a Fox had sent him a private message. Hi, I really like your song. Can I add a Weibo please? I'm Not a Fox was the gold master after all, and had just rewarded more than $100,000. Now that people are taking the initiative to ask to add Weiwei letter, Yi Chen is naturally too embarrassed to refuse. Yes you can. My Weiwei signal is. Yi Chen sent his Weiwei signal over. He regretted it a little just after posting it. What if this I'm Not a Fox is a man with a special fetish? Soon after, I Am Not a Fox sent a friend request. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen finally agreed. The other party's profile is certified as female and her avatar is Water Ice Moon. Well, it should be a female, right? Hello, nice to meet you. The other party quickly sent a message. Yi Chen replied. Hello, thank you for the reward. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly nah. More than 100,000 reward is too much. Why don't I return some of it to you? No, you stepped down and collected well. Sister I'm not poor, naughty. JPG. Sister? It seems certain that it's a female without a doubt. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The other asked again. By the way, is it convenient to tell me your name? My name is Yi Chen. May I ask what your name is? How can you just tell someone a girl's name? Just call me Little Fox. Okay then. Yi Chen accepted it openly. Since people can casually reward more than $100,000, they must not be ordinary people, and it is normal to protect privacy. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, you should be an adult, right? It's not like you're an underage kid, is it? Why do you ask? I've heard that some little kids take their parents' money to reward anchors, and if you're a little kid, then I can't take your money. At this moment, Yang Mi, who was far away from the imperial capital, couldn't help but snort out a laugh. This Yi Chen, he's too simple, isn't he? However, it's kind of fun. After thinking about it, Yang Mi typed a reply. I just said I'm a sister. Don't worry, I'm older than you. Sister, really? Yi Chen was still a bit unconvinced. Nowadays, there are a lot of little kids pretending to be adults. Why don't you send a voice? This unenlightened guy is such an elf. It is certainly impossible for Yang Mi to pronounce language. Her voice was special and so recognizable that she was easily recognized. With a twinkle in her eye, she thought of a brilliant idea and decided to tease Yi Chen, an honest man. She lifted her chest and took a picture of her chest with her cell phone, then sent it to Yi Chen. Do I look like a child to you? Shouldn't you believe I'm an adult now? Yi Chen looked at the photo of the proudly erect, gifted fullness, dumbfounded. The wind is messed up. Chapter 9 Fire. Completely on fire. After Janmi posted the photo, she realized that there was something wrong with it. That white, flawless, crystalline jade-like pretty face, all of a sudden shy scarlet, face a burst of hot. Heartbeat is also much faster. What's wrong with me? Why are you so bold all of a sudden? How dare you send your private photos to a strange man you just met? Jesus, what the hell did I just do? Yang Mi, are you crazy? After calming down, the more Yang Mi thought about it, the more ashamed she became, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Maybe it's because she's been repressed in reality for so long that she's letting herself go on the internet. Forget it, it's not like he knows who I am anyway, and I'm only a small number, so as long as I don't tell him, he'll never know that this person is me. That was all Yang Mi could do to comfort herself. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while, with both sides waiting for the other to speak first. After waiting for a while and never seeing Yi Chen speak, Yang Mi finally got sullen and typed stiffly, Hey, why don't you say anything? Mute. Only then did Yi Chen return to his senses and replied, No, I was just thinking about a question. What's the problem? I was wondering what you grew up on. How did you get so big? Yang Mi was immediately filled with black lines and felt like smoke was coming out of her head and ears. Luckily, she thought Yi Chen was an honest man, but she didn't expect to show his true colors so soon. Ha, man. She sent a series of hammer on the head emojis, and a series of angry emojis, followed by a series of blood-dripping chopper emojis. Yi Chen shivered in fear and hurriedly explained. I was wrong. I said the wrong thing, okay? After all that, the distance between the two had grown much closer. Once some of the window papers are poked through, then there's absolutely no need to worry about any image. The two soon became talkative. It's getting late. I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you sometime. Good night. Aha, good night. Sweet dreams. Yi Chen and Yang Mi exchanged goodnights and soon went into their respective sleeps. Only, Yi Chen's dreams tonight were extraordinarily wonderful, dreaming of something shameful. Day 2. After having breakfast, Yi Chen took his parents to one of the best hospitals in the city and gave them a full physical examination. The results of the medical tests came out quickly. There was nothing wrong with my mother except a little low blood pressure. Father, on the other hand, was unsurprisingly checked for heart disease. The moment she learned of this result, Yi Chen's mother almost fainted, and his father was dumbfounded. Yi Chen didn't have much of a hard time because he had prepared himself mentally. Luckily, this time it was caught in time, and the doctor said that with a heart bypass surgery, it would be out of danger. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but Yi Tianming and Lu Xiuying's two families became sad. These days, a serious illness can crush a family. Heart bypass surgery can cost as little as $60,000 or as much as $100,000. Not a small amount of money. Yi Chen repeatedly assured that this amount of money was nothing. He would earn it soon, and everything was covered. Thinking that their son had earned $100,000 from one song, Yi Tianming and Lu Xiuying then thought about it. They then realized that they didn't know when the son who never grew up in their eyes had grown up to be the pillar of the family. On the same day, Yi Tianming underwent heart bypass surgery in the hospital. Just as Yi Chen was in the hospital with his father for treatment, the internet had long since set off a furor. Some good netizens, as well as short video bloggers, edited the video of Yi Chen singing and uploaded it to Douyin. Soon, The video of Yi Chen singing was on fire in Douyin. Yi Tatsu and Someone Like Me made it to the bucket list of hits. Countless netizens have swiped through the videos and been blown away by people like me. Asterisk 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 this song is too good to be true. Who is this little brother? The singing is surprisingly good. Wait, how come I've never heard of this song before, and I can't search for it online? Is it possible that the song was originally written by that anchor? That's right. I watched him live last night and he said it was his original song. I'll be damned. Cowboy. It's been a long time since I've heard such a nice and touching song. It's true that the masters are the best. Nima. I cried when I heard it. It's so tearful. Isn't this better than those songs on the music charts? Apart from praising Yi Chen's singing and talent, there were some other girls who were more superficial. They simply thought Yi Chen was handsome and just licked the screen the whole time. Those netizens searched for Yi Chen's account and clicked follow. Yi Chen's fan count was skyrocketing like a rocket. 12W, 13W, 14W, 20W, 30W. In a day's time, Yi Chen's Douyin followers soared to 30W. Those short video uploaders were all envious. That fan base is growing way too fast. At this rate, in less than 2 days, Yi Chen's fans would reach 100W. 1 million followers is a hurdle, an unattainable goal for countless web celebrities as well as short video uploaders. Yi Chen realized it so easily, yet it's far from over, and the fan base continues to rise. Yi Chen was so busy taking care of his father, comforting his mother, and going through various procedures all day that he didn't have time to look at his cell phone. So he, the person in question, didn't even know what was going on. When he finished his work, he realized that I Am Not a Fox had sent him several Weiwei messages. TZ, you're on fire. Congratulations. The video of you singing is on fire in Douyin. See, this is a step up for you. Don't forget me when you soar. Why don't you talk? Where is everyone? Yi Chen replied back. Sorry, something happened at home. Busy all day. Just saw it. I'm Not a Fox didn't reply right away. I think he was busy. Yi Chen clicked on Douyin again, and as soon as he opened it, the message beeps rang out one after another. Ding, ding, ding. Yi Chen took a look and was surprised to find that his fan count had risen to 38W. There were also a lot of private messages sent to him by a number of fans. There were so many messages that Yi Chen's phone lagged and almost died. He looked at the Hot 100 again and realized that his name and Someone Like Me were in third place on the Hot 100. Holy, that fierce? Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the song to be so hot. You can see how barren the world is in terms of music. The world has been suffering from traffic for a long time, and it has been suffering from bad songs for a long time. Yi Chen brushed Douyin for a while and realized that in every 10 videos, there must be 2 videos of him singing. There were also some netizens, or even ordinary netizens, who were imitating his singing. Fire up! His first song just caught fire. On top of that, a video of him helping a stall-holding elder sister was also posted online, causing another wave of considerable heat. Netizens have praised Yi Chen for his good heart and positive energy. Even I'm Not a Fox, who has rewarded him with more than $100,000, has also followed a small fire. The crowd speculated about who this I'm Not a Fox was, and why he was so generous. Of course, there were some people who thought that this was a long-planned hype, and that there was a Netflix company operating behind the scenes, or else Yi Chen couldn't have caught fire so quickly. Some even said that Yi Chen was originally a rich second-generation man, and that it was all scripted, and that the cellar in the underground passageway was just a persona that he had packaged. There's no way around it. People are popular. Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to these remarks on the internet, whether it was positive or negative. It had nothing to do with him. He just needs to get down to business. My father's surgery was very successful and he was transferred to the ward to recuperate. In the evening, Yi Aoshue came to the hospital after school. Yi Chen instructed her to take care of her parents, while he himself returned home to pack up his things and once again came to that underground passage. Unlike yesterday, this time, Yi Chen attracted the attention of everyone in the underground passageway as soon as he appeared. Those few singers who were also selling their songs here even stood up and looked at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes, their eyes showing complex colors such as envy, jealousy, and worship. A singer-songwriter walked over and stretched out his hand at Yi Chen, saying, "Man, you're awesome, one song and you're on fire. Congratulations, thanks." Yi Chen shook his hand. The man said enthusiastically, "Why don't you go live in my spot today? I'll give you my spot. This one's better." "Thanks, but it's still not necessary. I still like the same place as yesterday," Yi Chen said, and once again came to last night's location, set up his equipment, and began to broadcast live. Live room just opened. Those waiting for a long time fans. Instant boiling. Chapter 10, A Father, a Tear-Jerker. Whoa, the anchor is finally back on the air. The anchor is really diligent like that. Hey, I like it. Diligence my ass. It's been a day since the broadcast. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. I wonder what song little brother is singing today. Or is it an original? Hee, thinking about farts and eating them? Even the most heaven-defying genius can't possibly have an original song a day, right? That's right. All the anchor has to do is sing "Someone Like Me" one more time and I'll be satisfied. The netizens in the live broadcast room were frantically brushing their screens. Douyin officials apparently held the wealth code and gave Yi Chen's live room more promotion in traffic. Not long after the broadcast started, the number of people in the live room reached 1 million, which was 10 times more compared to last night. The fan base has even gone up to 50,000. It's an absolute miracle to have 50,000 of fans in one day. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to sing. He looked around and realized that the older woman who had set up the stall yesterday wasn't here. Also, he rounded up people's goods yesterday. It takes time for people to stock up, but where Big Sister had set up her stall, another person appeared. It was an old man who looked to be in his 70s, with gray hair, wrinkled face and ragged clothes. The old man laid a layer of cardboard on the floor and lay down on it, with a layer of cardboard over his body, as a quilt. The old man saw Yi Chen fiddling with the equipment and wondered what he was up to, so he stood up, put the cardboard away, and said to Yi Chen, "Boy, you get busy. I'll change places and leave you alone. No offense, Moncler, I'm the one who should be sorry for disturbing your rest." Yi Chen found that the old man took the cardboard is also written on the densely written words, the top of the search for people for big words. "Master, are you looking for someone?" Yi Chen asked curiously. The old man sighed and said, "Yeah, I'm not from around here. I'm here to see my son." Upon hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room talked. The Moncler outlet store son must have been abducted. That's right, it has to be. Unconscionable human traffickers. Damn it, Grandpa is so poor, so old, and has to come to a strange city to look for his son. Yi Chen thought to himself that he was at least a small netizen now. How to say that he also had 50,000 fans? If you can use your own live broadcast to help Moncler outlet store find his son, you can also do a good thing. So he asked, "Master, how did you lose your son?" Moncler outlet store I've been holding back a lot of words. It's rare to meet someone who is willing to take care of themselves. Immediately opened the box and told the story. Moncler outlet sale. It turns out that Moncler outlet store this year is only 60 years old, because long years engaged in dirty and tired manual labor. Wind and sun, weathered, so it looks like 70 years old. His family lived in a remote mountain village, and he didn't marry until he was in his 30s and didn't have a son until he was 40. Not long after giving birth, his lover left. It took him being a father and a mother all by himself to bring up his son with great difficulty. In order for my son to get the best education possible and not be as unproductive as myself. At his age, he is still doing tiring and dangerous labor on construction sites and sending his son to the best key high school in the city. For my son to get into a good college and get ahead. His son had always been his pride, and he had always assumed that he was working hard in school. Until 2 years ago, his son's college entrance examination results came down. He realized that his son these 3 years did not go to school properly, skipping school all day, absenteeism, outside the blind. Even a specialist did not get in. The old man was both angry and sad, and on impulse he slapped his son. My son was so angry that he left home that night and has not been heard from in 2 years. The old man had been searching hard for his son's whereabouts, but he had never found him. He came to Tianhai City after hearing that someone had seen his son there. While working odd jobs around the world, he searched for his son's whereabouts. There was no place to live, so we had to live in this underground passage. After listening to the old man's account, it dawned on everyone. The live feed blew up all of a sudden. I thought Moncler outlet store my son had been abducted and sold, but I didn't realize it was like this. Damn, I'm pissed off. That son of a... ah. There are even such ungrateful sons under the sky. It really makes people angry. If I had such an unfilial son, I wouldn't care if he lived or died. Let him live and die on his own. This old man has had a hard life, alas. Netizens were furious at the ungrateful son and felt compassion for the oldest man. Yi Chen was also a little heartbroken. He wasn't good with words and didn't know how to comfort the other man. Suddenly, a song came to him at the right time. Yi Chen said to the boss with a smile, "Grandpa, why don't I give you a song?" Send me a song? Moncler outlet store frozen. That's right, after hearing your story, I was inspired to improvise a new song, and the title of the song is Father. It just so happens that tomorrow is Father's Day, and I would like to dedicate this song to you, and to my father, and to all the fathers in the world. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the live broadcast instantly exploded. Asterisk. Did I hear right? The anchor wrote another new song? And it was just improvised? Geez, the anchor is too good, isn't he? Although the anchor is indeed quite talented, I don't believe that anyone in the world can really write a new song in such a short period of time. Even if you can write it, the quality should be mediocre. The netizens were buzzing, and most of them lowered their expectations for Yi Chen's new song. Yi Chen adjusted the lens and tried the pitch of the guitar, then gently plucked the strings of the guitar. A soothing and pleasant intro plays slowly. The lively underground passageway and the live broadcast room were suddenly quiet. It's not a long intro, and the tune isn't complicated, but it's very catchy and instantly holds the crowd's attention. After the prelude, Yi Chen finally spoke, always asking for you, without ever saying thank you, until they grow up. It's not easy for me to understand you. Every time you leave always, pretending to be relaxed, smile and go back, turning around with tears in my eyes. Yi Chen's voice was low and gentle, full of magnetism, like a spring breeze that blew open the hearts of the listeners, gently and softly sprinkled in everyone's heart. The warm and touching melody, simple and sincere but full of feelings lyrics, immediately hit the softest part of everyone's heart. Quiet. Both the underground passageway and the live broadcast room became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. After hearing just the first two lines, everyone was transported into the vibe of the song. All ears were perked up and listened intently for fear of missing a note. A lyric. Chapter 11. Dad, I miss you. Always asking you for something without ever saying thank you, and not realizing that it wasn't easy for you until I was older. As soon as the first lyrics came out, the listeners' hearts were struck. The lyrics are very plain, a very common vernacular, yet it sings to the hearts of countless people. Yes, as children, we are always in the habit of asking our fathers for things, from an Ultraman toy as a child, to designer clothes and shoes as a little older, and even a car and house as an adult. We've gotten used to reaching out to our father as if it's the right thing to do. And the father has been quietly giving, always fulfilling all the reasonable and unreasonable requests of his children, never asking for anything in return. It was not until I grew up and became an adult, when I entered society and joined the workforce, and even became a parent, that I realized how difficult it was for my father. A simple lyric that speaks to a fact that has been overlooked by countless people. In an instant, many people's hearts were touched, eyes gradually covered with a layer of water mist. The throat is also a little choked up. A middle-aged man in his 30s, listening to Yi Chen's song. His eyes were acidic and tears were welling up in his eyes. He struggled to control his emotions, desperately trying to hold back his tears as his facial muscles trembled slightly. How much I would like to be as I was, holding you in the warm palm of my hand, but you're not with me. Trust the clear wind to bring you well-being. When Yi Chen sang, the man finally couldn't hold back any longer and cried out with a wow. As soon as the weeping began, it was completely uncontrollable, like an open flood. The man cried harder and finally even covered his face in bald. Just last month, his father died. Like the lyrics say, he'll never be able to hold his father's hand the way he used to. The father had disappeared from his life. He can only send his thoughts about his father to the breeze, and ask the breeze to blow to his father who is far away in the sky. When a father is present, even if he is older, he is still his father's son. Even if his father is old and paralyzed in bed, he feels that there is a dependence on his back, and his heart is incredibly solid. The father is gone. He is now only the husband of his wife and the father of his children. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was all about the people who depended on me, and I, myself, no longer did. A big man in his 30s, crying in pain in an underpass in the middle of the night, not caring about his image, and not afraid of being laughed at, yet not a single person laughed at him at all. Everyone was full of understanding for him. A middle-aged man who has no one to turn to and shoulders the burden of his family can only enjoy the right to cry once in a while when he misses his parents. Who can bear to laugh at him? Both the underpass and the people in the broadcast room remembered their fathers and had tears in their eyes. Time, slow down. Don't let you get any older than you already are. I would give everything I have, in exchange for your years. The strongest dad in the world. What can I do for you? Trivial concern, take it. The High Dynasty part of the song rang out, and the crowd finally couldn't hold it together any longer, allowing the tears in their eyes to, uncontrollably, flow down their faces. The girls cried out, and the good men wept silently. The scene resounded with sobs, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room, each one of them cried with red eyes. There were others, who didn't even notice that they were shedding tears, and when they reacted, they realized that the tears had already wet their faces. Yi Chen's eyes could not help but moisten, his voice became a little choked, and even his breath was a little disorganized, a little out of tune, yet no one cared. These small imperfections instead make the song seem even more sincere and moving. Tianhai City, in a certain internet cafe, a 20-year-old youth was playing a game while swiping Douyin and watching Yi Chen's live broadcast. Hearing it later, he had forgotten the game he was playing and was completely captured by Yi Chen's song. Without realizing it, 2 lines of tears came out. He thought of his father, the father who was both a father and a mother, and who had raised him through thick and thin. The father who worked his ass off at the construction site at his age so that he could go to a major school in the city. He, on the other hand, failed his father and extinguished the last bit of light in his father's life. Just because his father slapped him, he took a gamble and left home, not contacting his father for 2 years. I wonder how father is doing now. Is it still mad at you? At this moment, the idea of going home suddenly sprang up in the boy's mind, but he had no courage. What if his father still blames him? The boy was in an agonizing tangle, remembering all his ungratefulness, and smacked himself in remorse. Thank you for everything. Hands to hold our home together. Always do your best. Give me the best. Am I your pride and joy? Are you still worried about me? The child you're holding on to. You've grown up. Thanks for the ride. Finally, Yi Chen's song ended, yet that moving melody still echoed in the minds of the crowd. All of them were still immersed in the emotion created by the song and the strong thoughts. The performance ended, and Yi Chen realized that his cheeks had long been wet with tears. He bowed slightly, choking back a sob. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you enjoy the song. It was only then that the crowd slowed down from that sadness and came back to reality, as if the drowning man had finally surfaced and let out a long breath. Everyone was so involved in listening just now that they forgot to comment. Pop, pop, pop. There was loud applause and everyone was clapping hard. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room subconsciously stood up, clapping vigorously and paying heartfelt respect to Yi Chen. The quiet live room came alive. One by one, netizens frantically swiped and liked the screen, swiping various gifts such as rockets, cruise ships, airplanes and excavators. Blow up. The live stream completely blew up. Oh hoo. This song is so touching. It's more than touching. It's a tearjerker. Okay? How long has it been since you've heard a song this touching? OMG. I'm crying like a dog. It's been almost 4 years since my dad left me, and I miss him. Really, really miss him. Dad, I miss you. Can you hear me? I hope you're happy and joyful in the other world and don't suffer so much. Always doing everything to give me the best. Dad, you're getting old. Your gray hairs are growing back and your back is hunched. Dad, am I your pride? The moment my dad handed me a cigarette, I knew it was time for me to hold this family together. I haven't hugged my dad once, except for his urn. Chapter 12 Exploding on the Internet, Hogging the Hot Searches. I didn't understand Dad before, why he couldn't make a lot of money, but now I realize that providing for us is the best he can do. It's been 2 years since my father died of liver cancer and I didn't even see him one last time, regretting how little time I spent with him. If I had known he was going so fast, I would have spent more time with him. Dad, you've worked hard all your life. It's time to take a break. I used to think that the days to come were long, but after reading the comments section I realized that life is short, and I want to go home and see my own dad now, even if I don't say anything, just to sit next to him and look at him one more time. Comment after comment on the live feed. Some people remembered their deceased fathers, some poured out their thoughts about their parents, and others reflected on how they used to be too ignorant and always made their parents angry. The popularity of the live broadcast room was soaring, and it soon exceeded 10 million. Yi Chen's fan base is also growing rapidly. 50W, 60W, 70W, 100W. After just 10 minutes, Yi Chen's number of fans rose to 1 million. The official Douyin staff were stunned. In all the years they've been working, they've never seen such a fast rate of increase. Yi Chen created a miracle and became the fastest rising netizen since the founding of Douyin. The fans scrambled to reward the various gifts, and the reward amount quickly reached $200,000. Thanks to the anchor for such a touching song. The anchors are so talented. Love, love, love. It's a shame that the anchor is so talented, but she can only sell her songs in the underpass. That's right. If you ask me, the anchor should have debuted as a singer. The anchor is much better than those idol singers. I'll be the first to support him if he debuts. If Yi Chen isn't red, heaven forbid. If Yi Chen isn't red, heaven forbid. That old man was also touched by Yi Chen's song. His eyes slightly red. Obviously he had just cried. Boy, thank you. That's a great song. I love it. Moncler Outlet Store choking back tears. Yi Chen made Moncler Outlet Store stand in front of the cell phone camera. Moncler, if you have anything to say to your son, say it here. Thank you. Thank you. Moncler Outlet Store. He looked formal, rubbed his hands on the corners of his coat, and stammered after organizing his language for half a day. Son, Dad was wrong. Dad shouldn't have hit you. Dad is sorry. I hope you can forgive me. If we can't get into college, then we won't go. I'm an uneducated old man, and I don't have the right to ask you to go to college. Maybe our family doesn't have the right to go to college, so I'm resigned to my fate. How have you been doing out there for the past 2 years? How's the food? How are you dressed? Did you starve or freeze? Were you bullied? If you can't make it outside, come home. Don't be embarrassed. What kind of old man would laugh at his own son? For the past 2 years, every year on your birthday, Dad would make longevity noodles at home, just waiting for you to come back and eat them. You If you're gone, there's no point in dad living, the boss said. Tears poured down, as if in an instant and aged 10 years. The netizens in the livestream were moved to tears by the boss. Ugh, Moncler outlet online, it's so sad. Let's hope his son is still alive. Hopefully, his son will see this video and come back to the Moncler outlet store. The young man in the internet cafe saw this scene and tears came to his eyes. He immediately exited the internet cafe, took a cab, and went straight to that underpass. It's a good thing the underpass is near the internet cafe. Boy, thank you. The old man wiped the tears on his face and said gratefully to Yi Chen, "No need to thank you." Yi Chen said, "I can only help you so much." As he was speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Dad." The old man turned around and froze instantly. Frozen for a moment, he then reacted with excitement. "Son, is you, Dad? It's me." The young man ran and hugged his father, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so willful and made you suffer so much. I'm sorry. Come on, don't talk about that. It's good to be back. It's good to be back." The old man was in tears and the father and son embraced each other. Netizens were touched by the scene. "I'll be damned. I didn't think I'd find it. It's a miracle. The anchor has done another good thing. I can't imagine a song that has such a big effect." The young man dried his tears and said to Yi Chen, "Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been reunited with my father. You sing very well. You'll be a big singer in the future." The old man also thanked Yi Chen profusely. "Young man, you are a great benefactor to our family. I don't know how to thank you properly," Yi Chen said with relief. "I'm already happy that you father and son can be reunited." The father and son thanked Yi Chen some more and left the underground passage. Well, that's it for today's broadcast. Thank you for your support. We'll see you next time. Bye bye Anchor. See you next time. It's getting late. Anchor, go home early and rest. Yi Chen got off the air, first sent things back home, and without even having time to eat dinner, he took a taxi to the hospital. He told his mother and sister to go home and rest while he stayed at the hospital to keep watch and take care of his father. Netizens edited his song Father into a short video and uploaded it to platforms such as Douyin. Douyin officials also realized Yi Chen's potential. As long as the videos were related to Yi Chen, they all gained huge traffic and recommendation strength. Any video of Yi Chen singing could easily get millions of plays, and hundreds of thousands of likes, and tens of thousands of comments. Gradually, netizens got hold of the traffic code and edited, uploaded and reprinted Yi Chen's videos. In just one night, Yi Chen's new song Father had once again swept through the entire Douyin. Yi Chen was once again on the heat list, and in the #1 position. The gust soon blew from the doo-wop to the bib. A lot of Scarf netizens also forwarded Yi Chen's video. Even some Scarf V joined in. The next day happened to be Father's Day, with countless netizens as well as netizen Vs pushing the envelope. Yi Chen's new song Father managed to fire out of the ring and hit the bib hot search list. Yi Chen stayed up all night and was woken up by the Weiwei message. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that I Am Not a Fox had sent him several messages. "Sorry, I was too busy yesterday to see your message. You wrote another new song? Just listen to your new song. It's great as always. Awesome Tai Z. You're on the bib hot search. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you're famous that you don't recognize me as a friend?" Carrot. Chapter 13, Big Nini, dare to say my feet stink? Yi Chen had just woken up from his nap and had no idea what was going on. He typed a reply. "Sorry, just saw your message. What do you mean by that? What fire? What hot?" This time I Am Not a Fox replied quickly. "Dang, you've got a big heart. Don't you even know what's going on? The song you sang last night, Father, has gone viral and is on the bib hot search. Do you realize how hot you are right now? Forget it, just go see for yourself." Yi Chen didn't have a scarf. He felt that the scarf was pandemonium, and there were all kinds of cows and horses, so he never used it. He directly searched his browser for the bib hit list and did a quick scan. Then, he was stunned, only to see the top 10 of the bib hot list. He alone accounted for 3. No. 3, Yi Chen Father. No. 5, Yi Chen, positive netizen. No. 9, if Yi Chen doesn't become popular. God forbid. In addition, there were 2 other hot searches related to him, ranking 15 and 28 respectively. One is, what is Yi Chen? One is, Yi Chen, Douyin's fastest rising netizen ever. The heat was so high that it completely exceeded the reaction of Yi Chen, the person involved. He tapped into the highest ranked hot search and looked at it. Look around and see the glowing reviews. This song Father by Yi Chen is really great. A rare and good song. Oh listen to the crying, okay? His song, Someone Like Me, is pretty good too. I didn't realize there were such great folk singers. I'm ing blowing up the song, okay? I haven't heard a song this good and touching in years. There are also some professional music critics who have given extremely high ratings. The famous music critic V. Urshi posted a long comment. Today I had the pleasure of hearing 2 original songs by the newest internet sensation, Yi Chen, one Someone Like Me and one Father. After listening to these 2 songs, I am nothing but amazed. In this era of increasing impatience, especially in the chaotic music industry, it is rare to find someone who can write such sincere and simple songs full of true feelings. Maybe these 2 songs aren't lyrically perfect, but the creative attitude underlying its doors moves me. I don't know Yi Chen, but I'm sure he's a young man with a good heart and contains a heart of gold. I'm glad that in today's Chinese music scene, there are still young people with such attitude, ideals and talent. The scarf quickly reached 1 million likes and over 100,000 comments and retweets. Even the famous producer Ding Taishang, who is known for his poisonous tongue, has never praised it before. Although Yi Chen has only written 2 songs, his talent is evident, and a truly talented person will not be buried. Come on, young man, the future is bright. The netizens were all stunned. Holy, no, is this really what the famously venomous eunuch Ding said? Ding Taishang has always been very strict, yet he praises Yi Chen so much. It seems that Yi Chen is really powerful. There aren't many singers who can get compliments from eunuch Ding. It's harder than winning a Golden Melody Award. Immediately after that, the famous singer Shuiji Dissatisfaction, the musical talent Su Song, and even the low-profile singer Park Numbers, who hadn't sent out a single scarf for hundreds of years, all sent out scarves specially to praise Yi Chen and his work. Shuiji Dissatisfaction, Yi Chen bullcrap, a man like me bullcrap, father bullcrap, I seem to see a superstar rising. Su Song, there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. After listening to Yi Chen's 2 songs, I suddenly realized, am I getting old? I think I have some so-called talent, but I can't write lyrics as good as his. Of course, he may not be able to write my lyrics. Pride, JPG, Park counts, from this young man called Yi Chen. I see the hope for the future of the Chinese music scene. Boom, blow up. All 3 are pivotal figures in the Chinese music industry, and their comments immediately set off a huge wave online. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even Master Park has praised Yi Chen. Yi Chen is so big. Master Park hasn't sent a scarf in 3 years, and today he purposely sent a scarf praising Yi Chen's song. So it's evident that he does appreciate Yi Chen. Old Shui and Old Su are also both praising Yi Chen and willingly giving him tap water. It seems like Yi Chen is completely on fire this time. Scarf, Douyin, Post, Forum, Penguin Group, Circle of Friends. In almost every corner of the entire internet, there were people retweeting the video of Yi Chen singing, as well as comments from Park Count and others. Some marketing numbers have seen this and have rubbed it in, so more people heard Yi Chen's song. Many people were moved to tears after listening to Father. It just so happens that today is Father's Day again. The first thing those netizens did after listening to the song was to dial their father's number. Even many young people who are subtle and not good at expressing themselves have expressed their gratitude and respect for their fathers in a big way. Those fathers were initially a little confused when they just got a call from their kids and thought they had gotten into some kind of trouble. When they figured out what was going on, they burst into tears and laughter, and at the same time their hearts were overwhelmed. This is how they realized the filial and understanding side of their children. It's so hard to hear a child say I love you, Dad. On the other hand, Yang Mi also logged into her scarf and retweeted the video of Yi Chen singing and commented, people like me father is just too good, too touching, thanks. This singer called Yi Chen is quite talented, a star of tomorrow with great potential. I hope everyone will pay more attention and support him. The bib exploded again with this news. Not to mention ordinary netizens, even those second and third tier singers who were little known couldn't help but be envious and jealous one by one. In all their years of singing, when have they ever gotten so much praise and support from so many stars? Especially the goddess Yang Mi. That's the goddess of countless people's hearts. And she's also a high-flying female president who runs her own entertainment company. It's a dream come true for how many people to be favored by a goddess. Yi Chen had only just composed 2 songs and had won such an honor. He's a billion points too lucky, isn't he? After Yang Mi sent the scarf, she immediately sent a message to Yi Chen with her own Weixin trumpet, inviting credit. Yi Chen, you're too good. Even the goddess Yang Mi gave you a call. After sending it, Yang Mi couldn't help but fantasize about it. That kid is going to be so happy when he finds out. Soon after, Yi Chen returned the message. Yang Mi hastily clicked on it to check it out. Yi Chen, who is Yang Mi? Yang Mi froze, a little puzzled and a little angry as she typed. No way, you don't even know Yang Mi? Really? It was only then that Yi Chen responded and replied. Oh, I remember. You mean that Yang Mi with the smelly feet, right? Feet? Feet stink? Yang Mi instantly had frost on her pink face. Her fists clenched and waved them fiercely in the air a few times, cursing angrily. This damn old six. How dare he say my feet stink? You're the one whose feet stink. Nah. When I get a chance in the future, I'll make sure you smell my feet whether they stink or not. Chapter 14 New song dominates the charts. hitting the face of flower dust language. Why don't you say something? Where are the people? Foxy, still there? Yi Chen waited for half a day, but did not wait for "I am not a fox" reply. He thought she was offline and didn't care. But I don't know that young me at this time is hating the teeth itchy. Rushing to his Weiwei letter avatar waving his pink fist, calculating how to get back at him in the future. His mother, Lu Xiaoying, came to the hospital to replace Yi Chen and brought a pot of corn and rib porridge. Yi Chen stayed up all night, is really a little tired. Messy breakfast, then took a taxi back home. As soon as he arrived home, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Netizens, however, were not idle and were still forwarding and discussing Yi Chen's two songs. Yi Chen's Douyin fan count even rose to 1.2 million. Fans flocked to the comments section of his video. Anchor, are you still on tonight? When is the next live broadcast? I missed the first two broadcasts. Too bad. Me too. I want to see brother Yi Chen's live broadcast so badly. When will A Man Like Me and Father go live on music platforms? Yeah, I hope these two songs will be online on music platforms soon. I can't wait for the single loop. I'm going to download the song as an alarm clock ringtone. Big bro upstairs, don't you know that the fastest way to ruin a song is to set him to an alarm? I never tire of listening to Yi Chen songs, and I'm not afraid to set it as an alarm. 10,000 people wrote in blood, begging to go online on the music platform as soon as possible. The three giants of the music platform in the Dragon Kingdom, Net Suppressing Cloud Music, Penguin Music, and Cool Cat Music, quickly realized this once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity. They immediately went live with the live version of A Man Like Me Father within the first hour. Since it was a live version, there was no copyright involved, and there was no consent from Yi Chen at all. The three platforms went live almost simultaneously for fear of being left behind. Upon learning of this situation, the internet was abuzz. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Yi Chen's song is finally online. Holy, I just searched it and it's true. I finally get to single-cycle people like me. Even though it's a live version, it's better than nothing. Bye. I'll go listen to the song first. Netizens opened the apps of Netsuke Cloud, Penguin Music, and Cool Cat Music and searched for Yi Chen's two songs. In just an hour's time, both songs had reached 100,000 plays and over 1,000 comments and likes. 2 hours later, the number of plays had reached 300,000, with over 10,000 comments and likes, and over 5,000 downloads. After half a day, the number of broadcasts exceeded 1 million, the number of comments exceeded 100,000, and the number of downloads exceeded 10,000. And that's just the numbers for a single song on a single platform. The data from the three platforms added up to more than 3 million plays, more than 300,000 comments, and tens of thousands of downloads. Not only that, both songs all made it to the new songs chart, soaring chart, and Heatseekers chart on all three platforms. Among them, Father is ranked third on the Net Depression Cloud new songs chart, first on the soaring chart, and fifth on the Heatseekers chart. And A Man Like Me is just one spot behind Father. However, at Penguin Music and Cool Cat Music, both songs were number one on all three charts. The reason for the relatively low ranking on Net Depression Cloud is that new generation idol singer Flower Dust Language just released his latest single Haze Cancer Love last week. Although the song doesn't have a single lyric and is ghostly throughout, but with the efforts of the fans and the company's operation, it still made it to the number one spot on the Net Depression Cloud new songs chart, soaring chart, and heat chart. However, because the song had already been released for a week, the follow-up was a bit lackluster, and the one spot on the soaring chart was squeezed out by Yi Chen's Father, which fell to No. 3. Second place went to Yi Chen's Someone Like Me. Magic City, headquarters of Sky Entertainment. Flower Dust Language said to her manager by Jia with a smug look on her face, "Sis, today is the last day of the new song period, and my new song is still at the number one spot on the charts, right? It seems like setting a record for a new song to dominate the charts is a done deal. That's for sure. Our Flower's new song is of such good quality, isn't it right to dominate the charts?" Bai Jia said, opening the Netsuke Cloud app. Then the smile on her face froze. Flower Dust Language keenly captured the change in her expression. "What's wrong? Flower, your new song fell off the soaring charts." Bai Jia's face was complicated. "What?" Flower Dust Language was shocked and his face changed greatly. Then he said in a calm manner, "If it falls off, it falls off. It's been a week since the new song was released. It's normal for it to fall off, and it's pretty good to be in a good second place." Baekjae said with a difficult face. "That, not second place, third place." Flower Dust Language suddenly felt his face lose its luster. His face grimaced and he coldly asked, "Who were first and second place?" "It's the same person, named Yi Chen." "Yi Chen? I've never heard of such a singer." "He's not a singer. He seems to be a newcomer internet celebrity. He's quite hot these 2 days." "What? Netflix?" Hua Dusty Language's face became more and more ugly. He was at least the top stream of the Chinese music scene. The entire Chinese music scene followed his last name, but he was actually being ridden over by an 18th line little netizen. Where does that leave his face? Baekjae knew his temper well and hastened to comfort. This guy is just lucky. There are not too many short-lived netizens. Let him jump around for 2 days. We don't need to fight with a small netizen. Besides, the soaring charts aren't that important. We're still number 1 on the new songs and Hot 100 charts, and he's only at number 3 and number 5. As soon as Baekjae's words fell, he heard Hwa Dusty speak grimly. He's in second place now. What? Baekjae rushed to look at it. Sure enough, in just a few moments of work, Yi Chen's father had already ranked in the second position on the new songs and Heatseekers charts. A man like me follows in third place. That's not rising too fast. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Flower Dusty's new song would be squeezed out of the number 1 spot. Flower Dust's speech was silent for a moment and spoke in a gloomy tone. Sister White, can you give me another hand? Well, I'll try it. Baekjae knew that Hwa Dusty language was trying to get her to spend money, buy water armies, and brush up her data. In fact, the company had already swiped his numbers once back when the new song was first released. Otherwise this ghostly crap song wouldn't have been able to occupy the number 1 spot on the charts for so many days. Baekjae quickly found the manager of the operations department and had her spend $1 million to brush up the data for Hwa Dusty language's new song one more time. Oh, I just don't believe that a small netizen can ride on my head. Flower Dusty Whisper's bottom line was much stronger. An hour later, he once again tapped to swipe the leaderboard of the Net Inhibition Cloud app. Then he was completely dumbfounded, only to see that the number 1 song on the Hot 100 and New Songs charts had turned out to be Father, and the second was Someone Like Me, and his Haze Cancer Love dropped to third place. After spending $1 million to brush up his data, he was still overtaken by Yi Chen. Hua Duanyue felt her face being slapped hard a few times. Hot and painful. Chapter 15, participating in the all-new Singers Talent Show. This guy called Yi Chen must have swiped his data, otherwise he would never have surpassed me. Flower Dusty spoke in a small person's mind, thinking that everyone was just like him. Sister Bai, can you brush me off once more? I can't swallow this no matter what. Hua Duanyue's face was hard to see, her eyes dripping with humiliation and anger. Baekjae's face twitched as she said in a bland tone, or let's forget about it. It's already the last day of the new song period anyway. There's not much point in having to fight for first place. The implication is that you don't look at how much money the company has thrown at you in order to promote you. You can't even beat a newbie internet star, and you still have the face to keep letting the company throw money at you? Hua Duanyue was 1,000,000 times more unwilling in her heart. It was because today was the last day of the new song period, and he was about to set a record for new songs dominating the charts. But in the end, he was overtaken by Yi Chen, and his work was lost, so he was so angry. Baekjae said in a hurry, Flower, think about it, we're a top star of our caliber. We don't need to fight with a small netizen. Isn't that degrading ourselves? All new singers will be on air soon. You're one of the judges for this program, so prepare yourself well and perform well on the show to leave a good impression on the audience. Flower Dusty had to give up, and it only made her heart feel much better to think that at her young age, she had already become a judgmentalist for a music talent show. All New Singers is a national music talent show co-produced and organized by Douyin, Penguin TV and Jiaxing World. The aim is to search for newcomers with musical talent and excellent singing skills nationwide, to dig out the stars of tomorrow, and to inject new forces into the Chinese music scene. In addition to Flower Dust Language, there were 3 other judges, namely Jiaxing World's boss Yang Mi, famous musician Gao Daqian, and famous singer Shuiji Dissatisfaction. Among them, only Yang Mi is not related to music, and she is a judge because her company is one of the investors of the program, and because her super popularity can bring heat to the program. As an investor and judge of the show, she has more power and more responsibilities. Even the program's producer and director, Long Sisyphus, has to keep her posted on the progress of her work. No, Yang Mi's new movie had just wrapped up, so it was hard to be free, and she was just about to chat with Yi Chen for a while, when she received a call from Long Shiwei and I. Hey, Mr. Yang, there's something I have to report to you. One of the contestants suddenly got seriously ill and can't participate in the program. I don't know if you have any suitable candidates to recommend. It's actually quite common. As a producer and director, Long Sisyphus, there's no need for him to report to Yang Mi about such a small matter. The fact that she's doing this shows that she's emotionally intelligent and will come to terms with things. What if Yang Mi has an acquaintance she wants to recommend? It showed respect for her and gave her a smooth ride at the same time. After hearing this, Yang Mi barely hesitated for even a second and immediately thought of Yi Chen. I do have a suitable candidate on my side. Oh, who is it? It's that Netflix Yi Chen who's been quite hot these past 2 days and even made it to the Bib Hot search. He's very musically talented and sings so well that he has exploded onto the internet with just 2 songs. The important thing is that he's no worse than a first-tier star in terms of heat right now. The internet is covered with news about him everywhere, and inviting him to compete will also bring a wave of heat to our program. Yangmi couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker when she finished, feeling smug at her own idea. I thought to myself that I am not giving Yi-chan a backdoor. He definitely has the strength, and by doing so, she had helped both Yi-chan and the program. It was a win-win. Win-ma. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll have someone contact Yi-chan. Just after hanging up the phone, Long Shiwei received a call from the person in charge of Douyin. Hey, Director Long, I heard that our program is still missing a contestant, right? I have a suitable candidate here that I want to recommend to you. Oh, who is it? Long Shiwei and I didn't directly say that she had already found a replacement. After all, she wasn't sure if Yi-chan would participate. One more alternative is always good. I only heard the head of the doujinshi say, it's a rising netizen named Yi-chan. He's only been live for 2 days and has gained 1.2 million followers on our Douyin platform. Long Siamese Ne was shocked. I didn't realize that Douyin and Yang Mi were recommending the same person. However, that wasn't all. Just as she was still on the phone with the head of Douyin, another call came in. This time it was the head of Penguin calling. Manager Yang, you're not here to recommend a replacement for me too, are you? As soon as he picked up the phone, Long Sisyphus joked. Manager Yang froze and asked curiously, Director Long, how did you know? I am indeed for this matter, but I'm not a backdoor. This person I'm recommending to you definitely has the power. Long Shiwei and I couldn't help but think, it couldn't be Yi-chan again, could it? Just as he was thinking, he heard Manager Yang gushing. This person I'm going to recommend to you is called Yi-chan. He's been quite hot lately, and he's even on the Bib Hot search. The live version of his new song just went live on our Penguin Music, and the play count exceeded more than 1 million, and it reached #1 on all the major charts within a day. Not only on our platform, but also on Netsuke Cloud Music and Cool Cat Music. His songs are firmly occupying the #1 spot on the charts. Okay, Manager Yang, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Long Shiwei and I was completely stunned and became intensely curious about Yi-chan. What kind of god was this Yi-chan, that he was able to obtain the unanimous recommendation of Yangmi, Douyin, and Penguin? Long Shiwei and I made up her mind that no matter how much it cost, she must invite Yi-chan to participate in their program. All new singers? Inviting me to participate? Yi-chan had just woken up from his sleep when he received a call from Long Sisyphus in the eye. That's right, Mr. Yi-chan, we sincerely invite you to join our show, which will also help your popularity and career immensely. We are willing to pay you $1 million for the announcement. Except for you, all the other contestants, they are not paid anything. Of course, if you're not happy with that price, we can still negotiate. Long Xiandini's mood was incomparably tense. Her heartbeat accelerated, and even her breathing was shortened. Fearing that Yi-chan would reject her, she was even thinking that if Yi-chan refused, then she would raise the price to 2 million, 3 million, until he agreed. On the other side, Yi-chan was also confused. Is there such a thing as pie in the sky? 1 million, the equivalent of adding a year to your life. Ding, mission released. Please ask the host to participate in all new singers and win the championship. You will receive a random reward upon completion of the mission. The system's voice rang out at the right time. Yi-chan agreed without hesitation. Okay, I agree. Long Shiwei and I was instantly relieved. Her taut heartstrings relaxed, and she said excitedly, Great, Mr. Yi-chan, it's an honor to invite you to our show. Let me first briefly introduce to you the time and place of the show as well as the competition system. Chapter 16, Yi-chan vs. Hua Duanyu. The all-new singers takes the form of a live broadcast, first on the Douyin platform, and then the edited version will go live on Penguin Video. The taping takes place in the imperial capital, with the first kickoff scheduled for next Friday. After Yi-chan and Long Shiwei and I finished chatting, he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. Just after washing up, his brain suddenly developed a strong sense of vertigo, and his body staggered so much that he nearly fell. 2 lines of nosebleed came out of his nose. Yi-chan panicked and rinsed it off with water, holding onto the sink for a moment to slow down before finally returning to normal. Looks like the symptoms of bone cancer have kicked in after all. Gotta make $1 million soon to make it. Yi-chan brewed a bucket of old-fashioned sauerkraut noodles and threw the sauerkraut packet into the trash. I was sucking on a noodle when I'm not a fox sent a message. On, what are you busy with? Dig Netflix? Eat bubbly. Ha, you're on fire and you're eating bubbly? It saves time to make noodles, and I don't have time to cook, so why don't you come and cook for me? Che, beautiful you. The two of them chatted for a while, and Yi-chan told Yangmi about participating in all new singers. Yangmi replied with feigned surprise. Whoa, you're amazing. You made your debut in the talent show so soon. Don't forget me as your friend when you become a star in the future. Don't worry, buddy, I'll never forget about you. in case you can't make it in the future, you can come and work for me as an assistant. Yi Chen's reply made Yang Mi cry and laugh. Humph, thinking quite beautifully, still wanting this goddess to be your assistant. It's more or less the same for you to be my assistant. Yang Mi slandered in her heart and suddenly thought of a brilliant idea and decided to tease Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll go to the scene of all new singers to support you and see if you can find me. Yeah. Yi Chen instantly became interested. What reward will you give me if I find you? Reward? Yang Mi froze and replied with a slight blush on her pretty face. I'll comply with any reward you want. That's what you said. I'll have to think about it. Bad smile. JPG. Yang Mi didn't know what came to her mind, and her pretty face, which was as white as jade, suddenly turned red with shame and was slightly hot. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen went to the hospital. By this time the internet has long been in an uproar. Yi Chen's new song surpassed Flower Dusty, taking away his #1 spot on the charts. The fans of Flower Dust Language all quit and ran to the comments section of the Someone Like Me and Father to brush off the bad reviews, even swearing like a shrew. What kind of a thing is Yi Chen, and is he worthy of being compared to our flower? I've listened to Yi Chen's song. I really can't appreciate it. I really can't figure out how much of a person with no taste would like to listen to such a crappy song. My flower's new song is 100 blocks away from Yi Chen, okay? How can Yi Chen's crappy song be ranked above Flower's new song? Bah! Disgusting. Yi Chen definitely swiped the data. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Isn't it disgusting? Do you want to be famous so badly? You'll do anything to be famous. Yi Chen was cursed. His fans were furious when they learned about it, and they all ran to the comments section of Blossom Dusty's new song to fight back as well. Oh, a bunch of brainwashed fans. What's a dog barking at? How can you call Flower Dust Language's song a song? Ghost Cry is more like it. Did Grandmaster Hua drop his head on you? That you are so loyal to him? I just listened to Flower Dust Language's new song, Haze Cancer Love, and the whole thing is bad. So let's just say we can get some whole young stuff. Grounded you. Didn't ground you to the house. Flower Mage's new song is fit for a ghost movie BGM. No offense. Fans of Flower Dust Language couldn't sit still for a moment. Insulting their parents is fine, but insulting their idol's new song just isn't. What do you know about it? It's called experimental music. A bunch of dirtbags who only deserve to listen to songs that are so dirtbags. Domestic currently do this kind of vocal experimentation. 10 fingers can be counted. Flowers have gone to the world trend and international standards. Certain low taste of the well bottom of the frog is not able to appreciate such elegant and avant-garde music. The music level of domestic listeners still needs to be improved. Flower is 100 years ahead of the entire Chinese music scene. Flower is the one who led Chinese music to the world. What kind of trash is Yi Chen? Whoever remembers him a year from now, I'll eat Xiang live. Let me just ask you guys, what's the last name of the Chinese music scene? Yi Chen's fans and Flower Dust Language's fans pinched each other, and soon made it to the Weibo hot search. Yi Chen Huaduan language fans scolding war. Yechen vs. Flower Dusty. This made the fans of Flower Dusty even angrier. Why is Yi Chen's name in front of Flora's? And so, Weibo was instantly reduced to a battleground for fans of both sides. The all-new singers program group certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity, and immediately sent out a microblog on the official microblog, announcing the all-new singers, judges lineup and the list of contestants. Ah! Flower. Finally I can see Flower again. Flower is so great. She's a judge and mentor at such a young age. It's unique in the whole Chinese music world, right? Who else has this kind of strength besides Hannah? Worthy of being the leader of the Chinese music scene. I must watch this program for Hannah's sake too. Flower Dusty's fans were instantly abuzz. The netizens were also both excited and surprised to see Yi Chen's name on the list of contestants. Yi Chen is going to participate in All New Singers? Is this the official transition from internet celebrity to star? Support Yi Chen. With him, this program will definitely not be bad. Is it time to hear Yi Chen's original song again? He's just singing A Man Like Me and Father all over again. And it was a sure thing in the first 2 innings. Okay, I have to say, the showrunners can really make a whole job of it. Announcing the list of programs at this time of the year. It seems like Yi Chen is completely up against Flower Dust Language. Ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. It didn't take long for the topic of Yi Chen's participation in All New Singers to hit the hot search. When Flower Dust Language learned of this news, she was first a bit angry, then she sneered. He was the mentor and Yi Chen was the player. This time, he must give Yi Chen some color. The fans of Flower Dust Language inevitably made another snide comment to Yi Chen. Those melon-eating netizens were incredibly curious as to what kind of scene Yi Chen would have when he bumped into Flower Dusty Language on the program. All New Singers earns all the heat and eyeballs before airing, and completely wins the hemp. In the next few days, Yi Chen took care of his father, practiced singing, and occasionally chatted with I Am Not a Fox. A flash forward to Friday. All New Singers is finally going to be official. Yi Chen rushed to the imperial capital by airplane. Coincidentally, just after getting off the plane, I met Flower Dust Language at the airport. Chapter 17, Meeting the Goddess Dami for the first time. The imperial capital airport is bustling with people. Those fans and media reporters who got the news had already waited in advance. Ground security at the airport desperately tried to maintain order. Yi Chen had just reached the exit of the airport when he saw Hua Duanyue walk out from the VIP channel. He looked demonic with his exploding head and heavy smoky makeup, and was flanked by several assistants. An assistant held his umbrella, an assistant held his glass of water, and an assistant pulled his suitcase. There were also 2 assistants who drove the way in front of them, chasing away the fans and media that were swarming around like flies. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Who's taking pictures? No pictures. Put your cell phone down. Flower Dust Language's assistant rebuked the crowd of onlookers in an overbearing manner. A female fan of high school age squeezed up to Hua Dusty and held up her cell phone to click a picture of his face. Pop. Dusty Flowers got angry and knocked off her cell phone. The fans went wild with chants. Hannah is so manly. Flower is so cool. Boyfriend power, isn't it? Flora, I love you. I'm going to give you a monkey. Oh my god, I've seen a living flower. Ha 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 ha. Flowers bravely fly. Pollen forever. In comparison, the lone Yi Chen was much more low-key. He was dressed in a $50 ground-up suit and pulling a beat-up old trolley case. Those who don't know think he's a northern drifter who came to the city to work. Yi Chen and Flower Dusty Language just happened to hit the ground running. Flower Dust Language had wanted to give Yi Chen a hard time. However, there is no harm without comparison. Even though Hua Duanyue wore internal height increases, she was still a head shorter than Yi Chen, who was 1 meter 8. His face, which was smeared with several layers of thick foundation, was also dwarfed by the handsome, jade-like Yi Chen. Although Flower Dust Language was covered in designer labels and Yi Chen was covered in ground floor goods, but in terms of height, face value, and temperament, Yi Chen was instead more like a top-stream superstar. A suit of ground goods couldn't hide Yi Chen's outstanding aura. If Yi Chen was a transcendent immortal crane, then Hua Dusty Language was a rustic chicken that had lost its feathers. Hua Dusty Language's aura was unconsciously weakened by a few points, but she still tried to put on a high and mighty look, holding her head high, glaring at Yi Chen through her nostrils, and looking askance at him with a pair of triple white eyes. The scene seemed a bit comical. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would not even look at him and walk straight past him? Hua Dusty Language froze in place in embarrassment, her whole body trembling slightly uncontrollably, her face red with anger, her lungs about to explode. His fans immediately clamored in displeasure. Shay, just a little internet star with traitorous luck. What's so godly about it? Flowers how to say is also his seniors. See, seniors even the most basic courtesy are not. Negative emotional intelligence. Low quality. Such a person destined to go not far. Isn't it just a bit of fame? And you're starting to play a big game so soon? What's the big deal? Look at him. He's all dressed up in ground floor goods. He's just pulling down the whole show. If you don't know, you'd think he's a redneck migrant laborer. Ha ha ha. At this point, the crowd stirred again. Yi Chen turned around and saw Yang Mi walking out from the VIP channel. She wore a pink t-shirt with an alalay pattern, a knee-length skirt, a black ultra-covered face, and a fisherman's hat on her head, which was girlish in addition to a sense of royalty and an iceberg female president. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, I'm afraid the only one who can combine these two temperaments at the same time is Boss Yang. Yang Mi's popularity could be much higher than Flower Dust Language. Even passers-by and airport staff couldn't help but give it a sideways glance. Ah, Big Mimi. It's Big Mimi. Whoa, the goddess is so beautiful. So much for fairies coming down to earth. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a woman could be this beautiful. Big Mimi is 100 times more beautiful in real life than on TV. And I finally understand what the concept of dumping is. Goddess, I love you. Yang Mi had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and without slanting her eyes, she took a step forward in a graceful manner and came to the side of Yi Chen and Hua Duanyue, slowly extending her hand. Thinking that Yang Mi was trying to shake his hand, Hua Duanyue quickly put his hand out and smiled slightly ingratiatingly. Hi honey. Unexpectedly, Yang Mi directly ignored him. Her slender hand reached out to Yi Chen and smiled sweetly. Yi Chen, hello, nice to meet you. I'm a fan of yours. Oh, your songs are so well written. Dusty Flower was confused. The crowd at the scene was also all confused. Then the crowd exploded. Whoa, did I hear right? Big Mimi said she's a fan of Yi Chen? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen's charm is so great that even a goddess like De Mimi was captured. What kind of peach blossom luck did Yi Chen have to actually get the favor of a goddess? Ha ha ha, you guys, look at Flower Dusty's face. It's really as wonderful as it can be. Flower Dust talk, wrong payment after all. If I were him, I'd hate to have to flee the planet overnight. It's so damn embarrassing. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but be confused in his mind. The goddess Yang Mi is my fan? She likes my songs? Also, why did it always feel like there was something meaningful and unintentional about her smile? However, Yi Chen reacted very quickly and immediately extended his hand, shaking Yang Mi's hand and faintly said, "Hello MS. Young, it's nice to meet you too, and thank you for liking my song." Yang Mi smiled sweetly, "Looking forward to your wonderful performance in the program. Don't let me down. Oh, we'll see you tomorrow." After saying that, he waved his hand at Yi Chen and walked out of the airport without looking back. Flower Dusty was left out to dry the entire time, so embarrassed that she could have picked out 3 rooms with her toes. With 2 social deaths in a row, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Now he was filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the end, it was only after the assistant's reminder that Hua Duanyu snapped out of her awkward state and walked outside with a cold face and without a word. He couldn't figure out how he could not understand where he had offended Yang Mi, and she actually didn't give him any face at all, embarrassing him in public. If he knew that the reason why Yang Mi was giving him a hard time was all because of Yi Chen, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The group arrived at the square outside the airport, where the program had already arranged for staff to meet them. The 4 judges, Yang Mi, Shui Ji dissatisfaction, Hua Dusty language, and Tall Tight, rode in the show's luxury car and stayed in a 5-star upscale hotel, and the contestants had to travel by bus and stay in the most ordinary business hotels. Thinking of this, Hua Duanyu's heart felt much more comfortable, and she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen in triumph. No matter what, he was the judge and Yi Chen was the contestant. The 2 are worlds apart in terms of status and treatment. Yang Mi and Hua Dusty language and the others got into the luxurious cars arranged by the program team respectively. Yi Chen was about to board the bus with the group of participants. A staff member, however, suddenly called out to him, smiling attentively and respectfully, "Mr. Yi Chen, our director has instructed that during the competition, your treatment is the same as the 4 jury teachers. You're staying in the same hotel as them, so please ride in the same car as Mr. Flower Dusty language." Chapter 18, the Chinese music scene is about to change. Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned, not realizing that the program group valued him so much that they actually gave him the same treatment as Yang Mi and the others. But, put him in a car with Flower Dust language. Well, the show is really good at fixing jobs. Yi Chen was not a small-minded person. Besides, although he and Hua Duanyue looked at each other in a bad light, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. "Thanks." He nodded at the staff member and walked toward the Dusty Flowers car. When Hua Duanyue heard the staff say that Yi Chen's treatment was the same as his, he had already exploded with anger. How could he allow Yi Chen to sit in the same car as him? Seeing Yi Chen walking towards him, he immediately said coldly, "I'm sorry, I'm not used to riding in the same car as someone else, especially someone who's all grounded up." After saying that, Hua Dusty language smugly sized up Yi Chen, thinking, "Oh, it's finally your turn to be embarrassed this time, isn't it?" But just then, Yang Mi in the car next to her suddenly smiled and invited, "Yi Chen, take my car," he said, opening the car door. Yi Chen hesitated slightly, said thank you, and got into Yang Mi's car. Dusty Flowers. Those other contestants were all envious. "Holy, Yi Chen, this guy, his peach blossom luck is too strong, isn't it?" Envious, obviously a contestant, but enjoys the same treatment as the judges and mentors. Same players, how come the difference is so big? Resign yourself to your fate. You don't see how hot people Yi Chen has been lately. The heat isn't any worse than a first-tier star, okay? Yeah, technically speaking, Yi Chen is no longer considered a pure newcomer. Why do I feel like the title is already set in stone by him? What's the point of this competition? Damn it, I want to ride in the same car as Goddess Yang Mi too. The chauffeur drove toward the luxury hotel the show had booked. Yi Chen and Yang Mi sat in the back row, leaving a person's distance in the middle empty. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Neither of them said anything. The beauty was close at hand, and Yi Chen could clearly smell the ghostly body fragrance emanating from Yang Mi's body. And then there is the fact that he finally knows why Young Mimi is called Big Mimi. It's really big. It's not that he's horny, it's just that it's so striking that it's hard for him not to notice. Even the driver uncle was secretly observing Yang Mi through the rearview mirror. In order to avoid embarrassment, Yi Chen tried to control his eyes and not glance towards Yang Mi, yet the more he tried to control it, the more he couldn't. Yang Mi noticed Yi Chen's eyes, and her snow-white pretty face suddenly blossomed with haze, while her heart couldn't help but feel a little smug. If Yi Chen saw that she didn't react at all, then she would really be angry. "Mr. Yi Chen, I wonder if you've signed an agency." Yang Mi finally took the lead and broke the awkward atmosphere. "Not yet." Yi Chen didn't understand why Yang Mi asked that. Yang Mi smiled. "I wonder if you're interested in signing with my company?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then said, "I'm really sorry, that's not something I've considered yet. I think it's nice to be on my own, free and uninhibited." Yang Mi didn't force the issue and smiled sweetly. Since that's the case, I won't force you to do so. Think about it again. Our joshing world's door will always be open for you. At this point her internal OS was, oh, you'll be mine sooner or later anyway. There's no rush. Okay, I'll think about it. While talking, the car arrived at the luxury hotel. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Chen arrived at his room. Coincidentally, Yang Mi's room was next door to his. After resting for half a day, in the afternoon, Yi Chen and the other contestants came to the recording venue of the program. They have to communicate with the music director and band teacher in advance about the songs they will perform. The music director's name is Jin Xiaogang, also a big name in the music industry, having served as the director and advisor of several popular music variety shows. When it was Yi Chen's turn, Jin Xiaogang asked, Yi Chen, I've heard both of your songs, they're very good. Are you going to sing Father or Someone Like Me tomorrow? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen said in a shocking manner. Neither. I want to perform a brand new original song. What? Jin Xiaogang and the band teacher were stunned. They had thought that Yi Chen would sing his famous song, but they didn't realize that he was going to sing a new song. However, Jin Xiaozong was after all someone who had seen the world, and quickly calmed down, stating that he wanted to see Yi Chen's new song first. Yi Chen handed Jin Xiaogang the prepared lyrics book. Fade Away the Sorrow? Jin Xiaogang and the band teacher looked up. Upon reading the lyrics and sheet music of the entire song, the two looked at each other and both saw amazement and excitement in the other's eyes. Great song, great song. It's a great song. No worse than Father or Someone Like Me. The two were completely relieved. Originally, Jin Xiaozong wanted to nitpick and see if there was anything that needed to be improved, but he watched it several times in a row before realizing that the song Fading Sorrows was simply impeccable, both in terms of lyrics and composition, and the arrangement was perfect. Jin Xiaozong's eyes changed as he looked at Yi Chen and excitedly said to the band teacher, looks like the Chinese music scene is about to change. Jin Xiaozong's team is worthy of being top in the industry, and works perfectly with any type of singer, no matter what style of song. Yi Chen rehearsed twice to make sure there was nothing wrong, and then returned to the hotel. The following afternoon, Studio Hall. All New Singers is finally official. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, netizens scrambled in. The audience quickly reached 1 million. Yang Mi, Shui Ji dissatisfaction, Hua dusty language, and Tall Tight appeared in the screen. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Ah, great, it's finally on. Big Mimi is so pretty. Hannah is so handsome. How in the world can there be someone so handsome and talented? I'm here for Hannah. Flower Universe Invincible first handsome. Do not accept refutation. Old Shui is handsome too. Okay? Host Ho Jong came to the stage. Hello everyone. Welcome to the music variety show All New Singers. Exclusively titled by Trenshu Milk. Not every kind of milk is called Trenshu. After reading the opening speech, Hee Jong briefly talked about the rules of the program and introduced the next 4 judges. Yang Mi and the other 4 greeted the audience. Then, it was finally the turn of the much-anticipated singing session. One by one, the contestants take their turn on stage. As for Yi Chen, he could only wait patiently behind closed doors in the lounge because he was deliberately placed at the end of the finale by Long Xiaoni. Netizens, however, couldn't wait and swiped their pop-ups to complain. Why hasn't Yi Chen appeared yet? Where's Yi Chen? I'm watching this program just to hear him sing. How come it's not his turn yet? The program group is so cocky. They must have known Yi Chen's popularity was high, so they intentionally put him at the end of the line. Time flew by, and under the thousands of calls from the netizens, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to make an appearance. The next contestant to take the stage and sing is Yi Chen. Wow! As soon as Hee Jong's words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Chapter 19, A Song of Fading Sorrows, amazing the whole internet. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Finally waiting for Yi Chen to make his debut. Yi Chen, go Yi Chen. There's no suspense in this installment. All Yi Chen has to do is sing a song like Father or Someone Like Me. Isn't it a sure win? With the fans eagerly waiting, Yi Chen walked onto the stage. He was carrying a modeled acoustic guitar, wearing a whitewashed shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of cottage brand shoes. The crowd couldn't help but be taken aback at the sight of his shabby attire. Yi Chen is at least 1 million fans of the network Red. Just 2 Sons of Bounty have earned 300,000 yuan. Why so shabbily dressed? Ha ha ha, look guys, Yi Chen actually wore a piece of ground floor goods and went on the show. It's really not embarrassing. Oh, where are the migrant workers from? Going to the wrong place. You're telling me it's a Netflix? Ha ha, redneck is more like it. Yi Chen has pulled down the entire program. One mouse has spoiled a pot of porridge. Disgraceful. Better find a construction site to move bricks. Blossom Dusty's fans seized the opportunity to viciously taunt, yet even they had to admit it. Even though Yi Chen was dressed in a ground-up outfit, it was hard to hide his heaven-defying face value and extraordinary temperament. Many passerby netizens have become fans of his face. Wow, this little brother called Yi-chen is so handsome. Wearing a piece of ground floor goods and still so handsome. If this is properly dressed up, how handsome must it be? Love, love, love. Just for Yi-chen's handsome face that breaks the sky. Sister, I'm going to powder him. The moment I saw Yi-chen, I even thought of a name for the baby, anonymized. To face. What's wrong with wearing ground goods? Yi-chen is just more handsome than Flower Mage even if he's draped in a sack. Hee-jeong couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself as he stood next to Yi-chen. He was not tall to begin with. And standing next to Yi-chen, he was even more tragically set off. Hello Yi-chen, may I ask what kind of song you will bring us today? Hee-jeong just wanted to escape the stage quickly now. I'm going to sing a new original song for you today called Fade Away. Boom! As soon as Yi-chen's words left his mouth, both the judges present, the live audience, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were all stunned. What? A new song? Original again? Asterisk. Yi-chen actually wrote another new song in such a short period of time? Awesome. Doesn't Yi-chen even have a creative bottleneck? It's only been a few days since the last song, Father? No donkey in the production team has as much liver as he does. Ha, great. I can hear Yi-chen's new song again. Although I really want to hear Yi-chen's new song. Isn't it too risky for him to sing a new song in a competition program? Talented people are so capricious and confident. Yang Mi and Shueji dissatisfaction all had glowing eyes as well. Full of anticipation for Yi-chan's new song, Flower Dusty urged impatiently. Well, hurry up and get started. Our time is precious. Yang Mi's face sank, her distaste for Flower Dusty words increasing by a few more points. Then she smiled sweetly at Yi-chen. Yi-chen, start. Come on, the show is almost over. But the number of followers is still the same 1 million or so that it started with. It shows that those singers in front of them are of average standard and are not able to attract new viewers in at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Shiwei and I had the foresight to arrange for Yi-chen to appear in the finale, I'm afraid that half of the audience would have run away long ago. Long Siamese nasebrows were furrowed, and there was some anxiety in her heart. Yi-chen, don't let me down. It's all up to you to make this program work. Snap. The lights on the stage suddenly went out and the big screen behind them lit up. A few lines appeared on the big screen. Sorrow. Lyrics, Yi-chen. Composer, Yi-chen. Arrangement, Yi-chen. Sings, Yi-chen. A beam of light hit Yi-chen, accentuating his lonely and despondent temperament. A wind chime-like intro plays, followed by a slightly mournful accordion sound. Yi-chen slowly played the worn-out acoustic guitar. A soft and beautiful melody, with a hint of sadness and despondency, flowed out from between his fingers. The crowd instantly brightened up, eyes wide open and ears perked up as they gazed intently at Yi-chen on the stage. After the intro, Yi-chen slowly opened his mouth and sang, "When you walk into this pleasure ground, carry all your dreams and thoughts on your back. All colors of makeup on all colors of faces. No one remembers what you look like." Yi-chen's voice was low and hoarse, permeated with a vicissitude of silence. Infectious. Just by hearing that, everyone was mesmerized. A great song often grabs the listener's heart with the first line and leaves them wanting more. There was no doubt that Yi-chen had done it. 3 rounds of drinks later you're in the corner, stubbornly singing the bitter song of the, listening to it get drowned out in the din of. You pick up your glass and say to yourself, singing here. Yi-chen paused slightly, then violently raised his voice. One for the sunrise and one for the moonlight. Wake me up to the desire to tenderize a cold window, so you can fly against the wind without looking back. Not afraid to have rain on my heart and frost on my eyes. When the chorus started, everyone froze, as if their heartstrings were tugged by something, making a boom sound, and their souls seemed to tremble with it. What kind of divine lyrics are these? It's so beautiful, isn't it? Each line seems like a modern poem. One for the homeland, one for the faraway land, keeping my goodness and urging me to grow up, so the road north and south will never be long again. The soul no longer has nowhere to rest. Yi-chen continued to sing, completely ignoring the reactions of the others. Whenever he opens his mouth to sing, he enters a world of music that is uniquely his own. Listeners will be brought into the world by him as well. This was the charm of the system-rewarded sound skill. The master-level emotional engagement skill, on the other hand, allows him to put all of his emotions into his singing, enhancing the infectiousness of the song. Dorked out, everyone was dumbfounded, completely immersed in Yi-chen's song. The studio hall of hundreds was silent. Even the backstage staff, including Long Song-e and I, were mesmerized. The live streamers forgot to post comments and pop-ups. While looking at the lyrics flashing across the screen, he recalled the mesmerizing melody. Even Yi-chen's simple whistle was so heartfelt. Yang Mi savored the lyrics and her eyes couldn't help but tear up. Shueji's dissatisfaction was even more shocked and dumbfounded. His mouth opened into an O shape, his hands holding his head, studying the lyrics word by word, his heart shocked to the extreme. For her part, Flower Dust Language's face became increasingly ugly. Tall and tight with a big belly, shaking a paper fan, not knowing what to think. Melancholy melodies and solid lyrics that silently break every heart. Everyone was enveloped by an inexplicable feeling of loneliness and despair, and could not help but wet their eyes. Some of the emotional girls even shed crystallized tears. Backstage studio, the corner of Long Shiwei's eyes can't help but moisten. At that moment, a staff member suddenly shouted in excitement. Up! It's gone up! Director Long, look! The popularity and number of viewers in the live broadcast room has risen. Chapter 20, The Fancy Arsonist. Long Eni hurriedly walked over to the screen that was monitoring the data. Sure enough, the number of viewers in the live stream was surging at a rapid rate. 120W, 130W, 190W, 200W. Soon, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room rose to 2 million, and the popularity even reached 20 million. The backstage crew couldn't help but high-five and cheer. Yi Chen had only used one song, half a song to be exact, to add 1 million viewers to the program, directly doubling it. Even Long Sisyphus and Jin Xiaogang, who had seen the world, couldn't help but get excited. Director Long, it looks like our program is going to be on fire. Jin Xiaogang was beyond excited. Long Siamese Nei nodded and laughed happily. Yi Chen is truly our lucky star. She immediately ordered the cameraman to give Yi Chen more shots through her headset, and asked the judges, such as He Jiong and Yang Mi, to talk to Yi Chen more and make sure to keep him. Studio Hall. Yi Chen's song continued. One for tomorrow and one for the past. Supporting my body with heavy shoulders, while never believing in the so-called mountain high. Life is too short to be nostalgic. The chorus ended and Yi Chen whistled. The crowd just felt that even the whistling was so touching. An unresolved loneliness and despondency is heard in it. There are other sorrows and dark hatred, but at this time no sound is better than sound. One blast to freedom, one blast to death. Forgive me for my mediocrity and dispel the confusion. While it's always scribbling away after dawn. Sober people are the most ridiculous. Yi Chen closed his eyes and sang the last word. The song ended and the whistle started again. Snap! The stage lights up. The crowd, however, seemed to remain immersed in darkness. This song is so vicarious. Everyone subconsciously associated themselves and felt that Yi Chen was singing about them. There was silence. Now and then a sob or two rang out. Many were silently wiping away tears. Yi Chen once again showed them the charm of music. A truly good song allows the listener to see themselves, heaven and earth, and all beings. Anyone with feelings and flesh and blood can't help but be moved by this song. This is a work written and sung from the heart, poured with Yi Chen's true feelings. The only way to impress people is with their hearts. Truly great singers are masters of psychology and can make the listener cry and laugh along with him. A short song seemed as long as a century. Everyone felt as if they had been through a long lifetime. Ryoko, Ryoko. The crowd finally came to its senses. Pop, pop, pop. The scene erupted into a mountain of applause. The audience, both live and in the broadcast room, all applauded vigorously. In order to show their respect for Yi Chen, many people even stood up. Even certain fans of flower dust language subconsciously clapped along. The applause was so loud that it almost toppled the roof of the studio hall. He Jeong opened his mouth to speak several times, but was interrupted by the applause. There was no choice but to wait for the applause to die down before he spoke. Thank you Yi Chen for this such a touching and great song. Since then, the Chinese music scene has had another classic gold song named Fading Sorrows. I'm not afraid to laugh. I just cried at the words and almost forgot them. He Jeong didn't lie. His eyes were red and moist at the corners of his eyes. It looked like he had just cried. No one laughed at him, because the others are no better. The song doesn't force emotions, but every lyric is like a needle in the softest part of everyone's heart. The netizens who had slowed down immediately launched a frenzy of pop-ups. Bullseye. Yi Chen Bullseye. It's so good. I love this song. Why is every song by Yi Chen so tearful? The lyrics are so well written. Yi Chen is so talented. That's not lyrics. It's a modern poem. Okay? Whether it's the lyrics, the melody, the arrangement or the vocals, they're all so perfect. Yi Chen YYDS. I think this song is better than the first two. Yi Chen is simply a musical genius. One song is better than the other. Yi Chen is strong away from the original. The audience at the scene was even more excited, chanting Yi Chen's name over and over again. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen. Yang Mi and Shuiji's dissatisfaction were both moved to tears, their eyes glistening with tears. Flower dust language had a potty face the entire time, not moving on the surface, but thinking jealously in her heart. I wish I had written such a great song. Why did it have to be Yi Chen? For his part, Taltite had a slight look of contempt on his face as he fanned the paper fan in his hand. Backstage, Long Shiwei took another look at the screen in front of her, and her pupils instantly dilated, unable to close her mouth in shock. Real-time online viewers 300W. The number of viewers on the live broadcast went up by another million, while the popularity reached 30 million. Mind you, this is only the first installment. Long E and I was so excited that she almost took off in place. Miracle. It's absolutely miraculous. Studio Hall. Hee-jung inserted another commercial and then said, "Okay, next up is the judges' scoring session. So I'm going to ask the 4 judges to give your heartfelt ratings. And Mimi, you go first." Yang Mi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of countless men, every knit of the brows and smile is full of charm. There is something heartbreakingly beautiful even in the sadness of the tears. Yi-chen, you really didn't let me down. To say something without fear of offending anyone, I haven't heard such a good Chinese song in many years. The lyrics, the melody, the arrangement of this song Fading Sorrows are all so perfect, and your vocals are amazing. I felt like I wasn't just listening to a song. It was more like watching a movie or even experiencing a life. The playground of joy in the lyrics can be the glittering world of show business, the complexity of society and the world, in which each of us is both in the midst of it and as if we were an outsider, a passerby. I understand your loneliness, your despondency, your out of place, out of time, everything you express in your lyrics, because I feel like you're singing about me. A really good song must be able to touch people's hearts. Congratulations Yi-chen, you've managed to steal my heart and put a fire in it. Young Mi's words speak for most people. Great words from Big Mimi. What Goddess Mimi said is what I wanted to say. Me too. Wait, what did Big Mimi mean when she said Yi-chen stole her heart? She doesn't have her eyes on Yi-chen, does she? Oh my god. Big Mimi is also too daring to say that this is going to be a hot topic. Setting fire to the heart? A fangirl arsonist? Sour, envious. Chapter 21, the flower mage's face is gone. Yang Mi finished and flashed her rating. 10 votes. Each of the 4 judges can give a contestant up to 10 votes. That was the highest number of votes the judges could give. I knew it had to be. This is the first full vote since the show started. Yi-chen deserves his name. Yeah, it's only fair if Fade Away doesn't even get a full vote. Whoa Mimi's evaluation of Yi-chen is very high. She actually gave 10 votes. Hee-jung asked Shueji dissatisfaction again. Old Shui, what about you? Shueji dissatisfaction, however, turned a deaf ear and looked down intently at the lyrics on the lyrics book. Ahem, Mr. Shueji dissatisfaction, can you hear me? Please give your grade. Hee-jung had to cue Shueji dissatisfaction again. Shueji dissatisfaction then as if waking up from a dream. Punchy stood up, excitedly said, 1 for the sunrise and 1 for the moonlight, 1 for the homeland and 1 for the faraway land, 1 for tomorrow and 1 for the past, 1 for freedom and 1 for death. Great, those are great lyrics. I'm a man who specializes in lyrics, and I've been writing lyrics all my life, and yet to my shame, even I can't write them this well. Yi-chen, you make me ashamed of myself and jealous. I don't deserve to sit in the judge's seat and evaluate your songs at all. Your words are so good they make me want to bring you to your knees. Really, no exaggeration at all. At this statement, the audience was shocked. The live feed instantly exploded. Shueji dissatisfaction's talent was obvious to all. Even he was not as good as Yi-chen, and he even bluntly said that he wanted to kneel down to Yi-chen. That's a billion points too far. The crowd couldn't figure out for a moment whether Shueji dissatisfaction was sincere or whether he was deliberately trying to create an atmosphere and create a gimmick. Hua Dusty Language's face became more and more ugly as he said with a leathery smile, "Oh, Mr. Shueji dissatisfaction is really humorous. Worthy of being a famous segment player. For the sake of the show's effect it's also too much of a fight. Those who don't know it would think that you're telling the truth." Shueji dissatisfaction, how could he not hear the mocking intent of Hua Dusty's words, and said with some anger, "I'm not kidding. Speaking from the heart, I dare to swear in front of everyone that if Yi-chen can next write a song that's even better than Fading Sorrows, I'll immediately kneel down for him, and I'll never go back on my word." Needless to say, Shueji dissatisfaction also gave Yi-chen 10 votes, without waiting for Hee Jiankyu to cue himself. Hua Dusty Language directly lit up his hand card, and the numbers on the card were incomparably blinding. 2 votes? How can it be 2 votes? Nima, this rating is too low. Yi-chen's fans were incomparably angry, and they were spitting on the live broadcast. Asterisk. Does Flower Dust Language know anything about music? What qualifications does Flower Dust Language have to comment on Yi-chen's song? 2 votes? Oh, how dare he? Such a good song. He actually gave such a low rating. May I ask, where is his professionalism as a judge? Is there something wrong with Flower Dusty's ears? You can donate your ears if you don't need them. Offbeat, Mom open the door. I'm offbeat. Jealousy, it's abject jealousy. The flower mage has lost his face. Yuck. Disgusting. The fans of Flower Dusty Words quit, and swore at Yi-chen's fans. What the hell do you guys know about music? Blossom's reviews are clearly fair. It'd be nice to give 2 votes for that Thai song. If you ask me, he should have been eliminated outright. Is Flower the judge? Or are you guys the judges? Hold it if you don't want to. The live feeds were noisy. The scene was also tense to the core. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Even Yang Mi and Shuiji dissatisfaction were very dissatisfied with Hua Dusty Language's approach. Even if you give a 5 vote, what's the point of giving 2 votes? Isn't that insulting? Those contestants in front of them were clearly inferior to Yi Chen in terms of both their singing skills and their songs. And Hua Duanin had even given them 5 or 6 votes. Yi Chen sang so well but only got 2 votes. Shouldn't it be so obvious? Lan Yue and I was also furious enough to almost explode. She had clearly reminded Flower Dust Language through her earpiece just now, telling him to make sure to leave Yi Chen behind. Flower Dust Language actually ignored it and gave Yi Chen such a low rating. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to contradict her? Long Eni wanted to go straight to his agent and ask him to apologize, but she calmed down again when she saw the fans of both sides who were arguing in the live broadcast. When you think about it, what Dusty Flowers is doing can only be good for the show. Anyway, Yi Chen had gotten 20 votes, so there was no way he would be eliminated anyway. Under this premise, it no longer mattered how Flower Dust Language was rated. The more unbiased his comments are, the more conversation he'll create for the show. The more heatedly Yi Chen and Hua Duanyu's fans argued, the more heated the show became. Either way, it's the program and her that ultimately benefit. That's why Long Shui and I didn't stop Hua Dusty's speech, but instead said to He Jiong through the earphone, Mr. He, let Flower Dusty speak more. He Jiong was also a veteran and immediately understood. Hannah's comment is really out of everyone's expectation. Flower, can you tell us why you gave that comment? Hua Dusty said with a stern face, I gave 2 votes for my own reasons. At first glance, Yi Chen's song Fading Sorrows does sound somewhat touching, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. In my opinion, the song is uninspired, cliched in both word and song, and sickly, pretentious and deliberately melodramatic. Maybe you guys think this song is very touching, but in my opinion, this kind of touching is very cheap, like a beggar deliberately selling misery, forcing people to shed tears and be touched. The hometown, faraway place, freedom, death and so on expressed in the song are also old-fashioned things. It's 2022. Our musicians are actually still singing these outdated things, still writing these old-fashioned and outdated melodies and lyrics. To say that a word of unimaginative is not an exaggeration at all, right? Actually, it's not Yi Chen's fault, because many musicians in our country are still stuck in this uninspired state. So it's no wonder that we're being left far behind by foreign music, and we're slow to converge with international trends. That's why I've always been committed to musical experimentation, striving to create pioneering music that is in line with international standards, more advanced and in line with the world's trends. We need to go out and see the wider world out there instead of confining ourselves to our own little circle and sitting on the sidelines. Look at people's Jia Riting from Rice. Look at people's Quan Jirong from Chill. This is a real international superstar, a real singer. All in all, I hope that our singers, all of them, will be more enterprising and learn well from foreign musicians, instead of sticking to the old ways and singing these old-fashioned things. Chapter 22, Disliking Moyo Dogs. The entire room was silent after Flower Dust's speech finished speaking. The crowd was stunned by his comments. Where was this commenting on Yi Chen? He's blasting the entire Chinese music scene, dissing all the singers in the country. Baek Jae, who was watching the program, cursed an idiot in anger. In a live program, in front of tens of millions of viewers, saying such brainless words. Isn't it to bring shame on oneself? Criticizing Yi Chen is fine. Why raise it to the whole Chinese music industry? Don't you think you've made enough enemies? Those fans of Flower Dust Language who still had some sense and brains also realized that their idol had said the wrong thing and pinched a cold sweat for him. However, those brainless brainwashed fans, who didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest, were still blowing awkwardly on the air. Aha, Hannah is so bossy. Jime guys, handsome aren't they? It's still our Flower who is farsighted and has an international perspective. This pattern is not comparable to some ratty bumpkins. Oh, some people's fans look at what it means to have a pattern. Yi Chen and our Flower aren't even in the same realm. It's obvious that Flower is looking at the longer term. In the entire Chinese music scene, Flower is the only one who's holding on hard. It hurts to think about it. Don't even look at the last name of the Chinese music scene. Hua is now the top pillar of the Chinese music scene, the face of the nation's singers. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although my heart aches for Flower, I still hope he can lead Chinese music to the world. Flower Dust Language also realized at this moment that she had drifted a bit just now and said the wrong thing. It's not like he's a little cutie. How could he be so stupid as to make enemies on all sides and offend an entire showbiz singer? The truth is that I was so carried away just now that I didn't recognize it for a moment and forgot to hit the brakes. After all, it's still drifting. This definitely counts as an airing accident, and a very tragic one at that. If it had been taped, this part of his speech would have been cut out later, but it's live now. There's not even a chance to remedy the situation. The matter has come to this point. Hua Duanyu knows that it is useless to regret, and can only continue to forcefully concave the persona. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Flower dust language. Your strange talk is simply a slip of the tongue. Forgive me for not being able to agree with it. Hiss. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Surprised, we all felt a little excited again. Look at this situation. It's to harden flower dust language. Over the years of its debut, flower dust language has gained a lot of fans under the operation of Capital, but it has also been widely criticized. His dancing godlike stage style and mage-like approach to fancy vocals made many people call out their hot eyes. There are still a lot of people who look at him the wrong way. It's only in the way that his fan fights are just too strong. No one wants to make a fool of themselves and have nothing to do. This has led to a growing frenzy for Dusty Flowers and his fans. Even such shameless words as the Chinese music industry follows the surname of Hua Duanyue, and Hua Duanyue is the top pillar of Chinese music were said. Now that they saw that Yi Chen was going to dislike flower dusty language, everyone got excited. Even Yang Mi and Shueji dissatisfaction had expressions of anticipation on their faces. The fans of flower dust language, however, were like dogs whose tails had been stepped on, barking in the live broadcast room. Does Yi Chen know how to be polite? How can my Flora be said to be his judgmentor? How dare he call Flora by her name? Not even a teacher. Oh, not even the most basic manners. Emotional intelligence is simply negative. How on earth did this kind of person catch fire? With this kind of emotional intelligence, he's still mixing with the entertainment industry? I think it's better for him to go to the countryside to farm. What kind of face does he have to call Hannah funny? I think he's the one who's funny. A traitorous luck clown who's worthy of questioning Hannah? I think he's drifting. Still say what dare not agree. Also do not take a piss to look in the mirror. See how old you are. Your opinion is very important? Do you have a say here? Yi Chen's fans quit and immediately launched a retaliation. Yi Chen dislikes well. Certain people have just been kneeling for too long and can't stand up. I'm most annoyed with the showbiz industry's moving teacher nonsense. Hua Dusty language still wants to be Yi Chen's teacher? Let me just ask if he's worthy. Oh, what qualifications does Hua Dusty language have to represent the Chinese music scene, and to lead Chinese music to the world? Don't be shameless, okay? Whoever can name 3 of his masterpieces, other than fans of flower dust language, counts me out. Hua Dusty language's face was gloomy, and his heart was bursting with rage as he pretended to be generous. We all have our own opinions, and you are welcome to express your different views. You think I'm wrong? I'd like to hear what you can say about it. Yi Chen said indifferently. First of all, I don't agree with you when you say my songs are corny and outdated. Hometown, faraway place, freedom, death, these words never go out of fashion and have always been the subject of music. Secondly, you say my lyrics are too simple and not innovative. I do think that the single-minded pursuit of so-called innovation is instead a misguided path. There is a saying in the Book of Rites in music that great music must be easy and great rituals must be simple. And good music is often very simple and plain, without all the bells and whistles. And I'm not forcing sensationalism, I'm just expressing my true feelings. Every lyric, every note is felt, but to each his own, and to each his own, and to each his own. And if you don't like my songs, there's no way I'm going to force you to like them. Just like I don't like your so-called avant-garde music either, all that new and different experimental music. But I don't agree with you when you say that foreign music is better than ours. For years, the dominant aesthetic of the music industry has been dominated by the West, with the discourse firmly in the hands of those foreigners. In fact, it's not only music, but also literature, film, painting, photography, and so on. This makes many people feel that the foreign moon is the fullest, and that foreign culture is the highest and most advanced, the most fashionable and the most in tune with the world's trends. So much so that they have lost faith in their own traditional culture but feel that we are inferior in everything and foreign countries are better than us in everything. Many people cut their heads, desperately trying to get closer to foreign cultures, lowly catering to foreign values, and even pandering to foreigners to the point of belittling themselves and smearing the nationals and the culture of their own people, without a trace of backbone, and without even the most basic dignity and face of being a human being. They don't even recognize their own ancestors, but they go out and identify themselves as thieves, vilify their own compatriots, and stigmatize their own traditional culture, just to cater to Western aesthetic standards, in order to get the approval of the foreign lord, willing to be the licking dog of the foreign lord, but also beautifully called with the international standards. Disgraceful or not, is it a disgrace? Chapter 23, Hualu is the most dangerous. Yi Chen's words were impassioned and deafening. Everyone in the room, including the netizens in the live broadcast room and the backstage staff, once again sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Yi Chen's remarks were just too bold. Just now, flower dust language dissed the entire Chinese music scene. Now Yi Chen had broadened his attack and was directly dissing the entire civic world. Had Yi Chen really drifted like the fans of flower dust language said? It was Yi Chen's fans' turn to worry. Even Yang Mi clenched her pink fists and secretly sweated for him. Hua Dusty language was scolded by Yi Chen, holding a belly full of anger. A face that was already smeared with a lot of foundation was even more furious and white. However, when he thought of the consequences of Yi Chen shelling the entire entertainment industry, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart, cursing Yi Chen for being a fool. Thinking darkly, Yi Chen, just continue to play dead. The more you talk, the more miserable you'll die. He Jiang on the stage coughed and quietly winked at Yi Chen, signaling him to stop talking. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't even see it and continued to speak to himself. We in the Dragon Kingdom have a vast land area, a long history of 5,000 years and a splendid culture. For 5,000 years we have stood at the world's poker table and watched the rise and fall of one rival after another. 5,000 years. Who can spend another 5,000 years with us? The world's 10 major civilizations. The other 9 have long since been disconnected. Only our Dragon Kingdom civilization has continued to this day. Shouldn't we be proud of who we are as dragons? I really can't figure out why there are people who turn a blind eye to their own country's excellent culture and discard it as if it were their own, but worship those foreign cultures as if they were treasures. Since ancient times, the Cold Kingdom has only been a vassal state of our country, and we have always been their teacher, especially in the field of culture. When is it the teacher's turn to learn from the student in turn? No, even like a thief? Here, I would like to say to all the musicians in the country, don't let the cold stream get more and more arrogant. Hallyu is the most hanging, Hallyu is the top stream in the world. Boom! Yi Chen's deafening voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Each person is like the purest enlightenment. Blood surging, sweat hairs stand up, the mood of excitement. Tears cannot help but come out of their eyes. He Jeong was the first to applaud and said excitedly, "Good, that's a great point." Then, one by one, the crowd woke up as if in a dream. The scene immediately erupted into applause 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Many people applauded and cheered with excitement and exuberance. Yes, well said, overbearing. It's so dominating, so moving and brilliantly put. Good job Yi Chen. The tidal wave of applause lasted a long time. Aside from the fans of Flower Dusty, more than half of the audience in the venue were clapping and cheering vigorously. Yang Mi and Shuiji dissatisfaction also applauded with tears in their eyes. Even those netizens watching the program in the live broadcast room were infected by the atmosphere of the scene and couldn't help but stand up, shedding tears of excitement while clapping vigorously. It was as if Hua Dusty and his fans had become outsiders, looking incredibly awkward for a moment. The reason why Yi Chen's remarks had caused such a big reaction was, in the final analysis, because they had spoken everyone's mind. In recent years, the cold front has become more and more aggressive, and the infiltration of foreign cultures has become increasingly serious. On the other hand, the country's musicians and filmmakers are just not up to the task, and there's nothing that can be taken as good. This allowed for foreign music and movies to flourish, especially the cold country next door. The cultural export is very powerful. From movies and TV dramas to pop songs, it has taken over almost half of the Dragon Kingdom. Certain dragons are sent to entertainment companies in cold countries as trainees from a young age, and then return home to make money when they finish their studies. Many variety shows, movies and TV dramas also often spend a lot of money to invite star performers from cold countries to join. Those Cold Kingdom artists are generally paid and treated a notch higher than their counterparts in the Dragon Kingdom. What is even more infuriating is that after they have earned our money, they have to turn around and call us old-fashioned and uneducated. The shameless knee-jerking behavior of certain stars and fans of the Dragon Kingdom has fueled the arrogance of the other side. For this status quo, many nationals with backbone and conscience have long been dissatisfied, but there is nothing they can do about it, and they dare not speak out, but can only choose to swallow their anger. The world has suffered from traffic stars and cold feet for a long time. Now that Yi Chen had come out of nowhere and raised his arms, his inspiring remarks caused countless people to resonate. Like a spark that lit a fuse, it triggered years of pent-up resentment and indignation in people's hearts. The applause and cheers in the studio hall were long-lasting. The pop-ups in the live stream were even blowing up straight away. Asterisk. Yi Chen Bullbatch. Cowardly. Old man's got goosebumps. Did Burn cry? Overbearing. Yi Chen is so damn overbearing. Great. What Yi Chen said is great. Hallyu is the most dangling. Hallyu is the top stream. Burning up. Okay? You've got guts. You've got guts. It's been a long time since I've heard such bloodthirsty words. Flower Dust Talk's brainwashed fans open their doggy eyes and see clearly what is meant by a real pattern. Too manly. Yi Chen like this is the real man. Trouble those sissy little fresh meat guys to get away. The brainwashed fans of Flower Dust language cursed in defiance. Oh, who doesn't know how to brag about beer? Rice. Chill's music is just better than ours. And it's wrong to tell the truth? Is it so hard to recognize someone else's excellence? Do you have to be alone to have fun? You're always talking about the last 5,000 years. Aren't you tired of that? Have the guts to compare it to the present. The truth now is that Chinese music really can't compare to other people's rice and cold countries. A famous historian of the cold country has long studied that our country does not have a long history of 5,000 years at all, and that the so-called 5,000 years is nothing more than putting gold on one's face. That's right, and according to the research of some foreign historians, many of our traditional cultures were imported from foreign countries. So on what grounds can we be said to worship foreigners? Complimenting others as pandering to foreigners? How can you be so glassy-eyed? You have no cultural confidence at all. Is this the measure of a so-called ancient civilized country? Fans on both sides once again argued heatedly. Some of the comments made by the brainwashed fans of flower dust language managed to stir up the public's anger. Even those melon-eating passers-by couldn't stand to watch, and joined the camp of Yi Chen's fans, scolding them for forgetting their ancestors. The live broadcast room seemed to have turned into a smoke-filled battlefield. The atmosphere in the studio hall scene is even more tense, and the smell of gunpowder in the air is getting thicker and thicker. Chapter 24, Terrifying Popularity. He Jeong, who was very experienced in hosting, immediately smiled and stepped forward to round off the conversation. Ha ha, I think I smell a smell of gunpowder. Everyone relax, don't make the atmosphere so tense. I'm notoriously timid. Everyone was amused. The tension eased a little. He Jeong continued. Everyone has their own creative philosophies and their own views on music at home and abroad. A gentleman seeks common ground, about which we can wait until the end of the program to discuss slowly. After all, our program will continue, said the man looking over at Tall Tight. Mr. Big Tight, please tell us what you think next. Tall Tight's opinion would have been similar to Flower Dusty's. However, he was a chicken thief, and was much more rounded than Hua Dusty Words, a rash young man. Seeing that Hua Duanin was being sprayed with dog blood, how could he still be stupid enough to run into the gun's mouth? Tall Tight shook his fan and babbled in a serious manner. While the lyrics of Fading Sorrows do have a suspicion of being for the sake of it, and the melody is somewhat simplistic, but it's undeniable that Yi Chen still has some talent, and overall he's done a respectable job. I guess, I'll give him 6 votes. Tall Tight is worthy of being a veteran, talking and handling the situation, giving a just passing grade. However, everyone could hear that Tall Tight actually didn't think very highly of Yi Chen. Just like Hua Dusty language, he clearly didn't listen to the remarks Yi Chen had just made. After all, his 3 views followed his 5 senses and were always incorrect. Everyone felt that Tall Tight's votes were given low. A chorus of boos rang out from the scene, and the netizens in the broadcast room were very indignant. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control again, He Jeong hurriedly changed the topic. Yi Chen, can I ask why you created the song Fading Sorrows? A slightly bitter smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. When I wrote this song, it was the most confused time in my life. When I had just been expelled from school and didn't know where to go. Lonely, confused, wandering, couldn't find the direction of my life, and couldn't see a bit of hope. It was in this frame of mind that I composed Sorrow Elimination, which, as the name suggests, means elimination of sorrow. All of us were young once, with ambitions and big dreams and expectations for the future, but on the way to grow up, all those wonderful people and things are gradually leaving us, and the more we grow up, the more we feel the strangeness and cruelty of the world, as well as the warmth and coldness of people and the coldness of the world. The winds and rains of life have worn out our original fervor and dreams, making us go from carefree teenagers to so weathered that we forget the sunny, cheerful, life-loving, life-focused version of ourselves. Oftentimes, the hardships of life and the skepticism and ridicule of others can cause us to lose hope of persevering and even have negative thoughts of getting it over with. I wrote this song to encourage my troubled self, but also to encourage anyone who is suffering from frustration. I hope that when we are faced with questions and blows, we will not give up on ourselves, we will not self-doubt, and we will not go with the flow, but rather, we will be brave enough to stand up for ourselves and live into what we really want to be. May we go through all the sales and come back as teenagers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene was once again filled with warm applause. The netizens in front of the screen clapped along. The pop-up screen swiped again. Yi Chen is so warm. I'm getting killed. Way to go. It's over. I seem to be falling in love with this man, and it's all because of his damn tenderness. What exactly has Yi Chen gone through? To be able to have such deep feelings, to be able to write such a warm and bitter song, after 1,000 sales, returning as a young man. This sentence is really great. Yi Chen's casual words are so rhythmic and philosophical. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes were dotted with tears as she looked at Yi Chen on the stage with a ghostly gaze. In a trance, it was as if her gaze traveled through time and space and saw her youthful and tender self. From a young actress, she grew to become a top stream in the country and a capital that countless people look up to. She's been through far more storms than the average person. It's like in the lyrics of Fade Away. Showbiz may seem to be a field of joy, but it is actually a battlefield without smoke. Everyone's face is made up and masked, full of hooks and tricks. Gradually, she became less innocent than she was at first. A pure and transparent heart, dressed in layers of armor, wrapped in a tenderness invisible to outsiders. Yi Chen's songs and speeches, however, were like a spring breeze that washed her dusty heart and aroused her youthful and spirited young girl's heart. It was as if she was 10 years younger, and she had transformed back into the carefree, vivacious teenage honey that she had been. The scene, naturally, was keenly captured on camera. When young Mi looked at Yi Chen, her heart was thinking of her former self, and her eyes unconsciously showed infinite tenderness. But this scene fell in the eyes of the netizens in the live broadcast room, and the nature of the scene changed. Asterisk 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 you guys, look at the way Big Mimi is looking at Yi Chen. Holy, what does that imploring look mean? Big Mimi couldn't be liking Yi Chen, could she? Big Mimi said she's a fan of Yi Chen and loves his songs. It's possible that she likes Yi Chen. It's the first time I've ever seen Omimi gazing at a man with such affectionate eyes, or in such a setting. Sour, I'm out of love. Netizens are very imaginative and quickly brainstormed a lingering love story. Hee Jeon was also moved to tears by Yi Chen's words. He wiped his tears with a tissue before continuing. Yi Chen, first of all, I want to congratulate you. You received a total of 28 votes, the highest number of votes out of all the contestants. Unfortunately, however, according to the rules of our program, if you get 30 votes, you can skip the next segment and advance directly to the next segment of the ultimate battle. But unfortunately you're only 2 votes short. Everyone felt sorry for Yi Chen, and at the same time, they all scolded Hua Duanhua for being unfair. A smug light smile appeared at the corner of Hua Dusty Language's mouth, only to hear Hee Jeon continue. However, our program has another rule. If the real-time internet popularity can reach 10 million, it can also directly advance to the ultimate battle. The following is a 10-minute voting period. For those who support Yi Chen, please click on the voting link at the bottom of the live broadcast and give Yi Chen your valuable vote. In order to ensure the openness and transparency of the data, the popularity value will be presented in real time on the big screen at the back of the stage in the form of a bar graph. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen's fans immediately clicked on the voting channel and voted for Yi Chen. A disdainful sneer appeared on Hua Duanin's face as she hugged her arms and looked at the large screen in front of her with interest. He didn't believe that Yi Chen's popularity value could reach 10 million. In his opinion, this link is completely superfluous and a waste of time. Soon, however, he was tragically slapped in the face. Chapter 25, the entire internet witnesses the birth of a superstar. An 18th line small netizen can reach a popularity value of 1000 W? Stop it, okay? If Yi Chen can have 1000 W of popularity, anti-elite Xiang Live, certain people are on the verge of blowing Yi Chen to the sky. If this doesn't reach 1000 W, won't it be a disgrace to the grandmother's house? It's more than a disgrace, it's like a public execution, okay? Other than Flower, which singer can just casually reach 1000 W popularity value? Sit back and wait for Yi Chen to be punched in the face. The fans of Flower Dust Language were sneering in the live broadcast room, bringing up the tempo one after another. However, they had severely underestimated Yi Chen's popularity. Cam, how dare you say Yi Chen is an 18th line small netizen? Punch them to death. If you don't vote and I don't vote, when will Yi Chen come out on top? Brothers and sisters, it's time to show them the power of our Yi family army. The Yi family army is on the march, and not an inch of grass will grow. Charge! Charge! The horn of the charge has been blown. Yi Chen's fans were like fighting a war, frantically voting for him to rush the list, and pulling in friends and family. Some people even register several accounts. Yang Ni looked around twice, seeing that no one was paying attention to her. She secretly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Joshing World's executive group and artist group respectively, taking up a few minutes of everyone's time to issue a temporary task. You guys immediately open the live broadcast of all new singers and vote for Yi Chen. Seeing this inexplicable order, Joshing World's executives all looked at each other, full of confusion and winded. What the hell? Boss Young, who has always been cold and stern, let them watch the live broadcast during working hours and vote for the contestants? I can't imagine that the national goddess Damimi would actually be a star chaser. After being surprised, they still immediately followed Yang Ni's instructions. In addition to voting himself, he also ordered all the staff under him to vote for Yi Chen as well. I can't believe I have to call the leaders idle for a shift. It's really not easy for social animals. Joshing World's artist group, on the other hand, exploded. Shu Shu Xiang, Sister Honey, what kind of person is this Yi Chen to you? Chan Yuk Ki, Sardar, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Beware of Sister Honey's deduction of your year-end bonus. Zhang Tanchi, wow, I just took a look. That little brother called Yi Chen is so handsome. No wonder even Sister Me is mesmerized. Reba, Sister Honey, you don't really like that player called what's her name Chen, do you? Wise men don't fall in love. I can remind you that none of the men are good. God, Yi Chen is surprisingly so handsome. Roger that. Sister honey, I'm going to vote for him. Even those passerby netizens, who were impressed by Yi Chen's songs and speeches, along with loathing flower dust language and its fans, joined in to vote for Yi Chen. For a time, Yi Chen's popularity skyrocketed wildly. 200W, 300W, 400W, 500W. Long Eni, who was always concerned about the live data, was so shocked that his eyes nearly fell out. She thought she had blinked and subconsciously rubbed her eyes. When she was sure that the numbers on the screen were accurate, her heart jumped into her throat with such excitement that she almost didn't faint. However, this was far from over. Yi Chen's popularity was surprisingly still rising. On the big screen behind the stage, the bar graph symbolizing the popularity value soared up one by one. The numbers on it were also increasing by the second, and it was a sight to behold. Every time the popularity value increased by 1 million, the host, He Jeong, read it out loud. 800W, 900W, 1000W. Oh my god, Yi Chen did it. He really did it. Congratulations to Yi Chen. His popularity value has reached 10 million and he has successfully advanced to the ultimate battle. Wow. The live studio, the studio hall, and the backstage of the program instantly exploded in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Yi Chen's fans cheered excitedly as if they had won a battle. Ha ha ha. Congratulations Yi Chen. Congratulations Yi Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen is so damn powerful. He hasn't even officially debuted yet and his popularity is so horrible. Who said Yi Chen was an 18th line internet star just now? How can you call this a small internet star? Even a popular top stream superstar wouldn't be able to reach 10 million popularity in such a short period of time, right? Yi Chen has redefined Netflix. Didn't the fans of Flower Dust Language say that Yi Chen would live stream and eat siang if he reached 10 million popularity? It's not like he won't keep his word, is it? Ha ha ha. Now realize how terrifying Yi Chen's popularity is, right? Fans of Flower Dust Talk, open your doggy eyes and see that this is the real top stream. Congratulations Yi Chen. Yi Chen forever drops God. Dense pop-ups covered the entire screen. In the next second, there was a lull in the live feed. With that, there was a sudden black screen. What's the situation? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? Why the sudden black screen? It's not like the servers are down, is it? Yi Chen's popularity is also too terrifying. It actually paralyzed the server of the live stream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the program team any good? Dropping the ball at a critical moment. Netizens have been trolling the comments section. Longyue and I was also startled by this sudden situation. What's going on? What happened? The assistant director replied with a complicated look. Dragon director. The traffic in the live room is surging and the server is paralyzed. Longyue and I was dumbfounded. Yi Chen's popularity was so terrifying that it had reached this point. She quickly reacted, though, and ordered the techs in a hurry. Activate backup servers immediately. The program has a backup server with more bandwidth and memory and a more stable line as a precaution. This server can host 10 million people online at the same time. I thought for sure I wouldn't be able to use it, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Longyue and I didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a while. The more popular in traffic the show gets, the more pressure she is under. The slightest mistake will backfire. Spare a thought for the experienced woman, but she had to fight her way through it. For those of you in the field and on the air, I'm really sorry, but we've had some unforeseen circumstances with our program, because Yi Chen's popularity is too terrifying. The server of the live broadcasting room has been paralyzed, but the technical department's personnel are working hard to repair it, so please be at ease. He Jeong's ability to adapt to the situation was very strong, and he quickly took control of the scene and pacified the audience. Soon after, the new server was successfully started and the live stream was back to normal. Finally fixed. So soon? The program is pretty efficient. Such a serious glitch in the first installment. I hope the showrunners grow a pair. Ha ha ha. The program group didn't expect Yi Chen's popularity to be so terrifying. Yi Chen hasn't even debuted yet, and he actually has such high popularity. It's really awesome. Fire. Now Yi Chen is completely on fire. It's like I witnessed the birth of a superstar. Chapter 26, Reward Explosion. Increased lifespan. Congratulations, Yi Chen. Congratulations, Yi Chen. Congratulations on directly advancing to the ultimate battle. Yang Mi and Shuiji dissatisfaction. He Jeong. They were all happy for Yi Chen. Flower Dust Language's face, however, was incomparably gloomy, black as the bottom of a pot. Tall Tight, on the other hand, was more than a little surprised. How could they not expect Yi Chen to reach 10 million popularity? After all, Yi Chen has not even officially debuted. Not even a star. In Douyin also just fire up not 2 days. The fans of Flower Dust Language were all dumbfounded. However, there are still some Iron Bean who don't see the coffin and don't shed a tear, questioning Yi Chen for swiping votes and suspecting that he spent money to buy a water army. I don't believe Yi Chen can have 10 million popularity. He's definitely cheating. That's right. Yi Chen definitely swiped the votes. Boycott Yi Chen. Boycott Yi Chen. Yi Chen get out of all new singers. Yet no matter how much they screamed, there was no way to change the facts. The program concluded successfully. Yi Chen packed up his things and was about to leave, when Long Shiwei and I suddenly chased after him in a hurry. Mr. Yi Chen, please stay. Yi Chen turned around and looked at Long Shiwei and I suspiciously. Director Long, is there anything else, please? I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Long. Long Sisyphus said familiarly. I'd like to talk to you in more detail about the announcement fee. I think it's a bit inappropriate to give you $1 million. Yi Chen's heart thumped. Director Long, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? Long Siamese Nei froze and hurriedly explained with a smile. Don't get me wrong. I do think that 1 million is too little. The revenue you've created for our program has far exceeded 1 million. How about this? How about we give you $1 million per episode? We'll pay 1 million for every episode you participate in. I'll call you back later with the announcement fee for this episode. And if you don't think it's suitable, you can add more. The entertainment industry is a very realistic place where the value of an artist is based on popularity. Many veteran actors and actresses and veteran singers who have been on the scene for decades still don't get as much notice as the sudden burst of traffic stars, and they're not even as good as the first-tier net stars. Yi Chen was just a newcomer who had just debuted a few days ago. Longsong Eni is willing to give him $1 million per installment, which is already very generous. Okay, then, thank you, Dragon Director. Yi Chen didn't go easy on Long Xiaoni. He really needs the money now. $1 million is just a pile of money to someone else, but for him, it was a year of life. If there's nothing else, I'll be off, or I'll miss the last flight. Ha, don't worry about that. I'll send a special car to take you. Longsong Eni immediately called for a special car. Yi Chen took a car to the airport and caught a return flight. Just as he took his seat, a tall, flirtatious and pretty flight attendant noticed him. She came to Yi Chen's side and asked in a somewhat excited whisper, "Hello sir, may I ask if you are Yi Chen?" "I am. What can I do for you?" Yi Chen looked curiously at the beautiful flight attendant in front of him. "It's really you. I'm a fan of yours. I especially like your songs. Can you give me an autograph?" The pretty stewardess instantly turned into a little fangirl. "Sure." Yi Chen signed the flight attendant's name. The stewardess quietly handed him a slip of paper and came up to whisper in his ear, "Here's my cell phone number and hotel address. Remember to contact me at." After saying that, he even threw a teasing wink at Yi Chen. Is this how stars are treated? After getting off the plane, Yi Chen casually threw the note into the trash can and changed to the subway, just in time for rush hour. The carriages were overcrowded. He had to grab the handrail and stand in the crowd. A girl kept sneaking peeks at him and sneaking pictures at him with her cell phone. Yi Chen didn't care. He was still confident in his face value. It wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened to him. Everyone loves beauty. Men like to look at beautiful women. On the contrary, women also like to look at handsome men. After a while, the girl surprised him by squeezing over to him, taking a couple of careful glances at him and asking apprehensively, "Hello, may I ask if you're the Yi Chen who participated in All New Singers?" Yi Chen then realized that he had been recognized again. "That's right, it's me. It's really you. OMG. I can't believe I'm meeting living stars in reality. You're even more handsome and dapper than you look on the screen. I really like your song Fade Away." The girl cried out excitedly. The passengers in the carriage looked over curiously. Yi Chen hurriedly gave her a shh. The girl immediately understood and obediently closed her mouth. One pair of eyes stared at him the entire time. Yi Chen was looking straight at her and got off the bus early at the next stop. Looks like it's time to learn to get used to being a star. He thought he'd better wear a mask and a hat or something the next time he went out. Not to pose, just to avoid causing trouble. He couldn't go home to rest and went straight to the hospital to visit his father. My mother and sister were standing outside my father's hospital room. Both of them were happy to see Yi Chen. "Brother, you're back." Yi Aoshui excitedly hugged Yi Chen and said excitedly, "Brother, congratulations on your successful advancement. The song you sang on the program, Fading Sorrows, was so good. Now you're really going to be on fire. How's Dad?" Yi Chen asked with concern. Lu Xiaoying said, "Your father is fine. The doctor said he can be discharged in 2 more days. That's good. Mom, Snow, you two go home and rest. I'll stay here and take care of Dad." "That's not good," Lu Xiaoying said. "You've been busy for 2 days now, and you haven't even had a chance to rest." Yi Ao Shui also said, "Yes, brother, you are participating in the program and flying. You must be exhausted. Go home and rest for a night first, and come back tomorrow to replace us." "Okay then." Yi Chen didn't force himself. He was indeed a bit tired. "When I got home and had a simple meal, I suddenly received a bank message on my cell phone. Ding, Your bank card with the tail number 9888 sent a transfer of $1 million with a balance of $118,588 Seeing that long string of numbers, Yi Chen's heartbeat unexpectedly accelerated without a trace. $1 million, for him, is an absolutely huge amount of money. I have to say, the efficiency of long Sisyphus work is really great, and he got the money over so quickly. However, before he could be happy, the system's voice rang out. Ding! It is detected that the host's bank card balance has reached 1 million, reaching the donation condition. Please ask if you want to donate. Donate! Yi Chen didn't hesitate to donate the $1 million. Compared to money, it's still more important to live. Ding! The donation was successful. Congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 1 year. System, can I ask where the money was donated? Host, please rest assured that every donation will be made in your name to the most needy. You can check the donation record at any time. Yi Chen checked the donation record and found that the money was donated to poor mountainous areas to build schools and subsidize out-of-school children from poor families. Both help others and increase your own longevity. Yi Chen felt that this $1 million was well spent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, participating in all new singers and winning the first installment. Random mission rewards will be issued. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in traditional Chinese musical instruments, including the guqin, guzheng, flute, xiao, eru, pipa, suona, and daiko. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the web novel Ghost Blowing Lamp. Tomb Raider's notes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script, The Beginning, Chapter 27, Sweeping the Music Charts. This reward is a bit interesting. Proficiency in traditional Chinese musical instruments. This was exactly the skill Yi Chen needed most at the moment. In the future, if we want to sing some Chinese style songs, it is inevitable that we will use Chinese traditional instruments. But what the hell is Ghostbusters, Tomb Raider, and Beginnings? Is he trying to get him to write novels and screenplays? On second thought, that seems like a good option. An additional source of income can speed up the pace of earning money, and you will be able to completely restore your health one day sooner. Busy for 2 days, Yi Chen was also tired, turned off his cell phone, and lay down on the bed and soon entered the dreamland. It took until about 10 a.m. the next morning to wake up. I just turned on my cell phone and a message popped up like crazy. The SMS and Weiwei messages added up to dozens, and a dozen missed calls. The beat-up old $1,000 machine on that one almost died. Most of the incoming calls and texts were from unfamiliar numbers. Yi Chen didn't care too much. He saw that I Am Not a Fox had sent him a link to a video and clicked on it to watch it. The video was posted by a regular user of Little Brook Station, and it features the very same video of him singing on the stage of All New Singers last night. When he sang yesterday, many netizens recorded the screen and processed and edited the recorded video, posting it to places such as Little Broken Station, Douyin, Weibo, Circle of Friends, Penguin Space, and so on. In just one night, the video version of Fade Away went viral. The poster of that video shared by I Am Not a Fox is just a regular internet user. She originally only had a dozen or so followers, and those who followed her were still her own friends from school. But she had only posted that video for one night, and it had already reached over 100,000 views and added over 1,000 followers. Aside from her, there are a lot of other netizens who do the same. This allowed many video upstarts and netizens to grasp the traffic code and forwarded and uploaded videos of Yi Chen singing. For a while, the video of Yi Chen singing Fading Sorrows blossomed everywhere and caught fire in every corner of the internet. There are also a lot of music upstarts and netizens that have started to cover the song Fade Away, whether it's the Small Broken Station, Douyin, Weibo, or Weiwei Letter Group, Penguin Group, Posting Bar, Forum, and Group. Yi Chen's singing can be seen everywhere. The comment section was also all clear of favorable comments. Some praised Yi Chen's singing, some praised his musical talent, and some were more superficial, simply liking his face value and craving his body. Fading Sorrows is just too good. As far as I can remember, it seems like I haven't heard such a good Chinese song in many years. I think the song is not only good, but also very touching and reminds me of my lonely, helpless self. That's right, the song sings my heart. It's simply a true reflection of me. I seriously doubt Yi Chen has planted a camera in my house. It's not a million times better than Flower Dusty, who can't sing at all and just ghosts. Each of Yi Chen's songs is like a poem. He's so talented. I don't think Yi Chen is like a singer. He's like a poet. Sunrise and moonlight belong to the young. Hometown and faraway places haunt the young. Tomorrow and the past hold the middle-aged. Freedom and death are sung by the old. And this song is about life. Yes, the song Fading Sorrows has sung the life of many people who are lost and confused. Sober people are the most ridiculous. I couldn't hold back my tears when these lyrics came out. I'm even more exaggerated than you guys. I couldn't help but want to cry as soon as the intro came on. To the young and carefree, to the young and ambitious, to the middle-aged and hesitant, to the old and looking back. Yi Chen writes so well. Life is a cup of wine that needs to be savored slowly. Some of the older folks were also deeply moved by the song. I'm 40 this year, and I thought I'd experienced a lot and wouldn't be moved easily anymore, but I didn't think I'd actually be moved to tears by a song. In middle age, I can't imagine that I'll still be as hot as a young man. 30 and I'm in tears while listening to the song. Other humorous netizens played up the stunt. A glass to my father and a glass to my mother. Once their hope, now living like this ball. One for the ex-wife, one for the old king, dyeing my hair green and forcing me to grow up. 1 cup for old king, 1 cup for old Zhang. In defense of old king next door, old Zhang over the wall. More people, however, were still praising Yi Chen's singing and talent. Thrilled and excited to have discovered such a treasure singer as him. Yi Chen's voice is really super gentle. When he opens his mouth, my heart melts. I can't imagine that there are such great singers in Dragon Kingdom. It seems that I'm too ignorant. Me too. I can't believe I've only heard of this person Yi Chen now. What a shame. I'm going to go listen to all of Yi Chen's songs. Am I the only one who is so shallow, simply craving Yi Chen's body? Whispering a word. Me too. Yi Chen is so handsome. There's also a kind of masculinity and heroism in his handsomeness. Much better than those feminine little fresh meat. What's South Jiao and North Gu? The 4 beauties of the end of the world. Compared to Yi Chen's face value, they're all weak. Okay? Fire up. Fade Away is completely on fire. It hasn't even been officially launched yet, and it's already on fire to such a horrible extent. There's no telling how hot the song will be when it officially goes live on music platforms. Yi Chen, congratulations. You performed wonderfully yesterday, and your new song is very good. Congratulations on your successful advancement. I am not a fox sent another message. Yi Chen immediately replied with a thank you. By the way, did you find out which one was me yesterday? There were so many people at the scene yesterday that I searched through the crowd for half a day and couldn't tell which one was you. Hong Dian, the set of the TV series 3 Lives. Yang Mi used her break time to chat with Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's reply, he couldn't help but laugh. Idiot, of course you couldn't find me in the live audience. You'd never guess that I'm Yang Mi. Ha ha. With that in mind, she sent another message over. Humph. Stupid. No tacit understanding at all. I'll be there to support you next time you participate in the program. If you can't find me again, I'm going to be angry. Enough chit-chat for now. I'm going to get busy. When Yang Mi heard the director calling out to her, she hurriedly put down her cell phone and rededicated herself to her work. Yi Chen went downstairs to have some dinner and headed to the hospital to take care of his father. At the same time, the live version of Fading Sorrows has been launched on Netsuke Cloud, Penguin Music, Cool Cat Music and other platforms at the same time. As soon as the song went live, the play count immediately exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments, likes and downloads exceeded more than 100,000, easily reaching the #1 spot on the major music charts. Chapter 28, Hua Duan Tone went crazy. In the evening, Yi Chen had just finished feeding his father and was planning to rest for a while when he suddenly received an incoming call from Long Songyi and I. As soon as the phone was connected, Long Sisyphus said excitedly, Yi Chen, you're very hot on the internet right now, and a lot of people are looking for you. And since they don't have your contact information, they're calling our program team. I don't dare to give out your contact information so easily, so I'm asking for your opinion first. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, it's okay, give them my contact information. Okay, Long Siamese NEI replied and added, by the way, you're on Weibo's Hot 100, and our program dipped into your favor and went on the Hot 100 together. A lot of netizens have called our program and asked for your microblogging account. I wonder if this is convenient to disclose. I don't have a Twitter account. Twitter is either a cellar or a punching bag. There are also melon eaters and stranglers, so it can be said that there is a pandemonium and a group of demons. Yi Chen didn't have a good feeling about it, so he had never downloaded it. Mr. Yi Chen, I would suggest that it would be best for you to register a microblogging account and interact with your fans, as this would be more helpful in maintaining your popularity. Long Yi and I realized she was being a bit silly after she finished speaking. Yi Chen didn't look like a person who would interact with his fans in any way. I'll think about it. Yi Chen thought about it and still downloaded the Weibo app. He didn't sign up for an account, though, but logged in as a visitor. Just as he clicked on the Twitter hot list, he was taken aback. At a glance, the hot list was surprisingly full of his name. He alone has half of the top 10 hot searches. Yechen, Hua Lu is the most hanged. Hua Lu is the top stream. Yechen's new song Fading Sorrows stuns the audience. Yi Chen criticized the phenomenon of foreign pandering in literature and art. Yi Chen dislikes flower dust language. Yang Mi looks at Yi Chen in an unusual way. Yang Mi, Yi Chen stole my heart. Shui Jidi threatened to kneel down for Yi Chen. All new singers, musical genius. Fancy arsonist, Yi Chun. There are a total of 50 spots on the Weibo hot list. Yi Chun alone accounted for 10 of them, and 5 of them even occupied the top 5 positions in the hot search. Yi Chen, Hua Lu is the most hanging. Hua Lu is the top stream. This hot search is even more stable at the top of the list. Of course, there are some hot searches that are rather strange. For example, Yang Mi looks at Yi Chen with unusual eyes. Yang Mi, Yi Chen stole my heart. Yi Chen was confused and clicked in to take a look, but he couldn't help but laugh and cry. It turns out that netizens felt that Yang Mi looked at him with affectionate eyes and speculated whether the two had a story. Some of the marketing numbers even say it with all the fuss and nastiness. Those who didn't know the truth really thought that Yi Chen and Yang Mi were having an affair. These guys can be so boring. Yi Chen watched for a while, then impatiently exited the microblogging. He still needs to take his time to get used to the sudden explosion, as well as the frenzy of the netizens and the gossip of the media. Hong Dian, inside the luxury suite of an upscale 5-star hotel. Yang Mi was also brushing up on her Twitter feed. She also saw that hot search about herself and Yi Chen and couldn't help but smile. These media and marketing numbers can be so interesting. A simple look can be interpreted by them. Zhao Ruoyao, her royal agent and one of the company's partners, said worriedly, Mimi, thanks for the laugh. Don't you think this whole thing is bad for you? Your career is on the rise. And this kind of scandal at this time will do you no good but only harm. Not to mention that Yi Chen is just a newcomer who just debuted. In terms of popularity, curiosity, and capital, he doesn't have a single thing that can be compared to you. So isn't it a self-degrading thing to rumor with him? No, I'll have someone contact new landlord right now and pay them to take down the hot search. Zhao Ruoyao said that she was going to call. Yang Mi, however, suddenly stopped her and smiled seductively. Sister Zhao, you don't have to care. It's just a hot search. As far as it goes, just let it hang. Zhao Ruoyao froze, then said, it's fine if we don't withdraw it, but we can't just let it go, can we? Why don't you send out a tweet to clarify, and then find a few more media outlets to debunk the rumors? Yang Mi said, no need. It's useless to explain this kind of thing. It will only get darker. Zhao Ruoyao thought it made sense, then realized something was wrong, suspiciously sizing up Yang Mi with a worried face. Mimi, what do you think? You don't really like that Yi Chen guy, do you? Let me remind you, this is not the time for you to fall in love, and Yi Chen's current status doesn't deserve you. Yang Mi blushed slightly and gave Zhao Ruoyao a blank look. Sister Zhao, what are you blindly thinking about? Not bad. I'm indeed a fan of Yi Chen and love his songs. I'm not pulling the hit just to boost his popularity a bit and help him out. You said I like him, that's a stretch, although he is indeed handsome and talented. But I, Yang Mi, am not a nymphomaniac. I can't fall in love with him after meeting him. You know my character. I only have work and career in my mind right now. I don't have the heart to talk about love at all. Yang Mi's career is very strong. Career is very prosperous. But emotionally it is a blank. Since childhood has not even had a love affair. Zhao Ruoyao knew that what Yang Mi said was sincere and did not continue to force her. A catch-all hit is just a catch-all. Not even a scandal. Not a big deal. On the other hand, the headquarters of Sky Entertainment, broker by GS suddenly barged into Hua Dunyu's room and said with a grave expression, Flower, something's wrong. It's not still about the child, is it? You tell that woman that as long as she doesn't say anything about the child, I'll agree to her on any terms. Baekjae's head was full of black lines. It's not about that. Look at the Twitter feed for yourself. Flower Dusty opened the microblogging hotspot and browsed through it. Afterward, his face darkened into a potbelly, and he was furious and stormy. His mouth was constantly outputting all kinds of obscenities, and he was smashing everything in the house. The assistant was trembling with fear, not daring to raise her head. How come? Why is that? Someone explain to me what the hell is going on here. Why is the Weibo hot search list full of Yi Chen, and all the people are talking about him overnight? There are still people on the internet comparing him to me, and even hot searches like Yi Chen's angry dislike of Flower Dusty language have come out. What does the company's PR team do? Are we just going to watch Yi Chen ride on my neck and take a? If this goes on, I'm going to be the joke of the entire network. What are you guys still waiting for? Don't you hurry up and think of something? Dusty Flower was now acting like a psychopath in an attack, very close to the state he was in when he sang. Chapter 29, One Man Against the Rice Circle. Bai Jia rolled her eyes straight in her heart and was extremely dissatisfied with Hua Dusty language. As Flower Dusty language's fame increased, her temper grew bigger and bigger, and she played big names without moving, not even putting her manager, in her eyes anymore. Not only did she have to tolerate and accommodate this giant baby, Hua Duanhua, but she also had to wipe his ass over and over again. It can't be helped. Who made Flower Dusty currently the hottest singer in the company? Even if Baekjae was disgruntled, he could only obediently accept it. Flower, don't be in a hurry. I have a way to deal with Yi Chen. Really? Flower Dusty asked hurriedly. What method? Baekjae laughed sinisterly. Didn't Yi Chen blast the entire literary world on the program? He also called a lot of people in the literary world cheap bastards who worship foreigners. We can make a big deal out of this. Find Weibo to buy a hot search, and hire some marketing numbers and sailors to steer the fishing wheel winds. This way Yi Chen will be completely isolated from the entertainment industry and ostracized against his peers. We don't have to do anything. The other stars and their fans won't leave him alone. Baekjae's move to kill with a borrowed knife was indeed brilliant. Easily smeared Yi Chen as a public enemy of the entire entertainment industry. Flower dust language was instantly overjoyed. Hi, it is really hi. Sister bye. It's still you who's great. You hurry up and do it now. Make sure you screw Yi Chen. I'll see what he can still fight me with. Baekjae is a thunderous person and acted immediately. Soon, 2 more Yi Chen related hot searches appeared on Weibo. Only they were negative. Yi Chen blasts literary community for being spineless. Yi Chen scolds traffic stars for pandering to foreigners. At the same time, Yi Chen's segment of the program was deliberately edited and uploaded to Weibo, Douyin and other online platforms. Yi Chen was instantly thrust into the limelight, becoming the public enemy of the entire literary world, especially those traffic stars. Traffic stars are pretty scary when it comes to fighting for their fans. The dining room has long been one of the infamous evils of the internet. Yi Chen criticized only a phenomenon, as well as some individual foreign admirers in this circle, and did not name names, but it can't be helped that other people are right. Those brainwashed fans are generally not very brainy and glassy-eyed and can't tolerate anyone saying a bad word about their idols, not even mom and dad. As a result, those brainwashed fans who usually tore themselves apart in the dark were united in a rare moment, unanimously aiming their spearheads at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was instantly cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of cow or horse is this Yi Chen? Also worthy of standing there and pointing? Oh, who is Yi Chen? Is he very hot? How come I've never heard of him? What qualifications does he have to say anything? Look at him on the stage, a gesture of guidance. Do not know, thought it was which red giant nah. I checked only to find that. Good guy. The original is a just debut 2 days of small netizen He doesn't take a piss and look at himself. The showbiz world is not for a yakuza like him to tell him what to do. Genus doesn't know how much he weighs anymore. Claptrap jumper. Which onion and which garlic does this Yi Chen count as? What kind of big-tail wolf is he pretending to be here? After participating in a program and achieving a little bit of success, he's swollen up like this? I don't think he even knows what his last name is, right? I listened to his song Fading Sorrows. It's dirt cheap. It's not even close to my Kunjin song. My Fanfan's electro and rap are the best. Does Yi Chen know freestyle? What qualifications does Yi Chen have to say that others are pandering to foreigners? Even if it's pandering to the foreign world, what's wrong with it? Is it against the law? People's pop music from Rice, Chill, and Japan is indeed more advanced, more fashionable, and more international than our Chinese songs. We just should learn from others. Is it so hard to recognize others' excellence? Oh, I think this Yi Chen is clearly jealous. He can't write a good song with the times and then scold others for pandering to the outside world. It's clear that you yourself are backward and old-fashioned. This fairy will worship foreigners. What do you care? The air in foreign countries is sweet, and the quality is 10,000 times better than your countrymen. The comments of the brainwashed fans of those traffic stars instantly provoked the public's anger. Not to mention Yi Chen's fans, even ordinary netizens couldn't stand to watch. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire microblogging immediately buzzed, forming 2 clear-cut opposing camps. On one side were Yi Chen's fans and righteous netizens. On the other side of the spectrum are the brainiacs of those traffic stars. The 2 sides went back and forth, and their words were in full swing on Weibo, and they couldn't get away from each other. Oh, there's still a face for pandering to foreigners? How can you pander to foreigners and still be so righteous? I've never seen such a shameless person. I've seen a lot of traitors, and it's the first time I've seen a traitor who brings his own dog food. It's really a knife pulling on his ass and eye-opener. You don't even want your brains and face for the sake of chasing stars. Shame on your parents. I watched the original video of Yi Chen's speech, and he didn't blast the entire literary world at all. Nor did he rant about all the traffic stars, nor did he name names. It's ridiculous that one of you doesn't fight to be right. The videos circulating on the internet are maliciously edited, obviously taken out of context, and someone is deliberately leading a rhythm to frame Yi Chen. I don't know who's so insidious. It's obvious that they want to screw Yi Chen over. I think Yi Chen is right. There are indeed a lot of foreign admirers in the entertainment industry and even in the entire literary world nowadays. They just deserve to be scolded. That's right. Yi Chen scolded well. Scolded out of my heart. It was such a relief to watch that part of his speech. I wasn't originally a fan of Yi Chen, but after hearing that speech of his, I was enamored by him. I also turned into a fan because of Yi Chen's speech. I've never seen someone who looks so handsome, yet is so domineering and has such a positive outlook. Just for that line that Hallyu is the most hung, Hallyu is the top stream. I'm going to fan him for the rest of my life. Hwalu is the most hung. Hwalu is the top stream in the world. So dominating. Burning to cry, okay? Brothers and sisters, top that hot search for me. Netizens have retweeted that hot search and commented and left messages. Soon. Yi Chen, Hwa stream is the most hung. Hwa stream is the top stream. The number of likes and comments on this hot search alone reached 10 million. And the number of retweets also exceeded 1 million. Steady at the top of the Weibo hot search list. The traffic stars, including Flower Dust Language, were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Chen's fans to be so strong in battle and have such good roadkill. After some tossing and turning, not only did it not break Yi Chen, but it also allowed him to gain a lot more Roadrunner fans. This time, not only Hua Duanxue, but even those other fresh meat and flow idols couldn't sit still. It wasn't supposed to have anything to do with them at all. However, the marketing numbers and watermen hired by Flowers and Dusty Words have been picking at it again and again. Plus the self-serving fanboys who started the war. All those traffic idols were also forced to come down and get involved in this internet war. Gradually, it evolved into a situation where Yi Chen was alone, fighting against all the flow idols in the entertainment industry. Chapter 30 Ghostbusters released, super high commercial value. Under the combined siege of many traffic idols and their fans, not only was Yi Chen not broken, his popularity grew. More and more passers-by took his side. More video uploaders and netizens discovered this traffic code and have produced and released videos related to Yi Chen. There were also some authorities in the field of music who analyzed how good Yi Chen's Fading Sadness was from a professional perspective. The voices criticizing and mocking Flower Dust Language were even more numerous. Flower Dust Language only gave Yi Chen 2 votes. Obviously cynical. Hua Dusty Language is clearly jealous of Yi Chen's talent. He doesn't deserve to be a judge. If you don't understand, ask if Hua Dust Language has any masterpieces. What qualifications does he have to look down on Fading Sorrows? One song Fading Sorrows is enough to hang all the bad songs of Flower Dust Language. Don't say that. The Flower Mage is still very accomplished in the field of jumping jacks. The comments section and private messages of Flower Dust Language were quickly blasted by netizens. He was nearly spitting blood from anger and was forced to close the comments section and private messages when he really had no choice. And a lawyer's letter was shown, threatening to hold the netizen legally responsible. Those marketing numbers and the netizens who were eating the melons then subsided a lot. All the major news media were also scrambling to report on Yi Chen's various news. New landlord entertainment, Yi Chen's emergence from the blue, triggering a dramatic shock in the entertainment industry. UC Entertainment, shocking. Yi Chen and Yang Mi actually have this kind of relationship. Penguin News, genius musician Yi Chen angrily criticizes traffic idol. Entertainment Weekly, Yi Chen dislikes Flower Dust Language, Hwalu is the most hanged. Yi Chen's popularity and hotness climbed and rose to a new level. Not only is it at the top of the Weibo hot search list, but it has also made it to the top of the Douyin heat list and the top of the all-region charts on the Little Busters station. In just one day's time, the total number of views of videos and news with the keyword Yi Chen on the internet exceeded 10 million. Among the many news related to Yi Chen, a video posted by a regular Douyin user caught the attention of some netizens. The video features a man who looks a lot like Yi Chen crowding the subway. The netizen who posted this video said that she ran into Yi Chen yesterday while riding the subway and had a chat with him. However, because they didn't capture Yi Chen's whole body and front face, everyone didn't believe it was true and thought that netizen was just rubbing it in. Yi Chen was at least a star now. How could he possibly go and squeeze the subway? In addition to these melon eaters, stranglers, rubbing the netizens and marketing numbers and news media, a lot of other netizens are more concerned about when the official recorded version of Fade Away will be available online. Now there is only the unauthorized live version available online, which you can listen to, but the sound quality is so poor that you can still hear the applause and shouts from the live audience. When will the recorded version of Fade Away be officially available? I can't wait. Me too. I hope the genuine version of Fading Sorrows will be online on music platforms soon, so I can have a single song cycle. Right now I can only listen to the live version. The sound quality is so poor. I'll be able to download it as a wake-up ringtone when the recorded version goes live. What are those music platforms doing? How long has it been? And how come Fading Sorrows isn't online yet? It seems like it's only been less than a day. Not only Fade Away, but the recorded versions of the Someone Like Me and Fathers aren't online either now. What netizens don't know is that the bosses of Netflix, Penguin Music, Cool Cat Music and other companies are mad with anxiety. After they had obtained Yi Chen's cell phone number from Long Songni, they had been calling him, almost blowing up the phone. Nay, Yi Chen's phone was dead on arrival. The bosses of the 3 music companies were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan running around, with no solution at all. Having plowed into the music market for many years, they knew how great Yi Chen's commercial value was. Although Yi Chen wasn't technically a star yet, and hadn't even officially made his debut, but his commercial value is no less than that of a popular top-tier singer. Whoever can grab the rights to his songs is like grabbing a money tree. So the bosses of the three music companies immediately told their managers to do everything they could to contact Yi Chen, do whatever it takes to get the rights to Yi Chen songs, and at this time, Yi Chen had just returned home from the hospital. Looking at the dozens of missed calls on his cell phone, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wasn't in the habit of answering unfamiliar calls, and was a bit overwhelmed for a while, needing a bit of time to calm down, so he simply refused to answer all unfamiliar calls. After simply eating some dinner, Yi Chen opened the used laptop that he had bought from his college roommate. Then he opened his coding software and crackled with words. Ghost Blower, Part 1 of the Fine Old City. Quote, "Toon rating is not sightseeing, not poetry, not painting and embroidering, not that elegant, that leisurely, with affection, that heaven and earth, the king and the master. Grave robbing is a skill to carry out destruction." What Yi Chen was writing right now was exactly the ghost-blowing lamp that the system had rewarded him with. Ghost-blowing lamp was a superb IP in the previous life, directly creating the unprecedented novel genre of toon-robbing novels. This was followed by numerous toon-robbing novels such as Toon Raiders Notes, creating a toon-robbing universe for the majority of readers to show a wonderful, exciting, thrilling adventure, a strange force, strange and treacherous world of horror. There are even more related movies and TV shows. Compared to writing songs, writing novels is a bit slower to make money, but the advantage is that the income is stable, and the water flows slowly. And in the future, we can also sell copyrights and even make our own movies and TV dramas, forming a complete industrial chain. For Yi Chen, money was life, and he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to make money. All of the original text of Ghostbusters is etched into his brain. He didn't even need to conceptualize it, just code out the words in his head. Yi Chen transformed into a merciless coding machine, his 10 fingers flying as he struck the keyboard. 2 hours later, he had written the intro to the opening chapter of Ghostbusters. That is, the story of Hu Guohua, Hu Bai's grandfather, and the rats, the paper man's ghostly wife, and the acquisition of the 16 characters of the secret art of Yin and Yang Feng Shui. After the code was finished, Yi Chen checked for typos, then sign up for an author account at Tomato Reads, the nation's largest literary website. I didn't even bother with the $5 cover. I just posted all the content I had just finished coding. Pen name Bastard Singing World. Just as he finished his work, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Long Song Wei and I calling, Yi Chen hurriedly pressed the answer button. Yi Chen, how come your phone hasn't been working? I have good news for you. Net Depression Cloud, Penguin Music, and Cool Cat Music all want to buy the rights to your songs, and they couldn't get in touch with you, so they had to let me contact you. Long Wei and I sighed and laughed to herself. I'm almost your personal assistant now. The copyright department managers of the three music companies are very anxious and said they want to go to Tianhai City to interview you. Chapter 31, Gorgeous Profit of $30 million. I am a singer, invitation. Yi Chen fell into deep thought after listening to Long Shiwei's words. The copyright issue really needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Director Long, please help me talk to the heads of the three music platforms. I'd like to get them together to discuss the copyright matter at. Yi Chen said the address in time. Okay, I'll pass it on to them, and you can talk to them yourself about the specifics of the partnership. After hanging up the phone, Long Sisyphus sighed. She was at least a famous program producer, and was considered a figurehead in her circle. How come you're almost Yi Chen's assistant now? Complaining was complaining, but in order to keep Yi Chen, the great god, she could only compromise. With Yi Chen's current popularity, there was absolutely no need for him to participate in a talent show like All New Singers and compete with some newcomers of average strength. He's just going to be on Mango's I'm a Singer and he's totally qualified. The director of I Am a Singer, Hong Tao, contacted her just a short while ago and said he wanted to ask Yi Chen to be the kickoff singer on their show. Long Wei and I was hesitating whether or not to tell Yi Chen about this. In case Yi Chen goes to I'm a Singer, will he still be able to watch All New Singers? Without Yi Chen, All New Singers would be considered cool. In order to win Yi Chen's favor, Long Shiwei and I had to lower herself to be his temporary assistant. She immediately relayed Yi Chen's words to the heads of the three music companies. The heads of Net Depression Cloud Music, Penguin Music and Cool Cat Music were very excited when they heard about it. Finally contacted Yi Chen. Regardless of the outcome, it's always a first step. Since Yi Chen was willing to see them, it meant that there was still hope for them. The three music companies are the three giants of the music industry in the Dragon Kingdom, forming a three-legged situation. It's always been other singers crying and begging to sign with them, but it was reversed when it came to Yi Chen. In the end, it was still because Yi Chen had the strength. When a person's strength reaches a certain height, what subterfuge, what capital, all have to give way to you. The heads of the three music platforms immediately booked flights to Tianhai City and arrived at the agreed-upon hotel the following morning. In a luxurious private room, the three of them greeted each other awkwardly but not impolitely, anxiously waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. Usually it's someone else waiting for them. This is the first time they've ever waited for someone else. If it wasn't for the fact that they were waiting for Yi-chen, they would have left long ago. It was only after a while that Yi-chen finally arrived late. The moment they saw him, the three immediately stood up in unison. Sorry I'm late, Yi-chen greeted apologetically. Not too late, not too late. We haven't been here long either. Mr. Yi-chen, I finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I can't believe that Mr. Yi-chen is even younger than he looks on the show. He's really young and talented. So talented at such a young age. He has a great future ahead of him. Ha ha ha. The heads of the three music platforms were all smiles, cozying up to Yi-chen and patting him on the back. Yi-chen had just sat down when a man around 40 years old opened the door. Hello Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of the copyright department of Cool Cat Music. Our company likes your three songs very much. We're willing to give you a signing fee of $30 million, as well as a 30% share of the sales of each song, for a 5-year contract. Yi-chen was slightly stunned, and there was some uncontrollable excitement in his heart. $30 million, the equivalent of 30 years of life. It was an astronomical figure that he had never dreamed of before, and in addition to the $30 million signing fee, there are subsequent share revenues for each song. If Fade Away was priced at $10, based on the song's airplay, it would generate tens of millions of dollars per year, and after the split, he would still get at least $10 million per year. Besides, it's not like he has just one song, Fade Away, but also Someone Like Me, Father, and he'll be writing more new songs in the future. That works out to over $100 million a year, easily. $100 million, equal to 100 years of life. With this money, he will never have to worry about life issues again. Although he was incredibly excited in his heart, Yi-chen did not move on the surface. He wanted to see what the other two would offer. The manager of the copyright department of Netflix Cloud Music said proudly, Mr. Yi-chen, if you can sign a contract with us at Net Suppression Cloud, we are willing to give you a signing fee of $50 million, as well as a 50% share of the annual sales, for a period of 3 years. After saying that, he also glanced faintly at the head of Cool Cat Music with a look of determination. $50 million signing fee, 50% split. Net Depression Cloud is in much better condition than Cool Cat. This is already the treatment of a top-tier singer. The manager of Net Depression Cloud's copyright department felt that even the rich and powerful Penguin could not offer a higher price. As expected, after listening to the conditions offered by Netsuke Cloud, the manager of Penguin Music's copyright department immediately showed a difficult look on his face. Mr. Yi, I'm very sorry, please wait for 2 minutes. It's no longer something I can decide alone. I have to discuss it with our general manager Ma. Penguin Music's copyright manager apologized. Yi-chen smiled faintly. No problem, go ahead. Penguin Music's manager came outside the booth and called the company's owner, Manhwa. 2 minutes later, he re-entered the private room, swept the other two away, and said to Yi-chen in an underhanded manner, Mr. Yi, I just discussed this with Mr. Ma. He's willing to offer a signing fee of $100 million and a 50% share of the sales. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the people in charge of Net Suppressor Cloud and Cool Cats all sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up with a pang. How could they not expect Penguin Music to offer such a sky-high price? After the shock had passed, a disheveled and lost expression appeared on both of their faces. Knowing that there was absolutely no chance this time, Penguin Music's manager confidently pulled out a pre-printed contract. Mr. Yi-chen, if you don't have any comments, please sign this. Unexpectedly, Yi-chen said in a cloudy manner. 3 managers, I have a proposition. I don't know if you can accept it. Oh, what's the offer? The 3 were taken aback. They didn't expect Yi-chen to have his own ideas. Yi-chen said with a smile, I want to sign with all 3 of your companies at the same time, and you'll each give me a $10 million signing fee and a 50% sales split. What do you think about my song being available on all 3 of your platforms at the same time? At those words, all 3 froze. They had never heard of such a strange way of working together. But for Netflix Cloud and Cool Cat, this is a pie-in-the-sky good thing any way you look at it. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 of them busily agreed to Yi-chen's proposal. The only guilty party is the manager of Penguin Music. He called Mr. Ma again and got a positive reply before he laughed. Mr. Yi, we agree to your proposal. Good, then we'll sign the contract now. Yi-chen quickly signed contracts with the 3 companies. The 3 companies were also very quick, and just after signing the contract on the front foot, the signing fee was paid to Yi-chen's bank card on the back foot. Yi-chen's savings exceeded $30 million all of a sudden. Chapter 32, Write a Song Cool for Yangmi. Ding! It has been detected that the host's deposit has met the donation conditions. Please ask if you want to donate. Yi-chen had just sent off the heads of the 3 music companies and hadn't even arrived home when the system's beep sounded. Donate. Can't afford to part with that money. But still, Life is more important. Ding, congratulations host. Donation successful. Life expectancy increased by 30 years. $30 million for 30 years of life. Well, it was worth it. I was born with a handsome talent, and 1,000 pieces of gold have been scattered. You can make money again when it's gone. Yi Chen checked the donation record. Some of this money was donated to poor mountainous areas, some to leukemia patients, some to disaster areas. The best thing about automatic system donations is that every penny is guaranteed to get to the person in need without worrying about being embezzled by someone else, which is much more reliable than donating to an unfamiliar charity. Father has been completely cured. Yi Chen went to the hospital, checked out, and took his father home. To celebrate, the family had a big dinner. After eating, Yi Chen returned to his room, opened his laptop, and updated another 10,000 words. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Yi Chen picked up the phone and asked suspiciously, "Hello, how are you?" "Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm Yang Mi." A cold female voice came through. Young honey?" Yi Chen froze. He couldn't have guessed that it was Yang Mi who called him. He froze for a couple of seconds, which calmed him down. "MS. Yang, what can I do for you?" Yang Mi smiled sweetly. "It's like this. I'm recently filming a TV series called 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms. This drama is invested by our Joshing World, and it's about to be finished, but there's no theme song yet, and I appreciate your musical talent very much, so I want to ask you to write a theme song. You can rest assured in terms of compensation, you will definitely not be treated poorly. I'm willing to pay $5 million. $5 million. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. $5 million a song. That's a top superstar deal. He certainly had no reason to refuse, and very readily agreed. "Okay, I can try." Yang Mi laughed happily. "I'll send you the script first, so you can read it, but if you have time, you'd better come and visit our crew for inspiration, just as a tour. All expenses will be reimbursed to you by our company. Is that a good thing? There's not much going on these days anyway. The new episode won't be taped until next week, so it's good to get out there. What if I move on to the movie industry? Think of it as an early trip to the set to get acquainted." "Okay, it just so happens that I've had some time lately, so I'll be there tomorrow." "No problem. I'll send you the exact address, and if you say so in advance, I'll send someone to pick you up at the airport." After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi immediately sent over the address of the theater group. Yi Chen felt giddy and somewhat unreal. He sent a Weiwei message to "I'm not a fox" and told her about it. "I'm not a fox" was a quick reply to him. "Whoa, really duh. Yang Mi actually asked you to write a song for her? She's my goddess. I'm super into her. Can you get an autograph from her for me?" Yi Chen replied. "No problem. She should still give me this bit of face. Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Yang Mi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh as she looked at her chat with Yi Chen. She felt like she was living like a schizophrenic. But this feeling of one person playing 2 roles was kind of fun. I don't know what Yi Chen's reaction will be in the future when he learns the truth. The following morning, Yi Chen arrived at Hendian by airplane. Just as I arrived at the airport, I saw a man holding up a sign with his name on it. He walked straight over, and when the man saw Yi Chen, he hurriedly greeted him and said respectfully, "Hello Mr. Yi Chen. I was sent by Boss Yan to pick you up. Please follow me." Yi Chen followed him to the car, first going to the hotel that Yang Mi had booked for him and putting down his things before taking the car to the set of 3 Lives. Yang Mi is busy shooting a movie. Yi Chen simply watched from the side. After waiting a while for a scene to finish, Yang Mi walked over. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I've just gotten busy." Young Mimi smiled apologetically. "It's okay." Yi Chen laughed. "I just got here too." Yang Mi warmly invited. "It's too hot out here. Let's go talk in my nanny's car." Well. Yi Chen followed Yang Mi into the nanny car. The assistant closed the door behind them and they were the only ones left in the car. It was the first time Yi Chen had seen a star's nanny car. Instead of a car, it's more like a simple little house with a couch and juicer. "Want a drink?" "Whatever. Orange juice it is then." Yang Mi freshly squeezed 2 cups of orange juice and gave one to Yi Chen. "Did you read the script I sent you yesterday?" "Well, read it." Yi Chen briefly skimmed through the script yesterday and realized that this drama was indeed exactly the same as the one in his previous life. So he didn't even have to write any theme song. He just copied the one from his previous life. About how long will it take to write the theme song? After Yang Mi finished speaking, she seemed to feel that there was something inappropriate and added another sentence in a hurry. "It's okay, you don't have to rush. I was just asking." Yet Yi Chen said in a serious manner, "I've already written the theme song." What? Written? Yang Mi was stunned and looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded. "You're not kidding me, are you? It's only been one night and you've written the theme song?" Yi Chen directly took out the lyrics book and handed it to Yang Mi. "See for yourself." Yang Mi took it and read it. She couldn't read the sheet music, but she could still understand the lyrics. "Ryu, It's getting slightly cooler at night. Flowers fall to the ground and become frost. You're looking off in the distance, exhausting all the twilight. It's hard to forget without thinking about it. Upon seeing the first verse, Yang Mi couldn't help but do a double take, awed by the gorgeous lyrics. The cool night is a river of thoughts for you, turning into mud and caring for me. Shallow years brush the lover's sleeve. The fragrance of the flowers flows into the water. The more Yang Mi looked down, the more shocked she became. By the time she had read all the lyrics of the entire song, she was too surprised to even speak. After a moment, she then said excitedly, "Great! The lyrics are just so well written. Every line looks like it was lifted from a Tang poem." "This is the song," Yi Chen reminded. "But you haven't even heard me sing it yet. What if the tune doesn't work?" "No way," Yang Mi said firmly. "The lyrics are so good, the tune must not be bad either. It just so happens that I'm not doing anything in the afternoon. Let's find a recording studio and record this song now." Chapter 33, Big Nini's Sincerity. Now, Yi Chen froze, not expecting Yang Mi to be in such a hurry. What's the problem?" Yang Mi asked. Yi Chen said, "I don't have any problems, but this song is a chorus of men and women. I can't sing it alone. I have to find a female singer to sing with me." "So," Yang Mi thought for a moment and said, "That's good. I'll have someone find a female singer right away now. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Preferably one who is a good singer and can sing high notes." Yi Chen briefly stated his requirements. "No problem. Hold on a second. I'll make a call." Yang Mi immediately called her manager and told her about the search for a female singer. Then looking at the time, he said to Yi Chen, "It's almost lunchtime. Let's go ahead and eat." "My treat. Thanks a lot then." Yang Mi drove her red Porsche Cayenne and brought Yi Chen to an upscale Zhujiang restaurant. This restaurant is located in the busy area of Hongdian and is usually frequented by celebrities, so the staff were a little surprised to see Yang Mi. The two came to a quiet and exquisite elegant room. A young, pretty, sweet-looking waitress respectfully handed over the menu. She hadn't been here for long, and seeing a big star like Yang Mi up close for the first time, she couldn't help but feel a little excited, and her hands were trembling slightly as she held the menu. "Don't be nervous, little sister," Yi Chen comforted her, and suddenly felt that she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. The waitress shot him a grateful look. Yi Chen inadvertently saw the work plate on her chest, and the name on it was Yang Chaoyu. Yang Chaoyue? No wonder I thought she looked familiar. Isn't this the koi carp Yang Chaoyue? Yi Chen didn't expect to actually meet Yang Chaoyue here. She's still just a little waitress and hasn't gone to the talent show yet. Should we pull her up? Yi Chen then realized that this idea was a bit ridiculous. He had only just started his career. What qualifications did he have to help Yang Chaoyue? Just as he froze, Yang Mi had already ordered and handed over the menu. "Yi Chen, you order." "Good." Yi Chen ordered 2 local specialties and another Westlake fish soup. Yang Chaoyue and the other waiter quickly brought up the meal. Yi Chen noticed that Yang Mi only picked up that vegetarian dish and ate only a small bite each time, not eating any of the main course. He knew that celebrities usually ate very little in order to stay in shape, but it was never expected to be exaggerated to such an extent. "That's a smaller meal than a cat, isn't it? Is it true that you won't starve to death? Boss Yang, don't you get hungry when you eat just this much vegetarian food?" Yi Chen asked, the doubt in his heart. "Of course I'm hungry. How could I not be?" Yang Mi sighed and said, "The world only sees the glamorous side of the stars, but they don't know how much we suffer behind the scenes. How much we suffer, and how much we suffer, and how much we suffer. And it's not something that just anyone can eat." Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable in his heart and stopped his chopsticks, his face becoming a little cold. "What's wrong?" Yang Mi asked curiously. "Is the food not to your liking?" "No, it's just that what you just said made me a little diabolical." Yi Chen didn't hide it either. "Diaphragm?" Janome asked suspiciously. "Did I say something wrong? I just think you're being too pretentious, but I don't blame you. After all, you're a big star high up in the world. It's only human. You say it's not easy to be a star, that you can't even eat whatever you want, but isn't that your choice? No one forced you, right? If you don't want to be a star, you can quit the entertainment industry, be an ordinary person, and eat whatever you want from now on. Would you like that? In the end, it's still not your own choice. You are the one who obviously has a lot of food to eat, but you choose not to eat it yourself. But you know what? There are still a lot of people under the sky who really have problems even eating, working the hardest and most tiring jobs, working overtime and exhausting every day, just for 3 meals a day. But you stars pay more for a meal, a lipstick, a bag than they earn in a year of hard labor. Think about them, and you have the nerve to say that being a star is hard? Yi Chen's words were vibrant and loud. Yang Chaoyue, who was responsible for adding tea and pouring water on the side, couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Yang Mi was confused by Yi Chen's words. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so sharp, not giving her any face at all, and sarcastically chopping her up. If it wasn't Yi Chen on the opposite side, she would have clapped her hands and whisked her sleeves away. I'm sorry, I got a little emotional just now and said something a little too much. Don't take it personally. After Yi Chen calmed down, he also realized that what he had said was a bit too much. Yang Mi, however, smiled broadly. It's okay, you're right, every word of it. I'm the one who's being melodramatic. I shouldn't have gotten a cheap shot and stood for it. Yang Mi's reaction was out of Yi Chen's expectation. It seems like she's a little different than the other stars. After all, he couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Yang Mi. Looking at Yi Chen eating so deliciously, Yang Mi secretly swallowed her saliva, her eyes staring at the food in front of her, wanting to eat but not daring to eat. Yi Chen looked on with secret amusement. Boss Yang, you can eat if you want. It's okay to indulge once in a while. Is it really okay? Well, Rome wasn't built in a day, and people don't get fat in a day, so it doesn't matter if you eat more once in a while. Yang Mi laughed as if she was relieved and unburdened mentally. Okay, then I'll listen to you for once and treat myself. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and ate it with great enjoyment. After all this, the two have gotten a lot closer. Yi Chen, don't call me Boss Yang from now on. I'm older than you. Just call me Sister Honey. Yang Mi playfully winked at Yi Chen. Okay, Sister Yang, Honey. Yi Chen recognized a sister sparingly. Yang Mi smiled. How's the consideration of what I told you last time? Are you interested in signing with our joshing world? Signing with an agency is good for you. The water in the entertainment industry is very deep. You can't grasp it. With the company as a backer, it can help you solve most of the problems, such as the copyright of your songs and so on. The company will also give you an agent, an assistant, to take care of your work and life. When you encounter any problems, the company will defend you, help you with lawsuits, do PR, take announcements and negotiate endorsements. You do have talent, but if you want to be in this circle, you can't just have talent. If you sign with our joshing, I can make you the music director and give you an annual salary of $30 million a year, plus year-end bonuses and dividends, so you won't make less than $50 million a year in total income. Well, isn't it heartwarming? Chapter 34, Living with Yang Mi Hotba. After Yang Mi finished speaking, she looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression. The conditions she offered were good, and it was impossible for Yi Chen not to be moved. Most of all, after going through what happened with the song copyrights, he realized that it was really troublesome to rely on himself alone without an agency. If he signed up with a company, he could leave all those miscellaneous matters to the company to take care of. He just needs to be responsible for creating with all his heart and soul. Since you have to sign a company sooner or later, why not sign with Yang Mi's company? Thinking of this, Yi Chen finally nodded his head in agreement. Okay, honey, I promise to sign with you. At that, Yang Mi smiled happily and thought to herself, oh, my sister finally took you down like she wanted. That's good. It just so happens that my scene is going to be finalized today, so I'll take you back to the company with me tomorrow to sign the contract. Good. Yi Chen glanced at Yang Chaozhue next to him and suddenly said, by the way, the company will give me an assistant after signing, right? Of course, don't worry. I'll make sure to set you up with a good assistant with excellent business skills. Can I choose for myself? Yang Mi froze and smiled sweetly. Yes, when we get back to the office, I'll call all the company's assistants over, and you can take your pick. Don't bother. Yi Chen reached out and pointed at Yang Chaozhue next to him. I think she's just fine. Let her be my assistant. As soon as the words left their mouths, both Yang Mi and Yang Chaoyu froze. Yang Mi didn't expect Yi Chen to choose a waitress as his assistant. Yang Chaoyue was even more confused, frozen in place, and thought she was hallucinating. Yang Mi carefully sized up Yang Chaoyue for a couple of moments, which made her realize that her appearance conditions were not bad and she was quite pretty. Could it be that Yi Chen had made her an assistant because he saw her as young and pretty? Yang Mi's heart was a little sour and asked with slight jealousy, can you tell me why you picked her? I have a sister who is about her age and looks like her, and seeing her reminds me of my own sister. Yi Chen's explanation sounded reasonable. Because of this, Yang Mi was much more comfortable in her heart. Okay, I promise. Then he looked at Yang Chaoyu and faintly asked, what's your name? My name is Yang Chaoyu. Yang Chaoyue was confused and replied weakly, you should know who I am. I won't be redundant. Want to come work for me? Think. Of course I do. Although Yang Chaoyue was a bit confused, she wasn't stupid. She certainly wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Then go resign now and come back to the office with us tomorrow. Yang Chaoyue hurriedly went to go through the resignation procedure. The whole thing was like a dream. How could she not have expected that Yi Chen's casual words would change her fate? The next day, Yang Mi brought Yi Chen, Yang Chaoyue, and took a plane back to the company's headquarters in the imperial capital. Yi Chen signed the contract, and Yang Chaoyue also processed the entry contract, officially becoming his little assistant. Yang Mi also deliberately arranged for her agent and best friend Zhao Ruoyao to be Yi Chen's agent. The HR manager took young Chaozhui to the staff dormitory. Sister honey, where do I live? Yi Chen asked. Joshing World Company is headquartered in the imperial capital. He would definitely be in the imperial capital for a long time in the future. And the first thing he had to solve was the accommodation problem. Ahem. Just stay at my place for now. Yang Mi blushed slightly, her eyes dodged, and she looked a bit unnatural. Yi Chen was stunned, dumbfounded, and completely confused. He had expected Yang Mi to rent him an apartment, but he hadn't expected to be asked to live with her. Is Jiaxing World's treatment so good? Artists can still live with their bosses? This is a bit inconvenient, right? Why don't you just rent me a house? If not, I'll live in the staff dormitory as well. Yi Chen felt that this might not be a good thing. Who knows what Yang Mi is up to? What? You're still afraid I'll eat you? Yang Mi laughed and joked. I'm not afraid as a woman. What are you afraid of as a big man? Twisting and turning. What a pretense. Yi Chen was speechless. He called Yang Mi pretentious at dinner yesterday, and Yang Mi returned the favor so quickly. Well, is pretty careful. My house is very large. There's plenty of room. Enough for you. Yang Mi added. Okay then. Since Yang Mi had said so, Yi Chen couldn't refuse anymore. Then it's settled. Yang Mi suddenly thought of something. By the way, Hotba's staying at my place too, and I still have to talk to her, so I'll show you around the house first. Yang Mi's mansion is located in a luxurious and high-grade neighborhood in the center of the imperial capital, and the residents inside are either rich or noble. Yi Chen quickly followed Yang Mi to her home. It was a large, 300-square-foot bungalow, and it sure had a lot of room. This one is my room, that one is Hotba's room, and those two are guest rooms where friends usually come to stay. Yang Mi brought Yi Chen to a spacious and bright room. This is your room now. You'll be staying here from now on. The bedding and pillows are in the closet, all brand new. No one has ever used them. You won't have to stay in a hotel the next time you come back to tape a program. Yi Chen felt somewhat unreal, like a dream. From now on, he's going to live with Yang Mi and Hotba? Isn't Yang Mi too good for him? Does she trust him that much? Not afraid that he'll do something out of the ordinary? A man and a woman. No, a man and a woman in the same room. Not afraid of making some kind of mistake? Although Yi Chen wasn't a pervert, he was by no means a willowy man either. He's still very self-aware in that regard. Thinking about what? Yang Mi asked suspiciously. Is there anything else you want to buy? I'll have someone buy it for you. No more. Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out the prepared pen and paper. I have a friend who's a fan of yours. Can you sign her autograph? Yang Mi knew that Yi Chen had asked for an autograph for her. She had only meant to joke with him. I didn't realize that he had kept it in mind. Thinking of this, she was sweet in her heart and very happily signed for Yi Chen. At that moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. Yang Mi picked up the phone and chatted for a couple of minutes. After hanging up the phone, he said to Yi Chen, that singer to sing with you has been found. She arrives this afternoon and the recording studio has been contacted. It just so happens that there's nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll go with you to record a song. Good. Yi Chen asked curiously, can I ask who that female singer is? It's a singer from Hong Kong, called Ting Ziki. Not much known in the mainland yet, but she just appeared on I'm a Singer and covered 2 classic Cantonese songs, so the heat is still on these days. Chapter 35, Singing Cool with Deng Ziki. Ziggy done? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. I didn't realize that the chorus singer Yang Mi had found for him was her. In her previous life, Deng Ziki became popular with I Am a Singer and was known as the Iron Lung Little Diva. Plus she looks cute and sweet and has a lot of fans. Among the younger generation of new generation singers, Deng Ziki's vocals are definitely one of the best, and she was very good at high notes. So I have to say that Yang Mi found him the right person for the chorus. Yang Mi drove the car and brought Yi Chen to the scheduled recording studio. The owner of the recording studio was named Wu Beiming, and he was quite a famous figure in the music circle in the imperial capital. He was also a famous singer when he was young, but then his voice broke and he had to quit singing to become a music producer and run a recording studio. He has helped record songs for many famous singers in the industry. Hello Boss Yang. Wu Beiming smiled and greeted Yang Mi. Hello, Mr. Wu. This is Yi Chen. Yang Mi introduced Yi Chen. I know, I've seen all new singers and I've seen him live on Douyin. Wu Baoming smiled and shook Yi Chen's hand. Mr. Yi, I love your songs. You are really young and promising. Not that I'm complimenting you. I haven't seen a singer as talented as you in many years. I'm flattered. Yi Chen was all a little embarrassed by the compliment. The three of them chatted for a while before Deng Ziki arrived late. Sorry I'm late. I was stuck in traffic. Deng Ziki was very overjoyed and apologized. She was petite, with big eyes and a tiny goldfish mouth, and looked sweet and adorable. Yang Mi laughed. It's okay, we've just arrived as well, so you two can get to know each other first. Hello, I'm Yi Chen. Yi Chen extended his hand. Hello. I know you. I watched that episode of your show. I super love your song Fade Away. I'm so happy to sing with you. Ziggy Dunn is a little chatterbox who talks endlessly. The two shook hands and became much better acquainted. Yang Mi said, well, since everyone is here, let's hurry up and record the song. Wu Beiming led Yi Chen and Deng Ziki to a recording studio. Yi Chen took out the lyrics book for cool and handed it to Deng Ziki. Deng Ziki looked at it for a moment and instantly widened her eyes in shock. She continued to look at it, and the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. The lyrics, the melody, the arrangement, it's all so well written. I have a feeling that this song will be a hit. Dunji couldn't contain her excitement. She had thought that none of the theme songs for the TV series were of good quality, and even tried to reject Yang Mi at one point. Hearing that the song was composed by Yi Chen and that it was a chorus with Yi Chen, she reluctantly agreed. I can't believe how good this song is. Totally qualifies as her masterpiece. Deng Ziki immediately had a feeling of picking up a treasure. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, they were bubbling with little stars, said excitedly, Yi Chen, you're so talented. Such beautiful lyrics, such a nice melody. How on earth did you come up with it? Can you write a song for me? Yi Chen said breathlessly. It's fine. Let's talk about this later. Let's record the song first. Aha, okay. Deng Ziki was excited and happy when she saw that Yi Chen had agreed to her request. The two put on their headsets and looked at the lyrics book on the shelf in front of them. Wu Beiming debugged the recording equipment and gave an OK sign to the two people in the studio. A low, melancholy melody plays. Duncan Ziggy slowly opened his mouth and sang. It's getting slightly cooler at night. Flowers fall to the ground and become frost. You're looking off in the distance, exhausting all the twilight. It's hard to forget without thinking about it. Her voice is very transparent and has a very penetrating quality. At once, it firmly grabbed Yang Mi and Wu Baoming's ears. Outside the recording room, Yang Mi and Wu Beiming were both looking intently at Deng Ziki and Yi Chen inside, listening intently to their songs. Immediately afterward, only Yi Chen was heard to continue singing. The peach blossoms are cool at an early age. How could you let go of me in a previous life? This sea of hearts is vast, and pretending that it doesn't hurt and that it's not far-fetched. It's all a sham. Yi Chen's voice was low and thick, and there was some pallor. When his song came together, Yang Mi felt like her ears were getting pregnant and her whole heart was melting. Wu Beiming's eyes widened as he stared blankly at Yi Chen. Although he had read the lyrics book and knew how good the song was, but when hearing Yi Chen sing it with his own ears, the shock was unspeakable. The cool night is a river of thoughts for you, turned into spring mud and nursed me. The high towards part of the chorus comes in with a gradual rise in pitch. Deng Ziki's ethereal and ethereal, yet penetrating voice seemed to penetrate through the glass and go straight to the clouds. Shallow years brush my lover's sleeve. Pieces of fragrance flow into the water. Yi Chen's voice changed from low to gentle and soft, and seemed to contain inexhaustible affection, as fragrant and intoxicating as aged wine. It's mesmerizing to listen to, intoxicating to the point of no return. Cool days brimming with all the colors of flowers. I've fallen into the world and I'm hurt. It's easy to get through life, but it's hard to get through love. The depreciated heart still has a few moments of hate from a former life. A few more points. The hate of a past life. Deng Ziki and Yi Chen sang one line for you and one line for me, working together seamlessly and very well, not at all like they were working together for the first time. Both poured their emotions into the songs. They are not just singing with their voices, they are singing with their hearts. At each part of the chorus, the two would subconsciously glance at each other. In this moment, their songs, their eyes, their emotions, are all talking to each other. It was as if they hadn't just met, but were a pair of lovers who had been infatuated for 3 lifetimes. Yang Mi looked at the affectionate eyes of the two as they looked at each other, and her heart was sour as if she had overturned a bottle of vinegar. She regretted why she couldn't sing. How great it would be if she and Yi Chen sang this song together. Following that, she couldn't help but think how great it would have been if Yi Chen had played the male lead of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, Emperor Night Wears. Gradually, she imagined Deng Ziki in the recording studio as herself, and the Nightwish Emperor in the play as Yi Chen. It was as if she had experienced a 3-life, entwined love affair with Yi Chen. When will spring again flourish in the cool 10 miles? See also a wind deposit under the tree. The flowers have a will and the water has no mercy. Don't let it be a grudge, love or hate. Cool the purity of that flower. I wish to hold the dust in my life. Yi Chen and Deng Ziki came in at the same time and sang the last verse of the song on a high note. When the last word was sung, their song was still floating in the air, lingering in their ears and minds. The aftermath will last for 3 days. It wasn't until then that Deng Ziki realized she had shed tears at some point. Yi Chen's eyes were also a little red. Yang Mi, however, was still immersed in that beautiful and mournful song. Wu Baoming, who was the first to react, couldn't help but applaud. Good, that's so good. Chapter 36, The Grievous Boss and Her Old Sixth Assistant. Excellent, both of you have strong vocals and work so well together. Seamlessly, I can only describe it as perfect. Wu Baoming was so excited that he was incoherent. Zaki took a deep breath, which relieved him from that sad atmosphere. Yi Chen looked at Youngmi and asked, "Sister honey, what do you think? Do you want to record it again? I think some parts still didn't play well." "No, it's good enough." Youngmi was afraid that if Yi Chen and Deng Ziki recorded it over and over again, they would really fake it and fall in love over the song. Watching Yi Chen and Deng Ziki browbeating and chorusing in there was a kind of torture for her. Besides, she really thought this version was good enough, without any flaws. "Yi Chen, Zi, hard work, you two sang very well. I even think it was the song that came first, and then the drama 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, and our drama was instead reduced to a note and accompaniment to the theme song. The song breathes soul into the show, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people who will go and watch the show just for the song." Yang Ni gave it a very high rating. As a woman, she did have some jealousy of Deng Ziki, and some jealousy, but as a boss and a strong woman, she was very happy with the song and delighted by it. The song Cool would bring benefits far beyond her imagination. Wu Baiming also said excitedly, "I've been recording for people for years, and I've worked with a lot of big names, but it's the first time I've seen it go so well. Had I known it would be so economical, I would have given Boss Yang a discount." Yang Ni laughed. "A discount is not necessary. Just give a little discount when we come back to record a song next time." "Ha ha ha, definitely. Wu Baiming laughed. Yi Chen, however, suddenly spoke. "No need for next time. Why don't we do it now? I want to record the 3 old songs from before." He's taken money from 3 major music companies and hasn't even uploaded a recorded version of the song yet. Wu Baiming said cheerfully. "Okay, no problem. I'll give you all the time I have today." "No, it'll be quick." Yi Chen once again returned to the recording studio. Once Wu Baiming had debugged the equipment, he started recording. "People like me all over again." There was not a single pause, not a single misstep. Next up was Father. Still over and over again. Fade Away. Still over and over. 3 songs, which only took a total of 10 minutes to record altogether. Wu Baoming was completely stunned and dumbfounded, looking at Yi Chen like a monster. It's not uncommon for even the best singers to record a song 3 or 4 times, or sometimes even dozens of times. But Yi Chen recorded 4 songs in a row, and all of them were over and over again, played so perfectly every time and was always at his best. Demon. This is a demon. Yang Ni and Deng Ziki were both deeply shocked as well, especially Deng Ziki, who knows that as a singer, you don't always play your best. Even the most experienced and professional singers make mistakes. However, Yi Chen's dictionary didn't seem to have the word mistake in it at all. Deng Ziki's feeling towards Yi Chen gradually changed from admiration to worship. She and Yi Chen added Weiwei to each other and left their cell phone numbers. Laughing. "Yi Chen, don't forget that you promised me that you would write me a song. Don't worry, I'll send it to you when I'm done." Yi Chen had already figured out what song to write for Deng Ziki. At this point, she hadn't composed her hit song Bubbles yet. Deng Ziki bid farewell to Yi Chen and Yang Mi and drove away. She also had to rush back to Xiangqing to record the Mango channels. Yi Chen wanted to go back to Tianhai City, but the time was a little late, and Yang Mi repeatedly stayed, so he had to stay at Yang Mi's house. It's a weird feeling. It's the first time he's ever lived with a woman in his entire life, and still living with an actress. "Let's go out for dinner." Yang Mi very generously said that she wanted to treat Yi Chen to a big meal in a restaurant. "You're not losing weight?" Yi Chen asked with a smirk. Yang Mi immediately said dejectedly like a deflated ball. "Never mind. I'll just eat vegetable salad and fruit at home tonight. Just wait. I'll do it." "And you can cook?" Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had always thought that stars were all 10-fingered. "I don't know how to cook, but I can still make vegetable salads and fruit plates." Janome tied on her apron and went to the kitchen to get busy. Yi Chen admired her curvaceous back. "Don't tell me. It's kind of like a good wife and mother." Before long, Yang Mi brought a vegetable salad and a fruit platter to the table. "Well, taste it." I don't seem to have to go on a diet with you, do I? I'm going to order a takeout. Is it better to have barbecue, or a casserole of fatty beef?" Yi Chen said as he opened the takeout software and browsed. "No, you have to lose weight with me." Yang Mi crossed her hands over her small waist and said with milky ferocity. "On what grounds?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "By virtue of the fact that I'm your boss, you have to listen to me," Yang Mi said savagely and with a little smugness. "I don't think it's in our contract that I have to go on a diet with you, is it?" "I refuse," Yi Chen said, continuing to order takeout. Yang Mi was dumbfounded and couldn't do anything about Yi Chen. She could only watch him place his order. A short while later, the takeout arrived. Yi Chen went to the door to get takeout. The moment the delivery man saw Yi Chen, he was stunned. Are you Yi Chen?" "Yeah, didn't I write that on my takeout order?" Yi Chen said indifferently. "I thought it was just the same name, but I didn't realize it was really you. I'm a fan of yours. I especially like your songs. Can you help me sign an autograph? The delivery boy was incoherent with excitement. Could be. Yi Chen gave him an autograph. Inside the house, Yang Mi, still gambling, impatiently prodded. How come you take a takeout so half a day? Is it ready or not? The delivery boy froze again. Thinking the voice sounded familiar, he glanced curiously toward the house. The moment he saw Yang Mi, he was frozen in place, completely petrified. Is that woman in the house? Yang Mi? I heard from someone that Yang Mi lives in this neighborhood. Is it really her? Did I see Yang Mi? Wait a minute. I think I've found something remarkable. Yang Mi and Yi Chen are living together? Jesus, this is breaking news. I'm not going to be silenced, am I? The takeaway boy's heart was in such a state that he didn't even know how he left. Yi Chen returned to the house with the takeout and feasted on it in front of Yang Mi. Yang Mi watched blearily, taking bites of her vegetables and fruits. Yi Chen ate 10 skewers of grilled lamb kebabs in a row, and ate 2 more skewers of large waist and a grilled chicken leg, and said with some beauty, "It's so mushy. Are there any other vegetables in the house that I can eat raw? I need to relieve the grease." Yang Mi gave him a blank look and said without any humor, "There's a cucumber in the fridge." Yi Chen hurriedly took out the cucumber, washed it and just about to eat it when he suddenly stopped and looked at Yang Mi with odd eyes and asked tentatively, "So what? This cucumber, you haven't used it, have you?" Yang Mi. Chapter 37 Yang Mi, I'll teach you to pick me up. Yi Chen, I'm going to kill you. Yang Mi's pretty face turned red with shame, roaring like an angry lioness. Yi Chen ran back to his bedroom with the cucumber and locked the door with a bang. Yi Chen, open the door for me. Yang Mi slammed the door to her room. Yi Chen pretended that he didn't hear it, opened the computer in the house, and uploaded the 3 recorded songs to the 3 music platforms, Netsuke Cloud, Penguin Music, and Cool Cat Music. It didn't take long for the song to be uploaded and the internet exploded. Yi Chen uploaded a new song? It's not a new song, it's a recorded version of 3 of his old songs. Ha ha ha, it's too good. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally the genuine version is here. It's been a long time coming. Today is really happier than New Year's Eve. How can Yi Chen's song be released on 3 music platforms at the same time? Aren't there copyright disputes? What do you care? Just have a song to listen to? Hey, finally I can cycle Yi Chen's songs in a single song. Netizens opened the music apps on their phones and played Yi Chen's 3 songs on a loop. Although I've heard the live version countless times long before, but they still never tire of hearing it. It didn't take long for these 3 songs to reach 10 million plays, and hundreds of thousands of comments and downloads. After finishing all this, Yi Chen crackled and coded again, and soon finished writing another 10,000 words and uploaded them to Tomato Reading's website. He found an additional message in the author's backstage and opened it to see that it turned out to be a signing station short. Yi Chen signed the electronic contract as prompted. Click. Just then, a sudden unlocking sound came from behind. Yi Chen had just turned around when he saw that Yang Mi had opened the door and rushed in. Humph, you think I can't do anything about you if you don't open the door? Yang Mi proudly waved the key in her hand. Don't forget I'm the one who owns this house. I have keys to all the rooms. She noticed Yi Chen's computer interface and asked curiously, "You're writing a novel?" Aha. Yi Chen nodded. "I can't believe you can write a novel. Let me see it. I've only just written a beginning. You can read it when there are more words." Yi Chen suddenly thought that he still had a script for the beginning in his computer and said, "Aside from novels, I occasionally write scripts. And right now I have a script for a TV show I just finished in my hands. So why don't I show it to you?" "Scripts? You still write scripts?" Yang Mi was even more surprised, looking at Yi Chen incredulously. "How many other surprises do you have that my sister doesn't know about?" "More than enough. You'll see later." Yi Chen sent the script for the beginning to Yang Mi. Yang Mi looked up. At first, she didn't particularly care, just skimmed quickly at a glance. But the further she read, the more shocked she was, gradually slowing down her reading, watching carefully and intently, completely mesmerized by this wonderful script. Time seemed to stand still. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Mi finally finished reading the entire script, and an incomparably complex look spread across her face. Shocked, excited, happy, appreciative, thrilled, she looked Yi Chen up and down and asked excitedly, "Yi Chen, did you really write the script?" "Yeah, what's up? I can't believe you're even so good at writing scripts. You're so good at writing this script. It's almost like you have a big brain. Your imagination is so rich. It would be wonderful to make a TV series. I'll take this script. Yes, how much are you going to pay me?" Yi Chen looked at Yang Mi with a burning gaze. Yang Mi looked like a little fox and smiled wryly and evilly. "You're an employee of my company. I give you an annual salary of $50 million a year. Isn't it only right that you write scripts for me? And you're still asking me for money? Hey, please get it right. $50 million is the music director's fee. Have you ever seen any music director who also has to write a script?" Yi Chen didn't budge an inch. Yang Mi gave him a flirtatious glance. I've never seen you so rich, I think you've fallen into money. Forget it, can't I give you $3 million? Okay, it's a deal. A script was sold for $3 million, and Yi Chen was in a good mood. Yang Mi was like a treasure, and didn't bother with Yi Chen, happily returning to her bedroom. Yi Chen sent a Weiwei message to I am not a fox. I got you the autograph you wanted. Soon after, I am not a fox replied. Whoa, you're awesome. Thanks. Why don't you give me your address and I'll mail you the autograph? I'm not in a position to receive the delivery right now, so I'll leave it at your place for now. I'm not a fox asked. By the way, what have you been up to lately? Yi Chen replied truthfully. You probably won't believe me when I tell you. I signed with Young Mimi's company and she even let me stay at her house, which I'm in right now. Oh my god, you're too happy, aren't you? Actually living with goddess Yang Mi. Yang Mi lay on her bed, typing while she couldn't help but snicker. After a moment's thought, she continued. Yi Chen, do you think Yang Mi likes you? Why else would she let you stay at her house? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. He had never thought in this direction. In his mind, it was simply impossible. Impossible. I'm just an employee under her. How could she look at me? The gap between the two of us is too great. Yang Mi secretly cursed a fool and said in a good way. She has a lot of employees in her company, so why only let you stay at her house? It seems you don't understand women at all, and since she's willing to move in with you, it means she still has a soft spot for you. Yi Chen asked suspiciously. But she never said she liked me? Janome typed angrily. Call you stupid. You're really stupid. How can a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? Can't you, a man, take the initiative? Close to the water tower first get the moon. Such a good opportunity in front of you, but you do not know to cherish. Give you the opportunity you do not use or, you don't like Yang Mi? Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied. She's so beautiful and the goddess of countless people's hearts. How could I not like her? It's just that the gap between the two of us is just too big. And I haven't even been in a relationship in my entire life. I don't have any experience at all. I don't know what to do. Hearing that Yi Chen had never been in love, Yang Mi was very happy in her heart. Have you forgotten that I'm a girl? Women know women's minds the best. I can be a military advisor for you, and help you come up with a plan to chase Yang Mi. How about it? After the message was sent out, Yang Mi couldn't help but have her pretty face turn red and hot. It's embarrassing to think about teaching a man to chase himself. Chapter 38, Internet Scolding. Strength in the face. Yi Chen had wanted to return to Tianhai City the next day, but Yang Mi said that the new episode of All New Singers was about to be recorded and asked him to stay for 2 more days. Yi Chen felt that she had a point. It was too troublesome to go back and forth. The point is that airplane tickets aren't cheap, so he called home and said he was staying at a friend's house for a few days, and then he stayed at Young Mi's. Apart from practicing songs, Yi Chen updated his novel every day. He opened a vest called Northern School 9 Uncle and released tens of thousands of words of Tomb Raider's notes. On the other hand, the flower dust language side wasn't idle either. He hired some marketing numbers and water armies to smear and denigrate Yi Chen all over the internet. Yi Chen also deducted a hat of obstruction of the country, saying that he is a little pink, operating a patriotic persona, eating patriotic rice, standing on the moral high ground of patriotism, moral abduction of other singers and artists, exclusion of dissenters. After a few days of fermentation, the situation intensified. It especially peaked the day before the recording of the new installment of All New Singers. There was an endless stream of criticism and abuse of Yi Chen online. Yi Chen is an obstructionist traitor. Patriotism is nothing more than Yi Chen's persona, elevating himself by labeling others as foreign admirers. It's disgusting. Was the patriotic meal good? Who doesn't know how to shout slogans? You don't pander to foreigners. Don't use foreign products if you can. Music has no borders. What gives Yi Chen the right to say that others are pandering to foreign countries? I admit that Yi Chen does have a bit of talent, but his character is really not complimentary. For a while, Yi Chen became a target, and was even scolded on the hot search. Yi Chen is a patriotic thief. Yi Chen's hypocritical patriotic persona. Yi Chen, get out of showbiz. Yi Chen's fans and some righteous netizens had come forward to support Yi Chen, and those spammers were sniping against each other online in the middle of the door. However, their power was too weak to be a match for the other party. After all, the other side is organized. A professional water army, that's what they do for a living. Yi Chen's image inevitably suffered a bit. Yang Mi was very angry when she learned about it, and immediately wanted to return the favor, looking for PR firms and water armies to fight back, but was stopped by Yi Chen. Forget it, let them curse. A dog woofs you, do you have to woof back? It's too much of a downer for me to go toe-to-toe with them, and I'll fight back with my work and my real actions. Yang Mi had to stop and asked with concern, we're going to record a new episode of All New Singers tomorrow. Have you prepared the song you're going to sing? Well, you'll see tomorrow. The next day, Yi Chen and Yang Mi arrived at the recording site of all new singers. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the building, he coincidentally encountered Hua Duanxue. Hua Dusty glanced coldly at Yi Chen and led his group of assistants towards the building. Click, click, click. Those reporters from the gossip media frantically pressed the shutter and captured the scene. Che, what's with the godliness? Yang Mi couldn't help but spit out a little in a small voice. She was now disgusted with flower dust language to the extreme. Yi Chen, you must sing well today, and give me a hard punch to that guy's face. Don't worry, I'll go ahead and get ready. Yi Chen went to the players' common room. Yang Mi, on the other hand, went straight to the studio. Once everything was ready, the broadcast finally began. Ha ha ha, it's so good, the new installment is finally here. I came for Yi Chen. That's said as if anyone isn't. Finally we can hear Yi Chen sing again. I wonder what Yi Chen will sing this time. It's not going to be another new original song, is it? Impossible. Even if Yi Chen is talented, he can't be this powerful. The number of viewers in the live broadcast quickly reached 500,000. Most of the people came for Yi Chen. The pop-ups and comment sections were all filled with Yi Chen's name. Hello dear viewers, you are now watching the large-scale music variety show All New Singers, which is exclusively titled and broadcasted by Trenchu Organic Milk. After He Jeong reads the opening speech, the program officially begins. The contestants took turns singing on stage one by one, in order. In fact, there is no shortage of these players. If they were on another show, or if they didn't have Yi Chen, they would have stood out. However, now that there was Yi Chen's pearl in front of them, even if they performed well, they were overshadowed. It could only be said that their luck was really too bad, and they had met Yi Chen, the great demon king. Players' rest area. Yi Chen was sitting on a bench playing with his cell phone, and next to him sat an older boy with glasses. The boy had been secretly observing Yi Chen, torn between whether or not to say hello to him, but he was shy and introverted and could never pull his weight. He took out a bottle of Shao, drank a mouthful, and strengthened his courage, before he finally gathered the courage to walk to Yi Chen, and opened his mouth in a formal manner. Hello, my name is Mao. Mao not billion. Nice to meet you. I like your song very much. Gross not a billion? Yi Chen took a closer look. This big boy in front of him who wore glasses and was somewhat shy and introverted. Wasn't it Mao Bui? He hadn't noticed him before because Mao Bai was too introverted and had been sitting in the corner. Hello. Yi Chen shook his hand. Mao Bu Billion said happily. I really like your songs, especially the song Fade Away, and Someone Like Me. I think you've written songs that I've always wanted to write, but haven't. I admire you but resent you a little. I feel like I'm living in your shadow. Sorry, I'm not very good with words and may have expressed it a bit inaccurately. That's okay. Yi Chen was a bit ashamed. After all, he was the one who stole the song from the others. Write other people's songs so that they have no songs to write. It seems so unorthodox. What song are you planning to sing today? Yi Chen asked with some curiosity. Mao Bai said with embarrassment. I want to sing an original rap song of my own. Rap? Yi Chen was slightly startled. He didn't realize that Mao Bai had been forced by himself to sing rap instead. Ahem, this is probably the butterfly effect. The two chatted for a while before the staff member suddenly came over and said, the next contestant to take the stage, Harry Billion, prepare in advance. It's your turn in a moment. Okay. Mao Bai's heartbeat accelerated and he became even more nervous. He took 2 more sips of white wine and then said to Yi Chen, I'll go up first. Okay, go for it. Yi Chen gave him a cheering gesture. Mao Billion came onto the stage and started his song. He hadn't sung more than a few lines when both Flower Dusty and Tall Tight frowned with a eating expression on their faces. Chapter 39 Who says Chinese people can't rap? This rap song by Harry Billion isn't too great, but it's pretty middle of the road. It's just that his personality and the style of rap just don't go together and he can't sing that rap. Moreover, he was not confident to begin with, and after seeing the expressions of Hua Dusty and Tall Tight, he became even more self-doubtful, and the more he sang, the more he lost his momentum. He just wanted to get the hell out of the stage and didn't even know how he finished the song. After Harry Billion sang, it was time for the judge's critique. Without waiting for He Jiankyu himself, Hua Duanxue couldn't wait to say, Gross no Billion, you don't fit in rap at all. You don't fit in rap at all, you know? The whole thing just now was a torture for me. You don't know about rapping. Your rhymes and flows are so average. Instead of rapping, it's more like rat-a-tat-tat. That ballad you sang last time was okay. Why rap this time? One should know better. You simply don't have the talent for it. Maybe it's better for you to be a nurse. I'm sorry, but your song and vocals really flunked with me. I can only give you a 3. Hua Dusty Language's mouth was unforgiving, and her words could even be described as vicious. Mao Bai on the stage was getting more and more restless and almost in tears. Flower Dust Language's mouth is so poisonous. It's so harsh, it makes people cry. Does Flower Dust Language think she's so great? Can a star just wantonly trample on other people's dignity? The dad flavor is so strong, and the Flower Dust talk is so sightless. A lot of netizens who hated Flower Dust talk were very upset with him. When the fans of Flower Dust Language saw that someone was scolding their idol, they immediately stopped. Is what Hannah said wrong? You don't let people talk when you sing hard? Flower is the judge. He can say whatever he likes. What do you guys care? Oh, really fed up. Props to Hannah. Hannah was very professional in what she said. That contestant is not singing material at all. Hee-jeong quickly changed the topic and looked at Shueji dissatisfaction to ask, Mr. Shueji dissatisfaction, please tell us your opinion. Shueji disappointedly said, it's true that Mao Bu-yi is not suitable for rapping, but his song isn't that bad. It's still passable. I'll give it a 6. Next, young Mimi commented, I don't know anything about music, but I think his song is pretty good. I give it a 7. She did this purely to disgust Hua Duanin. Dusty Flowers criticized Mao Baiyan for nothing and gave him 3 points, yet he had only given Yichen 2 points last time. He gave Mao Bai a score that was still 1 point more than Yichen. A discerning person could tell at a glance that he was deliberately trying to disgust Yichen. Hee-jeong looked at Tall Tight again. Tall Tight shook his fan and commented with an arrogant expression, I'm with Blossom Dusty. This rap by Harry Billion is very average. At least it doesn't pass muster with me. But you can't blame him for listening to him. There's no soil for rap in Dragonland at all. And Dragonlanders aren't naturally suited to rap, because the people of the Dragon Kingdom have no musical cells at all and don't know anything about sound. 5,000 years of Chinese history. Let's just say 5,000 years. And not a single decent piece of music has been handed down. Doesn't that tell you something? The dragons are too archaic, lacking musical literacy and musical aesthetic ability. And the Chinese characters are too wordy for rap rhymes. Rap originated in Rice. And as you all know, I lived in Rice for many years. It's a free and open country and the language is extremely varied. That's why their rap is so great. On a smaller scale, it's a matter of linguistic phonetics. And on a larger scale, it's a matter of national character, of traditional culture. Rap is a free and open music. And only a truly free and open country can give birth to such music. And only truly free and happy people can create great rap. Tall Tight's words made many people feel uncomfortable. Because there were some underground rappers right there on the scene. And some rappers watching live. Yet though they were furious, they were powerless to refute it. Because in a way, there is some truth to what Tall said. Tall followed up. I know some people don't agree with me, but what I'm saying is the truth. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. Is there a Chinese rap song that's holding up right now? Are the most popular rap songs in the world sung in English? Foreign languages are naturally superior to us in this regard. And even Japanese is more suitable for rapping than Mandarin. I'm also here to advise the other contestants to stop singing rap. It's not working. This is not the way to go. The dragons doing rap is the equivalent of raising fish in dry dirt. And that's a dead end. You can't grow roses in a cesspool. As soon as Tall Tight finished speaking, Flower Dusty Whisper followed and chimed in. Agreed. Mr. Yao deserves to be a senior in the music industry. Said what I wanted to say but didn't have the heart to say. A hero's opinion. Most of the netizens in the live stream were silent. Even if there was a small group of netizens who refuted Tall Tight, they had little to go on. Because Tall Tight is right about one thing, there hasn't been a good Chinese rap song so far. Harry Billion is left with no place to go, and slinks back to the backstage lounge, incredibly frustrated and hanging his head in discouragement. Yichen patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't listen to them, your song is not bad, don't give up lightly. Mao Bai raised his head, his eyes flashed for a moment, then dimmed again, and said disheveledly, but Flower Dusty and Mr. Gao they said. Yichen interrupted him, that was pure farting on their part. You don't have to care. Who said that people from the Dragon Kingdom can't do rap? I'll prove it to you myself later. As he was talking, a staff member came over and said respectfully, Mr. Yichen, it's your turn next. Yichen once again patted Mao Bai's shoulder and walked faithfully to the stage. It's finally time for Yichen to appear. Whoa, Yichen is so handsome. It feels like today's Yichen is a bit different from last time. The aura has become more powerful. That's right, I feel the same way. And Yichen's expression is very grim, and there seems to be a murderous aura between his eyebrows. Is this the rhythm of amplification? Hee-jeong said with a smile. It looks like Yichen is very popular. Yichen, your last song Fading Sorrows was on fire all over the internet. Will there be any pressure in your heart? What if none of the songs after that managed to surpass Fading Sorrows? After all, the height of that song is just too high. Yichen smiled faintly. No, my songs will only get stronger one after the other. Oh, you mean the song you're going to sing today is even better than Fade Away? Hee-jeong asked with anticipation. may I ask what kind of song you are going to bring to all of us today? Can you reveal it in advance? What I'm going to sing today is a newly composed Chinese rap song. Wow! As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the scene in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. Chapter 40, A Song of Materia Medica. Exploding the room. Blow up. Whether it was the live audience or the live broadcast, all of them exploded. Tall Tight and Flower Dusty Whisper had just finished approving Mabu Billion, especially after Tall Tight's comments such as dragons aren't fit to rap at all and suggesting that the other contestants stop rapping. It's a dead end. Yi Chen actually offered to sing a rap song, and it's specifically identified as Chinese rap. This is clearly going against Tall Tight and Flower Dusty language. Didn't you guys say that Dragon Nation people can't play rap? Didn't you say that Chinese rap is no match for rice in Japan? Didn't they say that the dragons are conservative and dull and have no musical cells? Oh, I'm partial to giving you guys a rap, for no other reason than to punch you in the face. After realizing Yi Chen's intentions, the netizens were all uncontrollably exuberant and restless. Bullseye. Yi Chen bullseye. Good job Yi Chen. Let's have a Chinese rap to show them. Is it burning up yet? Is this Naima no more than a Bujin biography burn? Looking forward to Yi Chen's Chinese rap. I can't believe Yi Chen can actually rap. It's too awesome. Backstage, Long Shiwei's entire body was stunned when she heard Yi Chen say that he was going to sing rap. She hurriedly asked the music director, Jin Xiaogang, and the band teacher, what's going on? Didn't you guys say Yi Chen was singing a ballad this time? Why did you change it to a rap? Jin Xiaogang and the band teacher were also very speechless. You ask us, who are we going to ask? Yi Chen's previous rehearsal was obviously a ballad. Who knows what kind of madness he was smoking that he would change the song on the spot? Director, what we rehearsed before was indeed a ballad. I don't know why Yi Chen suddenly changed his mind. Jin Xiaozong and the band teacher were both a little annoyed. It meant that all their previous rehearsals had been for nothing. It's not unheard of for singers to change songs on the spot, but that's only for top singers, even diva-level superstars. Yi Chen has only just gained some fame and then he pulls this stunt. Is it really drifting like some people on the internet say? It wasn't just Jin Xiaogang and the band teacher who were angry. Even the lighting guy, choreographer and others were pissed. This is because the lighting, the choreography and the style of the song that the contestant is going to sing are all one and the same. The lighting and choreography of a ballad simply can't be applied to rap. All their previous preparations had been for nothing. Certain staff members couldn't help but complain behind their backs that Yi Chen was playing a big game. Long Yui was even feeling an incomparable headache. She bet all her treasure on Yi Chen, but Yi Chen gave her such a whole mess. If you sing well, naturally all will be happy, but if it's a bad game, then the program All New Singers will be a joke. Her career must inevitably suffer as well. However, there is no turning back. Things have come to this point, can only take a step forward. A worried look also spread across Yang Mi's face. She knew that Yi Chen was very musically talented and had great singing skills, but have never seen him sing a rap, and she listened to Yi Chen when he was practicing his songs at home. What Yi Chen was singing at that time was obviously a ballad, right? What's with the rap all of a sudden? Smart as Yang Mi, she quickly figured it out. She admired Yi Chen's courage, but felt that he was too risky. It's making a joke of your future. Alas, Yi Chen, you really don't let my sister save me. Yang Mi secretly laughed bitterly, praying that Yi Chen wouldn't make any mistakes. Hua Dusty Language and Tall Tight were very angry in their hearts, but at the same time, they were a little bit delighted, with a disdainful sneer on their faces, waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. In their opinion, Yi Chen's move was undoubtedly a self-defeating one, seeking his own death. With his strength, he could have easily advanced by singing just about any other type of song, but he just had to die. Hua Dusty Language clasped her hands on her chest with a stance of watching a good show. Tall Tight, on the other hand, straightened his back and couldn't wait to start spraying again. Ho Zhang said in surprise after learning more about the situation. Excuse me, there's something I need to tell you all in advance. What Yi Chen had prepared was supposed to be a ballad, but it was suddenly changed to a rap, and all the lights, choreography, and band accompaniment that had been prepared before were nullified, so the next one can only be cleared by Yi Chen alone. Wow! Once again, the scene and the live stream were in full swing. It was only then that everyone realized that Yi Chen was actually changing songs on the spot. Even Flower Dusty and Tall Tight had just found out. The sneers on the two men's faces became even more obvious as they waited to see Yi Chen make a fool of himself. Those fans and netizens who supported Yi Chen couldn't help but worry. A clinical song change, or a high-octane rap, no lights, choreography, or accompaniment. Will this work? Alright, let's turn the stage over to Yi Chen next. Yi Chen, please start your singing. He Jiang walked off the stage after saying that. Only Yi Chen was left alone on the stage. The name of the song is Benjamin. No accompaniment, no lights, no choreography. Yi Chen paused for 2 seconds after introducing the title of the song, and then, finally spoke. If Hua Tuo were to come back to life, all of Zhongyang would be cured. Foreign countries come to learn Chinese characters to inspire my national consciousness. Just after hearing the first 2 sentences, everyone froze, because there were no subtitles. Their brain circuits were somewhat unable to keep up with Yi Chen. It was only after 2 seconds that the crowd finally reacted. *******, the lyrics are so dope. Is it this combustible right off the bat? It's burning. It's burning. ********. The beginning is a king bomb. Blown up. So nifty. 2 short lines of lyrics that make my blood boil and my sweat stand on end. If Hua Tuo were to be reincarnated, all reverence for the foreign world would be cured, and foreign nations would come to learn Chinese characters and inspire my national consciousness. It's so awesome, it makes me cry. Okay? Little cutie. All could hear that Yi Chen was mocking those who worshipped foreigners, and the first sentence is full of killing spirit. Just like swinging out a heavy punch, ruthlessly smashing in the face of those foreign fawning moochers. Who was the most obvious mooch present? It must be Dusty and Tall. This is like writing a face output, no different from slapping them in public. Just 2 lines of lyrics, 2 seconds of time, and all of a sudden the crowd was mobilized. Didn't you guys say that Mandarin and Chinese characters are not suitable for rapping? Isn't it true that English-Japanese is naturally superior to Mandarin? I'm partial to saying that Chinese language and Chinese characters are the most dangling. Open your dog eyes and see. More and more foreigners are speaking Chinese and learning Chinese characters, and certain people have been on their knees for too long and are dying to get up. Dorked out. The audience at the scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room, the backstage staff such as Long Songwei and Jin Xiaozong, the band teacher and the lighting technician were all stunned. Although there was no band to accompany him, Yi Chen sang with the momentum of a band all by himself. Strychnine, Semen Cassia, Auricularia and Lotus Seeds, Yellow Yarrow Seed Bitter Bean Seed, Neem, I Want to Save Face, Rewrite a History My Way, Boom, Rewrite a History My Way. The room exploded once again when the lyrics came out. Yi Chen's powerful aura, arrogant demeanor, looking down on the world with an unrivaled aura, instantly enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 41, shocking the whole audience, full of applause. Although Yi Chen was plainly dressed, the aura he exuded at the moment was like a king who had been in a high position for a long time. Everyone was deeply shocked. The audience couldn't help but dance along. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. The lyrics seem to be all herbal. It's so awesome. The name of the herbal medicine can also be the lyrics. Thanks to him for thinking of it. This is the kind of song a carbon-based creature can write? Mom asked me why I was on my knees listening to the song. Using traditional Chinese medicine and Chinese rap to diss foreigners is awesome. Okay? I didn't realize that Chinese rap could be so good. And the rarest thing is that the lyrics have so much substance. Much better than those vulgar raps that are all about profanity. Nothing else. Repeat after me. Chinese yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Chinese yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Watch me grab a handful of herbs and take a dose of pride. Yi Chen continued to sing as if no one else was there. The cool melodies and the belting lyrics are deeply infectious to everyone. Even through the screen, netizens who are millions of miles away can't help but dance along. Yang Mi and Shuiji Dissatisfaction both stood up as well, waving their hands to the rhythm of the music. Hua Dusty and Tall Tight, however, were frowning and their faces were becoming more and more unsightly. I have a relaxed expression, and I'm gonna jump around a little bit. You can't learn how to do it. Neon signs. Get in shape. In the gorgeous city waiting to wake up, the chorus came on and the crowd got all high. The audience couldn't help but dance along. Those rappers who were watching the live broadcast were all shocked and dumbfounded. They've been singing rap for so many years that they didn't realize rap could be this way. That rhythm, this melody, the lyrics, they can't write in their lifetime. Chinese rap turned out to be something else. Yi Chen had opened the door to a new world of possibilities for them. Worship. Nothing but worship or worship. Those rappers even wanted to kneel down for Yi Chen. Writing the dynasty in calligraphy spreads the power within. Wave the block letters in a bold manner and give a punch to the dialogues, ending flat on your back to see who's good. Blow up. When they heard the lyrics, many people's minds exploded. From Chinese medicine to calligraphy, these are all traditional cultures unique to the Dragon Kingdom. The ending is flat on its back to see who's good. This was a bare-bones war cry to Hua Dusty and Tall Tight and the rest of them. Where was Yi Chen singing? He was clearly writing the face output, snapping and slapping Flower Dusty language and Tall Tight in the face. Make it into any kind of dan and knead it into any kind of pill. Antler slices should not be too thin. You can't copy a master's technique like that. Turtle jelly, roux nanbao, and cordyceps. Own music, own medicine in just the right portions. Listen to me, herbal medicine is bitter. Kneeling should be even more bitter. The tempo of the song was getting faster and faster, but Yi Chen's spitting was very clear. The bright rhythm and powerful lyrics made the crowd all excited to the extreme. especially the line "kneeling should be more bitter" was a blast. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was like a rocket, increasing by leaps and bounds. 500W, 600W, 900W, 1000W. Before the song was even finished, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to 10 million. Lani Wei and I looked incredulously at the data on the screen in front of her, completely dumbfounded. The staff members were all stunned and dumbfounded as well. After freezing for a moment, they instantly cheered in excitement. Lan Shiwei's mood was also incomparably excited. Fire up! This show is totally going to be a hit. From there, her career would climb to a new peak. Quickly turn to the Materia Medica and read more of the good book. The toadstools have been turned over. We mustn't lose the hard work of our ancestors. This is the light. This is the light. Sing along. That's the light, hey. Let me make a prescription to cure your internal injuries from pandering. The Chinese formula that has been rooted for thousands of years has a power that no one else knows. The crowd just felt the hot blood burning inside them. A sense of pride that comes from deep within. Many were even moved to tears. That's when they realized that the Chinese characters were so powerful. Bullseye. Yi Chen is so damn bullseye. Kneel down, kneel down. So Chinese rap can be so good. Chinese medicine that I've never even heard of can actually be written into lyrics. Yi Chen is really talented. I really want to know how his brain grows. The hard work of the old ancestors. We must not lose. It's so touching. I hope all those spineless people listen well and heal their internal wounds of foreign admiration. Oh, didn't Flower Dusty and Tall Tight say that Mandarin isn't suitable for rapping at all? Get the hell out and get beaten. If I were the two of them, I would have gotten out long ago. Where would I have the face to stay here as a judge? Flower Dusty and Tall Tight blushed to the extreme. They didn't expect Yi Chen to actually write such an awesome Chinese rap song. This guy, doesn't he have a bottleneck? How can his musical talent and songwriting ability be so horrible? The two men only felt as if they were on pins and needles now. They could imagine the pop-ups and comment sections of the live broadcast must be full of cursing them. Yi Chen's song continued to ring in his ears. Squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat, squatting again, little zombie squatting, lights in the dark alley, squatting again, little zombie squatting, drilling the turnip pit, crouch again, crouch, little zombie, chant a spell, squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat, squatting again, little zombie squatting, lights in the dark alley, squatting again, little zombie squatting, drilling the turnip pit, crouch again, crouch, little zombie, chant a spell, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Yi Chen's expression and movements were dashing, giving off a very relaxed feeling. The front is playful and hearty. The latter is a completely light-hearted banter, full of contempt and disdain, not taking those foreign admirers into account at all. La 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 la. The crowd also unconsciously hummed along with Yi Chen. The song finally came to a close with a chorus from the entire crowd. Wow! The scene erupted into a mountain of applause. Coward! Coward! This is the best Chinese rap song I've ever heard. Bravo! Yi Chen forever God. I would call this song the strongest rap in the universe. All those foreign language raps are weak. From Yi Chen, I see the hope of the Chinese music scene. Chapter 42 Flower Dust Speech Causes Anger. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Yang Mi stood up like a little fangirl, waving her arms while shouting Yi Chen's name. Shueji dissatisfaction followed suit and stood up to shout along. The audience at the scene also all stood up and shouted at the top of their voices. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Bullseye! Yi Chen bullseye! Long live Yi Chen! The shouts were so loud that they drowned out the entire studio. The two of them, Flower Dusty and Tall Tight, were sitting on chairs, looking extremely otherworldly. The live broadcast room completely boiled over, and the pop-up screen frantically swiped the screen. This is a really great benediction. I would call it the light of Chinese rap. Yi Chen is not only talented, but also very courageous, daring to use his music to publicly diss those who worship foreigners. And it's also very positive energy out there? Singers with positive energy like Yi Chen are really rare. That's right, Yi Chen is simply a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Even I, who have never been a groupie, was enamored. Me too, me too. It's too bad there's no band to accompany it. Yeah, it would definitely rock even more with a band accompanying it. Dense pop-ups covered the entire live broadcast. Lani Wei and I and the others were shocked by the terrifying data. However, there was also a portion of Flower Dust language and Tall Tights fans who despised Yi Chen and his songs from the bottom of their hearts, shading and sneering. Oh, am I the only one who thinks this song sucks? You're not alone. I feel the same way. A bunch of unseen hangers-on will just blow their brains out. Don't embarrass yourself, okay? But anyone who listens to a few more English raps, Korean raps, wouldn't be so rare. Just take out any English and Korean rap and it can beat Yi Chen's Thai songs, okay? It's really both funny and pathetic how some wellies haven't seen the world. What kind of spicy chicken is Yi Chen singing? The lyrics are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can Chinese medicine be used as lyrics? Yi Chen's fans and roadies sprayed each other again with each other. The live broadcast room suddenly turned into a battlefield without smoke. Host Ho Jong came on stage and smiled. Thank you Yi Chen for bringing us such a wonderful Chinese rap. Next is the judges' review session. Which judge teacher will go first? I'll go first. Yang Mi was the first to speak, regardless of what anyone else thinks. All in all, I really like this song. The song Benjamin made me experience a strong sense of national pride, especially when the chorus came on. I got goosebumps. It's a song with an attitude, and I hope that certain people who worship the world will give it a good listen. I give this song a 10. Young Mi gives it a perfect score. This was expected by the crowd. Shueji dissatisfaction followed. Apart from the lack of backing vocals, the song is perfect. Both the lyrics and the composition are impeccable. I'm also a songwriter musician, but it never occurred to me to use herbal names as lyrics. Yi Chen's creativity is just too strong. I'm really curious as to how on earth he came up with it. A song that has great lyrics and melody is already considered a good song. If the song had more substance, it would be divine. There is no doubt that Benediction is a deservedly divine song. If Hua Tuo were alive, Chongyang were healed. Foreign nations come to learn Chinese characters and inspire my national consciousness. Rewrite a history, my way. We must not lose the hard work of these old ancestors. Let me mix up a partial formula that specializes in curing your internal injuries from winks. A Han formula that has been rooted for thousands of years and has a power that others don't know about. Every lyric is a godsend. Especially that line about the hard work of the old ancestors and how we must not lose. I almost cried out when I heard that. Okay? Shueji dissatisfaction became more and more excited as he spoke. And at the end of his speech, he suddenly stood up, walked over to Yi Chen, and made a move that made everyone's eyes and jaws drop in shock. He actually knelt down for Yi Chen in front of everyone. Silly. The crowd was all shocked and dumbfounded by this scene. Holy, what the hell? What is old Shue doing? Why is he kneeling down for Yi Chen? I know. Old Shue said last time that as long as Yi Chen can still write a song as good as Fading Sorrows, he'll kneel down for him. Right. I remembered too. So old Shue is honoring his promise. I thought he was just talking, but I didn't realize he was really kneeling. Too hard. Talk the talk. Real man. Old Shue is at least a star. Isn't he embarrassed at all? Yi Chen said in surprise. Mr. Shueji dissatisfaction. What are you doing? No, don't call me teacher. I can't afford it. Shueji dissatisfiedly knelt for a while before he stood up. As I said before, if you can write another great song like Fading Sorrows, I'd rather kneel down for you. Yi Chen, you're the most musically talented person I've ever met. The future of Chinese music depends on you. I hope you will continue to work hard and create more excellent songs to revitalize Chinese music. Shueji dissatisfaction said very sincerely. Needless to say, he gave Yi Chen a full vote. Next it was the turn of Flower Dusty and Tall Tight. Both played deaf and dumb, both waiting for the other to speak first. The scene was incredibly awkward for a moment. It was He Jeong who finally said, Hannah, please tell us what you think. Flower Dust language cursed in her heart and said stiffly, I'm sorry, I didn't even hear what he was singing just now. He was talking too fast and didn't have a teleprompter. I've only vaguely heard the names of some herbs, and using the names of herbs as lyrics sounds new, but it's actually pretty boring. These herbs are completely raw and have no real meaning, and the song's melody is so generic. It's not even close to English Korean rap. It's more of a jingle than a rap. I think the dragon people have a kind of blind conceit now. Night and day. You should really listen to those English and Korean raps more and learn from others instead of getting high like frogs in the bottom of a well. So sorry. I can only give you 3 votes. No more. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene was in an uproar. The live feed blew up as well. Asterisk. Flower Dust language is really talking nonsense with his eyes open. Can you have some face? Flower Dust language has been kneeling for too long and can't stand up. Hua Duanxue is clearly carrying personal revenge. A proper villain. What the hell? You're worthy of judging Yi Chen. Flower Dust language, get out of showbiz. This is not even pretending. It's a completely disgusting villainous face. Tall Tight saw that there is a Flower Dust language in front of the gun blocking, which shook the folding fan. Pretend to open the mouth. Chapter 43, Disliking Tall and Tight, shocking the whole stage. Ahem. Let me say a few words too. Tall Tight cleared his throat and shook his head as he commented. I'm with Hannah on this one. Yi Chen's last song Fading Sorrows is even better than this one. The lyrics to this Benjamin song are pure claptrap and uninformed. I still say that Mandarin rhymes are too stilted for rap. Chinese singers should build on their strengths and avoid their weaknesses instead of going head over heels, which in the end will only lead to self-defeat. I know you won't listen to me even if I say more. All you have to do is listen to the great English and Korean rap songs and you'll see how big the gap is. And the so-called patriotic sentiments, national sentiments, conveyed by this song are quite superficial and childish. I've always felt that music is not a vehicle for singing praises, that it can't be used for glorification, and that good music should be critical. Music has no borders. A good song can impress people from all countries around the world. But this song, Materia Medica, apart from being able to make the people of the Dragon Kingdom get blindly high on themselves, who else can it impress? Can it go out of the country and gain the recognition of the people of the Rice Kingdom? The Cold Kingdom? And I found out that Yi-chan has another problem, which is also a common problem for most of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. It's like you guys have persecution paranoia. You always feel that people are discriminating against you and targeting you. You don't have to be so glassy-eyed. Isn't it good to be confident? People's rice and cold countries have never harmed you, but you have been treating them as imaginary enemies. The Rokoku people are such a bunch of inferior and arrogant people. It's a deep-rooted inferiority that it's time to change. Boom! Tall Tight's comments sent shockwaves through the air. Did I hear right in my ears? What the was Tall Tight talking about just now? Oh, Tall Tight is being completely shameless. He's tall and tight, but he's a MIG, so of course he's qualified to look down on us. Inferiority? How dare he have the face to say that? I think it's more like he's the one with the inferiority. Where is this reviewing music? It's clearly a personal attack, not only insulting Yi-chen, but also insulting all of us in the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, some people's asses have been crooked for a long time. Since you dislike this country so much, then you should hurry up and run off, and stay here to make money for what? Ha ha, it's not like I couldn't make it outside before I ran back to get some money. Sticking an onion in a pig's nose, pretending. Tall Tight, get out of the Dragon Kingdom. Strongly recommend blocking Tall Tight. Tall Tight was cursed by the netizens. His fans were instantly offended. That's right, although Gao Dakian is just an unimpressive middle-aged greasy uncle, he has still gained a group of fans with the school ballad songs he composed in his early years and the variety show he hosted in the last 2 years. His fans are mainly college students, and a few literati who indulge in petty crime. They consider themselves knowledgeable, cultured, tasteful and thoughtful, and feel that they have a high level of appreciation, despising this and that every day. In their eyes, Gao Dakian is a learned and talented person, a thoughtful thinker, and a warrior who dares to speak the truth. Although they are not fans of celebrities and present themselves as young people of culture, what they actually do is no different from brainwashed fans. Mr. Tall Tight has a good point. Support him. Yi-chen's fans are really as nice and foolish as Mr. Gao said. He, a bunch of rabble. I'm afraid they haven't even been to high school, right? How dare they question Mr. Gao? Mr. Gao is a senior student of Shuimu University. His family are all the schoolmasters of Shuimu University, a veritable family of books. Yi-chen, an illiterate who has not graduated from university. What can he compare with others? I advise those cuties who like Yi-chen to go read more. Teacher Gao Dakian is at least a senior in the music industry. He's also doing this for Yi-chen's good. Yi-chen's fans don't be ungrateful. The live feeds were noisy. The scene was even more saber-rattling. He-jong hastened to round up the conversation and said with a smile, "Why do I seem to smell a smell of gunpowder? Ha ha ha. Everyone relax. Don't be so tense. Gentlemen are peaceful but different. Everyone has the right to express their own opinions. Yi-chen, do you have anything to say about the comments of the two judges? Flower Dusty Words and Tall Tight?" Yi-chen's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "There's nothing I'd like to say about a summer bug that can't talk about ice. I can't force people to like my songs if they don't like them. I will prove what they say wrong with my own actions. Within a year, I will make Chinese music go global and become trendy all over the world. I hope that at that time, the two of you, Flower Dust Whisperer and Tall Tight, will apologize to me, as well as say sorry to all the people of Dragon Nation, because you're trampling on not only my own dignity, but the dignity of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I just don't know if you two have the courage." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Within a year, bring Chinese music to the world. That's a big mouth, isn't it? Even those fans who loved Yi-chen felt that Yi-chen was too much of a toady. "Oh, you have a big mouth," Flower Dust Language said with a cold smile on her face, disdainfully. "Okay, Hua Dusty Language, put my words here today. If you can lead Chinese music to the world within a year, I will not only apologize to you, but I will also quit the entertainment industry." Tall Tight also taunted. "The same goes for me." "Ha, Yi-chen, you're really young and unaware of the heights of heaven. Is it still called a young man if he's not exasperated?" Yi-chen smiled faintly. "I hope you will keep your word when the time comes." After saying that, without even looking at Hua Dusty and Tall Tight, he went straight back to the backstage lounge. Mao Bai and the others all greeted them. "Yi-chen, your song Materia Medica is really great. And the words you said, it's so dominating that it makes people's blood boil. Mao Bai's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Yi Chen. The other players also complimented Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're awesome. Yi Chen, why did you come to this program? Can't you give us some life? Yeah, you can even go to I Am a Singer with the Strength. Why do you have to come and abuse us? Mao Bai sighed. I've been eliminated. Yi Chen, it's nice to meet you. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Yi Chen asked, do you have any plans? What else is there to do but go back and keep working as a nurse? Mao Bai was full of loss. He loved music very much, and being a singer was his real dream. Yi Chen asked with a smile, if you want, I can recommend an entertainment company to sign you. Sign me up? Mao Bai froze. Chapter 44, the Tang monk entered the Ponzi cave. Tatsu, you're not kidding me, are you? Mao Bai looked at Yi Chen with a naturally dumbfounded expression. I'm serious. Yi Chen laughed. I'm now the music director of Jiaxing World. I'm very optimistic about you. I think you're very musically talented. I'll talk to Boss Yan later. She should give me this face. Mao Bai was instantly overjoyed and said gratefully, Brother Tatsu, then thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you well. Ha ha, no need to thank me. Yi Chen patted his shoulder and said, you'll be repaying me the most by working hard. He robbed Mao Bai's song and changed his fate, and his heart has been over it, so he can only make up for it by doing this. After the program, Yi Chen met Yang Mi and told her about Mao Bu Billion. Yang Mi's impression of Mao Bai was not bad, and she painfully agreed to Yi Chen's proposal to let Mao Bai report to the company the next day. Mao Bai thanked him excitedly. Yi Chen found Jin Xiaogang again and said to him, Mr. Jin, I'd like to borrow your music team to record the accompaniment for the Materia Medica. No problem, no problem. Jin Xiaozan was too busy to agree. He had previously mistakenly thought that Yi Chen was playing a big game by changing songs on the spot, and was still a bit dissatisfied with him in his heart. Now on the other hand, he is completely bowled over by his musical talent. The musicians in the band are also very willing to work with Yi Chen. Cootie, we all know that Materia Medica is destined to be a divine song that will go down in the annals of Chinese music. It was an immense honor to be a part of the recording of this song. Long Sui and I thanked Yi Chen profusely. Without Yi Chen, the program would have been watched by a few million people at most. With a single effort, Yi Chen has raised the show's viewership to a new level and her career to a new height. After bidding farewell to Long Songwei and I, Yi Chen took Yang Mi's car and returned to his residence. What they didn't know was that a paparazzi reporter was secretly filming them from behind a bush not far away. The next day, Yi Chen once again went to Wu Beiming's recording studio and completed the official recorded version of Materia Medica and uploaded it to the music platform. Those netizens who got the message immediately flocked to it. It didn't take long for the entire network of Materia Medica to reach 10 million plays, with the number of comments and downloads breaking through millions, and smoothly reaching the top of the major charts of Netsuke Cloud, Penguin Music, and Cool Cat Music. Holy crap, that's so good. Who says Mandarin isn't good for rap? I didn't realize that Chinese rap could be so good. Yi Chen is too good. Yi Chen is simply a musical genius. I didn't expect him to even know how to rap. May I ask what else he doesn't know how to do? The lyrics are so positive. I was moved to tears. We must not lose the hard work of these old ancestors. All those foreign fawning dilettantes listen well. I finally realized what Yi Chen meant when he said that Hualu is the most hung. He did it. The comment sections on all the major music platforms are all clear and favorable. There are also some music critics who have analyzed how awesome the song Benjamin is from a professional point of view. After reading the music critics' analysis, netizens adored Yi Chen even more. Meanwhile, the reputation of Flower Dust's speech in Tall Tight had taken a sharp turn for the worse, becoming the target of mass mockery and taunts. Both of their Twitter comment sections were blasted by angry netizens. People have called them foreign fawning catechists and foreign eating dilettantes. Flower Dusty and Tall Tight were forced to close their comments. On the other hand, Mao Bai also managed to sign a contract with Jiaxing World. Yang Mi took Yi Chen around the company and gave him an introduction to the executives and artists of the company. This one beside me I think you all recognize. He is Yi Chen, who has been very hot lately. From now on he will be our company's music director. Let's warmly welcome him to our Jiaxing World family. As soon as Yang Mi's words fell, the scene erupted into applause. Jiaxing first sister Hotba walked to Yi Chen, stretching out her white jade-like slender hand, smiling sweetly. Hello Yi Chen, nice to meet you. I really like your songs. We'll be colleagues from now on. Hello. Yi Chen shook Hotba's hand. Soft as a bone, crispy and smooth, a natural beauty. Zhu Su Xiu Yang, Chen Yuqi, and Zhang Tianqi all shook hands with Yi Chen and greeted him. Under close contact, they realized that Yi Chen was so handsome, more handsome than the idol stars they had worked with. A few people were looking at Yi Chen with a bit of a flowery look in their eyes. Zhang Tianqi was even more boldly throwing winks at Yi Chen. Yi-chen couldn't help but get a feeling of the Tang monk entering the Ponzi cave. Mao Bai on the side looked at it with an incomparable envy in his heart. How come he didn't get this when he joined? The little assistant Yang Chaoxue followed closely beside Yi-chen, feeling very proud. Although she had just joined the company, all those assistants in the company envied her. Yang Mi brought Yi-chen to his office. The office is large, more than 100 square feet. The outrageous thing is that there is a lounge inside and a bed in the lounge, which is just so sweet. Well, still satisfied? Yang Mi had her arms wrapped around her chest, and her eyebrows were all smiles. Well, I'm very pleased with it. Honey, at your expense. Yi-chen's eyes unintentionally glanced towards her chest and his face flushed slightly. Yang Mi didn't notice it at all and laughed. As long as you're satisfied, this will be your office from now on. You don't need to clock in and out of work every day, but you still need to bring in new people once in a while as the music director. Otherwise this $50 million a year is too good to be true. However, our joshing world is still focusing on film and television at the moment, and we're just starting out in music, so you don't have to worry too much. Yi-chen nodded and smiled. I'm going to start with Mao Bui. I'll personally help him compose a few songs and build him up. Yang Mi said, I don't know anything about music, so you can take full responsibility. At this time, the junior assistant Yang Chaoxue weakly asked, Sister Honey, Mr. Yi-chen, what should I do? Yang Mi had a headache for a while. She really didn't understand why Yi-chen was looking for a waitress to be his assistant. She said helplessly, I'll find a master to take you, so learn well and don't let Yi-chen down. Yang Chaoxue nodded desperately. I will try to learn. Yang Mi added to Yi-chen, by the way, Yi-chen, you haven't registered for Twitter, have you? How do you know? Yi-chen asked suspiciously. When Yang Mi chatted with Yi-chen on his I'm not a fox Weixin number, she heard him mention it. She casually said, I'm just guessing. You'd better sign up for a Weibo account. What kind of celebrity doesn't have a Weibo account? Okay, then I'll sign up for one now. Chapter 45, Fans Soar, sensationalizing the whole internet. Yi-chen quickly registered his microblogging account and completed the authentication. The Twitter ID is his name and the credentialing information is simple, Singer. Twitter officials were also nice enough to give him a promotion. Netizens quickly learned of Yi-chen's registration of a microblogging account. Yi-chen registered for Weibo? Whoa, too good. Finally I can pay attention to Yi-chen. Ha, you can interact with Yi-chen from now on. What are you waiting for? Focus on the walking wave. Yi-chen's fans ran around one by one. An hour later, Yi-chen's number of fans reached 1 million. 2 hours later, the number of followers rose to 3 million. 3 hours later, the number of followers rose to 5 million. Then 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. In just half a day's time, Yi-chen's number of fans had reached 15 million, already comparable to a first-tier star. After all, many second and third-tier stars only have a few million followers, and those top streamers move tens, if not hundreds of millions of followers. Of course, a lot of this is paid zombie fans. Exactly how much of this is true is unknown to outsiders, but Yi-chen's 15 million fans are all flesh and blood real people. None of them are fake. Yang Mi didn't spend money on zombie fans for him. She didn't think it was necessary. Yi-chen himself was even less likely. Not to mention that he doesn't have money. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to be trampled on like this. Wouldn't it be nice to have that money for more longevity? The topic of Yi-chen registering a microblogging account quickly made its way onto the microblogging hit list. His exaggerated rate of increase in fans is even more shocking to everyone. I'll go. 15 million fans in half a day. That's too much, isn't it? I didn't expect Yi-chen to be so popular. Being talented is different. A new superstar is born. Too damn bullish. Yi-chen is afraid that he has already created a record for the fastest increase in microblogging fans. Even those stars were filled with envy and jealousy towards Yi-chen. After all, many of them haven't had 10 million followers in over a decade. And Yi-chen was only a newcomer who had just started his career, and had gained 15 million followers in only half a day. This is something that has never happened since the inception of Twitter. Miracle. Yi-chen created a miracle. Of course, there were also some black fans and water armies who came to Yi-chen's microblogging below to bring the rhythm. It's mainly dominated by fans of Flower Dusty and Tall Tight. Oh, Yi-chen's fans must have paid for it. That's right, 15 million followers in half a day. That's just not possible. Yi-chen is really willing to put down blood money. He's crazy for wanting red. The words I want red are written all over my face. 2A. Disgusting. On the other hand, the headquarters of Sky Entertainment, Hua Duantone was so furious that she wanted to eat Yi-chen alive. This damn Yi-chen. How did he get so lucky with his? Now the internet is full of hot searches about him. How dare he step on me to get to the top? I, Hua Duan Yu, am not finished with him. Agent Beck J soothed. Blossom, take it easy. We'll take our time to figure it out. What else can be done? We can go and collect some of his black information and stigmatize his reputation, so that he can't hang around in the entertainment industry. Flower Dusty Whisperer said excitedly with her eyes glowing at the sound of her words. Yeah, good idea. I just can't believe he doesn't have any black material at all. Sister bye. I'll leave this matter to you. I want to see Yi-Chen lose his reputation as soon as possible and disappear from my eyes. Don't worry, I'm on it. After Bai Jia finished speaking, she immediately took action, spending a lot of money to go around collecting black information about Yi-Chen. Meanwhile, Hong Tao, the chief director of Mango Channel's I Am a Singer, keenly captured the conflict between Yi-Chen and Hua Dusty Language. Dusty Flowers is on their show I'm a Singer and is in last place. As soon as the kicker kicks in, he is eliminated. If Yi-Chen could be invited to be the kickoff singer for the new installment, it would be a sight to behold. Yi-Chen and Flower Dust Language had now become mortal enemies who were incompatible with each other. A showdown between the two of them is sure to bring unprecedented heat and buzz to the show, regardless of who they lose or win. I'm a Singer wins hemp. Thinking of this, Hong Tao immediately had people find Yi-Chen's contact information by all means and personally gave him a call, warmly inviting Yi-Chen to participate in I Am a Singer. After Yi-Chen hung up the phone, he told Yang Mi about it, wanting to hear her opinion. Yang Mi said happily without even thinking about it. What's there to think about? Of course I'm going to participate. I Am a Singer is the hottest music program right now, and those who can participate in this program are the most prestigious and famous singers in the country. You just have to participate in this program, and even if you don't do as well as you'd like, the curiosity will automatically go up a notch. Yi-Chen nodded his head and said, good, then I'll promise him. He quickly called Hong Tao back. Hong Tao on the other end of the phone nearly jumped up in excitement after receiving Yi-Chen's affirmative reply. He immediately informed his men to announce Yi-Chen's participation in the next installment of I Am a Singer to the public. Soon after, a tweet was posted on the official website of, hello everyone, we at I Am a Singer are honored to have it Mr. Yi-Chen as our next kickoff singer. Will he be able to kick off the show successfully or not? Let's wait and see. We won't see you in the next program. Wow. When this tweet came out, Twitter exploded. Not only because Yi-Chen was participating in I Am a Singer, but also because they knew that Hua Duanhua was currently in last place. Yi-Chen kicked the pavilion, which meant that he was going to challenge Flower Dusty. The feud between the two of them was not unknown to anyone who had access to the internet, so the netizens were all sensationalized. Holy, no way? Yi-Chen is going to go to I Am a Singer as a kickoff singer? Mango is really good at fixing jobs. Yi-Chen PK Flower Dusty Language. Ha ha, this is going to be a good show. Those two are quite a pair of deadly rivals. Yi-Chen is so powerful. It's only been a few days since his debut, and he's actually been able to participate in such a heavyweight program like I Am a Singer. Support Yi-Chen and over Flower Dust Language. That's right, I've long since looked at Flower Dusty Whisper in a bad light. The fans of Flower Dust Language were all filled with disdain. Yi-Chen isn't even worthy of lifting my family florist shoes. Sit back and wait for Yi-Chen to be punched in the face. That's good. Let's all see how big the difference in strength between Yi-Chen and our Flower is. Flower versus Yi-Chen. Isn't that abuse? Yi-Chen, don't cry if you lose at that time? Daring to challenge our Flower. You're really making a fool of yourself and don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 46 Recording of. The news that Yi-Chen was going to participate in the new installment of I Am a Singer as a kickoff singer quickly hit the hot search. Yi-Chen parachuted into I Am a Singer. Yi-Chen PK Flower Dust Language. For a while, the heat of the show has skyrocketed like never before. Many people said that they would also watch the next installment in order to see the showdown between Yi-Chen and Hua Dusty Language. I have to say, Hong Tao's move was really brilliant. On the other side, Flower Dust Language also learned of the news. He panicked at once, although variously looking at Yi-Chen in a bad light and putting Yi-Chen down to nothing in the program. But he knew very well in his heart that Yi-Chen's musical talent was terrifying. He might not be Yi-Chen's opponent. The front foot had just criticized Yi-Chen severely in All New Singers. If he lost to Yi-Chen in the program I Am a Singer, then he really had no face to hang around in this circle. The more Hua Duanin thought about it, the more uneasy she became, and she immediately called Bai Jia over. Sister Bai, have you found Yi-Chen's black material yet? Don't worry, I've already found some. One of your fans said that Yi-Chen used to be her classmate, and was later expelled from school for molesting her in. Baekjae said with a raised eyebrow. And this? Flower Dust Language sneered triumphantly. Oh, I can't imagine that Yi-Chen can't look human-like, but he's actually so nasty behind his back. Is there any other black material? Baekjae said thoughtfully. Does gouging count? Stingy? Flower Dusty said. What kind of blackmail is that? Bai Jia said. You are unaware of how stingy he is. It is reasonable to say that he has made a lot of money, but he is stingy and petty as hell. Whenever he comes home after recording a program, he takes the subway, and people have seen him riding a shared bicycle, and there's even a convenience store salesman who said he often goes to buy instant noodles to eat. Their family of 4 is still living in a 90-square-foot-old raggedy flat, and Yi Chen has made so much money, but he can't afford to buy a suite for his family. His father is driving an online car and his mother works as a female laborer in a factory, something that the netizens would accuse him of being unfilial if they knew about it. Flower Dust Language laughed excitedly after hearing this. Good, very good. Just the fact that he was expelled from school for molesting his female classmates is enough to seal him off. Plus being stingy, unfilial, etc. Yi Chen is dead this time. Being stingy is not a sin, but it is detrimental to celebrities. Not to mention that a charge of unfiliality was introduced by the gouging. Yi Chen became a star himself and made a lot of money, but he made his parents work. Or is it personal? Flower Dust Language felt that she had caught Yi Chen's dead center, and couldn't help but feel her heart blossom. Beck J asked, should we put this information out now? No, wait a minute. Flower Dust Whisperer smiled grimly. Now is not the time. Wait until the next installment of I Am a Singer airs before sending these messages. For the next few days, Yi Chen, apart from practicing his songs, was updating the 2 novels, Ghost Blown Light and Tomb Raider's Notes. Not many people know about these 2 novels yet because they're not on the recommendations yet. Yi Chen is not in a hurry. Just update step by step. Anyway, the gold will shine sooner or later. In a flash it's next Friday and the new installment of I'm a Singer will finally start taping. Yi Chen and his junior assistant Yang Chaoshui came to Xianqing by airplane. The I Am a Singer program team sent a special staff to pick up the plane and brought Yi Chen and Yang Chaoshui to the booked hotel. Yi Chen rested for half a day at the hotel, and after having lunch, he took a special car to the Mango Channel headquarters building. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Chen arrived at the rehearsal hall of the Lu Huan, Han Hong, Zhang Jie, Tang Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, Tang Gear, and Hua Dusty Language had arrived long ago and were sitting on the sofa chatting and laughing when they saw Yi Chen enter. Except for Hua Duanxue, the other few people all stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. You're that Yi Chen who's been quite hot lately, right? I really like your songs. I can't imagine that the young people nowadays are all so powerful. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Lu Huan smiled and shook Yi Chen's hand. Hello, Mr. Lu Huan. Although Yi Chen was young and reckless, he still respected those seniors who were truly powerful. Yi Chen, it's nice to meet you. Don't look at my age. I like dealing with young people the most. Let's exchange more in the future. Tengel, like Lu Huan, had no frame at all. Han Hong, Zhang Jie, and Zhang Xiaohan also greeted Yi Chen politely. Deng Ziki even directly came into a hug with Yi Chen and laughed happily. I can't believe we're meeting again so soon. By the way, you haven't even written me the song you promised me. You won't forget, right? How come? Yi Chen laughed. I'll definitely give you the song tonight. 2 dimples appeared on Deng Ziki's face and she smiled sweetly. That's what you said. Oh, I'll wait. There was a lot of joking and laughing and the atmosphere was very joyful. Only Flower Dust Language was left awkwardly hanging out to the side. He had already participated in a few episodes of the program, so it was logical that he should have a better relationship with everyone than Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the new kick-ass singer, is the one who should be out of place, but now it was the other way around, and Yi Chen quickly became involved with everyone. Flower Dust Language, however, seemed to have become a superfluous outsider. Everyone was more or less aware of the feud between Yi Chen and Hua Dusty Language. In fact, Lu Huan and Tangier, these powerful singers, also looked down on Hua Duanyu. This kind of idol star with no strength, only hype, singing like practice. Usually when you see each other it's at best a false hello. Since Hua Duanyue didn't speak, they certainly couldn't take the initiative to talk to him. So Hua Dusty Language was treated like air by everyone and sat alone in the corner, picking her feet in embarrassment. Good thing host Ho Jung quickly walked in. That's right, the host of I Am a Singer is still Ho Jung. He was originally a pillar of the Mango Channel, and going to host a talent show like all new singers was just to see the face of his old friend. Long Song Eni. I'm a Singer is what he does. Apart from Ho Jung, there is also a familiar face. That is, Jin Xiaozong. He is the music producer of the backing band for They. This was considered a good thing for Yi Chen, as they were already working well with each other. He Jiang introduced Yi Chen to the rules of the program. Then everyone went to their respective rehearsal rooms to rehearse. Yi Chen handed Jin Xiaogang the lyrics book that he had prepared in advance, as well as the USB flash drive on which he had recorded the accompaniment and arrangement. Celadon? Jin Xiaozong's eyes instantly widened in shock after reading the lyrics. The lyrics. This composition. That's too good, isn't it? When he listened to the entire arrangement and accompaniment of the song, he was even more shocked beyond words. There was a moment of silence, before he dully opened his mouth to ask, Yi Chen, the lyrics, composition, accompaniment, and arrangement of this song were all done by you alone? That's right. Yi Chen nodded. Jin Xiaozong was completely speechless, and 2 words came to mind. Demon. This young man in front of him was definitely an unquestionable demon. This world has never had Chinese-style music before. That's why Jin Shaoguan was simply amazed and curious. The lyrics and melody of your song Celadon are so specific that I've never heard this type of song before and I don't know how to categorize it properly. Yi Chen smiled faintly. How about calling it Huaxiao Wind? Chapter 47, A Bubble for Ziki. Chinese style? Good. That's a great term. I have a premonition that in the future, Chinese-style songs will be all over the country. Jin Shaoguan was overwhelmed, because he knew that this song would start a new genre of music. The entire Chinese music scene will change as a result. Next Yi Chen began rehearsing. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. Although the lyrics book has been read long ago, but after hearing Yi Chen's song in person, Jin Shaozong and the others were still deeply shocked. They felt as if they had heard the best music in the world. Yi Chen's play was as consistent as ever, and he passed after only one rehearsal. Jin Shaogang said excitedly, Yi Chen, congratulations on writing another divine song. This song will surely catch fire all over the country. Ha ha, Mr. Jin, I'll take your word for it then. After Yi Chen finished rehearsing, he went straight back to the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a strange scene. Young assistant Yang Chaozui actually rolled on the floor. Supermoon, what are you doing? When Yang Chaoyue saw Yi Chen return, she stood up in a panic, her little face flushed with shame, her head shyly lowered, her hands nervously tugging at the corners of her clothes, as if she had done something wrong. Don't be afraid. I'm not blaming you. I'm just a little curious. What are you doing rolling around on the floor? Yi Chen asked. Only then did Yang Chaoyue explain. Brother, don't laugh at me when I say it. My family was so poor when I was a kid that all my little friends had floor tiles in their homes, and my family was the only one with a dirt floor. Whenever I went to my little friend's house to play, I would mop her floor and roll around on it for fun. Just now when I saw the hotel floor so smooth and bright, I couldn't help but think of my childhood, so I couldn't help myself. Yi Chen cried and laughed as he listened, and at the same time, his heart couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. She knew that Yang Chaoyue's family wasn't very good, but she didn't expect it to be so poor. The good thing is that she doesn't have an inferiority complex and has developed a cheerful and optimistic personality. Yi Chen asked with a smile. What other stupid things did you do when you were a kid? That's a lot. Yang Chaoyue opened her mouth and spoke at length. I couldn't afford candy when I was a kid, and one of my little friends didn't like calcium pills, so she gave them to me. Calcium pills are like candy. Sweet, I love them. She was speaking casually, not selling out, just reminiscing about her childhood anecdotes. Yi Chen, however, couldn't listen to her and touched her head and said, Supermoon, have you ever thought about being a star? Me as a star? Yang Chaozui shook her head repeatedly and laughed at herself. I can't be a star. I can't sing. I can't act. I don't have any talent, and I'm mediocre looking. How can I be a star? Yi Chen laughed. If I say you can do it, you will definitely do it. Turn around and I'll talk to Sister Honey and enroll you in a talent show. Yang Chaoyue was silent for a moment and suddenly burst into tears with a wow. Yi Chen was confused. Why are you still crying? Why are you so moved? Yang Chaoyue, however, huffed. Brother, do you dislike me and don't want me to be your assistant? When did I ever say that? Yi Chen said breathlessly. I've never disliked you. So, then why did you put me in a talent show and make me a singer? Yi Chen's face was full of questions. Aren't I doing this for your own good? Isn't being a star much better than being an assistant? Do you want to be a small assistant for the rest of your life? Yang Chaoyue wiped away her tears and said in a firm tone. I don't want to be a star. I want to be your assistant. I'll be your little assistant for the rest of my life. If you don't think I'm good at business, I'll try to learn. So don't you ever leave me alone. Yi Chen thought about it and finally realized what was going on. Yang Chaoyue grew up with a lack of love, and it was rare to meet someone like herself who treated her so well. So she became dependent on herself. I'd rather be an assistant for the rest of my life than leave. Yi Chen was very touched in his heart and gently patted her head, gently comforting her. Chaoyue, don't cry. I promise you. Let's not talk about it for now, okay? Yang Chaoyue nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. I'll get it. Yang Chaoyue hurriedly ran over and opened the door. Then she saw Deng Ziki. Yi Chen laughed. No way, Ziki, you actually chased me here? Don't worry, if I promise I'll write you a song, I'll definitely give it to you. Zaki said breathlessly. You think I'm here to ask you for a song, isn't it? Of course not. Dunzi explained. My room is right next door to yours, and I was just about to go out for dinner and thought I'd ask if you wanted to join me. So that's how it is. Well, it just so happens that I'm hungry too, so let's go eat together. Yi Chen took young Chaoyue with him and went out of the hotel with Deng Ziki. What are we going to eat? Dunzi asked. Yi Chen pondered for a while. As a man, he definitely couldn't date with Deng Ziki, much less let her treat him, so the meal was mostly going to be on him tonight. But he doesn't have much money at all. After a moment's thought, this is what was said. I've heard that near the hotel is the most famous snack street in Xiangcheng. How about we go and taste the local specialties? Well yeah, that sounds interesting. I've never had street food before. Deng Ziki didn't have any star pose at all. Yi Chen brought her and Yang Chaozhui to the lively snack street. The streets were bustling, and with the trio wearing masks, no one was paying attention to them. The place is really full of famous snacks and delicacies of Xiangcheng. There are stinky tofu, sugar oil poop, rice noodles, flavored shrimp, flavored crab, soy sauce duck, braised pig's feet. Deng Ziki and Yang Chaoyue both came to this kind of place for the first time and kept looking left and right. Dazzled, the three of them ended up buying some stinky tofu, sugar oil poop, flavored shrimp, and soy sauce duck each, and found a place to eat. Whoa, this flavored shrimp is so good, and this sugared poop is good too. Deng Ziki and Yang Chaoyue turned into snackers in seconds. Yi Chen ate while recommending the stinky tofu in his hand. This stinky tofu is pretty good too. Do you guys want to try it? Deng Ziki's head shook like a rattle. She can't stand the smell of stinky tofu. Yang Chaoyue, however, ate a piece of stinky tofu and then excitedly said, "It's really yummy." Seeing Yi Chen and Yang Chaoyue eating so deliciously, Deng Ziki couldn't help but be moved as well. Secretly swallowing her saliva, she finally couldn't help but say, "Why don't I have a taste too?" After one bite, she couldn't stop. Finally the three of them bought another bowl of stinky tofu each and packed it back to the hotel. Yi Chen, thank you. I had a great time today. Zaki had a smile on the corner of her brow, and it was obvious that she was indeed happy. There's something else that would make you happier, Yi Chen said as he took out a piece of paper filled with lyrics and sheet music from his pocket. The song I promised you was written a long time ago. See if it's full. So you've been writing this for a while? Ziki took the lyrics sheet and read it. Bubbles? Starting to miss your lipstick. The temperature stays in my hand. I've heard enough. I've had enough of all the bickering that's left me mute. Deng Ziki's eyes instantly glowed, and the expression on her face grew more and more excited. By the time she had gone through the entire song, lyrics and tune, she was too shocked to speak. Yi Chen, your song Bubbles is really well written. I've waited so many years for a song like this, and this is the song for me. No, I'm going to call the show. I'm going to change the song. I'm going to sing this song Bubbles on tomorrow's show. Chapter 48 Gods Fighting, Gods Gathering. Yi Chen, thank you for writing me such a great song. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Zaki couldn't wait to get back to her room and practice. She didn't want to waste such a great song because of her play. The next day, Yi Chen, Deng Ziki, and the other singers rode in the program's special car to the Mango TV building. Everything was ready and the broadcast finally began. The new installment of The Singer is finally on. Finally, we've waited for the show to start. I'm here to cheer Yi Chen on. Me too. I wonder what Yi Chen will sing today. It's not another new original song, is it? I don't think so. Yi Chen, even if he's talented again, he can't be so counterintuitive. How long has it been since the Materia Medica? That's right, Yi Chen is a human being, not a god, and although I worship him, I have to be realistic. There's no need for Yi Chen to sing a new song at all. Just sing Materia Medica again and it's already a sure win. Okay? Strongly request Yi Chen to sing Materia Medica again. There was no accompaniment last time. It's not enjoyable to listen to. Go Yi Chen! Go Yi Chen! Yi Chen's name swiped the screen once again. The fans of Flower Dust speech, on the other hand, all cynically sneered and mocked. Oh, Yi Chen has already exhausted his talent. I don't believe he can still write new songs. Yi Chen has really drifted. He actually dared to attack Flora in a surprise attack. What a death wish. Let's all see today. Who is the real bearer of the Chinese music scene? Sit back and wait for Flower to hang Yi Chen. Fans on both sides are once again trading insults. The number of people in the live broadcast room rose even more crazily, quickly reaching 30 million. It is important to realize that although I Am a Singer is very hot, the number of viewers for the first few episodes is 20 million at the most. And now just a few minutes into the show, it's already up 10 million. Backstage of the program, director Hong Tao looked at the data on the screen in front of him, his heart racing with excitement. He knew that Yi Chen's popularity was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be terrifying to this extent. Originally, after so many seasons of I'm a Singer, viewers have long been aesthetically fatigued. The show's popularity and reputation has been on the decline for the past 2 years. For this reason, Hong Tao and even the director of Mango Channel felt anxious and have been trying to find ways to save the program. Yi Chen's arrival directly injected a shot in the arm to the "Hello dear viewers, welcome to the exclusive title broadcast of I Am a Singer by Tomato Reading. read novels on tomato reading. After reading the opening speech, Hee Jeong introduces the current rankings of several contestants. Lu Won was first, followed by Tang Yer, Han Hong, Zhang Jia, Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki. Flower Dust Language was in last place, and was the target of Yi Chen's surprise attack today. Yi Chen succeeds in his surprise attack, and Hua Duanhua will be eliminated. The order of performance is determined by the ranking of the previous match. The first to take the stage was Lu Huan, who sang one of his earlier masterpieces, The Curved Moon. Then there was Ten Zhel, singing a song called Paradise. Han Hong sang a song called Hometown. Jie Zhang brought a song called Against All Odds. Zhang Xiaohan sings her hit song Invisible Wings. A couple of people sang impeccably, especially with powerhouses like Lu Huan, Ten Zhel, and Han Hong. It's almost like a full-grade Big Brother breaking into a novice village. They came to the show purely for fun. No pressure at all. Jie Zhang and Xiaohan Zhang are relatively young, but their vocals are also impressive. And a few of them sang their own hits and masterpieces today, successfully setting off a wave of memories. The audience, both live and on air, was impressed and captivated by their songs. Many viewers were moved to tears. In the singers' lounge, Yi Chen and Deng Ziki watched the live broadcast on the screen, clapping from time to time and occasionally exchanging a few sentences. Dusty Flowers, on the other hand, sat in the corner like a marginalized person. Seeing that Deng Ziki and Yi Chen were sitting so close to each other, they were even talking and laughing. He couldn't help but feel jealousy in his heart. He thought he still had good luck with women, and girls used to surround him whenever he was present. Today, however, Yi Chen had stolen the limelight while he was reduced to a backdrop. Not to mention that Deng Ziki was beautiful and flavorful, pure and lustful, and a fellow singer. Dusty Flower had more or less some thoughts about her in her heart. His hatred for Yi Chen became even stronger, and he couldn't wait to eliminate him immediately. Thank you Xiaohan for this song Invisible Wings. I feel like I've gone back to more than 10 years ago. The next singer to perform on stage is Deng Ziki from Xinjiang. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Hee Jeong's voice came through. Deng Ziki stood up, smiled and hugged Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll go first. Okay, go for it. Yi Chen and Deng Ziki exchanged a high five. Hee Jeong asked with a smile as Deng Ziki came onto the stage. Ziggy, what kind of song do you have for us today? What I'm going to sing today is a new song that Mr. Yi Chen wrote for me called Bubbles. When Deng Ziki said this, the whole room was in an uproar. What? Deng Ziki's song was written by Yi Chen? I can't believe there's such a windfall. It's a dream link-up. Ha ha ha. It's so great. I can hear Yi Chen's new song again. Yi Chen is also too powerful. Not only writing for himself, but also for others. Looking forward, the audience all looked intently at Deng Ziki on the stage, wanting to hear how Yi Chen's new song was. Even Lu Huan and Tenjel and Han Hong in the singers' lounge subconsciously straightened their backs. Director Hong Tao, on the other hand, is a little unsure in his mind. Changing songs on the spot is a big no-no, let alone a new song that hasn't been tested in the marketplace. In case the song wasn't as good as it should be, it wasn't only Deng Ziki who would be affected, even Yi Chen would be affected. And Yi Chen directly affects the popularity of the show. Hong Tao couldn't help but secretly sweat as he nervously watched the screen. Deng Ziki was the only one left on the stage. Gorgeous lights shone on her. She took the microphone, closed her eyes, and entered the world of music. A beautiful and pleasant prelude played. The crowd did a double take. This intro is so good. Even though we've only heard an intro, we all already know that the song Bubbles must be a great song that can't be beat. After the intro, Ziggy Dun's vocals kicked in. The bubbles in the sun are colored. Just like I was cheated on to be happy. What's right or wrong with your lies? Based on the fact that you still love me. Ziki Deng has a high range and a penetrating voice. The melody of the song starts out rather soothing and low, like a sad, lost woman whimpering. The crowd was all infected by the emotions conveyed by the song. A beautiful bubble though a flash of blossom. All your promises, though all too fragile. But love is like a bubble if it can be seen through. What's so sad about that? I should have known that bubbles burst at the touch of a button. It's like a broken heart that can't stand the torture. It's no one's fault if they lie too much. Based on the fact that you still love me. Deng Ziki sang obliviously as the song's emotions layered on top of each other, breaking down the listener's mental defenses bit by bit. Everyone's heart subconsciously clenched. Sadness, repressed emotions in the heart slowly accumulated, waiting for that outlet, as at any time will break the dike of the flood. Chapter 49, Hua Duanyu is going to jump to the gods. A beautiful bubble though a flash of blossom. All your promises, though all too fragile. Love is a bubble, and if you can see through it, there's something sad about it. After a brief moment of silence, Ziggy Dun's song exploded steeply. The suppressed emotions of the listeners finally poured out. Like a dike flood, Ziggy Deng's soprano voice is penetrating and loud. With a long breath, the sound waves were like a rising tide, washing over the eardrums of the crowd in waves, causing the whole body to tingle. as if enjoying a comfortable massage. Again, the high notes are soaring, and Ziggy Dang's high notes just feel so comfortable. The high notes of Blossom Dust language, on the other hand, were purely hysterical and ghostly, sounding very harsh. The most beautiful flowers bloom and then fade. The brightest star, once it flashes, falls. Love is a bubble, and if you can see through it, what's so sad about that? Why is it sad? What's sad about it? Why sad? Ziggy Dang's song continues, with a melancholy melody that infects everyone. Some of the sensitive and fragile girls couldn't help but redden their eyes, crystal tears welling up in their eyes. They hear their own stories in Ziggy Dang's songs. I think of the sweet and bitter love affair, the lovers who were once deeply in love, but went their separate ways. Yeah, love is like a bubble. It looks glorious and colorful, yet it is incredibly fragile and breaks at the slightest touch. It was as if their hearts had broken along with the bubble. In the singer's lounge, Lu Huan, Tenzhel, Zhang Jia and the others listened while nodding frequently. Zhang Xiaohan is even more wet eyes, constantly wiping tears with tissue paper. Only Flower Dust's speech was indifferent and showed disdain. In his opinion, a song like Bubbles is just too cliché. He doesn't like these sad love songs. Lu Huan and Tenzhel and the others couldn't help but cast appreciative glances at Yi Chen when they heard the highlights. Love is a bubble. Blame me for not seeing through it. That's why I'm so upset. Bubbles under the rain that burst at the touch of a button. The heart that was once so hot has long since sunk. Say what you love about me if you lie to me. I'd rather you were silent. As the song came to an end, Dang Ziki took 2 deep breaths before she stepped out of that mournful atmosphere and bowed slightly at the audience on stage. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Many in the audience were wiping tears from their eyes. The pop-ups and comments section of the livestream were beyond lively. Oh hoo, that's so good. Strange, why am I crying? Dang Ziki sings well. Yi Chen's songwriting is also very good. It's been a long time since I've heard such a touching love song. I just fell out of love and heard this song straight to tears. The lyrics are so graphic and narrative that it feels like watching a love movie. Mrs. Yi Chen is so cowed. Actually even knows how to write love songs and write them so well. Let's just say there's still any song that Yi Chen can't write. You and I are both responsible for Yi Chen not catching fire until now. This song reminds me of my first love, and I would give him all his lifespan for everyone to meet a good man for the rest of their lives. You can't write a song like that without running through 10 girlfriends. Ziggy Dan returned to the backstage lounge. Everyone stood up to congratulate her. Ziggy, congratulations, you played well today. Yeah, this issue was better than the previous ones. Yi Chen's song is well written and Ziki's singing is good. It's a match made in heaven. Honestly, I'm getting stressed out about the latter. Lu Huan's words made everyone laugh, but Tenzhel and the others also felt an invisible pressure. This pressure did not only come from Deng Ziki, but mainly from Yi Chen. If Yi Chen's songs for other people were so awesome, how awesome would the songs he himself would sing have to be? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohan asked half-jokingly, Mr. Yi Chen, you're not going to sing an original new song later, are you? The gazes of Lu Huan and the others all looked at Yi Chen in unison. Yi Chen smiled in a mysterious manner. You'll see in a moment. A few people felt that Yi Chen shouldn't sing any new songs, and that 80% of the time he would sing Materia Medica or Fading Sorrows. Netflix thinks so too. They didn't believe that Yi Chen could write 2 new high-quality songs in such a short period of time. Flower Dust Language couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as Yi Chen didn't sing a new song, he had a few more chances of winning. Ho Zhang returned to the stage and continued hosting. Thank you Ziki for such a nice and touching song. I'm sure a lot of people, like me, can't help but want to single cycle the song Bubbles already. Next up we have our next singer, Flower Dust Whisperer. As soon as the words fell, the fans of Flower Dust Language on the scene shouted at the top of their voices, Blossom, Blossom, Flowers, aha, it's finally time for Flower to appear. Go Hannah, Hannah will win. In the live broadcast room, there was also a portion of Blossom Dust Whispers fans who were swiping pop-ups. Yi Chen's former classmate, Li Yan, who had slandered him for molestation and caused him to be expelled, was also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the once despised classmate become a star, Li Yan heart not to mention how hard it is, especially since Yi Chen was still going against her idol. Flower Dust Language. At every turn, Li Yan desperately hoped that Hua Dusty Language would teach Yi Chen a lesson. A few of her roommates in the same dorm room thought the same way she did. They didn't even go to class today and nestled in their dorm rooms to watch the live broadcast, just to witness the historic moment when Hua Duanyue defeated Yi Chen. Flower Dusty stood up and would have liked to give everyone a high five and shake hands, but everyone chatted with each other as if they hadn't seen him. Flower Dust Language could only hold her tongue and walked onto the stage with a black face. He was dressed as flamboyantly as ever, wearing a bright red color and a few colorful feathers on his head. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a jumper. Hannah is so handsome. Hannah has such good taste. Doesn't this look much better than Yi Chen's full of ground-up goods? Yi Chen's fans open their dog's eyes and see what international is, let alone singing. Even his taste in clothing, he's no match for my Flower. Aside from the fans who were awkwardly bragging about it, normal people thought that Flower Dusty's outfit was really hot. Flower Dust language didn't wait for Hee Jeon to ask himself, so he opened his own mouth. Today I'm going to sing a new song that I've recently written, Black and White Artist. Lately there's been a handful of ridiculous black fans on the internet that have been relentlessly smearing me and singing my praises. I'm too grown up and mature to argue with them angrily, and I can graciously forgive them for their shallow ignorance while laughing at them a million times in my mind. I will express my attitude with my work, and this song Black and White Artist is written for those black fans. Here I want to say to my fans, if you see those black fans in the future, maliciously attacking me on the internet to smear me, don't go to fight with them, and you don't have to reason with them, just send them the song and say, old lady please listen to the new song. Chapter 50 Uncle 9 has a successor. Go Hannah. Hannah, we will always love you. Sharp and piercing cries and hisses erupted from the scene after Flower Dust's speech finished speaking. Listening carefully, all of them are girls, none of them are boys, and none of them are very old. Snap! The house lights went out and the stage was plunged into darkness. A sound of electric guitar and bass rang out. Then, Flower Dusty's song rang out. They say I'm a clown, seriously all funny, so I ha 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 ha. They say giftedness is the enemy of evolution, so I ha 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 ha. I only play Tai Chi when they're doing all kinds of martial arts, so I ha 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 ha. They have a seamless coat. I'm a smart ass. S0 I ha 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 ha. Silly. Everyone, except for the fans of Flower Dust language, were dumbfounded. The live audience, the live streaming netizens, the backstage staff, and the singers in the lounge, all looked at Hua Duanxue with dumbfounded faces. The magical costumes, flamboyant stage style, and uninformed lyrics of Flower Dust language are physically uncomfortable. The stage lit up with blood-red lights and sprayed dry ice smoke, enveloping Flower Dusty. It looks like a scene from a horror movie when a demon or monster shows up. Some of the more timid ones got goosebumps, but when the phrase S0 I ha 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 came out, many people couldn't help but laugh. Why are the lyrics like a joke? What's so inexplicably funny about it? Is this Wahaha's new spokesperson? So it's Hua Dusty who stole Wan Lihan's endorsement? Right at this moment, Hua Dusty language sat down directly on the stage, her body twitching and shaking madly. Clueless approved. Everyone was completely confused. What's the matter with him? Electrocuted? Shouldn't have stepped on the electric gate? It looks more like a ghost to me. Nima, it's ing horrible. What did I do wrong? Why are you making me watch this? It's so condescending for Flower Dust language not to go into horror movies. I don't think he should save the Chinese music scene. Saving domestic horror movies is more suitable for him. Spend Dusty's performance was even more frightening than the horror movie Curse I saw the other day. Han Hong wants to hit someone when he hears it. JPG. Just as the crowd was talking, the Flower Dust language on the stage finally stopped twitching and shaking. He craned his neck high and violently erupted in a hiss that pierced his eardrums. No one must presume to see how gentle the world is. How can an ant in the dirt understand a seagull in the sky? There's no need to hiss at this reasoning. The crowd was utterly speechless. Since you don't need to hiss, what's the point of hissing? The old man's soul is going to be scared out of his mind. Immediately afterward, that magical melody played again. They say art is sacred and aliens don't understand it, so I ha 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 ha. Their attainments were born of noble blood, so I ha 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 ha. Even certain fans of Flower Dust language were silent. They couldn't understand what Flower Dusty was singing and found it a little scary. But looking at the people around them were listening so vigorously, they also had to follow along with the cheering and shouting, waving the hand of the light sign. Fluorescent sticks. It's just that the bottom line isn't as strong as it was before. In the singers' lounge, Lu Huan, Ten Zhel, Han Hong, and the others couldn't listen anymore and shook their heads in disappointment before chatting with each other. Deng Ziki was even more frightened and leaned straight towards Yi Chen, almost drilling into his arms. At this moment, everyone has the same thought in their mind. When the hell is this Thai song going to end? You're not really bringing in any demons, are you? We're here for the show, not the torture. No one must presume to see how gentle the world is. How can an ant in the dirt understand a seagull in the sky? There's no need to hiss at this reasoning. I don't bother hissing at them. Nan anna nananana. Hoo woo hoo woo. The magical sound stopped, and Flower Dust language's magical attack finally ended. The lights in the studio hall also returned to their normal color. Everyone came back from hell to earth in an instant. It was only 3 minutes, but it was as long as 3 lifetimes. The crowd's 3 souls that had been scared away finally returned to their bodies, all spitting in angry disgust. You call this ing music? It's more like a ghost scream. The Flower Dust language is the only one after Ninth Uncle who knows how to do it. Uncle 9 has a successor. Honestly, I'm really worried he's bringing the ghosts in. That twitching, frantic hissing look he just had really looked like a ghost. As long as he's not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Compared to his previous songs, this one has been relatively normal. Can you believe it? The fans of Flower Dust Language immediately stepped forward to defend their idol. What do you know? It's called art. Flower's song was written for you hacks and keyboard warriors. Ooh, my heart goes out to Flower. How much aggravation has he suffered in silence to be able to write such a song? Flowers expresses his attitude with his music, which is that he doesn't give a damn about the spammers. The world kisses him with pain and he returns the favor with a song. It's so heartbreaking, Flora. I'm going to cry my eyes out. Okay? The crowd was speechless at these fans' comments and didn't bother to refute them. It's hopeless. They are completely hopeless. You're a servant girl. You don't care about yourself, but your own master? You're just a cheap bastard. In addition to the fans of several contestants, some of the audience were professional spectators arranged by the program. Their job description is to hold the stage. No matter how well a contestant sings, they are going to applaud, cheer, and get teary-eyed. Coupled with the cheering and shouting of her own fans, Flower Dusty created an illusion. It's done. This new song by Lousy rocked the house. It's a solid wave. Feeling good about herself, Blossom Dusty Whisper returned backstage beautifully. Everyone got up and tried to be polite with him. Couldn't look at him, but superficiality was still the order of the day. Hannah, you played well. That's awesome. Blossom, Flower, your song is very good. Young people are just brave and innovative. Lu Huan, Tenjel, Han Hong, and the others all spoke against the grain of the scene. Flower Dusty Language, however, did not hear that these were backhanded words, condescending, with a look of love and care, as if she had already made herself known as an artist. At that moment, only the host He Jeong said, "Thank you, Flower, for the amount of great performances." Coming up next is our kickoff singer for this installment, Yi Chen. He will be bringing us an original Chinese-style song, Manhwa Porcelain. Chapter 51, a song of Celadon porcelain, astonishing the entire stadium. What? Did I hear it wrong? Yi Chen is going to sing a new song? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen is too damn heaven-defying, isn't he? Another new song? What's the Chinese wind? Never heard of it. I've never heard of any wah-wah music either. Is it a new genre? I just searched. I couldn't search this type at all. It can't be Yi Chen's original creation, right? The live streaming room is once again buzzing with activity. The fact that Yi Chen had written another new song in such a short period of time was already shocking. It turned out that he was still writing about a genre of music that had never existed before. A whole new genre of music. This is even more shocking to people. Everyone cited how Yi Chen's musical talent was just too terrifying. At the same time, I can't help but feel worried for him. This issue is a kickoff, and if you fail to kick off, you're going to go round robin, and a loss to the rivalry. No sane person with a little bit of sense would take such a risk, right? Obviously another rendition of Ben Hur or Fade Away would have been a solid win, but Yi Chen went off the beaten path and didn't follow the rules. He had to do something exciting. Isn't it too risky for Yi Chen to do this? Yeah, it's better to play it safe in a kicking contest. Alas, still too young and impulsive. I'm a bit afraid to watch on. Yi Chen won't lose, right? Yi Chen's fans couldn't help but be a little worried. The fans of Flower Dust Language, however, were all dejected with glee. Ha, wimped out so soon? Wasn't he quite arrogant before? Ha ha ha, XSWL. What a second. Yi Chen is really a fancy way to get killed. Isn't this looking for death? The heavens want their destruction, but first they want their madness. The corners of Hua Duanyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile that was not easily detectable, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. In his eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Meanwhile, Jiaxing World Headquarters, inside the president's office, Yang Mi and Hotba are also watching the live stream. The two of them looked grim, secretly sweating for Yi Chen. The audience was on their tiptoes, craning their necks in the direction of the stage entrance. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also staring at the screen with their eyes glued to the screen. Under the eager anticipation of tens of millions of people, Yi Chen finally appeared. Nothing had changed in his attire. It was still the same white shirt, and the same black pants, and even $9.09 kind of thing. Yet the plain dress did not hide his handsomeness. Although people rely on their clothes, but the face handsome to a certain extent does not need clothes. Moreover, Yi Chen's handsome, unlike the feminine kind of handsome of those effeminate young fresh meat, was a kind of handsome that exuded masculinity. Even a man would not be disgusted at the sight of it, but would be very envious. Of course, his plain dress was inevitably mocked again by the fans of Flower Dusty. On the stage, the lights came on, increasingly setting off Yi Chen as dazzling as light. A few lines appeared on a large screen at the back of the stage. Celadon. Lyrics, Yi Chen. Composer, Yi Chen. Arrangement, Yi Chen. Sings, Yi Chen. A fresh and melodious flute sounded, like a trickle of water flowing through people's hearts. It's also like a crisp wind chime tinkling in your ear. Beyond the sound of the flute was the sound of a quaint and elegant guzheng. The clanging rhythm of the zither, like a babbling brook, washes the listener's soul. The haze left in everyone's heart by the language of flowers and dust was all cleansed away. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear the sound of a light tap on a sandalwood board. The flute, guzheng and sandalwood board are all traditional Chinese ancient musical instruments. Although the ancient tune is self-loving, many people today do not play it. Nowadays, pop songs use Western instruments such as piano, guitar, bass and violin. These treasures left behind by the old Chinese ancestors, people in turn feel unfamiliar. After the melodious and pleasant intro, Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth and sang. The embroidered mouth is the 5,000 years of China's splendor. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper goes halfway to this point. Surprised, just after hearing Yi Chen sing the first 2 lines, everyone froze. The lyrics, the melody, were like nothing they'd ever encountered before. Is there such a melody in the world? Is there such a thing as a lyric on earth? Everyone recognizes every word in the lyrics, but how do you connect the dots in a way that's a little hard to read? In the lounge, Lu Huan, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up with his eyes rounded, savoring every word in the lyrics as if he was sipping a cup of fragrant tea. Han Hong, Tang Gear, Zhang Jia, Zhang Xiaohan, and Tang Ziki, they were all shocked and dumbfounded as well. This new style of song is beyond their knowledge, so much so that they were actually a little disoriented for a moment. Glazed rendering of the rhythms of ladies' drawings is privatized, and you smile sweetly like a bud in bloom. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, going where I can't go. Yi Chen's song continued. Everyone seems to see a Jiang Nanning painting slowly unfolding in front of their eyes. The painting is hazy with smoke and rain, and the water and clouds are reflected. Bamboo forest raccoon girl, lotus fishing boat, there is a beautiful woman on the waterside, with fluttering sleeves and fluttering skirts. Everything is so beautiful and poetic. The hearts and minds of the crowd flew to the world and the painting along with Yi Chen's song, wandering recklessly in the long river of Chinese civilization. The sky is green and waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Consider me ambushed for meeting you. When the high towards part of the song rang out, the crowd's hearts and minds had long since flown to the distant heavens, soaring freely in the sky on the white clouds. This song should only be heard in heaven. It's like listening to fairy music for a while. Every melody seems to be heavenly. Each lyric is as full of meaning and flavor as a Tang poem or a song. Everyone then realized that the Chinese characters were so magical. A few images combined together can make a landscape painting. The sound of traditional ancient instruments such as guzheng and flute is even more ethereal and ethereal, with a power to travel through time and space. The sky is green and waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged and swirls with the ending. Like heirloom celadone, it is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Drunk, 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 elegant and timeless, the ancient charm of the lyrics, as if a dusty 1,000-year-old wine. Just open the altar. The aroma will be overflowing. People intoxicated, drunken, not a drop of wine, but the wine is already in the air. In the midst of drunken dreams, streams of light fluttered, 1,000 years in a flash. The interludes rang out, and in addition to the guzheng, flute, sandalwood board, and wooden fish, there were actually violins, jazz drums, and electric guitars interspersed. Beyond the elegant and subtle ancient Chinese style, it incorporates the fashion of modern instruments. East meets West, all in one. The aftermath is a memorable one. The crowd was so immersed in it that it was like a beautiful dream that they didn't want to wake up for a long time. Chapter 52, The Founding Master of Chinese Wind. Backstage, Director Hong Tao, Music Director Jin Shaogang, and the rest of the staff were also captivated by Yi Chen's singing that they forgot about the work at hand. The assistant director suddenly shouted, "Director Hong, look!" Hong Tao glanced at the screen that was monitoring the live data and was then dumbfounded. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room surprisingly skyrocketed again. 3100W, 3200W, 3900W, 4000W. In less than a song, the number of people on the air increased by 10 million. Hong Tao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. The way things are going, this season of the show will not only turn the tide, but it has a good chance of breaking the record highs of the previous seasons. Yi Chen, who had come out of nowhere, was simply his lucky star. Thinking of this, Hong Tao immediately spoke to the cameraman through his headset. Give Yi Chen more close-ups. After the beautiful interlude, Yi Chen's heavenly singing voice sounded again. Outside the curtain, the banana is causing the rain, and the door ring is causing the green. And I passed by that small town in the south of the Yangtze River and messed with you. In the ink landscape painting, You are hidden from the inky depths. Hiss. Everyone's heart was struck when they heard this. The heartstrings were like the strings of a zither, and were ruffled by Yi Chen's intoxicating song, sending out a clanging trill. A heart melts like a marshmallow in the sun. Basho. Plummeting rain, and raw copper-green door knockers. Jiangnan town. Long streets and rainy alleys. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to see a girl with an oil paper umbrella, disappearing into the hazy smoke and rain at the end of the alley. Poetic, picturesque, and situational. Words are endless. The word messed with reveals a bit of fatalistic sadness. People were not only listening to the songs, it was more like looking at a landscape painting, reading a beautiful hazy poem, watching a silent literary movie. The mesmerizing melody formed an invisible vortex that made everyone sink into it. In the lounge, Lu Huan, Deng Ziki, and Zhang Xiaohan were so mesmerized that they seemed to forget where they were. On the other side, Yang Ni and Hotba were also mesmerized, their thoughts drifting along with the song. The live stream was surprisingly quiet, even though the number of viewers had been growing. Not a single pop-up or comment. The scene in the studio hall was even more silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to stand still, and all of them were dreaming the same dream as if they had been caught in an illusion. The sky is green and waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged and swirls with the ending. Like heirloom celadon, it is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The song ended, but Yi Chen's residual sound still lingered in the ears of the crowd, hovering in everyone's heart and mind. Everyone seemed to be petrified, frozen in place, still immersed in that wonderful singing, lingering in the ancient and simple mood created by the song. After a while, everyone then woke up as if in a dream and gradually came back to their senses. The audience all stood up in unison. The singers in the lounge also stood up, even the netizens across the screen. Instant deafening applause ensued. Pop, pop, pop. Whether it's in front of the stage, or behind the scenes, both live, and those watching the live stream across the country, everyone was clapping hard. The applause came from all directions and lasted forever. Great song. In the live audience, a cry suddenly erupted. More heartfelt shouts followed. It's good. It's so good. What a lifetime to hear such beautiful music. Asterisk 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 bull. Some people in the crowd even exploded into foul language. Only such pristine vocabulary can express the thousand words of the heart. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more frantic and explosive. The dense layers of pop-ups seemed to paint the screen with a layer of colorful paint. It's good. It's so good. Mom asked me why I was on my knees listening to the song. So this is the Chinese style. It's so beautiful. It's crying, okay? I have a hunch that from now on, Huaxia Wind is going to be on fire. I didn't realize until I heard this song that our language and words could be this beautiful. It's a good thing Yi Chen wasn't born in ancient times, or else we'd have to memorize a lot more ancient poems again. Yi Chen YYDS. I'm tired of talking already, okay? Hong Tao hurriedly said to Yi Zhong through his earpiece. Mister, talk to Yi Chen a bit more. Ask him about his creative intentions and inspirations and so on, and let him talk a bit more. Good. Yi Zhong walked quickly toward the stage, yet Yi Chen had already gotten off the stage and returned to the backstage lounge. Yi Zhong and Hong Tao were both speechless. Just as Yi Chen entered the door, several singers in the room greeted him. Only Hua Dusty Language sat on the sofa, motionless, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. Yi Chen, you're awesome. The song Celadon is so good. Congratulations, Yi Chen. You've created another divine song. It seems that the champion this time is not Yi. Lu Huan, Tang Gear, Han Hong, Zhang Jie, and Zhang Xiaohan all praised Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. From the songwriting to the singing, all of them were complimented, and they didn't mince words of praise at all. Zhang Jie even sincerely expressed his desire to learn Huaxia style with Yi Chen. At Lu Huan's suggestion, several people all added Weiwei to each other with Yi Chen. The attitude of the three seniors, Lu Huan, Han Hong, and Tang Gear, towards Yi Chen had changed from admiration to respect. Seniority is not popular in this business. It's all about strength. Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki, on the other hand, were filled with admiration for Yi Chen. Deng Ziki even directly gave Yi Chen a big hug and smiled sweetly. Yi Chen, you're awesome. Poof, a cold hum rang out. Everyone knew without looking that it must have been sent by Flower Dusty. Once again, Flower Dust Language was reduced to an ostracized outsider. He had disdain on his face, but his heart was a panicked batch. Even if he was no longer willing to do so, he had to admit that Celadon was indeed a rare and good song. An invisible mountain hovered above his head, thinking that he would most likely be eliminated. Hua Dusty Language broke out into a cold sweat and gritted her teeth in hatred. Everyone pretended he didn't exist as a person and chatted with each other. The topics all centered around the Chinese style pioneered by Yi Chen. Even seniors such as Lu Huan, Ten Zhel, and Han Hong became unashamed students. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan, not to mention the girls, Zhang Xiaohan even thought about asking Yi Chen to help him write a song as well. After years of silence, she is now in desperate need of a fire song to make a comeback. After the performance session, the next step was the voting session. I'm a Singer takes the form of a popular judging panel. There were 500 public judges on site, each with one vote, totaling 500 votes. Consider the effect of age on musical taste. The 500 judges came from 5 age groups, from 20 to 60. Soon, the voting session ended. General Director Hong Tao came to the lounge with the voting results, not to mention the audience in front of the screen. Even Lu Huan, Ten Zhel, Han Hong and other battle-hardened veterans couldn't help but get a little nervous. The votes are in, so let me announce the standings for this one. Chapter 53 Blood Abuse of Flower Dust Language, a song to seal the gods. As soon as Hong Tao's words left his mouth, the gazes of the several singers all looked at him in unison. The netizens in the live broadcast room also stared intently at Hong Tao and listened carefully with their ears perked up. This time, people didn't really care about how the other singers ranked. They only cared about who lost and who won between Yi Chen and Hua Dusty Language. The fans of Yi Chen and Flower Dust Language were extraordinarily hooked. Let's start by announcing the 4th place artist. The artist who won 4th place in this edition is Ahem. Welcome to watch the exclusive title broadcast by the Tomato Reading Network. I am a singer. Read novels on the Tomato Reading. All novels all free. Not only do not spend a penny, but also can make money. Oh. At the critical moment, Hong Tao suddenly inserted a commercial. It's kind of the granddaddy of this show. Several singers were speechless. Lu Huan sighed, and Han Hong even rolled up her arms and sleeves, looking like she wanted to fight. The netizens in the live broadcast room also transformed into Zwan maniacs and greeted Hong Tao's family affectionately in the beautiful Longwa dialect. The singer who took 4th place was Mr. Tenjel with 259 votes. The crowd was a little surprised at what they heard. There is no doubt about Tenjel's prowess, as he came in 1st and 2nd place in the first few episodes of the show. This time it actually dropped 2 or 3 spots. It was evident that Yi Chen's arrival did make the competition on the show more intense and brutal. No wonder even the seniors like Lu Huan were nervous. Immediately afterward, Hong Tao announced the 3rd place winner, Lu Huan, with 287 votes. Everyone was even more surprised. Lu Huan had only lost to Tenjel once. In addition to always being in 1st place steadily, this time it actually fell to 3rd. However, Lu Huan was very calm and seemed to be mentally prepared. Next Hong Tao announced the rankings of several other singers. Han Hong was 5th, Zhang Jia was 6th and Zhang Xiaohan was 7th. Surprisingly, 2nd place went to Ziggy Deng. Even Tang Ziki herself was taken aback after hearing this ranking, because she's been hovering between the bottom of the pack and the bottom 2 for the first couple of episodes, repeatedly jumping sideways on the brink of elimination. I didn't realize that this time. I actually flew straight from the bottom to 2nd place, and had a magnificent headwind turnaround. Everyone applauded and congratulated Deng Ziki. Ziggy, congratulations. Congratulations Ziki. Deng Ziki thanked them one by one, and finally said gratefully to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, thank you. If you hadn't written this song Bubbles for me, I definitely wouldn't have gotten such a high ranking. After saying that, he gave Yi Chen a warm hug in full view of everyone. This made all of Yi Chen's female fans jealous. When Yang Mi and Hotba saw this scene, they also both frowned slightly, their hearts feeling a little bad. What's wrong with this Deng Ziki? How many times has she hugged Yi Chen? I think she's clearly using the opportunity to mooch. Hotba clenched her pink fists and said with an aggrieved sherry mouth, I haven't even hugged Yi Chen yet, but I've actually been shortchanged by an outsider. So what about the promised proximity? Yang Mi glanced lightly at Hotba and said in a slightly reproachful tone, Hataru, let me remind you that this company prohibits romance between artists, so don't hit on Yi Chen. Hotba asked, spitting out her tongue in confusion. Honey, do we have that rule in our company? It's there from now on, and I'll have someone add that rule in right away. Yang Mi thought to herself, I'm the boss anyway, not really an entertainer. Hotba bristled, speechless. Who made him the boss? At this point, the 2nd through 7th places had been announced. Only the 1st and last places remained to be announced. Without a doubt, these 2 rankings belong to Yi Chen and Hua Duanyue respectively. I just don't know which of them is first and which is last. There's a reason why I'm a Singer has been able to catch fire for so many seasons. The show's crew has pinpointed the audience's psychology, and the chief director, Hong Tao, is known as a master of the whole job. Everyone knew about the feud between Yi Chen and Hua Dusty Language. He favored them both to the end, and one first and one last. Such a wide gap. The effect of the program is pulled straight to full effect. The crowd's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, stretching their necks and ears waiting for the final result. Fans of both sides even fought on the air. Oh, need I say more? The number 1 is definitely my Flower. Flower's strength is there for all to see, and anyone with a little bit of musical taste knows he's number 1. The winner is not Flower, or there's something shady going on. Will the fans of Flower Dust Language stop blowing it awkwardly? I'm ashamed of you all. You call that a song? Flower Dust Language? Even the donkey in the production team brays better than he does. The champion is definitely Yi Chen's. Just wait and see. Yi Chen will win. Yi Chen will win. Even Lu Huan couldn't wait and urged. Director, don't ooze. Come on. Hong Tao cleared his throat and said seriously, I would like to announce that the singer who won the first place in this show is Read Novels on Tomato Reads. This program is exclusively titled by Tomato Reads. Pust. The crowd nearly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. The pop-ups in the live feed were all blocked asterisks. Han Hong stood straight up. Where's my stick? Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki hurriedly pulled her back. Hong Tao picked up another bottle of mineral water and took a sip of water before slowly announcing, the singer who won the first place of this show is Yi Chen. Xinghua Porcelain, 458 votes. Wow. Before the words left his mouth, the whole room was in an uproar. The live feeds were even more collectively boisterous. Oh my god, 458 votes. That's awesome, isn't it? Asterisk with 458 votes. That's a record. Congratulations Yi Chen. Yi Chen is invincible. Ha 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 ha. I told you the winner would definitely be Yi Chen. Heifer on an airplane. Cow beer in the sky okay? Why aren't the fans of Flower Dust Language talking? Mute. Hee. Weren't the fans of Flower Dust Language quite wild just now? How come they don't even dare to fart? Probably hiding in some corner crying his eyes out right now. Ha ha ha. Lu Huan and the others clapped and congratulated Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chen, congratulations. Congratulations Yi Chen. You deserve this championship. 458 votes. A new record high for this program. The previous high for Mr. Lu Huan was only 389 votes. Xiao Yi has created a new genre of music and made great contributions to Chinese music. For that alone, no amount of championships would be too much to give. Yeah, I feel like the show is a little bit unworthy of him. The new generation is fearful. From Xiao Yi, I see the hope of Chinese music. Deng Ziki once again gave Yi Chen a hug. Yi Chen, congratulations on winning the championship. I declare that from now on you are my idol. Deng Ziki was happier to see Yi Chen win the championship than she was to win it herself. Yi Chen's fans were rejoicing like it was New Year's Eve, while Flower Dust Language's fans were as if they had lost their lives. Hua Duan tone of voice clenched his teeth. His face was as black as ink, and after a moment of silence, he then spoke grimly. Director, are the votes counted wrong? I'm applying to double-check again. Chapter 54, Fans Soar, Fires Across the Internet. The moment Hua Dusty Language said this, everyone's heads were filled with black lines and they were completely speechless. No one expected him to make such an outrageous request. It's the first time this has happened in all the seasons of I'm a Singer. Oh, is it impossible to lose? You're still not convinced after losing, and you want to recheck your votes? That's all that's left of Flower Dust Whisperer. You can't even accept a bet. Is that the best you can do? Wouldn't it be nice to give yourself some decency and make a painful exit? Isn't it disgusting, saying that the stats were wrong when he lost? He would never have said that if he had won. The netizens in the live broadcast room were flirting and mocking. The fans of Blossom Dusty Whisper were backtracking and screaming uncontrollably. Support Flower. The votes must have been counted wrong. Either the votes are wrong or there is something shady going on. Or why didn't the program release Hannah's votes? That's right. The program is strongly urged to disclose each judge's specific vote, or else they will all be treated as shady. The fact that the program is afraid to announce the number of votes for Hannah is clearly a sign of weakness. If Flower gets eliminated, I'll never watch this trashy show again. At the program, Yi Chen and the other singers also looked at each other, feeling that Hua Duanhua was being unreasonable and full of contempt for him. The scene fell into awkwardness. General Director Hong Tao is even more of a dilemma. He was actually doing him a favor by not announcing Hua Duanhua's votes, wanting to preserve a little bit of his last dignity for him. This is because the number of votes for Flower Dusty is just too low, falling below the lowest record in several seasons of I Am a Singer. The number of votes is ridiculously low. Flower Dusty is at least a famous singer. The program team still has to take care of his face, but in the eyes of Hua Duanyu, it seems that Hong Tao is a sign of weakness. He feels more and more that there is something fishy behind it, and with a cold and smelly face, he asks aggressively, Director Hong, what do you have to hesitate about? Could our program still be shady? Hong Tao was furious, thinking that you asked for it. You can't blame me if you have to make a fool of yourself. So he blandly said with an expressionless face, alright, since Teacher Flower Dusty Whisper insists on requesting it, then we'll just do as he wishes. You guys come with me. Everyone followed Hong Tao to the front stage. The 500 popular judges haven't left the stage yet. Hong Tao ordered the staff to put the voting data of Yi Chen and Hua Dusty Language on the big screen behind the stage, presenting it in the form of a bar graph visualization. The bar chart on the left is Yi Chen's, and on the right is Flower Dust Languages. The bar graphs on both sides are rising as the number of votes increases. But Yi Chen's bar graph rose quickly, miserably. Flower Dusty's bar graph, however, rose very slowly and soon stopped, settling at 125 votes. Yi Chen's bar chart, however, continued to rise, reaching 458 votes before stopping. Silly. Flower Dust Language was completely dumbfounded. Yi Chen and the other singers, too, were shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more surprised. Many of them looked down on Hua Dusty, but they felt that he could at least get more than 200 votes. I didn't realize it was only 125 votes. This is the lowest number of votes since the beginning of the show. After the surprise, the netizens immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 125 votes. Flower Dust Language's vote count is too low, right? Congratulations to Blossom Dusty for setting a new record for the lowest number of votes on I'm a Singer. Oh, 125 votes is more than enough. If you ask me, his Taisong doesn't even deserve 25 votes. What were those 125 people thinking? To vote for a song that sucks? Hua Dusty Speech's face turned blue, his body trembled slightly, and he clenched his back teeth and said, "Impossible. There must be a statistical error." His fans are also screaming that there is something shady going on and are dying to accept that fact. Hong Tao had expected this result and said to the 500 public judges, "Now please ask the judges who voted for Yi Chen to stand up." Swish swish swish. Almost all of the 500 popular judges stood up. Hong Tao made the staff count 3 times. There were 458 people in total, which matched Yi Chen's votes perfectly. "Good, please take a seat," Hong Tao shouted again. "Next, please ask the judges who voted for Flower Dusty to stand up." None of them got up. It froze for a few seconds, before someone finally wheedled and sparsely stood up, head bowed and face ashamed, as if they felt it was a shameful thing to do. Hong Tao made the count 3 more times. 125 people. Exactly the number of votes for Flower Dusty. MS. Flower Dusty Whisperer. Now you should be convinced of the impartiality of our program, right? Hong Tao's tone was slightly derisive and sarcastic. Hua Dusty Language's face was gloomy, and without a word, he fled as if he had left in ashes, not even saying a polite courtesy word. Of the many singers eliminated from I'm a Singer, he's one of the most undignified. If he's not decent, you make him decent. Ha ha, it's called making a fool of yourself. Shame on the big man for being such a sore loser. It would have been a decent exit, but now it's a disgrace. What do the fans of Flower Dust Talk have to say now? Li Yan and the other fans of Flower Dust Language lost face and silently exited the live broadcast room. Everyone congratulated Yi Chen some more. When the program ended, Yi Chen declined the invitation to get together and returned to the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, his young assistant, Yang Chaoyue, cheered excitedly. "Brother, you're amazing. Ha ha, you are the one who didn't see how ugly Hua Danyu's face was, black as the bottom of a pot. Painful. This slap in the face feels so painful, must have more in the future." Yang Mi and her sister Yao Shuat also called Yi Chen to congratulate him. It was a good thing not many people knew his cell phone number, otherwise his phone would have to be busted. Yi Chen's popularity across the internet climbed to a new height, once again dominating the Weibo hot search list. Yechen Celadon. IP Chen abused Flower Dusty. Yechen started the Chinese wind. Yechen set a new record for the highest number of Flower and Dust Can't Afford to Lose. Bubbles by Yechen. Yechen wins the championship. Of the top 10 hot searches, Yi Chen alone accounted for 8. The number of his Weibo followers also skyrocketed wildly, soaring from 15 million to 50 million in an instant. The Douyin account has similarly reached 15 million followers. His curiosity was directly elevated by 2 heights, rocketed to fame, and truly exploded all over the internet. The song Blue Flower Porcelain made him an outright god and firmly took his place in the Chinese music scene. Fans have been leaving messages in the comments section of his microblog, begging him to put the official recorded version of Celadon online as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a storm is quietly brewing against him. Chapter 55 Qinghua Porcelain was selected as a textbook. Yi Chen stayed at the hotel for one night and flew back to the imperial capital with Yang Chaozue the next day. Just after leaving the airport, I saw a group of people, mostly 17 or 18-year-old girls, gathered outside. They were all Yi Chen's fans, and they had gotten his itinerary from somewhere, and had rushed here to pick him up. As soon as Yi Chen showed up, the fans all shouted in excitement. "Ah, look, it's Yi Chen, brother Yi Chen, I love you, Yi Chen, brilliant as a star, wow Yi Chen is so handsome, even more so than in the screen, started with talent, fell in love with the face, loved, it's obvious that you can eat by your face, but you have to rely on your talent." Yang Chaoyue said happily to Yi Chen. "Brother, it looks like you're really hot. You've got fans picking you up." Yi Chen used to be more disgusted by those fans' star-chasing behavior. Still, It would feel pretty good if the fans were chasing after themselves. Yes, it's that double standard. He smiled and waved at his fans, who were abuzz and nearly passed out with excitement. Yi Chen and Yang Chaodui were able to get out of the heavy circle with great difficulty when they saw a solid red Porsche Cayenne parked on the side of the road. Yang Chaodui was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She didn't expect her boss, Yang Mi, to personally come to meet Yi Chen. She took a taxi back to her place by herself, while Yi Chen got into Yang Mi's car. Yi Chen, congratulations on successfully kicking the bucket and taking the title of this installment. Your song Celadon is so good. You need to hurry up and release an official recorded version. There's something else I need to tell you. You're totally on fire right now and a lot of people are contacting you. There are invitations for you to participate in variety shows. There are heavy money for commercials. And there are singers who ask you to write songs, including some famous singers. There are also some well-known brands that want to approach you for commercials and ask you to be their spokesperson. The ones I can push. I let Royale help you push off, but I still gave you a commercial endorsement. Yang Mi gushed as she drove. Endorsements? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. I'm a music director, not an artist. What's the point of getting me endorsements? The final interpretation is mine. Yang Mi smiled wryly. Do you really think $50 million a year is so easy to earn? Do you know how much commercial value you have now? Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't capitalize on it? As your boss, I'm going to squeeze all the residual value out of you. Yi Chen's head was filled with black lines and he spat breathlessly. Capitalists really aren't any good. And beautiful women are no exception. Just now? Too late. Ha ha. Yang Mi laughed with great amusement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Random mission rewards will be issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master whistle, dolphin sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a master theater accent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fake-to-real level female singing voice. The system is as generous as ever. Dolphin voices, opera voices, female voices. This time the rewards are all related to singing. After returning to his residence, Yi Chen received $3 million from Deng Ziki, though he was doing it as a friendly favor and didn't ask for money from Deng Ziki. But Deng Ziki was still very sensible. She didn't want to take advantage of Yi Chen for nothing. Not to mention that the song Bubbles is by no means worth just $3 million. Yi Chen didn't refuse, and graciously accepted it. He chatted with I'm Not a Fox for a while, and then opened Tomato Reads. Just logged into my author account and a message popped up like crazy. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be all reader comments. Ghostbusters is so good. It's been a long time since I've read such a wonderful novel. I didn't realize that grave robbing could be written as a novel. It's really original. I have a hunch that the Tomb Raider stream is going to be hot. Author, hurry up and update. The donkeys and the production team don't dare to take such a break. Author, where is your house? I'll send you some dirt. The sharp kind. It turns out that Ghostbusters was a top recommendation, so it's no wonder so many comments popped up at once. Looking at the encouragement of the readers, Yi Chen moved to tears, especially the ones that said they would send him souvenirs. That was so warm and sweet. In order to return the love of the readers' lord, Yi Chen burst 2,000 words that night. The next day, Yi Chen once again went to Wu Beiming's recording studio and recorded Qinghua Porcelain. Wu Beiming inevitably blew him off again. After recording, Yi Chen uploaded Qinghua Porcelain to the music platform. Yang Mi also seized the opportunity to release Yi Chen Deng Ziki's chorus of the theme song of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. Cool. Taking advantage of the opportunity to advertise the TV series. Almost at the same time, a recorded version of Bubbles by Ziggy Dunn went online. As soon as the 3 songs went online, they immediately dominated the top 3 of the major music charts. One of them, Celadon, is firmly at the top of the list. Ha ha, it's so good. Celadon is finally online. Just uploaded and it's on top of the list. Scary as hell. Celadon is really superb. With great words, music and vocals. The song Foam that Yi Chen wrote for Deng Ziki is also very good. Wait, did I read it right? When did Yi Chen and Deng Ziki sing a song called Cool? I just listened to it. And the song Cool is pretty good. I listened to it too. And although it's not as good as Celadon, it's not worse than Yi Chen's other songs. Yi Chen actually created another divine song behind our backs. Translate. What the is called a surprise. 3 masterpieces right out of the gate. It's hanging by a thread. Okay? The netizens were all abuzz, happier than the new year. The Chinese music scene, which has been silent for years, hasn't been this lively for a long time. Finally, I don't have to see those crap songs on the charts. Yi Chen directly gave the charts of the major music platforms a major change. The public skewed musical aesthetic has finally been corrected. Imperial capital. Inside a mansion, a man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was reviewing the Imperial City Senior High School Music Textbook Compilation and Review Program that had been submitted up from below. His name is Lin Wenwei. He's the director of the Imperial Capital Education Bureau. A new edition of the high school music textbook has recently been developed in Taito. Lin Wenwei is the chief person in charge of the final clap. He found out that there was a Japanese song in this program. It's obviously not appropriate to include Japanese songs in a high school music textbook in Rikoku. Lin decided to take the song out, but that left one song missing. According to his idea, it would be best to choose a pop song that represented traditional Chinese culture and was also popular among the high school student population. This condition is too harsh. Just as he was fretting about it, he inadvertently saw a video of Yi Chen singing Manhwa Porcelain on the internet. When he heard it, his eyes lit up in amazement, and he muttered to himself in excitement. Found it! That's the song! This is what I want! Lin Wenwei immediately called the person in charge of textbook editing and reviewing, with a firm and unquestionable order. Remove the Japanese song and replace it with Celadone. Chapter 56, Yi Chen collapses room? Hacked by the whole network. After Lin Wenwei calmed down, he realized that he hadn't yet gotten the rights to Manhwa Porcelain. He inquired about Yi Chen's contact information and personally gave him a call, making his thoughts clear in earnest words. After Yi Chen heard this, he very painfully agreed to the other party's request. He wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew what it meant for his song to be selected for a music textbook. Not every singer has that honor. It's an honor. So when Lin Wenwei asked him to make a price, Yi Chen only asked for a symbolic $1 for the royalties. He wasn't short of money right now for the time being, and hitching a ride on Lin Wenwei's connections could be more important than making money. As a human being, you have to look at the long term. Lin Wenwei was even more impressed with Yi Chen when he saw him being so uptight. However, he didn't really pay just $1 and ended up giving Yi Chen $1 million in royalties. The official microblog of the Imperial City Education Bureau announced the news at the first time. The topic, Manhwa Porcelain is selected as a high school music textbook, quickly made its way to the top of the Weibo hot search list. Boom! Weibo exploded, and the netizens were all deeply shocked. Asterisk 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 Cymbidium made it into the textbook? Yi Chen is bullish. Bullish and fried. Okay? I didn't expect a pop song to make it into a music textbook. Yi Chen is so big. Celadone deserves its name. And kudos to the Empire City School District. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to think that this song just made it into the national music textbook. Trouble the rest of the nation's school boards to copy their homework. Other than Yi Chen, which other singer can have such treatment? Yi Chen's popularity continued to climb, becoming the center of attention once again. Just a few days after her debut, she has been on the hit list one after another, bringing new surprises to people every time. It made the stars envious and jealous. Meanwhile, Flower Dust Language's reputation and popularity was in tatters, with the number of fans decreasing every day. Yi Chen's kickoff was successful, and it was a flying dragon riding his face, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him like crazy, directly stealing some of his popularity and fans. Hua Dusty Tone was so furious that she wanted to go crazy, and immediately asked Bai Jie to put out all the black materials collected about Yi Chen all in one go. Oh, isn't he on fire? Doesn't he like to be on hot searches? Then I'll add more fire to him and help him get on a few more hot searches. Bai Jie spent a lot of money to hire professional water army, but also bought through some unscrupulous marketing number and third-rate media. In the microblogging a large number of dissemination of Yi Chen's black information. A lot of topics related to Yi Chen popped up on Weibo all of a sudden, but they were all negative, with black fluff about him flying all over the place. Shocked, a netizen broke the news that Yi Chen had been expelled from school for molesting a girl. Yi Chen is such a person who knows people's faces and hearts. The hooligan who molested girls has turned into a national idol. Deepen Yi Chen's black history and tear off his fake mask. Yi Chen is actually a lecherous man who molests girls. The girl who was molested by Yi Chen suffered from depression for a while. With the professional operation of marketing numbers, unscrupulous media, and water armies, these topics quickly hit the hot seat. Blow up. This completely blew up Twitter. The netizens were stunned. I'll go. Really? Yi Chen is actually such a person? I can't believe Yi Chen turned out to be this kind of person. No way. I just powdered Yi Chen and I'm about to collapse the room? Yi Chen's hardcore fans and some sensible netizens sensed that something was wrong. I believe Yi Chen is not such a person. That's right, and I believe him. He would never do anything like that. It's not that simple. There must be someone deliberately hacking Yi Chen. The sudden appearance of so many black Yi Chen fluff pieces on the internet is definitely organized and premeditated. People are red. They must be eyed dogs maliciously smearing and suppressing him. Let the bullets fly for a while. Don't take sides yet. Haven't we had enough face slapping over the years? Flower Dust Language's side had long anticipated that the netizens wouldn't believe it so easily. They immediately contacted Li Yan and asked her to send a long tweet confirming the fact that Yi Chen had molested her. Li Yan's heart was a bit weak. She knew more than anyone that Yi Chen was wrongly accused. The people who have wronged you know better than you do how wronged you are. She was afraid that if things got out of hand, it would reflect unfavorably on her. But for the sake of her idol, Flora, she decided to go out on a limb. Even if she had to gamble on her future or even her life, she would not mind. Li Yan were touched by themselves, creating a glorious sense of mission and honor. She would give anything for her idol. She's not a useless fan. She's much more useful than Hannah's fans who just shout empty slogans of support. She even refused the reward Baekjae offered and willingly did it without pay. All for the sake of her beloved tomboy, Hannah. Li Yan immediately composed a long article detailing how she was molested by Yi Chen while she was eating in the cafeteria and how Yi Chen was expelled from school. Her writing is just crap though. Baekjae had the professionals revise it again, adding a lot of details. Focus on describing how lewd and shameless Yi Chen was, how much she was hurt, developed a psychological shadow, and even suffered from depression, etc. A vocal, righteous, sprawling 10,000 word mini essay is in order. Li Yan followed by Jie's instructions and posted this little essay on her Weibo. Those marketing numbers and unscrupulous media and sailors were the first to frantically retweet it. Soon, this little essay was on the hot seat. The girl who was molested by Yi Chen speaks out. This little essay is very confusing and fanciful. A lot of people read it and believe it. The righteous netizens set off a netstorm against Yi Chen. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be a lecherous man. We were all fooled by him. It's not that I'm a horse's ass. I've long since seen that Yi Chen doesn't look like a good person. Yi Chen can really pretend. It's a pity that he doesn't go to acting. Oscar owes you a small gold medal. Stinking rascal. Lewd man. Hypocrite Yi Chen, get out of the entertainment industry. Oh, congratulations to Yi Chen for being the star with the fastest house collapse. This is only a few days of fire cool. Can only say that the evil deserved. Stinky grasshopper coating really down head. Spit. Strongly recommend blocking Yi Chen. The fans of the other stars followed suit, hacking Yi Chen to death. In their opinion, Yi Chen's explosion had crowded out their GIE's resources, so they had to screw him over. Although Yi Chen's fans and some righteous netizens had been speaking for him, but they were alone, and the message they sent was quickly drowned out. For a time, Yi Chen was reduced to a street rat that everyone shouted at, becoming the object of blackness on the entire network. Those stars who were envious and jealous of Yi Chen's explosion in popularity were hiding behind their backs and watching the show. Take advantage of his illness. This time, we must send Yi Chen to hell, so that he can't turn around for eternity. Seeing that the time was ripe, Hua Dusty Language decided to step on it again, and immediately sent out a microblog in solidarity with Li Yan, accusing Yi Chen. Chapter 57, Goddesses in Solidarity, supported by the entire internet. I am beyond shocked to see this news. I thought someone was just not good at music, but I can't imagine that there is also a problem with his character. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I grew up knowing the most basic truth that boys must protect girls and men must respect and protect women. Yet such a simple truth is not understood by some people. Really very heartbroken for the girl who was molested. I hope she can come out of her depression and believe that there are still more good people in the world. There is more light than darkness, and that evil can never triumph over good. The entertainment industry is not a place to hide dirt, and the entire industry should not be brought down by individual people with problems. I hope someone is doing well. People are doing well. Do yourself a favor. The moment this microblog from Hua Dusty Language came out, it was equal to pouring oil on the fire, completely pushing Yi Chen to the tip of the wind and waves. Flower is vocalizing. Flower is so brave. Thank you Flower for speaking out in support of victims. Hannah is so kind. Touching. There aren't many positive stars like Hannah. G-Maze, powder him. Pink him. Pink him. It's a tall order compared to a certain Tatsu. Fans of Flower Dusty Language are collectively in a high dynasty. With the help of marketing numbers and water armies, topics such as Flower Dusty speaks in support of victimized girls, Flower Dusty speaks angrily reprimanding Yi Chen, Flower positively speaking, quickly rushed to the top of the hot search. Immediately after, the video of Yi Chen's mother kneeling down at the school entrance to the principal of Tianhai Arts Academy, crying and begging the principal not to expel Yi Chen, circulated online and instantly exploded all over the internet. This reinforces the rumors online. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yang Ni found Yi Chen at the first opportunity and asked him what was going on. It wasn't that she didn't trust Yi Chen. On the contrary, she knew Yi Chen's character better than anyone else. She had lived with Yi Chen for so many days, and Yi Chen had never done anything rude to her. Could it be that she, Yang Mi, was still less attractive than that student named Li Yan? The reason why she had to ask for clarification was because she could only respond accordingly if she understood what was going on. Yi Chen told the story about Li Yan slandering him. So it's a smear. That's much better. Yang Ni said angrily, I can't believe that even my people dare to move. Don't worry, I'll find a PR company to help you clarify. I wasn't worried. Yi Chen was very calm and said with a cold expression, Sister Honey, I appreciate your kindness. This is my own personal matter. It's better for me to deal with it. If I can't manage it, then you can step in. Well then, I respect your decision. What are you going to do? You'll see soon enough. Yi Chen immediately posted a long tweet. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen, and in response to the negative rumors about me on the internet, I would like to say a few brief words. Originally, I had already planned to forget about this matter, but I didn't expect Li Yan to bring up the old matter again, so I'll settle the score with her. First of all, let me state that I was slandered. I never molested Li Yan. Li Yan created rumors and slanders, damaged my personality and reputation, caused me to be expelled from the school, and inflicted great harm on my body and mind. I will use legal weapons to defend my rights and clear my name, and I will sue Li Yan for libel and insult. In the meantime, I will call the police and ask them to come and investigate the cause of this incident, and I will also ask Li Yan to come up with evidence that I molested her. Those who are clear are clear, those who are turbid are turbid. I believe the law will give me justice. Please wait and see. Boom! Yi Chen's response was tantamount to a heavy bomb that once again set off a huge wave. Yi Chen finally responded. I believe he is innocent. I believe in him too. He's never that kind of a scumbag. Support Yi Chen to take the legal route. Rumor mongering opens one's mouth and disproves it. You want to convict someone with a small essay? Show me the evidence if you can. The fans and professional hackers of Flower Dust Language reacted quickly and immediately went down to the field to control the comments and bring up the tempo. Yi Chen says he's innocent? Does he have proof? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. How is it that people don't wrongly accuse others and single you out? You should reflect on this. Dare to do but not to admit? Is that the best you can do? Want me to believe Yi Chen is innocent unless he produces evidence? Yi Chen's fans were completely pissed off. Even some of the passerby netizens couldn't stand to watch and spoke back. Whoever claims, whoever gives evidence. Why should the one being slandered take the evidence? It should be Li Yan who takes the evidence. That's right. Why should I pay for 2 bowls of cold noodles when I only ate 1? Do honest people deserve to be wronged? One of the most ridiculous things about internet trials is that the accused has to prove his or her innocence, while the accuser only needs a small essay. Do you see who killed you? No, they stand on the moral high ground, in the holy light, and I can't see their faces. With each side arguing, the battle grew bigger and bigger, and soon spread across the web. Weibo, Douyin, Weixin Group, Penguin Group, Small Broken Station. Everywhere is discussing this matter. There were those who supported Yi Chen, those who cursed him, and those who ate melons and watched. As the situation intensified, even the stars who were acquainted with Yi Chen came forward one after another. The first one to publicly support Yi Chen was Big Mimi. Yang Mi, justice lies in the hearts of the people. I believe in Yi Chen's character and support all his decisions. Joshing World's artists all followed suit, releasing microblogs one after another in solidarity with Yi Chen. Hataru, having had a few encounters with Yi Chen, he gives me the feeling of a pure, kind and positive person. I don't believe he would do something like that. Shu Suo, I've met Mr. Yi Chen a few times in the company. He's really nice, low-key and modest, a very upright and humble gentleman. Chen Yuqi, support Mr. Yi Chen. I believe he is innocent. Zhang Tianqi, the clearer the better, advising certain rumormongers and slanderers to behave themselves. Netflix was even more shocked. It was then that they realized Yi Chen had signed up with Yang Mi's Joshing World. But what shocked them even more was that Yi Chen's popularity was actually so good. It hasn't been long since he joined Joshing World, and there are so many female celebrities willing to stand up for him. Immediately afterward, Deng Ziki, who heard the news, also hurriedly posted a tweet. When I saw the news of rumor mongering and smearing Yi Chen on the internet, I was very angry. Yi Chen is the kindest and most upstanding male artist I've ever met. When I hugged him on the show, he couldn't even touch me with his hand. It was frozen in mid-air. He didn't even know where to put it. And I can't believe someone like that would molest someone. Zhang Xiaohan followed suit. Yi Chen is really a modest gentleman. She was especially formal when she shook hands with me. She actually blushed, and she only shook half of my fingers and quickly parted. Immediately, some netizens picked up the video of the, as expected, every time Deng Ziki embraced Yi Chen stood stiffly in place, looking at a loss for words. When he shook hands with Zhang Xiaohan, he only politely shook the first 2 knuckles of her fingers, a touch that separated them. Whoa! Yi Chen is such a gentleman. Yi Chen is really so gentle and considerate, a humble gentleman, warm and gentle like jade. Yi Chen doesn't even take advantage of female celebrities. How could he take advantage of an unimpressive schoolgirl? The fact that so many female celebrities are supporting Yi Chen is enough to prove that Yi Chen is a decent person. With the righteous solidarity of many celebrities, the wheel of public opinion on the internet finally appeared to reverse. With more and more people supporting and praising Yi Chen, Li Yan and Hua Duanhua were both a bit flustered. Chapter 58, Countering Violence with Violence. A tooth for a tooth. Flower Dusty didn't expect Yi Chen to be so well liked that there were actually so many stars standing up for him. The key is also all beautiful women. But even if there were more stars supporting Yi Chen, it would be useless. His purpose was to stigmatize Yi Chen's reputation. And as for what the truth was, no one cared. Even if Yi Chen proved his innocence in the end, the damage to his reputation had already been done. Of course, he preferred to break Yi Chen completely and make him get out of the entertainment industry. Lu Huan and other celebrities who know Yi Chen have also posted messages in support of him. Lu Huan, I don't believe that someone who can write Celadon can be a despicable bad guy. Tengel, right and wrong will be determined by the public. Yi Chen doesn't look like a bad person. I support him. Han Hong, Yi Chen's character is there for all to see. As long as he's been in contact with him, there isn't a single person who doesn't give him a thumbs up. Zhang Jie, support Yi Chen. I hope everyone eats melons rationally and doesn't get carried away. Seeing so many people supporting him, Yi Chen was touched. Li Yan panicked a batch at the moment, so scared that she hid in the dormitory, not even dare to go out. Yi Chen, whom she had once despised, had now become a big star, with so many other stars supporting him, and she's nothing more than a schoolgirl from a third-rate institution. The bottom line is, she lied. She knew exactly what the consequences were. It was only then that a twinge of regret finally arose in her heart. Yi Chen called the police, because he's a public figure and this is on the hot seat. It has a big impact, and the police are highly concerned and surprisingly efficient. The Tianhai City Police came to the Tianhai City Arts Academy on the same day to retrieve the cafeteria surveillance at the time of the incident. The school authorities, seeing that the matter had become a big deal, had to obediently cooperate with the investigation. After watching the CCTV, the police went to question Li Yan, and also collected some testimonies from other students, such as eyewitnesses at the time, Yi Chen and Li Yan's friends, and so on. Soon after, the official microblog of the Tianhai City Police Department announced the results of the investigation. After the city police carefully investigated and collected evidence, confirmed that Yi Chen molested female classmates, a fact is false. The video of the scene proves that Yi Chen's hand did not touch Li's body at that time, but only the backpack accidentally touched her. Li, the so-called victim of the internet rumor, confessed that she was holding a grudge because Yi Chen insulted her idol, Hua, and took the opportunity to slander and frame Yi Chen. Huang, the principal of Tianhai Arts Academy, also admitted that there was no solid evidence at the time and apologized profusely for expelling Yi Chen. There are a couple video links at the end of the text. The first is a surveillance video of the cafeteria at the time of the incident. The remaining few videos are videos of conversations between the police and Li Yan, witnesses, Principal Huang and others. At this point, the truth of the matter has come out. Yi Chen finally regained his innocence. Ha ha, I told you Yi Chen was innocent, right? Yi Chen is so miserable. He didn't do anything wrong and he was expelled from school. That girl named Li Yan is really something. Actually slandering and framing good and innocent people. That's right, if it wasn't for Yi Chen's talent, this life would have been ruined by her. Li Yan is a fan of Flower Dusty. This is all definitely directed by Flower Dusty. He. No wonder Flower Dust's language is jumping up and down so aggressively. So he's the one who started it all. Flower Dust's language roll out and apologize to Yi Chen. Angry netizens immediately attacked the comment sections and private messages of Hua Dusty words and Li Yan's microblogs. Even Li Yan's personal information has been humanized by the magical netizens. In addition to falsely accusing Yi Chen, Li Yan had also done many other unethical things. For example, she once mistakenly thought a man was cutting in line at the cafeteria when she was fighting for food and just popped him in the head with a glass bottle. Then there was the time she stole the neighboring boy's Apple headphones during a library study session. She also insulted all the boys in the school forum, claiming that boys don't deserve to ride in the elevator and only girls are allowed to do so. Oh, so it's a repeat offender. Still think you're a fairy? The forest is full of birds. She's still a child. People don't leave her alone. Let her experience what it's like to be cyber violated as well. It's called doing unto others what they do unto you. I've always been against net storming, with the exception of this one, so please step it up, and don't take a piss and look at your own respectability. A boar wouldn't even bother to molest you. Ugly man, hurry up and get out and apologize to Yi Chen. Don't play dead. Li Yan looked at the comments of the netizens. Fear to the extreme, both fear and regret. Locked herself in the house and cried bitterly. She uploaded an apology video. In the video, she cries in aggravation while confessing to herself. It's my fault. I shouldn't have wronged Yi Chen. Here, I want to say sorry to Yi Chen. I was wrong. Really wrong. I've realized my mistake. Please let me go and stop cyber violating me. I'm really on the verge of depression. Do I have to be driven to my death for you guys to be happy? Yet people are indifferent to this. Oh, you know you're wrong now? Pretending. Ha, she's just worried about her future. Where is she genuinely admitting she's wrong? You also know it's not right to cyber violate. What about when you cyber-violated Yi-chan? Don't use depression as a shield. Even if you are really depressed, you asked for it. The overwhelming invective flooded Li Yan like a tidal wave. To add to her despair, the school, in an attempt to protect itself, issued an expulsion and posted it online. On top of that, she is legally liable. Now Li Yan was really depressed. Done. Her life is over. When netizens heard the news of her expulsion from school, they all felt great joy and celebrated with cheers. Immediately after that, they aimed their spearheads at the Tianhai Arts Academy and Principal Huang. Garbage school. Indiscriminately expelling students. Close it down while you still can. It's just a third-rate school. People Yi-chen doesn't care about it yet. This trashy school doesn't deserve a student as outstanding as Yi-chen. Having lost a talented student like Yi-chen, I guess the principal is crying in the toilet at this moment? That Principal Huang isn't any good either. Firing Yi-chen without investigating the matter clearly. That's right. Yi-chen's mother was on her knees crying and begging him, but he was actually indifferent and accused her of teaching her son poorly. How cold-blooded. Surname Huang owes Yi-chen an apology. Principal Huang and the Tianhai Academy of Arts were also called out on the hot seat. The posting bar, forum, and official website of Tianhai Art Academy were all blasted by angry netizens. The school's word of mouth and reputation are in tatters. Even the director of the Tianhai City Education Bureau was alarmed and severely reprimanded Principal Huang, ordering him to find a way to recoup his losses or else he would be removed from his position as principal. Principal Huang was pressured to record an apology video as well. In the video, he actually knelt down to the camera, engaged in deep reflection and repentance, severely criticized himself, sincerely apologized to Yi-chen, and said that he immediately restored Yi-chen's school registration. Yi-chen can go back to school anytime he wants. After watching this video, netizens all laughed. Are you kidding me? Does Yi-chen still need to go back to that Thai school? Besides, Li Yan, she was desperate and had to go to Baijia for help, only to find that she was actually blacked out. Her idol abandoned her. Li Yan sad and angry, to flower dust language incomparable disappointment, immediately pink to black. In a fit of rage and Baijia's chat records, call recordings are all sent to the internet. Chapter 59, The Price of a Mushroom House Invitation. Li Yan, as a fan of Flower Dusty, had always been loyal, treating Flower Dusty even better than her own parents. This time, when she helped Flower Dust language deal with Yi-chen, she also disregarded all consequences, but when she heard that her behavior has been a serious case of insult, defamation, will be sentenced to less than 3 years in prison, she was completely abashed. When she was at her most helpless, her idol, Flower Dusty words, mercilessly betrayed her, prompting her to turn from a fan to a black fan out of love. Hardcore fans are scarier than black fans once they go dark and stomp back even harder than black fans. After seeing those messages uploaded by Li Yan, the internet once again set off a magnitude 10 earthquake. Although there had been speculation before that Hua Dusty language was behind this incident, there was no evidence after all. Now that the evidence was overwhelming, there was no way for Flower Dust language to defend herself. Yi-chen's fans and righteous netizens were enraged to the extreme, and all of them aimed their guns at Hua Duanxue, their firepower output crazy. Flower Dust language is despicable and shameless, so damn disgusting. If you can't compete head-to-head with others, you stab them in the back. Underhanded stuff. I'm ashamed for you if you don't want to lose your flower mage face. I thought he was just bad at music, but I didn't realize his character was so vile too. 2A. Disgusting. Flower Dust language owes Yi-chen an apology. That's right. Get out and apologize to Yi-chen. When Hua Dusty language saw these comments, she was so angry that her face turned blue and she gritted her teeth, her lungs about to explode. Of course he couldn't apologize to Yi-chen. The fact that it's not directly related to him. A man of his stature doesn't do the dirty work himself. Broker Baijia wouldn't be stupid enough to contact Li Yan with her own Weiwei letter. She used the small number of one of the company's newest employees. Tian Entertainment's official microblog immediately released an announcement stating that the person who contacted Li Yan was just a newly hired temporary employee of the company. That temp was Yi-chen's black fan who lied about being Flower Dusty's manager and tricked Li Yan into trusting him. From start to finish, it was done by both the temp and Li Yan. Dusty Flowers and her manager, Baek Jae, had no knowledge of this. Netizens all scoffed at the announcement, and anyone with a little bit of brains knew that the temp was just a backstabber. Can a temporary worker have so much energy? Can he buy off so many marketing numbers and sailors? It has become a tradition for temps to take the fall if something goes wrong. People have been seeing this for a long time. Yi-chen also didn't even have the luxury of relying on this to convict Hua Chunyue. That was unrealistic. He also didn't care about Hua Duanhua's apology, although Flower Dusty managed to stay out of the way using dishonorable means and escaped due sanction. But his reputation, image and popularity all went down the drain, just like what he had thought when he had first screwed Yi-chen. Whether he was convicted or not, his reputation had already been stigmatized. Many people had seen the true nature of flower dust language through this incident. His peers in the entertainment industry will stay away from him in the future, and he will have fewer and fewer announcements and endorsements. Several variety shows that wanted to invite him to participate were deterred by this. No one wants to work with a backstabbing villain. In addition, many of the fans who are still sane have been disenchanted. In just one day's time, Hua Duanyua's fans dropped 10 million, and 2 endorsements that were about to come to hand also flew away. Conservative estimates suggest that Flower Dusty has lost at least tens of millions of dollars. His curiosity and commercial value have also dropped a tier, from first tier to second tier. This was far more difficult than having him apologize to Yi Chen. From then on, Flower Dusty's career would be in tatters, rolling farther and farther downhill. In contrast, Yi Chen's fans and popularity rose, with the number of Weibo followers reaching 60 million. Some of the announcements, commercials and endorsements that originally belonged to Hua Dusty language were also transferred to Yi Chen. It could be said that Yi Chen had sucked the blood of Hua Danyue and stepped on his face to take the position. The phone of Zhao Ruoyao, his and Yang Mi's common agent, was almost busted. Zhao Ruoyao is not an ordinary broker. She is Yang Mi's bosom friend and one of the shareholders of Jiaxing World. She only has 3 artists under her, Yang Mi, Hotbot and Yi Chen. As for the other artists in the company, they were not yet qualified to follow her. However, regarding Yi Chen's affairs, Zhao Ruoyao would usually notify Yang Mi first, who would relay it to him. So compared to Zhao Ruoyao, Yang Mi was more like Yi Chen's manager. Jiaxing World, President's Office. Yang Mi looked at the notice slip in her hand and smiled to Yi Chen with a wide-eyed smile. Yi Chen, you're really red hot now. Everyone is looking for you. The commercial shows, endorsements, variety shows and other announcements that our company has received lately have all come for you. And there's even an invitation for you to make a movie. And even more outrageously, there's also a comedy variety show that asked you to be a judge. It's worth mentioning that many of these announcements originally belonged to Flower Dust language, but now they've become yours. How's that? Isn't it cool? Yi Chen's face was expressionless as he faintly said, "What's so cool about it? The more notices I get, the more tired I get, and I just want to be a salted fish in peace." Humph. Nice try. Yang Mi gave him a flirtatious glance. "Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. On top of the annual salary of $50 million, the notice fee is split 37%. You get 70% and the company 30%. How's it going to be knowing that Reba and I are so close that she's only taking 50%? I'm good enough for you, right?" Once Yi Chen heard that there was money to be taken, he reluctantly agreed. Yang Mi then said, "I know that overexposure is not good for artists. I won't let you take too many announcements. Doing so is like killing a chicken to get eggs. Kill a chicken, but also take the egg?" Yi Chen's crotch went cold, and he subconsciously clenched his legs. Yang Mi's pretty face reddened and she gently spat, pouting. "What are you fooling around with? In all seriousness, I got you an endorsement ad for milk tea, and a variety show, Mango's Longing for Life 6. Mister, he is a friend of mine, so it's not easy for me to push back." Yi Chen nodded. "Mister, he has treated me well. His show is something I should go to. Tomorrow you'll go ahead and finish that milk tea commercial. There's an actress who'll be acting with you." "Actress? Why don't you come to the shoot? That way the two of us can be together." "You think I don't want to?" Yang Mi realized she had spoken out of turn and changed her words. "Do you think they can afford my endorsement fee? But I'm still happy that you're thinking of me. It's not in vain that I've been so good to you." You're overthinking it," Yi Chen said quietly. "I just thought that it would be more convenient for you to drive me to the set. Otherwise I'd still have to take a taxi." Yi Chen. Yang Mi's eyes instantly burst into hot sparks. "Ahem. Just kidding." Yi Chen hastily changed the topic. "Who is that actress?" "Zhao Jinmai. A young flower of the aughts who has just come to prominence. Is a beautiful girl. Oh, sister treats you well, right?" Yi Chen pretended that he didn't hear her and didn't bother with her. On the other hand, the headquarters of Sky Entertainment, Flower Dusty was furious and slammed everything in the room to pieces. A few assistants were trembling in fear, their faces ashen. Baekjae also dared to be angry. If it wasn't for the fact that Hua Dusty Language's old man was one of the company's shareholders, she would have been too lazy to serve this stupid cranky mean giant baby plus idiot plus tyrant. Flower Dust Whisperer vented hysterically and said to Baekjae in exasperation, "Release all the remaining black information about Yi Chen." Chapter 60, Commercials Can Be Made into Classics. Come again? Baekjae felt a headache and was completely speechless to Hua Dusty Language. "Flower, I advise you to stop. Why do you have to cross Yi Chen? Besides, we don't have any more black material on our hands right now. Only one stingy and petty line left, which technically isn't much black material at all, and we'll probably be lifting a rock and stoning ourselves again." Hua Duanyue wasn't without any brains at all. She was just overwhelmed by anger before. After calming down, he finally regained his senses and felt that Baekjae had a point. On the other hand, he did wimp out a bit. "Oh, Then let's give him a break for now. Let him bounce around for 2 more days. I don't believe he'll never have any black material. Flower Dust Language decided to wait for the right time to gather more and more black information about Yi Chen. Yi Chen stayed in Yangmi's mansion for one night, and the next day he took a taxi to the filming location of the milk tea commercial. Along the way, the master driver kept watching him through the rearview mirror. You're that singer who's been pretty hot lately, aren't you? Finally, the master driver couldn't help but speak up. Yes, it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Nah, my daughter is your fan. It's the first time I've seen a star in a taxi. Don't all you celebrities drive yourselves or your chauffeur? The driver's master opened the box. Yi Chen laughed bitterly. If I say I can't afford a car, do you believe me? Ha ha, you have a great sense of humor. Not long after the destination, the driver master said nothing to Yi Chen's money, but also said that his daughter is a fan of Yi Chen. Let him help sign a name on the line. Yi Chen graciously signed and insisted on giving him the fare. His father is also an online taxi driver and knows how difficult it is for master drivers to make money. Some celebrities like to take advantage of their fame by taking advantage of people everywhere, eating, taking cabs, and staying in hotels for free. Yi Chen couldn't do such a lack of virtue. It's already easy enough for celebrities to make money, but to take advantage of the hard-earning people is still human? Celebrities are there to serve the public, not to stand tall and oppress them. The ads are divided into 3 shooting locations, a coffee shop, a campus, and a bus stop. The first shooting venue was a very famous Netroots cafe in the imperial capital. When Yi Chen arrived, Zhao Jinmai and the directors, cameramen and other staff members were all there. Seeing that Yi Chen had come by taxi, everyone was all stunned. This is the latest rage, the hotshot of the moment? Not even a driver or a car. Everyone sighed in their hearts that Yangmi was too harsh on the artists. Sorry, am I late? There was a bit of traffic on the road. Yi Chen politely greeted everyone. Not too late, not too late. We just got here too. Director Wenmai greeted Yi Chen in a respectful manner and introduced himself. It was the first time he had come into contact with a star of Yi Chen's caliber, and he had heard that the bigger the star, the worse the temper, so he couldn't help but be a bit terrified. Vin Murno? Yi Chen felt that the name was somewhat familiar, and then he remembered. Isn't that the director of I Am Not a Drug God? Now Wenmai just graduated from the film school directing department not long ago, not to mention I'm not the god of medicine. Even a movie has not yet been made, can only shoot some commercials. Hello, Director Wen. Yi Chen took the initiative to extend his hand. Wenmai froze and hastily shook Yi Chen's hand, feeling flattered. He didn't expect Yi Chen to not only not play big names, but to be approachable and treat him, a little-known director, with such respect. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, my name is Zhao Jinmai. Zhao Jinmai shyly extended her small hand as well. Hi, I'm not 2 years older than you. Stop calling me teacher and just call me by my first name. Yi Chen shook Zhao Jinmai's soft, boneless jade hand, a sunny smile spreading across his face. Zhao Jinmai wore a duck-tongued hat, a pink cartoon t-shirt on top and a short denim skirt underneath, a pair of big watery eyes, full of collagen, youthful and energetic, like a nimble and lovely deer. Yi Chen's sunny and warm smile made her feel like a spring breeze. It was the first time Zhao Jinmai had seen such a sunny and handsome big boy with such a nice smile. She couldn't help but thump her heart, her deer in the headlights, and she didn't dare to look directly into Yi Chen's eyes. Then if you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Tatsu, Zhao Jinmai said shyly with a red face. I'm a fan of yours, and I especially like your songs, especially that one, Celadone and Fading Away. Thanks. Yi Chen felt that this time should be a commercial mutual admiration. People have praised you, you do not praise others. It is not good to say. So what? I love the dramas you've been in too, especially the teenage campus drama Little Joy. You were particularly good as that Jo Aiko. I liked it a lot, much better than that other one with the same title, Teenage Mutiny. Zhao Jinmai's smile gradually stiffened, staring daggers at Yi Chen, freezing for a moment before speaking quietly. You seem to have got it wrong. I'm in Teenage Misfits, not Little Joy. Yi Chen felt a flock of crows flying over his head. Ha, 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 it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen and Zhao Jinmai were almost familiar with each other. Everything is ready and the commercial is officially on. The cafe was temporarily cleared. Sprinklers sprinkled water over the cafe windows, creating the appearance of rain. The camera captures a romantic rainy street scene. 2 seconds later, Yi Chen covered Zhao Jinmai's head with a book with one hand, pulled Zhao Jinmai's hand with the other, and ran into the deserted cafe. Okay, click. Wenmai shouted a click and the first shot was considered finished. He had been a little worried about Yi Chen's acting skills, and had been prepared to shoot a few more times. After all, Yi Chen was a singer, not an actor. I didn't expect Yi Chen's acting skills to be any worse than Zhao Jinmai's, who was a child star, and he got into the scene very quickly. and had no problems with his positioning and expressions. The first one passed with only one take. Mr. Yi-chen, my. You guys did a great job just now. Let's move on to the second scene. The second one was in a coffee shop. Once the two of them ran into the cafe, Zhao Jinmai took a seat by the window and quietly looked at the book. Yi-chen brought 2 cups of brewed milk tea, handed Zhao Jinmai a cup, and sat beside her. The two of them sipped milk tea and smiled at each other. Love growing and spreading silently in the rain. Zhao Jinmai asked sheepishly as she looked out the window at the rain. What am I to you? Yi-chen took a sip of milk tea and looked tenderly at Zhao Jinmai with a coy smile. You're my Yurumi. Zhao Jinmai pouted and pouted. Ha, so I'm milk tea? Yi-chen held the milk tea and said gently and implicitly, so I can hold you in the palm of my hand. Zhao Jinmai smiled happily and shyly, looking at Yi-chen with affection. At the end the camera gives a close-up of the milk tea in both of their hands. Okay, pass. Perfect. Wenmai didn't expect the shooting to go so smoothly and save a lot of the budget. While Yi-chen was out of the scene for a second, Zhao Jinmai was still sitting there, immersed in the romantic and cozy atmosphere, reminiscing about the sweet taste of being in love. 61. Invitations from the United Nations volunteers to write songs on the spot. Yi-chen and Zhao Jinmai worked very well together, and it took less than half a day for the other 2 commercials to be finished. My. What kind of movie are you shooting these days? During the break, Yi-chen and Zhao Jinmai chatted idly. After a day together, the two were much closer. I haven't been doing much theater lately, so that's why I have time to come out and shoot commercials. Zhao Jinmai looked a little gloomy. Since the filming of Junior Faction, she has been preparing for the college entrance exams. This year just took the examination of God's Metropolitan Film Academy. The past 2 years did not do much filming. Some of the popularity that had been built up with Boyhood was running out. Yi-chen suddenly thought that the beginning was still missing a female lead and laughed. I've recently written a script that's being prepared for filming, and the choice of the female lead hasn't been decided yet. I think you're quite suitable. Why don't you go and try out for the movie? Tatsu, aren't you a singer? And also write scripts? Zhao Jinmai was stunned and thought that Yi-chen must be joking with her. It makes sense that I, a singer, would write a script, doesn't it? Does it make sense to combine? It doesn't matter. You should definitely try out for that role. It really suits you. I'll turn around and tell Honey. Okay Tatsu, I'll be there. Although Zhao Jinmai was a bit surprised, he was still touched in his heart. Regardless of whether this would work out or not, at least Yi-chen was kind to her. Just when she didn't know how to thank Yi-chen properly, she realized that Yi-chen had already chatted with Wenmai. Director Wen, I heard that you graduated from the directing department of the Imperial Film Academy, right? Yeah. Wenmai didn't understand why Yi-chen was asking. A senior student of the directing department of the Imperial Film Academy. It's too condescending to come to shoot commercials. I wonder if you've ever thought about making a movie. Yi-chen's words caused Wen Yuno to be taken aback. Make a movie? Of course I'd like to, but I'm just a rookie director who just started in the industry. I have no credentials, no capital, and no network background, so who would look for me to make a movie? When my face showed a bitter smile, without resources and opportunities, even if you are talented, it is useless. The movie business is even more brutal than the music business. You're not signed to a company right now, are you? Yi-chen continued to speak shockingly. I can recommend you to Honey to sign you as a director and write you another script sometime. Dumbfounded, Wenmai froze for 2 seconds and said excitedly, Mr. Yi-chen, thank you so much. He had thought he would have to stay up for at least a few more years before he could become a movie director. I didn't think the opportunity would come so soon. Yi-chen chatted with them a few more times before taking a taxi and leaving under the astonished gazes of Wenmai and Zhao Jinmai and the others. Yolomi quickly paid the $10 million endorsement fee into Joshing World's company account. Yang Ni transferred $7 million to Yi-chen. Together with Deng Ziqi's $3 million, Yi-chen's savings had once again reached $10 million. After agonizing for a moment, Yi-chen still let the system donate the $10 million in exchange for a 10-year lifespan. He's not in a life-threatening situation for a while now, but who can live too long? And Yi-chen was curious. If he kept on donating without stopping, would his lifespan keep increasing? Wouldn't that make him immortal? He decided to add to his lifespan to 100 years first. Yi-chen also told Yang Mi about Wen Yuno and Zhao Jinmai. Yang Mi said that for his sake, he could give them a chance to try out the company. As for whether it will work or not, it will still depend on their own level. By the way, there are 2 things to tell you, Yang Mi said to Yi-chen while doing yoga on the yoga mat. First, with your current fame and curiosity, it's no longer suitable for you to participate in a newcomer talent show like all new singers. Long Shiwei and I is my friend. I'll greet her and give you your withdrawal. You don't have to have concerns. I don't think those other contestants want to see you again. Yi-chen didn't have much of an opinion on this. With his current status it really wasn't appropriate to compete with a group of newcomers anymore. That would be too bullying. Besides, Yi Chen didn't want to see Flower Dust language again. Blossom Dusty definitely didn't want to see him either. And crucially, didn't have the face to be his judge either. It's good for everyone to get out of the game. Just a little bit bad for Long Sisyphus. Youngmi continued again. There's also something else. The general director of the Yang documentary channel contacted me out of the blue today, wanting to ask you to help them write a theme song for their documentary The Forbidden City and record a music video for publicity. Yi Chen froze and asked in surprise, how did the director of Grandview find me? The documentary of The Forbidden City has long been filmed, just missing a theme song, and Zhou Yongzhao, the general director of YTV documentary channel, has been looking for a suitable singer. Many famous singers have written theme songs for him, even including Mr. Lu Huan, and they were all rejected. Mr. Lu Huan recommended you to Director Zhou, and Director Zhou was so pleased with your Celadon porcelain that he decided to give you a try. Yang Mi asked expectantly when she finished. Well, are you sure about it? If it doesn't work, I'll just help you politely shrug it off. Of course, I still hope that you can try your best to give it a try, so that we, Joshing World, can get on with Grandview, and you should be well aware of what that means. Yi Chen nodded. Understood. I'll give it a try then. He already had the right song in mind. Yang Mi comforted. Don't have too much pressure. Just forget about it if it doesn't work. She's also aware of how difficult it is to write a good song, and that the key is still the proposition. Even if Yi Chen was more talented, he would still find it difficult, right? However, Yi Chen's next words left her dumbfounded and her jaw dropped in shock. I'll try to write a song now. You send it to Director Zhou first. Now. Yang Mi was stunned. And then she watched as Yi Chen found a pen and paper and swished and scribbled. A few moments later, Yi Chen handed the written lyrics paper to her. It's written. Check it out. This. So fast? Yang Mi snapped out of her shock and took the lyrics paper and read it. The dragon scale of heaven and earth. I am the author of this river and mountain, and the blood of my people is thousands of miles long. Over the centuries and 600 years, the dragon's air has weathered the storms. This is the center of the capital. Just like a gentleman, the 9-dragon wall, glazed on the tiles, from which history has fallen and risen. Yang Mi didn't know much about music, but the lyrics alone gave her a very domineering and shocking feeling, and her intuition told her that this was a good song. Yi Chen, you're too good. You wrote a new song so quickly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was true. Yang Mi immediately took a picture and sent it to Zhou Yongzhao. Meanwhile, Zhou Yongzhao, who was fretting about the matter, received a message from Yang Mi, replying so soon? It can't be a rejection, can it? Zhou Yongzhao clicked on the picture and saw that it turned out to be a piece of paper filled with lyrics and music scores. He didn't understand the score, but he could still read the lyrics. He skimmed idly, and after a few sentences, his eyes snapped open. He regained his spirit. Seriously, word by word, carefully looked. The more he looked at the more shocked, the more excited he looked at the more excited he was, and could not stop trembling slightly. When he saw the sentence swimming heaven and earth in search of dragon scales, the dragon's bloodline has become a forest. He instantly got goosebumps and subconsciously shouted out, good, great song. Chapter 62, Singing Live in the Forbidden City. Absolutely amazing. Zhou Yongzhao was ecstatic and walked around excitedly. The first thing he did was to send the song to Shan Jichang, the director of the Palace Museum. The Forbidden City documentary is a co-production between the Grandview and the Forbidden City. The music video for the theme song is going to be recorded live at the Forbidden City. For this reason, the palace to suspend opening to the public for a day, so you must first seek the consent of the president of the Shan Jichang. After reading the lyrics of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, Shan Jichang was also deeply shocked, and after half a day of excitement, he calmed down and immediately replied to Zhou Yongzhao, great, this song is really great. Atmospheric and magnificent, very much in line with the image of our Forbidden City. It was simply made for the Forbidden City. Zhou Yongzhao agreed. Elder Shan, I had the same idea as you, and this is the theme song I've been looking for. If it's okay on your end, I'll reply to the other party and ask him to come and record the music video as soon as possible. Director Zhou, I have a better idea. Shan Jiqiang said excitedly. We can live stream the entire process of recording the music video, and from the material of the live streamed video, edit the music video, which will also boost the popularity of our Forbidden City and your documentary in the meantime. Live streaming from the Forbidden City? Zhou Yongzhao was stunned. He did not expect Shan Jiqiang so old, actually so with the times. It's something he can't even think about. So far, no one has ever sung at the Forbidden City, let alone live streamed the whole thing. However, he also knows that Shan Jiqiang said very reasonable. Since people this dean has agreed, he certainly has no reason to oppose. Zhou Yongzhao immediately told Yang Mi the news. Yang Mi froze in surprise for 2 seconds after reading it, and then suddenly hugged Yi Chen in excitement. Great! Yi Chen, your song passed. And Yangfan the Forbidden City side also invited you to go to the Forbidden City to sing the song live. It's an honor that all those superstar divas are begging for. Yi Chen was a little out of breath from Yang Mi squeezing. Ahem, honey, will you let go of me for a second? Only then did Yang Mi realize that she was a bit out of line, and she panicked and let go of Yi Chen, her cheeks fluttering in shame. Yi Chen, you're too good. You can not only go to the Forbidden City this time live singing, but also on the great TV. Even our company followed you into the light. As long as we can take this opportunity to hook up with Yang Ma, from now on, we Jiaxing World will have one more powerful backer. Yi Chen, you are truly the company's #1 contributor. Yang Mi was so excited that she couldn't wait to kiss Yi Chen, but fortunately, she still had a trace of sanity left. The two sides communicated about the specific cooperation, and the live broadcast was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The official microblogging of the Palace Museum and the official microblogging of the Great TV documentary channel has tweeted the announcement of this heavy news. Yi Chen also posted a very rare tweet. I'm honored to create the theme song for Young TV's Forbidden City documentary. The day after tomorrow in the afternoon, I will sing my new song in the Forbidden City, and in the whole live broadcast in the Young Video app. Please look forward to it. Boom! Blow up! Twitter exploded all of a sudden. Woohoo! Did Yi Chen finally remember his Weibo password? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not, is it? Yi Chen wrote a new song again and again and again? It's only been a few days since Celadon. Yi Chen has even written another new song. It's too good, isn't it? Let's just say Yi Chen really doesn't have a creative bottleneck? Please, can you guys see the point? What Yi Chen wrote this time is no ordinary song. It's the theme song of the Forbidden City, and it's going to be broadcast live in the Forbidden City. God, that's so awesome, isn't it? Heifer to the South Pole, cowpoke to the core. Just ask how many singers can have this kind of treatment. Even the national treasures of singing artists have never had it, right? No one has ever been here before. No one will ever come after. It's unprecedented. Congratulations to Yi Chen for becoming the first singer ever to sing live in the Forbidden City. For a while, every place such as Weibo, Douyin, Circle of Friends, Penguin groups, forums and bars were talking about it. The topic of Yi Chen's new song live from the Forbidden City instantly made it to the top of the microblogging hot search list. Since his debut, it's like he's bought a home on the Hot 100, going up there for a spin every 3 days. All those stars had gradually changed from envy and jealousy at the beginning to numbness. In addition, many netizens have opened their cell phone's app store to download the Great Video app. Although the Great Video app is the Great TV, but because of the popular movie and TV drama resources are too little, the number of users in Penguin Video and so on cannot be compared. The netizens were completely rushing to Yi Chen's live broadcast. For a time, all the major cell phone application malls were bursting at the seams. The downloads of the Great Video app have skyrocketed like crazy, adding tens of millions of users in just one day. And it's still growing. The great vision of the leadership did not expect such a windfall. Heart and face are smiling. The netizens all waited anxiously, hoping that time would pass faster, and couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's live broadcast as soon as possible. With much anticipation, the day has finally arrived. Yi Chen rushed to the Forbidden City in advance. Zhou Yongzhao and Shan Jiqiang and other people have long been waiting in front of the palace gate for a long time. Everything had been arranged according to Yi Chen's instructions. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both sides began to prepare for the live broadcast. At the moment, countless netizens are waiting with their cell phones in their hands. Everything is ready. At 2 p.m., the unprecedented live stream finally began. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, the netizens all frantically poured in, and the number of viewers instantly reached 10 million, and it was still increasing at a rapid rate. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. Before Yi Chen even showed up, the number of viewers had already reached 50 million. It is good that the Great TV is well prepared, using the best server in the country. Otherwise I am afraid that Yi Chen's song is not yet finished. The live broadcast will be paralyzed. It's so good. It's finally starting. Woohoo! Finally we can hear Yi Chen's new song. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So fierce? 50 million online views just after the broadcast? Where is Yi Chen? When the live stream first started, there wasn't a single figure on the screen. The drone came from over the Forbidden City to take an all-encompassing, multi-angle panoramic overhead shot. The audience felt as if they were in the air above the Forbidden City, looking down from a height, taking in the Forbidden City, which covers an area of more than 700,000 square meters. This sense of immediacy of the king's presence in the world caused all the people's hearts to give birth to 10,000 feelings of grandeur, and their hot blood gradually boiled up. The drone flies lower and lower, the camera from high and low, from far and near. The magnificent Forbidden City slowly presented in front of the eyes of the crowd, occupying most of the live screen. The image eventually settled on the wide square directly in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. At the same time, Yi Chen, who was dressed in an ancient costume, finally appeared in the picture. He stood on a centerpiece paved with alabaster, with a large red lacquered drum in front of him and 2 drumsticks in his hands. Behind him was a row of handsome young men in ancient costumes, each with a large drum similarly placed in front of them. Further back were 2 rows of beautiful maidens in gorgeous Chinese dresses, seated on stools. The maidens in the front row each had a guzheng in front of them, and the maidens in the back row each held an emerald green bamboo flute in their hands. On each side are 2 rows of ancient and atmospheric chimes. After the orchestra is the 39 steps of the dragon pattern Dana carved out of Chinese alabaster, and then behind it is the grand and stately Hall of Supreme Harmony. Dorked out, the crowd was all stunned by this majestic and imposing sight. Knock, knock, knock. The vast and empty Forbidden City suddenly resounded with the sound of loud and majestic drums. Chapter 63, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, shocking the mind. Dang, knock knock. Yi Chen stood with a long body and struck the big drum forcefully one by one. Immediately after that, the row of power-suited teenagers behind them all beat their drums at the same time. The sound of drums echoed in the Forbidden City, majestic and resounding. The rhythm of the drums was so strong that each beat seemed to strike the hearts of the crowd. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by the earth-shattering drums, and it was as if the blood in their bodies was being shaken and turned over. At the same time, several lines of text flashed across the screen. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Lyrics, Yi Chen. Composer, Yi Chen. Arrangement, Yi Chen. Sings, Yi Chen. Everyone's hearts all shook when they saw the title of the song. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. This song title is so domineering. Loved. I knew it was a good song by the title. Another one of Yi Chen's solo creations. It's so strong. After the invigorating drumming, the sounds of guzheng and bamboo flute followed. The elegant sound of the zither and the floating sound of the flute are like flowing clouds in water, silky smooth and pleasing to the ear, cleansing the mind. Magnificent tunes are interspersed with ebullience, tenderness and grandeur at the same time. The 2 very different tunes blend together perfectly without the slightest dissonance, but instead produce a marvelous effect. After the stunning prelude, Yi Chen finally spoke. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. The national bloodline is tens of thousands of miles away. For centuries and centuries, the dragon's heir has weathered the storm, the central axis of the capital. Just like a gentleman's moral integrity, 9 dragon wall glazed on tiles. History falls and rises from this. Yi Chen's voice was a little different this time than in the past, high-pitched and majestic, with a strong penetrating and shocking power. The lyrics are still very graphic, each one like a separate movie subplot. The many images were combined together to form an atmospheric and magnificent historical scroll that unfolded a little bit with Yi Chen's song. Listening to the shocking melody, feeling the vicissitudes of the heavy, word-for-word blood and tears lyrics, the hearts of the crowd were all deeply shocked. Scalp exploded. Okay? OMG. Goosebumps all of a sudden. The lyrics, the melody, fantastic. It's so dominating. A tingle in the scalp and a boil in the blood. It's so shocking. The DNA moved. I feel as if something has awakened within me. Could it be the dragon's bloodline? The crowd's minds drifted hundreds of years ago with Yi Chen's song, witnessing the rise and fall of the nation over the past 600 years. The land of China has been shaken by wind and rain, and the children of the Yellow Emperor have gone through trials and tribulations. We fall down again and again, and stand up again and again, standing tall and striding forward in the baptism of blood and fire, bravely meeting challenge after challenge, proudly eyeing one opponent after another, like a scarred, blood-soaked swordsman breaking out, leaning on the long sword in his hand. He stood between heaven and earth and watched as one opponent after another fell under his sword. What sustains our nation and our fellow man? It is the bloodline of that Yan Huang, the backbone of the dragon, and the valor of that mighty and unyielding gentleman. Listening to it, many people's eyes couldn't help but moisten, and at that moment, Yi Chen's vocal pitch rose steeply, singing the high dynasty part of the chorus. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. Lit. 1 scale, 1 inch of heart. The story drifts, I can't bear to hear it. Boom! The few lyrics are like a heavy hammer, but they hit the wall of people's hearts. We all just feel an indescribable tightness in the chest, a wave of sadness and indignation of injustice stirring in the heart and chest. The eyes are wet, the nose is sour, the scab scar was inadvertently torn open, and a little bit of blood seeped out. They saw more than 100 years of China's modern history in these short lyrics. It was a history full of humiliation and a history of passionate resistance. More than 100 years ago, a group of robbers blasted open the gates of our country with their cannons, knocking this oriental dragon out of the air and crashing it to the ground with a resounding thud, scattering it like broken ice. Those barbaric and cruel robbers scraped off its dragon scales, pulled out its tendons and skin, and greedily ate away at its flesh and blood in a vain attempt to destroy it completely. 1 scale, 1 inch. The blood-dripping dragon scales are the same as those of the suffering Yanhuang children and grandchildren, the broken families. Every dragon scale is a tragic story, a tear-stained history of blood and tears. The story drifted, I couldn't bear to hear it. That miserable history. Those stories written in blood and tears. Every dragon nation can't bear to hear, can't bear to see, even occasionally recalling, can't help but be sad and cry. The lively live broadcast room went quiet, and people forgot to post pop-ups and comments. Every Dragon Nation person with a conscience couldn't help but have tears in their eyes and silently shed tears. It's too bad. That history is really tragic. Yi Chen's eyes were also moist, and unable to control his excitement. A hint of a crying tone even appeared in his singing voice. It was his only miss since his debut. For a professional singer, such a blunder is never allowed. Yet no one cared about that. No one blew it off. Everyone thought it was more authentic. Yi Chen's emotions were transmitted to everyone through the song. At this moment, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room resonated strongly with him. The live room, which used to be full of prejudice and strife, has never been so united and peaceful. A man keeps his manners and his mind quiet, playing the gentleman's heart on the melodious guqin. I'm sober and waiting to hear back. Hovering great Chinese civilization. Yi Chen's singing voice changed from low to melodious, and the style of the song changed from sad to peaceful. The clear sound of the flute and the melodious sound of the zither were like clear gurgling water, washing the wounded bodies and souls of the Yanhuang children and washing away the bloodstains on the giant dragon. As the song shifted, everyone's mood gradually moved from sadness to brightness. The majestic sound of the chimes adds to the deep historical and cultural heritage of the song. Yi Chen walked along the white jade steps, picking up the steps step by step and walking towards the Hall of Imperial Harmony. While walking, stroking the alabaster dragon railing is like stroking the wounds of the dragon, soothing the wounded hearts of the children of the Yellow Emperor. The interlude ends and the song starts again. To the past when I put pen to paper, the vast yellow land of the east, splash of ink in the landscape to erase. I can only see the jagged spirit of China, the forbidden city Xinwu Gate, the outer gate of the Imperial Palace in Beijing. How many vicissitudes of life have forged the soul of China? I inherited a culture of deep plowing, breaking through the change to turn things around. Same melody, different lyrics, in that the country is broken. The death of the country and the destruction of the seed of the critical moment. Countless yellow sons and daughters came forward, throwing their heads and spilling their blood. With the blood and flesh cast the backbone and spine of the Chinese summer. The forbidden city, Xinwu Gate, symbolizes the unyielding soul and clenched iron bones of every dragon nation. Yesterday's sufferings are fading away, and the Dragon Kingdom has morphed into a modern and powerful nation. But that bitter but glorious history is something we will not forget, cannot forget and dare not forget. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. Lit. 1 scale, 1 inch of heart. With smallness I firmly believe. The piece of lost dragon scale flew back to the dragon's body. The once scaly and dying dragon soared back into the sky. The live feed switches again to an overhead shot from a drone. The drones flew higher and farther away, taking in all the sights of the imperial capital. Big as skyscrapers, traffic, moving high-speed trains, from the smallest to every ordinary pedestrian on the street, takeaway boy, courier, real estate agent, company white-collar workers, students. Some people even see themselves in it. When these most common people and sights in daily life appeared on the air, everyone was deeply moved. What are those scattered dragon scales? It's you, it's me, it's him, it's each and every one of us ordinary, yet extraordinary, sons and daughters of the Yellow Emperor. 1 scale, 1 inch. I firmly believe in making something big out of something small. Each one of us is part of this Chinese dragon. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 64, Fire on the Internet. All-star support. The screen in the live broadcast room turned and cut back to Yi Chen once again. Yi Chen stood in front of the Hall of Imperial Harmony, like an emperor overlooking his kingdom and subjects. A 10,000-fold grandeur was born in his heart, and he opened his arms, his voice pitch climbing again, almost like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar as he sang, to bring the destiny of the nation. Lift your head high and revive again, traveling the world in search of dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. Boom! Hearing this, the crowd only felt a roaring in their brains, their scalps exploding, and their blood boiling. The lyrics are just so shocking, so dominating, so uplifting. A strong sense of national pride was born in the heart of every dragon nation. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Chen in the screen, the hot blood and bravado in their bodies surging like a shocking wave. More than shocked, more than moved, sleeping for 100 years, the dragon has gradually awakened. Our disaster-prone nation, after weathering winds, snow and rain, and undergoing hardships and tribulations, has finally embarked on the road to revival once again and stands in the forest of the world's nations. The dragon that once landed with a resounding thud soared once more into the heavens. Many couldn't help but burst into tears of pride and emotion. Even Zhou Yongzhao, Shan Jiqiang, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help shedding tears. At the same time, the director of Yanked Music Channel, Han Yi, and the general director, Shin Kun, were also watching Yi Chen's live broadcast. Both of them were shocked by Yi Chen's song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Shin Kun asked, "Director Han, what do you think of this young man? Great talent, singing, attitude, and a sunny image. With work that has substance and depth and is full of positive energy, it fits our criteria in every way." Hani gave it an extremely high rating. Shin Kun nodded in agreement, adding, "Not only that, he also defeated seniors such as Lu Huan, Tang Gear, and Han Hong on Mango's I'm a Singer program, so it's safe to say that he has a bright future ahead of him." Hani laughed. "You're thinking of inviting him to participate in the Singing King of China, aren't you? This young man, Yi Chen, is indeed excellent, with good conditions in all aspects, and is fully qualified to participate in the King of Chinese Songs. You're the chief director of this program, so you'll decide everything, but it must be careful. You also know that King of Chinese Song is not only a music competition variety show in this country, but also a nationwide selection. The winner of the Chinese King of Songs is going to represent our country and compete in the World King of Songs competition, competing on the same stage as the national treasure singers of other countries, and the nature is similar to that of an athlete. So not only do the contestants who get to participate in this program have to be good singers, they have to pass as people as well." Shin Kun nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I have it in my heart. So far it seems that Yi Chen is still quite good, but I'll continue to observe him for a while. Anyway, there's still 2 months left before the recording of King of Chinese Singers starts. There's no rush." Although Shin Kun said so on his lips, in his heart, he had already made up his mind that he must fight Yi Chen over. On the other side, Yi Chen's song continued. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. Lit. 1 scale, 1 inch of heart. I can't bear to hear the story. Fate of the nation. Lift your head high and revive again. Traveling the world in search of dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. The song came to a close with Yi Chen's soft humming. The crowd, however, remained immersed in the shock and emotion of the song. It was as if they had experienced 5,000 years of Chinese history. A full 10 seconds passed before everyone then finally came out of the world of music. Wow! The live feed blew up in an instant. A masterpiece! A masterpiece! Thank you Yi Chen for giving us another divine song. Blow up! Blow up! Hang on! Apart from Yi Chen, looking at the entire Chinese music scene, who else can write such an atmospheric and powerful song? I've never been so proud of my identity as a Dragon Nation member. Thanks to Yi Chen, who showed me how proud it is to be born a Dragon Nation member. I do not regret entering China in this life, and in the next life I will still be a member of the Dragon Kingdom. And at this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room had finally surpassed the 100 million mark. Silly, Zhou Yongzhao and Shan Jiqiang were dumbfounded. The netizens were also stunned and stunned. The live streaming industry has been in this world for over a decade and has never reached 100 million online viewers. Prior to this, the largest number of people watching online in real time was the last installment of I'm a Singer, which totaled more than 50 million people. Again, it was because of Yi Chen's participation that such a good result was achieved. This time, Yi Chen even surpassed himself and set a new record. Oh my god, over 100 million people watching online. That's too much, isn't it? A miracle. It's a miracle. I wouldn't be surprised if anything happens to Yi Chen now. Yi Chen isn't a human. He's a god. Kneel down. I'm kneeling down for Yi Chen. I hope the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale goes online soon. I'm going to listen to it a few more times. The happiest ones were Zhou Yongzhao and Shan Jiqiang, who were the biggest beneficiaries besides Yi Chen. Yi Chen's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is on fire, and the Forbidden City documentary can follow suit. Even the popularity of the Forbidden City has gone up a notch. Many netizens expressed their desire to travel to the Forbidden City after listening to the song. After the live broadcast ended, Yi Chen bid farewell to Zhou Yongzhao and the others and took a taxi back to his place. On the way back, the little assistant Yang Chaoyue was like a little bird, chattering away. Brother, you're amazing. This new song is so good. I'm crying. If only I could sing as well as you do. Yi Chen smiled and asked, do you like to sing? Love it. Then I'll talk to Sister Honey and enroll you in a training class, so you can learn to sing and dance, and then when you've learned, I'll enroll you in a talent show. Don't, so I can't be your assistant. I still prefer to be your assistant compared to singing. Yang Chaoyue's head shook like a rattledrum, afraid that Yi Chen would not want her. Yi Chen couldn't do anything about her either. He realized that this little girl, Yang Chaoyue, was becoming more and more dependent on himself. Forget it. Think of it as having a koi. Yi Chen's new song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale quickly hit the hot search. Ye Chen's another hit song is born. The dragon scale of heaven and earth made me cry. We are all descendants of the dragon. Yi Chen sets record for highest live viewer. Netizens were all talking about this new song by Yi Chen. Many professional music critics have commented and praised how good Yi Chen's lyrics, compositions, arrangements and vocals are. Even many famous singers and even divas were shocked. After they listened to the song, they were all impressed by Yi Chen's musical talent and singing ability. And they forwarded the video of Yi Chen singing and praised him. Lu Huan, I knew Yi Chen would be able to do it. His Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is much stronger than the one I wrote before. I'm ashamed of myself. Lu Dehua, I heard that recently a singer named Yi Chen was very hot. At first I was a bit dismissive, thinking it was hype. But after listening to a few of his songs I was completely dumbfounded. Are young people so powerful now? Zhang Shuiyu, I can't believe that after so many years, such a wizard has actually appeared in the Chinese music scene. From Yi Chen, I see the hope of Chinese music. Luo Daiyu, the younger generation is fearful. It's time for us old guys to retire. Good job Yi Chen. The future of the Chinese music scene depends on you. Zhou Jieluan, I feel like I've been living in Yi Chen's shadow. Chapter 65, High praise from two major official media outlets. Lin Junjie, I started to pay attention to Yi Chen from Fading Sorrows, then Materia Medica, Manhwa Porcelain, and then this song Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth. Yi Chen has always been giving me surprises, and I'm convinced by his musical talent, so I hope that he'll write me a Huaxia-style song. Li Gongsheng, there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. This young man called Yi Chen is simply a demon. I hope to have the chance to compete with him on the same stage. Princess Wang, the reason why I haven't released a new album for many years is because I've never been able to find a satisfactory music producer. Yi Chen's talent amazes me, and I'd like to ask him to customize a few new songs for me. Tian Fujian, if Yi Chen doesn't mind, I hope to make friends with him. More and more singers tweeted and interacted with Yi Chen, even some who had quit singing for a long time and seldom went online. However, none of them received a reply from Yi Chen. It wasn't that Yi Chen was playing a big game, it was just that he didn't see it. He generally rarely logs on to Twitter except for work. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan, Tang Gear, Han Hong, Zhang Jie, they all also posted congratulations to Yi Chen. Among them, Deng Ziki's light microblogging wasn't enough, and she also made a special call to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's parents and his sister Yi Yaoxue also sent him a video call. The parents were very pleased to see their son so successful. Yi Yaoxue was even more proud to have such a powerful brother as Yi Chen. In the past, because of her ordinary family background, she hadn't been discriminated against by those rich classmates. Now that they had heard that Yi Yaoxue's brother was Yi Chen, their attitudes had made a 180-degree turn, and they had all turned around to flatter her. Even the principal and teachers at the school treated her much better. Since Yi Chen has been on fire, he receives calls from many so-called friends and relatives every day, and distant relatives who have not been in contact with him in 8 lifetimes have come to climb the friendship with him. Poor in the downtown area no one asks. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. That's exactly right. Apart from individual family members and friends who did have a good relationship, other people Yi Chen ignored all of them. Where were those people when he was first vilified and expelled from school? What were they doing? All gloating behind their backs, falling on their swords, and talking smack. Now that he's on fire, they've all come out to get close to him. Yi Chen only felt disgusted. He's just a cynical, grudging character, not as generous as Our Lady. Yang Mi was also very happy, not only for Yi Chen, but also for herself. With the help of Yi Chen's relationship, Joshing World has successfully embraced the Phi of Grandview, and will develop more smoothly in the future. The next day, the recorded version of Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth finally went live. Not long after its launch, the number of plays exceeded 10 million, and the number of comments and downloads reached several million, successfully topping the major music charts. So far, all the major music charts have been dominated by Yi Chen songs. The first is the just-released Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. The second is Changhua Porcelain. The third Materia Medica. The fourth Fading Sorrows. Then Cool, Father, People Like Me, plus a song called Phone written for Deng Ziki. With his own works, Yi Chen has thoroughly established himself in the Chinese music scene. His popularity was even soaring at a terrifying rate, overshadowing flow idols such as Hua Hua, Kuan Kuan, and Han Han. For once, talent beats capital. It's so good. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is finally online. Asterisk 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 is number 1 again. The music charts are so comfortable now. This is how the Chinese music scene should be. This song should be on the Spring Festival. I won't watch this year's Spring Festival Gala without Yi Chen. Yi Chen's new song is burning. Feel the powerful national strength. The words are powerful. The phrases are shocking. And they sing of the living Chinese civilization. What a stunning, atmospheric song. We will always be the Dragons people. The topic, Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scale recorded version goes live, quickly made its way to the top. After a day of settling down and fermenting, the song is getting hotter instead of less hot. The Great TV Documentary Channel and the Forbidden City have sent microblogging to thank Yi-Chen. In addition to Yi-Chen, the biggest beneficiary is the Great TV documentary The Forbidden City and The Forbidden City Side. The Forbidden City was originally a famous place of interest and tourist attraction in the Dragon Kingdom. Countless tourists visit the area every year. It is reasonable to say that the Forbidden City is not at all short of tourists, and never need to do anything to promote it like other attractions. The people in charge of the Forbidden City have never been aware of this either. Wine is not afraid of the deep alley. In their view, the Forbidden City does not need these. However, Yi-Chen's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale had made them facepalm. Since the launch of Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, all tickets for the Forbidden City were sold out on all major ticketing platforms in just one day. Visitors to the Forbidden City have doubled dozens of times, instantly becoming the hottest tourist attraction in the country. Many people said after listening to Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale that they must go to the Forbidden City for sightseeing and karting. The Forbidden City even took advantage of Yi-Chan's East Wind on the hot search. The leaders of the Forbidden City were dumbfounded. They didn't realize a song could have so much power. They then held an emergency high-level meeting and decided to buy the rights to Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale as a promotional song for the Forbidden City. Shan Jichang personally contacted Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen naturally had no problem with this and very generously gave a friendly price. The Forbidden City spent $3 million and bought the publicity rights of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, which of course can only be used for scenic publicity and cannot be used elsewhere. But it was enough. Many people even traveled to the Forbidden City in order to listen to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth once in the palace. After all, listening to it on the internet and listening to it in the Forbidden City is definitely not the same feeling. The long-term commercial value that a song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale brings to the Forbidden City cannot be measured in monetary terms. Yet this is not the end. Soon, the People's Daily and Yonsei News and other official media have also released microblogging. Daily 100, thank you Yi-Chen for bringing us such a positive and patriotic song. He uses powerful lyrics and heart-stopping melody to celebrate the 5,000 years of history and civilization of Huaxia, and sings the family and national spirit in the heart of every dragon nation. It inspires the sons and daughters of China to march forward. Yang TV News, remember history, inherit civilization. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is an atmospheric epic, is a love letter to the Chinese divine state, is a hymn to the children of the Yellow Emperor. I'm very fortunate that in the entertainment industry is increasingly impetuous today, but also can see as such an excellent young singer. I hope that the other stars can learn from Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen, terrific, boom, Twitter exploded. The netizens were all shocked beyond words. Did I read it right? Both 100 Daily and Yang News gave Yi-Chen a nod? Good lord. Two major official media outlets speaking out. Yi-Chen's row is too big. Even the official media gave such a high rating. Yi-Chen is really going to the sky this time. Yi-Chen is the first singer to be praised by name by the two major official media outlets. Let's just ask if you guys are convinced. I'll see who else dares to go against Yi-Chen in the future. Chapter 66, Encountering the Vagabond Singer Zhao Ra. The nods of support from 100 Daily News and Yang News caused Yi-Chen's popularity and status to rise to a new level. With the endorsement of these two official media, if someone wants to go against Yi-Chen in the future, they will have to weigh it up. Not every singer is so honored. Those other stars, especially the Flow idols, were all filled with envy and jealousy towards Yi-Chen, but they couldn't do anything to him. Yi-Chen, the person in question, stayed out of it, as if the revelry on the internet had nothing to do with him. The best of times, the worst of times, the best of times, he's always had a cool, wary attitude about his burgeoning popularity. Yang Mi talked to Yi-Chen about the next schedule. I'm going to Xiangqing next Friday to record the next installment of I'm a Singer, and on Saturday, I'm going to Shark Pond Village on the southern coast to be the flying guest on Wayward 6. By the way, the person you recommended, Zhao Jinmai, has passed the audition for the beginning to play the female lead, Li Shixiang. There's also that director called Wen Mai. The level of directing is not bad. I'm going to let him be the director of the beginning, and make 2 TV dramas first to practice, then I'll consider letting him make a movie. Yang Mi told her about Zhao Jinmai and Wen Mai, and thanked Yi-Chen for recruiting 2 talents for her. Yi-Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. He had known about these things for a long time. Zhao Jinmai and Wen Mai had already called him. By the way, there's one more thing I need to remind you of, Yang Mi said with a grave expression. Do you know who the kicker for the next installment of I Am a Singer will be? Who? According to what Mr. He told me privately, the kickoff singer for the next installment is top stream superstar Quan Jilong from Cold Kingdom. Quan Jilong still has some strength, so you have to fight and give it your all. Don't take it lightly. Got it. I was in first place last time. It's Zhang Xiaohan in last place who should be worried. Yi-Chen smiled faintly and added confidently. If I'm in last place, it's Kwon Jirayon who should be worried. Yang Mi blankly stared. Che, look at you fooling around. Honey, there's nothing going on for a few days, so I'd like to go home for a visit. Yi Chen hadn't been back home for a while. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty knowing that as his fame grew, he would have less time to go home in the future. Yang Mi waved his hand. Permission to play. That night Yi Chen returned to his home in Tianhai City. His parents and sister couldn't have been happier to see him. There was a fantastic sense of unreality as the family was reunited again. As he ate, his parents kept pouring food into his bowl. No matter how famous he is, he will always be a child in his parents' eyes. Yi Oshue, on the other hand, chattered non-stop, saying how godly she was in school, how everyone looked at her differently and envied her for having such a powerful brother. Yi Chen took out a bank card and handed it to his parents. There were $3 million in the card, the royalties given by the Forbidden City. His parents had never seen so much money in their lives and refused to take it. Yi Chen persuaded the two old men to accept it reluctantly. The mother, Lu Xiaoying, wiped her tears and lamented that her son had grown up. The father was also red-eyed, very pleased to see his son so accomplished. But they're all used to living a hard life. Even if you have money now, you don't spend it frivolously, and the pace of life is no different than before. Yi Chen stayed at home for a few days and was bored inside practicing songs every day. He didn't dare to go out casually now, fearing that someone would recognize him and cause unnecessary trouble. That night, he suddenly remembered the underpass where he had been selling his songs live. That said, that's where he really started. To this day there are still many doujinshi netizens waiting for his live broadcast and sending him private messages every day. However, they also knew that Yi Chen had now become a household name and it was impossible to get him to go back to selling songs in the underground passage. Yi Chen was a very nostalgic person, and thinking that there were still many old friends expecting him, he decided to go live in the underground passage once more. Opportunities like this will become fewer and fewer in the future. In order to avoid the rush hour, Yi Chen didn't go out until after 10 o'clock at night. When he arrived at the underground passage, he was dumbfounded. The underground passageway, which should have been cold and quiet, was surprisingly brightly lit at the moment, with people coming and going, bustling with activity. Stalls, snack sellers, singers, and tourists from all over the country, bustling like a small temple fair. What's the situation? There are actually so many people at this late hour. Yi Chen had a hard time finding a place to land next to a wandering singer. Dude, let me ask, what's all the buzz around here? You're new here, right? The wandering singer glanced at him. Have you heard of Yi Chen? Yi Chen pulled his mask upwards and nodded. This is where he went from, when he was a singer. The wandering singer spoke with worshipful awe of Yi Chen. Now it's become a Netflix hit spot, as well as a mecca for us underground musicians and mariachi singers to make the pilgrimage. Not only this underground passage, but the entire Tianhai city has been brought on fire by Yi Chen, becoming a Netflix city. Yi Chen has brought fire to a city all by himself. What a bull! Every mariachi singer dreams he'll one day soar like him. This wandering singer is actually not a good talker and a bit of an introvert, but for some reason, he felt that he and Yi Chen were particularly in tune with each other, and his words were extraordinarily numerous today. He talked about his dream of music and his experience of uprooting himself from his hometown and wandering around selling songs for his dream. At the end, he patted Yi Chen's shoulder, took a puff of smoke, and said with deep eyes, "Brother, one day I'll be as hot as Yi Chen all over the country. Do you believe me?" "Well, I believe it." Yi Chen nodded. He felt that this young man with a stubborn face looked a little familiar. Without another word, the wandering singer strummed his guitar and opened his mouth to sing. A southern girl lives in a northern village. She always liked to stand by the side of the road in a dress with flowers on it. She doesn't say much but she smiles with such a calm grace. And, what's in her soft eyes is the sadness of longing. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. Southern girl, I threw. No wonder I thought the other party looked so familiar. Isn't he Zhao Radium? Zhao Radium was a folk singer he liked very much. And in his previous life, he had also participated in I Am a Singer and became popular all over the country with the song City Capital. He's one of the few wandering singers who is talented, writes his own material, and sings well. Zhao Ra's song attracted many people to stop and watch, especially young couples and girls. When the song ended, the crowd of onlookers applauded him, and many of them dropped bills of varying denominations into the piano case. A man in his early to mid-30s cried tears of joy, not knowing what he remembered. He cried for a while, wiped away his tears, reddened his eyes, and choked on his voice as he said to Zhao Radium, "I'll tell you a story. Can you write me a song? I'd give you all the money I have on me if I could." Zhao Radium did not change his face and shook his head lightly. "Sorry, I don't improvise. People can Yi Chen, why can't you?" The man was unforgiving. The corners of Zhao Ra's mouth twitched as he thought, "Do you think everyone is like that demon Yi Chen? If I had his horrible songwriting talent, why would I still be selling songs here?" At that moment, Yi-chen, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. I'd like to hear your story. Saying that, Yi-chen took off the mask on his face. Chapter 67, a tear-jerking love story. Yi-chen took off his mask and revealed his face. The originally crowded underground passage was instantly silent. Everyone was frozen in place as if they had been immobilized, gazing straight at Yi-chen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It took about 10 seconds for everyone to snap out of their shock. It was like pouring cold water into hot oil, and the crowd instantly exploded with a crash. Oh my god, did I see it right? It's actually Yi-chen? It's Yi-chen. It's really Yi-chen. I've seen Yi-chen. Wow, Yi-chen is so handsome. Even more handsome in person than in the screen. I'm so lucky to have met Yi-chen by chance. I must go buy a lottery ticket later. Yi-chen, I love you. The people in the underground passageway all gathered around at once. Yi-chen's fans, especially the female fans, were all screaming and shouting madly. The flashlights clicked, and people were holding up their cell phones to take pictures of Yi-chen, while others recorded small videos and uploaded them to platforms such as Douyin and Weibo. Zhao Radium, who was standing beside Yi-chen, was completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? Wait, the guy next to me is Yi-chen? I was just talking to him for half a day? Zhao Ra felt like he was dreaming, seeing that Yi-chen was so popular. Even if he was as lighthearted as he was, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. There is so much difference between people. Is this how top stream superstars are treated? Zhao Ra had just sworn that he would be as hot as Yi-chen in the future, but now he had deep self-doubt. He believes he will make a name for himself, but he didn't think he could be as hot as Yi-chen. While envious, Zhao Radium was still a bit unconvinced in his heart. A singer as young as him usually has a sense of pride in his heart. All the same age, the same underground singer origin. Why Yi-chen so hot? Am I really no better than him? Yi-chen! Yi-chen! The crowd at the scene excitedly shouted out Yi-chen's name. There's still a lot of people outside desperately trying to get inside. Yi-chen was afraid of causing an accident and took Zhao Laser's microphone and said, I'm going to count to 3 and I want everyone to be quiet or I'm leaving immediately. 1, 2. Without waiting for Yi-chen to finish shouting, everyone rushed to shut their mouths, fearing that Yi-chen would really leave. The underground passage that had been bustling and boiling just a moment ago became silent. Everyone was desperately trying to contain their inner excitement. Seeing this, Yi-chen set up the live broadcast equipment and opened the live broadcast room of Douyin. The netizens of Douyin have long been mad with excitement after seeing those uploaded videos. They didn't expect Yi-chen to actually go back to the underground channel to broadcast live. It's so good. Yi-chen is finally on the air again. The Emperor's heaven has not failed me. Finally I've waited. Yi-chen has become a superstar, but he's still willing to come to the underground channel to broadcast live. It's too grounded, isn't it? Yi-chen isn't like other stars. There's no shelf at all. He really treats us as friends. That's right. He must have read our messages and that's why he came on the air. So envious of those who were there. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly reached 10 million and was still skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. The netizens frantically swiped their pop-ups. Yi-chen spoke to the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Yi-chen. I've seen all your messages. Thank you for your support, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. The reason why I came back here on air is because this is where I got my start. Although I've gained some minor fame now, I will never forget this underground passage and those first friends who supported me. Without you I wouldn't be where I am today. To thank you all for your support, I'm going to improvise a new song on the spot today. The crowd at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room became even more excited. Holy, Yi-chen is writing another new song? And to improvise from someone else's story. That's awesome. Yes, I can hear Yi-chen's new song again. Yi-chen handed the man the microphone. Now, can you tell your story? The man then snapped out of his consternation and dully took the microphone and calmly told his story. Don't look at my eyes so bright now. In fact, I was originally a blind person, living in a dark world since childhood, suffered from ridicule and discrimination, until she appeared. Finally let me a piece of the dark world appeared in color. She and I met at a support meeting for the disabled. She is deaf and mute, abandoned by her parents when she was a child, orphaned. A grandmother in a poor mountain village took her in, worked hard to bring her up, and sent her to a school for the disabled. She was a very hard-working and strong girl who did very well academically and stayed on after graduation to become a teacher at the school for the deaf. I can't see, she can't talk, and it's so hard for the two of us to even communicate properly that some people joke and jokingly refer to us as being in a heavenly crippled love. In order to communicate better, she patiently taught me Braille and sign language, and every time we chatted, she wrote on the palm of my hand, and her hand was so warm. The man took his time to tell the story, and everyone was captivated by the love story of him and his girlfriend. People are used to seeing the love stories of the immortal and the demoness in movies and TV dramas, the love stories of the overbearing president and the rich girl, and all kinds of strange love stories on Earth and in the immortal world, in all walks of life, and even across time and space and across species. But they had never heard a love story between two disabled people. Everyone's heart clenched. They had already guessed from the man's sad look and tone of voice the tragic direction of the story. It also turned out to be exactly what everyone expected. The girl was buried under the rubble to protect her students during an earthquake. She sent a message to the man as she trudged under the rubble. If she survives, they'll get married. Unfortunately, God forbid, the girl died not long after being rescued. Before she left, she destroyed all her photos and donated her corneas to the man with a message to him. Stop thinking about what I look like and the next person you fall in love with will look like me. After the man's story was told, the scene resounded with sobs, and many emotional girls could not help but shed tears of emotion. If you look at it from the perspective of a movie or novel, the story is actually quite cheesy and even a bit dogmatic and deliberately melodramatic. However, the dog-blooded cliched story, once happened in real life, happened in those flesh and blood, living people, but it is a disaster. A kind of never erase the bitter pain. After listening to the story, two suitable songs immediately came to Yi Chen's mind. One is called On the Clearing Rain and the other is called Funeral of the Roses. Chapter 68 The Funeral of the Roses plus Qingming Festival Rain. Ooh, so touching. What a sadistic love story. Can't live crying. Good people don't get rewarded. It's too bad for such a kind girl. Advise you not to sing the song of everlasting hatred. The earth also has its own Milky Way. The husband and wife in the village of Ingu bid farewell to each other. And there are more tears than in the palace of eternal life. The netizens in the live stream swiped their pop-ups, and many of them couldn't help but weep. The man was in tears long after he had finished speaking. Everyone had their eyes on Yi Chen, wanting to see what kind of new song he would write. Yi Chen borrowed a pen and paper from someone, but was slow to move his pen. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Did Yi Chen hit a bottleneck and couldn't write anymore? It's not like people can't understand if that's the case. Even if Yi Chen was powerful, he was still a human, not a god. It's already impressive that he's been able to create so many quality songs in such a short period of time. Zhao Re looked at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes. He wanted to see if Yi Chen was really as powerful as the legends. After waiting for a while and seeing that Yi Chen hadn't moved, he couldn't help but say, Yi Chen, if you really can't write it, just forget it. No one will laugh at you. Your strength is obvious to all. Live improvisation, or a proposition essay, the difficulty is already very high. I'm sure everyone can understand. However, Yi Chen made his jaw drop when he opened his mouth. It's not that I can't write it. I just have trouble choosing. I wrote two songs and I don't know which one is better to sing. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they all stared in disbelief. In such a short period of time, Yi Chen had written two new songs at once? After the shock, everyone cheered excitedly. Oh my god. Yi Chen's creative talent is too scary, isn't it? Nima, is this still human? To Versailles, but I like it. Don't bother. Just sing both songs? That's right, we'll listen to both songs. Yi Chen saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and spilled a smile. Well, since everyone wants to hear it, I'll sing both songs. He wrote out the lyrics and sheet music for both songs and handed them over to Zhao Re to look over. Is it a problem if you accompany me on guitar? Zhao Radium's eyes were firmly attracted by the lyrics and the score. His heart was shocked beyond words, and he froze for a while before saying dully, no problem. He's got the basics down, and he's got the score down after just one reading. Yi Chen was also testing him by doing this. Number 1. Funeral of the Roses. The scene was instantly quiet. The song was meant to be accompanied by a piano, but now conditions don't allow for that, so I'll have to use a guitar instead. Without the piano accompaniment, the song is half as soulful, testing the singer's singing ability even more, and the infectiousness of his voice. Yi Chen gestured at Zhao Rad, who immediately played the guitar in his hand. After a beautiful and soothing, sad and mournful prelude, Yi Chen's singing voice followed. 100 weeks away from you. I'm back here, looking for evidence that we loved each other. No one wants to talk about it. Roses, it's past. The topic here today, I call it a flashback. Yi Chen's voice was low and thick, magnetic. There are no flashy techniques, no complex melodies, and the lyrics are easy to understand, yet they contain a sincere emotion. Everyone's ears caught at once. A mournful mood hung heavy in the air, enveloping everyone. Yi Chen was not only singing, it was more like he was narrating a poignant love story. The heart has always been the heart of the beholder, but the man is the man of the song. Many people see their own shadows in the songs, recalling the smoky past that has been dusted off by the years. The love that started out of nowhere, went deep and deep, engraved in the heart, but ended without a trace and went up in smoke. Who hasn't had such a sweet and sour yet bitter love affair in their youth? The crowd's thoughts drifted with the song, traveling back along the river of time. back to a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, remembering someone who had amazed their youth. Good music is never just an auditory pleasure, but also a visual and spiritual one. It's like a lake in which everyone can shine their reflection. The next part was a guitar solo, and Zhao Are only felt a lot of pressure. His forehead was sweating coldly, afraid of dragging Yi Chen back. This section would have been even more poignant with a piano solo, yet Yi Chen's song covered up this insignificant flaw. His vocals have a powerful magic that can make you forget about the accompaniment. Funeral of the Roses, burying memories of you. It feels like my hands are paralyzed. Can't help myself. I can't hold you back. It's really beautiful. The rain of fireworks that day. I said I'd marry you in a floral dress. Although Yi Chen's voice was very gentle, it had an invisible killing power. The crowd only felt a vague pain in their hearts as if they had been struck by something. Sadness spreads like cold rain, slowly accumulating in the bottom of the heart, and finally can no longer restrain it, turning into tears pouring out. Many of the girls quietly wiped up their tears, and even the men were red-eyed without realizing it. Funeral of the Roses, burying the one you loved so much. Ruto stopped breathing, seeping into the earth. No one will notice. A little raindrop. Stay with me until morning. I spend this last minute remembering you. By the end of the song, many had long since burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Everyone is still immersed in that mournful mood, lingering in those memories filled with laughter and tears, sweetness and bitterness. Next song, On the Clearing Rain. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Yi Chen directly started singing another song, On the Reign of Qingming. Both songs are equally eulogizing love songs that fit seamlessly into each other without the slightest hint of incongruity. Qingming on the Reign? That's a great song title. The name sounds like it's another Chinese-style song. I hope this song isn't so tear-jerking or I'm going to get all teary-eyed. I even have tissues ready. After the beautiful melody, Yi Chen's heartfelt singing voice sounded again. At dawn, the window opens, the sun shines on the western bridge, and the clouds are shaking. I think about the way you waved your coat in the lotus breeze back then. Wooden carvings, gold, ripples in the years. 7 years ago, I stopped writing, for I have wielded the brush in this life only for you. Yi Chen's spitting was so clear that even without subtitles, everyone could hear it clearly. Surprised, everyone was stunned by the beautiful lyrics and melody. Since Manhwa porcelain, they have once again realized the charm of the Chinese style. Every lyric is as beautiful as a tang poem or a song poem. Only someone as talented as Yi Chen could write such beautiful lyrics. The gentle, soothing melody flowed like a trickle, mesmerizing everyone. I'm wandering on earth, and I can't find your heaven. I'd like to forget. It's the Qingming festival again. I'll send you a chrysanthemum. Bring your favorite song to sing softly. Silly. When Yi Chen sang, everyone was dumbfounded. Poignant lyrics, mournful melodies, ethereal voices, and impeccable vocals come together perfectly. It's not intentionally melodramatic, but it's weepy. Yi Chen substituted himself into the song, singing every note infused with his true feelings, deeply infecting everyone. A wave of sadness spreads and stirs in the heart. The crowd sank into the world created by the song. It was as if they saw a pair of lovers clinging to each other, but separated by heaven. It was like seeing myself again, once upon a time, going through a heartbreakingly abusive relationship. By the end of the song, everyone had long since burst into tears. Chapter 69 Lessons for Quan Jilong. Yi Chen's song was finished, but everyone was still immersed in that sad and mournful atmosphere. It was a long time before they came to their senses. Why am I crying? I can't believe I didn't even realize when I was crying. 2 divine compositions right out of the gate. Yi Chen is bullish. 1 modern pop song. 1 Chinese style. Same theme, different styles. Yi Chen is really great. Easily managing 2 different types of songs. Yi Chen deserves to be a musical genius. Yi Chen didn't let me down. It's incredible that even improvising can produce such a good song. Love it. I hope these 2 songs get online soon. The crowd was once again convinced by Yi Chen's music. The pop-ups on the live feed swiped the screen. There was even a loud applause. The man had long since cried his eyes red, wiped the tears from his face, and gratefully said to Yi Chen, thank you very much indeed. You may not believe it, but since her death, I haven't cried even once. I want to cry but I can't. It's especially hard to hold it inside. Yi Chen nodded his head. I believe that people can't cry under extreme sadness, so I want to thank you. It was your song that made me cry, and now I feel much better inside. I'm glad my song helped, and I hope you can get out of the haze, pick yourself up, and start your new life with positivity, which I think is what she would have wanted. Yi Chen comforted the man twice. The man said that he would definitely get back on his feet and left after thanking Yi Chen. The next group of fans all clamored for a photo with Yi Chen. Yi Chen agreed painfully and took pictures with every fan, ending with a group photo. Those fans in the live broadcast room were all envious. So envious. Why wasn't I there? Sour, sour, sour. I'm really sour. I'm a pickled fish. Sour and vegetable and redundant. Yi Chen is really strong in favoring his fans. He's too good to his fans. Never seen such a grounded celebrity. I'll fan him for life. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Chen also packed up his things and hit the road. Before leaving, he patted Zhao Radian's shoulder and laughed. If you'd like, you can always report to Joshing World. Just give my name. Of course, if you don't want to, just forget I said anything and think about it. Zhao Ra froze in place, staring blankly at Yi Chen's distant back. He didn't think that good luck would come so quickly and that he would actually be rewarded by Yi Chen. Still, he had a sense of pride and didn't agree immediately, but decided to think about it for a while. On Clear Rain, Funeral of a Rose is soon to be officially online. The two songs have received rave reviews and have once again wowed the internet and generated a lot of buzz. But for Yi Chen, this was just an appetizer. In a flash, it's Thursday, and tomorrow is the day to record the new episode of. Yi Chen didn't go back to the imperial capital and directly took a plane to Xiangcheng. Young assistant Yang Chaoyu was already waiting for him there in advance. The two arrived at their last hotel in the show's special car. Just as he arrived at the hotel lobby, he saw a group of people walk over in a big way. The young man at the head of the group was wearing a burgundy suit, wearing thick smoky makeup, and had an indescribable enchanting look between his hands and feet. Yi Chen immediately recognized him. This man was none other than Cold Kingdom top stream superstar Quan Jilong, who was also super popular in the Dragon Kingdom, and had even had a presenter kneel down to him in public. Quan Jilong gave off a feeling that was somewhat similar to Flower Dusty. I don't know if it's right to say that he's a high-powered version of Flower Dusty, or that Flower Dusty is a cottage version of Quan Jilong. Outside the hotel there was a crowd of young female fans gathered around, all apparently coming for Quan Jilong. Aha, Oppa is so handsome. I love you, Mr. Quan Jilong. Male god, man god. The fans screamed and shouted in excitement, hoping their idol would look at them, and one girl even fainted in excitement. Quan Jilong, however, turned a blind eye and ignored the situation, and walked forward with a pie in the face. He was followed by a couple of assistants and 4 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses in front of him. In contrast, Yi Chen, who was dressed in a plain and low-profile manner, did not attract attention. Yang Chaosui pouted and muttered in a disgusted little voice, "Are those fans out there blind? How can you call a misogynistic, fancy person handsome?" Yi Chen laughed. "Isn't he handsome? Not handsome at all. Far worse than you, okay?" Yang Chaosui said seriously. "I think you are much more handsome than him. You're the one with the sweet mouth." Yi Chen and Yang Chaoyu walked towards the elevator while talking. Although Quan Jilong stole his thunder, he didn't care about that. Although he was not used to the arrogant and domineering demeanor of the star of the Cold Kingdom, he could not talk about any grudges. Yang Chaosui pulled the trolley case and entered the elevator first. Yi Chen was just about to follow him in when he was suddenly pushed aside by the bodyguard who arrived behind him. It was then that he realized he was being treated like a star-crossed fan. The bodyguards stood on each side of the elevator, vigilantly looking at the people around them for fear that someone would turn against Quan Jilong. Quan Ji Ryung walked into the elevator, and when he saw Yang Chaoyu in the elevator, his face smeared with thick foundation instantly collapsed, and he gibbered a bunch of bird language to Yang Chaoyu. Yang Chaoyu couldn't understand and said with some anger, "We were the ones who came in first." Quan Ji Ryung couldn't understand what she was saying either, and thought she was his personal rice. His face became even more gloomy and ugly, and without waiting for the bodyguard to make a move, he pulled Yang Chaoyu's arm and pushed her out, then threw the trolley case out as well. His strength was so strong that Yang Chaoyu fell to the ground at once. Yi Chen hurriedly went up and helped her up, asking with concern, "Supermoon, is everything okay?" Yang Chaoyu was in pain and had tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry and could only desperately endure it. It was only then that Yi Chen realized that her knee had knocked through the skin, and blood was slowly seeping out. At this time, Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan and the girls also arrived, and when they saw Yi Chen and the injured young Chaoyu, they immediately walked over. They had all watched that scene just now, and they all felt incomparably angry. Quan Ji Ryung didn't even look at Yang Chaoyu and smiled as he spoke in Korean to his assistant, his face full of contempt and sarcasm. Several assistants and bodyguards laughed uncontrollably after hearing this. Deng Ziki's face, however, became very ugly, and a touch of anger surfaced on her pretty face. Yi Chen asked, "Do you understand what he's saying?" "Aha." Deng Ziki nodded, suppressing her anger and saying angrily, "He just said, Dragon Country girls are just cheap." Boom! Yi Chen instantly had blood pouring out of his head, burning with rage, and his face was terribly gloomy. Just at the moment when the elevator door was about to close, he suddenly grasped the elevator door with both hands, and a pair of eyes coldly gazed at Quan Jilong. The smile on Quan Jilong's face froze, and he looked at Yi Chen in shock. a chill spreading in the bottom of his heart as he felt a wave of fear for no reason. Yi-Chen stared at him with an austere gaze and spat out 3 words in an icy tone. Get out! Chapter 70, to take revenge for all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi-Chen's actions had taken everyone present by surprise. Although Quan Jilong couldn't understand what Yi-Chen was saying, he could guess that it wasn't anything good. He was shocked by Yi-Chen's cold and biting eyes and froze in the elevator, looking a little overwhelmed. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan, they both looked at Yi-Chen in shock, not knowing what he was going to do. Swords were drawn on both sides and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. After freezing for 2 seconds, Quan Jilong then reacted. He was actually intimidated by a dragon nation? Shame on you. It's really a shame. Where does that leave his face? Quan Jilong was instantly infuriated and opened his mouth to curse. ACI bar. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi-Chen grabbed him by the collar and violently pulled him out of the elevator. Driven by inertia, Quan Jilong stumbled forward a few steps, stumbled on his feet, and flopped. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone in the room was stunned and dumbfounded. It all happened in the blink of an eye. It happened so suddenly that Quan Ji-ryung's bodyguards and assistants didn't react. By the time they realized what had happened and wanted to rush out to protect Quan Jilong, the elevator doors had already closed. Honestly speaking, if Quan Jilong's assistants and bodyguards swarmed around him, Yi-Chen was really no match. But it was still more than enough to deal with one Quan Jilong. Quan Jilong struggled to stand up, his face dumbfounded as he stared at Yi-Chen in disbelief and anger. Until now, he hadn't been able to figure out what was going on. Yi-Chen helped Yang Chaozhui to come in front of Quan Jilong, his face expressionless and his tone cold as he ordered, "Apologize to her." Then he had Deng Ziqi translate it again. After listening to Deng Ziqi's translation, Quan Jilong realized what was going on. ACI bar. Quan Jilong's face twisted and he gibbered a bunch of bird language. Deng Ziqi translated with an exasperated huff. He said that he thought Supermoon was his illegitimate child, that Supermoon brought it on himself, that it had nothing to do with him, and that you should be the one to apologize to him. Deng Ziqi had strolled through the food street with Yi-Chen and Yang Chaoyue last time, and her relationship with Yang Chaoyue was not bad. Oh, he really thinks he's an onion. This is the dragon country, not the cold country. He really thinks the streets are full of his fans. Where did he get the face? After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he turned his head inside in disappointment when he saw those crazy fans outside the hotel. Quan Jilong does have the capital to run wild. There's no way he's a no-brainer if he's going to be a top stream superstar. The reason why I did this stupid thing today really has nothing to do with intelligence, but a habit. He was used to being courted, used to being high and untouchable. This is especially true when it comes to the Dragon Nation. Every time he came to the Dragon Kingdom, he was treated with incomparably warm and grand courtesy and hospitality. Those fans of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't wait to offer him up like their own father. Even the famous hosts kneeled down for him. In his eyes, the dragons were a bunch of lowly hobbits with no dignity to speak of. Over time, he became more and more inflated and developed an arrogant mindset. Of course, this was only in the Dragon Kingdom. If it was in the Rice or Cold Kingdom, he would never do such a stupid thing. Yi-Chen loathed Quan Jilong, but even more so, he loathed those Dragon Nation fans who blindly knelt to lick him. You all offer them up as your own fathers and masters, so of course they should treat you like slaves and dogs. It's fine that you are willing to be dogs yourselves, but you have to drag all the people of the Dragon Kingdom into being despised. Outside the hotel, those Quan Jilong fans also saw what happened in the lobby. Seeing that Oba was aggrieved, they immediately quit and all howled at the top of their voices. Is Ji-ryun Appa being bullied? Is Oba okay? Let go of my dragon. Dare to bully my Oba. I'll fight you. If it wasn't for the hotel security desperately trying to stop them, those fans would have rushed in. Quan Jilong, with a smug look on his face, pointed at the group of female fans outside and sneered contemptuously. Oh, am I wrong in calling them girls? Not only dragon girls, in my eyes, all dragon people are the same. If you guys hadn't begged me to come, do you think I'd want to come to this hole? I order you to apologize to me immediately or suffer the consequences. This time, there was no need for Deng Ziqi to translate because Quan Jilong was speaking in English. Yi-Chen's English was still okay, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and fiercely slapped Quan Jilong. This is a slap in the face for all the Dragon Nation. Loud slaps resounded through the hotel lobby. Everyone was stunned. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan, they even covered their mouths in surprise. A red slap mark was clearly imprinted on Quan Jilong's face, swollen high up. He was dumbfounded and froze in place, looking at Yi-Chen incredulously, his eyes filled with dismay. He didn't expect Yi-Chen to actually dare to hit himself. When did the Dragon Nation dare to do this to him? He had gotten used to the humble look of the Dragon Kingdom people treating him with respect, and for a while he was a bit unable to accept reality. Was this still the Dragon Nation he knew? Who is he? Quan Jilong? That's the king of Asia, the top streaming superstar in all of Asia. How dare anyone but his plutocrat father make a move on him? Reacting, Quan Jilong stormed off. Ashy it, he cursed and subconsciously tried to hit back. However, as soon as he came into contact with Yi Chen's icy cold eyes, he was so scared that he retracted his hand again. Ding! The elevator doors opened and Quan Jilong's assistants and bodyguards finally came down. Quan Jilong instantly regained his courage and furiously ordered his bodyguard to beat Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen was going to suffer, the hotel's security personnel immediately swarmed around and surrounded Yi Chen and the others. They had all watched everything just now, and they all felt that Yi Chen had fought well, and had taken out a mouthful of bad anger for them. The security captain even quietly gave Yi Chen a thumbs up and whispered in praise. Good job, well played. It should be said or not, the dragons are still very united when they are in unison, except for certain brainless fans. Quan Jilong's fans, seeing their idol beaten, were more upset than the death of their own father, and cried out as if they were in mourning. Oh my god, Oba got hit. Ooh, heartbroken Jiryu Oba, that must have hurt. Yi Chen is too barbaric, he actually hit someone. He really disgraced the people of Dragon Kingdom. How dare you hit my Oba? I can't spare him. Oba come to Dragon Country is our honor. Yi Chen how dare in case Oba later do not come how to do? Apologize. Yi Chen must apologize to our Oba. Quan Jilong saw that the hotelzan was protecting Yi Chen and knew that it was impossible to fight back, so he had to hold his tongue for the time being and asked his assistant to call the police. The police arrived and understood the situation. Then they took Yi Chen and Quan Jilong away. Yang Chaoyue and Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan and the girls were uneasy, and they all followed along to testify on Yi Chen's behalf. The story was quickly spiced up by Quan Ji-ryung's fans. The netizens were all shocked at once, and they were hotly debated, and soon they were on the microblogging hot search. Chapter 71, Killing Yi Chen? You're not worthy? Yi Chen playing a big game and hitting people. Yeh Tatsu beat up Quan Jilong. Quan Jilong was seriously injured by Yi Chen. These sensationalized topics quickly took over the top 3 of the Weibo Hot 100. Gossip media and marketing numbers have always been very good at adding fuel to the fire and fanning the flames. One is the king of Asia and the other is a rising star in the sky. The two came together and the conversation level exploded right off the charts, not to mention in such an eye-catching way. Coupled with the fact that Quan Ji-ryung's fans deliberately distorted the facts, Yi Chen was portrayed as a violent maniac by certain unscrupulous media outlets. The one who was the happiest was going to be Flower Dust Language. Of course he wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. After waiting for such a long time, it finally made him wait for Yi Chen's black material. Yi Chen, it's fine for you to mess with me, but you actually dared to mess with the Asian Heavenly King. Quan Jilong, you really don't know the heights of heaven. The more Hua Duanxue thought about it, the more excited she became, and she immediately couldn't wait to post a long tweet. I was very shocked to hear that Yi Chen beat up someone. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Quan Jilong is my idol and the idol of many people in the Dragon Kingdom, and he has a super high status in the whole of Asia. It was an honor for us to have him come to Dragon Kingdom to participate in the show, but he was subjected to such an atrocity. As a Dragon Kingdom person, I'm really sorry. Here, I would like to say sorry to Mr. Quan Jilong on behalf of the people of the Dragon Nation, and I hope that he will be generous enough to disregard his past grudges and not blame all the people of the Dragon Nation for the mistakes of one person. No matter what the reason is, it's not right to hit someone. Yi Chen has disgraced the people of the Dragon Kingdom and made the whole country unable to hold up their heads. His behavior has smeared the image of the Dragon Kingdom people, and it will even affect the friendly exchanges between the two countries. I hope Yi Chen will realize his mistake and sincerely apologize to Mr. Quan Jilong. This is a pot we Dragon Nation people won't take. Hua Dusty Language's comments were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, putting a big hat on Yi Chen. Many of his fans are also fans of Quan Jilong. When they heard that their idol had been beaten, they were more distressed than their parents being beaten, and they condemned and abused Yi Chen online. What kind of a thing is Yi Chen? How dare he hit our Oba? Quan Jilong is the king of Asia. Yi Chen is just a newcomer who just debuted. So what the hell? I think Yi Chen is really floating. Fire 2 broken songs do not know their own last name, and compared to our Oba, you are a scum. Yi Chen really disgraced us Dragon Country people. The Dragon Country people's face has been disgraced by him. If Oba doesn't come to the Dragon Kingdom because of this, Yi Chen will be 1,000 times sinner. Strongly recommend blocking Yi Chen, this violent maniac. Yi Chen is a bandit, underhanded, small-minded contraption. Get out of showbiz. Yi Chen must kneel down and apologize to my Oompa Loompa or this isn't over. Quan Jilong's fans were frantically cursing all sorts of profanities in Yi Chen's comment section, and obscenities were flying all over the place. Yi Chen's fans weren't vegetarians either, and immediately launched a retaliation, desperately defending Yi Chen. What are you dogs barking about when things haven't been cleared up? I believe in Yi Chen's character. He would never hit someone for no reason. Right and wrong will be determined. Sit back and wait for the police briefing. There were also a lot of watchful netizens who felt that Yi Chen had fought well. They had long looked at the stars of the Cold Country led by Quan Ji Ryong. Those Cold Kingdom stars were like grandpas in front of the Dragon Kingdom people, always looking high and unrivaled, with an inexplicable sense of superiority. What's even more annoying is that they are raking in the money in the Dragon Kingdom while looking down on it, returning to the country and frantically mocking and denigrating the Dragon Kingdom. Not only celebrities, but even ordinary people in the Cold Country have deep stereotypes about the Dragon Kingdom, stealing the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom and in turn slandering us for copying them. Hate the fact that they invented the entire universe. It's really shameless to the core. On the contrary, the entertainment stars of the Dragon Kingdom were really not competitive, whether it was in music or film. They had been crushed by the Cold Kingdom all these years. This also makes a small part of the Dragon Country people very low self-esteem. See, the stars of the Cold Country cannot wait to kneel and worship. Yet most of the dragons felt incredibly pouty, having had enough of pouting over the years. Now that it was so hard to come up with a star as tough as Yi Chen, who also beat up Quan Ji Long, they all felt that it was a great relief to get out of the way. In fact, other than Quan Ji Ryu's fans, most of the Dragon Nation was on Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen's friends who are stars have also tweeted in support of him. First, there's the owner, Yang Mi, and the artists from Jiaxing World, such as Hotba. They were followed by Ziki Deng, Xiaohan Zhang, Huan Lu and other friends they met in the. Even the director of Yangzhou Yongzhou and the director of the Palace Museum Shan Jichang have issued microblogging. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan even revealed the specifics of the situation in their tweets, stating that it was Quan Jilong who first injured Yi Chen's assistant and insulted that all dragon girls are cheap, even insulting the entire dragon nation. Yi Chen was in a rage and had no choice but to hit someone. The netizens were all furious after reading this. How dare Quan Jilong insult us? So that's how it is. I told you Yi Chen wouldn't hit someone for no reason. To come to the Dragon Kingdom to make money and actually dare to scold us. So damn not something. Yi Chen fought well. That's right, Quan Jilong just owes a beating. Yi Chen's slap was for all of us in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen has taken out a breath of bad luck for us. Now what do Quan Jilong's fans have to say? Quan Jilong's fans are not showing any weakness. Oh, empty promises. Why should we believe you? That's right, Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan must be lying. They're whitewashing Yi Chen. How could Oba Quan Ji Ryong insult someone when he's so educated and polite? However, it was at this point that the police finally released a bulletin confirming Deng Ziki's and Zhang Xiaohan's claims. The hotel's security personnel have also spoken and testified. The hotel has also uploaded surveillance video of the incident. It finally became clear to everyone what was going on. Oh, it's true. The police report and the video of the scene are out. And you still don't believe it? All those trash media should apologize to Yi Chen. Where's flower dust language? Why don't you talk anymore? Mute. Now Quan Ji Ryong's fans have nothing to say, right? Some fans of Quan Jilong, who still had some sense, were silent, but a lot of overly poisoned, brainless fans are still dead ducks. No matter what, Yi Chen hitting someone is just wrong. Even if Oba scolds us, we're still happy. What does Yi Chen care? That's right, we're just, what's wrong with that? We're only to Oba, and we're doing it voluntarily. Hitting is pain and scolding is love. Oba scolding us shows that he loves us. We just love being scolded by him. And we want you guys to eat your fill of meddling? Netizens are completely speechless at the strange brain circuits of these brainless fans. It's hopeless. They're completely hopeless. People have no shame. The best way to deal with such people is to leave them to their own devices, and sooner or later reality will teach them to behave. The police were also psychologically on Yi Chen's side in this matter. Yi Chen and Quan Jilong were verbally criticized and educated, and were soon released. Quan Jilong was so angry that he almost exploded in place. After returning to the hotel, he immediately called the chief director Hong Tao, threatening that if he didn't kick Yi Chen out of I Am a Singer, he would quit the program and return to his country overnight, letting Hong Tao see to it. Chapter 72 Zhang Xiaohan begs for a song. Duh! Hong Tao was sandwiched between Yi Chen and Quan Jilong, in a dilemma on the left and right, and it was more difficult than being roasted on a fire. Yi Chen and Quan Jilong. One is a superhuman rising star in the country in the middle of the day, and the other is a long-famous Asian king, two people he didn't want to offend. Originally, they spent a lot of money to invite Quan Jilong to be the kickoff singer to make the show more explosive. Who would have thought this would happen? The explosion was a burst, but it was completely out of his control, and he might even injure himself if he didn't get it right. As a dragon nation, Hong Tao was psychologically biased in favor of Yi Chen, and was very dissatisfied with what Quan Jilong had done. But Mango Channel spent a lot of money to hire Quan Jilong, and his notice fee is more than Lu Huan and Han Hong and Tenjel combined. If Quan Jilong gives up, Mango will have too much to lose. On the other hand, Quan Jilong's fans still didn't let up and continued to denounce Yi Chen online. asking him to apologize to Kwon Ji-long. Even the comments section of the official Weibo page of I Am a Singer was blown up. Strongly request that I Am a Singer remove Yi Chen from the show. Yi Chen, get out of I Am a Singer. Boycott Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen doesn't get out of here, I won't watch the program I Am a Singer for a day. Yi Chen must apologize to our Oba. Don't give your face away. Yi Chen's fans and righteous netizens, on the other hand, had asked Kwon Ji-long to apologize to Yang Chaoshui and the entire Dragon Nation. Both sides were at war with each other. Flower dust language, on the other hand, hid in the back, taking the opportunity to mobilize the water army and fans to fan the flames. Kwon Ji-long has been pressuring Hong Tao. Hong Tao had no choice but to go to Mango Channel's director LV for advice. The director of the station held a special meeting to discuss the matter, and in the end, he really came up with a solution. That would be to add an impromptu PK match at the end of the bidding session. Yi Chen PK Kwon Ji-long. Whoever wins stays, and whoever loses quits. I'm a Singer. Hong Tao told Yi Chen and Kwon Ji-long about this program. Yi Chen naturally had no opinion. Kwon Ji-long initially disagreed and threatened to quit the show. Angered Hong Tao also no longer spoiled him, said in a bad mood that you can quit, but to pay the liquidated damages. The reason why Hong Tao could be so hardened was also largely due to Yi Chen's appearance, which gave him more backbone. Not only him, but many people straightened their backs because of Yi Chen. Kwon Ji-long's notice fee is very high and the liquidated damages are not a small amount. He had to concede when financial interests were involved. However, he added a condition that if Yi Chen lost to him, not only would he have to quit the show, but he would also have to kneel down and apologize to him in public on the show. Yi Chen was not willing to show weakness and readily answered the battle, and likewise added a demand that if Kwon Ji-long lost to him, he would kneel down and apologize to all the people of the Dragon Kingdom on the show, and that he would never be able to come back to the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment industry again to rake in the money. Kwon Ji-long didn't even put Yi Chen in his eyes. He felt that there was no way he could lose to a newcomer who hadn't been on the scene for long, and agreed without hesitation. Mango Channel's official microblog immediately posted a tweet announcing the heavy news. Blow up! Not only Weibo, but all the netizens all over the internet blew up. Asterisk. That's a lot of fun, isn't it? Ha ha ha, there's going to be a good show soon. I wonder who loses and wins between Yi Chen and Kwon Ji-long. Regardless of who loses or wins, Mango has won hemp with this wave. Kwon Ji-long's fans collectively high-faced and went wild. He, what kind of thing is Yi Chen that he's worthy of piking Ji-long Oba? Go Oba, let Yi Chen see the strength of the Asian heavenly king. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen is really out of his depth. He won't even know how to die when the time comes. Sit back and wait for Yi Chen to be hanged by my family's Oba in a fancy way and beg for mercy on his knees. No fun. Dragon PK Yi Chen. That's still like playing. Yi Chen can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed madly. It's not too late to admit defeat. In comparison, although Yi Chen's fans were also supporting him and cheering him on, their momentum was much weaker. Those watching the melon-eating netizens were not very optimistic about Yi Chen either. It couldn't be helped that although everyone looked at Kwon Ji-long and other Cold Kingdom stars in a bad light, deep down they still recognized their strength. I can only blame the Chinese music scene for being really unimpressive over the years. This inferiority complex cannot be changed in a day or two. Although Yi Chen is very talented, but after all, he is a newcomer who has not been on the scene for a long time, and his stage experience and other aspects are not as good as Kwon Ji-long. On top of that, he's been outputting too much lately, writing too many new songs. People think he shouldn't be singing new songs. He'll mostly be covering other people's old classics, which takes away his greatest strength. The netizens didn't have much confidence in Yi Chen, although they expected him to defeat Kwon Ji-long and fight for the Dragon Nation. Yang Mi, Deng Ziqi, Zhang Xiaohan and the others also sweated for Yi Chen. It was too risky for Yi Chen to do so, and in case he lost to Kwon Ji-long, his career would suffer a serious blow. The happiest person was Hua Duanyu. In his opinion, Yi Chen was by no means a match for Kwon Ji-long. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen kneeling down and apologizing. After Yi Chen returned to the hotel, he helped Yang Chaohui treat her wounds and took her to dine in the hotel with Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan and the girls. Yang Chaohui saw that Yi Chen actually offended Kwon Ji-long for her, even going so far as to gamble on his own future. Touched, the heart gradually developed a kind of hazy feelings for him. During the meal, Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan kept encouraging Yi Chen, telling him not to feel pressured. However, Yi Chen laughed in a cloudy manner. Do I look like I'm stressed to you guys? Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan were both speechless. They just realized that Yi Chen was actually acting like a nobody, and didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all. Yi Chen is not under pressure, but Zhang Xiaohan is under pressure. She was at the bottom of the rankings last time, and if she's still at the bottom this time, she's going to be eliminated. The kickoff singer is also a strong opponent like Kwon Ji-ryong. In many people's minds, Zhang Xiaohan's elimination was already a foregone conclusion. She was pessimistic herself, but in the end, she was a little upset. After many years of silence, it was not easy to catch such a chance to rise again. She did not want to give it up easily. Zhang Xiaohan's strength is not very lucky. By the mother, girlfriends, brokerage company rounds pit, wasted a lot of valuable opportunities. Otherwise she might have been a top-tier singer by now. After hesitating for half a day, Zhang Xiaohan finally managed to speak with a red face. Embarrassed. Yi Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. Didn't you write a song for Ziki last time? I was wondering if you could write a song for me too? After saying that, Zhang Xiaohan embarrassedly blushed. Yi Chen was having a hard time protecting himself, and she was still asking people to help her write songs. How could she see it was a bit excessive? But besides Yi Chen, she couldn't think of anyone else who could help her. Zhang Xiaohan was apprehensive and nervously watched Yi Chen for fear of rejection. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen laughed dashingly. No problem, I can write you now. He asked the waiter for a pen and paper and buried his head in writing. Under the shocked gazes of Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan, Yi Chen quickly finished writing. Well, look at it. This, so fast? Zhang Xiaohan dully received the lyrics paper, and just after reading a song title, her brows subconsciously frowned slightly. Dio? What an odd song title. Chapter 73, A Diao. Bringing fly Zhang Xiaohan, to living somewhere in the sky, like vultures, perched on a mountaintop. Zhang Xiaohan continued to read. The more she looked, the more shocked and stunned she became, her dark pupils opening wider and wider, blooming with excitement. Hypocrites have 1,000 laughs, resigned to the ordinary, but not to be routed in mediocrity. You're Dio. You're a free bird. When she saw these lyrics, her scalp tingled, goosebumps rose, and she couldn't stop shivering slightly. The lyrics are not about Diao? It's her. Diao is her, and she is Diao. This song was literally made for her. If she hadn't temporarily invited Yi Chen for a song, she even suspected that Yi Chen would have already written the song in advance. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes had been flooded with tears after reading it. Her mind resonated strongly with the girl named Diao. When she saw those lyrics, she couldn't help but think of her own encounters, her mother's cruelty, her best friend's betrayal, the ups and downs along the way, the world's cruelty, the coldness of human feelings. This song was written with her deepest voice. It was a voice that had been building up in the back of her mind, wanting to be heard but not being able to. Zhang Xiaohan wiped her moist eyes with a tissue, stood up, and deeply bowed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, thank you. I love this song. How much? I'll transfer it to you now. Yi Chen didn't treat her politely either. Ziggy, that song gave me $3 million. You give $3 million too. Without saying a word, Zhang Xiaohan immediately called her agent and asked her to transfer the money to Yi Chen. After dinner, Yi Chen rushed to the mango stage to rehearse with Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan and the girls. Everyone had expected Yi Chen to rehearse a few more times this time. He ended up going back to the hotel after only one rehearsal. And once again, music director Kim Sao Sang and the sound teacher and band accompanist were blown away, because Yi Chen had actually prepared a new song this time. And it's a song that's never been done before, in a whole new genre. They could already imagine how shocked people would be when the song hit the stage. No wonder he dared to challenge Asian Sky King Quan Jilong and make a bet like that. The next day, Mango Channel headquarters, Studio Hall. The latest installment of the show is finally on. Great, it's finally on. The PK between Yi Chen and Quan Jilong will finally begin. Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. I wonder which of the two of them will win. Nonsense, of course our Oba will win. Where is Yi Chen, his opponent? I want to see Yi Chen kneel down and apologize with my own eyes today. Are you guys from the Dragon Kingdom or the Cold Kingdom? The elbow actually turns outward. Disgusting. Quan Jilong is nothing. Yi Chen will kill him in seconds. Go Yi Chen. Give the little stick a little color. Let them know how powerful we Dragon Nation people are. The number of people in the livestream quickly reached 50 million and continued to rise. People didn't care about the show itself this time. They were all here for the PK match between Yi Chen and Quan Jilong. Even singers of the caliber of Lu Huan, Tang Gear, and Han Hong have been reduced to accompaniments. The topic of Yi Chen PK Quan Jilong reached the top of the Weibo hot search list. Everyone is speculating about who will actually spend today. Who is actually better, Yi Chen or Quan Jilong? Two opposing camps have formed online. Yi Chen's fans, as well as the netizens who were eating the melon, all wanted Yi Chen to win. After all, Yi Chen represented not only himself, but the entire Chinese music scene, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If he wins, everyone will feel honored, and if he loses, everyone will be disgraced. Even though stars in the entertainment industry, especially the singers, are following the story, although they were jealous and envious of Yi Chen, they still hoped that Yi Chen would defeat Quan Jilong. Over the years, the stars of the Dragon Kingdom had been pressed by the stars of the Cold Kingdom, and had suffered from a lot of harboring. If Yi Chen won, they would follow suit. At least you'll be able to hold your head up in front of those sticks in the future. But the idea was beautiful. Most people didn't expect much from Yi Chen. His chances of winning were just too low. Hello viewers and welcome to the program sponsored by. Here's a quick recap of the last artist rankings. As I'm sure you all already know, there's been a slight change in this episode, with the temporary addition of a PK segment. Yi Chen vs. Quan Jilong. Who is the final winner? Let's wait and see. After He Jiong reads the opening speech, the program officially begins. Yi Chen and Quan Ji Rian were intentionally left by the show to debut at the end. The remaining few singers took turns on stage according to their last ranking. Deng Ziki covered a song called Like You by the band Wong Kakue, making the old classic song a hit again. Lu Huan sang Ni and You. Tenger sang Father's Grassland Mother's River, and Han Hong sang her hit song Heavenly Road. It could be seen that the three veterans felt the pressure from Yi Chen, and took out their own crushing skills to bring out their full strength. The audience, both live and on air, was moved to weep. Zhang Jie's He Doesn't Understand also received numerous applause. For words to describe this issue would be god-awful. The audience all watched in awe. The next singer to come up is Xiaohan Zhang. Today she brings us a new song. Zhang Xiaohan got up, unable to contain her nervousness. Yi Chen hugged her for a moment and gently patted her back, smiling and encouraging. Go for it, you're the best. Zhang Xiaohan smiled gratefully and took a deep breath, his nervousness calming down. The blue lighting added some mysterious psychedelic color to the stage. When Zhang Xiaohan in a long black dress walked onto the stage, everyone was stunned. Her temperament today was just too special, like a proud and elegant, cool and unassuming black swan. The message of the song was typed on the big screen. To lyrics, Yi Chen, composer, Yi Chen, singing, Zhang Xiaohan. The moment they saw Yi Chen's name, everyone was stunned. Am I reading this right? Yi Chen wrote this song? Asterisk 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 Yi Chen is also too strong. Writing another new song? It's already this time. Yi Chen still has the heart to write songs for others. Yi Chen is too kind. He's helping others when he's in trouble himself. It's always good to hear Yi Chen's new songs. At this point, a lovely chorus of children's voices rang out from the stage. After the intro, Zhang Xiaohan spoke up. To living somewhere in the sky, like vultures, perched on the top of a mountain. To in front of Dajia Temple, paved with sunlight, playing a pot of sweet tea. We talked about the past. The elf-like clear and ethereal voice instantly penetrated the heart. Everyone was captivated by the heavenly music. To hypocrites, there's 1,000 ways to laugh. When are you coming down? Remember to bring the dromedary knife. Everyone's heart was poked by the raw and cold lyrics and melody, and they all saw a reflection of herself in Zhang Xiaohan's song, especially those of her fans who couldn't help but have tears in their eyes when they associated her with the grievances and frustrations she had experienced over the years. In the singer's lounge, everyone looked at Yi Chen unanimously, their gazes filled with admiration. Yi Chen, however, stared unblinkingly at Zhang Xiaohan on the screen. He was waiting for that heavenly high note in the high dynasty part of the chorus, that amazing shout from the depths of his soul. Chapter 74, the once-in-a-century musical ghost talent. Where tomorrow? Who cares about you, even if it falls on the road? When she sang this, Zhang Xiaohan's eyes flooded with tears. Those of her fans, and friends who knew what she was going through, couldn't help but shed tears. A belting rap follows. Accept the banishment, confusion, freedom, like the wind, blow over the bumps, uneven paths, scars from wounds, blossoms of unparalleled beauty. It was like Zhang Xiaohan was pouring out her heart. Painful experiences taught her to grow. From confusion to freedom, she has been able to face the ups and downs of life's path with the ease of the wind. The wounds that had been inflicted scarred and blossomed into beautiful flowers. This is a sincere and touching heartfelt monologue of a person's process of breaking into a butterfly after a storm. Fateful, obsessed, waving goodbye to youth, countless stations, being willing to be ordinary, but not to be routed in mediocrity. You're a free bird. Zhang Xiaohan tilted his head, violently burst out a burst of penetrating high pitch. The complex emotions accumulated in the bottom of the heart. All in this instant catharsis. The crowd's scalps instantly exploded, as if they were electrocuted, and their bodies tingled with goosebumps. Even the soul seemed to tremble with it, indescribably soothing. Many of the emotional girls have long since burst into tears. It's a great song that goes straight to the heart and touches the softest places in people's hearts, especially that cry from the depths of the soul has a power that shakes the heart. Love is a seed of sorrow. You're a tree. You'll never wither. As the song came to an end, Zhang Xiaohan rushed the stage and bowed. The scene was silent. Thunderous applause erupted violently afterward. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy. Asterisk 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 it's good. It's so damn good. It's so good to hear my scalp tingling and goosebumps all over my body. There are no words for Zhang Xiaohan's vocals, especially that high note. It's explosive. Welcome Zhang Xiaohan back to the stage. she will definitely develop more and more in the future. Yi Chen is also very strong, actually creating another divine song. I even suspect Yi Chen is a traveler now. His talent is horrible. Singers lounge. With the exception of the arrogant Quan Jilong, Yi Chen and the others all rose to applaud. Lu Huan's eyes as they looked at Yi Chen were filled with shock, appreciation, admiration, and even a hint of fear. Deng Ziki excitedly hugged Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're so tough. I adore you. Yi Chen's female fans were sending pop-ups to troll. Let go of that handsome man and let me do it. Deng Ziki took the opportunity to take advantage of Yi Chen again. Excessive. It's over. Deng Ziki won't fall in love with Yi Chen, right? Even Yang Mi couldn't help but feel some sour jealousy in her heart. She hadn't even hugged Yi Chen like this yet. Yet an outsider had gotten the jump on her. Abominable. Lu Huan smiled and complimented. Yi Chen, you're really great. Han Hong also said heartily. Yi Chen's songwriting talent is too strong. It's not too much to say that he's a once-in-a-century musical wizard. Tenjel was full of bitter smiles. If I had known that there was this monster Yi Chen around, I wouldn't have participated in this program, so as not to make a fool of myself. Zhang Jie said half jokingly and half seriously. Yi Chen, if you have time, help me write a song too. You can't favor one over the other. Lu Huan and Han Hong and the others had also requested Yi Chen to write songs for them. At this time, only to see the stage, Zhang Xiaohan excitedly said, "Thank you all. Thank you to the fans who have been so unfailingly supportive of me. But what I want to thank most right now is Yi Chen for writing such a great song for me. This song has completely brought me out of the past and brought me back to life. And I'm really grateful to him for that. At the same time, I hope he gets a good result today and fights for his country. My fans must vote for Yi Chen later." Finally, she quoted Yi Chen's famous words as her closing remarks. "Don't let the Korean stream get more and more arrogant. The Hallyu is the best." There was a loud round of applause. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Xiaohan was openly canvassing for Yi Chen. This was also considered her repayment to Yi Chen. Her fans had all become fans of Yi Chen as well. "Thank you, Yi Chen. We will always support him. Go Yi Chen. Go Yi Chen." Zhang Xiaohan returned to the lounge and everyone applauded her, praising her perfect performance. "Thank you all." Zhang Xiaohan was touched. She hadn't experienced this kind of warmth for a long time. She hugged Yi Chen and said gratefully, "Yi Chen, thank you. You should thank yourself." Yi Chen laughed. "If I gave this song life, then you gave it soul. Your rendition was perfect." On stage, He Zhang inserted a commercial and continued, "Thank you Xiaohan Zhang for bringing us such a touching song." As the program continues, the official competition segment is over, followed by the PK match segment that everyone cares about the most. The next singer to come on stage is Quan Ji Ryung from the Cold Country. He is known as the Asian Heavenly King and has won numerous awards. He Zhang introduced Quan Jilong's strength, status, and accomplishments, although he also looked at Quan Jilong with displeasure. As a professional host, basic professionalism was still required. Please welcome Quan Jilong. As soon as Quan Jilong showed up, the fans at the scene and in the live broadcast went crazy with screams and cheers. "Ah, it's so good. It's finally Oppa's turn. Ji Ryun Oppa, I love you. Wow, Oppa is so handsome. He's mesmerizing. Go Oppa, show them what you're made of. Show the dirtbags of the Dragon Kingdom what real music is. Yi Chen is just waiting to kneel down and apologize to my family's Oppa." The stage is lit up with colorful lights. Quan Jilong had an arrogant attitude and disdain on his face. He couldn't watch any of those singers in front of him. He towered over the audience on stage, his eyes dripping with unrivaled arrogance. Powerful music plays and Quan Jilong finally opens the song, The Wild Bunch. Seeing the information about the song on the screen, Quan Ji Ryung's fans went crazy and shouted, I didn't realize Oppa could sing this song. Yi Chen is really dead this time. Whoa, it's wild, yeah. So excited. When this song comes out, it's going to blow the house down? I'm already on my knees. Oppa's songs can only be heard on my knees. Wildly Unchained is one of Quan Jilong's masterpieces. Of course, no one else has even heard of it except his fans. The program team was afraid that the audience and judges would not understand the lyrics, so they purposely typed the translated lyrics on the screen. Eternity does not exist. You've changed your mind. There's no reason why the truth is dead. Put away those love lies. I'm going to go wild tonight. I have to say, Quan Jilong still has the strength. He has a lot of live experience and his stage style is flamboyant, but the results are explosive. The powerful melody, brilliant lighting, and exaggerated dance moves immediately drove the atmosphere of the scene. Chapter 75 Chilling, Opera vs Korean Wave. It was as if the studio had been turned into a disco. Quan Jilong's fans all followed suit, shaking their heads and jumping up and down like a bunch of on-set psychopaths. Flower Dust Language was also watching the live stream at this time. He was completely overwhelmed by Quan Jilong's performance. Not bad for my idol. Yi Chen, you're screwed this time. If there were segments for dancing gods, Hua Duanyu could only be considered gold, while Quan Jilong was definitely at the king's level. Both of them are witches, but compared to Quan Jilong, Hua Duanyu was small potatoes. The atmosphere at the scene was so hot that even the roof was about to be overturned. Quan Jilong's stage style is better than Flower Dusty ever was. Flower Dust language is an eastward-looking, painted tiger, but not a dog. And Quan Jilong at least has some real talent. He sang and danced on stage without any disruption in his breath, and his stamina and vocals were unmatched. But the best thing about him was his ability to drive the atmosphere, and the crowd all got high as hell. Blow up! The scene can only be described as bombastic. The livestream was also swept up by Quan Ji-ryung's fans. All rise, it's so explosive. It's awesome. It's so powerful. This is what Jirong Oba is capable of. Dirtbags, open your eyes and take a good look at what real international trend music is. Wake up. Stop sitting on the sidelines. Korean Wave is the most hung. No contest. You can never improve without recognizing the excellence of others. Cold country music is decades ahead of Dragon Country. It's not shameful to recognize other people's excellence. It's only shameful to be a dead duck. Yi Chen thinks he's great after winning a Flower Dust language. Now he knows that there's a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man, right? Yi Chen's fans and netizens were powerless to refute it. As much as they don't want to admit it, it's just the way it is. The entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed very unimpressive. Whether it was music, film and television, or variety arts, it was far inferior to the Cold Kingdom. Even the program I Am a Singer is copied from the Cold Country. Mango spent a lot of royalties on this, but everyone was still cheering for Yi Chen. What's so crazy? Yi Chen isn't even on the field yet, nah. That's right, you guys are rejoicing too soon. Can't appreciate this staggering music at all. It's far from Yi Chen's Chinese style. Go Yi Chen. Make sure you fight for us Dragon Nation people. I will always support Yi Chen. A bunch of dilettantes who forget their ancestors, who don't even recognize their ancestors for the sake of chasing stars. No talent. Singers Lounge. Everyone looked at the fiery Quan Jilong on the screen and were also worried for Yi Chen. In case Yi Chen lost, he would have to kneel down and apologize to Quan Jilong. In that case, not only would he disgrace himself, but the entire Dragon Kingdom would follow. In the future, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would have even less dignity and status in front of the stars of the Cold Kingdom. For me tonight, please be my friend. A beautiful day. A wonderful day. A day of thinking about you. I'm going to go wild tonight. Quan Jilong sang and posed in what he thought was a cool pose. His fans once again erupted into a frenzy of screams. Aha! Oppa is handsome. Great sounding. Handsome. GD awesome. It's so charming. I'm going to faint from being handsome. Dragon YYDS. Champion. 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 Long live Quan Jilong. Quan Jilong enjoyed the cheers from the stage and became even more arrogant and smug. The more the fans of the Dragon Kingdom adore him, the more he despises the Dragon Kingdom. Back in the lounge, Quan Jilong arrogantly cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen and sat down on the sofa to rest his eyes, as if he had already treated Yi Chen as a defeated general. Che, what's so goddamn funny? Deng Ziki couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Although it was very low, it was still heard by the audience. Ha ha ha, Ziki is so cute. Dislike is beautiful. Ziggy's character is so forthcoming. I love it. However, Quan Ji-ryung's fans all cursed and yelled for Deng Ziqi to apologize to Quan Ji-ryung. Yi Chen stood up and prepared to take the stage. Everyone cheered him on. Yi Chen, relax and just play normally. Come on, you're going to win. Never stress. Yi Chen smiled and nodded his head, high-fiving Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan respectively before going backstage to change his clothes. The stage is rearranged. The next singer to come up is... I don't need to tell you that. I'm sure a lot of people can't wait as long as I can, right? Let's welcome Yi Chen with the warmest applause. Wow! A mountain of applause erupted from the scene. He Jong also did this in order to help Yi Chen pull in some popularity while diluting the shock that Quan Jilong had just brought. After 1,000 calls, Yi Chen finally showed up. The moment they saw him, everyone froze. Yi Chen surprisingly wore a moon-white long shirt and held an arrow in his hand. Why is Yi Chen wearing an ancient costume? Is that an arrow in his hand? Yi Chen can still play the arrow? Yi Chen has finally given up on changing his clothes. Looking at this, Yi Chen should be singing a Chinese-style song today. Beautiful. It's perfect to challenge the Korean wave with the Chinese style. Yi Chen is even more handsome in his ancient costume. It's a pity if he doesn't go to act in an ancient puppet theater. The netizens were swiping the pop-ups, all cheering for Yi Chen. Go Yi Chen! Over the little stick. Yi Chen must win. Fight for the Dragon Nation. Let the stick see what hell you can do. Just do it and be done with it, and give it to me to death. Yi Chen will win. Yi Chen will win. He Jong smiled and asked, Yi Chen, what kind of song are you bringing us today? It's not still an original new song, is it? Yes. Is it really a new song? or is it an original? He Jeong froze. He had asked casually, but he didn't expect to get himself right. The netizens in the live stream were also shocked. Asterisk 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 another new song? Cow wow wow wow. The artist is bold enough to sing a new song at a time like this. Looking forward to it. Super looking forward to it. In the singer's lounge, Deng Ziki and the others were also stunned. It's not enough to write a new song for Zhang Xiaohan, but you wrote one for yourself? Is Yi Chen really still human? Wow looking forward to it. He Zhang continued to press. Can you reveal what kind of song it is? Chiliang, a song related to the traditional Chinese national art of Peking opera. Yi Chen smiled faintly. As for the specifics, you'll know when I'm done singing. Peking opera? The audience of the scene and the live broadcast, the singers such as Deng Ziki, and the staff such as Hong Tao, everyone was confused. Are Peking opera and songs the same thing? It's not even close how you look at it. Peking opera has long been in decline, and young people nowadays simply cannot appreciate this traditional art. Can a song in the style of Peking opera sound good when it's not? The hearts of the crowd lifted. Sweating for Yi Chen, Quan Ji Ryung's fans all mocked. Oh, what age is it? Still singing this old stuff? Ha ha ha, Peking opera? How dare he think of that? It's killing me with laughter. Yi Chen is giving up on himself because he knows he can't win. I thought that Yi Chen had some high tricks but it turned out to be a whole Peking opera? Why don't you just admit defeat directly? Don't waste your time. My oppa will win. Chapter 76, a dramatic voice. Shocking the whole internet. Quan Ji Ryung's fans taunted with reckless abandon. Although they were also from the Dragon Kingdom, they despised what their old ancestors had left behind from the bottom of their hearts. Nowadays, people like to catch up with fashion and trends, open their mouths and shut their mouths to be internationalized and in tune with the world trends. That's why Quan Jilong's songs are so popular. Yi Chen, however, went in the opposite direction, and even if he made a Chinese style, he now made a Peking opera style. To them, it's nothing more than claptrap, knowing they can't win and breaking the bank. Singer's Lounge, Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan and the others also felt that Yi Chen was too risky, and their moods became more and more apprehensive. Yang Mi, who was watching the live broadcast, also tensed up and pouted breathlessly. Yi Chen this guy, net hole moth, not let me worry at all. Hong Tao was also terrified. In case Yi Chen loses and apologizes to Quan Ji Ryung on his knees on the show, he and the show, I Am a Singer, are still not cursed by the netizens? There are bound to be people who think it's a shady move on the part of the show. Even Mango is going to suffer. Hong Tao was both worried and angry, so he hurriedly asked Jin Xiaogang, what's going on, Mr. Sagan? Director Hong, don't worry, Yi Chen's song will never disappoint. I have confidence in him. Jin Xiaogang had seen Yi Chen rehearsing and knew how good the song Red Velvet was. When Hong Tao heard him say that, his heart was then a little more solid. Still looking like he was determined to win, Quan Jilong sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, not bothering to watch Yi Chen's performance. On stage, He Jeong was also taken aback, but he quickly composed himself and laughed. Whoa, what kind of chemistry does Peking opera and music have when they are fused together? Back to the point. Start your singing next, and good luck. After that, he stepped off the stage. The lights on the stage went out and were shrouded in darkness. Yi Chen took a seat on the stool, his arrow resting on his leg. A beam of moonlight white light shone on him, making him look indescribably depressed and forlorn. The crowd all gazed at Yi Chen with bated breath. Their ears perked up as they listened attentively. Suddenly, a sad and sentimental arrow sounded lazily. Sadness permeated the scene, and everyone was infected with an inexplicable pallor in their hearts. With the sound of an arrow, Yi Chen finally spoke. In the first act, the water sleeves rise and fall. It's not about me, it's about me. The gongs and drums are ringing and silent. In the theater, out of the theater, and by whom? Yi Chen's voice was low and thick, with a sense of the vicissitudes of age that was infectious. The ears of the crowd were instantly held fast. The melodies are catchy and the lyrics are highly graphic. In just a few lines, the image of a famous opera singer jumps out at you. He has sung all the sorrows and joys, performed countless roles, and experienced a very different life. But it was as if none of it concerned him. All the world cares about is the roles the playwrights play. No one cares about the playwrights themselves. The bustle came to an end. The gongs and drums stopped. The audience retired. And only he was still immersed in the world of that opera. For a moment it was hard to tell what was real and what was not. Accustomed to putting both joy and sorrow into ink. What's the point of singing the same old words? I'm all bones and ashes. Floating leads in a chaotic world bare to see the beacon fire burning the mountains and rivers. Even if no one knows me. When Yi Chen sang the passage in an opera accent, everyone felt refreshed. It was a style of singing they had never heard before. The content expressed in the lyrics was even more powerful in their hearts. I thought it was just a story of a theatergoer feeling sorry for himself and feeling sorry for himself. I didn't realize that it was actually connected to family values, especially the sentence "I dare not forget my country, even if no one knows me," but also made the crowd immensely moved, could not help but wet their eyes. In ancient times, the theater was known as the lower nine streams, the bottom of the lowest status, but even though they are lowly to the dust, they still have the heart of the world and worry about the fate of the country. This strong and sincere patriotic feelings, people are in awe. On the other hand, these playboys and their fans in today's entertainment industry are all pandering to foreigners, groveling to foreign stars such as Kwon Ji-long, and abandoning the dignity of the nation for the sake of fame and fortune. It's ironic in comparison. Even the slowest person can keenly detect the irony in this song. People walk by the stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the word love. She has to sing with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. Who is the guest? The high towards part of the chorus rang out, and Yi Chen's voice rose steeply. Hundreds of twists and turns, stirring singing, like rolling waves, impacting everyone's heart. Everyone felt their scalps explode, the pores of their bodies opened up, and their souls were shaken to the point of trembling slightly. They got their first taste of opera. It turns out that theater is so good, so amazing, so mind-blowing. The fusion of traditional opera and modern pop songs gives birth to a mesmerizing magic. Anyone who has heard it once is mesmerized and can't stop. You're on the other side of the fence. Don't laugh at the play of the wind and the moon. Don't laugh at the absurdity of the people. I have also asked about the green and yellow and have also sung resoundingly about the rise and fall. The way is merciless. The way is merciful. How to think about it? Dorked out. When the last part of the song came on, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Chen's pitch was once again raised, and it was sung in the singing voice of a flower girl, and his voice had already reached the realm of being indistinguishable from that of a male and female. If they hadn't seen Yi Chen and just listened to the voice, everyone would definitely think it was sung by a woman. No one expected Yi Chen to be able to make a voice as shrill as a woman's. That's a sick voice too, isn't it? In the past, people just marveled at Yi Chen's talent. I know his vocals are great, but it's still within the realm of acceptability. However, the voice and singing skills that Yi Chen was now displaying had completely exceeded the scope of their cognition. How can a man make a woman's voice? The song is followed by a long, lingering, siren-like chant, accompanied by the mournful and sad arrow sound. Many people could not help but burst into tears. A song that seems to have seen the life of an opera singer who was weathered and floating. He has been mocked and stared at, but he still has a heart for his family and country. The sound of the arrow faded to a halt, echoing in people's minds. Yi Chen stood up, slightly bowed at the audience and walked off the stage. It was only then that everyone reacted. The scene instantly erupted into a mountain of applause. Even the netizens in front of the screen stood up excitedly and clapped desperately. Yes, it's so good. I didn't realize the opera accent was so good. Love, love, love it. Worthy of our traditional Chinese national art. It's so beautiful that it brings tears to your eyes. Ooh, listen to the crying. Shocking. When the theater accent came out, I got goosebumps. It was shocking. Yes, especially the androgynous theater accent at the end. It was awesome. Thank you Yi Chen for letting me appreciate the charm of traditional opera. Such an excellent national art should not be forgotten. Yi Chen has once again managed to make me cry. It costs tears to listen to his songs. Chapter 77, winning the championship again. Finishing off Kwon Ji-long. The applause was thunderous and deafening. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even frantically swiping pop-ups. The densely packed pop-ups covered the entire screen of the live broadcast room. Yi Chen is bullish. When that androgynous theater voice came out, my whole body went nuts. I'm a big man in his 30s crying like a dog. How dare you believe that? Shame. I didn't realize until now that the opera was so good. Me too. Alas, we pay so little attention to traditional culture. No wonder it's all been stolen by the sticks. Starting today I'm going to listen to opera and get a taste of the national culture. Singers Lounge. Several singers all stood up except Kwon Ji-long. All of them were deeply shocked by Yi Chen's theater voice. This kid Yi Chen, he's really unfathomable. He actually knows both opera cadences and female singing. Han Hong felt an unprecedented pressure. She had been so confident that she felt she had hopes of winning the title for Skyway. Now it seems she was overthinking it. Tenjel joked. The young people nowadays are really great. It looks like I can retire. Lu Huan said. Yi Chen is not only talented, but his singing is also so strong. The Chinese music scene is really going to be turned upside down. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan, they were already too shocked to speak. In addition to worship or adoration, looking at Yi Chen's eyes were all starry-eyed. Only then did Kwon Ji-long open his eyes. He was also shocked by Yi Chen's gorgeous and beautiful theater voice, though he couldn't understand the lyrics, much less the connotations the song held. But the androgynous theater voice alone is stunning enough. Although Kwon Ji-long was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He could also tell from the audience's reaction how popular the song was. Panic. He suddenly panicked a little. What should he do if Yi Chen won? Do we really have to kneel down and apologize to him? On the other side, Yang Mi mumbled to herself as she wiped her tears with a tissue. Yi Chen, just how many more surprises do you have that this boss doesn't know about? The netizens on Twitter were all abuzz. Cow pie. Yi Chen is so damn cow pie. What kind of divine arrangement and singing is this? Defenseless, okay? Following the Huaxia style, Yi Chen has successfully pioneered the opera style, making an indelible contribution to Chinese music. The traditional culture of China is so profound that just a little bit of it can hang the little stick. A lowly position does not dare to forget the country. All say that the playwright is heartless. How do I know that the playwright also has a heart? Crying. Yi Chen is so heartfelt. From the Huaxia wind to the theater accent, he has been trying to pass on the traditional culture of Huaxia. Yi Chen's singing has reached the level of a singing artist. He should be in the national team. Yi Chen pioneered the opera song, Qiling, Yi Chen inherited the national essence of China, and other topics quickly hit the hot search, causing the majority of netizens to discuss. Meanwhile, an elderly man in his prime was watching the live stream. He was none other than the director of the Chinese Opera Academy and also the president of the Chinese Opera Society, Mei Jiaoling. He had originally just overlooked the program. When he heard Yi Chen say that he was going to sing opera songs, he was instantly interested. In his opinion, opera and popular music are so alien and completely different that there is no way they could ever cross paths. That was why he didn't think highly of Yi Chen at first. However, when he listened to Yi Chen's Red Velvet, he was completely shocked and moved to old tears. He hadn't realized that opera and music could come together so perfectly. What shocked him even more was that Yi Chen's opera accent was so powerful, not worse than a professional opera singer at all. At the same time, Yi Chen's approach inspired him to see the hope of revitalizing opera. In recent years, traditional opera has been declining, with fewer and fewer people listening to it, and fewer students applying to the Opera Academy. At this rate it won't be long before this excellent national art will disappear. He had been worried about it, but could do nothing about it. Now he's finally found a good one. That's combining opera and music to bring more attention to opera. Thinking of this, he hastily released a tweet through the official microblog of the Huaxia Opera Academy. I was blown away by listening to Mr. Yi Chen's Red Velvet. I can't believe there are still young people interested in theater. What's even more shocking to me is that Mr. Yi Chen's opera skills are very impressive, comparable to a professional opera singer. It's as if I've seen the hope of revitalizing Chinese opera, and I thank Mr. Yi Chen for his outstanding contribution to the promotion of opera. If it's possible, I hope I can invite Mr. Yi Chen to be the ambassador for Chinese opera. Wow! When this tweet came out, the whole internet was in an uproar. Mei Jiaoling is a nationally renowned opera artist who enjoys a high status in the opera world. His words still carry a lot of weight. Even Elder Mei has been startled? Elder Mei is a master of the opera world. Even he holds Yi Chen in high esteem. So how bullish must Yi Chen be? I thought Yi Chen's theater accent was just a plaything, but I didn't expect people to be professional level. Scary as hell. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all even more shocked as well. But everyone's main concern right now is the outcome of the race. It was mainly a win between Yi Chen and Quan Jilong. The voting session was over and several singers were brought to the stage. Let me announce the standings for this game. Hong Tao didn't sell out this time and announced the rankings of several singers in turn. Zhang Xiaohan was third, then Han Hong, Tang Gear, Lu Huan, Deng Ziki and Zhang Jia respectively. This installment is comparable to a godly fight, and the competition is incredibly brutal. Even when veterans like Lu Huan Han Hong pulled out the stops, the results weren't great, but they are within 10 votes of each other. As for Zhang Xiaohan getting third place, it was expected. After all, the song Yi Chen had written for her, Adio, was just too strong, and she played it perfectly. If it wasn't for Yi Chen and Quan Jilong, the first place would be hers. All that's left now is Yi Chen and Quan Jilong's votes and rankings that haven't been announced yet. Oh, needless to say, the winner is definitely my Oompa Loompa. Yi Chen's crappy songs are boring as hell. Only old geezers of a certain age like this stuff. Opera songs are a joke. Do you really think you're still living in ancient times? Sit back and wait for Yi Chen to kneel down and apologize to Jilong Oba. But don't be a scoundrel. Ha! What do you guys know? Yi Chen's theater accent kills Quan Jilong in seconds. Quan Jilong only gets hung up on. Okay? Chilling is not only good, but also has deep cultural connotations, distinctive national characteristics, much better than those ghostly yelling and screaming bad songs. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Their hearts were racing, and they were in a cold sweat of nervousness. The atmosphere was tense and tense. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. Hong Tao finally spoke slowly. I now announce that the first place winner is Yi Chen, 465 votes. Second place, Quan Jilong, 444 votes. Quan Jilong has 21 votes less than Yi Chen. but only one vote more than the third-place finisher, Zhang Xiaohan. If his popularity wasn't so high, second place would definitely go to Zhang Xiaohan. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Yeah, great. Yi Chen won. This is not a victory for Yi Chen alone, but a victory for traditional Chinese culture over the Korean wave. What is Quan Jilong still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Yi Chen on your knees? Chapter 78, Quan Jilong kneels down and apologizes. Congratulations Yi Chen. Yi Chen deserves his name. Good job Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, it's so good. We won. Now the stick has seen the power of our Dragon Nation people, hasn't it? Thank you Yi Chen for fighting for the glory of our Dragon Nation. Finally raising your eyebrows for once. The netizens in the live broadcast room cheered and celebrated. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan and the others also congratulated Yi Chen. Yang Mi's hanging heart finally fell to the ground and smiled proudly. Worthy of being the man that I, Yang Mi, have my eye on, he really didn't let me down. Unable to accept this result, Quan Jilong froze in place like a clay statue, as if he had lost his soul. Is this Quan Jilong scared out of his mind? Shouldn't be too irritated and mentally challenged. Stick is just so narrow-minded. Stop poking and prodding and get down on your knees and apologize. Little Stick wouldn't want to cheat, would he? So many eyes are watching. Willing to bet. Hurry up and apologize on your knees. Little Stick, get out of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone hadn't forgotten the bet between Yi Chen and Quan Jilong, and they all wanted to witness the historic and famous scene of Quan Jilong kneeling down and apologizing to the Dragon Nation. Quan Jilong clenched his teeth and his face went green and white for a while before he could utter a word of bird language. The interpreter on the side translated immediately. Mr. Quan Jilong said he suspects the votes were counted wrongly and wants to check them again. The faces of Hong Tao and He Jiong and the others collapsed. This was a suspicion that they were shady and favoring Yi Chen. Netizens are also beyond angry. Cam. I knew the little stick would go back on his word. Talks like a fart. No integrity at all. In the usual tradition of the stick, this routine is just like the flower dust language. What a thick skin. Quan Jilong is worthy of being Hua Duanhua's idol. Just as despicable and shameless. Even the shameless look is so similar. Blossom Dusty felt like she had taken an arrow to the knee. It's kind of over and will follow him for the rest of his life. It's as if Quan Ji Ryung's fans have seen hope again. That's right, the votes must have been counted wrong. Yes, absolutely. A recount of the votes is strongly urged. How could Appa lose to Yi Chen? He's the king of Asia. The program group had long anticipated this situation. After all, there had already been the precedent of flower dust language. Hong Tao immediately had the vote recounted 3 times and announced the details of the vote to everyone, and the result was still the same. Now Quan Jilong was completely speechless. Shady, definitely shady. No way. How could my Oppa lose? It's never possible. Mango is black for life. Boycott, I am a singer. Garbage show. I'll never watch it again. Yi Chen looked at Quan Jilong with a smile on his face and faintly said, Quan Jilong, you won't keep your word, will you? If you're going to be a man it's going to hurt. Don't be a... Quan Jilong gritted his teeth in anger. His face turned blue as he glared angrily at Yi Chen and said something impatiently, without waiting for the interpreter to speak. Deng Ziki huffed and puffed. He said apologizing was fine, kneeling was waived, and that he was just joking before, and asked you not to take it seriously. Yi Chen snorted. If I was the one who lost today, would you still say it was just a joke? The promised apology on your knees cannot be changed at all, and if you don't kneel, it means you are not sincere. Quan Jilong's face twisted in anger. His fans were all dogging it too, cursing on the air. How about being so narrow-minded and small-minded? Yi Chen is really a villain, unforgiving in his reasoning and smearing the international image of our Longwa people. That's about right. Don't get carried away. Our old ancestors taught us to be tolerant and generous, to be lenient with others and to repay grudges with kindness, which is a traditional virtue of our Huaxia. Yi Chen's fans and netizens were infuriated and laughed. Oh, this is the time to remember that you are from the Dragon Kingdom and your ancestors? 2A. Don't criticize the face. You've got all the words. The international chic double standard. If you're a man, it hurts. Oh yeah, Quan Jilong probably isn't a man. Yi Chen called Yang Chaoyue to the stage and stared at Quan Jilong with an unfriendly face. Everyone else's faces looked bad, too. Quan Ji Ryung could not ride the tiger, so he could only admit his fate and humiliatingly kneel down for Yang Chaoyu, saying sorry in Korean and then apologizing to all the people of the Dragon Nation. After apologizing, he simply fled in disgrace. His fans also silently exited the livestream. Yay! We won! Ha ha ha, it's just too good to be true. Relief, what a ing relief. Yi Chen is bullish. Long live Yi Chen. Thank you Yi Chen for honoring your country. The crowd all cheered with excitement. The pent-up anger of many years was finally given vent to, and all the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt great joy, except for Quan Jilong's fans and flower dust talk. How could Hua Duan you not expect Quan Jilong to lose to Yi Chen? His faith collapsed. It's a good thing people were so caught up in the victory that they didn't think of him. Flower Dusty gave her microblog comments a selection, and she didn't dare to venture out again for at least 2 months. Everyone had another round of congratulations. After the show, Hong Tao organized a get-together with all the singers. It was said to be a get-together, but it was actually Yi Chen's celebration banquet. Yi Chen, congratulations on defeating Quan Jilong. I'll drink to you. You kid is a great hero of our Chinese music scene. I'll toast you too. Yi Chen is fighting for our honor and showing off his face. It's been such a good day. I must have a good drink. Lu Huan and Han Hong and the others toasted Yi Chen. Yi Chen was soon dunked unconscious and fell asleep when he returned to his hotel room. Yet the netizens are too excited to sleep. Yatatsu defeats Quan Jiryong. Quan Jiryong kneeled down and apologized. Opera over Korea. Shiliang, Yechen starts opera songs. Yi Chen once again dominated the Weibo hot search list. Congratulations Yi Chen. Yi Chen is bullish. It's so cool to see the stick kneel down and apologize to us. Ha ha, it's so touching. The Dragon Nation is always the strongest. The netizens all partied happily. They were proud of Yi Chen, proud of the excellent national art of opera. From now on, the Chinese music scene has finally risen. Hallyu overwhelmed the Korean stream, and all the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt a raised eyebrow. It was a very important landmark event for the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom. It marks the decline of the Korean wave and the rise of the Hallyu wave. The heat on this story continued until the next day. Yi Chen re-recorded Red Velvet and uploaded it to the music platform. It didn't take long for the airplay to surpass 10 million and hit the major music charts. On the other hand, when Quan Jilong returned to the country, he was immediately interviewed by the cold country media and held a press conference. He claimed that there were shady practices in I Am a Singer, that the dragon people were despicable, and that he had been treated unfairly. Yi Chen forced him to kneel down and apologize, violating his human rights and being an insult to all the people of the cold country. As soon as the news came out, all those people from the Cold Kingdom blew up and immediately attacked the Dragon Kingdom on the internet. Chapter 79, Going to the Mushroom House. Getting to know Shentang. Cold country people are notoriously glassy-eyed and careful, and a gesture can easily break their defenses. Quan Jiryong is very popular in Chill Country and has many fans, and he went to the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the program, representing the image of all the people of the Cold Kingdom. When they heard that Quan Jiryong had been insulted, they all stopped at once. The Dragon Nation is despicable and shameless. The arrogant and insolent Dragon Nation must apologize to Quan Jiryong. Immediately, right now. Shame on the Dragon Nation. Quan Jilong has been treated unfairly and the Dragon Kingdom owes him an apology. Ashy it is. The one thing I hate the most is the Rokoku. What is that Yi Chen guy? He should thank all the people of the Cold Kingdom for his sins. These comments quickly reached the country. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were all furious when they saw it, and they all went over the wall to curse against them. Are you not the most despicable of all? Quan Jilong insulted us dragons first. He's the one who should apologize. You guys are the most shameless in the world, okay? What else would the Cold Kingdom people do but steal our Dragon Kingdom's culture? As we all know, the Cold Kingdom has been a subsidiary of our Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. When was it the turn of a lackey to lecture his master? Strike the snake 7 inches. The remarks of the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom precisely poked the opponent's sore spot. They completely broke their defenses and barked like mad dogs. The scolding war between the two sides drew the attention of netizens and media around the world. The situation intensified and soon attracted the great attention of the authorities concerned, which convened an urgent meeting. A heavy notice was then issued to enforce the cold restriction from today. The stars of the Cold Kingdom are forbidden to perform in the Dragon Kingdom. It is prohibited to introduce film and television dramas and variety shows from cold countries. It is prohibited to show movies and TV dramas in which actors from the cold countries participate. Banning idol groups from Cold Kingdom from coming to Dragon Kingdom for concerts. The whole internet was abuzz with the news. Well, good job. Support. It's long overdue. Ha ha ha, it's so good. I don't have to see those disgusting country-stealing stars anymore. The stars of the cold country were all dumbfounded now. They had made more money in the Dragon Kingdom than they had in their entire lives in the Cold Kingdom. An ungrateful Quan Jilong cut off all of them. They all hated Quan Jilong so much that they had the heart to kill him. The singers, actors, directors, and entertainment companies in the Dragon Kingdom, however, were all overjoyed. Without the impact of the Cold Kingdom, the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom will grow faster and better. And all of this was because of Yi Chen. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the great savior of the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom. Even those competitors who looked at Yi Chen with displeasure were filled with gratitude towards him at this moment. Imperial capital. Inside Yang Ni's mansion. Yi Chen, you've made a great achievement this time. Yang Ni laughed happily. Tell me what reward you want, and I'll fulfill it. The reward is even. Yi Chen was deeply hidden. No, this boss is clear about reward and punishment. You must be rewarded. Yang Mi thought for a moment. Tell you what, sister, I'll cook a dinner for you myself tonight. Put. Yi Chen almost sprayed out. Speechless. You call that a reward? Punishment is more like it. Humph, don't you be in a blessed place. How many people want me to cook for him yet not that qualified nah? Do you cook? Yi Chen didn't doubt for a second that Yang Mi would make him a dark dish. I can't do anything else, but I can still cook pasta. Yang Mi winked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was speechless for a while and said awkwardly, forget it, I really don't have an appetite tonight. Che, don't eat it. Yang Mi's pride was hurt. This was the first time she had offered to cook and eat for a man, and he hadn't appreciated it. By the way, the HR manager told me that a singer named Zhao Radium came to the company today to apply for a job, saying that you recommended him. Is there such a thing? Janome changed the subject to business. That's right, this one called Zhao Radium is very powerful. Cultivate him properly and he will have a great future. The man has stayed, the rest is up to you. Yang Mi added, get an early night, and don't forget you have to go to Aspirations tomorrow. The next day, Yi Chen got on a plane to the southern coast. Aspire 6 was recorded on a beautiful island. The scenery is beautiful and scenic. Yi Chen rightly thought of it as going on a vacation. This recent period of time was too tiring. It was just the right time to relax. The program had already arranged for a special car to pick him up. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm a staff member of Aspiring, specially here to pick you up. Please get on the bus. The staff was very respectful. After this incident, Yi Chen's status in the entertainment industry had risen to a new level. Yi Chen got into the car before realizing that there was also a man around 30 years old sitting in the car. He quickly recognized the other man. Isn't that Shintang? Just as he froze, Shintang took the lead and extended his hand in greeting with a smile. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm Shintang. Nice to meet you. Hello Mr. Shenten. Yi Chen smiled and shook Shintang's hand. Shintang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard him address him as a teacher and said in a flattered manner, Gu, I wouldn't dare take that title. It was only then that Yi Chen reacted to the fact that Shintang had just gained some fame with the skit he performed at last year's Spring Festival Gala, and had not yet starred in box office hits such as The Trouble with Charlotte and The Richest Man in the West Rainbow City. It wasn't as hot as it became, and it wasn't even in the same league as him. He really couldn't afford to call himself that. Along the way, Shintang had been creating topics and chatting with Yi Chen one way or another. It would be awkward for two people to ride in the same car if neither one of them ignored the other. It was good that Shintang was good at enlivening the atmosphere, and there would never be a cold scene with him around. After getting off the bus, the two took a boat to the island, followed the signposts and found the mushroom house without any problems. A very nice loft. A few of the resident guests of Aspire, He Jiong, Huang Ba, Zhang Zifeng, Pang Yu Chang, and Zhang Yixing had arrived long ago and were chatting in the courtyard. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside, He Jiong got up and laughed. A guest is coming. Let's go greet him. Netizens on the air have been guessing who the flying guests are for this installment. Without waiting for a few people to greet them, Yi Chen and Shintang had already pushed the door and walked in. The moment they saw Yi Chen, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I right? It's Yi Chen? Oh my god, it's really Yi Chen. I didn't expect the show to bring Yi Chen here. I like it. Ha ha ha, it's so good. This episode is going to be great. Yi Chen would be even more perfect if he could sing a song on the program. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose up like crazy. 100W, 200W, 300W, 1000W. In a matter of moments, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had risen from 1 million to 10 million. A full tenfold increase. Silly. The director and crew of the program looked dumbfounded. Chapter 80 Big Names Gather. Little fan girl Zifeng. Oh my god, it's gone up to 10 million so quickly? The director of Wayward 6, Wang Shengyu, is stunned. He knew that Yi Chen was very popular, which was why he had invited him to be the flying guest for the new installment. However, he had never expected Yi Chen's popularity to be terrifying to such an extent no matter what. The number of people in the live stream continued to soar. The word of mouth for Aspirations has been going downhill, season after season. By the time it was filmed in its 6th season, the ratings and buzz had reached their nadir. The leaders of the Mango channel have given orders that if this season doesn't work out, the program will be taken off the air. Everyone is taping this season as if it's their last. Huang Bui and He Jiong, they all felt bad in their hearts. After 6 seasons, everyone has bonded and become like family. Plus they're still investors in the show, so of course they want the show to keep going. Yi Chen's appearance gave them a glimmer of hope. Maybe he'll bring Aspirations back from the dead? Mr. Huang, Sister Zifeng, Pumba, Yixing. Hello. Yi Chen smiled and greeted everyone. Hello Yi Chen, welcome to the Mushroom House as a guest. Welcome, I've heard a lot about you, and when I see you today, you really are a talented man. Hee-jeong and Hwang-bae smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Yi-chen. Pang politely said, "Hello, Mr. Yi-chen. Hello, Mr. Yi-chen. I'm a fan of yours. I especially like your songs." Zifeng's sister's snow-white pretty face was flushed. Her mood was a bit nervous, and she couldn't speak well. She was Yi-chen's hardcore fan. She had to follow every episode of Yi-chen's program, and she had single-cycled every song countless times. She was already shy and introverted, and she was a bit shy at first sight of her idol, especially when she was still so handsome. The live bloggers poked fun at it. "Ha ha, look guys, Sister Zifeng is shy. Zifeng's sister is so cute when she's shy." Zifeng wouldn't like Yi-chen, would she? A girl would only have such an expression when she sees a man she likes. I don't think so, right? Zifeng's character is supposed to be like that. Didn't Zifeng say just now that she's Yi-chen's fan and it's normal for her to be shy when she sees her idol? What I have in common with Sister Zifeng is that we're both fans of Yi-chen. Yi-chen smiled and said to Zifeng and Pang, "I'm not much older than you guys, and I even started out later than you guys, so just call me Yi-chen." Pumba grinned widely and heartlessly. "Okay, brother Tatsu." Zifeng's pretty face was scarlet and her voice was like a mosquito. "Then I'll call you brother Yi-chen." Hwang-bae and Hee-jeong looked at each other with unspoken smiles. Brother, although there is only one word difference, the meaning is very different. Hello. Zhang Yixing also politely greeted Yi-chen. "Hello." Yi-chen responded politely. The two didn't know each other well. Neither was a self-possessed personality, and it would be false to show too much cordiality. Yi-chen's impression of Zhang Yixing was quite good. Let's not talk about how good the music is. At least there's nothing dark. Some feel that he's been creating a hard-working persona with little to show for it. That's a matter of opinion. The effort persona, even if it falls apart, is really nothing that counts as a black mark. It had to be said that Zhang Yixing's marketing team was much better than those other idol stars. Shintang saw that everyone was surrounding Yi-chen, but he was ignored, and pretended to be jealous and said, "How come no one has come to welcome me either? So I'm leaving?" Hee-jeong laughed. "Take care, Shinten. Ha ha, just kidding, long time no see." Hee-jeong smiled and hugged Shinten. The two of them are old friends who have known each other for many years, and Hee-jeong has acted in plays with the Happy Twist troupe before. Only between very close friends can such jokes be made without fear. "Welcome Mr. Shinten." "Hello, Mr. Shinten." Everyone else greeted Shinten as well. Hwang-bae smiled badly. "Hello, Mr. Hao Jian." "Hello, Huan Lao." "Something Hao Jian. My name is Shintang." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. It was only then that the netizens in the live broadcast room recognized Shintang. "I said that this person looks so familiar. So it's that skit actor who went to the Spring Festival Gala. His skit was pretty good. The best show of last year's Spring Festival. I can see that he has quite a talent for comedy." Ha ha ha. Can how? The laugh doesn't live. Shintang is now represented by Hao Jian, not Charlotte or Wang Duoyu yet. Yi-chen asked, Mr. Huang, what is today's task?" The crowd froze. Hee-jeong laughed. "Yi-chen, you're too truthful. Why are you thinking of working when you just arrived? Word gets out and you think our program mistreats the guests nah." Yellow Base said with a bad smile. "Don't worry, it's time for you to work. You can't run away from what's coming. None of our guests have arrived yet nah. Let's wait until everyone arrives." "There are still guests?" Yi-chen and Shintang were both stunned. "Yeah, and 3 guests." "3? Shintang said in surprise, "counting the 2 of us, isn't that 5? Your program group is really rich and generous. How much notice fee is this?" Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud at him again. Hee-jeong explained, 2 of them are inseparable and can be seen as one person. As he was talking, the door to the courtyard was pushed open. 2 familiar figures appeared in front of the crowd. A runtish, dark, little black fat guy with a peach-colored inch hair. The other had a funky micro-curl perm that resembled a daisy. Seeing them, the netizens in the broadcast room were stunned. Asterisk Mr. Gua and Mr. Yu. Oh my god, the program actually invited them both. Ha ha, this episode just keeps getting better and better. Hey, the guests in this issue are all my favorites. The last general, Yu Dissatisfaction, has been smoking and drinking and scalding for the Gua family for generations. The crowd rushed to meet them. "Hello, Mr. Gua. Hello Mr. Yu. Welcome to the 2 of you." We all say hello to each other. "Hello, Mr. Mr. Huang. Long time no see." "Hello everyone." What and you responded with enthusiasm and nonchalance. "This is the one who's been very hot lately. Yi-chen, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'm glad to meet you." Guodigang smiled and shook Yi-chen's hand. Yu Dissatisfied also said, "Hello Yi-chen, I'm a fan of your songs. Be sure to sign an autograph for me later." It wasn't exactly a compliment. He did have an interest in music and was the president of the Imperial Rock Society. Mr. Hua. Mr. Yu, how are you? I like you very much. You are the ones who accompany me to sleep every night. Yi Chen spoke in a shocking manner, and the crowd was all startled. Guo Digang was even more exaggerated. Ooh, that's not a good joke. Don't bring me along with you and Mr. Yu dissatisfiedly said to Guo Digang seriously. Lao Guo, believe me, he and I are innocent. I've never done anything to wrong you. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed so hard they had tears in their eyes. You guys don't misunderstand. Yi Chen explained. What I mean is that I sleep every night listening to your comedy. That's when it dawned on everyone. Guo Digang said, hey, you'd better make it clear. See, I'm in a cold sweat. Yes, I almost lost my life. You dissatisfied subconsciously cited a sentence. At that moment, the courtyard door was pushed open again. A slender and graceful figure appeared in front of the crowd. The moment they saw her, everyone's eyes went straight. Chapter 81. How many songs did Yi Chen write? Jing. Jing Tian? It really is Big Timmy. I can't believe Big Timmy is here. This show is really getting interesting. Whoa, big beautiful girl. So eye-catching. Is the program still over or not? How much money is this going to cost? This issue is a real bloodbath. The person who came was none other than Jing Tian, the goddess of countless geeks. Hello Timmy. Welcome. He Jiong hurriedly greeted him. Hello Mr. Ho. Jing Tian greeted everyone one by one. Her eyes finally landed on Yi Chen, stretching out her white slender hand and smiling sweetly. You're Yi Chen, aren't you? I'm a fan of your songs. Oh, all your songs are very good. I've had 2 songs out as well, but unfortunately neither of them turned over any water. Hello. Yi Chen shook hands with Jing Tian and was speechless for a while. Jing Tian did sing, and not many people knew about it. However, their songs have been on Young TV and won the music awards issued by Young TV. As for the reason, of course, it was because of her rumored powerful background. As soon as she made her debut, she worked with many first-tier superstars, and those superstars only gave her green leaves. It's hard not to wonder about her background. Nay, no matter how big a director and superstar she is, she can't be popular. It's been lukewarm for so many years. In the end, a small red depends on holding, but a big red still needs strength and luck. After arranging the room, a few people rested for a while. Pamba and Zifone led Yi Chen and the others around the mushroom house. Little H and Little O ran around a few people. Dot bleated as if welcoming a new guest. Philosopher Colored Light stands on the railing with his eyes closed. Is this a duck or a lovebird? Guo Digang asked, pointing at the colored lights. Without waiting for Zifong and Pang Pang to open their mouths, Yu Dissatisfaction introduced himself. It's a duck. In addition to speaking comedy, he is most interested in all kinds of small animals, and has opened a zoo on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Is it delicious? Guo Digang laughed. Let's eat it tonight. Make a roast duck and a duck blood fan soup. Ga ga ga. The colored lights flew away in fear when they heard they were going to eat it. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused. After a short break, the director released today's assignment. Go to the beach and pick up trash and trade it for ingredients for the night. The more trash you pick up, the more and better ingredients you can exchange. It is both entertaining and environmentally friendly. Let's go. Grabbing pliers, small buckets, nets and other tools, the group headed to the beach, leaving He Jiong, Huang Base, Master Guat and Mr. Yu to look after the house. Several people split into 2 groups. Yi Chen was in a group with Jing Tian and Zifeng. Shen Tang is grouped with Pumba and Ishing. The 2 groups are going to compete to see who picks up more trash. Whoa! Yi Chen's group is full of beautiful women. Envy and jealousy. Sour. I'm a lemonade. The netizens were all envious. Yi Chen, however, was in a state of bliss, and he preferred to be in a group with a male. After all, girls, especially actresses, are usually very delicate and certainly can't pick up much trash. Once divided into groups, the 2 groups immediately split up. The beach is still beautiful. Soft sandy beaches, warm sunshine, blue sea, cozy sea breeze, beautiful waves and seagulls flying around. Everything is so cozy. It's been a while since I've been this relaxed. Yi Chen walked in front of him, with Zifeng and Jing Tian following closely beside him. The 3 of them picked up trash and made small talk. It's so boring. Yi Chen, sing a song. Jing Tian picked it up for a short while before getting bored. Zifeng also looked at Yi Chen with an expectant face. Yeah, but we can't delay the mission, so I'll sing as I go. Yi Chen picked up the garbage while absent-mindedly clearing his voice. If the sea could take away my sorrows as it takes away all rivers. After hearing just one sentence, the netizens in the broadcast room exploded. Asterisk. Good to hear. What's this song? I just searched and didn't find it. It should be Yi Chan's original new song. No way. Another new song? Jing Tian and Zifeng were both attracted to Yi Chen's song. Everyone waited for Yi Chen to continue singing, yet Yi Chen didn't continue with this song, but changed to another. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cooled heart's nest, chasing in the wind and the rain, not being able to see in the fog. The sky and the sea are wide open for you and me. It can change. The crowd all froze. This one and the one just now don't seem to be the same song, right? I don't think so. The tunes are all different, and the lyrics and melodies don't pick up. I've never heard that song before either. That means this is Yi Chen's new song too? Holy, that can't be right? Netflix was even more shocked, singing 2 new songs off the top of their heads, both of which were so good, was no reason for them not to be shocked. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come, as Yi Chen directly came up with a classic song skewer. Sun, sand, waves, cactus, and an old captain. I used 6 months of my savings for you, traveled across the ocean to see you. When a ship sinks to the bottom of the sea, when a person becomes a mystery, I want you to stay with me and watch the turtle swim in the water, slowly plopping down on the beach, counting the waves one by one. Seabirds and fish love each other. It was just an accident. Silly. Jing Tian, Zifeng, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. How many songs is this? I just counted at least 7 or 8 songs, and they're all new, and they're all serialated. Holy, how many new songs did Yi Chen write behind our backs? Who said that Yi Chen has exhausted his talents? Do you call this Jian Lang's talent exhausted? Yi Chen's musical talent is truly terrifying. Is he still human? It's a shame there's no full version, only 1 or 2 lines per song. It's not enjoyable. That's right, I want to hear the full version, and I hope Yi Chen sings all those songs. Zifeng asked in surprise. Brother Yi Chen, the ones you just sang, are they all new songs that you originated? That's right. Yi Chen nodded. God, you're too tough, aren't you? Jing Tian said, stunned and intent. But why do you only sing 1 or 2 lines of each song? Can you sing all those songs in their entirety? The netizens in the livestream are very grateful to Jing Tian, speaking their hearts ah. Everyone stared at Yi Chen expectantly. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would have shaken his head and said in a serious manner, "That's not good. I'm here on vacation, not for work. It's usually tiring enough to sing on a program. Can you guys bear to let me sing so many songs?" The netizens in the live stream tweeted, "I'm sorry I put up with it." Cam, then you might as well not sing. Isn't that deliberately whetting people's appetites? Please be a human being. Yi Chen, this bastard is a real dog, leaving sadness to others and happiness to himself. Good old 6. I really bolted the queue. Chapter 82. Little Chef Huang's cooking skills were compared. The netizens in the live room were disappointed, and it was as hard as 100 paws. They couldn't wait to fly to Yi Chen immediately, put a knife on his neck, and force him to sing all the songs. Zifeng asked curiously, "Brother Yi Chen, those songs you sang just now couldn't have all been written off the shelf, right? How can that be? Then I'm not a demon?" Yi Chen laughed. "Actually, those were all songs I wrote before, only I never sang them." "Well, that's pretty awesome too." Zifeng worshipped Yi Chen to the extreme. Jing Tian said breathlessly, "What the hell were you thinking writing all those songs and not releasing them?" "I'm planning to put out an album recently and maybe a concert, so you'll get to hear it then." Yi Chen's words immediately caused the netizens in the live broadcast room to become excited. "What? Yi Chen is going to release an album? And a concert? Ah, that's so good. I'll definitely support it." Me too. Yi Chen's album and concert must be supported. I hope Yi Chen does what he says and puts it on the agenda as soon as possible. Even if it's a smash and grab, I'm going to support it. I have something to look forward to in my life again. The crowd all rekindled their hopes, looking forward to Yi Chen's album and concert to come soon. Zifeng and Jing Tian both said that they would support Yi Chen as well. 2 people instantly full of power. Pick up the garbage are more energetic. Not long to pick up a bucket full. In the last weighing, Yi Chen's group actually picked up more than Shintang and their 3 big men. I also wonder what Shinten and the others are doing. Swapped some ingredients with the show and went back to the mushroom house. Next it's time for the regular segment of aspirations, watching Yellow Base cook. "Mr. Huang, let me help you." Yi Chen volunteered to help. "Do you cook?" Yellow Base asked uncertainly. "Well, a little bit." When Yi Chen was a child, his parents were busy working and didn't have time to cook, so he learned to cook for himself at a very young age. "Good, it's just as well I'm tired, so you can fry the rest of the 3 dishes. Huang Base patted Yi Chen's shoulder and made room for him. Yi Chen tied on his apron and started to get busy. "Yi Chen, can you do it?" "Yeah, Yi Chen, can you cook?" Everyone was skeptical of Yi Chen's cooking skills and watched curiously from the sidelines. The netizens in the live broadcast room also opened their eyes wide and looked at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes. Yi Chen took the kitchen knife and cut the vegetables with nimble movements. His speed was so fast that he even appeared as a stump, and in the blink of an eye, he finished cutting the vegetables. The crowd all looked dumbfounded. Huang Bei said in surprise, young people can this knife work is even better than me. Without 10 years cannot be practiced. Brother Yi Chun, you're really great. Zifeng transformed into a little fangirl with adoration written all over her face. Jingtian said adoringly as well. Awesome Yi Chen, you actually know how to cook. Gui Digang appreciated. There aren't many young people nowadays who can cook anymore. I really should have my family Dalin come over to take a look. Yi Chen's movements were very skillful, like flowing clouds in water, and looked pleasing to the eye. Watching him cook is simply a pleasure. In no time at all, a flavorful meal was ready. The netizens in the live stream were also shocked. You call that knowing a little bit? Wow, Yi Chen is too good, isn't he? He even knows how to cook. Let's just say there's still something Yi Chen won't do. What kind of wonderful man is this? Men like this are extinct, aren't they? Such a good man, please give me a dozen. Yi Chen is simply my ideal type. I want to marry him so badly. I don't know which woman will be cheaper. I'm afraid that the only way to marry Yi Chen is to save the galaxy. Soon, Yi Chen had made all 3 dishes. Whoa, it smells so good. I'm already salivating. Pumba said, licking his lips. Huang Bei said, you child, you only think about eating. Learn more from Yi Chen, so you can help me share some of the burden in the future. I have a proposal. He Jiong said, why don't we go to the beach to eat, so we can eat while blowing on the sea breeze and enjoying the beautiful sea view. Agreed. Agree +1. Seconded. So everyone carried tables, chairs, benches, cutlery, etc. to the beach. Okay, I declare dinner open. Oh, dinner's ready. After being seated, several people began to eat. I'll taste how Yi Chen made it first, Guo Digang said as he took a bite of the dish and put it in his mouth. In the next second, his expression froze. Everyone looked at him nervously, thinking, it's not going to be bad, is it? Unexpectedly, Guo Digang froze for 2 seconds and suddenly slammed the table and shouted excitedly, yummy, it's so good, Mr. Hua. Your reaction is too exaggerated. Is it really that delicious? He Jiong also couldn't help but take a bite of the dish and taste it. He then stared in surprise and gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Yi Chen, your cooking is really delicious. Everyone else saw this and couldn't wait to taste it. Whoa, it's really good. I've never eaten a dish this good. Zifeng looked at Yi Chen with a little more admiration in his eyes. Jingtian had only wanted to taste 1 bite, but after 1 bite she couldn't stop. Yi Chen, I can't imagine that your cooking skills are so good. Whoever marries you in the future will enjoy a blessing. Not knowing what came to mind, Jingtian's pretty face was colored with 2 blushes. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all envious. I also want to eat Yi Chen's cooking. I'm so envious and jealous. I'm crying with gluttony. Okay? Zifeng and Jingtian are so happy. At this moment, Yang Mi, who was watching the live broadcast, was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth and waved her pink fist ferociously. Good you Yi Chen, such a good cook, yet you haven't even made me a single meal, cheapening other women for nothing. Seeing other people's Zifeng and Jingtian and making a big fuss over them. Where am I not as good as them? When you get back, I'm going to have to make you cook every day. In a short while, Yi Chen's 3 dishes were all eaten up, and instead, there were a lot of dishes left over from the few dishes made by Huang Base. Yellow Base said awkwardly, Yi Chen's cooking skills are better than mine. I'm ashamed of myself. Where? Mr. Huang's cooking skills are better than mine. I'm far behind compared to you. Yi Chen lightly patted Huang Base on the back. Huang Base was very flattered, knowing that Yi Chen was taking care of his face, and his favor towards Yi Chen increased a few more points. Nice, young man with a high emotional intelligence. When you're in the entertainment industry, emotional intelligence is really important. With talent and emotional intelligence, it's hard not to be hot. After dinner, everyone chatted and enjoyed the evening ocean view. The sea breeze is gentle and the waves are big. The silvery white moonlight poured over the sea, sparkling and looking very romantic. He Jiong suddenly spoke. It's too bad we don't have a show to help out with such a beautiful view. Yi Chen, why don't you sing a song for all of us? Yellow Base immediately chimed in. I agree. Everyone else was up in arms. Zifeng looked at Yi Chen with a burning gaze. The netizens in the live broadcast room also expressed their desire to hear Yi Chen sing. Seeing that he couldn't push it off, Yi Chen had no choice but to say, okay, since everyone's a big fan, I'll sing a new song that I just wrote today. Chapter 83 The Incarnation of the Island Whale. New song? Holy, another new song? The crowd was all stunned. I didn't realize that Yi Chen had created a new song, and by the sound of it, he just wrote it today. Zifeng couldn't help but ask, Brother Yi Chen, I was with you all day today. When did you write the song? It's when we pick up trash together during the day. Yi Chen laughed. I also saw the sea and had a feeling. It was the seascape here that inspired me. Zhang Yixing couldn't sit still with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. He is also a singer-songwriter and has been hailed by many as a very talented and hard-working musician. effort has always been his label. It seemed to him that there were only so many melodies in the sky, and that they had almost all been written by people. You can't write a great song with new ideas without putting in the hard work. Yet Yi-chen says he wrote a new song while picking up trash. That's a little too casual, isn't it? If you can write a song while picking up garbage, and the rest of us singers can't write a new song in a year, that makes us look too useless. Although Zhang Yixing did not want to treat Yi-chen as an imaginary enemy, his face still could not help but look a little unnatural. He wanted to see if Yi-chen was really as powerful as the rumors. What's the name of the song? Jing Tian asked expectantly. Incarnate the Whale of the Lonely Island. Yi-chen replied indifferently. The whale that incarnates the lonely island? Jing Tian said in surprise. That's a nice name. Straight to Netflix. Whoa, what a nice name. It's such a beautiful name. It has a beautiful poetic quality to it. I can tell by the name that it must be a good song. The song title is as beautiful as a poem. How did Yi-chen come up with it? Stop dawdling and get started. I can't wait. He-jung asked. Yi-chen, do you need any instruments? One guitar is enough. Just a moment. I'll get it. Pumba immediately ran back to the mushroom house and brought over an acoustic guitar in no time. The guitar is still left behind by Dahua. Tatsu. Here. Yi-chen took the guitar, adjusted the pitch of the strings, faced the endless sea, and gently played. A clear, lilting melody plays. Everyone instantly quieted down, subconsciously holding their breath and listening intently with their ears perked up. The waves lapped at the beach, and the sound of the crashing waves mingled with the sound of the guitar to create a unique flavor. The intro is a bit long, but not tiresome, like the sea breeze gives you a cozy feeling. At the same time, it gives a tinge of sadness, and the mood is like the sea, with a bitter taste. The salty sea breeze blew and the waves churned, bringing a feeling of depression and desolation. Accompanied by the waves, the sea breeze, and the chirping of the seagulls, Yi-chen's song sounded softly and softly. I am a blue whale in the form of an island, with the most gigantic figure that fish and shrimp are running through the side of the body. There are also birds of prey that stop on their backs, like red velvet. Yi-chen uses female vocals to sing, producing a voice that is more woman than woman. Everyone forgot his gender for a moment. The ethereal voice echoed along the moonlit seashore like the chanting of a genie. Everyone's ears were instantly drawn to Yi-chen's song. It was as if a giant whale shaped like an island had surfaced before his eyes. Fish and shrimp swim by its side, and birds of prey linger on its back, and it was alone in the deep blue sea, indescribably lonely and isolated. I have passed by too many wonders too beautiful, like an Edenic wonderland, and the sea is too calm and too quiet. How many stories go unheard? Yi-chen's singing voice was low and melodious, like a sob, like a lonely whale telling its inner story. Disappointed, lonely, despondent. Everyone's mood became a bit gloomy, and the original lively and joyful atmosphere was swept away. The live feed was silent and calm as well. Everyone forgot to speak. Yi-chen's song was like a whirlpool in the deep sea, sucking them all in. Your clothes are tattered, and the song is gentle, drifting around aimlessly with me. My back is like a barren hill, and you smile and swing your head. Think of it as the whole universe. The chorus of the first verse rings out. Yi-chen's gentle singing melted the hearts of every listener. Loneliness comes crashing in like a wave, flooding the landscape of people's hearts. The past, dusted off by the years, comes back to life one by one. Born in this prosperous but alienated era, everyone is more or less lonely and isolated in their hearts, never fully opened up even to those closest to him. Only in the dead of night when all is quiet, do I occasionally look at the sea in my heart and listen to the sound of the waves. Yi-chen's song tickled the loneliness out of everyone's heart, and the rising tide slowly eroded that fragile heart. The raging sea of the heart turned into tears that slowly flowed from the eyes. You wave with the sun. Greetings to the seagulls. 2. I'm going around with my love of heaven and earth. I'm just sorry you ended up. Can't lie on my chest. Admiring the night sky at its most expansive and monumental. Put the star in the eye. As if they were cooperating with Yi-chen, a few seagulls were attracted by the song and flew above his head, chirping while hovering and flying. The gentle voice, mournful melody and touching lyrics achieve a somber yet healing effect. On the one hand, it silently urges you to cry, while on the other hand, it gently reassures you not to cry. It felt very marvelous. The first verse ends, followed by a guitar solo. There was no extra accompaniment. The waves, the wind, the birdsong were his best accompaniment. Man and nature reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment. The tide rose and fell, and Yi-chen's song resounded once again. I have not been in the land of prosperity. Haven't heard the clamor of the, not having seen too many living creatures. I've never been in a hot mood, so I didn't realize that the ocean was right in the middle. How quiet it is. Zifang's hand rested on her cheeks, listening as if she was mesmerized. Her beautiful eyes were dotted with tears, like starlight flickering. Jingtian was completely immersed in Yi-chen's song and was deeply intoxicated. The beautiful eyes let go, and her thoughts had flown to the clouds with the song. Gradually, many people's eyes became moist. Can't tell if it's sad, or touching, or both. Yi Chen was also completely invested in the mood created by the song, reaching a state of celestial unity and oblivion. At the moment, he is the lone whale, wandering in the sea of music. Suddenly, a distinctive mournful sound came from the ocean. Everyone was taken aback, instantly attracted by the mournful sound. Shintang asked dully, "Did you guys hear that? Was there something screaming just now?" "I heard it. It sounded weird. I don't know what it was. I've never heard such a strange sound. That sound is a bit scary. It can't be a siren." Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. The netizens in the livestream also tensed up. Everyone watched the sea nervously. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the sea was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. A sea breeze blew away the dark clouds, and the bright moonlight reappeared on the surface of the sea. A behemoth gradually surfaced. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the unbelievable scene. I don't know who suddenly shouted, "Whales! Whales!" Chapter 84 Movie Director Yoga. "No way. How can there be whales here? Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. That's not a whale, I'm upside down scurrying thin. Asterisk 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 really is a whale. Could it be that this whale was attracted by Yi Chen's song? Yi Chen's song is so infectious that even the whales resonate. Could the whale understand what Yi Chen is singing? Let's just say Yi Chen's charm is so terrifying, even animals can't resist it? Nima, movies don't even dare to shoot like this, do they? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was real." The netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked and dumbfounded, taking crazy screenshots. The guests and staff of Aspirations were also stunned. Watching this magical scene up close, everyone felt like they were dreaming. After freezing for a while, everyone then snapped out of their shock and rushed to take out their cell phones and shoot. Meanwhile, an animation director named Chang Tsubaki is also watching the live stream of Xian Xiang. After a busy day, he wanted to watch a variety show to relax, but then he saw Yi Chen singing. Like the rest of the audience, she was also attracted and impressed by Yi Chen's song. At first she had just thought it was a great song and hadn't thought about it in any other way, but when she saw the whale appear, a flash of light went through her mind. She had just finished making an animated movie with a friend, which was still in the post-production stage and was still missing a theme song. And Yi Chen's song, Incarnation of the Lonely Island Whale, fits perfectly with the theme of their movie. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately dialed Liang Xian, the other director and screenwriter of the animated movie. "Old Liang, isn't our movie still missing a theme song? I found it. You turn on the live stream of Aspirations, and you have to do it fast. Now, right now, right now." Liang Xian nodded headlong into the live broadcast of Aspirations. Then it was petrified and completely frozen. Yi Chen also noticed the whale in the sea. With only a slight blink, he continued to sing calmly. "Your fingertips are gentle, having touched all of me. Ugly sores from the wind and waves. You've got spring and fall in your eyes, more than I've ever seen or loved. Of all the mountains and rivers." Yi Chen's singing voice was incomparably gentle, blowing the hearts of the crowd like a spring breeze. The lyrics are poetic, romantic and moving. Any one of these can be used as a penguin signature. Beautiful and pleasant melody, clear and ethereal voice, but also has a soothing power, so that people's hearts gradually quiet down. At that moment, the whales in the sea let out another loud whale call and leapt up, spinning in midair in a graceful arc, before slamming heavily into the water, splashing up rows of waves. Is that whale cooperating with Yi Chen? It seems to be singing to each other with Yi Chen. This is the first time I've seen a whale as a harmonizer. Bull. Looks like this whale is a music lover too. Everything is spiritual, and this scene is so touching. The audience was very moved. Liang Xian was even more excited, his eyes glowing and his body trembling. "Had thought my shoulders. It's so generous. It's enough to hold up the tower at the bottom of the sea. And after your arrival, it looked so lean and I'd like to give you a shorter run on, let you be as a queen." The song came to an end, but Yi Chen's singing voice still lingered in the ears of the crowd. The whale once again leapt high into the air and chirped happily, as if thanking Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved his hand at it, and the whale swam a few laps, spouting water as it reluctantly swam off into the distance, gradually disappearing into the endless deep sea. The group froze for a moment, and then everyone came out of their dreamlike world. There was a loud round of applause. "It's so good. This song is awesome. Even the whales are attracted to it. It's incredible. Brother Yi Chen, you're awesome." Everyone applauded and praised. The pop-ups and comments on the live stream were even more favorable. "Ah, it's so great, so gentle and touching and nice. Congratulations to Yi Chen, for once again making me cry with his singing. It's so healing." It turns out that music really does heal. Other people sing their songs. Yi Chen is different. He just stands on the notes and moves forward. The music flows from his heart. This is probably the sound of being kissed by God. Please, Yi Chen must keep singing. When the world abandons you, Remember that there are hundreds of millions of cells in you, all living for you. I'm a depressed person and I'm cured by this song. Thank you, Yechen. The explosive pop-ups speak volumes about how popular this song is. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room once again saw a surge, rising to 50 million in just one song's time. Director Young Sung-woo and other staff were thrilled. Liang Xian was even more excited and immediately inquired about Yi Chen's contact information. However, Yi Chen's secrecy was so good that very few people knew his phone number. Eventually he only found the phone number for the aspirations program. Without a moment's delay, Liang Xian excitedly dialed over. Over here, the guests of Mushroom House were praising Yi Chen's new song. What's with the whales here? Guo Digang joked. That whale isn't a trustee paid by your program group, is it? He Jiong was speechless. Mr. Hua, you think too highly of us. Where do we have that ability? Huang Base explained. When we did the publicity before the start of this season of the program, we said that this island is the only island in the Dragon Kingdom where you can see whales, but the chances are very small and you need to take your chances. That's why we should all be thankful to Yi Chen. If it wasn't for his song luring the whales over, we wouldn't have seen such a spectacular scene. Yes, thank you Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll drink to you. No drunkenness tonight. Everyone took turns to toast Yi Chen. Luckily, it was He Jiong's and their homebrewed fruit wine, which did not have a high degree. As he was drinking, director Wang Xingyu walked over with his cell phone. Mr. Yi Chen, there's an animated movie director looking for you, saying that he wants to buy the copyright of the song you just wrote as the theme song for their movie. Yi Chen took the phone, and Liang Xian hurriedly said excitedly, Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm the director of the animated movie Big Fish Begonia. Big Fish Begonia? Yi Chen still had some impression of this movie. From memory, though, the movie's theme song wasn't this song, it was Big Fish Ahoy. Only after hearing the other party's words did Yi Chen open his mouth. This song was improvised and not very well written. Why don't I write you another theme song? Liang Xian was speechless for a moment. He thought the song was good enough and fully qualified to be the theme song. But Yi Chen said it wasn't good enough and he had to write him a new song. How much better could it be? Everyone else was taken aback. What? The writing isn't very good? I thought it was good enough. Yi Chen is too modest. It's not being modest, it's being too hard on the ego. Curious to see how much better Yi Chen can still write songs. The song is good enough that it's not very realistic to try to write another one that tops that in a short period of time. Looking forward to it, beg Yi Chen for another song. I want to hear it. Chapter 85 Adapted version of Exploring the Clearwater River. The netizens in the live broadcast room strongly requested Yi Chen to do another song. But Yi Chen didn't sing the song Big Fish on the program. He had already decided to sell the song to Liang Xian as the theme song for Big Fish Begonia, so naturally he couldn't just sing it in the program. In response, the internet is very lost. Cam, Yi Chen, this old six, is whetting people's appetites again. It's understandable. After all, it's going to be the theme song of a movie for someone else, so it's not good to expose it in advance. Looks like we'll just have to wait until the movie comes out to hear it. I have to go see a movie just to listen to Yechen's song. Breathless. Can't help it. Let's hope this movie doesn't suck. Liang Xian didn't expect Yi Chen's theme song to bring so much attention to the movie before he even wrote it. This strengthened his confidence in asking Yi Chen to write the theme song. Yi Chen promised to write the theme song for him after he finished recording. Looking forward, Liang Xian wasn't worried about this. Even if Yi Chen couldn't write it, it didn't matter. He felt that The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island was good enough. After eating, drinking, and being blown by the sea breeze, everyone was getting a little tipsy. Zifeng and Jing Tian also drank some, their little faces flushed and their eyes mesmerized. Huang Bui and He Jiong, Guo Digang and their old guys sat down to chat and reminisce about their youthful past. Yi Chen and Zifeng, Jing Tian, Pang Peng, Yixing, Xintang and the others went to the beach to ride the waves. I can't tell you how comfortable and cozy it is with the evening breeze and the waves washing over your feet. Maybe it's a little topsy-turvy from drinking too much. Pumba let himself go, caged his hands around his mouth, and yelled at the ocean like Star Chow. Strive, struggle. Xintang followed suit and shouted, I'm going to be the next generation's king of comedy. Jing Tian was not to be outdone. I want to be a movie queen. Even the ever-introverted and shy Zifeng shouted, I'm going to be a good actor and do lots and lots of theater. Zhang Yixing shouted, I want to lead Chinese music to the world. A hush fell over the broadcast. Phew, che, ha. The netizens didn't say anything, but it was also evident from their reactions that they were very dismissive of Zhang Yixing's words. In normal times, he would have no problem saying that. But the problem is that Yi Chen is here now, in front of Yi Chen, a musical genius, talking about leading Chinese music to the world. Wasn't that asking for trouble? People's Yi Chen didn't even say such big words. Zhang Yixing also realized that he was a bit out of line, and blushed in shame, picking at his feet in embarrassment. and not daring to look at Yi-Chen even for a second. Shin Tang's wine also sobered up, and he suddenly had the heart to jump into the sea. He actually just said in front of Guo Digang that he wanted to be the king of comedy? Isn't that a little too wild? Alas, I hope Mr. Guo didn't hear it just now. After Jing Tian came to his senses, he was also blushing and embarrassed. She is now affectionately known as the king of bad movies by netizens, and can't even be taken by a nationalist or Hollywood superstar. Talking about being a movie queen is really a bit of a big statement. In a word, that scene just now was simply a large social death scene for the trio. The two of them, Zifeng and Pang Pang, were fine and didn't say anything too outrageous. To ease the awkwardness, everyone had to chat awkwardly with each other. Shin Tang speaks of his proprietor, the Happy Twist Theater Company, with a single sigh. Since its inception, Happy Twist has been losing money and is on the verge of closure due to poor management and immature market. Yi-Chen moved his mind. If this is the time to take shares in the Twist, a few years later we'll not be able to lie down and get dividends? He spoke his thoughts to Shinten. Shinten was taken aback. Yi-Chen, you're not kidding, right? You really want to invest in our troupe? Sure, why don't you give me your and your boss's contact information? Well. Shintang gave Yi-Chen his and his boss's cell phone numbers and added Weiwei. Can you tell me why you're doing this? Shintang really couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Yi-Chen laughed. If I say it's to help you get through this, do you believe me? That's a hell of a thing to say. Shintang and Yi-Chen had just met, and their relationship wasn't that good yet, but he said gratefully, thanks bro, you're so righteous, but I have to warn you, the Twist Theater Company is about to go out of business. You're jumping into a fire pit and taking money down the drain. Thanks for the reminder. Yi-Chen said, just for your words, I'll vote for this money, as if I'm making you a friend. Shintang was so moved that he was on the verge of crying. Who says there's no truth in showbiz? There's still a lot of good people out there. Yi-Chen knew that Jing Tian wasn't poor, so he said to her, Jing Tian, do you want to put in some money too? Me? Forget it, thanks. I don't want to jump into the fire. Jing Tian very wisely refused. Well, don't blame me for not taking you with me to get rich. A few people chatted for a while and returned to the place where they were eating. Guo Digang is in high spirits and is singing typing lyrics to He Jiong and the others. After the song, the live viewers were up in arms. One more. Mr. Guo, sing another one. Have a call the little fans. He Jiong laughed. Mr. Guo, everyone told you to sing calling little fan na. Well, since everyone wants to hear it, I'm going to sing one for you. Only, Guo Digang said, singing calling Xiao Fan at night. Do you still let people sleep? Why don't we do this? How about I give you the imperial ditty exploring the Clearwater River? Yes, people have been holding out. Guo Digang cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. Peach leaves that tip on the tip, the willow leaves cover the sky. Qing Shui He is an imperial ditty from the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, with a single boring tune, a tune sung from beginning to end, and not much in the way of a soundtrack. Catchy, but not really good. There wasn't much interest from anyone other than Guo Digang's fans. Compared to all the popular music nowadays, this kind of folk ditty is really not much fun. However, after Guo Digang finished singing, everyone still applauded with great enthusiasm. Guo Digang sighed. Ugh, I know you guys are holding me up. Young people these days have long since lost interest in these ditties. I'm afraid it won't be long before these folk arts left behind by our ancestors are lost. You dissatisfaction sighed along with him, and everyone's mood was a bit low. Yi-Chen suddenly spoke. Actually, the melody of the song exploring the Clearwater River is still good, catchy and rhythmic, just a bit monotonous. A little bit of melodic enrichment and some guitar, bass, caveman, or something like that on the soundtrack, and it's a great pop song without losing the flavor of a traditional ditty. Guo Digang froze and mused. Your solution sounds good. I just don't know if it's feasible. In case it's not adapted well, it would be spoiling the traditional art. Old Fox Yellowbase laughed evilly. Since Yi-Chen can think of this, then he can definitely do it. Why don't we let him try adapting it? He Jiong immediately agreed. Right, Yi-Chen. You can adapt a Peking opera into a pop song, let alone a ditty. You try it. Okay, I'll try to adapt it then. Yi-Chen recalled the melody of the adapted version of Exploring the Clearwater River, played the guitar, and opened his mouth to sing. Peach leaves that tip on the tip, and the willow leaves covered the sky. This Minga Gong in his position. Listen to what I have to say. Chapter 86. Soft rice is not that tasty. As soon as Yi-Chen opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. The same lyrics with a slightly adapted melody give a completely different feel. The melody and lyrics, which seemed old-fashioned and stale just a moment ago, became youthful and fashionable with the addition of some pop elements. Coupled with Yi-Chen's clear voice and superb singing skills, this adapted version of Exploring the Clearwater River is much better than Guo Digang's old version. Guo Digang and Yu Dissatisfaction both felt very surprised and listened with interest. Girl, her name is Dalian, handsome and good-looking, It's like a flower that no one picks. Pipa strings are broken and no one plays na. Rather than singing, Yi Chen was telling a story. Exploring the Clearwater River is itself a narrative song that doesn't require much in the way of vocals. As long as the listeners are brought into the story, they will overlook the lack of singing. Not to mention that Yi Chen's vocals were completely fine. He has masterful emotional engagement and vocal immersion skills, and the sense of immersion is so strong that he easily pulls everyone into the story narrated by the song. Everyone was moved by this touching tragedy of love. The girls, in particular, felt like Dalian, the heroine of the song, and couldn't help but cry. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Guodi Gang and Yu dissatisfaction became more and more shocked the more they listened. They didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to take a traditional folk ditty and adapt it into such a popular pop song. Zhang Yixing had mixed feelings in his heart, and he felt that he was still considered a very talented musician. After all, there are very few musicians who can write their own lyrics and arrangements these days, and he is one of them. Has always been proud of his musical talent, but compared to Yi Chen, alas, people will die and goods will be thrown away. When he thought of the grandiose words he had just spoken, he wanted to bury his head in the sand. Autumn rain falls in streaks, frosting that Clearwater River. What a pair of this infatuation. They both jumped into the river. The woman who was in love with the man who was in love with her. It made up that little song to explore the Clearwater River. Made up that little ditty to explore the Clearwater River. Yeah. Everyone applauded after Yi Chen's song. It's so good. I didn't realize that traditional ditties could sound so good. Yi Chen is really too talented. After he changed it like this, the song is much better. I think it's still Mr. Guo who sings so well. It's so powerful. It's as if De Lian was the one who pushed him down the river. It's nice to hear, but why did baby jump in the river when De Lian had nothing to say? What's she got to do with it? Why jump from second shift straight to fifth? What about third and fourth shifts? Finally, I know why ancient lords love to hook up and listen to music. Yi Chen's voice is so gentle it gives me goosebumps. Guodi Gang suddenly said to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, I'll buy the copyright of this song. How much? Name your price. Yi Chen froze and laughed. Mr. Gui is overstating it. Just take it if you want. This song wasn't originally my original either. I just adapted it a little bit. You can't say that. I bought your remix. If it was the original I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Guodi Gang is very business savvy. He had already thought of giving the adapted version of Exploring the Clearwater River to his apprentice to sing, and it would definitely be a hit. The prerequisite is to get the copyright issue cleared up first to avoid future disputes. He had experienced too many betrayals over the years, and knew that people's hearts were treacherous, and that defense was not an option, and he didn't know Yi Chen very well. Besides, even if Yi Chen doesn't care, what about his agency? How about I give you guys an idea? He Jion laughed. Yi Chen's royalties for a song is about 3 million. Given that this song is not his original, Mr. Gua, you can just give him 1 million. Yi Chen thought this was a good idea, making money and giving Guodi Gang a favor. Guodi Gang naturally had no problem with it and let the finance transfer the money to Yi Chen the next day. After lunch the next day, Yi Chen and Guodi Gang, Shen Tang, Jing Tian and the others were leaving. The viewers in the live broadcast room were sad to see Yi Chen go. Time flies, it's over so soon. I so hope Yi Chen can stay as a resident guest. Yeah. It would be great if Yi Chen could be the resident guest. And why would the crew not want to keep Yi Chen around? He Zhou and Huang Base had probed Yi Chen, and he had little interest in it. Finally, under the reluctant eyes of the Mushroom House family, especially Zi Feng, Yi Chen and the other guests left by car. When they parted at the airport, Yi Chen hugged Jing Tian, Shen Tang, and Guodi Gang respectively. Guodi Gang also invited Yi Chen to see their performance sometime. Yi Chen naturally agreed with his mouth full. This time, Yang Mi didn't come to pick up the plane and didn't send a driver. Yi Chen had to take a taxi back to his place. Upon entering the door, Yang Mi was sitting on the sofa with her long legs crossed, eating snacks while watching the movie 3 Lives in which she starred. Back, Yang Mi twisted her head to look at Yi Chen and continued to watch TV. Aha! Yi Chen felt that her tone was a bit unkind. I don't think I've offended her, right? Grabbed a glass of water and took a seat on the couch. Why are you so free these days? Don't you have to shoot a movie? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had said the wrong thing. Yang Mi gave him a blank look. Am I the boss or are you the boss? When did it become your turn to organize my work? I was too tired from filming a while ago. Can I rest and take a break? Oh, yes, of course. Yi Chen smiled sarcastically. You're the boss, as long as you're happy. Cam, it's not easy being a parasite. Looks like I'm going to have to buy a suite and move out myself. Nah, I don't have enough money on me. Ahem, that, honey, say what you have to say. Don't swallow. I'd like to borrow some money from you, or take it out of my annual salary. How much? How much did you pay for this house? Over 50 million. I think, and now that the price has gone up, it's going to be over 60 million. Yang Mi reacted and looked at Yi Chen. You want to buy a house? There is that intention. What? Is it bad to stay at my place? Yang Mi said as she changed her position and stretched her long, snow-white legs. Ahem. Well yes, it's just not very convenient. Pretentious. Then don't buy the house first. Lend me $10 million first, okay? Yi Chen talked about the plan to invest in the Happy Twist troupe. Have you considered it? Yang Mi said. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are risks in investment. A drama troupe on the verge of closure is not reliable in any way. You'd better think carefully again. No, I'll think about it. Okay, don't see the coffin. And when you lose your money, don't blame me for not warning you. So you agree? Yang Mi didn't answer positively, pursed her cherry lips and said daintily, ouch, my mouth is so thirsty. I'll pour it for you. Yi Chen hurriedly poured her a glass of water. I want an apple. I'll peel it for you. Yi Chen peeled an apple for Yang Mi. I have a sore back. If only someone would give me a massage. Soft rice isn't that good. Chapter 87, Joining a Company, Attending a Music Festival. Yang Mi plopped down on the couch. Yi Chen massaged her for half a day before she let go. Good performance. I'll have finance transfer the money over to you as soon as possible and deduct it from your paycheck. Thanks sister honey. Yi Chen kindly said. Do you want to throw in some too? Stop, don't you dare hurt me. Well, don't blame me for not warning you that you missed your chance to get rich overnight. Yi Chen felt sorry for Yang Mi. Shay, I don't have more business sense than you? Learn from your mistakes. It's good to let you spend money to learn a lesson. Yang Mi's words turned. Well, did you have fun this time? Quite happy. Aren't Zifeng and Jingtian pretty? Pretty. Yi Chen realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. Sloppy, not even close to you. Humph, hypocrisy. I'm serious. Zifeng and Jingtian look okay, just too small. Yang Mi blushed prettily. When did you get so oily? Sweat. Yi Chen knew that Yang Mi had misunderstood and quickly explained. I don't mean that. I'm saying that Zifeng and Jingtian are just like little girls who haven't grown up yet. Purely childish and silly. Not as mature and attractive as you. Yang Mi's face sank slightly and said coldly. You mean I'm older than them? Yi Chen. No kidding. Yang Mi grinned. Let's get down to business. Thanks to you, the ratings and network airplay of 3 Lives and 3 Worlds are high. Better than expected. And your theme song Cool deserves a lot of credit. The beginning went live on Penguin Video this Saturday at a price of 10 million for a single episode. 15 episodes in total, earning a total of $150 million, deducting the production fees and taxes for a net income of $80 million. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. Nowadays, the royalties for any web series cost tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions for more. The beginning is so well made and of such quality that it's not unusual for it to sell for this price. The best part is that the production costs are small. There are not many big name actors, and the net profit is high. A 15-episode web series netting $80 million is not an average return. It's important to realize that Yang Mi's mega-budgeted breakout hit 3 Lives. 3 Worlds didn't even make that much money. Those other film and television companies got the news. Their eyes red with envy, and they have set their eyes on the cake of small-budget online dramas. Unsurprisingly, the next few years will see the rise of Netflix dramas. Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. After all the money I've made for you, you can't just give me some screenwriting credits, can you? Don't worry. I'm not that shady, Yang Mi said in a serious manner. The contract we had in the first place was just for the music director. You're now writing scripts, appearing in variety shows, taking endorsements, shooting commercials, and making a lot of money for the company. That contract no longer applies. Tell you what, I'll give you 15% of the shares. In addition all your income, and the company 50-50, tomorrow you go to the company to re-sign the contract. 15%? Yi Chen was slightly startled. So he's not a shareholder of the company? You should know that Yang Mi only has just over 30% of the shares. She also has 2 partners, one of which is her agent and best friend Zhao Ruoyao, in addition to some small shareholders. Hotbar also has a 7% stake. Yi Chen's 15% is already not a small amount. Do the other directors of the company know? Since I asked you to sign the contract, of course I've already discussed it with them in a meeting and they're all fine with it. Yang Mi didn't do this on impulse. It was carefully considered. Yi Chen had only joined the company for less than half a year and had created so much revenue for the company, and would only create more in the future. Give him shares, for one thing, to incentivize him to do a good job. The second is to pull him in and tie him firmly to the company. After all, his talent is there for all to see. A lot of entertainment companies that were stronger than Jiaxing World were eyeing it and trying to dig their way in. In case Yi Chen was really poached by another company, it would be a big loss. There's another reason that young Nini didn't say. She did this not only because she wanted to tie Yi Chen to the company, but also because she wanted to tie him to herself. Honey, thank you. Yi Chen knew that there must be profit considerations for the company to do this, but he was still grateful to Yang Mi. It was obvious that Yang Mi didn't treat him like an employee. Don't be in a hurry to thank me yet. If you have something to gain, you have to pay for it accordingly. The company has picked up another endorsement and commercial show for you. What endorsement? Yi Chen was depressed, and sure enough, he was still a little too happy too soon. A financial product. Put. Yi Chen almost spat out blood. Ahem. Sister honey, it's better to push this for me. Financial products are prone to explode. It's not worth it to tarnish your reputation just to make a few bucks. Yang Mi thought about it and nodded. Your concerns are valid, so let's hear you push it off. Yi Chen sighed in relief and asked again. Where's the commercial? In a few days, the Noodle Strawberry Music Festival. The organizers invite you to attend. A music festival? That one's fine. Yi Chen said. Can you make an offer to the organizers to bring Mao Bai and Zhao Radium along, so that they can brush up on their experience? It shouldn't be a problem. I'll have Ruo Yao tell them. The next day, Yi Chen first went to Jiaxing World and re-signed the contract, and the finance paid $10 million into his account. Then he went to the headquarters of the Happy Twist Company to sign a share contract, invested $8 million, became a 35% of the major shareholders, shares than Xintang more. Xintang and the owner of the Twist were overjoyed. I had thought that Yi Chen was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect that he would come true. It's almost timely. The Twist Theater Company, which was on the verge of closure, finally saw the hope of coming back to life after a long period of drought. Xintang was so grateful to Yi Chen that he bluntly said that he would be his own brother from now on. The next day Yi Chen went back to the recording studio and recorded both songs, The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island and Big Fish. He sent Big Fish to Liang Xian, the director of Big Fish Begonia. Liang Xian was both shocked and excited upon hearing this. The song Big Fish is even better than The Whale Who Turned into an Island and fits the theme of the movie even better. After calming down, Liang Xian awkwardly said to Yi Chen, Teacher Yi Chen, there's something I've been forgetting to tell you. I hope you won't be angry. I heard that your royalties are very expensive, at least $3 million. Our cruise budget is almost spent. I'm afraid we can't get that much money. You see. Yi Chen thought about it and graciously stated, It's okay, I don't want the royalties. Consider it as supporting the national comics. What? Liang Xian was stunned. No royalties? I'm not done yet. Royalties can be waived, but you'll have to give me a 1% share of the box office. No problem. Liang Xian agreed in one mouthful, fearing that Yi Chen would back out. Yi Chen's royalty fee of $3 million, unless the movie can reach $300 million at the box office. It's their advantage any way you look at it. So far, no animated movie has reached $300 million at the box office. Liang Xian thought it would be good for Big Fish and Begonia to make $100 million at the box office. In fact, in his heart, as long as the movie can be released even if it is a success, there is no extravagant hope to make money. Just ask not to lose too much. Yi Chen wrote 2 more songs for Mao Bai and Zhao Laser respectively. Both were overjoyed to get the song and practice day and night. After 2 more days, Yi Chen brought them to interlude for the Strawberry Music Festival. Chapter 88, The Moon of Luzhou. Yi Chen and Zhao Radium, Mao Bai, plus assistant Yang Chaoyue. After arriving at the Interfax, the group of 4 took the organizer's car to the booked hotel to check in. The Strawberry Music Festival is 2 days long. Yi Chen's trio was scheduled for the second day. Among them, Yi Chen was even scheduled to appear in the finale. Most of the people attending the Strawberry Festival are unknown niche musicians and bands. Yi Chen was considered the biggest curry. A lot of the bands he had never even heard of. Those bands had funny names, either Hedgehogs, Sharks, Secondhand Moonshine, 9 Stripes, New Pants, Painful Itch, or something like that. As early as a few days ago, the festival organizers had already announced the list of participating guests on Weibo, and made a point of thanking Yi Chen grandly for his participation. The netizens were abuzz when they learned that Yi Chen was going to participate in the festival. What? Yi Chen is going to the Strawberry Music Festival? Great! I'm going to support Yi Chen at the festival. Is it too late to buy a ticket? Ha ha, it's a good thing I bought my tickets in advance. Oh, what's the point of a music festival? Might as well wait for the next installment of I'm a Singer. That's right, the music festival is just a business show. Yi Chen won't bring out his true level. I guess he'll just sing 2 old songs at most. Makes sense. People should never buy tickets to go to the show. It's not much fun. Whoever wants to go. I'm not going to spend that kind of money. After posting their comments, netizens immediately clicked on the major ticketing platforms and opened a frantic mode of grabbing tickets. In less than an hour, all the tickets on all the ticketing platforms across the internet were snatched up. Asterisk. What happened to the deal where everyone doesn't buy a ticket? It's not fair. Young people don't talk about martial virtues. They talk behind their backs. Convinced? You old sixes. You don't even have the face to grab a ticket. Ooh, I didn't get a single ticket. Whoever sells me one, I'm willing to pay double. I'll offer 10 times that. The organizers were ecstatic, having organized so many festivals. This was the fastest tickets sold. Tickets were scalped to more than 10 times their price. Yi Chen's appeal was too terrifying. Zhao Rat and Mao Bai were filled with gratitude towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen not only wrote songs for them, but also took them to commercial shows and treated them well. In their hearts, they had already treated Yi Chen as a benefactor, like a regenerative parent. If they knew that they had been wool-gathered by Yi Chen, they didn't know how they would feel. Yi Chen wrote If I Become Rich One Day for Mao Bui, and Painting for Zhao Laser, which was supposed to be their own song. 2 days later, the day of Yi Chen's performance for them arrived. Strawberry Music Festival Live. The square was packed with people, at least 100,000 people. Some people were holding glow sticks, some were pulling banners of support, and others were waving flags with various designs on them. Most of the festival goers were young people in their late teens to early 30s, energetic and youthful, constantly screaming and shouting and dancing to the music. Yi Chen was waiting backstage, and unlike other singers, the organizers had specially prepared a separate lounge for him. Zhao Ra and Mao Bui finished their performance quickly. Both were so nervous about being on such a big stage for the first time. They didn't know how they were going to last, and immediately fled backstage as soon as the song was over. Everyone was stunned when information about the 2 songs appeared on the big screen. Those 2 songs just now were both written by Yi Chen? Yi Chen actually wrote 2 more new songs. Although it's almost interesting compared to Yi Chen's previous songs, these 2 songs are also very good. For Yi Chen, who can write Changhua Porcelain, Red Velvet and Materia Medica? Isn't writing this kind of song just like playing? Yi Chen should have just written it casually for fun, or else he wouldn't have sung it for anyone else. Mao Bui, Zhao Radium, the 2 of them sang quite well, quite distinctive. Yi Chen really has a discerning eye. 2 good seedlings indeed. Yi Chen is cultivating talent for the Chinese music scene. The viewers were pretty impressed with Mao Baiyan and Zhao Radium. One by one, the singers and bands took turns. The audience's enthusiasm also went from high to low. Why isn't Yi Chen out yet? Yeah, I bought a ticket just to see Yi Chen. It's not possible that the organizers are fooling people, is it? It's really possible. Hinama, refund. As the concert drew to a close, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. The next singer to appear is famous singer Yi Chen. His representative works include Let's Welcome Mr. Yi Chen with the warmest applause. As soon as the host's words fell, the scene immediately erupted into a mountain of applause. It's finally time for Yi Chen to appear. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen, coming. The low atmosphere became high once again. Spectators waved flags and glow sticks in their hands and cheered gleefully. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Chen walked onto the stage. The staff brought up the accompanying instruments. Guqin, guzheng, piano, electronic piano, viola, drum set. The audience was even more shocked and excited to see these instruments. Whoa, what a show! Another East meets West Chinese style song? It's not another new song, is it? The backing band took the stage. Some on piano, others on electric piano and drums. There was only no one in front of that old piano. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here at the Interfax for the Strawberry Music Festival. Interfax is a city with a long history, anciently known as Luzhou. I have written a new song in the Chinese style specifically for this city. I hope you will like it. After saying that, Yi Chen sat down on the stool behind that ancient zither. Yi Chen can also play the guqin. I can't believe you can even play the guqin. Love. Another new song? Bull. I love Chinese style the most. Yi Chen's Chinese style songs are unmatched. The lively scene quieted down, and everyone stared wide-eyed, held their breath, and looked intently at Yi Chen on the stage. The song information appears on the big screen. Lu Shu Moon. Lyrics, Yi Chen. Composer, Yi Chen. Sings, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's long and slender 10 fingers rested on the strings of the zither, playing elegantly and calmly. A melodious and pleasant melody slowly flowed out from between his fingers. The sound of the zither is so long and moving that one can forget to listen to it and feel relaxed. Oh my god, Yi Chen looks so handsome playing the zither. Yi Chen would be a proper fluttering gentleman if he wore an ancient costume. It's really a shame that he's not going to be in a costume. Faint, I'm going to faint. Many of the girls in the audience exclaimed, causing the men next to them to look sideways. The sounds of viola, electric piano, and piano followed, complementing the sounds of guqin and guzheng, and intertwining into a gorgeous piece of music. Yi Chen opened his mouth and sang as he stroked the zither, whose light was stolen by the chiseled walls of my childhood. I've suffered 10 years of hard work. Nowadays, I read by lamplight, with red sleeves. Half a lifetime of fame is just vanity. When the song comes together, everyone can't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Chapter 89, Astonishing Talent. The whole court is convinced. Yi Chen's voice was still so gentle and delicate, with a strong sense of infectiousness and substitution, capturing everyone's ears in an instant. Fresh and light melody with a hint of sadness. It was like moonlight in the fall, beautiful but with a bleak flavor. The big screen showed every lyric. The crowd was all amazed by the lyrics. Yi Chen's lyrics are as awesome as ever. It's graphic and narrative, rich in imagery and layers of emotion, like telling a story and playing a movie. The important thing is that the lyrics are still so beautiful and full of literary substance. Every line of the song seems familiar, as if I've read it in a tang or song poem, but I can't remember exactly which poem it came from. Unless those who are particularly familiar with the poetry can barely make out the allusion to a particular line or two of the lyrics. Most people can only say one thing. Asterisk 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 bowl asterisk 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 asterisk. Lyrics can still be written like that? March, all the way to the haze, the warblers, the grass. I saw my hometown in the willows. I don't know if the you in my heart is still in Luoyang, a strand of silk to treasure for a lifetime. As the lyrics progressed, it was as if everyone saw an ancient painting slowly unfolding before them. March in the spring, the warbler flies, a young scholar far away from his hometown, in the fluttering willow looking at the distant hometown. It was not only his hometown that he missed, but also the girl he had been pining for. Thus, this poignant love story kicks off, just like the opening of a movie. Everyone was brought into the story by Yi Chen's song. Lovers on the bridge are in pairs. The red herbs by the bridge sigh that the night is too long. The moon is shaking and people are wandering. A song of departure came from the crow's nest. The scene shifted, and the crowd seemed to be by an ancient bridge. Looking at the bridge, the pair of lovers in pairs, thinking of distant sweethearts, cannot help but be sad. The night is long. The moon color is dismal. Under the bridge of the crow's nest boat came from the broken heart of the tune, telling the sorrow after the parting of the sadness. It was a moment that every listener empathized with, and resonated with the man and woman in the song. The men are substituting themselves into the perspective of the young scholar, and the girls are imagining themselves as the girl waiting for her good man to return. Music and love have a power to travel through time and space. Even after thousands of years, it still strikes a chord. That's why those old love legends have endured. Yi Chen's song was like a gentle arrow that gently shot through everyone's heart. Tears blurred his eyes without realizing it. The moonlight of Lushu is on the heart. You don't look the same under the moon. Too much hurt, too much to talk about. Sigh. It was just an ordinary thing to say. Moonlight in Luzhou, pear blossom rain cool. Who are you with today? The moonlight of my hometown is burned deep in my heart, but you can't shed the tears of the year. The silent scene resounded with sobs that rose and fell. Many people had sore noses and red eyes, wanting to cry but unable to do so. Others associated with themselves, remembering the people they once loved and the sweet, bitter romance. People with stories see themselves in it. Even people who haven't been in a relationship can relate. Yi Chen's talent as a lyricist is even more breathtaking. The last word of every line of this song rhymes with ong. There's never been a song that rhymes so sickly. Yi Chen is a rhyming maniac. Everyone else is forcing rhymes, disregarding even the rationality and logic of the lyrics for the sake of rhyming. Bull-headed and completely uninformed. Yi Chen's rhymes, however, are natural, as if everything is a snap, so that people can't help but clap their hands. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Chen's lyrics are not only lyrics, but also a poem, a painting, and a script for a movie. In this aspect of Chinese wind, Yi Chen claimed second, and absolutely no one dared to claim first. He is the unique king of the field. An interlude follows immediately after the first verse. The sound of the zither was eerie, striking the hearts of the crowd and eventually turning into a sigh. A different kind of sentiment spreads in the heart, cutting and cutting. There are other sorrows and dark hatreds, but at this time no sound is better than a sound. A really good song that can make you weep just from the accompaniment. The melody, the lyrics, the arrangement, the vocals, every part is perfect. Even the most critical person can't pick out a single flaw. After the interlude, the second verse begins. Same lyrics, different melody, and the mood takes it to the next level. By repeating the same melody of lyrics over and over again, the emotions build up a little. The moonlight of Luzhou and the cool rain of the pear blossoms. Who are you with today? The moonlight of my hometown is burned deep in my heart, but you can't shed the tears of the year. The performance ended, but the song continued. Yi Chen played for a while longer before the sound of the zither gradually stopped. The song is over and the story doesn't end. Did the young scholar end up with his sweetheart or not? Does the woman continue to wait for his return? Or has she married someone else or left the world? It's not explicitly stated in the lyrics. The story is left in suspense. This open-ended ending may seem cruel, but how can it not be a kind of tenderness? The scene was awfully quiet, and everyone froze in place, recalling the tranquil melody and brainstorming the ending of the story. Thank you all. Yi Chen bowed slightly at the stage. Only then did the crowd react. In the next second, the applause rang out like a tidal wave. drowning out the large square. It went on for several minutes before it gradually stopped. Great song. It's so good. Another classic Chinese-style song. Yi Chen is so awesome. It's like watching a vintage romance movie, and the all-over satisfaction is amazing. Ooh, so touching. Remembering ex-girlfriends who have been broken up for years. It's nice to hear, but it's just too sad. Yi Chen's attainments in Chinese wind are truly unprecedented. Just for Yi Chen's song Lushu Moon, it's already worth the ticket price. Is this a song you can listen to at a music festival? It should be on the Spring Festival. Many of the people on the scene were couples, who gazed at each other with deep affection and held hands tightly, while others even embraced directly, vowing not to be separated for the rest of their lives. Many singles have been stuffed with dog food. A single girl shouted, perhaps irritated by something, "Whoever sings this song and confesses his love to me, I'll say yes to him right away." As soon as the words fell, a group of hungry wolves clattered around. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Yi Chen jump 1. The audience excitedly shouted Yi Chen's name and even coaxed him to dive. Diving is described as jumping off the stage with arms outstretched flat, back toward the audience, and being caught by the audience. Singers without popularity don't dare to play like this, in case no one catches them when they jump. It would be embarrassing. The fall is small, but the point is that you can't afford to lose the man. It's hard to resist the hospitality. The atmosphere has been set here. It's impossible not to dance. 1. Yi Chen came to the edge of the stage and turned around to leap backwards. The moment he jumped he regretted it. There were basically girls near the stage. What if I can't catch him? As it turns out, he underestimated the power of these female fans. The girls, who normally couldn't even unscrew a bottle cap, held him up. Wait a minute. Whose hands are so unruly? What are you guys doing? Help! Yi Chen's face changed, creating a feeling of a sheep entering a wolf pack. Chapter 90, The Economic Benefits of a Song. After the show, Yi Chen and the others returned to the imperial capital on the same day. That night, a live video of him singing Moon of Luzhou went viral. Weibo, Douyin, Small Broken Station, Penguin Group, Friends Circle. Everywhere there are netizens retweeting. Wow, Yi Chen looks so handsome playing the guqin. I can't believe Yi Chen can actually play the guqin. It's so awesome. One song is better than the next. It's awesome. Regret not being there. Envy those in the audience, especially those near the stage. Yi Chen's musical talent really isn't something to sneeze at, especially when it comes to Chinese style. It's simply unrivaled. Soon, the live version of Lushu Moon was available on all major music platforms. The number of plays instantly exceeded 10 million, and the number of comments and downloads reached millions. The review section is clear and positive. When Yi Chen produces something, it's a masterpiece. He really never disappoints. The whole word rhymes. It's ing dangling. If Yi Chen were placed in ancient times, he'd be a proper poet. That's an awesome word to write. All the end words rhyme on rhyme. I've never seen such natural rhyming. It's a good thing it's not called interlude. A good one. Luzhou had to change its name to Noodles. All night long, netizens have been talking about this song. A very famous music blogger published a music review on Weibo, very professionally analyzing all aspects of Yi Chen's vocals, melodies, and lyrics. One female fan from the classics department of Imperial University even picked up the source of each lyric. Half a lifetime of fame is nothing but vanity. From Lu Yong's and changed the fame for a shallow singing. A road of smoky warblers and long grass. From the Tang poem grass grows and warblers fly in February day. The red pill by the bridge sighs the night is too long. From Jiang Kui's Nian Hong Yao, red pill by the bridge. Year after year, I know for whom I was born. A song of separation came from the Ubuntu, reminding people of the saying that drunkenly laughing and accompanying the king for 3,000 scenes. There is no need to complain about the separation. Pear blossom rain cool. Maybe the chemicalization of Tang Yan's rain hit pear blossom deep closed door. The line at that time it was only ordinary is clearly derived from Nalan Rongrua's at that time it was only ordinary. Almost every sentence, even every word, has allusions that are transformed from ancient poetry. After reading this analysis, the internet is even more shocked to the core. Is this how cultured people listen to songs? Nay, I am uneducated. A line of cattle prod goes all over the world. Yi Chen's literary skills are too deep, aren't they? Is there a more talented singer than him? You won't be able to understand Yi Chen's songs without some culture in the future. Please beg Yi Chen to hurry up and release an album and have a concert. The Weibo hot search was once again dominated by Yi Chen. Moon of Luzhou, rhyme fiend Yi Tatsu. Yi Chen is the first to create a new wind in China. One line, one poem. How horrible Yi Chen's musical talent is. Yang Mi swiped her microblogging and said to Yi Chen with a smile, Yi Chen, congratulations, you've written another great song. By the way, aren't you going to release an album and have a concert? Yi Chen nodded his head and said, the concert will wait until after the recording of the program. The album can start recording now. Record all those songs I've sung, and just add a few new songs at random. Yang Mi froze. How many albums are you going to do? 1. You're going to put every song you've ever sung on an album? It's such a waste, isn't it? Young Mimi said breathlessly. One hit and 2 or 3 gems on an album is considered high quality. Every song on your Celadon, Chilling, Lu Shu Moon, Fading Sorrows, and Materia Medica is a song that could be a hit. It's a waste to put it all on one album. Why don't we make a few more? You don't have to worry about not having enough songs. Big deal. I'll buy a few for you so you can make a few times more money. Yi Chen staggered. Or else you could be the boss. What a business mind. But let's forget it. It's a bit unethical to do that. Originally they were all songs that were sung once. It's already inappropriate to make a new album, but to make so many more. Isn't this cutting the leaks of the fans? The fans bought my album to support me. I can't do that to them. Yang Mi sighed. You have a point. You can't chill the fans. It's just too much of a waste. It's okay. It's just a couple songs. I can write better ones anytime. Yang Mi's head was filled with black lines. Alright, then you work hard for the next few days and we'll make the album as soon as possible. For the next 2 days, Yi Chen had been recording songs in the studio. At the same time, with the moon of Luzhou exploding all over the internet, the number of tourists in the noodles has also seen a surge, tripling in just 2 days. The leaders of the Interfax Tourism Board were stunned to see this data. They didn't think a song could make such an impact. The noodles do not have any fire out of the circle of tourist attractions. The existence of a relatively low, because the name is not good, also often trolled. However, Yi Chen's Luzhou Moon, the noodles in a second Luzhou, all of a sudden became a historical city with a deep cultural heritage. Internet users from all over the country have been running to travel to the noodles. Interfax has turned into a Netflix city overnight. If the last time, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth still only brought fire to the Forbidden City as a tourist attraction, then this time the Lushu Moon brought fire to the whole city of noodles. The leaders of the Interfax Tourism Bureau were all happy, ordering the major scenic spots to circulate the Moon of Luzhou as a way to attract foreign tourists. The Tourism Bureau's official microblogging site has been tweeting up a storm, desperately trying to rub off on Moon of Luzhou. In this case, out-of-town visitors are more than welcome. Seeing the Interfax's tourism business flourish, the leaders of other areas of Huizhou province cannot sit still. It's not a matter of not having a lot of people, but not having a lot of people. It is like a person who suddenly wins the lottery and becomes rich overnight. The people around him will definitely be unbalanced in their hearts. We are all from the same province. Why should we let the Interfax eat alone? So other areas of the tourism sector have also jumped out to rub it in, saying that what Luzhou is not Interfax. The entire Anhui province in ancient times were called Luzhou. So Moon of Luzhou is not exclusive to Interfax. It applies to all areas of Huizhou province, and tourists from all over the country are welcome to visit them. Now the leaders of the Interfax City Tourism Bureau were anxious, immediately held a high-level meeting, and finally unanimously decided to buy the copyright of Lushu Moon as the Interfax City publicity song. In order to show his sincerity, the director personally contacted Yi Chen and expressed his thoughts in earnest words. When he received the call, Yi Chen was in the car on his way to Mango Channel. He agreed painfully, and left it to the other party to talk to the company's copyright manager as far as royalties were concerned. Mango Channel headquarters, Singers Lounge. Several of the participating singers, including Yi Chen, were all present. The new installment of the show is finally on. Unlike the previous installments, there were some changes to the format in this installment. Chapter 91 Big Fish, Yi Chen PK Deng Ziki. Welcome to I'm a Singer aired under the title. At the front stage, the host, He Jiong, finished thanking the Golden Father and began to introduce the competition system of this episode. In the last program, Leap, Zhang Jia ranked at the bottom. Although Quan Jilong quit the show, the last place finisher, Zhang Jie, was eliminated according to the show's rules. There are now 6 people left: Yi Chen, Lu Huan, Han Hong, Tang Gear, Deng Ziki, and Zhang Xiaohan, who have come to the 6-in-3 session early. This issue is a PK match. 6 people divided into 3 groups, 2x2 PK. The loser walks away, and in the end only 3 people can stay. Alright, next, please ask the 6 players to choose their opponents by drawing lots. Singers Lounge. The staff held up an opaque cardboard box containing ping pong balls with the names of anime characters. Each of the 6 grabbed a random one from it. Conan? Yi Chen's ping pong ball says Death Pupil. Whoa, mine is Ran. Yi Chen, the 2 of us are a pair A. Deng Ziki cheered excitedly, then realized something was wrong and looked at He Jiong, asking nervously, Mr. He, the opponent I'm going to PK wouldn't be Yi Chen, would it? Sadly, yes. A hint of sympathy passed through He Jiong's eyes. Don't. God, I'm too unlucky. Ziki held her head in her hands and almost collapsed. If it was against someone else, she'd have some chance of winning, but piking with Yi Chen, she didn't stand a chance of winning at all. okay? Ha ha ha, dang Ziki is so miserable. Dang Ziki was too unlucky to run into this devil Yi Chen. Sympathize with Ziggy for a second. What's the point of this comparison? Dang Ziki, just admit defeat. Poor Ziki. Success is also Yi Chen. Defeat is also Yi Chen. The netizens in the live chat room sympathized with Dang Ziki. Even her fans are getting their hopes up, just hoping she doesn't lose too badly. Zhang Xiaohan palpitated and patted her chest. Luckily it wasn't her. Lu Huan and Han Hong and Tangier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to PK with the great demon king Yi Chen either. When they first arrived, they were all running for the title. Now, I don't dare to think about the championship, but a runner-up would be good. I only prayed that I wouldn't be abused too badly by Yi Chen. The results of the draw came out quickly. Yi Chen vs. Tang Ziki, Lu Huan vs. Han Hong, and Tangier vs. Zhang Xiaohan. Alright, the match will officially start next. The first group to go on stage is Tengel and Zhang Xiaohan. Singer's Lounge. Zhang Xiaohan humbly said, Mr. Tengel, you go first. No problem. I'll go first. Tengel didn't bother with her either. This situation is usually more dominated by post-singing. But who made him a man and a senior? Tengel came onto the stage, and as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Strong in every wandering loneliness. Every time, even when I'm hurt, I don't flash tears. I know I've always had invisible wings. Tengel actually covered Zhang Xiaohan's invisible wings, but the arrangement was done in a completely new way. Po ha 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 ha. Is Mr. Tengel here to be funny? It's an invisible propeller. No, this is Wings of Steel. Zhang Xiaohan sings about a helpless bird, and Tang is a well-fed eagle skulking around blindly. Tang's song is like driving a 120-yard jeep over the prairie, but with square wheels. The netizens in the live stream doubled over with laughter. In the Singer's Lounge, Yi Chen and the others were all laughing as well, and Dang Ziki was even bouncing and jumping along. Zhang Xiaohan's face was that wonderful. She felt as if her wings had been broken. The originally tense and depressing atmosphere was lightened by Tengel. Zhang Xiaohan sang Aurora, which is also her masterpiece, and managed to trigger a wave of memories. Everyone suddenly felt that there was still hope for Zhang Xiaohan, because that Tengel song is so hokey, it's like singing along at a karaoke bar. He clearly doesn't care about placing anymore, but is enjoying the stage. A bit of an old codger that way. However, when the voting results came out, the crowd all sighed. Tengel, 256 votes. Zhang Xiaohan, 244 votes. Tengel for the win. Zhang Xiaohan want to cry without tears. Lost even so, the key to defeat her Tanger actually magic changed her famous song. She had a real mix of emotions in her mind. Next up was Lu Huan and Han Hong, who were neck and neck and both pulled out the stops. In the end, Lu Huan narrowly won by 2 votes, and Han Hong regretted her exit. The next group of singers to go on stage for PK is Yi Chen and Dang Ziki. Hearing He Jiong read his name, Yi Chen and Dang Ziki stood up at the same time. I'll go first. Yi Chen patted Dang Ziki's shoulder and made her sit down again. Thanks. Dang Ziki's heart warmed, knowing that Yi Chen was deliberately letting her. Come on, it's finally time for Yi Chen to take the stage. I wonder what song Yi Chen will sing this time. He's going to win anyway, no matter what song he sings. It would be nice to have another new song. Oh, you want another peach to eat. On stage, the lights come on. It was then that everyone saw a piano set up right in the middle of the stage. Yi Chen took a seat in front of the piano, his slender 10 fingers stroking and jumping on the black and white keys. A string of smooth and melodic piano sounds lazily, undulating like the waves of the sea. The big screen in the back lit up and information about the song appeared. Walleye, lyrics, Yi Chen, composer, Yi Chen, sings, Yi Chen. Then a scene of animated clips began to play, which was the promotional video for the movie Big Fish Begonia. This movie is coming out tomorrow. Before he came, Yi Chen had already told director Liang Xian that he was going to sing Big Fish on the stage of I Am a Singer and show the movie's promo for Big Fish Begonia. After all, he's going to get 1% of the movie's box office, and the higher the box office, the more he makes, and helping to promote the movie is helping himself again. Liang Xian of course agreed in a million ways. This would even save on publicity costs. Hong Tao and the director of Mango Channel also acquiesced to Yi Chen's approach. The revenue that Yi Chen had created for them had far exceeded this publicity fee, so consider it a favor to him. Big Fish? So that's the theme song Yi Chen was talking about in Looking Forward. I'd like to hear if it's really better than The Whale Who Became an Island. Looking at the picture quality of the promo, it seems good. Quiet. Be quiet and listen to the song, accompanied by the movie's promo. Yi Chen opened his mouth and sang while playing the piano. The waves are silent and drown the night deeply, roaming over the corners of the sky's end. Big fish swimming through the cracks of the dream world, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. When the song came together, everyone was stunned, as if their hearts had been struck by something. Chapter 92 Sirens Chant. Divine Scene. To see the color of the sea and the sky, to hear the wind and the rain. Hold your hand and blow away the smoke. The wings of the big fish have been too vast. I loosen the cords of time. On the stage, Yi Chen's eyes were slightly closed as he chanted with concentration and devotion. As with Red Velvet and the whale who turned into a lonely island, he still uses female vocals. The voice is ethereal and ethereal, as if from a distant sky, from another mysterious world. Every lyric, every melody is filled with heartfelt emotion. The minds of the crowd all seemed to follow the slight tremor of his voice and flew to the world of the movie, especially when they heard the line, "Hold your son's hand and blow away the smoke." Everyone's heartstrings trembled. Yi Chen's singing voice was like a gentle breeze in rain, with a kind of silent charm. Afraid you'll fly away. Afraid you'll leave me. More than anything, I'm afraid you'll stay here forever. Every tear is flowing toward you, backflow into the bottom of the sky. The beauty of the song echoed through the studio and haunted everyone's mind. The crowd's thoughts were firmly entangled in the song, and their brains were all filled with Yi Chen's song, and a scene from the movie. At the scene, many people were red-eyed and silently shedding tears, even the men. I'm a Singer has a professional audience that specializes in clapping and crying. The director was also willing to give them more footage to sidestep the singers. More times than not, viewers are inevitably a little turned off by the fake and exaggerated crying of the professional audience members. Obviously a very average song, also cried tears of joy, and it looks like it was acted. But Yi Chen's song was different. His song was infectious and very tearful. It was really sung to the hearts of the audience. That's why the crowd was so genuine that they didn't have to brew their emotions. The tears just flowed on their own. The netizens in the live stream were also wiping their tears. The phrase "afraid that you will fly away," "afraid that you will leave me," and even more "afraid that you will stay here forever." Even more people completely broke in defense, as if the heart was stabbed with a knife. Singers Lounge. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan both cried into tears, and the two used up a box of tissues. Alas, another new song. Lu Huan sighed. This kid is treating I'm a Singer as his new song launch. Tenger laughed. One new song in one issue. Based on that alone he's already won. There's never been a singer this good in the Chinese music scene. Yes, good voice, good singing, creative talent. All these singles are not rare, but put them into one person. It's so rare that not even one of them will come out in 100 years. Han Hong could have just walked out after being eliminated, but stayed on to see Yi Chen's performance. Zhang Xiaohan remembered a rumor on the internet and said, "There's a prophecy circulating on the internet that a legendary superstar will emerge from inner entertainment in 2023. It can't be Yi Chen, right?" When she said that, the netizens all thought about it, and they all thought she had a point. As of now, there was no one more suitable than Yi Chen. At the front desk, Yi Chen's song continued. To see you fly away, to see you walk away from me, so you were born into the sky. Every tear is flowing toward you. Reverse the flow back to the original encounter. Just when everyone thought the song was over, the shocking high-energy moment really hit. At the end of the song, Yi Chen's pitch went straight up 2 keys for a minute-long chant. Swish! The chant ran through the crowd like an electric current, and all of them couldn't help but get goosebumps as their scalps tingled. It's even more hypnotizing when paired with the on-screen image of the big fish going away and disappearing into the sea. At this moment even the most hard-hearted person could not control his tears. When the chant ended, Yi Chen bowed slightly and turned to leave the stage. After a while, everyone then realized the song was over and snapped out of their shock. Wow! The applause exploded, like a wave of rising seawater, shaking people's brains. The singers in the Singers Lounge, the staff backstage, and the netizens in front of the screen all spontaneously stood up and clapped their hands vigorously. The applause went on for a full 2 minutes and still didn't stop. He Jeong tried to speak several times, but was interrupted by applause. Finally, seeing that time was running out, he had to stiffly signal the crowd to stop clapping. The applause then died down. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with dense pop-ups. It's good. It's so damn good. When that last chant came out, my goosebumps swished up and my whole body went silly. When you listen to Yi Chen's songs again in the future, don't go through the process. Just cry first. Demon. Yi Chen is simply a demon. I finally realize why humans are compelled by the siren song. Who resists the song? A man who even breathes well between songs. For that song, the movie can't be worse. I'm also going to see Begonia the Great Fish in order to hear this song again. Yi Chen returned to the lounge and everyone immediately gave him a standing ovation and compliments. Deng Ziqi was still immersed in that sad atmosphere. So much so that He Jeong didn't hear her name being called. Please welcome the last singer of the show. Deng Ziqi. He Jeong repeated it again. Zhang Xiaohan touched Deng Ziqi and reminded, Ziggy, it's your turn. Ha! Deng Ziqi woke up as if in a dream, then remembered that she was here to compete and it was her turn to sing next. She said bitterly, wanting to cry, if I had known this, I might as well have gone first. Now I don't even have the courage to go on stage. Come on, Just be yourself and don't give yourself any regrets. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Alas, Deng Ziki sighed. The conductor urged again. She did not dare to delay. Makeup or crying and cannot make up. Hard on the stage. Then, I can't believe she forgot what song she was going to sing. It's hard to get up and sing stumbling. And it's not too much of a stretch to say it's a car crash scene. Even she didn't know how she finished the song. The song was sung and then fled the stage in a hurry. The whole time, it was like she was sleepwalking in a daze. No one laughed at her, because the audience reacted in much the same way as she did. They didn't even notice she was on stage, and they didn't listen to a word of the song she was singing. They are still emotionally immersed in Big Fish and haven't come out of it. Yi Chen's chant played over and over again on a loop in their ears and minds. So much so that they didn't feel much of anything when Deng Ziki was all done singing. Why isn't Ziki Deng on stage yet? Fall asleep. Duncan Ziggy is done singing. What? Finished singing? When was that? What was she singing? How come I didn't hear a word of it? Forget it doesn't matter. She's going to lose anyway. The voting ended and Ho Zhang announced the votes for both men. Yi Chen, 438 votes. Ziggy Deng, 62 votes. Seeing this result, everyone sucked in a straight breath. The difference is too great. Yi Chen's vote count was exactly 7 times that of Deng Ziki. Deng Ziki didn't feel sad and lost. Instead she was relieved and a stone in her heart fell to the ground. Fans have taken to the airwaves to comfort her. Ziggy, don't cry. You're the best. Losing to Yi Chen, well, no shame. It's not that Ziki's strength isn't good. It's really that Yi Chen is so heaven-defying that anyone who touches him has to lose. Yi Chen really never loses. Not everyone can lose to Yi Chen. It's an honor to lose to him. Others who want to lose aren't qualified to do so now. Chapter 93, A Song Brings a Movie to Life. After recording the program, Deng Ziki complains that Yi Chen made her lose too much and pesters Yi Chen to buy her dinner. Yi Chen simply invited everyone to eat together. I had a little too much to drink that night, and when I got back to the hotel I hugged the toilet and threw up half the night. Yang Chaodue was always around to take care of him. Even the vomit on his clothes was washed by her hands. The two stayed at the hotel overnight before heading back to the Empire the next day. Brother, I want to take a vacation from you. When they parted at the airport, Yang Chaozue stammered. Anything? Yi Chen looked at her ugly face and guessed that she had encountered something difficult. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't been home in a long time and I wanted to go home. Yang Chaoyue's eyes were red and she was obviously trying to hide her emotions. She didn't want to say, so Yi Chen didn't ask much. Okay, then go home and visit, and come back whenever you feel like it. Thank you, brother. Brother, I think. Seeing her preoccupied and wanting to speak, Yi Chen finally couldn't help but ask, just tell me what you have to say. Are you in some kind of trouble? Yang Chaoyue cried out with a wow, crying as she did so. My father is sick and urgently needs a sum of money for an operation, but I don't have so much money. Brother, can you lend me some money? Don't worry, I will work hard and pay you back as soon as possible. Yi Chen interrupted her. How much do you want? Yang Chaoyue froze, then said, 100,000. Give me the card number and I'll transfer it to you. Yi Chen said and pulled out his cell phone. He still had some savings in his card. Yang Chaoyue didn't expect Yi Chen to be so quick, and hurriedly sent the card number over. Yi Chen transferred the money to her card on the spot. Looking at that long string of numbers, Yang Chaoyue's nose was sore, and her tears flowed like an unscrewed faucet. Brother, you're so good to me. I'll repay you even as a cow in this life. Who asked you to work for me? Yi Chen cried and laughed. You're only paid 5,000 a month. When will you be able to save up $100,000? Yang Chaoyue was stunned and said with a steely gaze, I'll try to make money. It's no use just trying. There are plenty of people in this world who try. Are they all rich? You're only ever going to make so much money if you spend your whole life as an assistant answering phones, ordering food, and carrying bags. Yi Chen followed the advice. Chao Wei, you don't want your father to suffer in the countryside, do you? You're in good shape. You could totally come out as a star. Yang Chaozue mumbled, but I don't know anything. Do you think those stars can do everything? They can't sing, they can't act, and they still make $8 million a day? As long as you're willing, leave the rest to me. I'm confident that I can make you a hit. If you don't even trust yourself, I couldn't grab your hand if I tried to pull it. After a moment of silence, Yang Chaozue nodded heavily. Brother, I understand, and I'm willing to give it a try. Good, then I'll tell Sister Honey that you'll start training when you get back. Even though I said I'd help you, you can't really know nothing. You still need to practice the basics. Yi Chen's Big Fish exploded all over the internet, and several hot searches were about him. Yi Chen's new song Big Fish. Is Yi Chen a siren? Yi Chen once again contributes to the divine scene. Deng Ziki won't cry. Big Fish Begonia. Even the movie Big Fish Begonia is on the hot seat. Many people said they were going to see the movie as well in order to hear Yi Chen's Big Fish again. Even Young Mi bought 2 movie tickets to Big Fish Begonia. After dinner, the idle and bored Yang Mi dragged Yi Chen to a nearby movie theater. Once inside the lobby of the theater, both men were stunned. The large theater was packed, bustling with people, each rubbing their shoulders. Upon closer inspection, all of these people are here for Big Fish Begonia. Long lines formed in front of ticket counters and self-service ticket machines. It's hard to believe that all these people came to see an animated movie. Luckily, Yi Chen and Yang Mi were heavily armed, with hats and masks, wrapped tightly, and no one recognized them. After waiting in line for half a day, it was hard to get the tickets. Yi Chen and Yang Mi waited for a while and lined up to enter the theater after the ticket check started. To avoid being recognized, the two were seated in the last row. The movie theater was packed to the rafters, and it was swarming with people. After the credits, the movie begins. Halfway through the movie, sobs followed one another in the dimly lit theater. Many viewers, especially girls, wiped tears from their eyes while watching. Yang Mi's eyes were teary, trying to control her emotions. Cry if you want to. Yi Chen came to her ear and whispered, "Who's crying?" Yang Mi showed off. "I'm not as fragile as you think." She was at least Yi Chen's boss. How could she cry in front of him? Don't you want to lose face? As the movie progresses, however, the plot gets more and more tear-jerking. When she saw the big fish sink to the bottom of the sea, Yang Mi finally couldn't hold it any longer, and her tears barred down like beads on a broken string. "Here, wipe it off." Yi Chen pulled out the tissues he had prepared long ago. "Thanks, I can't tell. You're quite attentive." Yang Mi took the tissues and wiped one after the other. "I was going to use it on the toilet, but I didn't use it." The movie ended with the theme song Big Fish sung by Yi Chen playing leisurely. The waves are silent and drown the night deeply, roaming over the corners of the sky's end. Big fish swimming through the cracks of the dream world, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. With the movie on top of it, the song's killing power has gone up several notches. Although I had heard it once before and had already prepared myself mentally, when the song started, everyone couldn't help but break down in tears. Some people who had never watched I'm a Singer and heard the song for the first time were sobbing so hard they couldn't stop themselves. What's the name of this song? It's so good. Village Pass Network? You haven't even heard of Yi Chen's Big Fish? I came to see this movie just to hear this song, and I didn't expect the movie to be good. I regret coming to the movies. Isn't this just looking for abuse? Oh, where does it sound good? The voice is breathless. The rhythm can't keep up. The pronunciation is not standardized, and it's out of tune. This is the difference between me and this singer. The movie was over, but the audience was still sitting in their seats, unwilling to leave, just to hear Yi Chen's song. A sad and depressing atmosphere filled the theater. Yang Mi's tears that she had just wiped dry flowed down again, and finally she simply leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder. "Honey, that's not good, is it?" "What? It's all your fault. Your song made me cry. I can't even borrow your shoulder to lean on?" "Okay is okay, just be careful you don't rub your nose on my clothes." "Ah!" Yi Chen screamed in pain as Yang Mi twisted his waist. Seeing the people in the movie room look back at them, the two of them quickly ran away in embarrassment. When she got home, Janome asked with concern, "Does your back still hurt? What do you think?" Yi Chen gave her a blank look. "I'm sorry, I was a little heavy-handed. Who told you to bury me?" Yang Mi softened her heart and said, "I'll see if it's serious." "It's okay, no need. Better let me take a look. It's not a good idea to hurt your back at a young age." Chapter 94 Box Office Sizzles. Album goes online. Yi Chen said nicely. Yang Mi just wouldn't listen, and finally gave him some medicine to rub on his waist before giving up. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his bedroom and turned on his computer to update Ghost Blown Light. Tomb Raider notes. He's been busy lately and hasn't updated either novel much. Tapped into the comments section and scanned it. All hyped up. Fast shifts. Sleepless nights. Cam. That's all. Who are you looking down on? Author. I advise you not to be ungrateful and hurry up and give me a raise. Every chapter is jammed to the point where it cuts to the bone, and I'll be damned if I can convince you to jam. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Would you die if you didn't, Kevin? One day with a sword in my hand, I'll kill all the chapter-breaking dogs in the world. Yi Chen shivered in fear. This session's readers were too cranky. He immediately updated tens of thousands of words and finished writing the first part of Ghost Blown Light, the ancient city of Jingjie, and the first part of Tomb Raider's notebook, the 7-star Ruang Palace. Readers are getting all excited. Asterisk 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 actually updated. So many word updates at once. Power to you. Has the author finally remembered his account password? Ha ha ha. This is finally enough for me to watch for a while. Roll up. Don't stop. Keep popping. His cell phone beeped. Yi Chen picked it up and saw that I'm Not a Fox had sent him a Weiwei message. He's been too busy to contact I'm Not a Fox lately, and he hasn't been contacted either. On. What's the big star? Busy? Yi Chen typed a reply. Just about to go to sleep. Why haven't you contacted me lately? Did you become a star and forget about me as a friend? Angry. JPG. How come? I've been too busy lately. I've been rushing around catching announcements. Yang Mi doesn't act like a human being. She's using me like a cow or a horse. Yi-Chen spat out his bitterness to I am not a fox. A few meters away in another room, Yang Mi clenched her pink fists in anger. If it wasn't for the fear of her identity being exposed, she would have wanted to immediately rush to Yi-Chen's house and beat him up violently. The world is so wonderful and I'm so cranky. It's not good. It's not good. Yang Mi managed to suppress the anger in her heart and continued typing. You really don't know what's good for you. That's Yang Mi. Do you know how many people want to live with her but don't have the chance? By the way, how is it going with her? Has there been some sort of hyper-friendship going on? Yi-Chen sent a speechless emoji. No, it's still the same as before. I think you're overthinking it. She should just treat me like a regular employee. Yang Mi was exasperated and laughed, thinking before replying. Convinced? You're really a straight man of steel. Her company is full of employees, and it's not like there aren't any good-looking male artists. So how come she won't let anyone else stay at her house? Isn't it obvious that he's interested in you? Alas, you're not good at giving you chances. Do you still want to wait for her to take the initiative to confess to you? Can't you be a big man and take the initiative? Yi-Chen, then what do you think I should do? You can pretend to be drunk, or pretend to walk into the wrong room at night. Yang Mi's cheeks burned, and even she felt embarrassed. Yi-Chen, when you say that, I remember. When I went to the bathroom just now, I noticed that her bedroom was left open. Yang Mi thought to herself, you finally noticed. Then why are you still standing there? This is clearly a deliberate attempt to leave the door open for you. If you can't grasp such a good opportunity, I'll look down on you. Why don't I try? Come on, don't be a wimp. Ali gives. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm suddenly full of motivation. Without further ado, I'm on my way. Seeing this reply, Yang Mi's heart thumped wildly. Seems a little overplayed. What should she do if Yi-Chen really came over? Hearing footsteps coming from outside the door, Yang Mi scrambled to put down her cell phone and nervously covered her head with the quilt. The footsteps came closer and closer, finally stopping outside her bedroom door. Yang Mi was as anxious as a second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. After waiting for half a day and not seeing any movement, sleepiness struck and Yang Mi unknowingly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yang Mi opened her eyes and looked at the empty space around her and couldn't help but curse under her breath. How useless. During the meal, Yi-Chen realized that Yang Mi was looking at herself strangely, like a whiny woman. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? Yi-Chen thought sheepishly. Could it be that she heard my footsteps last night? Luckily, I didn't go in. It's okay. Yang Mi remembered something and faintly said, let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time there was a scholar who sheltered from the rain in a broken temple with a girl. Yang Mi told Yi-Chen a story of beasts and beasts of burden. Yi-Chen listened in a plausible way, not understanding why she was talking about this. Just after dinner, he received a call from Liang Xian. Liang Xian's tone was very excited, excitedly saying a bunch of things and thanking Yi-Chen profusely. The first day box office for Big Fish and Begonia came out at over $30 million, far exceeding his expectations. The next day at the box office, over $40 million. On the third day, more than $50 million. It took a week for the box office to start falling back, grossing $230 million in its first week. The total box office is expected to reach $800 million to $1 billion. That means Yi-Chen will probably get 8 to 10 million. This wave is Qin Shi Huang touching the electric gate and winning hemp. Meanwhile, the beginning is now available on Penguin Video. 2 episodes are shown on the first day, then 4 episodes per week thereafter, with 2 more episodes available to members. The word of mouth is pretty good, with high ratings from the internet. I didn't realize the quality of the Netflix series was so high. It's been a long time since I've watched a drama that burned my brain like this. It feels good to have your intellect respected. Free and suspenseful throughout. Highly recommended. The writer of this drama is actually named Yi-Chen. Is it the Yi-Chen I'm thinking of? I don't think so, right? Yi-Chen is just a singer. How could he possibly write a script? I'm sure it's just the same name. Yi-Chen's name sucks. Ha ha ha. So many web novels have male protagonists named Yi-Chen. I really don't understand what's so great about this name. Is there a possibility that the author was just too lazy to name it? Yi-Chen has been busy recording the album. A few days later, the album was finally recorded. A total of 50 million copies, 70% of which are on sale on online platforms, and another 30% are retailed in major first-tier cities in places such as audiovisual stores and newsstands. Yi-Chen sent out a tweet announcing the release of the album. What? Yi-Chen's album is on sale to the public? Cam. It's actually a physical album. I thought it was digital. Physical albums are long gone, aren't they? And does anyone still buy them? I heard that most of Yi-Chen's albums are old songs that he sang. Isn't this a money scam? Oh, whoever wants to buy it, I'm not buying it anyway. Little cute. Only then will I buy it. Listening to it online isn't the same. Why spend this wasted money? Yi Chen, this is floating. Clearly cut fans leaks. In order to make money face or not. Everyone do not buy. Yes, boycott Yi Chen's album. Chapter 95 sells well. Worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Yi Chen, something's not right. How come the internet is full of news about boycotting your album? Seeing the comments online, Yang Ni panicked a bit. The situation was different from what she had expected. She had thought that Yi Chen's album would be insanely popular, but it turned out to be unexpectedly cold. Take it easy, let the bullets fly for a while. Yi Chen couldn't figure out what was going on here. It shouldn't be according to reason. Yang Ni guessed, could it be that Flower Dusty Whisper is behind this? Achoo! Blossom Dusty sneezed. He also saw the news of Yi Chen's album being boycotted and laughed his ass off. Agent Baekjae asked suspiciously, Blossom, you didn't do this, did you? No, I didn't even know he was releasing an album. Hua Dusty laughed. If you ask me, Yi Chen is just suffering from the backlash of his fans. He overestimated his influence and the loyalty of his fans to him. It's usually easy to shout slogans online, but albums cost real money, and that's the only time you can tell if you're real or not. Don't look at Yi Chen's popularity being so high right now. It's just a false high and can't stand up to the market test. Just watch. It won't take more than a few days for Yi Chen to get cold. As fast as he got red, he got cold. He was nothing but a flash in the pan. At 10 o'clock that night, Yi Chen's album was officially launched on the online platform. Seconds later, the album surpassed 1 million purchases, followed by 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. An hour later, album sales passed 10 million, followed by 20 million, 30 million. In a little over 3 hours, all 35 million albums were sold out. For that matter, there are still many people with slow hands who didn't grab it and have run to the internet to complain about it. I can't even open a page of the site. It keeps showing that the system has crashed and is under maintenance. Me too. There should be too many people. The ticketing platform crashed, and by the time the system was maintained, the tickets were all taken. What happened to the promise that no one would buy? A bunch of old sixes. In order to steal Yi Chen's album, they've even used the 36 stratagems. The Jianghu is treacherous. The hearts of people are treacherous. The most basic trust between people is gone. The mouth says no, but the body is honest. The netizens who grabbed the album were like treasures, showing it off everywhere on the internet. Those who didn't grab it ran to Yi Chen's Weibo and complained, begging him to put more on sale. Others offered triple the high price for Yi Chen's album, yet no one sold it at all. Kidding aside, this is Yi Chen's debut album, containing all of his classic songs so far. Cootie, all know how valuable the collection is. When it's 20 years from now, you might be able to trade for a sweet. Yi Chen's Weibo comment section was blasted by fans. He had to send out a tweet telling them that 15 million more albums were on sale offline in video stores and newsstands. As a result, all of those fans ran to the nearby video stores and newsstands at the first opportunity. A strange sight was seen in the major cities. Long lines formed outside almost every video store and newsstand. Originally, audiovisual stores and newsstands were almost eliminated by the Times, and many of them have closed down in recent years, and those that remain are just struggling to survive. Yet Yi Chen's albums have made them hot again. Seemingly back a decade or two ago, the video stores and newsstands that bought Yi Chen's albums all made a fortune. In just one day you made what you would normally make in a year. A day later, all 15 million albums sold offline were also sold out. 50 million albums, all sold out in one day. The netizens were all stunned. The singers, and the record labels, and the music companies were more than shocked. This sale is just amazing. Even at the height of the physical album's popularity, the highest sales were just over 40 million. That's still the album of the little heavenly king Jo Jielun. Other singers can sell 10 or 20 million would be good. That said, in this life, Jo Jielun is missing a lot of classic songs, such as Changhua Porcelain, Materia Medica, and so on, and actually still have a status no less than in his previous life, so it can be seen how strong he is. In 10 years, no one has ever broken his record, including himself. However, now, this record that had been held for 10 years was broken by Yi Chen. Still, with physical albums on the verge of being eliminated from the market, the crowd couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chen's truly terrifying strength. Yi Chen was on several hot searches at once. Yi Chen's album sold 50 million copies. Ye Chen breaks Chow's highest record. Ye Chen makes another miracle. Album sales set a record. Have you grabbed Yi Chen's album yet? Historic moment in Chinese music. A new generation of music stars is born. Many media outlets used the term Heavenly King to refer to Yi Chen when reporting on this event. For a while, Yi Chen was in the limelight, vaguely already having the beginnings of surpassing Jo Jielun, and was hailed as another talented superstar after Jo Dong. Those singers' eyes were red with envy. Especially Hua Dusty Language was so angry that she jumped to her feet. Yi Chen's microblog followers had risen to 80 million and were continuing to rise, and it wouldn't be long before they would break through 100 million, because the album is mostly oldies. It's priced relatively low at $30 a pop. 50 million tickets is $1. 5 billion. And after production costs, distribution costs, and a cut to the ticketing platforms, the net profit is $900 million. Most of this money went into Joshing World's company account, and according to the contract, Yi Chen would get 30%, or $270 million. He is also a shareholder in the company, and the more the company makes, the more his year-end dividend will be. Of course, all of that money is taxed, but it's over $100 million in after-tax income. Accidentally accomplished a small goal and became a successful person worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Honestly, Yi Chen felt like he was dreaming. Even happier than him was Youngmi. Since the establishment of Joshing World, it has never made so much money. With this strong capital, she would be able to let go and go big, and even have a chance to break bread with giants such as Hui. Youngmi has already made up her mind to expand the company as soon as the money arrives. Previously, Joshing World was only an agency and rarely engaged in film and television production. 3 Lives, 3 Worlds was co-invested with others, and Joshing invested very little money. The beginning can only be considered a minor hit. Now Youngmi intends to play big. She bought dozens of scripts in one go. Considering that Yi Chen could write scripts, Youngmi trusted his vision and asked him to help pick one. Yi Chen looked at the electronic file of scripts sent by Youngmi and skimmed through them at a glance, picking out several scripts in one breath. White Knight Chase, Soul Pendulum, Hidden Corners, Heartless Mage, Aftermath, Ceto, Chapter 96, Tomb Raider, 10 Years on Earth. It seems like all you pick are Netflix shows. Youngmi flipped through the few scripts Yi Chen had picked. Netflix is less costly, less risky, and best suited for film and TV production companies like ours that are just starting out, not only to make money, but also to gain experience. Yi Chen patiently explained. When enough money and experience is accumulated, the next step will be for us to invest in TV dramas, and even movies are not out of the question. I can't tell. You're quite the businessman. Youngmi laughed. You're sure these scripts are okay, right? You still don't believe in my vision? Okay, then I'll believe you for once. Youngmi thought of something else and said with a sigh, it's a pity that I can't contact the author of Ghost Blown Light and Tomb Raider's notes. Otherwise I would have bought the movie and TV rights of these 2 novels as well. Yi Chen was stunned. How do you know about these 2 novels? Old-fashioned, right? These 2 novels have been very hot lately, creating a new genre of tomb raiding streams. There are no tomb robbing movies and TV dramas on the market yet, so if we can buy the rights to these 2 works, we will definitely make a solid profit. As far as I know, many movie and television companies are now rushing to buy the rights to these 2 novels, but those 2 authors are so mysterious that no one has contacted them so far. Yi Chen was a little surprised in his heart, not expecting his book to be so popular. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to ask, how much are you going to pay in royalties? Youngmi froze for a moment and said, a little over $2 million each, I think. Only this much? Quite a lot. Both books have only been updated for 1, and we don't know what the quality is going to be like later. What if it sucks? That's impossible. Yi Chen categorically said. Ghost Blowing Lamp and Tomb Raider's notes are 8 parts each, and the latter one is more exciting than the other. Youngmi gave Yi Chen a surprised look and asked suspiciously, how do you know so much about it? Talking like you're the author. Would you believe me if I said that I know the authors of these 2 books? Really? Youngmi was taken aback. Fool you for what? How's your relationship with the 2 of them? It's great. They're my inseparable best friends. Grew up together and are as good as one another. Yi Chen took the opportunity to say, if you don't believe me, I can prove myself. Prove it how? I'll help you get the rights for these 2 books, but you'll have to raise the royalties upwards. After all, they're my friends. I can't let them suffer, can I? Youngmi saw Yi Chen swearing, and will believe it. Fine. Go ahead and give it a try. There's nothing to lose if it doesn't work anyway. I'd like to see if you're telling the truth. You don't have to worry about the royalties, more than 10 million per book, a total of 20 million after tax for the 2 books. This is already the highest price I can give, and it's still on your honor. Yi Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly said, thanks sister honey. Why don't you have someone print out the contract, and I'll take it and contact them right away. No problem. Youngmi always felt something was wrong. Yi Chen took the printed contract, went to the mall near the company for half a day, and finally saw that the time was almost up, signed the contract and went back to the company. Honey, it's done. Yi Chen handed the signed contract to Youngmi. That fast? Youngmi was surprised. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so efficient. After carefully reading the contract and making sure there were no problems, Youngmi then believed Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen with a smile on his brow, Youngmi couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Yi Chen, those 2 friends of yours, they can't be yourself. right? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Honey, you're such a joker. Don't you know what I'm doing every day? How can I have time to write a novel when I'm participating in a variety show and recording an album? Besides, I don't know how. And it can't be that I'm the author of both books, can it? Yangmi felt that she did overthink it and laughed embarrassedly. I'm just saying it off the top of my head, and you're taking it seriously. Then if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. And don't forget to ask the finance to call in the money. It didn't take long before $20 million of after-tax income was credited to Yi Chen's bank card. In the evening, Yi Chen, who was in a good mood, took the initiative to invite Yangmi for dinner. Yo, the sun has come out of the west today. Why did you remember to invite me to dinner? I just wanted to thank you properly. Yi Chen chuckled as he gave Yangmi some food. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been worth hundreds of millions of dollars in such a short period of time. Humph, still you have a conscience. Yangmi asked as she ate. Which do you think is a better adaptation of Ghostbusters or Tomb Raider? Yi Chen thought about it and said seriously, Ghost Blown Light is suitable for a movie adaptation, and Tomb Raider is more suitable for a Netflix adaptation. So I suggest you start with Thief's Pen. That's what I thought. So let's shoot the 7-star Ruan Palace first. Yangmi smiled sweetly. Yi Chen, are you interested in acting? Acting? Yi Chen was stunned. Forget it, I don't know how. You can learn if you don't know how. I think there's a character in Tomb Raider that suits you. Who? Little brother Zhang Qiling. Yangmi seriously said. Your appearance is quite suitable for Zhang Qiling, and Zhang Qiling doesn't have many lines, and the requirement for acting skills isn't too high, so you just need to put on a stinky face and play handsome and cool. Hearing her say that, Yi Chen was really a bit moved. It's fun to make the occasional cameo and get over it. Shall I try? Okay, then I'll ask the director to save the role for you. On one condition. Yangmi laughed. You'll have to write a theme song for Tomb Raider. Dang, so you just caught me wool gathering all by myself. Ha, I won't do it. $10 million for the movie plus the theme song. No problem, I'll write the theme song tonight. That night, Yi Chen sent the theme song to Yangmi. 10 Years on Earth? Yangmi read through the lyrics and couldn't quite make sense of them, but since Yi Chen wrote them, there must be no problem. Anyway, a mindless shout-out of 6666 is all that's needed. The next day, Yi Chen went to the studio to record 10 Years on Earth. On the way back, Yangmi asked, Yi Chen, the final of the last installment of I Am a Singer is about to start. Have you thought about who you're going to ask to be the backup singers? The final installment of I'm a Singer takes a chorus format, where each singer gets to have a guest vocalist. Well, it's been communicated to the program. Can you reveal who you invited? Janmi asked nosily. I've asked to keep it a secret for now, but anyway, it's a superstar you'd never expect. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. Can't even tell me? Honey, I signed a non-disclosure agreement. Don't give me a hard time. Che, don't talk about it. I can't believe I can't guess. The one you invited must be Zhou Jieluan, or else Lu Tianwang, the god of song Zhang Shuahav. Chapter 97, The Finals begins. Opening King Bombing. 3 days later, the final installment of I Am a Singer finally came to a finale. Long before that, the netizens knew the format of the finals. The showrunners have been tight-lipped about the 3 mysterious helpers. This has become the final installment of the show. Netizens have guessed who Yi Chen, Lu Huan and Tang Gear asked to help sing. Will Yi Chen invite Deng Ziki? Or it could be young Mimi. Come on, pull back. Invite Yangmi, that's not a lost cause? If only we could get Chao to come. I wish I could invite Lu Tianwang, or Zhang Sin Nemesis Hakyao as well. Mango Headquarters Building. Yi Chen, Lu Huan, and Tang Gear had all arrived. Unlike in the past, this time the program prepared a separate lounge for each of them. Another person in Lu Huan and Tenjil's house was the guest vocalist they had hired to help them. But the helpers had masks on their faces, so you couldn't tell who they were. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was alone in his house. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. Where's Yi Chen's guest vocalist? Shouldn't be late? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The competition is about to start. Yi Chen's helpers actually haven't come yet. Play na? What's the situation? Was there an accident? The crew really knows how to whet people's appetites, and they don't feel good about not living a full day. Mango's ancestral craft now, always giving a whole new twist. Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, Han Hong, Zhang Jia, they all came to the scene as well, but as professional judges. This time, in addition to the 500 public judges, there are also 50 professional judges, all of whom are well known in the field of music. There are established singers, as well as music critics, music radio anchors, music producers, and record label leaders. Each professional judge has 10 votes in their hands, plus 500 public judges for a total of 1,000 votes. Welcome to I'm a Singer, co-titled by. This is the last installment of the finals and the format has changed a bit. After the introduction of the tournament, the show finally began in earnest. In the order determined by the draw, the first to take the stage was Tenjel, along with his guest vocalist Han Base. The moment Han Base appeared, everyone let out a gasp. He was last season's winner. His strength is undeniable, and he and Tenjel belong together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Han Base, last season's winner. Master Tang plus Han Base. This combination is simply king bomb. Is it that bombed right out of the gate? What's the difference between this and the landlord throwing two kings right off the bat? It's a king bomb in the opening. Bull. Going in all directions. The road is long and the water is long. I'm a bit worried for Yi-Chen. Can he win? It's so hard to kill the finals. Don't let it all go to waste. Tenjel and Han Biao sang a very classic old song, Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven. Along the gentle curves of the rising and falling rivers and mountains, let the horses love the central plains, love the north and the south. In the face of icy knives and snowy swords and stormy amorous company, cherish the golden years given to me by the heavens. Boom! As soon as Han Base opened his mouth, the crowd's brains buzzed. What does it mean to have an imperial voice? It's called the voice of the emperor. The dominating lyrics, stirring melodies, booming voice, and perfect vocals make for a hot, heartfelt performance. Be a man of honor. Be a man of courage. Be a man of danger. How remains the same year after year. When Tenjel's voice rang out, it pushed the crowd's emotions even further. If Han Bei is the voice of the emperor, Tenjel is the voice of the overlord of the steppe. The two tenors doubled up and contributed a Hall of Fame performance. Not even the Spring Festival has ever been so wonderfully sung. Listening to the songs of the two, the crowd seemed to appear in front of the eyes of 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Jingo and Iron Horse, the sky beacons. The high towards part of the song is a chorus. Tenjel Hanbei spoke at the same time. See the iron hooves clanging and stamping across the land. I'm standing on the cusp of the wind, holding tightly to the sun and the moon spinning. Maybe peace and prosperity on earth. I really want to live another 500 years. The crowd only felt their scalps tingle, swish goosebumps, and the blood in their entire body seemed to blaze. Everyone's heart was shaken beyond belief, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Until the end of the song, the crowd was still reeling from the intense shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull splash plus. Sure enough, it's a king bomb in the opening. How does that make the back play? Can't fight it. Can't fight it. Really can't fight it. Mom asked me why I was on my knees listening to the song. Looks like the title is Tenjel's. If this doesn't even win the championship, it's a big deal. Yi Chen is really cool this time. Too bad. It's impressive enough to kill it to the finals. After all, the opponents are all powerhouse singers. That's right, Yi Chen is already amazing. The audience had already sentenced Yi Chen to death. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Yi Chen. It was really that their opponents were too powerful. Honestly, there really is no shame in losing. After all, Han Bases and Tenjel, either one of them has the power of a champion. Now that the two are teaming up and singing such a dangling song, who can beat that? Not only Yi Chen. I'm afraid that Lu Huan also has no chance. The title is destined to be Tenjel's for the taking. Backstage, Hong Tao looked at the data on the screen, his heart beating wildly with excitement. The audience reached another record high of 60 million. It's the best result since the start of. You know, Lu Huan and Yi Chen are not even on the field yet nah. By the time the two finished singing, there was hope that the audience would reach 80 million, and even 100 million wasn't out of the question. However, Hong Tao still had some concerns in his heart and called the manager of the technical department over and asked, "Is there no problem on Yi Chen's side?" The technical manager replied, "It shouldn't be a problem." "What do you mean should?" Hong Tao said angrily. "What I want is an affirmative answer." Reporting to the director, "Don't worry, absolutely no problem." The manager of the technical department broke out in a cold sweat and could only pray to God that nothing would go wrong. At the front desk, He Jeong finished reading the advertisement and continued, "Thank you Mr. Tenjel and Mr. Han Base for the wonderful singing. It was just stunning. Please remember their performance." Coming up next is Mr. Lu Huan and his guest vocalist, Diva Princess. At those words, the crowd was once again stunned. It froze for a couple of seconds before responding. The scene in the broadcast exploded almost simultaneously. Asterisk 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 who? The King's Princess? Nima, the Queen of Heaven's Princess? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The program is really out for blood this time. The combination of Yu Huan plus the Crown Princess is too much to look forward to. It's burning up. It's worthy of being the finals. It's really a fight between the gods and the kings. It's over. Yi Chen is really finished this time. Completely out of luck. Alas, Yi Chen will be damned if he can win this. Unless there really is a miracle. Chapter 98. Shocked. The guest vocalist is actually. The audience all stared intently at the aisle behind the stage. Finally, the passageway opened, and Lu Huan and the Crown Princess walked out from it hand in hand. The moment they saw the princess, the audience couldn't help but cheer and shout, "Oh my god, it's really the princess! The program is really a big deal. Loved it, kudos to the crew. The princess still looks beautiful and elegant, worthy of being a diva. The temperament piece is taken to death. I didn't expect to see the princess on stage again. I haven't heard her sing in years. I wonder what Lu Huan and the princess will sing." Princess Wang's strength in the Chinese music industry is unquestionable. As early as 20 years ago has been read across the country, the music category of the big and small awards to take a whole. But since her concert 10 years ago, she has made few public appearances. The person is not in the music scene, but the music scene has always had her legend. A lot of people are waiting for her to make a comeback. I didn't expect to actually see her on I'm a Singer. Princess Wang participated in this program partly because she had worked with Lu Huan and had a good relationship. On the other hand, it's because Manga was giving too much money and also preparing for a comeback. She wore a gorgeous dress today, looking cold and regal. The screen shows information about the song they are going to sing. Laughing Proudly. Composer, Zhao Jiping. Lyrics, Luvia. Sings, Lu Huan. Princess Wang. The song is the theme song of The Laughing Pride Wanderer, and the original version was sung by none other than Lu Huan and Princess Wang. After many years, the two sang the song again, evoking memories for many. That being said, when this show aired back in the day, the internet cursed it and almost everyone thought it was a bad movie. In recent years the reputation of this drama has but skyrocketed, and the rating has risen from more than 5 points to more than 8 points, making it a classic masterpiece of martial arts drama. Regardless of the quality of the TV series, the theme song sung by Lu Huan and Princess Wang is quite a classic and is still fresh in people's minds after all these years. Ha-ya! The floating world is heaving. The human condition is remote. A sword floats. A lifetime of laughter. Together with the song, everyone's thoughts instantly returned to 20 years ago. Some of the young people who hadn't heard the song were blown away by the atmospheric soundtrack. Passing on a song about the end of days, Lu Huan's voice is majestic and broad, low and powerful, with a loud and clear soprano, no less than Tenger Han Biao. From his song, the crowd felt the 10,000 splendor of the sons and daughters of the Jianghu. The tune changes from soaring to gentle, from bold to euphonious. A beautiful interlude serves as a transition, and the princess's voice follows. A hero's liver and guts. There are fewer children in the jungle every day. The heart is still there. People go, looking back a piece. Stormy weather. As soon as she opened her mouth, the faces of Han Hong, Deng Ziki, and Zhang Jia at the judges' table just changed slightly. It's not about being wowed by her perfect vocals. Quite the contrary. Han Hong and the others felt a bit disappointed, more surprised and surprised. The princess's singing voice was too far from what they expected, and compared to 10 years ago, her voice had obviously regressed a lot, low and hoarse, with a lack of breath, and the sound of changing air was very obvious. Twice she almost sang out of tune, and every time she sang a high note, it was obvious that she was running out of energy in the back, and you could even hear her gasping for air. Han Hong and the others are all professional singers, so how could they not understand why this was happening? Perhaps it's been too long since she sung. The princess vocals have regressed significantly from what they used to be, and her voice isn't very well maintained. Of course this was only in comparison to her old self. Compared to other singers, she's still very good. As soon as the princess opened her mouth, Lu Huan's heart went half cold, knowing that the champion was destined to have no chance with himself. Apart from the professional judges, the public judges didn't hear any problems and thought the princess sang as usual. Whoa, as expected of a diva? It's amazing. The juxtaposition of bravado and tenderness is a match made in heaven. After so many years, Your Highness's voice hasn't changed a bit. It's still as powerful as ever. I love this part sung by the princess so much. I never tire of hearing it. Actually, Laughing Pride Wanderer is quite good. I don't know why it was cursed so badly back then. At the end of the song, there was loud applause. Back in the lounge, the crown princess apologized to Lu Huan. I'm sorry Huan, I didn't play well and held you back. She still knows in her heart what kind of singing she does herself. Lu Huan smiled bitterly. Where is it? You sang very well. On the contrary, I was a bit out of shape. It looks like the title is definitely Tenjil's. It doesn't matter. A second place finish would be nice. Now only Yi Chen was left. The audience became tense and excited. It's finally Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. Who exactly will Yi Chen's guest vocalist be? The answer is about to be revealed. And somehow I'm a little nervous. Yi Chen must do his best. He Jian walked onto the stage and said with a microphone, thanks to Mr. Lu Huan and Ms. Wang Fei for their wonderful singing, and next to come on stage is Yi Chen, and his helpers. I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting as long as I have, right? Everyone must be curious as to who Yi Chen's guest vocalist will actually be. Actually, even I don't know. The audience was all taken aback. What? Even Mr. Ho doesn't know? Really? Mr. He wouldn't be faking it, would he? Is so mysterious? Please, Mr. He, stop talking and start quickly. Some people could already see that He Jeong was deliberately stalling. Teacher He, get ready. Let Yi Chen go on stage. Hong Tao's voice came from the headset, and He Jeong sighed in relief, his voice shouting loudly. Without further ado, we have Yi Chen. The door behind the stage slowly opened, and Yi Chen walked out from the passageway. Yi Chen is finally on. Finally. How come Yi Chen is the only one? Where's his supporting singers? Yeah, where did the helpers go? Cam, what the hell is going on here? What is Mango doing? Viewers blew up and felt tricked by Mango. At that moment, only Yi Chen on the stage could be heard speaking. Here's my idol and also my guest vocalist today, Mr. Wong Ka-kue. There was a rapturous silence. A few seconds later, the crowd instantly erupted. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more frantic and explosive. Asterisk. Did I hear it wrong? Who did Yi Chen just say was the guest vocalist? No way. Wong Ka-kue? Isn't he dead? Could Yi Chen be joking with us? How could I have not expected that the guest vocalist would be Ka-kue? Did Yi Chen say something wrong? Ka-kue is gone. How can he be the guest singer for him? There's been a rumor circulating on the internet that Ka-kue didn't die, but just went into seclusion. Could it be true? Chapter 99, the chorus of the century with Ka-kue. The live audience, the professional judges, the live network. Everyone was stunned. Before this, there had been countless speculations on the internet about the identity of Yi Chen's guest vocalist, but how could they not expect that the guest vocalist would be Wong Ka-kue? How could a legendary singer, long dead for years, be Yi Chen's guest vocalist? Just as the crowd was talking and puzzled, a figure slowly appeared on the stage. Upon seeing the person's appearance, everyone was shocked to the core. Asterisk. Can't believe it's really Kakoma. Oh my god, it's really Kakoma. Can someone tell me what's going on? Could it be Kakoma manifesting? Yi Chen shouldn't have learned to do this with flower dust language, right? If I'm guessing correctly, this is a holographic projection, right? Someone soon guessed the truth, and everyone else reacted. Yes, this is a holographic projection. Is all technology so advanced now? That's amazing. How did that happen? It looks just like the real thing. Although it's indeed very realistic, there's still a difference between it and the real thing if you look closely, and the expressions and movements are obviously a bit unnatural. It was so touching to see Kakoma appear on stage. Me too. I couldn't hold back my tears the moment I saw Kakoma appear. Brothers, please hit the public screen with your tears. Netizens frantically swiped the pop-up screen, filling the screen with words like touched and teary-eyed. Many people couldn't help but break their defenses as they watched the lifelike Kakoma on stage. His fans were even moved to tears. Yi Chen and Huang Jiaju stood side by side, gently strumming the strings of their electric guitars. A jangly electric guitar sounded, followed by the sounds of bass and drums. For a while, the crowd was all energized and their emotions were driven up. Meanwhile, the song information appears on the screen. No more hesitation. Lyrics, Wong Ka-kue, Yip Chen. Composer, Wong Ka-kue, Yip Chen. Sung by Wong Ka-kue, Yi Chen. The moment they saw this song title, the crowd just froze. This is the only song since Yi Chen's debut that he didn't write alone. Wong Ka-kue's fans, however, were the first to react. This is the unfinished legacy of Ka-kue's life. Is Yi Chen helping Ka-kue to complete the song? Oh my god, Yi Chen is too warm, isn't he? I can't imagine hearing this song in its entirety in my lifetime. It's so moving. Unlike his previous life, this one's No More Hesitation is just an unfinished, half-finished song. Ka-kue wrote only a small portion of the lyrics and unfortunately died young before he could finish. A half-finished version of No More Hesitation was released online 2 years ago. There are only bits and pieces, but everyone can still hear that it's a great song. It has always been felt very regrettable, especially by fans of Ka-kue, who are beyond sorry. Some have even compared the song to the equally half-baked dream of Red Mansions, listing them together as two of life's greatest regrets. Others console themselves with the idea that mutilation is also an art. Regardless, however, regrets are regrets. Now, Yi Chen has made up the song, making up for this regret in the hearts of countless fans. For this alone, the crowd was filled with gratitude towards Yi Chen. Boredom looks out for hesitation. It's not so easy to reach the ideal. Even though there is confidence, the fighting spirit is suppressed. As soon as Yi Chen opened his mouth, the crowd was shocked. Surprisingly, he sang it in Cantonese and pronounced it pretty well. You should know that Yi Chen had practiced hard for a long time in Cantonese for this song. After he sang, Wong Ka-kue opened his mouth to sing right after him. Who shall decide whether I go or stay? Setting the universe in my mind. I just want to wave to my dreams with both hands. Looking at Kakoma's vivid voice and listening to that familiar voice, many fans can't help but have red eyes, sore noses, choked throats, and a mist in their eyes. In this moment, it was as if Kakoma had truly returned. Yi Chen and Kakue looked at each other and tacitly opened their mouths in chorus at the same time. Ask how high the heavens are and aim higher than the heavens in your heart. Confidence to live to a ripe old age with an undefeatable mind. Wah-ho ho ho ho, I've got stories in my heart. Handwriting every gain and loss, joy and sorrow and dream. Wah-ho ho 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 ho. Dreaming of someday finding the world of my heartstrings, finally visible. The audience, both live and on air, sang along. Even the 50 professional judges, including Han Hong, who were sitting at the judging table, were shimmering with tears and humming softly along with the crowd. At this moment, they forgot their original identities and were left with only one identity, that of Kakue's fans. Kakue's songs are warm, sunny and positive, always bringing a sense of determined strength. It brings back the confidence and fight in times of loss and frustration. The sentence "ask how high the sky is higher than the sky in your heart, confidence in the mind to live until old age," is even more exciting, blood boiling. Those young people who hadn't heard Kakoma's songs were drawn to him. The older fans, on the other hand, felt as if they were a dozen years younger, back in their youth. Wah-ho ho ho, I got stories in my heart. Handwriting every gain and loss, joy and sorrow and dream. Wah-ho ho 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 ho. Dreaming of someday finding the world of my heartstrings, finally visible. By the end of the song, the scene had turned into a chorus, with many people jumping and dancing with excitement. There were also some rock and roll fans who raised their hands and made rock and roll gestures. By the end of the song, many people had burst into tears. Even Yi Chen on the stage was no exception. Close to look at the side of the Kakue, his heart mixed feelings, 1,000 words like fish in the throat, and finally can only be turned into tears silently out. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Chen opened his arms and hugged Kakue with a choked voice. Kakue, thank you for ever being here. The Chinese music scene is more brilliant and sparkling because of you. A sentence that caused the tears that had just stopped to come to everyone's eyes again. That's when the scene that made everyone's jaws drop happened. Only Kakoma took the microphone and spoke. I can't believe that after all these years, there are still people listening to my songs. I'm really relieved. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys, he said and bowed at the audience on stage, once again causing the crowd to burst into tears. I hope my songs will bring you warmth, emotion and strength, and accompany you through all the rough and tumble, frustrations and tribulations of life. Rock and roll doesn't die. I'll always love you guys. Bye. Kakue holds his hands up in the air in a rock and roll gesture before waving gently at the audience, a hint of longing and reluctance showing in his eyes. His figure faded more and more until he disappeared. Yet his songs will always haunt people. As long as there are people listening to his songs, he will live forever. Chapter 100, Taking the Crown, moving the whole network. Wang Kakue's appearance was tantamount to a tear bomb, detonating everyone's tear ducts. Watching his figure fade away, more people couldn't help but cry. Even General Director Hong Tao was secretly wiping tears from his eyes. Singer Lounge. Lu Huan sighed and said to the princess, "It looks like I won't even get runner-up this time." The princess was also very overjoyed in her heart and smiled sarcastically. 10 years without showing up. I can't imagine that the Chinese music scene is all so great now. I've heard people say before that Chinese music has regressed significantly, but it seems like it's all a lie. No, they didn't lie to you, Lu Huan corrected. It's true that Chinese music has been regressing over the years, and it's not the Chinese music scene that's powerful. It's Yi Chen. He's the one who created the illusion of Chinese music progressing with his own power. Princess Wang said indistinctly. That is to say, the current Chinese music scene is all supported by this young man called Yi Chen alone? Lu Huan nodded. You could say that. The later generations are fearful. The princess laughed bitterly. It seems there's no need for me to make a comeback, lest I be late in life. Although she was a diva, she could only be considered a junior in front of Wang Kakue, not to mention that she played poorly. Even if she overplayed, she would have lost this game. On the other side, Tenjel pointed at Yi Chen in the screen and teased in a relaxed tone. Yi Chen, this kid, doesn't follow the rules. Would actually think of inviting a deceased person to be the guest of honor as a helper singer? Is this compliant? Han Bei smiled bitterly. The program doesn't specify that you can't do that, so it should be in order. If you don't say it's still the young minds that are alive, why didn't I think of this trick? Tang Gear laughed. If I had known, I would have invited Li Juntang, Zhang Guorong, and Mei Yanfang to be the supporting singers. There was thunderous applause, and the audience applauded and wept at the same time. All 50 professional judges also stood up and applauded. Deng Ziki laughed. Thanks to Yi Chen for thinking of it, but it's really touching. She's also a fan of Kakue, or she wouldn't have covered like you. Zhang Xiaohan said. Looks like the championship is Yi Chen's. Joshing World. Yang Mi was watching the live broadcast in her office, her eyes red. obviously having just cried. This guy Yi Chen is really cunning. No wonder he said I couldn't guess. It would be strange if he could. The pop-ups in the livestream were so cascading that it was hard to even see the screen. I literally burst into tears the moment I saw Kakoma. This show was the chorus of the century. It was so touching. How I wish Kaoma was really alive. If Kakue hadn't died, the history of the Chinese music scene would have been rewritten. Kakoma will always drop God. Kakue, are you okay in the other world? You must be so relieved to have so many people still listening to your songs. Every time I listen to Kakoma, I am filled with motivation and fighting spirit to stay strong. No matter how hard it gets, confidence in a hit or miss mentality to live to a ripe old age. No more hesitation. Just do it. Yi Chen really has a heart. Thank him for letting us see Kakue singing on stage again. Yi Chen's complimentary lyrics and tunes are too good. They match Kakue's lyrics and tunes seamlessly. There's no sense of incongruity at all. It's just like Kakue wrote them. Genius. Yi Chen is definitely a genius. Yi Chen didn't rush off the stage, but took the microphone and said seriously with tears in his eyes, Kakue is my idol. I grew up listening to his songs and it was because of his influence that I embarked on my career as a singer. There are people who die, but he's still alive, and the real death is oblivion, and as long as we remember him, as long as there are still people listening to his songs, he'll never die. Life doesn't care what you get, it only matters what you've done, and the spirit of rock and roll lives on. With this song, I would like to pay tribute to my role model, Mr. Wong Kakue, and hope that in the other world, he continues to rock and roll, always, always. Yi Chen's speech even made countless people weep. Ooh, so touching. Yi Chen hits my tear spot with precision every time. Champion, 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 Tenjel, Lu Huan and Han Base, Wang Fei and the others returned to the stage. Thank you Yi Chen for bringing us this unique singing. I believe many of you cried into tears just like me, causing me to have to reapply my makeup. He Jong made a joke to regulate the sad atmosphere of the scene. To cut to the chase, at this point, the singing session is officially over, and the voting session is next. The judges are invited to cast their votes for your favorite singers. 500 public judges, and 50 professional judges, pressed the voting machines in their hands and voted for their favorite singers. He Jong interviewed Yi Chen and the others for a few sentences each. It didn't take long for the polls to close and for the staff to tally up the votes for each group. Hong Tao came to the stage with the results of the poll. The crowd all stared at him, their hearts pounding wildly. Even Lu Huan and Tenjel couldn't help but have sweaty palms from nervousness. Next up, the results of the finals vote are announced. Speaking here, Hong Tao suddenly stopped and picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips. This program is co-titled by. The crowd all had their minds blown at once. Cam, I knew it. I can't close my 40-meter machete. Han Hong wants to hit someone when he hears it. Can you stop messing with people's minds all the time and be a pain in the ass? Hong Tao coughed twice and continued to read. I would like to announce that the winner of the third place of this season's I Am a Singer is Mr. Lu Huan, with 258 votes. Lu Huan clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, a relieved smile on his face. It's finally over. This result had been expected of him. The audience could accept it. After all, Yi Chen and Tenjel had performed really strong today. Taking second place was Mr. Tenjel with 312 votes. The winner of this season's I Am a Singer is Yi Chen with 430 votes. Wow! The scene was sensational as everyone stood up and clapped vigorously. The warm applause crackled like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. It's so good. Yi Chen won. Congratulations Yi Chen. Congratulations, Yi Chen YYDS. Yi Chen deserves his name. Lu Huan and Tangier, Han Base, Wang Fei and the rest of them also hugged Yi Chen and congratulated him. Although they lost to a latecomer, they didn't feel ashamed at all, but instead felt relieved that such a great talent had appeared in the Chinese music scene. Next, Yi Chen said some acceptance speeches and thanked many people, including Wong Ka-kue, Yang Mi and so on. The season has thus come to a successful conclusion. It didn't take long for the news of Yi Chen winning the championship to hit the microblogging hot search. The video of him and Wong Ka-kue singing No More Hesitation has gone viral. Countless netizens were touched by this classic chorus across time and space. Chapter 101, The Price of a Man's Life, Invitation from Yang Ma. Yi Chen dominated the Weibo Hot 100 for 3 days in a row, not only because he won the title, but because his chorus with Wong Ka-kue was so classic. For 3 days in a row, the netizens have been talking about this. Many young people who had never heard of Wong Ka-kue, influenced by Yi Chen, ran to listen to his songs. After listening to it, they then realized how glorious Chinese music used to be, and realized that what they had been listening to all these years was garbage. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's appearance, there was no telling how long he would have been scourged by this trash music. At the same time, Yi Chen's value skyrocketed. and his notice and endorsement fees all went up a notch. In just 3 days, the company had received countless endorsements and announcements, all looking for Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked Yangmi to push it all off for him. It's been too tiring. He's been rushing around catching announcements, and he wants to take some time off. If it were any other artist, they would never dare to do that. You do what the company tells you to do. You can quit if you want to? Are you kidding me? However, Yi Chen was not an ordinary laborer. He was also a shareholder of the company, and his relationship with Yangmi was not ordinary. However, Yangmi didn't put off all the announcements and still left one for Yi Chen. With the 4th of July just over a month away, preparations are underway for the annual 4th of July gala. The general director of the party saw Yi Chen's talent and popularity and invited him to participate. It was a great honor to attend a gala hosted by Grandma. How many star performers want to make it without that opportunity? Now that People's chief director took the initiative to invite Yi Chen to participate, of course Yangmi wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse, nor would she dare to do so. Yi Chen didn't have a problem with this. Anyway, there was still a month left, enough time for him to rest. The other is the web series Tomb Raider, which takes time to find a filming team, actors, and set up the location, and it will take at least a month or so before it starts. For this next month, Yi Chen didn't have much to do. Honey, I want to go home for a while. While eating, Yi Chen said to Yangmi. He hadn't been home in a while and wondered how his parents and sister were doing. Yangmi smiled. No problem, but before that, there's one more thing I want to ask you for a favor. You're welcome, aren't you? Who are we? Just tell me what's going on. I've recently taken on a movie that's about to go into production and start shooting, and the director wants you to help write a theme song. Since Yi Chen wrote the theme song for Big Fish Begonia, many directors and producers have realized the importance of the theme song. It's no exaggeration to say that a good theme song can help a movie make tens of millions of dollars more at the box office, or even save a movie. That's the case, for example, with Big Fish Begonia, which has taken in more than $600 million at the box office so far since its release. Yi Chen's theme song Big Fish deserves a lot of credit. Otherwise a cold animated movie could not have achieved such a good box office result. So those movie directors were dumb enough to ask Yi Chen to help write the theme song. Hey, I thought it was a big deal. It's just writing a song. It'll take a minute. Yi Chen agreed without even thinking. What's the name of the movie? Youngmi said. Small Time. Put. The water Yi Chen had just drank instantly squirted out, spraying Yangmi all over his face. What are you doing? Yangmi hurriedly wiped her face with a tissue. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yi Chen asked awkwardly. Are you sure it's small time? Yeah, what's the problem? Honey, I suggest you don't act in this movie. It's a bad movie. Yangmi looked at Yi Chen in surprise and asked suspiciously. The movie hasn't even been made yet. How do you know it's bad? Yi Chen, I've read the original. The original wasn't even good. Can the movie be good? That's not necessarily true. Besides, I've signed up. If I refuse to act, I have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. And this is the first movie I've starred in, and it's still invested by our company. Our company invested in it too? Yeah, 30% of the shares nah. Yangmi said shyly, if I hadn't invested, I wouldn't have been able to take the #1 female role so smoothly. Youngmi has never been in a movie yet, even though she's hot in the drama field. Movies and TV shows are two different things, and it's still difficult for a TV show actor to try to act in a movie. Usually movie directors don't see drama actors, even if you're famous. It was Gui Xiaoxi, who only valued popularity and not acting skills, plus Yangmi's company was the investor. That made Yangmi the female lead. Yi Chen didn't say anything. Even though the word of mouth of Little Era was terrible, the box office was still okay. If memory serves, the first one alone netted several $100 million. Like the music industry, the movie market is filled with a lot of bad movies, but you can't help it that some viewers just love it. Every type of movie has its audience. This aberration is not something he can change either. He's a singer. It would be nice to change the unethical nature of the music industry. Yangmi said glumly when she saw Yi Chen in a difficult position. Yi Chen, you promised well just now. You won't go back on your word, right? This is the first movie I've starred in, and it's still invested by our company, so you can't just ignore it. The more the movie makes, the more your cut will be, won't it? Yi Chen sighed. Ugh, fine, but you have to promise me one condition. If the word of mouth for this movie flops, in the future, if you take on another movie, show it to me first, and I'll help you keep an eye on it. Okay, that's fine. Yangmi laughed. When the movie starts, you go to the set and look for inspiration. A few days later, Small Time opened in the Magic City. Yi Chen went to the set with Yangmi. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. Hearing someone greet him, Yi Chen hurriedly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Holy, it's haunted? His eyes shifted downward, and he realized that a young student was looking up at him. Kid, are you a fan of mine too? How did you get in here? Are you a child star? Where's your mom and dad? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the smile on the little friend's face suddenly froze. Yang Mi saw this and walked over, smiling to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, how was your chat with Director Gua? Yi Chen was stunned. Director Gua. Gua. Yeah, don't you recognize him? Yang Mi said. Let me introduce you. This is the director of our movie. Director Gua. This is Yi Chen. The sudden quietness of the air is what I fear most. After freezing for 2 seconds, Yi Chen reacted and hurriedly bent down, extended his hand and smiled politely. Hello Director Gua. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Like thunder. You're really a talented person. The corner of Guo Xiaoxi's mouth twitched as he smiled sarcastically. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. Nice to meet you. Chapter 102, Singing Time Cooks the Rain with Big Mimi. Yi Chen was about to shake Guo Xiaoxi's hand when he suddenly thought of some rumors about him, and his half-extended hand was hastily retracted. Guo Xiaoxi's hand froze in mid-air, as awkward as it could be. Yang Mi came to Yi Chen's ear and said quietly, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen smiled sarcastically. Director Gua, time is limited, so let's dispense with the politeness. Let's talk about business. Good. Guo Xiaoxi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and led Yi Chen and Yang Mi to the director's studio. Have a seat. After taking his seat, Guo Xiaoxi took out a script outline and handed it to Yi Chen. This is our script outline. Mr. Yi Chen, please take a look. Okay, I'll take a look first. Yi Chen flipped through it. In his previous life, he hadn't seen the movie Small Times, but he had more or less heard about the general characters and plot. After reading the outline of the script, he judged that there was no difference between this life Small Times and his previous life. Director Gua, what kind of theme song do you want? I want a love song with a male/female chorus, preferably with a mix of youth, romance, and sadness. After hearing Guo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Chen casually picked up the pen on the table and buried his head in the paper. It wasn't long before a theme song came out. Okay, Director Gua, take a look. So fast. Guo Xiaoxi was shocked. He had heard that Yi Chen's musical talent was terrifying. He didn't expect it to be terrifying to this extent. He took the lyrics sheet and read it. Time to cook the rain. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with a white horse. The dream words of your young palms. Still holding on? Guo Xiaoxi's eyes gradually lit up, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. After reading it, already admired Yi Chen's talent. Mr. Yi Chen, your lyrics are so well written. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone could write such great lyrics in such a short period of time and still be hit or miss. It's a good thing you're not writing a novel, or I'd have nothing to do with it. After all, Guo Xiaoxi is a writer by trade, and his writing skills are still fine. In his previous life, he wrote the lyrics to Time to Cook the Rain. Also he wrote Marshmallow for Springer, which was great. Yi Chen said, if there's no problem, we can start recording today. I'm still in a hurry to go home. By the way, didn't you say the theme song is a male-female chorus? Have you found a female singer yet? Guo Xiaoxi pointed at Yang Mi. I'm going to have Yang Mi, the female lead in our movie, sing with you. What? Yi Chen glanced at Yang Mi, who had an expectant expression on her face. Director Gua, are you serious? Where can she sing? Yi Chen, what do you mean? Yang Mi's beautiful eyes widened roundly as she pouted. You look down on me, don't you? Guo Xiaoxi seriously said. You can learn if you don't know how. I don't ask to sing well. Just about. Nini is the female lead, and it would be more gimmicky to have her sing the theme song. It's too late to find another female singer on the fly. I've already contacted the recording studio, so you guys can go record your songs anytime. Ugh, okay. Yi Chen and Yang Mi took a car to the recording studio. This recording studio is very famous in Magic City, and many singers have recorded songs here. The owner used to be a teacher at the Conservatory of Music, and in addition to running the studio, he also teaches music occasionally. Teacher Yi Chen, Boss Yang, you two come with me. The owner of the recording studio brought Yi Chen and Yang Mi to the recording studio. Yang Mi couldn't read the sheet music, so Yi Chen had to sing it once first, giving her a sample to follow. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time cannot catch up with a white horse. Out of tune. Start over. Yang Mi had just sung a line when Yi Chen interrupted her. She had to sing it all over again. Stop. It still doesn't work. You have pitch problems. Nope. Again. You haven't eaten. You're singing out of breath. It's been said several times. Why can't you understand it? It's so stupid. Yang Mi sang it several times in a row, but Yi Chen didn't pass. And in front of outsiders, Yi Chen didn't give her any face at all, criticizing her to the bone. Yang Mi was on the verge of tears, and in her heart she could not help but feel some resentment, and said accusingly, Yi Chen, I'm at least your boss. Can you give me some face? People are not professional singers. With you of course is even more incomparable. I can understand your strict requirements. I also know that I really cannot sing. but can't you be patient and gentle? What kind of a person is you? I haven't been lectured like that since I graduated. The more Yang Mi said, the more aggrieved she became, and in the end, she even cried sadly. Yi Chen was at a loss for words and could only comfort her in a panic. My tone was a bit heavy. Sister honey, don't cry. I'm wrong, okay? You are a high cool female president. Why are you crying like a little girl? People are still watching. The studio owner gave a dry cough. Ahem. So what? You two chat while I go out for a smoke, he said and walked out, leaving Yi Chen and Yang Mi alone. Yang Mi also realized that she was a bit out of line. Her face flushed scarlet as she pouted. And it's all your fault? Okay, I'm to blame. Now can we start recording the song? Yi Chen felt that comforting a woman was more tiring than writing a new song. He's been on so many episodes of I'm a Singer, one more difficult than the other, and he's never been so mentally exhausted. Yang Mi is not a careful woman. The heart is still very broad. Emotions come and go quickly, and soon the clouds turn to clear. This time Yi Chen had learned his lesson and was much gentler in his attitude, patiently teaching Yang Mi. Yang Mi has a smart brain and learns quickly, although it is still not comparable to professional singers, but it is barely passable. Anyway, Wu Xiaoxi's requirements weren't too high. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with a white horse. The dream words of your young palms, still holding on tight? Yang Mi's singing had improved a lot, and as she sang, she gazed deeply at Yi Chen as if she was looking at her lover. The clouds rolled over into summer. Tears evaporated by the years. You and me on this road. Anyone lost? Yi Chen also twisted his head to look at her, his four eyes facing each other, love flowing in their eyes. The atmosphere in the studio became warm and romantic and sweet. At this moment, it was as if the world was left with just the two of them. In the depths of his feelings, Yi Chen held Yang Mi's hand, and the two of them clasped their fingers tightly, gazed at each other with deep emotion, and cooperated with the tacit understanding to open their mouths at the same time to sing in chorus. We agreed not to part, to be together all the time, even as an enemy of time, even if it is contrary to the whole world. The years of innocence are not to be trifled with. I'm not going to let you down. The snow begs you not to erase it. The traces of our time together. The snow can't erase that. The marks we give each other. What's going on today and tomorrow? The grass is clear. The night of the bright moon sends you 1,000 miles, waiting for the coming fall winds to rise. The song ended, but Yi Chen and Yang Mi were still immersed in that warm and romantic atmosphere. It was as if they were in a heartfelt relationship. The two men were holding hands, their eyes meeting, gazing deeply at each other, their faces getting closer and closer. Can't tell who's more active. Maybe it's water under the bridge. The two kissed as gently as a dragonfly. Chapter 103. Time seemed to freeze. Outside the recording room, the boss looked dumbfounded, and didn't even realize that the cigarette in his mouth had fallen to the floor. If he took out his cell phone now and filmed that scene inside and transmitted it to the internet, it would definitely be a hot headline. Of course, he wouldn't dare to do that. If he did, he'd be waiting for a lawsuit. The boss scrambled outside and relit a cigarette, sighing inwardly at how good it was to be young. It wasn't long before Yi Chen and Yang Mi walked out from inside. Both of them looked a bit unnatural, and Yang Mi's face was flushed with shyness. Yi Chen gave a dry cough. Ahem, boss, is the song recorded yet? It's recorded. It's recorded. I'll send it to you now. The boss sent the recorded song to Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Yang Mi left the recording studio. The car ride back was silent. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little awkward. After a long time, Yang Mi finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Yi Chen, is there nothing you want to tell me? Say what? Yi Chen pretended not to understand. Yang Mi gave him a blank look without a good reason. You took my first kiss. Don't you have anything to say to me? You mean, you want me to be responsible for you? Yeah, that's what you said. Yang Mi ruffled the sideburns around her ears and smiled daintily. How are you going to be responsible for me? After freezing for a moment, Yi Chen tentatively asked. How about I be your boyfriend? Are you confessing to me? I think, sort of. Yang Mi was speechless. What do you mean sort of? Don't speak ambiguously. Then I now officially confess my love for you. Yi Chen sat up straight and asked in a serious manner. Honey, will you be my girlfriend? What kind of confession is that? Yang Mi was delighted in her heart, but her mouth was disgruntled. Not even a bouquet of flowers. Yi Chen looked outward, and there happened to be a flower store on the side of the road. Stop the car. Yang Mi stopped the car and watched Yi Chen run towards the flower store. Not long after, Yi Chen returned with a bouquet of roses. Handing the flowers to Yang Mi, he re-asked again. Honey, will you be my girlfriend? I do. Yang Mi didn't even half hesitate and agreed directly. Yi Chen was all confused. Things went much smoother than he thought they would. I've always heard people say it's a pain in the ass to chase girls before, so how come he's different from everyone else? And he always felt that it wasn't he who was chasing Yang Mi. but Young Mi who was leading him to the bait step by step. It's as if Young Mi has been eating him up for a long time. Anyway, it's just so thinly veiled anyway. Starting today, Yi-chan officially got rid of the identity of the single dog and started his soft love life. Back at the little era set, Yi-chan handed the recorded song to Gui Xiaoxi. Gui Xiaoxi listened to it once and was very satisfied. The crew arranged a 5-star hotel for Young Mi. Yi-chan had wanted to book another room, but Young Mi said there was no need for that. As he thought about it, the two of them had already established a relationship anyway. They were both adults. There was no need to hide it. That night, Yi-chan stayed in Young Mi's room. The next day, Yi-chan got up and dressed, held his waist and walked out of the bedroom, brushed his teeth and washed up, went downstairs to eat some breakfast, and brought back a copy for Young Mi. After breakfast in bed, Jan-om asked, "When are you leaving?" "Right away, 10 o'clock flight. I won't see you off. It's not easy to move around." "Well, you take more rest and rest. Don't shoot the movie today. Ask Gui Xiaoxi for a day off. You're the female lead and the investor." He wouldn't dare to disagree. Yang Mi blushed. "Got it. I'll ask the driver to send you. Remember to call me to check in when you land." "Don't worry. I'll contact you as soon as I get off the plane." Saying goodbye to Young Mi, Yi-chen took a car to the airport and boarded a plane to Tianhai City. "Mr. Yi-chen? It's really you." Just as he took his seat, a girl next to him recognized him. When Yi-chen took a look, he felt that something looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. "I'm Yang Zi," the girl introduced herself. "Oh, so it's Xia Shui." I said, "Why does it look a bit familiar? I grew up watching your TV series Family Guy." The girl is none other than actress Yang Zi, a child star whose most famous role was Xia Shui in Family Guy. Yang Zi was even happier when she heard Yi-chen say that he had seen her TV series and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi-chen, I'm your fan. I was listening to your songs before you came. I didn't expect you to show up as soon as I turned my head. It's marvelous. Are you going to Tianhai too?" Yi-chen nodded. "That's right. My family is from Tianhai City." "What are you doing in Tianhai?" "I went there to shoot a movie. The movie Heroes of Fire. About firefighters fighting fires. There was a chemical plant explosion in Tianhai City a few years ago, and many firefighters were sacrificed at that time. The topic of the most beautiful retrograde has also been on the hot search, touching countless people across the country. The movie Heroes of Fire, in which Yang Zi starred, was based on that event and was mainly set in Tianhai. Yi-chen is happy to have a movie that reflects the heroics of his hometown. Having a chatterbox to talk to myself made the trip less boring and the time went by much faster. After landing, Yi-chen and Yang Zi exited the airport and left contact information with each other. Yi-chen called Yang Mi to check in and heard that she was still uncomfortable, and couldn't help but feel a little apologetic, knowing that he was coming home today. His parents had taken 2 days off work specifically to get together with him. Since becoming famous, Yi-chen had been spending a lot of time with his family. His father, Yi Tianming, drove to the airport to pick him up, and father and son talked a lot along the way. When he returned home, his mother had long ago calculated the time and prepared a hot table of meals, all of which Yi-chen loved to eat. Sister Yashua's college entrance examination results just came down. The test is not bad. Should be able to go to the double first class. A family reunion is a joyous occasion. During the meal, Yi-chen asked if there was anything going on at home these days. My parents said there were no major problems, but minor ones. It turns out that the paparazzi leaked Yi-chen's home address, and the frequent sightseeing and karting by fans has affected the family's life. There are also some relatives who do not contact each other in their 8 lifetimes, come to the door every day to borrow money. Some even bring their bedrolls, threatening that if they can't borrow money, they will live in front of Yi-chen's house and not leave. Yi-chen's parents were forced to report to the police, and the other party just grayed out. Yi-chen asked, "Dad, Mom, didn't I give you $3 million last time I came home? Why don't you go buy a new house? Buying a house is a big deal. How can you just say bye? This is not want to wait for you to come back to discuss the discussion." The parents had taken Yi-chen as the backbone of the family. Yi-chen said, "It just so happens that there's nothing to do tomorrow. Let's go to the sales department together as a family." Chapter 104, The Lone Ranger. The next day, Yi-chen and his family came to the sales department to look at the house, and directly picked a Tianhai City's most luxurious and upscale villa area, and bought a set of detached villas. Viewing, inspection, payment, signing the contract, all in one go. Less than a day's time to get it done. The life of the rich is so simple and unassuming. This villa still comes with luxury decoration. Even the decoration is saved. Directly turnkey. Then Yi-chen found a moving company and moved to the new house 2 days later. Both his parents and his sister felt like they were dreaming. How could they not expect to live in such a mansion in their lifetime? Yi-chen asked his parents to quit their jobs and get down to the business of aging at home. In this next period of time, apart from spending time with his family, He is updating the two novels Ghost Blown Light and Tomb Raider's notes every night before going to bed. Yang Ni video calls him. A little more than half a month passed, and Big Fish Begonia was released, with a total box office of $1.018 billion, becoming the only animated movie in the Dragon Kingdom that had a box office of more than $1 billion. Director Liang Xian called Yi Chen at the first opportunity to thank him. Everyone knew that without Yi Chen's theme song, Big Fish Begonia could never have achieved such a high box office. This irritated other movie and television directors even further, especially those movie parties that were planning to release their movies in the National Day slot were trying every possible means to contact Yi Chen to ask him to help write the theme song. After the box office split came down, Liang Xian immediately had over $10 million paid into Yi Chen's account. Ding! The system random task is released. Please ask the host to create 3 movie theme songs, and you will be rewarded upon completion of the task. The long-lost system alert tone sounded. Yi Chen almost forgot about the existence of the system. People's systems act like they have KPIs and release a task every other day. His system is a salted fish lying flat, not your average Buddhist, often on ultra-long standby and occasionally dropping out. But this was good. He didn't like the feeling of being dominated by the system, as if he was the system's toolman. Even without the aid of the system, with the memories of his previous life he was able to mix well. 3 movie theme songs, I've already written 2. 1 Big Fish, 1 Time to Boil the Rain, and 10 Years on Earth is a web series, so it shouldn't count. There's still 1 more to go. Just as Yi Chen was thinking of giving Yang Mi a call to ask her what movie crews had contacted him, he suddenly received a call from Yang Zi. Yang Zi, what can I do for you? Teacher Yi Chen, I apologize for taking the liberty of disturbing you. Yang Zi explained. It's like this, our movie is about to be finalized, and we're still missing a theme song. The director heard that I know you, so, he wanted me to ask you if you can write a theme song for our movie. It's okay if you don't want to write, just reject it. Saying Chow 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 has arrived. Yi Chen suspected that the system had the ability to see things before they happened, and deliberately released such a mission to him. Intimate. Okay, I promise. Yi Chen laughed. Your movie celebrates the heroic deeds of my hometown. It's only right that I do this favor as a tribute to the firefighting heroes. Yang Zi did not expect Yi Chen to agree so painfully and said excitedly, okay Mr. Yi Chen, I'll give the phone to the director and let him talk to you. Shortly afterward, a middle-aged man's Cantonese Prussian accent came from across the room. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm Lin Chaoxian, the director of Heroes of Fire. I heard that you're willing to write the theme song for our movie, right? Yes, Director Lin, can you tell us what you want? Lin Chaoxian said roughly. In short, it is to praise the great spirit of firefighters who are brave and fearless and not afraid of sacrifice. Then the lyrics should be easy to understand, have a catchy melody and be highly singable. Yi Chen searched his mind and quickly found a suitable song. Mayfly Chrysalis. Nope, The Lone Ranger. This song is not only a high degree of popularity, that is simply a household name. 3-year-old children can sing, almost become a children's song. In his previous life, every time he heard a group of elementary school students singing this song downstairs, he felt a headache. Director Lin, I happen to have a new song here that I just wrote a while ago, originally for a game that hasn't been released yet. I think the theme of this song fits quite well with your movie. Why don't I sing it first and you can hear it? Lin Chaoxian didn't expect Yi Chen to have a ready-made one here, so it would be even less trouble, and he quickly said excitedly, okay, Mr. Yi Chen, then I'll trouble you to sing it once. Yi Chen cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. Are brave, the cut on your forehead, the difference between you and the mistakes you've made, all without having to hide, your worn-out dolls, your masks, your ego. Yi Chen's voice was magnetic and extremely charming. Even without accompaniment, it was still so good. Lin Chaoxian was instantly attracted to his singing voice. Love you alone in a dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel. I love you for confronting despair. Won't cry a wink. Hearing this, Lin Chaoxian's eyes cannot help but brighten up. The mood is more and more excited. Emotions follow the melody of the song up and down. Although he didn't know the song, his instincts told him it was a good song, and judging from what the lyrics express, it does fit in well with the theme of their movie. I did get the right guy this time. Go, go, with the humblest of dreams. War, fight, with the most solitary dreams, to the whimpering and roaring of that dark night. Whoever said standing in the light is a hero. After listening to Yi Chen sing, Lin Chaoxian's excited emotions still could not be calmed for a long time, because it was on external playback. Yang Zi next to him could also hear it clearly. During the making of this movie, she learned a lot about firefighters. Hearing this song, and then associate it with those singable stories, Yang Zi's feelings cannot help but flooded with tears. You don't have to see the movie to feel the greatness of the firefighters and other heroes just by listening to the song. Director, what do you think of this song? Yi Chen asked. Lin Chaoxian's tone was very excited. Okay, great. Great, that's the theme song I wanted. Mr. Yi Chen, we'll take this song. Royalties are not a problem. Name your price. The royalties are off the table. Yi Chen said solemnly, I heard that in order to make this movie, you interviewed the families of many fallen firefighters, so please donate this money to them for me, as a token of my appreciation. Lin Chaoxian was even more impressed with Yi Chen, and his tone changed from polite to respectful and serious. Teacher Yi Chen, it really does make sense for you to be so hot. Don't worry, I will donate this money for you. I thank you in advance for the families of those heroes. Chapter 105, New Song Online. Hot on the net. Lin Chaoxian found a recording studio in Tianhai City. Although there is no way to compare it with the ones in the imperial and magical capitals, it is still well equipped. Both parties set up a time to meet at the studio. Lin Chaoxian took time out of his busy schedule and came to the recording site in person. Certainly not just for a theme song, something that's not his turn to do personally. He mainly wanted to meet Yi Chen in person and thank him in person. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm Lin Chaoxian, the director of Heroes of Fire. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, Lin Chaoxian rushed to welcome him with a very respectful attitude. Hello, Director Lin. Yi Chen and Lin Chaoxian shook hands. He was still very impressed with this director from Shenzhen. In his previous life, Lin Chaoxian was a big director with a box office of over $10 billion, but none of his military-themed blockbusters have been made yet. After a few brief pleasantries, the recording officially began. Yi Chen came to the recording studio, put on his earphones, and gestured at the recording studio outside. The recording engineer and Lin Chaoxian were also wearing earphones, listening to Yi Chen's live singing. It was already amazing before just singing clean, but now with the backing vocals, it's even more powerful. Other singers have to record a song at least several times, and sometimes it's common to record a song for 10 days and half a month. Yi Chen saved himself a lot of trouble and only recorded it twice. This was still because he was too hard on himself and felt that the first time wasn't perfect enough, so he recorded it one more time. Both Lin Chaoxian and the recording engineer thought it was good enough the first time. Live singing is much more powerful and infectious. When Yi Chen sang the High Dynasty part of the chorus, Lin Chaoxian and the recording engineer couldn't help but redden their eyes. After recording, the recording engineer handed the USB flash drive to Lin Chaoxian. Mr. Yi Chen, thank you so much. With this theme song of yours, there's hope that our movie's box office will break 2 billion. Lin Chaoxian thanked Yi Chen profusely. Yi Chen laughed. Be confident. 3 billion is not impossible. $3 billion? I can't even think about that. Ha ha, so what if I say that in the future, your single movie will gross over 5 billion and your total box office will break 10 billion? Teacher Yi Chen, you're really good at joking. Lin Chaoxian thought that Yi Chen was saying something polite. I'm serious. Yi Chen said. In the future, if Director Lin needs to invest in his new movie, he can contact me. Our company is now transitioning to film and television production. No problem, Lin Chaoxian said cheerfully. I'll be sure to contact you first when I make a new movie in the future. Ding. Mission completed. Random mission rewards issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kidney of Steel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining movie star level acting skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script Charlotte's Trouble. Teenage You. I am not the god of medicine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine rap skill. The system's rewards are as generous as ever. Well, this system can place. There are rewards it is really giving. Kidneys of Steel? Yi Chen touched his waist, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, who was filming, inexplicably felt a chill. Divine rap skills. Yi Chen thought of the upcoming National Day Gala and decided to sing a positive Chinese-style rap song. As for the 3 scripts, he planned to find a suitable opportunity to give them to Yang Mi and say that he had written them himself. Another half a month passed. Yi Chen daily more than 100,000 words. In one breath, Ghost Blowing Lamp and Tomb Raider notes will be completed. The readers were all delighted. Ha ha ha, it's too good to be true. I can't believe I updated so much at once. Trouble other authors to learn. This is the real author. It feels as if the 2 authors are battling it out, neither updating or exploding at the same time. The 2 books have the same subject matter and have been compared by readers, and both authors must have been affected by it. I think Ghostbusters is better than Tomb Raider. Nonsense. Tomb Raider is much more exciting than Ghostbusters. Readers argued online, with some saying Ghostbusters was better, while others felt Tomb Raider was better. This matter even made it to the Weibo hot search, and more netizens joined the discussion. 2 novels managed to fire out of the ring. Seeing the right time, Yang Mi had her staff announce the news that the Tomb Raider web series was about to start filming and revealed the cast. Lia Feng as Wu Qi? He used to act in fairy dramas. Can he do it? Wait, I think I saw Yi Chen's name in the cast list. It's really Yi Chen. He's actually playing Little Brother? Could it be the same name? Yi Chen is just a singer. I've never heard of him acting. I think it's a new actor with the same name? I just googled it and there's no actor named Ji Chen at all. The official microblog of the web series Tomb Raider released another tweet confirming that it is singer Yi Chen who plays Zhang Qiling. Boom! Twitter exploded. Oh my god, Yi Chen is going to play Zhang Qiling? That's pretty strong news. Yi Chen is very handsome and his appearance still suits Zhang Qiling. I just don't know how the acting is. He's a singer. Where's his acting skills? Now my little brother is ruined. I guess the author of Tomb Raider's notes is crying in the toilet at this moment, right? Yi Chen isn't fooling around. You said it's good for you to concentrate on singing. What's the point of acting? Yi Chen acting this line of water is very deep. You cannot grasp step big easy. Netizens reacted in different ways. Some expressed anticipation. Some were distressed, feeling that Yi Chen was not doing his job and advised him bitterly. Seeing as the 4th of July is right around the corner, to promote the movie, Heroes of Fire and Small Time released their theme songs almost simultaneously. The Lone Ranger, Time to Boil the Rain was an instant sensation when it went live. Yi Chen wrote another new song? Another movie theme song? Or two? How did Yi Chen run off to write the theme song for Guoxiosi? You blinked when you were kidnapped. I'm sorry, Yi Chen. I shouldn't have said that you weren't doing your job. I was wrong. Soon, both songs surpassed 10 million plays. Lone Ranger is so lit. I cried listening to it. Who said standing in the light is what makes a hero? Burning up okay? Honoring the heroes who quietly watch over us. What you think is a good time is just someone else carrying your weight for you again. The Dragon Nation has always been well protected by a small group of people. And hats off to all the lone brave men and women who have battled the darkness. Thank you for giving your lives and giving us a happy and stable life. It was so touching. I'm definitely going to see Heroes of Fire. Time to Cook the Rain is also very good. I didn't realize that Big Meanie sings well. Yi Chen and Yang Mi are too compatible. Lock this pair of CP for me. Listening to Time to Boil Rain, I couldn't help but think of my own youthful years. Chapter 106, The Gala Gathering with Big Names. As the National Day approached, Yi Chen returned to the imperial capital and went to the Grandview headquarters to participate in the rehearsal of the gala. Rehearsal hall. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, he saw many familiar faces. There are Guo Di Gang, Yu Dissatisfaction, Shen Tang, Han Hong, Lu Huan, Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan. When everyone saw him, they stopped rehearsing and came over to greet him. Yi Chen, we meet again. Mr. Hua, Mr. Yu, hello. As he was chatting with Guo and Yu, Shen Tang walked over with his partner. Yi Chen, no, it's time to call you boss now. Shen Tang introduced himself to his partner at his side. Molly, let me introduce to you. This is Yi Chen whom I often mention to you. My good friend. And now the major shareholder of our Twisted Flower Troupe. If it wasn't for him our troupe would have closed down long ago. Still need you to introduce me? I'm a fan of Mr. Yi Chen. Molly smiled and extended her hand respectfully. Hello Mr. Yi Chen. I especially like your songs. Hello Lick. I enjoyed your and Tang's skit as well. Yi Chen had just chatted with Shen Tang and the others, when Han Hong and Lu Huan, Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan and the others also gathered around, all greeting him very enthusiastically. Yi Chen, it wasn't enough to win us in I Am a Singer last time, but you've come here to steal our thunder again? Han Hong joked. Lu Huan laughed. In the future, we have to inquire more before participating in the program. If Yi Chen participates, we won't participate, or else the limelight will be stolen by him. MS. Han Hong, MS. Lu Huan, you guys are really good at jokes. Last time was just a fluke. I'm honored to be able to perform on the same stage as you guys. Deng Ziki smiled and asked, Yi Chen, what song are you planning to sing today? It's a secret for now. All I can tell you is that it's a new song. Another new song? Several people were stunned. Zhang Xiaohan looked at Yi Chen like a monster. You just wrote 2 movie theme songs and now you're singing a new one. Don't you really have any creative bottlenecks at all? Deng Ziki said enviously. I don't know how your brain grows. I'd love to switch heads with you. Yi Chen laughed. That picture is too beautiful for me to look at. You're dominating the charts on every major music platform right now. Han Hong's tone was full of envy. Lu Huan also said enviously. Yeah, even his old songs from a few months ago are in the top 10 of the charts. There's no one else to beat this heat. The more people around Yi Chen gathered, the more they formed a small circle with him at the center. Even some of the stars who didn't recognize him came over to greet him. More friends, more roads. Yi Chen's strength was obvious to all. It was definitely right to have a good relationship with him. Hello Yi Chen, I'm Huang Xiaoming. Hello, brother Ming. I really like your songs and I hope to work with you sometime in the future. Godfather Wang has a high level of emotional intelligence. Definitely. Yi Chen smiled and asked, what program did brother Xiaoming perform today? An English song. Huang Xiaoming laughed. My singing skills are very average. I can't compare to a professional singer like you. Don't laugh at me. How? Yi Chen thought to himself. Jokes count for nothing. You'll probably become ghost fodder for the netizens in the future. After chatting for a while, the rehearsal started and everyone went their own way to rehearse. Originally, Deng Ziki and the girls wanted to see Yi Chen rehearsing and wanted to hear his new song in advance. However, Yang deemed that in order to prevent the program from leaking, he prepared a separate rehearsal room for Yi Chen. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Yi Chen's own vocals or stage experience. The main purpose was for him to familiarize himself with the stage and to hone his level of understanding with the band to prevent any performance mishaps. After all, the gala was broadcast live. After the rehearsal, Yi Chen returned to Yang Mi's house. Yang Mi has been back for 2 days. When Yi Chen arrived home, she was leaning on the sofa playing a game. How was rehearsal? It's okay, everything's fine. Yi Chen took out an entrance ticket and put it on the coffee table. The director gave me a ticket to the party scene if you're interested. Yeah, I haven't even been to Grandview yet nah. Yang Mi complained aggressively. I debuted so many years before you, and I'm still not as good as you. I'm not even qualified to go on such a big stage. Come on, we're not even on the same track. Yi Chen asked. How are the preparations for the concert going? Don't worry, it's all prepared. Where is the location? Bird's Nest. Where? Yi Chen was taken aback. He had thought that at best, he would be having a concert in a stadium. I didn't realize that Yang Mi had found him a bird's nest straight away. Not everyone is entitled to a concert at the Bird's Nest. Strength, popularity, connections, and resources are missing. All of these conditions Yi Chen happened to have. So far, the singers who have had concerts at the Bird's Nest can be counted on one hand. Yi Chen was undoubtedly the youngest one. It is definitely considered a miracle to reach the achievement of opening a concert at the Bird's Nest after less than a year of debut. Thanks, honey. Yi Chen was touched that Yang Mi had always been attentive to his affairs. Yang Mi put down her cell phone, ruffled her sideburns, and smiled daintily. Don't just thank me with your mouth. If you really want to thank me, show some real action. Yi Chen was flabbergasted in his heart, then remembered something and laughed. Yeah, who's afraid? I'll be sure to thank you properly. By the way, I heard that girl Supermoon say that you've enrolled her in a course, right? Dare I disobey your command? Yang Mi said. Show you that girl's condition is not bad. It's really a waste to be an assistant. If you send her out to become a star, you can still make more money for the company. Yi Chen took out the variety show planning proposal that he had prepared long ago. Honey, look at this. What is it? An idol-raising variety show that I planned. Idol Girl Creation Camp? Yang Mi flipped through it, and when she was done, she said excitedly, Yi Chen, you're really a genius, coming up with such a brilliant program. This variety program is very interesting. It will definitely be a fire. Do you think all I really do is sing? Yi Chen laughed. You can contact Penguin Video and see if they are willing to buy the program. Yang Mi nodded her head and said, I think so too. Penguin is rich and powerful, so they shouldn't refuse. If it's not possible, it's okay for our company to invest half of the money. This program is a sure thing. Okay, I'll have someone contact the person in charge of Penguin Video. Yang Mi said and made a call. That night, Yi Chen wound up and thanked Yang Mi fiercely several times. Yang Mi also returns the favor with a drop of water. The next day, Yi Chen drove Yang Mi to the Grand TV building to record the gala. Chapter 107, The Explosive Performance Scene. Honey, why don't you go to the audience? I have to go backstage and wait for the show. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. After arriving at the Grand TV building, Yang Mi and Yi Chen separated and went to the audience of the party's broadcast hall. Yi Chen, on the other hand, came backstage. Guo Digang, Shen Tang, Han Hong and the others had arrived and were gathering together not knowing what they were doing. Seeing Yi Chen come in, several people waved at him. Yi Chen, come here. Yi Chen walked over and found that a few people were actually fighting the landlord. Good guy, dare to play poker in the backstage of the Grand TV? This is something only you guys dare to do. It's not boring, there's still a long time before it's our turn to play, so it's good to be idle. Guo Digang said, playing an ace off spades. Yi Chen was speechless. Aren't you guys afraid that this will be exposed and people will say that you're playing a big game? Yeah, that's what we're doing, blowing up. Shen Tang said as he threw out the 2 kings and turned around and smiled at Yi Chen. How's that for a big card? Yi Chen, do you want to play a couple of games? Han Hong said glumly, I'm a bit unlucky today. I've lost more than $100,000. You guys play for money, huh? Yi Chen was even more surprised. Good lord, this is gambling in grandeur. These guys have got a lot of nerve. A little gambling is good for the soul, but a lot of gambling is bad for the body. Guo Digang laughed. Yi Chen, do you want to play a couple of games? I've seen the program list, we'll have to go on last. Success, then I'll play with you guys for a couple of games. Near the ink, Yi Chen was also successfully pulled down. Meanwhile, the gala officially began. The number of viewers reached 30 million just as soon as the live broadcast was opened, and it was still rising. Ha ha ha, it's finally started. I came for Yi Chen. I also came to see the gala because of Yi Chen. Me too. Good guys. I dare say they're all Yi Chen's fans. I've seen the program list. Yi Chen doesn't go on for another hour. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Slip away and come back in an hour. What do you guys think Yi Chen is doing now? First time on such a big stage. He must be nervous, right? Then there's no need to say? Yi Chen is definitely nervous now. Backstage. Airplanes carry a pair. I can keep out if no one cares. Two kings. Is there anyone in charge? Yi Chen glanced at Guo Digang and Han Hong, neither of whom said anything. Huang Xiaoming laughed. You two kings. People can't control it even if they want to. 4 twos. Sorry, I win again. In a short while, Yi Chen had already won several $100,000. Goodness gracious T-Don, are you a gambling god? Guo Digang lost and sipped his teeth. No, I have to slow down. Dissatisfied brother, you come to replace me. Han Hong also said to Huang Xiaoming. Ming, take over for me. I'll take a break too. Yi Chen, you dissatisfaction and Huang Xiaoming played. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan they will not. Can only stand behind Yi Chen to watch the fun? Help Yi Chen pass a water. Take a fruit or something. Bomb. Airplanes. Sorry, I won again. Yi Chen's luck was bursting today. A handful of have not lost yet. Not long after winning hundreds of thousands of dollars again. The staff at Grandview turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. After a while, a staff member walked in and informed Huang Xiaoming to get ready to go on stage. Sorry, it's almost time for my show, so I'm going to pull out. Huang Xiaoming was amazed and fled in a panic. Originally, the notice fee given by Yangsheng is not much, and then play on to lose to Yi Chen. He sang the song One World One Dream, which not at all sounded like a farce because of the poor pronunciation. It caused the netizens on the air to troll like crazy. Is the farce okay? Ha ha ha. Don't sing English songs if you can't pronounce them properly. Aren't you embarrassed? The Yellow Godfather is too greasy. All I can think about right now is the Haunted 2 set. It's so magical. Who's going to save me? Only Yi Chen can save you. Pray that Yi Chen gets on the field soon. Feeling good about himself, Huang asked smugly when he returned backstage. How's it going? Yi Chen, did I sing okay? Yi Chen stifled a laugh. It's quite good. Don't sing it next time. Xiaoming, you'd better focus on acting. Singing doesn't suit you. Han Hong also stifled a laugh and said seriously. Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan and the girls are also holding back their laughter. Huang Xiaoming muttered. Was it that bad? I thought I sang pretty well. Yi Chen said in a serious manner. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. In the next second, he finally couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone else laughed along with them. Huang Xiaoming said dejectedly, even if my singing is really bad, you guys don't have to laugh at me so much, right? The boat of friendship is overturned just like that? Brother Ming, we are highly trained not to laugh no matter how funny. After a pause, Yi Chen added, unless one really can't help it. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. I had tears in my eyes laughing. The crowd roared with laughter. Guo Digang said, Yi Chen, it's really condescending of you not to go into comedy. Next, several people took turns on stage. Deng Ziki sang a song called Foam and Zhang Xiaohan sang a song called Adiao, both written by Yi Chen. After Guo Digang and Xintang finished their performances, and after a while, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. Mr. Yi Chen, it's your turn next, please prepare. The staff checked Yi Chen's clothing, ear returns, and other equipment. After confirming that there were no problems, Yi Chen came to the stage entrance and waited to go on stage. I see a lot of Yi Chen's fans in the live broadcast room, and they keep brushing Yi Chen's name. I'm actually a fan of his, and I'm sure my fellow viewers have been waiting as long as I have. Without further ado, let's welcome Yi Chen to the stage with the loudest and most enthusiastic applause. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the scene erupted in applause. Yang Mi, who was sitting in the first row of VIP seats, exerted herself extra hard and subconsciously sat up straight. The netizens in the live broadcast room also stopped swiping and stared straight in the direction of the stage. The elevated platform slowly rose, and Yi Chen appeared on the stage. He wore a gorgeous hanbok today and wowed the audience upon his appearance. Whoa! Yi Chen is wearing ancient clothes again. What ancient costume? That's hanbok. There's still a difference. Yi Chen looks even more handsome in his hanbok. Looks like Yi Chen is still singing in the Chinese style today. The colorful lights kept flashing, decorating the stage magnificently. The big screen in the back lit up, and a huge golden dragon flew out of it, and after flying around the stage, it flew back into the screen, transforming into the majestic Great Wall of China. In order to present a better stage effect, Grandview has adopted the new 3D stereoscopic holographic projection technology. Both the dragon and the Great Wall look three-dimensional, and Yi Chen was like standing on the Great Wall at that moment. Asterisk 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 the special effects are awesome. Not bad for a grandmom. Only such awesome special effects are worthy of Yi Chen's song. I'm already burning up. Don't go through the motions. I'll give everyone a cry first. The audience was shaken to their skulls by the explosive special effects. When the song information appeared on the screen. Wa Xia, lyrics, Yi Chen, composer, Yi Chen, sings, Yi Chen, a majestic, impassioned intro plays. Yi Chen stood on the top of the Great Wall and sang with a microphone. Chapter 108, Not Wasted Souls Enter China. Can't the dust hide the splendor? The vastness of the Yellow River is bathed in pale sunlight. 5,000 years up and down is like quicksand. Not in vain the soul enters China. As soon as Yi Chen opened his mouth, the crowd was all startled. Asterisk 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 I thought it was Chinese style, but I didn't realize it was actually rap. I should say Wawa style rap. Is it this lit right off the bat? Can the dust not hide the splendor? Not in vain the soul enters China. Millions fill in the words. Just reading the lyrics already makes my blood boil. Other songs generally start off flat, with a build-up followed by a cascade of emotions before the high dynasty of the chorus. But Yi Chen's song Huaxia is different. It's high energy right off the bat. Who is the dust? Who is the fangirl? What do you mean? Can't the dust hide the beauty? It means that the Dragon Kingdom's takeoff and the revival of China is unstoppable, and no country or person can obstruct it. All obstacles are but small dust. The lyrics are generous and bold, and the melody is striking, instantly mobilizing the audience. It's like the landlord throwing two kings right off the bat, opening his mouth with a king bomb, especially with the gorgeous and cool special effects, the majestic and spectacular picture. It makes the hearts of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom surging. Yi Chen walks step by step on the Great Wall, arms open, as if embracing the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. The scene changes from near to far to a downward perspective from the air. The majestic Great Wall of China looks like a huge dragon coiled above the land of China. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom gave birth to 10,000 feelings of pride in their hearts. The dominating and shocking opening is followed by a fast-paced rap. What should be the compliment? The sweat of the working man, to perform more miracles. Celadon precious, welcome to my country. I'll show you the picturesque landscapes, embracing the 3 mountains and 5 hills. Wudong Shaolin has ancient temples. The lyrics are easy to understand, without beautiful rhetoric or flashy showmanship, but they have the power to move people's hearts. This kind of moving comes from the most sincere and simple emotion of the heart, which is 10,000 times stronger than that kind of tough sensationalism. As Yi Chen sang, the scenery under his feet was rapidly changing. 1 second he was standing on the Great Wall, and the next he was on top of a high mountain. 3 mountains, 5 mountains, Shaolin Wudong, Forbidden City, from historic places of interest to modern skyscrapers that tower over the city. In just 10 seconds or so, the audience saw all the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. A strong sense of national pride was born, from the frontier to the shore. These 6 million, everywhere is legendary. The yellow-skinned dragon's guts, sailing on the wind. God bless the land of God. History it will not be buried. Brilliant, not to mention choreographed by no one, portraying the divine charm of the Orient. To meet this brand new era, listen to the deafening melody and uplifting lyrics. All the spectators were shocked to the point that their scalps went numb and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. There are 5,000 years of history and culture. There are 9,600,000 expansive territories across it. There are also 1.4 billion hardworking, kind, brave and resilient Yanhuang descendants. The heir to the dragon is cutting through the waves, setting sail, and writing a brilliant chapter of the new era. Backstage, the general director of the party, Long Kuan, looked at the data on the screen, his heart thumping wildly with excitement. When Guo Digang took the stage, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached its peak, more than 60 million. After his performance, though, the audience dropped back down to about 50 million. As soon as Yi Chen went on stage, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to skyrocket wildly. It was only halfway through the song, and the audience had already reached 80 million, and breaking 100 million was already on the cards. Long Kuan was happy in his heart. This data is not even comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. The station's leader hinted that if the party was a success, he would be allowed to direct next year's Spring Festival Gala. Although the Spring Festival Gala is not much watched anymore, it is a lifelong dream for a gala director to be able to direct a large-scale gala like the Spring Festival Gala. Long Kuan made up his mind that if he could really direct the Spring Festival Gala, no matter how much it cost, he must invite Yi Chen to the Spring Festival Gala. In the lounge, Lu Huan and Han Hong and the others were also watching the live broadcast. Yi Chen's talent is too horrible not to be convinced. Who says it isn't? This kid surprises every time he comes out. Counting Foam and Diao, 3 of this year's party will be Yi Chen songs. I don't think we've gotten to the chorus yet, have we? I'm curious to see what the chorus looks like once it's up and turned up. Not only them, but the audience was curious. Songs also have ups and downs. It's not possible for the whole song to be a high dynasty, but so far, Yi Chen's song is blowing up more than one line, and there's no such thing as a twist. Just as everyone was wondering what Yi Chen would sing next, a stunningly beautiful opera cadence rang out. I want to cross the Tianshan mountain on a fast horse, and the long bow by the South Seas. The sun shines on the top of a May moon reflections Silk Road through Lulan. Boom! Once these 4 lines of theater accent came out, all the people instantly had their scalps exploded, and a crispy feeling like an electric current went straight to the sky. It's so transparent from the inside out. Asterisk 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 These 4 lines of lyrics are so dope. Yi Chen's theater accent is so amazing. It's so damn cool to come in from the cold. 4 sentences of ceiling. Kneel down. I'm kneeling down for Yi Chen. Simply 4 lines of lyrics. Across the north and south of the motherland, Sibei Tianshan, Gobi Desert, blue sea and blue sky, famous mountains and rivers, all included. Excellent. The netizens in the live broadcast room were originally sitting or lying down to watch the live broadcast, but when they heard this, they all couldn't help but stand up. The audience was in the scene. The feeling is even stronger. The heart is full of excitement. Yang Mi looked at Yi Chen on the stage. Her beautiful eyes were mesmerized and her teenage heart was flooded. I don't know what came to mind, but my pretty face flushed. Whether on or off stage, the man was so imposing and majestic. The first verse is sung, followed by the second. It was the same lyrics, and many of the audience members who remembered it well sang along, waving their arms as they did so. Can't the dust hide the beauty? The vastness of the yellow river is bathed in pale sunlight. 5,000 years up and down is like quicksand. Not in vain the soul enters China. The special effects produced golden dragon reappeared, flew around the stage, hovered in front of Yi Chen, stared at him for a few seconds, and then flew back into the middle of the screen, turning into 2 large golden-colored characters. Huaxia. The song ended, but the audience's hearts were still raging. Almost the entire live audience was on their feet, clapping desperately and cheering excitedly. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! An officially organized gala was hardened into Yi Chen's own personal concert. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more wildly bombarded, and the entire screen was covered with red fonts. Please Take My Knee, a song that seals the deal. It is not in vain that the soul enters China, and in the next life I will be born again in a flower-planting family. There is the beauty of clothing called Hua, and there is the greatness of etiquette called Xia. Billions of fillers. Bibo Burns. I got goosebumps and goosebumps listening to this. The lyrics are so top-notch. I'm not watching next year's Spring Festival without this song. Go to the Spring Gala. Go to the Spring Festival Gala. If miracles had colors, they would be Dragon Country Red. Chapter 109, All the Internet's Hot Topics. Invitation to the Spring Festival Gala. Yi Chen is bullish. Huaxia is bullish. Love the lyrics to this song. Love love love. Still, Chinese rhymes sound good. Blow up Yi Chen. Blow up Huaxia. It turns out that rap can be so positive. And for the first time I think rap is so good. Why do I often have tears in my eyes? Because I love the land so much. 10,000 people wrote in blood for Yi Chen to appear at the Spring Festival Gala. The atmosphere was at its peak and the crowd was at an all-time high. The pop-ups in the live broadcast were endless, and the number of viewers grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly surpassing 100 million. Yi Chen returned to the lounge backstage, and Lu Huan and Han Hong and the others rose to greet him. Yi Chen, nice singing. Awesome. Yi Chen wrote another divine song. Honestly, do you have any creative secrets? Teach me. Han Hong joked. I want to worship you. Yi Chen is running at the old artist with a straight brow. Hua Digang said enviously. Having a son should be like Yi Chen. If only our family Dalan was half as good as you. Yi Chen was speechless. Mr. Hua, don't take advantage of me like this. Yi Chen, add a Weiwei letter. Huang Xiaoming said enthusiastically. I've built a star group. Pull you in. Before he was just being polite with Yi Chen, but now he really wanted to make Yi Chen a friend. Yi Chen also gave him face and added Weiwei, and Huang Xiaoming immediately pulled him into the group. Louis Fei, newcomer burst photo. Huang Bo, welcome newcomers into the group. Do not send a red envelope to mean a little. Zhao Liang, wow. Yi Chen, welcome, welcome, I'm your fan. Unana, welcome, Mr. Yi Chen. Hello everyone, newbie, take care. Yi Chen sent out $200 red envelopes. He won over $1 million today. 20,000 was just a sprinkle. Thanks a lot, big guy. Thanks boss. Good people live in peace. Yi Chen this person can handle. There are red envelopes he is really sending. The party ended and Yi Chen and Yang Mi were invited to the dinner. During the meal, director Long Kuan invited Yi Chen to participate in next year's Spring Festival Gala. We're a little over 3 months away from the Spring Fling, and registration will be open soon. Yi Chen, of course, would not refuse and said that he would set aside the slot in advance. The other stars were beyond envious. They've been on the scene for many years and they haven't even been on a spring show yet. Yi Chen had just debuted for a year and was going to be on the Spring Festival Gala, so there was no way for them not to be envious. After dinner, Yi Chen and Yang Mi went back home. At night, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Hearing Yi Chen's gasp, the opposite party froze and apologized. Sorry Mr. Yi Chen, I didn't know you were busy. Why don't I call back later? It's okay, I'm running at night. Oh, Mr. Yi Chen is really self-disciplined. Still working out this late? There's a reason you're so hot. After a few polite words, the other party cut to the chase. I'm Shin Kun, the general director of the music channel. It's like this. Our channel has planned a music competition variety show called The King of Chinese Songs and would like to invite you to participate. Yi Chen thought, I'm sorry I'm quite busy for the next period of time. I have to shoot a movie and have a concert at the same time, so I may not have time to participate. Shin Kun's heart thumped and he hurriedly said, That's okay, we can work with your schedule to the max, and our show doesn't take long to record, just half a day per week per episode. Seeing that Shin Kun was so sincere, Yi Chen could no longer refuse. Okay, Director Shen, I can go. Great. I'll contact you in advance before the program starts, so I'll leave you to it. The next day, after a simple breakfast, Yang Mi opened Weibo. Yi Chen, you're on the hot search. Calm down, it's a big deal. It's not like you haven't been on it before. Yi Chen took Yang Mi's cell phone and looked at it. Ye Chen's new song blows up the stage. Ye Chen Wa Xia style rap, not in vain. My soul has entered China. Moved to tears by Yi Chen's Wa Xia. In fact, Yi Chen just sang it last night and it hit the Hot 100. It's been on the hot seat all night and hasn't come off until now. Yang Mi joked, it's a good thing I know you, or I would have thought you bought the hit. Just click on a random topic and it has tens of millions of hits. It wasn't enough for netizens to discuss it all night last night, and it's still going on, with some professional music critics, music vloggers, and famous singers among them. Great song. The lyrics are bold and atmospheric. The melody is shocking. The flow is flexible and versatile. The opera is stunning and ear-catching. It's a great song that can be looped in a single song. Trouble other singers to learn from Yi Chen's pattern. The whole song has both classical cultural heritage and modern pop elements, and the momentum of Yi Chen's voice is unrivaled. Up and down 5,000 years like quicksand. Not in vain the soul into the Chinese temperament and divinity show undoubtedly. This is the new Chinese rap, magnificent and exuberant, grand in realm, grand in momentum, unrestrained in meter, unrestrained in ocean and sound. Yi Chen is the dragon of contemporary words after Xin Chiji. Pros don't listen to this song. Just listen to it once and it'll go on an intracranial loop. You just can't stop. It's toxic. Really. Yi Chen sang the feeling of an orchestra by himself. Different passages, different roles and emotions, listening to the refreshing, blood surging, positive energy 100%. Good to hear. Give Yi Chen some praise. Being a child of China, a child of the Yellow Emperor, is the greatest pride in this life. Kneeling at the opening, different passages skillfully utilizing different singing voices, contexts, tones, and personalities to choreograph. Yi Chen is a choir all by himself. Soon, even some official media have issued articles in support of it. The heart of a red-blooded man sings the praises of 1,000 years of culture, and the talent of a man of the world composes the hymn of China. The blood that flows in our bones is the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor, and what stands in our hearts is the towering mountains and rivers. A little bit of soul into the Chinese summer. 5,000 years of precipitation out of the charm of the fragrance. 10,000 feet of chivalry, the smoke and mist, the oriental young man standing on the top of the amazing Yuan. What Yi Chen is singing is not a song, but the strongest sound of the Dragon Kingdom's pomp and circumstance. In the afternoon, Yang Mi pulled Yi Chen to accompany her to the movies. Small times. Why don't we just watch Heroes of Fire? I think this one might be a little better. What do you mean? Yang Mi gave Yi Chen a blank look. You mean the movie I starred in wasn't good? I didn't say that. There was no way around it. Yi Chen had to buy 2 movie tickets for small times. Throughout the entire movie watching process, Yi Chen was sitting on pins and needles, like a fish in his throat, like an on his back. The movie ends with the end credit song sung by him and Young Mi. There was a lot of cursing in the theater. Asterisk. What a time movie. These days, any cat or dog can make a movie. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's theme song, I wouldn't have come to see this crappy movie. Forget it, just think of it as paying to hear Yi Chen sing. Chapter 110, Shareholders' Identity Revealed. Concert comes to town. Yang Mi's heart gradually sank to the bottom as she listened to the audience spouting fenugreek. On the way back, she said nothing and sulked. Yi Chen comforted. Don't be too sad. It's normal for celebrities to be scolded. We earned this money. Besides, you're just an actor. It's not like a bad movie has much to do with you. It's mostly the director's writer's pot. Yang Mi sighed, quietly. Or you have an eye for it. I should have known to consult you before accepting the script. It doesn't matter if I get a few curses from the audience. I'm mainly worried about the movie flopping at the box office. Our company is the investor. Don't worry. Yi Chen laughed. Although the word of mouth for Little Era isn't good, the box office should still be good. This time our company can at least make a small goal. Hearing him say that, Yang Mi then regained her composure. In the future, I'll take on scripts and let you check them out first. The next day, the first day of the National Day box office came out with 120 million for Small Times. The internet was in an uproar. Audiences, critics, producers, directors. Many people say they can't understand the current movie market and don't understand why a bad movie with 3 wrong views can make so much money. A certain director, nicknamed Little Steel Cannon, even bluntly stated that it was because of the trashy audience that so many trashy movies were produced, which was blasted by many netizens. There was also a small group of people who aimed their spearheads at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, blink if you've been kidnapped. Can't figure out why Yi Chen would write the theme song for a crappy movie like Little Era. The Dragon Slayer becomes the dragon at last. I went to see the movie because of Yi Chen's theme song. Who knew it was a bad movie? Yi Chen owes me a movie ticket. Since ancient times, bad movies have produced divine songs. Yi Chen grow a pair and stop writing theme songs for random people. Yi Chen's mental capacity was still very strong and didn't take any of this to heart. Not to mention that he didn't think the netizens had a point. Yang Mi, however, was very overjoyed and apologized. I'm sorry Yi Chen, I shouldn't have let you write the theme song. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been scolded. It's okay, it's not like I haven't been called names before. When I was wrongly accused of molestation, I was called names that I didn't want to live. After a pause, Yi Chen added, there must be someone behind this incident who is pushing the envelope and deliberately bringing up the tempo. Yang Mi said angrily, I think so too. I don't know who is so hateful. When I find out I will definitely not spare him. It didn't take long for the news that Joshing World was the investor of Little Era, as well as the news that Yi Chen was a shareholder of Joshing, to be exposed by marketing numbers. The netizens were all shocked. Asterisk. No, Yi Chen is a shareholder of Joshing? This way everything is explained. No wonder Yi Chen will write the theme song for Small Times. Making money, not too shabby. I didn't realize that Yi Chen had already successfully transformed into a capital. This step is too big, isn't it? I knew that Yi Chen and Yang Mi's relationship is not ordinary. Maybe the two of them have known each other for a long time. So Yi Chen is eating soft food? Envious, jealous, and hateful. I also want to have a rich woman like Boss Yang. Sour, and I want to eat soft food. I just sent a message to my landlady's aunt saying I didn't want to work on it, and she said back off, loser. The news that Yi Chen is a shareholder of Joshing hit the hot search and netizens speculated about his relationship with Yang Mi. Instead of responding to this, Yang Mi had the official microblog of the web series Tomb Raider release the cast set photos. Although Yi Chen's portrayal of Zhang Qiling is not the main character, his photo was placed in the C-suite. In the photo, Yi Chen was wearing a black hoodie and carrying a black and gold ancient sword, with a cold face and a handsome and dashing appearance, exuding a mysterious and melancholic, transcendental temperament. The netizens were all stunned. Asterisk. Yi Chen's costume is so cool. Whoa Yi Chen is also too handsome. This is the little brother in my heart. Yi Chen's little brother looks like he stepped out of a book. Love. I'm going to watch this drama because of Yi Chen's little brother. Yi Chen's appearance is still quite suitable for little brother. I just don't know how the acting is. Looking forward to a wave. I believe Yi Chen won't let us down. A few days later, the Netflix series Tomb Raider held its opening ceremony. Yi Chen officially joins the group and meets the rest of the cast, including Li Yifeng, who plays Wu Qi. It is worth mentioning that it is Chan Yuk-ki who plays the role of An-ning. Only a token shot was taken on the day of the opening ceremony. The director took the cast around to read the script before filming officially began the next day. Because Yi Chen also had a concert to attend, the director tightened his scenes first. None of the other actors had a problem with this, nor did they dare to. This drama is exclusively invested by Joshing, and Yi Chen is a shareholder of Joshing. Not to mention actors, even directors don't dare to mess with him. Considering that Yi Chen was not a professional actor, the director did not demand much from him. People don't expect much from Yi Chen's acting skills and think he's just a resourceful curiosity who brought money into the group. There were still some people waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. However, Yi Chen let them down. His acting skills were beyond the imagination of the crew, even better than those professional actors. Lead actor Li Yifeng was crushed by Yi Chen the entire time, and the pressure was not normal. After a few scenes, Li Yifeng was sweating. Taking advantage of the break, he and Shen Yuqi came to ask Yi Chen for advice. Li Yifeng, Mr. Yi Chen, You acted really well. May I ask if you have studied acting? Yi Chen said indifferently. I'm even a wild card when it comes to singing, let alone any acting. Chen Yuqi said in surprise, then you still act so well. Really? Yi Chen shrugged. I just acted randomly and blindly. I didn't drag you guys down, did I? Li Yifeng. Yuki-chan. Listen, is this human language? You're a singer. You can act better than us professional actors. Can't you let people live? There was no one happier than the director, who had been worried that Yi Chen would drag his feet and delay the progress of the shooting. I didn't expect to shoot for several days in a row. Yi Chen was the one with the least number of NGs, and many times it was all over again. Tomb Raider is a web series, only 15 episodes. Yi Chen is not the main character. The role is not much, coupled with his acting skills are too powerful. The shooting progress is very fast. A month after the final, the crew threw him a killing party. Yi Chen sent out a Weibo post sharing the news that he had killed off the movie and also announcing that tickets for the concert would go on sale at 10 p.m. The news was a sensation all over the internet. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Finally waiting for Yi Chen's concert. The Bird's Nest? So awesome? First concert at the Bird's Nest. Yi Chen is also too good. Not even a year after his debut, he reached the achievement of opening a concert at the Bird's Nest. Just ask who else. An open life needs no explanation. Look forward to 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 look forward to. Chapter 111, 100. 000 tickets gone in seconds. Yi Chen's fans were very proud. After all, there aren't many singers who have performed concerts at the Bird's Nest, either singing artists from the national team or divas who have been on the scene for decades. And Yi Chen was in his mid-20s and had only been on the scene for a year when he already went to the Bird's Nest for a concert. He could brag about that alone for the rest of his life. However, there were also people who didn't think highly of Yi Chen and were talking smack online. Oh, a concert at the Bird's Nest. How dare Yi Chen? Don't even take a piss. Can he hold up such a big field? The Bird's Nest can hold up to 100,000 people. Will that many people really go to Yi Chen's concert? I don't think the attendance was even 10%. It would have been nice to have 10,000 people. Yi Chen is too overestimating his strength. The largest number of audience in Zhou Dong's concert was only 80,000 people. Even if he is more powerful, can he still be more powerful than Zhou Dong? My Koan doesn't even dare to hold a concert at the Bird's Nest. How does Yi Chen deserve it? Isn't it a slap in your own face to spend so much money on renting a venue when the attendance is pitifully low? I guess I won't even be able to recover the venue fee. This is called swelling your face and sitting around waiting for Yi Chen to be punched in the face. Most of these people were fans of other singers, such as idol singers like Hua Hua, Koan, and Fan. Instead of stopping this behavior of their fans, they intentionally condone it and even deliberately guide it. In addition to mocking, they also questioned Yi Chen's concert ticket prices for being too high. Grandstand tickets are 388, outfield tickets are 588, and infield tickets are 888, averaging $600 a ticket. This is a money grab. Yi Chen doesn't even care about his face in order to make money. Before writing the theme song for a crappy movie like Little Era, cheating us out of our feelings, and now coming back to cut leaks, Yi Chen is crazy about money? Alas, Yi Chen has finally turned into the person he once hated the most. I thought Yi Chen was a clear stream in the entertainment industry, but I didn't expect it to be a mudslide. Did Yi Chen pay his taxes? I haven't seen him donate a single penny even after making so much money. LOL, off the hook. Boycott Yi Chen. Everyone don't buy his concert tickets. Let's see when he's done. Yi Chen's fans couldn't tell if they were friend or foe for a while. After all, when Yi Chen released his album last time, that group of old sixes said the same thing. The album ended up being snapped up in less than a day. Yi Chen was fully engaged in the preparations for the concert and didn't pay attention to the comments on the internet. 9:59 p.m. 1 minute before concert tickets go on sale. Imperial Conservatory of Music. In a girls' dorm room, several girls sat in a circle, each with a cell phone in hand, staring with bated breath at the page of the ticketing platform. There was another girl pinching a stopwatch, staring intently at the time on it. The dormitory was silent. A few people were so nervous that their palms were sweaty and their hearts were racing. Suddenly, the girl with the stopwatch shouted, 10 seconds to go. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Open robbery. At the word of command, a few of the remaining girls' fingers flew to click the ticket button on the screen. The system is busy. Please try again later. A couple of girls broke down when they saw the website's prompt, yet they didn't give up, their fingers tapping on the cell phone screen like sewing machine needles in rapid succession, almost to the point of stigmata. After a while, the website page finally refreshed. Seeing the glaring words sold out on the page, the girls were frozen in shock. A moment later, A horse wail erupted from the dormitory. No way. You can't even grab this? Sasha, did you grab it? I didn't grab it. Did you guys? Alas, neither do I. We started grabbing tickets as soon as the ticket lanes opened and we still didn't get them. Oh my god, how could this happen? We're having too much luck. 100,000 tickets, sold out in 1 second? How is that possible? Could it be a mistake on the website? The same scene is playing out across the country. Those fans who didn't grab the tickets all ran to the ticketing platform to react. Is there a data error? 100,000 tickets. How can they be sold out in a second? Nothing. I didn't even grab one. I'm even more unlucky. I didn't grab the last album and I still haven't grabbed it this time. Can you guys have my bad luck? My girlfriend said that if she can't grab the tickets for Yi Chen's concert, she will break up with me. Now what should I do? Wait online. Quite urgent. It must be an error on the website. Even if it's 100,000 pigs, it would take half a day to catch them. Even the ticketing platform suspected something was wrong. After some inspection, this confirmed that there was nothing wrong. The 100,000 tickets for Yi Chen's concert were indeed all snapped up in a second. The ticketing platform immediately issued a notice stating that they don't take the blame for this. Now the netizens are even more shocked. Asterisk 100,000 tickets, sold out in a second. Too much? Yi Chen's popularity is truly terrifying as hell. Where's the promise that none of them will be bought? Yi Chen is setting another record. Not only the netizens, but also the singers were deeply shocked. Once again, they had seen how terrifying Yi Chen's strength was. In addition to shock, there was more envy and jealousy. The fans of those idol singers were all mute, but there was still a small portion of barbers who suspected Yi Chen of brushing data and faking. Oh, half of these 100,000 tickets were bought by Yi Chen himself, right? It's so fake. Snubbing cuties. What about it? We'll see if it's true when the concert comes out. I'm familiar with the routine of giving back my own money as it is, and splitting my fans' money 30/70ths. Amusement Corporation headquarters. Hua Dusty Language's face turned blue as she cursed in anger. What are those marketing numbers and water armies for? Posting so many articles with no effect at all. 100,000 tickets all gone in seconds. Yi Chen has made a splash this time. Agent Beck J reassured. Flower, don't be angry yet. It may not be a bad thing for us. We can also make an article from other aspects, such as Yi Chen concert tickets are too expensive. Cut the leaks of fans. Earn so much money but not a penny. For the rich and unkind, etc. At those words, Flower Dusty calmed down and laughed. Sister bye. It's still you who's smart. Why didn't I think of that? Yi Chen has caused me such misery. I can't say anything to spare him this time. Don't worry, leave this to me, and you focus on preparing for King of Chinese Song. Baekjae said seriously. As you know, originally people didn't invite you, and this opportunity was something the company spent a lot of money on, and it was hard to get for you. I've heard that the people you share the stage with are all divas, national teams singing artist level. If you let the company down this time, even I can't bail you out. Flower Dusty nodded and said solemnly, I know, and I'm going to make a nice turnaround this time. Chapter 112, King of Chinese Songs on Air. Yi Chen, congratulations, the concert tickets are all sold out. Yang Mi deliberately learned a few good dishes, personally cooked, and Yi Chen had a good celebration. In fact, Yi Chen's concert tickets are not expensive at all, with an average ticket price of $600, compared to those singers who don't move more than 1,000 or even 2,000 tickets. He is already very conscientious. With 100,000 tickets, that's only 60 million in total, after taxes, venue fees, promotional costs, etc. The net profit is just over $40 million, not nearly as much as the album makes. The reason why the pricing is so cheap is because of the fact that most of the fans are young people, some of them students, with little financial resources. For that matter, there are actually marketing numbers that open their eyes and say that Yi Chen's concert tickets are too expensive. Without Yi Chen having to explain, his fans had already come out to defend him. A week later, the concert was finally ready, and there were still 2 days to go before the official start. Meanwhile, the first installment of the King of Chinese Song began recording. The recording location was close to Yi Chen's place. In order to avoid traffic delays, Yi Chen simply chose to travel by subway. After exiting the subway station, another shared bike was swept up. The staff of Grandview had been waiting at the entrance of the building long in advance. Upon seeing Yi Chen, who had arrived late on a shared bicycle, he was completely petrified. It was the first time she'd seen such a Loki star. Mr. Yi Chen, please come inside. The staff brought Yi Chen to the singer's lounge. In order to prevent the contestants from guessing each other's identity, each contestant of the King of Chinese Songs has a separate restroom. The couch is good quality, much better than the mango. Yi Chen had just sat down on the sofa not long before the screen in front of him lit up. Director Shin-kun appears in the picture. Hello everyone. All 16 debut singers from the first season of our Chinese Song King have arrived. Thank you to all the teachers for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend our program. Let's start with the rules and format of the program. The format of the King of Chinese Songs is very simple. There are only 4 installments in total, one every week for a month. The first installment is 16 to 8. The 16 singers are divided into 8 groups, 2 by 2 PK. The loser is eliminated and the winner stays. The program takes a dual format of live voting plus online voting. The 500 on-site judges, each with 10 votes, are music aficionados, or people with a certain level of musical literacy and aesthetic taste. There are also 5,000 online judges with 1 vote each, for a total of 10,000 votes. Considering that these 16 contestants are all long-established and famous singers, the worst of which are second tier, their popularity and influence is terrifying. In order to prevent the judges' judgment from being influenced, the show has devised a very interesting idea. Each contestant is required to wear a mask and take a fancy name that does not reveal his or her true identity, somewhat similar to the King of Masked Singers in a previous life. The judges don't know who is singing and their votes are not affected. There is only one criterion for voting, and that is the quality of the song and the singer's vocals. All players competed fairly on their own merits. This maximizes the fairness and impartiality of the show while adding suspense and interest. The loser unmasks and reveals their true identity. The winner keeps the mystery alive for the next game. The overall winner of the program, the King of Chinese Songs, will not remove the mask from his face and reveal his true face until the final installment. After listening to Shin-kun's introduction, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. This program is so much fun. Singing in a mask is so creative, worthy of being a grandmom, although usually rarely do variety shows. When it comes out, it's a king bomb. I think it's a great idea. It's very fair, and it's fun to guess the identity of each singer. No wonder the program hasn't announced the guest lineup, so it's by design. That means you have to see the end to know the identity of the King of Songs. This is deliberately whetting people's appetites. The internet is really making sense to grandmom. I wonder if Yi Chen has participated in this program. I so wish Yi Chen would come to this program. Yi Chen is still busy with his concert, so he shouldn't have time to attend. That's right, Yi Chen definitely couldn't come. Alas, what a pity. The viewers in the live broadcast room all felt sorry for Yi Chen not being able to participate in the Chinese Song King. After Shin-kun introduced the rules of the program, the contestants were taken individually to a room filled with masks and began to pick their own. Yi Chen chose a 9-tube mask worn by Paki Zhang and let the bullets fly, revealing only his eyes and mouth without interfering with his breathing or singing. Then he gave himself a fancy name, the Traveler. The next step is to choose your opponent by drawing lots. Yi Chen's opponent was a demon mage, wearing a ghost face mask, which looked a bit scary. Neither side knew the true identity of their opponents, let alone the spectators. After everything was set up, the game finally started in earnest. After reading a jingle, host Sanan announced, "Alright, the following match will officially begin. The first group to go on stage for PK is Traveler and Demon Mage. First we have Demon Mage on stage. The song he's going to sing today is, Celadon." Obviously, Sanan knew the identity of the Demon Mage. And when he saw that the song he was going to sing was actually Yi Chen's Blue and White Porcelain, the expression on his face changed slightly. The viewers of the live stream also exploded. Who is this demon mage? Quite bold, actually daring to sing Yi Chen's Celadon? The difficulty of this song is not small, especially with Yi Chen Jade in front of it. It is easy to be compared to Yi Chen, and as long as it is sung slightly less than satisfactory, it will be scolded. Looks like the demon mage has a lot of confidence in himself. Is there a possibility that this demon mage is Yi Chen himself? Impossible. Yi Chen isn't stupid. Singing his own song, wouldn't that be recognized at once? The artist is bold. Since he dares to sing Yi Chen's song, it shows that this demon mage is still very powerful. When the demon mage took the stage, the crowd was shocked. As he wore a scary mask with a ghost face, some of the less courageous members of the audience could no longer hold back their foul mouths. At that moment, the intro to the song played and the audience was instantly in awe. As we all know, Blue Flower Porcelain is a Chinese-style song that uses traditional instruments like guzheng, bamboo flute, and dongxiao, and the intro is naturally no exception. The audience had heard the song countless times before and couldn't have been more familiar with the intro. But now, what they heard was an electric sound with a very unfamiliar melody. Nima, is this Celadon? I think it's a new adapted version. What an adaptation. A magical adaptation is more like it. Asterisk. What the hell? Actually daring to magically alter Yi Chen's song. A good Chinese-style song. Demonically altered to the point of being unorthodox. Is this demon mage here to seek curses? Chapter 113, Left Hand Fingers the Moon, blowing up the whole place. The demon mage hadn't even started the song yet, and just listening to an intro, the crowd broke into a frenzy. When he opened his mouth, the audience cursed even more. A good song Manhwa Porcelain was changed by him to a completely different style of composing and arranging. All those traditional instruments like guzheng, flute and xiao have disappeared, replaced by Western instruments like piano, electric piano and violin, with an English rap in the middle. Where is there any hint of Chinese style? It's simply incestuous. When he sang the chorus, the demon mage also suddenly soared a high pitch, and his ghostly voice scared the audience. He shuddered violently as if he were literally possessed by a summoned demon. Seeing this familiar scene, many viewers instantly remembered someone. Flower Mage. That's right, this demon mage was none other than Flower Dusty. Even though he was wearing a mask, there were still many people who guessed his identity. There's no way around it. His stage style is so distinctive that it's the only one in the country. Dusty Flowers could have done otherwise, so that no one would be able to guess his identity. The reason he did it in plain sight was so that his fans would recognize him and vote for him. It's actually considered cheating. And he magically altered Yi Chen's Manhwa Porcelain just to prove that he was more talented than Yi Chen. He always felt that his own set was the right one, and didn't give a damn about Hua Xiafeng. Get up from where you fell. Proving himself by adapting Yi Chen's song was what Flower Dust Language wanted to see the most. The audience did guess his identity, but their reaction was not what he expected. The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded with anger and greeted his entire family in beautiful Dragonese. This demon mage is the Flower Dust Language, right? What other singer would do it but him? Is Flower Dust Language acquiescing to her title as a mage? Flower Dust Language is so disgusting, magically altering Yi Chen's song and cheating. A good Chinese-style song is messed up by his demonic alteration. Does he think he's great? Who gave him the guts to magically alter Yi Chen's song? If you can't fight Yi Chen, then you go after other people's songs. Despicable. Yi Chen naturally recognized Flower Dust Whisper. He called his agent, Zhao Ruoyao, and asked her to find out who had bought the rights to Celadon. Zhao Ruoyao quickly replied to him, saying that it was bought by Sky Entertainment, spent $1 million, and only bought a one-time right to sing. That is to say, you can only sing once in the program King of Chinese Songs, and you can't sing again. Dusty Flowers is from Sky Entertainment, and it's obvious that he bought the song. There is no way the company is going to pay him that amount. The million must have come out of his own pocket. Spending $1 million just to sing my song once in this program. Flower Dust Language. You really have a heart. Yi Chen even wondered if Hua Chunyue was interested in him. Why else would you always hold on to him? However, Hua Dusty Language had only bought the singing rights, and the copyright of Porcelain of Green Flowers was still in Yi Chen's hands, so he had no right to adapt it. If Yi Chen wanted to sue him, it would be a one-time lawsuit. That's when the Demon Mage finally finished singing. Thank you Demon Mage for bringing us this different version of Celadon. And now we have our next contestant, the Traveler, who is bringing us a new original song today, Left Hand Finger Moon. As soon as the host Sanan's words fell, the live broadcast room burst into life. Bull *********. Daring to sing original new songs in this program. This is also a tough guy. I don't know how well he can sing. Don't lose to Flower Dusty. Oh, don't worry. Flower Dust Language is just here to make up the numbers. Any random player can hang him. Singing original new songs in a variety show reminds me of Yi Chen. Alas, it would have been great if Yi Chen could have come to this program, but it's a pity. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Chen arrived on the stage. The song information appeared on the screen. Left Hand Fingers Moon. Lyrics, Traveler, Composer, Traveler, Singing, Traveler. See Yi Chen's 9-cylinder mask. The audience immediately happy. Pop-ups and comments area are heritage in the application. Sim-Ida. After a grand and atmospheric intro, Yi Chen's song followed. Holding the earth in my left hand and the sky in my right, the palm cracks out 10 directions of lightning. Converting time into years in a hurry. 3,000 lifetimes are like nothing else. Dorked out. After hearing just the first 2 sentences, everyone was stunned. The audience froze in place. The netizens in the live stream also forgot to post pop-ups. This song is just so dominant, coming on at a high note like never before. Also both sopranos, and compared to Flower Dusty, the highs and lows are immediately obvious. Dusty Flower's high notes are just falsetto and are tortured. Yet Yi Chen's tenor was very comforting, with a feeling of physical and mental permeability. Yi Chen was singing in a soprano voice, which was very shrill. Though the pitch was high, it was as fine as a thread, like a slender silk thread that drifted into the clouds with the wind. In addition to the mask, he was wearing a costume prepared by the show, which was very loose and had some decorations on it. The audience couldn't see his body, but from the sound of his voice, they all thought he was a woman, and a soprano at that. There are only a handful of sopranos in the country, and the audience was left guessing. I know, this traveler must be Han Hong. Pull back, it can't be her by the size. I think it's supposed to be Sardine Nails. If you ask me, it must be Demon King Tan Kin. It could also be Mr. Lee Yuquan, who is a man but is very good at soprano. Impossible. MS. Lee Yuzong is just a falsetto, not a real soprano. This crossdresser is the real soprano. She must be a woman. That's right, men can't make that sound. The singers lounge. Those other singers were also deeply shocked by Yi Chen's high notes. There were sopranos among them, too, and the ones speculated by the internet were among them. But even they were ashamed of themselves and couldn't sing such a high soprano. It's not that you can't sing it if you have to do it the hard way. It's just that it's very easy to break your voice. No one would dare to take a chance on such a powerful and godly show. In addition to the vocals, what shocked them even more was the songwriting talent of the traverser. This song is just so well written. There are only a few sopranos in the country, but none who can write their own songs. So they racked their brains and couldn't guess who this traveler really was. They even suspected that the traveler was not a Dragon Nation resident, but a foreigner. At the same time, they were all curious about what to sing later on when they were soaring so high right off the bat. It's easy to break the tone if the tone continues to rise later, but if the tone goes from high to low later, it's a high start. Realize it's not even to the chorus yet. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's high pitch sounded again, and this time, it unexpectedly rose to a whole new level. With a flower in his left hand and a sword in his right, 10,000 years of snow have fallen on my brow. A tear. That's me. Dolphin tone. When the dolphin sound of sounded, everyone's scalp exploded and goosebumps rose, as if even their souls were trembling. Chapter 114, the strongest dolphin sound ever. Yi Chen's soprano voice continued, seemingly with no intention of stopping. His breath was thick and long, and he sang the word off for a long time, but he didn't even finish. Everyone was shocked out of their minds. There are a lot of singers who can sing dolphin sounds, but there are only a few who can continue to sing for such a long time, and it's the first time we've seen them. Yi Chen's high-pitched voice wasn't harsh, but instead gave people a very comfortable feeling. The crowd felt their ears and even their souls undergo a baptism. Is that a dolphin sound? It's so awesome, isn't it? I can't believe someone in the world can actually make that sound. I can't believe it's not over after half a day of singing one word. Those who sing don't break. Those who listen are breaking. That's right. I feel like I'm running out of breath. Blossom Dust language, listen well. This is the real soprano. Your ghostly wailing is worthy of being called a soprano? Doesn't Mageflower love to soar with high notes? Now he's being hung with a high pitch, right? Compared to this traveler, Flower Dust language is scum. Amateurishly, the audience is still just feeling bullish. Those other singers, however, all freaked out, because they know how difficult this song is. A tailpiece sung for so long, still dolphin sounding, without the slightest pause, the air mouth so coherent that you can't even hear the change of breath. Not many singers in the world can reach that level. At this moment, the same word came to their minds in unison. Sirens. It's a sound only a siren can make. The expression on Flower Dust language's face was even more complicated to the extreme. Shocked, terrified, envious, jealous, incredulous, and a hint of resignation. Although he was arrogant, he still had some self-awareness and knew that he was bound to lose this time. Losing a game was nothing. However, this was his last chance to turn it around. First of all, you can't get past the company one. The company has spent a lot of money on him over the years and he himself is not competing. Thinking of the consequences of being about to be abandoned by the company, Flower Dusty's heart sank and she felt a deep sense of frustration. At that moment, Yi Chen finally ended that siren-like chant and continued singing. With a flick of a finger in the left hand and a string in the right, the oars swing between the waters of oblivion. When trouble can blossom into a red lotus, don't stop to give me distractions. Still the same melody, same high notes, and yet everyone is still overwhelmed. Other people's high notes are jarring and annoying. Yi Chen's soprano voice, however, is one that one never tires of hearing. His voice comes with an electric effect and has a unique charm. Equally shocking to the crowd was his superior creative talent. 10,000 years of snow falling between the brows, oars swinging between the waters of the river of forgetfulness. These lyrics are so beautiful. What kind of god is this traveler? With both talent and singing skills, his strength is not below Yi Chen. I thought Yi Chen was already invincible. Whose ministry is this? Looking at the entire Chinese music scene, I'm afraid that only Yi Chen can fight one of them. The traveler is another musical genius after Yi Chen. The Chinese music scene is really saved. Just as the crowd was still immersed in shock, the siren's chant-like soprano voice resounded once again, with the left hand pointing to the moon and the right hand taking the red thread, to give you and me the love affair that we wish for. In the moonlight, you and I, The eardrums of the crowd all seemed to be penetrated, and their brains and souls resonated strongly. That superb soprano echoed over and over again in a loop inside people's cranial cavities, and their whole bodies and minds were given a great pleasure. The audience, the backstage crew, the singers in the lounge, the netizens in front of the screen. Everyone seemed to be mesmerized by the siren song, immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, as if they were having a beautiful dream. Asterisk 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 again? Oh my god, this anticlimactic dolphin sound. Singing it once is already amazing. I didn't expect him to sing it twice in a row. Can he really stand his voice? This song should only be found in heaven. How often can it be heard on earth? This song is more exhausting than running a marathon. Don't even say sing. I'm tired of listening for him. I feel like I'm going to break at any moment. Everyone thought the song was going to end soon. It's already hellishly difficult to sing this super long dolphin sound once, let alone twice for the traveler, who should be at the end of his rope, both in terms of breath and voice. If you sing anymore, you're either going to break or you're going to run out of breath, and it's time to wrap it up. Those other singers were thinking the same thing. 2 dolphin sounds were already the limit of what a human could achieve, and unless this traveler was a god, there was no way he could sing it a third time. However, they were soon slapped in the face. Just when everyone thought the song was coming to an end, the stonking high notes came on again. I pick you up with my left hand and put you down with my right. You're all taken back to your heart when you close your palms. A cone of incense. You are me without distinction. Silly. Everyone was dumbfounded and numb, frozen on the spot like a clay statue. The vocals of this crossover are just horrible. Such a difficult dolphin sound that it was actually sung 3 times in a row. And if you listen carefully you will notice that there is a subtle difference between the 3 times, with one being higher pitched and longer than the other. It's no longer a sound that people can make. The other 14 singers all couldn't help but stand up, staring blankly at Yi Chen in the screen. Flower Dust Language was even more frightened and lost her mind. No, this can't be. How can a human make a sound like that? Even a real dolphin couldn't do it. Fake. It must be fake. This traveler must be faking it. The crowd had not the slightest doubt that the traveler would do it again. By now they were all numb with shock, and instead they were vaguely looking forward to it. However, Yi Chen disappointed them this time, and after a super long dolphin sound, the song Left Hand Finger Moon came to an abrupt end. Instead, everyone remained frozen. After a while, seeing that Yi Chen had no intention to continue singing, he realized that the song had ended. Wow! There was a flash flood of enthusiastic applause. Even director Shin Kun, host Sanan, all the staff backstage, and the other singers in the lounge were clapping desperately. The netizens in the livestream are even more so. Bullseye, crosser bullseye. I would call her the strongest other than Yi Chen. Curious as to who she really is. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I was on my knees the whole time listening. I finally understand what heavenly music means. This is heavenly music. The first group is so awesome. What does that make the singers behind them do? Host then returns to the stage. Yi Chen and Hua Duanyu stood on his left and right sides respectively. Thank you to the 2 singers for their wonderful singing. The following is the voting section. Please 500 live judges, and 5,000 online judges to vote for their favorite singers. Chapter 115 An Unprecedented Concert. The 500 on-site judges pressed the voting machines in their hands. There were also 5,000 online judges who cast their votes for their favorite singers through the voting link in the livestream. There wasn't much expectation for the outcome of the poll. Anyone who isn't deaf can tell who sings better. The victory was already obvious. Hua Danyu stood on the stage, unable to stop herself from trembling slightly and breaking out in a cold sweat. He wasn't so much nervous as he was scared and didn't know how to deal with the consequences of what was to come. It didn't take long for the votes to be tallied. Then looked away and announced, "Here are the votes for both players. Demon Mage, 189 votes. Travelers, 811 votes. Congratulations to the traveler for winning. The Demon Mage regrets his elimination." This result was expected, so everyone's reaction was calm. Only the fans of Flower Dust Talk were in a terrible mood. As things stood, they could only secretly pray that the Demon Mage must not be Flower Dust Language. Dying online. Oh, it's not like demon mages are necessarily flowers. That's right. Who said the Demon Mage was a flower? Flower wouldn't have lost so badly. This Demon Mage is definitely not him. Yi Chen got off the stage and returned to the singer's lounge. As they passed through the corridor, the doors to the lounges on either side opened a crack, and the other singers peeked out to see who the traveler really was. The result, of course, was nothing. At the front desk, then looked over at the Demon Mage and said, "According to the rules of our program, the loser has to remove the mask from their face. Demon Mage, please remove your face." Everyone couldn't take their eyes off of it, wanting to see if this Demon Mage was or wasn't Flower Dust Language. Yet the Demon Mage was standing on the stage, motionless, with no intention of removing his mask, and asked weakly, "Moderator, can I leave my mask on?" then froze and shook his head. I'm sorry, no. According to the rules of the program, you must remove your mask. The participants in the King of Chinese Song are all big-name singers, including many heavenly kings, and the program group has spent a lot of notice money for this, although Hua Dusty didn't have a notice fee, and was still paying money backwards to get in. But if this precedent is set, and other singers follow suit and don't take off their faces when they lose, the show will be much less effective and the program will lose money. A chorus of boos rang out from the scene, and netizens sent pop-ups to taunt them. Oh, is it impossible to lose? That's a wimp? What a disgrace to a man. Even if you don't take off your mask, we know who you are. Disgraceful. Then intensified his tone and repeated it again. Demon Mage, please take off your face. Having no choice but to clench her teeth tightly, Hua Duanyue took off the mask on her face, revealing the face that was gloomy to the core. Ha ha ha, I knew it was him. Flower Dust's speech is too self-indulgent, really making a fool of himself. Bah, just with you dare to magically alter Yi Chen's song? Flower Dust language apologizes to Yi Chen. Immediately, right now. Sanine asked. Flower, I'm sorry you've been eliminated. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so elimination testimonials will be excused. Hua Dusty was supposed to say a few words about his elimination, but where would he have the face to stay on stage now? He casually found an excuse and fled the stage in a grayish manner. Yi Chen had other things to do and didn't stay to watch the other contestants' matches, and left after seeing Hua Danyue take off her mask. Hua Dusty language had just left the entrance of the building when she saw Yi Chen's back as he rode away on his bicycle. He was struck by lightning, and his whole body was bad. Could the traveler be Yi Chen? No, it can't be. It should be that one's eyes were blurred. That person just now wasn't Yi Chen at all. Hua Danyue could not accept the fact that she had lost to Yi Chen twice, so she had to deceive herself like this. That night, Traveler and Flower Dusty were on the hot seat, but Flower Dusty is the one who got called out on the hot seat. Left hand fingers moon. Who is the traveler? The greatest dolphin sound of all time. Flowering Dust language magic changes to Celadone porcelain. Flower Dusty owes Yi Chen an apology. In addition to the angry netizens, the company's bosses didn't let him off the hook and called him out on his behavior. Baekjae was also completely disappointed in him. Flower Dust language bought the rights to Celadone and adapted it privately, without even consulting her. Now he's just a loser who has lost his commercial value. Woe betide him. And at that exact moment, a female singer surnamed Zhang broke another shocking scandal, saying that she and Flower Dusty had a child. This was a sensation all over the internet, and the netizens were eating it up. The company executives were even more furious and completely gave up on Hua Duanyu, no longer caring about his life or death, letting things fester online. Even those loyal fans have been disenchanted after hearing that he had an unmarried child, and many others have turned from pink to black. As the saying goes, one pink tops 10 blacks, and they stomp back even harder than those black fans. Overnight, Flower Dust language had lost millions of fans. Although his Weibo account still has tens of millions of followers, we all know that most of those are just paid zombie fans. His real followers are probably not even a million anymore. It didn't take long for Tian Entertainment's official microblog to release a notification canceling all of Hua Duanyu's announcements for 5 years, banning him from participating in any variety shows, and not being able to sing anymore. To put it bluntly, it's a snow job. Flower Dust language had stolen the chicken this time, and would never have a chance to turn the tables. That's not all. Yi Chen went back and contacted the agent Zhao Ruoyao, so that she could pursue the legal responsibility of the Flower Dust language. Flower Dust language had magically altered his work without authorization. This could not be left as such. Zhao Ruoyao immediately let the lawyers in the legal department to start the lawsuit. Facing Flower Dusty will be triple the huge amount of compensation. 3 days later, Yi Chen's concert finally arrived. Fans from all over the country who had grabbed tickets had long ago arrived in the imperial capital in advance, and some had been staying in hotels near the bird's nest for days. On this day, the square around the bird's nest was packed with people. There was still half a day before the concert officially started, and those fans came early to line up and wait to enter the venue, fearing that they would be late. In order to prevent accidents, security personnel worked hard to maintain order. In addition to the spectators, many media reporters also arrived at the scene, scrambling to cover the spectacle and broadcasting the entire event live from outside the arena. Upon seeing those overwhelming crowds in the square, the netizens were all stunned. That's a lot of people. I've never seen so many people in my life. This scene is also too spectacular. Once in 100 years. Is Yi Chen's call so powerful? Whoever said Yi Chen swiped data, get out and get beaten. Bullseye. Yi Chen is really bullseye. Ooh, envy and jealousy. I also want to go to Yi Chen's concert. After a while, ticket checking began and the audience lined up and entered the venue one after another. With 100,000 people, It took over 3 hours just to line up to get in. The huge bird's nest was packed to the rafters and the scene was beyond spectacular. Chapter 116, Why Not? The official staff of the bird's nest was also shocked by the gesture. Singers have come here for concerts before, but it's never been a full house. Yi Chen's concert was truly a sellout. With a 100% attendance rate, security officers patrolled back and forth, fearing that something might happen. Fortunately, Yi Chen's fans were all very qualified and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. 100,000 people sat honestly in their seats, gazing in unison in the direction of the stage. Some had glow sticks in their hands, others held up lighted signs and pulled banners. The stage was pitch black and you couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the big screen at the back lit up, looping the image of Yi Chen singing. The fans were thrilled and excited and cheered. Whoa! Yi Chen is so handsome. Yi Chen is really 360 degrees all around deathless handsome. I have no regrets in dying if I can watch a Yi Chen concert in this life. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! The fans waved their glow sticks and shouted Yi Chen's name, the deafening sound waves echoing in the bird's nest. The countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, snap. The lights came on and a white mist surged across the stage. The elevated platform slowly rose, and Yi Chen finally appeared on the stage. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Yi Chen, I love you. The fans collectively boiled over and the chants got louder. Yi Chen waited for a while and saw that the shouting had no intention of stopping, so he had to make a gesture of silence and said, "Would everyone please be quiet?" At those words, the audience that had just been shouting madly instantly quieted down, and the boiling scene became silent. Yi Chen was very satisfied and continued, "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to my concert. To thank you for your support, this concert will feature a few new songs that have never been released before, in addition to those old favorites." As soon as the words fell, the audience at the scene suddenly cheered with excitement and excitement once again. Whoa! That's so good! I didn't realize there was a windfall. Being able to hear Yi Chen's new song in advance is worth the price of admission. Please Yi Chen, hurry up and start. I can't wait. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and stood in front of the microphone, gently playing the guitar in his hand. A familiar intro plays and someone in the crowd immediately takes off. Fade away. Whoa! That's my favorite song. The live version definitely sounds better than the recorded version. It's worth it in this lifetime to hear Yi Chen sing live. After the intro, Yi Chen's song followed. When you walk into this pleasure ground, carry all your dreams and thoughts on your back. All colors of makeup on all colors of faces. No one remembers what you look like. When they sang the High Dynasty part of the chorus, the entire audience of 100,000 people sang along as if they had negotiated a deal. One for the sunrise and one for the moonlight. Wake me up to the desire to tenderize a cold window. One for the homeland and one for the faraway land. Keeping my goodness, pushing me to grow. Yi Chen's song was drowned out by the fans, and he simply stopped and listened to them sing. He only sang half of the song, and the second half was all fan-sung through. One song was followed by a second. Someone like me, a fine man like me, I should have lived my life to the fullest. This time Yi Chen only sang one line before being interrupted by the audience's chorus. He had to settle for sticking the microphone out to the audience and peacefully listening to the song on stage. The identities of the two sides were swapped, as if Yi Chen had turned into a listener while the audience had turned into singers. The third song was Manhwa Porcelain, and this time it was even more exaggerated. Yi Chen hadn't even started singing yet, and the audience sang along as soon as the intro sounded. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The peonies depicted on the bottle are just like your first makeup. It's no exaggeration to say that fans are more familiar with Yi Chen's songs than he is. Some of the lyrics even Yi Chen himself couldn't quite remember, but the fans remembered them very clearly. Yi Chen tried to open his mouth several times, trying to sing a couple lines, but he was interrupted by the fans, who didn't give him a chance to interrupt. Unable to do anything else, Yi Chen had to be a listener once again, listening to the fans sing the entire time. He had expected a concert to be exhausting, and for that reason had brought in a couple of guest singers to help share the pressure. I didn't realize it was so easy. It wasn't even his turn to sing. The fans finished the song themselves. This money was so easy to earn that Yi Chen was a little embarrassed. After 3 songs in a row, the fans finally reacted as well. That's not right. We came to see a concert. Why are we singing by ourselves? Yeah, whose concert is this anyway? We came to hear Yi Chen sing, and now it's the other way around. So we're paying to sing here ourselves? Yi Chen doesn't do anything. He makes his money standing up. No, he can't be so cheap. Yi Chen also felt embarrassed, so he chose a song called Red Velvet next. This time the fans have learned their lesson. One followed the song to none. The key is that the song is too difficult. They cannot sing even if they want to sing. People walk by the stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the word love. she has to sing with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, who is the guest? Although the single song had been looped countless times for a long time, everyone still got goosebumps when they heard Yi Chen's operatic voice on the spot. Yi Chen's theater accent was just amazing, and the infectiousness of the scene was 100 times stronger than the recorded version. Next, Yi Chen sang several songs in a row. Materia Medica, The Funeral of the Rose, On the Reign of Qingming, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island, The Big Fish, and Lonely Brave Man. Each one is a classic. The fans once again sang along, and a good solo concert turned into a chorus. After singing several old songs one after another, Yi Chen sipped his water and smiled. Well, the old songs are pretty much done, and the next one I'm going to sing is a new one that I just wrote not too long ago. Some people say that all my songs are so tear-jerking and sadistic that they can't help but shed a tear every time they listen to them. I apologize for this, and in order to mend everyone's broken hearts, I've written a light-hearted, upbeat, sweet and romantic love song that I hope you'll enjoy. Upon hearing this, the fans were looking forward to it. They hadn't heard Yi Chen sing a love song much. A large screen in the back shows information about the song. Why not? Lyrics, Yi Chen, composer, Yi Chen, sings, Yi Chen. A piano appeared on the stage at some point. Yi Chen sat in front of the piano with a straight posture, his long and white 10 fingers stroking across the keys. A beautiful and pleasant piano sound rang out abruptly, flowing quietly in the ears of the crowd. Along with this beautiful and romantic piano sound, Yi Chen opened his mouth and sang while playing the piano. The sky wants to rain so bad. I'd love to live next door to you. I'm standing underneath your house. Lift your head and count the dark clouds. If a piano appears in the scene, I'll sing to you, even if it's a lot of pots of water down the drain. Chapter 117, Singing Love Songs with Deng Ziqi. Yi Chen's song echoed in the large bird's nest. The relaxed and upbeat melody and the warm and romantic lyrics made everyone's eyes light up. Yi Chen's previous songs are grandiose and full of positive energy, good to listen to, but more or less heavy. Some songs are even very sadistic, tear-jerking. The song, What's Not to Like, however, completely subverts his previous style, which is light-hearted and cheerful, sweet and romantic, and overflowing with youthfulness. The mood of the crowd became cheerful and lively, especially those young people who were still in school, and they felt the same way. They were at the sweetest and most sour age of their lives, and what Yi Chen was singing about was exactly what they all usually experienced. The adults who are a little older, have graduated for many years and are in the workforce, on the other hand, seem to be a decade or so younger, back in their carefree, youthful years. Whether it is an open love or a secret love, everyone's youthful time, there has been a person who has stunned the time. Of course, for some sea kings, there may be more than one. Listening to them, it was as if they were actually downstairs from their sweethearts, looking up and foolishly counting the dark clouds in the sky. While not having played piano downstairs, many of you have played guitar and sung downstairs in your favorite girl's dorm room. Those who sang well would draw applause and cheers from the girls upstairs. Those who sang poorly would get what could be a pot of cold water. The teenage heart is always like a poem. Once did those silly things, now look back on it is so beautiful. The sky seems to be raining. I want to live next door to you so much. In fact, it is similar to the sky green color and other smoke and rain. It's just that one is simple and straightforward and the other is subtle and euphemistic. There is no superiority or inferiority between the two, and it is precisely because of the simplicity and straightforwardness that they are more in line with the state of mind of teenagers. Summer's almost over. Please buy less ice cream. Don't wear short skirts if it's cold. Stop being so naughty, if sometimes not so happy. I'm willing to lend you grommet. You actually understand me. Yi Chen's singing voice was very gentle, with a bit of doting flavor, like an attentive lover, gently caring and exhorting his girl. Men are still better. Those girls were to withstand. Heart instantly struck, melted in that gentle song. They all couldn't help but commit nymphomania, thinking that Yi Chen was their boyfriend, tenderly whispering sweet words of love in their ears, tantalizing their teenage hearts. The sour stench of love was in the air. That's the taste of love, the taste of youth, the taste of life. There's no style in singing this song for you. It just means I want to give you pleasure, to thaw the glacier for you to be a moth to the flame. Nothing is not worth it. When the chorus came on, those girls' hearts had completely melted, as sweet as if they were dipped in honey. What girl can resist such sweet words? The men also smiled knowingly, recalling their first love. Young and ignorant, they have also done a lot of stupid things to please their sweethearts. Like a moth fighting the fire, they are willing to do anything to make their favorite people happy. Just like Yi Chen sang, the song has no special meaning, no deep connotation, and no unique style. It's just a simple love song, a song that makes people happy and joyful. One reaches a certain age and realizes that nothing is more important than being happy and joyful. The beautiful memories of our youth are more precious than gold. They are the marks of our serious living. It was not until then that we truly realized the meaning of the words why not. The title of the song sounds very simple and translates to what's not to like. However, it contains a very profound truth about life. Why not? It's not just about love. It's about attitude in life. When faced with life's frustrations and trials, hesitation and timidity, everyone should take courage and boldly say why not. Like a movie line says, you're only in your 20s. You can be anything you want to be. As long as one is alive, life has infinite possibilities. The song has a catchy, easy-to-learn melody. When Yi-chen sang it a second time, everyone hummed along. At this moment, they forgot all the pressure, sorrow and pain, and devoted themselves to the world of music, enjoying the happiness, joy, pleasure and happiness of the moment. There's no style in singing this song for you. It just means I want you to be happy. What's wrong with giving up the world for you? Late summer and fall with a bit of warmth in the cooler, there is a change of season color. The song ended and the crowd still couldn't get enough. Many others dwell on beautiful memories of their youthful years. Wow! Applause rose in all directions, flooding the scene like a tidal wave. The audience all cheered with pleasure, and some of the men even whistled. It's so good. This new song is great. Such a warm love song that takes me back to my student days for a second. It makes me want to fall in love just listening to it. It was like I had just experienced a sweet romance and realized I was just a single dog after the song ended. Oh, old man's maiden heart. Yi-chen is really amazing. No matter what style of song he can handle with ease. I hope Yi-chen will sing more of these sweet-to-the-tooth love songs in the future. The night is falling and a cool breeze is picking up. The fluorescent sticks in the hands of the audience were like bright starlight, dotted with stars, intertwining into a colorful, gorgeous and dreamy ocean. Yi-chen went backstage to change his costume and rested for a while, as well as giving the audience a break. Cheering and shouting all the time is too much for anyone. It wasn't long before Yi-chen returned to the stage once again. This next one is also a new song, and it's a love song with a male-female chorus. So let's give our warmest applause to welcome the guest vocalist, Dang Ziki. At those words, the crowd froze, then cheered and screamed in excitement. Great! I didn't realize that Dang Ziki was here too. Oh my god, Yi-chen is going to sing a love song with Dang Ziki? Ha ha ha, this is too good to be true. Welcome Ziggy, Ziggy Dang, Ziggy Dang. After 1,000 calls, Dang Ziki, wearing a pink princess dress, came to the stage. Ziggy, thank you for coming to be my backup singer. Yi-chen smiled and hugged Dang Ziki. Dang Ziki said happily with a sweet smile and her trademark cute dimple showing on her face. It's an honor to come to your concert. Not to mention singing love songs with you. Such a great opportunity. I don't think any woman would refuse. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused. Yi-chen knew that Yangmi was also on stage, and fearing that she would misunderstand, he hastily laughed dryly and changed the topic. Time is limited, so without further ado, let's get started. The name of this new song is Amazing Side. Chapter 118, Yangmi, let's make an official announcement. Amazing Side? I knew it was a good song by the name. Yi-chen's talent is really something. Even the title of the song is so literate. I've always been optimistic about Yi-chen and Dang Ziki as a pair of CPs, and today I'm finally living my dream. I also think Yi-chen and Ziki are a good match. It would be great if the two of them could get together. The audience was buzzing. Yangmi sat in the first row of the VIP seats, wearing a hat and mask, and no one recognized her. In order to support Yi-chen's concert, she purposely took a day off from the crew. Looking at Yi-chen and Dang Ziki, who were standing side by side on the stage, and listening to the crowd's comments, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Originally, she wanted to sing this love song with Yi-chen, but Yi-chen said she couldn't sing the song because she couldn't sing it, and it was cheap for Dang Ziki for nothing. If it wasn't for Yi-chen's promise that he would sing a chorus of Time Boils the Rain with her, she wouldn't have let it go. The staff brought up a guqin. Yi-chen sat down in front of the ancient zither. His 10 fingers flicked, and a beautiful and soothing sound of the ancient zither slowly flowed out. The clanging rhythm of the zither was like a babbling brook, washing the ears of the crowd, making people intoxicated as if they were drinking a fine wine. Accompanied by the melodious and pleasant sound of the zither, Yi-chen's song resounded leisurely, turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Stop the storm by washing your hands in a gold basin. I'm not in love with the world, but I can't let go of my memories. You're in every paragraph. The eyes of all the people lit up, and they felt a great surprise in their hearts. They had just heard Yi-chen say that he was going to sing a love song, and thought that it was a sweet and romantic modern-style song just like What's Not to Like. I didn't realize it was an old-fashioned love song, and it was a male-female chorus. This is the first time that everyone has heard this type of song and it was refreshing. After Yi-chen finished singing, Dang Ziki opened her mouth to sing right after him. The first meeting of the young is always in my heart. The years have not diminished your love. How can you compare it to the picturesque mountains and rivers? The view you sent me. Dang Ziki's voice was completely different from Yi-chen's, and even very different from her own previous style, sounding lingering and sweet and sticky, making one's heart flutter. The two have different styles, but they are a perfect match. The chorus was a chorus, and Yi Chen and Deng Ziki looked at each other and tacitly spoke at the same time. Under the willow, I heard the yodeling and danced and sang a song. It's like a reflection of that year. Who in a few words ruffled the feathers? Who shook the nebulae with his knitted brows? Hearing this, the crowd was once again deeply shocked by Yi Chen's musical talent. The melody is catchy and the lyrics, not to mention, every line is as beautiful as an ancient poem. In this aspect of Chinese wind, Yi Chen had never disappointed anyone. His chorus with Deng Ziki was flawless and marvelous, delivering a divine rendition of the song. Yi Chen's voice was ethereal, immortal, and the crowd was as if they were riding the wind out of thin air, as if they would return on the wind at any time. Deng Ziki's voice, on the other hand, pulled people from the clouds to the 10,000 feet of red dust, as if to say to people, what's the fun in the sky? It's better to stay on the earth and have a good time. The paper fan hides the ambush in the mysterious poem. Purple smoke burns the heart and leaves a fragrance waiting to be found. The history books list the merits and demerits of the great and the good. What do I want in this life but you? Deng Ziki's face was smiling, and her big black and bright eyes gazed at Yi Chen with deep affection. Handsome, gentle and considerate, and so talented. No one can resist such a perfect man. Singing to the emotional point, Deng Ziki could not help but hold Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen froze, thinking that she just wanted to interact with herself, and smiled faintly at her. Seeing this scene, the audience all cheered. Wow, look, Yi Chen and Deng Ziki are holding hands. Oh my god, those two are really good together. You can get a mouthful of dog food stuffed into your mouth at a concert. Give it up. The single dog suffered a 10,000 point blow. Yang Mi's face gradually covered with a layer of frost, gently biting her lip. Her heart overturned the jar of vinegar. Sour breath. After Yi Chen and Deng Ziki finished singing, there was a loud applause. Yi Chen's Chinese-style songs are pure fire. Both lyrics and vocals are flawless. Fantastic. Listening to Yi Chen is a pleasure. This song feels like a scholar meets a vixen. I really want to cut Yi Chen's head open to see how his brain grows and how he's so talented. Each of Yi Chen's Chinese-style songs is an ancient poem. This song is so comforting to listen to that it makes me a big man resist pinching my orchid fingers and doing a neon dance. It was only after a long time that the applause subsided. Yi Chen hugged Deng Ziki again and laughed. Thank you, Ziggy. I don't realize that more than half the time has passed, so allow me to take a short break below. Next, let's turn the stage over to a couple of helpers and also good friends of mine. First up, we have Zhang Xiaohan. The words were followed by renewed applause. Zhang Xiaohan came onto the stage and Yi Chen hugged her. Xiaohan, thank you for coming to support my concert. It's up to you next. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, I won't disgrace you. Yi Chen returned to the backstage to rest, leaving only Zhang Xiaohan by herself on the stage. She sang a song called Adieo and another called Invisible Wings. Yi Chen was changing clothes in the costume room when Yang Mi suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Honey, why did you come in without even knocking? I'm in the middle of changing my clothes now. Yi Chen panicked and blocked it with his clothes. Che, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Do you have any privacy in front of me? Yang Mi's pink face was chilled and her tone was bland. Yi Chen sensed that she was not right and asked with concern. What's wrong? Look like you're a little upset. Huh? Yang Mi gave him a blank look and said without any humor. Am I happy that you were just on stage holding hands with Zaki Dun and scowling? Yi Chen said breathlessly. So you're still jealous? Huh? Nonsense. Who's jealous? Yang Mi arrogantly retorted. Do I look like a jealous person to you? You don't look like a jealous man. Like a man soaking in a vat of vinegar. Yi Chen put away his playful face and said seriously. Sister honey, if you're not sure, why don't we make an official announcement? Official announcement? Yang Mi froze and said in surprise, you want to publicize your relationship? Yeah, what's the problem? Yi Chen shrugged. Anyway, I don't care. I'm afraid that you won't agree. If you have concerns then forget it. He knows that celebrities can't just announce a relationship. A lot of celebrities have kids and fans don't know a thing about it. Yi Chen and Yang Mi's careers are on the rise, and it's obviously not good for them to go public with their relationship now. After a moment's consideration, Yang Mi nodded and said solemnly, okay, listen to you. Sooner or later people will find out anyway. Might as well take this opportunity to go public. Chapter 119, Terrifying Musical Talent. Honey, think about it and don't regret it. Yi Chen was afraid that Yang Mi would be impulsive and regret it later. Yang Mi, however, was calmer and more rational than he thought, and said in a resolute tone, I won't be sorry unless you do something wrong to me. How come? I'm still very dedicated when it comes to relationships. Yi Chen seriously said, if you don't leave me, I will live and die together. If you will not leave me, I will live and die? Yang Mi froze, she had never heard that before, and said happily, I can't tell. You're quite good at saying sweet things. Why didn't I realize you had such a sweet mouth before? Yi Chen then realized that this world didn't have this rotten earthy love story. Not only this one, but many earthy love lines are missing. He tried to tease Yang Mi and laughed. What's this? If you want to hear it, I'll tell you every day from now on, without repeating it. Yang Mi said, sure, then say something now and I'll hear it. Ahem. Listen up then. Yi Chen cleared his throat and said with a serious face. Bow. I went for an infusion today. What kind of fluids? Thinking of you night. Bow. I went farming today. Planted what? To your death. Bow. I went to eat noodles today. What kind of noodles did you eat? Wanted to see you. Yi Chen said several earthy words in a row. Yang Mi was touched at first, but then she saw Yi Chen getting more and more outrageous, and was amused by his comical appearance, and laughed so hard that she was trembling. At the front, after Zhang Xiaohan sang, Zhang Jia was up next. The audience was taken aback when they saw Zhang Jia on stage. I'll go. Yi Chen's people skills are too good. Even Leapfrog is his friend. It's not unusual for them to be friends when they've been on I'm a Singer together. Yi Chen is not only talented, he is also low-key, humble and courteous. Anyone who has come into contact with him would want to be friends with him, right? Zhang Jia came here to sing. Aren't you afraid that the watermelons in the melon field will be stolen and eaten by Badger? In fact, Zhang Jia came to be the guest vocalist purely by chance. Yi Chen hadn't wanted to invite him. However, just a few days ago, Zhang Jia suddenly contacted him, wanting him to help him write a Chinese-style song. Of course Yi Chen would not do a losing deal, and immediately agreed to Zhang Jia's request, but he made a request. In addition to the royalties, Zhang Jia had to come and sing for him as a guest vocalist for free. In fact, even if Yi Chen didn't write a song for Zhang Jia, he wouldn't refuse. Other people who wanted to sing for Yi Chen hadn't been qualified to do so. Zhang Jia came on stage and smiled. Thanks to Yi Chen for inviting me to his concert, and even more thanks to him for writing a new song for me in the Chinese style. Yi Chen's songwriting talent is really scary. The day after I made a song appointment with him, he sent me the song he had written. I love this song and I'm singing it to you today. A song called Under Heaven for Everyone. When the audience heard that Yi Chen had written a new song for Zhang Jia, and it was still in the Chinese style, they all became interested. It's not enough for Yi Chen to write for himself, but also for others? How many new songs has he written? What a day to come and hear so many new songs. World sounds like a dominating name. After the intro, Zhang Jia took the microphone and sang. The search for love is like a wave of sand. I met her like a pear in spring water. Wave your sword to break the sky and put down your thoughts lightly. I'm obsessively attached to my dreams. Zhang Jia's singing skills were not as good as Yi Chen's, but they were still very good. The song suits him well, with a very atmospheric melody and lyrics. The audience was instantly captivated, as if they had come to the sands of jingoism and turned into charging generals, commanding thousands of troops and horses. Care not for the generals and lords. I don't care if it's for the ages. Seek only love to dissolve. This 10,000 feet of red dust strife never ends. The chorus played and the crowd just felt their hearts and blood pumping. In the midst of the boldness and exuberance, there is a kind of ebullience. The lyrics are so graphic and narrative that a picture flashes before their eyes and the audience feels like they are watching an old-fashioned blockbuster. A life of love is not to be feared in the wind and sand. I'm sad that I can't keep my gray hairs. Throw away the picturesque mountains and rivers for her smiling face. It's better than a lifetime of empty attachments. If there's no grudge, love or hate, she'll do as she pleases. The world is a big place and the road of love is never ending. Just for her, she's got the world at her fingertips. The lyrics, the melody, it's breathtakingly beautiful, and once you hear it once you'll never forget it. In the midst of all the excitement, we all felt a bit sad. Why give such a great song to someone else? How well Yi Chen sang by himself. He definitely sang better than Zhang Jia. Although there were some regrets, fans were pleased with the song. They applauded immediately after the song ended. The title of the song is World, but the lyrics are all about her. Yi Chen's lyrics are always so touching. All the songs Yi Chen doesn't want are so good. His talent is really unrivaled. When I listen to this song, I feel like I can look around and see my kingdom everywhere. After Zhang Jia sang, next on stage were Zhao Radium and Mao Bui. Yi Chen had been kind to them, taking them with him wherever he went and writing several new songs for them. They have now gained some popularity as well. Zhou Ra sings songs from the 80s, Can't Grow Up. Mao Bai sings Meat and Vegetables and Shepherd City. It didn't matter how well they sang. What mattered was that the songs were all written by Yi Chen. Up until now, all the songs, including those sung by the helpers, had been done by Yi Chen alone. The audience has been shocked beyond words. Yi Chen's talent was beyond their understanding. These songs, every one of them, is great. The strongest reaction, though, was the song Shepherd City sung by Mao Billion. The melody is faintly melancholic, but the lyrics are enlightening and have the power to soothe the heart. Swallow your troubles and admit that they hurt. Not to anyone else, Who hasn't lived up to a few expensive moments? If the boy is tired of laughing and crying, said he was going to go wandering, leaving behind the mold of an adult. Look at the saber rattling of the years. By the time the song was over, many in the audience were already in tears from listening. The lyrics and melodies of ballads are simple and rustic, but they often hit home the most. The so-called maturity is nothing but learning to disguise and hide, and the so-called vicissitudes of life are just wounds in the tears that are not known. The lyrics are so solid. What kind of finish line is worthy of this upheaval? This one called Jiao Radium, and that one called Mao Bai. They're both very good. Yi Chen really has a discerning eye. Yi Chen is not only famous on his own, but he also writes songs for other people and brings them along to make money. It's really too much of a pattern. It's said that the entertainment industry is characterized by collusion and deceit, and the competition is very cruel, but Yi Chen can help others in a big way. He's really so kind. After Mao Bai finished singing, Yi Chen returned to the stage. He looked at the audience on the stage and said with solemnity and some excitement, "Next, let's give our warmest applause to the grandest and most mysterious guest helpers of this concert." Chapter 120, Announcing Love. Sensationalizing the Internet. The moment Yi Chen's words left his mouth, everyone at the scene was taken aback. What? There's a mystery guest? Could it be Lu Huan, Han Hong and the others? I guess it's Big Mimi. Her relationship with Yi Chen is not ordinary. That's right, I heard that too. And the paparazzi caught the two of them together earlier. Yi Chen and Yang Mi's rumors have been circulating for not 1 or 2 days now. They're all just catching wind and there's no real evidence at all. Yang Mi has a strong career. How could she fall in love? It must be a fake. The audience was talking and saying all sorts of things. Only Yi Chen continued. Well, without further ado, here's Yang Mi on stage. At those words, the crowd was all taken aback. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's really Yang Mi. Sure enough, I guessed it. Call me a prophet. There's no wind in their sails. The two of them are really having an affair. Is this the rhythm of the official announcement? Could it be that Yi Chen and Yang Mi are really together? Amidst the surprised murmurs of the crowd, Yang Mi walked slowly onto the stage with her long legs and came to Yi Chen's side. She wore a beautiful and gorgeous dress embellished with diamond-like dazzling pieces, looking radiant, like a cool, noble, beautiful and generous queen. Yi Chen and her stood side by side, and the two of them were like a pair of golden children, attracting the gazes of countless people present. Whoa, Big Mimi looks so pretty today. Yi Chen and Yang Mi are such a good match. The two of them would be a good story if they were really together. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan were sitting in the first row of the VIP seats, and looking at Yang Mi on the stage. They couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed of themselves. The two of them were certainly beautiful, and in terms of face value, they were actually no worse than Yang Mi. Yang Mi had been in a high position for a long time and had a powerful aura of a superior person. If Deng Ziqi and Zhang Xiaohan are lovely princesses, then Yang Mi is the towering iceberg queen. Although it is said that spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, each excels in its own way, but in the temperament of this piece, it is always still a loss. Deng Ziqi looked at Yi Chen and Yang Mi and listened to the crowd behind her. Zhang Xiaohan saw her thoughts and came to her ear to ask in a whisper, "Ziqi, do you like Yi Chen?" "Ha?" Deng Ziqi was startled. Her pretty face flushed and she stammered, "Don't you talk nonsense." I don't." Zhang Xiaohan laughed. "We are all women, so don't hide it. Don't worry, I won't say anything." Deng Ziqi sighed, looking gloomy, and said quietly, "Since you can tell, then I won't hide it from you. Yes, I do like Yi Chen. He's talented, has a good personality, is gentle and kind, and is so handsome, so it's only natural for me to like him, right? Of course, I don't think there are many women who could resist his charms." Zhang Xiaohan showed a bitter smile on her face, "But as a friend, I still have to give you a friendly reminder. Don't get in too deep or the one who gets hurt will only be yourself. I believe you can also see that Yi Chen and Yang Mi's relationship is not ordinary. The two of them should have been together for a long time." At those words, Deng Ziqi was silent. She's not stupid. How could she not see that? It's just that as long as Yi Chen didn't announce the romance, there was still a hint of fluke left in her heart. As they were chatting, Yi Chen and Yang Mi's song had started. They sang the chorus of that very song, "Time to Cook the Rain." The two were holding hands, gazing at each other fondly, their eyes dripping with undisguised affection. Even the cuties, it's all obvious how close they are. "We agreed not to part, to be together all the time, even as an enemy of time, even if it's against the whole world." Yang Mi's gaze was resolute. These lyrics are exactly what she had in mind. She knew what it meant to announce a relationship. Not only would her popularity and stardom be damaged, but even the market value of her company would be affected. Joshing World's share price is firmly tied to her. One glory for all, one loss for all. She is not the only shareholder in the company. If the company's share price plummets because of the rash announcement of the romance, the other shareholders will definitely not take it lying down. In addition, she may have to face claims from her endorsers. This is exactly why those celebrities hide their love affairs and marital status. Even if they are already divorced, they still have to act like they are still in their old age to the outside world. There is just too much at stake behind the scenes. Other than that, the compensation for the endorsers alone is a huge amount of money. It wasn't that Yang Mi hadn't considered these questions. In fact, she had considered them 1,000 times since she had established a relationship with Yi Chen. The stakes are best known to her. However, she couldn't care less now that her love brain was on top of her head. Just like the lyrics of the song, even if she turns her back on the world, she still wants to be with Yi Chen. The song ended with thunderous applause. Yang Mi held Yi Chen's hand tightly and gazed at him fondly. Yi Chen sensed her nervousness and pinched her palm with his thumb, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Honey, if you're nervous, just let me do the talking." Yang Mi's pretty face was flushed and she pouted shyly. "Of course it's the men who say such things. Where do you get the women to talk first? Think it over. Don't regret it." Yi Chen confirmed again and again. This is a matter of great importance and he cannot afford not to be cautious. Yang Mi nodded, firmly, "I won't regret it." The audience on stage was puzzled to see them exchanging words and whispering. At this time, Yi Chen suddenly spoke up, looking at the audience on the stage with a serious expression. "Quiet everyone, let me reintroduce to you this beautiful woman beside me, Yang Mi, my girlfriend." After saying that, he gently kissed Yang Mi on her forehead. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and stared daggers at Yi Chen and Yang Mi on the stage. Time seemed to stand still and the scene was silent. I don't know how long it took before the crowd responded. The crowd instantly boiled, and the large bird's nest completely exploded. Asterisk 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 no way. It's really official? So the rumors are true. Yi Chen and Yang Mi are really together. It's over. It's over. I've fallen out of love. Yi Chen, you returned my goddess. You have to be stuffed with a mouthful of dog food to watch a concert. Do you still let people live? Yi Chen's fans were still relatively sensible. There weren't any brainless private dinners. Although all those female fans are not immune to some sadness and loss, they are not going to be disenchanted and are still different from the girlfriend fans of those traffic stars. After the shock, the crowd all applauded and sent their sincere blessings. Congratulations to Yi Chen and Boss Yang. Congratulations! Yi Chen and Yang Mi are a match made in heaven. The two of them are perfect together. Together! Yi Chen and Yang Mi are so brave, daring to announce their romance during their career upswing. Worthy of admiration. I wish Yi Chen and Yang Mi grow old together. 100 years of happiness, and an early birth. Chapter 121, 7 Miles of Fragrance. Moving the whole scene. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to actually witness Yi Chen and Yang Mi's love. This concert was so worth coming to. Congratulations. Wow. Yi Chen and Yang Mi are too happy too. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The bird's nest turned into a sea of joy, and the audience all shouted and cheered excitedly. Yi Chen and Yang Mi had to kiss gently. At this moment, the scene seemed to resound with the sound of broken hearts, and the hearts of countless fans were broken. Heartbroken as they were still happy for Yi Chen and Yang Mi, wishing them well from the bottom of their hearts. Deng Ziqi's heart felt as if it had been hit by an arrow. It was so comical that she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of crystal tears, but she quickly got over it. Seeing Yi Chen so happy, she was sincerely happy for him. After waiting for the crowd to quiet down, Yi Chen then said with a smile, "Thank you all for your understanding and blessings. The next song I'm going to sing is a love song for my girlfriend, Yang Mi. I hope she'll like it." At those words, Yang Mi froze slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Her and Yi Chen's announcement of their romance was an impromptu decision, so she didn't realize that Yi Chen had also written a song specifically for her. Yi Chen held her hand and came to that piano and sat down next to it. Yang Mi watched quietly from the sidelines as Yi Chen's 10 fingers rested on the keys, flexibly playing the piano. A tinkling piano sound, like a wind chime, crisp and pleasant, as if the spring breeze blowing through everyone's heart. The beautiful sound of the piano brings back memories of that windswept summer. Meanwhile, information about the song appears on the screen. Shilly, lyrics, Yi Chen, composer, Yi Chen, sings, Yi Chen. After the beautiful and melodious intro, Yi Chen's song rang out leisurely. The sparrow in the window, talking too much on a telephone pole. You said that. It's very summary. Pencil in hand. Toss. I'll use a few lines. Describe who you are to me. Yi Chen's voice was gentle and delicate, narrating as if he was reading a love letter to his lover. The beautiful melody awakened everyone's ears in an instant. The crowd only felt a cool and soothing spring breeze blowing through their ears, and their thoughts flew along with the dandelions to a distant faraway land. Back to the summer of more than 10 years ago, the audience was full of professional music critics, conservatory students, and even unknown singers. They heard more from the songs than the general audience. Obviously, just one intro alone uses a variety of Eastern and Western instruments such as piano, jatron bowls, gamelan bells, gamelan ferrule, chimes, piccolo, and more. The The gust of wind at the beginning was a godsend. Silly, they were directly dumbfounded, and in their hearts, they worshipped Yi Chen to the extreme. Yi Chen's skillful use of various musical instruments, as well as his ability to compose music, had already reached the point of perfection, the peak of perfection. The melody is simple, just 4 chords repeated over and over, yet it tests the singer's skills even more. Simple chords, but one never tires of hearing them, bringing an oral pleasure and a deeply moving experience. And that one line of lyrics is as beautiful as a modern lyric poem. It rained all night. My love overflows. It's like rain. Leaves fall in the yard. With my thoughts. Stack. A few words of advice. Nor can I put my chill. You showed up at every page of my poem. Yi Chen played the zither while chanting deeply, and every now and then he even glanced at Yang Mi beside him. Obsessed. Yang Mi had already become infatuated. Sitting there dumbfounded, listening to Yi Chen's song, her whole heart melted by his gentleness. Her heart was indescribably sweet, her face was filled with a happy smile, and she couldn't help but lean her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. At this moment, she was the happiest woman under the sky. Those in the audience were mesmerized by the song as well. It's not a song, it's clearly a love poem. It's so romantic. Even the mother fetus solo, who had never been in love before, tasted the sweet taste of love at this moment. The full ears of rice, happiness of the season, and your cheeks, like a ripe tomato in a field. You said to me out of the blue, beautiful name for 7 Mile, and all I can think about right now is, kiss your stubborn mouth. Singing here, Yi Chen couldn't help but twist his head and gently kiss Yang Mi. A gasp erupted from the scene. Whoa, that's so sweet, isn't it? How romantic. Yang Mi is so happy. Ooh, I envy her. Yi Chen is really too good at teasing. How I wish the woman sitting beside Yi Chen at this moment was me. Love slowly filled the air and infected everyone present. It's really nice to be in love, especially when the youthful love is unforgettable for life. Every time I think back, I cannot help but smile on my face. It rained all night. My love overflows. It's like rain, windowsill butterfly, like a poem in flight. Beautiful chapter. I'll go on. I love you forever. Put it at the end of the poem. You're the one. Want to know. Yi Chen finished singing, but the crowd was still intoxicated in his song, and it was like a flashback to that once young and ignorant, youthful and sweet love, unwilling to wake up. That spring-like intoxicating melody was played over and over again in a loop in people's minds, and even the night sky seemed to have turned pink, and the smell of love permeated everywhere. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, followed by a second and a third. The crowd awoke from their beautiful fantasy and looked up at the radiant night sky, all stunned by the beauty of the sight. Wow! A meteor shower. It really is a meteor shower. It's so beautiful. This is the first time I've ever seen a meteor shower. So lucky, right? It seems that even the heavens were impressed by Yi Chen's song. The sky is beautiful, and this meteor shower has come at the perfect time. So romantic. This is destined to be a concert of a lifetime. The audience raised their cell phones to take pictures and record the romantic moment. Yang Mi also took a few pictures with Yi Chen. She felt that it was God's will, God's blessing on their love. The audience reacted to this by applauding after the photo was taken. The applause was long-lasting and deafening, echoing through the nest. This song is so good. It reminds me of my first love. Yi Chen's lyrics are really one of a kind. The whole song is full of romantic poetry. I can't help but feel the urge to cry when I hear this song. It's beautiful to the point of tears. Yi Chen deserves to be a once-in-a-century musical genius. Every song is so classic. If a man sang this song to me, I would marry him without hesitation. This song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, is Yi Chen's love letter to Big Mimi. Big Mimi is really too happy. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen. The entire audience chanted Yi Chen's name. The first concert in Yi Chen's life came to a successful conclusion, and at this point, the internet has long been a furor. Chapter 122, Blessings from all over the net. Front page headlines. The concert was over, but the audience was still hesitant to disperse. It wasn't until the lights faded and security began to clear the area that they reluctantly left. Yi Chen packed up his things and invited Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, and other helping guests to dinner. He'd already had the hotel booked. During the meeting, everyone congratulated Yi Chen and Yang Mi some more. Deng Ziki was in a lost mood and drank 2 more glasses, and soon became intoxicated. Her manager looked on, sighing helplessly and looking at Yi Chen with a murderous look in his eyes. After dinner, everyone dispersed. On the way back, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Yi Chen glanced at it. It was the agent Zhao Ruoyao calling. Prepare for the storm. He patted Yang Mi's shoulder and took her into his arms, whispering soft reassurances. Don't be afraid. I'll carry it with you. Yang Mi smiled gratefully and picked up the phone. Zhao Ruoyao's grumpy voice immediately rang out. Auntie, you finally answered the phone. Tell me, what's going on? Why the sudden official announcement? This surprise came too suddenly. You want to scare me to death. I said I have no objection to you guys falling in love as long as outsiders don't know about it. And what happened? Ugh, you two are really good. You didn't discuss such a big thing with me. Now it's good. It's all on the hot search. I'll see how you'll end up. Zhao Ruoyao was obviously infuriated, and came up with a splitting count and complaint. It was only because she was on good terms with Yang Mi, not only as her manager, but also as a bosom friend and shareholder, that she dared to talk like that. When she was done venting, Yang Mi then spoke. Ruoyao, I can understand your feelings, but please understand us as well. We didn't do this on impulse. It was well thought out. Things have happened. There's no use complaining. Just face it bravely. Zhao Ruoyao smiled helplessly and bitterly. What good is it for me to understand you? Will the fans, the endorsers, the other shareholders of the company, they understand you? Forget it. You're all adults. You know very well the implications of this, and I won't say anything more. I'll have the PR team come down immediately and clean up your mess, but you'll still have to face the shareholders' side of the company personally. I just got a call from a couple of the other shareholders, and they're having a board meeting tomorrow, so you might as well figure out how to face it. Zhao Ruoyao hung up the phone after saying that. Yang Mi looked at Yi Chen and smiled bitterly. Now we're really in big trouble. What? Regret? Yi Chen asked. No, I'll never regret it. Yang Mi frowned slightly and said worriedly. It's just that this time it's a bit tricky. You just heard it. The board meeting is going to be held tomorrow. Those people won't let up. Get ready for a wild storm. Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be fine. Yi Chen held Yang Mi's hand, and the two of them clasped their fingers together. He took a picture of him holding hands with his cell phone in his other hand, and without retouching, he posted it directly to Weibo, accompanied by a two-word accompanying text. We love JPG. Seeing this, Yang Mi followed suit and retweeted this tweet of Yi Chen's, also with the text We love JPG. It wasn't long after the concert that they quickly hit the hot seat. The top 10 Weibo hot searches are completely dominated by them. Ye Chen Yang's official announcement. Yang Mi and Yi Chen announced their romance. Yi Chen Yang Mi. Yi Chen's concert was a sellout. Unprecedented success. The most successful concert in history. Ye Chen's many new songs are released. Once Yi Chen and Yang Mi's tweets were posted, the internet completely boiled over and netizens became even more excited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My father has shown his face. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't think it was true. Oh my god. Yi Chen and Big Mimi are really together. Congratulations to Yi Chen and Yang Mi. Congratulations. Yi Chen and Yang Mi are a match made in heaven. After the shock, the netizens all began to congratulate Yi Chen and Yang Mi. Other celebrities announced their relationships, and fans on both sides will curse, pinch, defan, and backpedal. But when it came to Yi Chen and Yang Mi, it was a sudden change in the picture. Instead of falling off the bandwagon, fans were heartily happy for them and even wished them a long life together and an early birth. What Yang Mi and Zhao Ruoyao were worried about didn't happen. The situation wasn't as bad as imagined. It's actually quite understandable. They're not like those traffic idols. Yi Chen is a powerhouse, and fans love his talent and work, and don't care much about his relationships. While there are some girlfriend fans who are sad, it's not so much that they hate each other out of love. The vast majority of fans are happy for him instead. Just like Hoagie, fans are getting hyped. Yang Mi, not to mention, although she was born as an idol, but she has long since gotten rid of her idol status and successfully transformed her capital. A bit of a strong woman. It was never her single persona that fans loved either. This is exactly why in her previous life she even had a child and still had a lot of fans who loved her. It's not the same for those traffic idols, who don't have the talent or the work, or the strong capital or the strength, and once they announce their romance it's easy to collapse the house. A notable example of this is Sohun, who is truly admirable for announcing his relationship at the peak of his career, but it lost a lot of fans and suffered a serious decline in popularity and career, never to return to its former peak. Of course, the announcement of the romance is only a secondary reason. The root cause is still the lack of a hard work. Success is also traffic, and failure is also traffic. In addition to their fans, Yi Chen and Yang Mi's celebrity friends have also posted tweets wishing them well in their love. The gossip media scrambled to report on the story, and that night, Yi Chen and Yang Mi's official announcement made front-page headlines. The only one who was hurt was Mr. Wang Hanbai, who had just announced a concert, and he once again lost out on the headlines. The next day, Yi Chen and Yang Mi came to the company for a meeting, and as soon as they arrived at the company, they found that the company was decorated with red banners, which read Wish Brother Chen and Sister Mi grow old together. Hatbo was out shooting a movie and not at the office. Zhu Su Xiang, Chen Yuqi, Zheng Tianji and other artists who did not shoot the movie have gathered around, each chattering and gossiping endlessly. Zhu Shudi asked as if he was a curious baby, Sister Honey, Brother Chen, When did you guys get together? Actually even we don't know. Chen Yuqi said. Yes, Sister Honey, your secrecy is also too good. Yang Mi said breathlessly. You guys aren't interested in your work, but you're quite energetic in eating melons. We're just making an official announcement. It's not like we're getting married. Is there a need to make such a big fuss about it? Honey, congratulations on finding a good man. I'm so jealous of you, Zhang Tianzhu said enviously. It would be great if my future boyfriend is half as good as brother Chen. Yi Chen remembered that this girl was a slag-sucking body, and in her previous life she had two boyfriends who were both slags, so he kindly reminded her. You should rub your eyes brightly when you fall in love in the future. Don't be cheated by scum. Zhang Tianqi didn't know why Yi Chen would suddenly say this and said in a confused manner. Oh, I know Tatsu. Thanks for the heads up. At this time, Zhao Ruoyao came over and said that the other directors had arrived, allowing Yi Chen and Yang Mi to go to the meeting. As soon as the two of them entered the conference room, they immediately felt an invisible pressure. Chapter 123, Yi Chen's money-making plan. Yi Chen and Yang Mi found a seat and sat down. Zhao Ruoyao, as one of the shareholders and the agent of the two, also attended the meeting. One of them, an old man in his 50s, spoke with a gloomy face and an icy tone. Since everyone has arrived, let's get started. Saying that it was a shareholders meeting, it was more like a criticism meeting of Yi Chen and Yang Mi. In addition to Zhao Ruoyao did not say anything. The other three shareholders came up with a condemnation. All in all it was one sentence. Yi Chen and Yang Mi shouldn't have been so reckless. Their behavior has caused the company a great deal of damage and they should be held accountable for it. At the end, they even asked Yi Chen and Yang Mi to find a suitable time to announce their breakup. Yang Mi had wanted to talk to them, and when she heard this unreasonable request, she couldn't bear it anymore at that moment, and she was so angry that she slapped the table, stating that she would definitely not break up with Yi Chen. The three shareholders were also furious when they saw how stubborn Yang Mi was, and the two sides became more and more deadlocked in their talks, with neither of them refusing to make any concessions. In the end, they even threatened to withdraw their shares, threatening to withdraw their shares if Yi Chen and Yang Mi did not do what they said. Apparently, the three had discussed this in advance before they came. Zhao Ruoyao had been in the middle as a peacemaker, urging both sides to calm down. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been silent, finally spoke. Don't be so agitated. The three of you, calm down first. We've been working together for so long. We can't part ways just because of such a small matter, right? It was fine if he didn't say anything, but just after he said two sentences, those three shareholders instantly blew up and pointed their fingers at him. You still have the nerve to talk? Isn't it all your fault for causing trouble? Originally, we were working happily with Boss Yang, but since you came, everything has changed. If it weren't for you, Jiaxing World wouldn't have become like this. Yang Mi said angrily. It's none of Yi Chen's business. Falling in love is between the two of us. You can't put the blame on him. Oh, you two are quite in love. One of the shareholders sneered and said, it seems that this company doesn't need us anymore. In that case, I think it's better to break up early. The other two chimed in. That's right. If this nonsense continues, sooner or later the company will be ruined in the hands of the two of you. So it's better to pull out early rather than sitting on the sidelines. Young people really can't be relied on after all. Since you guys don't listen to advice and are bent on having your own way, let's all just get along. Yang Mi was so angry that her face turned white. She hated it when people blackmailed her. Zhao Ruoyao and persuade half a day, but the three people simply cannot listen to, insist on withdrawing. Seeing this, Yi Chen spoke faintly. Since the three of you have made up your minds, we won't force them. A twisted melon is not sweet. I'll make you whole, and we'll all get along. I'll take your shares. At those words, all three shareholders couldn't help but sneer. Oh, you have quite an appetite. Can you eat? The three of us are worth a lot of money for our shares. Can you afford to pay that much? Yi Chen laughed. Of course I don't have this much money alone, but what if it's both me and Sister Honey? Said looking over to Yang Mi. Yang Mi froze, then said, that's right, count me in, and we'll take both of your shares. I still have more or less some savings. I can still get that much money. Those three people were silent instead when they saw how tough Yi Chen and Yang Mi's attitude was. They don't want to easily give up the shares in their hands if they don't have to. In the end, they decided to wait and see for a few days, and if Jiaxing World's share price fell, they would sell their shares and cash out. Yi Chen and Yang Mi didn't refuse, but only reminded them that if the stock price fell, the shares in their hands would also shrink significantly. The next day, Jiaxing World's shares really dropped significantly. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5. The next few days, Jiaxing's shares went all the way down. Seeing this situation, those three shareholders finally couldn't sit still any longer and immediately contacted Yi Chen and Yang Mi, and the two parties signed a share transfer agreement and sold their shares to them. By now, Yi Chen and Yang Mi each held 40% of the shares, becoming the largest shareholder of the company. After returning home in the evening and warming up to the past, Yang Mi worriedly said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, the company's share price has dropped a lot now. If this continues we'll go bankrupt. What next?" Yi Chen put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her. "We've just announced our relationship and the company's share price is bound to fluctuate. It's normal. When the market realizes that our romance has no impact on our respective careers, the stock price will naturally stabilize. Then we'll put out some more favorable news, and sooner or later the stock price will go up. The company used to be tied to you alone, but now there's an extra me, and with the two of us working together, the company is sure to get better and better, unless the two of us break up." Yang Mi was so angry that she pinched Yi Chen. "Well, I can't believe you're trying to break up with me." I'm just saying, I'm not really breaking up." Yi Chen laughed. "There are two ways to make two people's relationship indestructible. One is emotion, the other is interest, and now that we have both, we are destined to be together for eternity." "Humph, that's more like it." Yang Mi snuggled into Yi Chen's arms and said tenderly, "This time, I'm putting my entire fortune on you, so you have to treat me well." "Never mind, let's get more specific. What are you going to do next?" Yi Chen had already thought about it and laughed. "Tomb Raider will be aired soon, right? First put out the theme song 10 Years on Earth to increase the publicity for this drama. As soon as this drama catches fire, the company's share price immediately rises. Then there's the scripts for those web series I picked out for you. White Knight Chase, Aftermath, Soul Pendulum, Heartless Mage, and C2. Hurry up with the filming, and try to film Aftermath and White Knight Chase first this year. These are just appetizers. The main event is at the end. I just wrote 3 movie scripts not long ago. As long as they are made well, each one will make at least $3 billion at the box office." Yi Chen said and took the script that had been printed out long ago to Yang Mi. "Charlotte's Trouble. I'm not a drug god. Teenage you." Yang Mi couldn't wait to browse up, and after reading it, she was shocked and dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "Yi Chen, you wrote all these scripts? You're really too good," said excitedly and kissed Yi Chen. Yi Chen laughed. "Don't be too happy yet. It's not enough for the script to be excellent. We also need to see how well it's filmed." "I know." Yang Mi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll have someone contact the filming team and recruit actors tomorrow, and at least one will be made before the spring festival schedule." Yi Chen said, "Actors in this regard I have a few suitable candidates here. Charlotte's Trouble let Shin Tang and Molly to play, the teenagers you, the female lead Zi Feng, the male lead Tentative. I'm not the god of medicine." The more Yang Mi listened, the more surprised she became. "You've even found an actor. No wonder you're so confident that you bought so many shares at once, so you've already planned it out." Yi Chen laughed. "That's for sure. I never fight battles I'm not sure of." "Yang Mi, good performance. I must reward you well today." Yi Chen. Chapter 124, 10 Years on Earth. Fans vs. Yi Chen was right. After a few consecutive days of decline, Joshing World's share price had finally stabilized. The news that he and Yang Mi had become the largest shareholders of the company also spread all over the internet and hit the hot searches. But for Yi Chen, who was often on the hot search, all of this was nothing. The netizens, however, were all incredibly shocked and talked about it for the entire day. Even more shocked were those other stars. Yi Chen's growth speed was just too fast. In just such a short period of time, he had been promoted from vegetarian to top stream, and transformed from top stream to capital. It's horrible. Novels don't even dare to write like that, or they will definitely be called brainless by readers. However, while fiction requires logic, reality does not. And some people's deeds are even more anticlimactic than the hero of an open-ended novel. With the start of the Netflix series Tomb Raider just around the corner, the theme song 10 Years on Earth is finally online. The official microblogging site of Tomb Raider was the first to announce the news. Yi Chen and Yang Mi then retweeted. Those netizens, especially the readers of Tomb Raider, were stunned when they heard about it. They only knew Yi Chen as Zheng Qiling before, and didn't realize he also sang the theme song. The theme song of Tomb Raider was sung by Yi Chen? Ha ha ha, it's so good. I can hear Yi Chen's new song again. What kind of fantasy linkage is this? What are you waiting for? 10 Years on Earth goes. Bye. I'll go listen to the song first. Netizens have opened Netsuke Cloud, Penguin Music, and Cool Dog Music, searching for Yi Chen's new song 10 Years on Earth and can't wait to listen to it. After a burst of guitar and arrow sounds, Yi Chen's vicissitudes in thick, magnetic voice followed. Light who burns a candle to illuminate the mysteries set by time. The light displaces the light in dark positions and flows freely. Look who's standing where the chess game is full of holes. Look before you at the truest of falsehoods, and what's the harm in being false? Just after listening to the first 2 lines, everyone was attracted to Yi Chen's song. He was like a storyteller narrating the story of the Iron Triangle of Tomb Raiders. The lyrics are extremely narrative and instantly pull the listener into the story of Tomb Raider, with a fiery tenacity towards the most forgiving of penal colonies. Cracked and broken and all echoing hollow, In the end, I'm glad that the sunset is still on me. It's too late to tell the story of how far it's fallen. Those who have seen Tomb Raider were pleasantly surprised beyond belief. This song just fits so well with Tomb Raider. Every lyric is reminiscent of the book. Wu Evil, Wang Fatty, Zhang Qi Ling. A vivid image jumped out of his eyes and was brought to life by Yi Chen singing. The High Dynasty portion of the song arrives, and after a brief pause, a stunning piece of theater explodes steeply. There are the strangest peaks that have ever been the cause of your frenzy. The sea is clear and the moon is full, and the light is in the cup. There's the loneliest snow-capped mountain that's ever listened to you and me. The world envies a bridge that is nothing more than ordinary. Swish! Everyone's scalp instantly tingled and goosebumps crawled up both arms when the theater accent came out. An inexplicable complex of emotions stirred in his body, and the corners of his eyes grew moist. His eyes flooded with tears. It was a moment where the song and the book blended perfectly. The crowd couldn't tell for a moment whether the song or the novel came first. The song is like a synopsis of the plot of Tomb Raider and a short biography of the characters of the Iron Triangle. Yi Chen's stunning theater voice was even more powerful in a way that hit the soul and resonated strongly in one's heart. Even those fans who haven't read Tomb Raider and came here simply to listen to the song couldn't help but be interested in the novel after hearing the song. After the first sing-along, it was followed by the second. It's still the same melody, just with some minor changes to the lyrics. With the experience of the first time, everyone was prepared this time, waiting for the amazing theater voice of the Gao Chao part. Finally, Yi Chen's theater voice sounded again. This time, though, it was even more amazing than the last because he actually used both male and female vocals. There are the strangest peaks that have ever been the cause of your frenzy. The sea is clear and the moon is full, and the light is in the cup. There's the most tattered book that's ever been written in the longest time. The tiles I've never picked up before are always cold. This section is sung in the Lao Shang singing style of the opera, which is pale and thick, like a weather-beaten man telling the story of his life, adding to the heaviness of the whole song. Immediately, Yi Chen once again opened her voice in a stunning manner. Her voice changed from thick to slender, and a female opera voice rang out abruptly. There is the loneliest mountain that has ever listened to you and me chanting. The envy of the world is nothing more than commonplace. The thinnest handwriting has yellowed with memory, and I'm setting up the chapter again. Surprised, everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's female operatic voice. Their hearts surged with huge waves, and they couldn't stop trembling. Hot blood, touched, shocked, all kinds of complex emotions together surged to the heart. People stayed like a wooden chicken, like losing the soul, like a dumbfounded froze. After coming to their senses, they immediately clicked into the song's comments section and commented excitedly. The song 10 Years on Earth is so good, it's practically tailor-made for Tomb Raider. My goosebumps fell all over the place when Yi Chen's theater voice came out. I have to say, Yi Chen's theater accent is so addictive. It's addictive if you listen to it too much. It's even better than that. It's second to being good. What's rare is that every lyric follows the theme of Tomb Raider and reminds you naturally of the characters and stories in the book. I'm only convinced by Yi Chen for the proposition essay. I haven't read Tomb Raider, and after listening to Yi Chen's song, I've developed a strong interest in this novel, so I'll go read it later. I'm reading a novel right now while I'm on a single song cycle of this song. The theme song is so good, the TV series must not be bad. Looking forward to the Tomb Raider web series to be aired soon, just for Yi Chen's little brother and the theme song. I must watch this drama too. Ooh-hoo, listen and cry. The bridge that the world envies, but unusual, the story in our eyes, is their whole life. Give me my whole life for 10 years of your innocence. It didn't take long for the number of comments on 10 Years on Earth to reach over 100,000, and the number of plays exceeded 1 million, reaching the charts of all major music platforms at a terrifying speed, and even making it to the microblogging hot searches. Along with the Tomb Raider novels and the Netflix series, they're all on the hot seat together. Netizens have forwarded the song. Penguin groups, circles of friends, everywhere. Yet amidst the many praises, some discordant voices have emerged. There are some fans of the original Tomb Raider who say the song is good but not worthy of the original. Others say that many of the song's lyrics, taken directly from the original, are clearly plagiarized. Yi Chen's fans were offended, saying that it should be Tomb Raider that doesn't deserve Yi Chen's song. The two sides were at loggerheads. You and I were at each other's throats on the internet, and at this moment, Yi Chen was on the bus on his way to the recording site of The King of Chinese Songs. Seeing the fans arguing, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. I wonder how they would feel if they knew that he was the author of Tomb Raider. Chapter 125, Vest Exposed. The whole internet is shocked. Yi Chen is a piece of trash, forcibly rubbing off on stolen pen, and him playing little brother is a joke. Oh, plagiarized dog. Even the lyrics are directly lifted from the stolen original. This is the musical talent you are talking about? I poo. Musical Taylor is more like it. Yi Chen's song is not worthy of Thief Pen at all, and he's not worthy of Xiao Xiao. He's the biggest failure of the show. I heard that this drama is invested and produced by Joshing World. Ha, no wonder Yi Chen can play little brother. So it's a resource curiosity. Yi Chen should apologize to the author of Stolen Pen. Uncle 9 of the Northern School. The Patties scolded Yi Chen to no end, saying that his lyrics plagiarized the original, and told him to apologize to Uncle 9 of the Northern School, or else boycott the Tomb Raider web series. Yi Chen's fans exploded with anger and cursed with the Inamarata. I think it's Tomb Raider that doesn't deserve Yi Chen's song, right? Yi Chen wrote a song for Stolen Pen. That's an honor for you guys, and it gives you face. Without Yi Chen, I haven't even heard of this novel. I went to read this novel because of Yi Chen, and Uncle 9 of the Northern School should be thanking Yi Chen. That's right, Yi Chen is now a top streamer. His song brought huge traffic and attention to Tomb Raider's notebook. It's promoting the book, alright? And you're asking Yi Chen to apologize to Uncle 9 of the Northern School? Be shameless? On one side are the book fans. On the other side are the fans of the song. The two sets of fans are arguing so much online that they even made it to the hot search. In response, Yi Chen really couldn't help but cry and laugh. Both sides are his fans and he really doesn't know what to do about it. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Yang Mi calling. Just as soon as he got through, Yang Mi said anxiously, Yi Chen, your fans and Tomb Raider's fans are at each other's throats. Even our web series is being boycotted. Isn't the author of Tomb Raider's notes your friend? You quickly ask him to send a microblog to clarify. Otherwise we'll lose a lot of money. Yi Chen sighed and said helplessly, well, take your time. I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen thought carefully. It is too late to register a small number. It seems that he can only expose his vest. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but reality didn't allow it. He had no choice but to log into his account and send out a tweet. I didn't realize a song had caused so much trouble. I was actually told that I copied the original Tomb Raider book, that I didn't deserve the book, and that I should apologize to the author. Alright, things have come to this, I won't pretend anymore. Showdown. I'm actually the author of Tomb Raider's notes, Northern School's ninth uncle. Boom. The moment Yi Chen's tweet came out, the entire internet was abuzz. The netizens all had their jaws dropped. Asterisk. Really? Yi Chen is the author of Tomb Raider's notes? Why am I so unbelieving? Isn't he a singer? And also writes novels? Yi Chen can't be joking with us, right? It should be true. Yi Chen isn't stupid. How could he joke about something like this at this juncture? Doesn't he think he's been scolded enough? That's ridiculous. How could Yi Chen be the author of Tomb Raider's notes? I don't believe it. Netizens' reactions varied. Some shocked, some questioning, some confused, and more of the lazy people who ate and watched, especially those idol stars and their fans, who couldn't wait for Yi Chen to paste off. All hid behind and watched the show. The Patties were already angry, and when they saw Yi Chen claiming to be the author of Tomb Raider's notes, they were even angrier to the extreme and cursed even more violently. Yi Chen wouldn't be crazy, right? Ha, laughing my ass off. Yi Chen really dares to blow it. What kind of whitewashing routine is this? Lying about being the original author in order to whitewash your plagiarism? You're a singer who can write a friggin' novel. Fooling around? Yi Chen is being completely shameless. Bah! Disgusting. If you were the author of Tomb Raider, I'd call you daddy. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. If Yi Chen is the author of Tomb Raider's notes, I'll eat Xian live. Yi Chen's fans were confused. They didn't know what Yi Chen was singing about. Yang Mi was also confused and immediately called Yi Chen again. Yi Chen, what are you up to? Didn't you say that the author of Tomb Raider's notes is your friend? How come it's you again? Aren't you adding fuel to the fire? You can only suffer for the sins you have created. Yi Chen had no choice but to harden his heart and patiently explain. Mimi, I'm not kidding. I really am the author of Tomb Raider. Yang Mi froze for a moment before reacting and asking in surprise. You're telling the truth? Didn't lie to me, did you? How dare I lie to you? Yi Chen gambled. Everything I said is true. I wrote Tomb Raider's notes. Haven't you always been curious about what I was doing locked up in the house? Other than writing scripts, it's writing this novel. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Mi asked coldly, so you lied to me last time? Well, you drama queen, you actually lied to me that the author was your friend, pretended to go to him to sign the contract, and tricked me into giving you $20 million in royalties. Yi Chen, Mimi, listen to my explanation. I was just trying to play a joke on you last time. Although Yang Mi was a little angry, she was happy to think that the matter was resolved and said faintly, Humph, it's too late to explain now. I'm going to punish you when you get home. Yi Chen was stunned and asked weakly, is it the kind of punishment I think it is? Yang Mi smiled wryly like a little fox. What do you think? Yi Chen was speechless. Didn't you say it was a reward yesterday? How come it's a punishment today? Reward and punishment are the same thing? Young Mimi laughed triumphantly. A reward for me, a punishment for you. No? Yi Chen wasted cold. Thought fortunately I have steel kidneys, always so day after day who suffered? In the face of the netizens' questioning, Yi Chen was not the least bit vain, and sent the screenshots of his authors backstage, and the photos of the site's contract signing to Weibo, ironclad evidence. Now those netizens were all stunned and scared. Those who questioned him also shut up. His fans, however, were all shocked beyond belief. Asterisk. Yi Chen is really the author of Tomb Raider's notes. Yi Chen actually knows how to write novels? An old six who can't write a novel is not a good singer. Heavens, Yi Chen's talent is too unbelievable. Is there anything else he can't do? Convinced, Yi Chen, this old six. Just how many more secrets is he hiding from us? 666. What a divine reversal. Who would have thought that Yi Chen is really the author of Tomb Raider's notes? Yi Chen, surprised? Surprised? What else do those who say Yi Chen plagiarized have to say? Copying himself? Father Yi Chen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. The two sets of fans who had just been as hot as water and fire, and who did not share the same fate, instantly released their enmity, apologized to each other, and shook hands, as if nothing had happened. After all the cursing, their idols are actually the same person. The lazy people who were watching the show were disappointed. Yi Chen, this old six, doesn't follow the rules. Chapter 126, The Tussle of Two Powerful Singers. Yi Chen easily defused the online storm, and to him, it was just an insignificant hiccup. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the recording location of The King of Chinese Song. The show's secrecy was so tightly guarded that he was surrounded by staff as soon as he stepped off the bus. Even the other staff in the same building did not know the identity of Yi Chen and the other contestants. Yi Chen came to the dressing room, put on the costume prepared by the program team, put on the 9 cylinders mask, and came to the same lounge as last time. He left early on the last show and didn't tune in to watch the match afterward. But in the past few days he had watched the recorded video of the last program online and had a rough idea of the outcome of the match. The last installment was 16:8. And besides the group of him and Flower Dust Language, there were 7 other groups. That means 7 more advance and 7 more are eliminated. The 7 people who had advanced were all very strong and not below him. Yi Chen read the netizens' speculations, and the identities of 2 or 3 of them were already calling out. There's one who's most likely a heavenly star from Xiangjiang, another who looks very much like a powerhouse singer from Baodao province, and 2 who look like they're on the national team. And those 7 who were eliminated were no generalists, including the rain god Xiao Jingting. Paragraph player Shuizhi Dissatisfaction. Looks very characteristically Ronghao. Sweetheart goddess Wang Xinling, Iron Lung soprano Tan Weiwei, Hong Kong veteran Jade female master. Grandchildren all love Zhou Huimin. Every one of them was a great singer, popular and played well, but unfortunately they were still eliminated. It could be seen how strong those 7 people who had advanced were. The first installment of The King of Chinese Songs was an overwhelming response and an unparalleled success. As soon as the second installment started, the number of viewers in the live broadcast reached 80 million. The show hadn't even officially started and the pop-ups were already going crazy. I've been waiting for the second installment to air. This installment is definitely even better than the last one. I wonder what superstars will be eliminated this time. The moment those eliminated singers took off their masks was really quite shocking. While all of these singers are strong, I'm most excited about Crossing the Line. Her song Left Hand Finger Moon really wowed me all year. That's right, my favorite is also a crossover. She's my goddess. I wonder what song she'll sing this time. Shouldn't it still be an original? Do you think anyone is as scary as Yi Chen? She shouldn't be singing original new songs anymore. Yeah, there's only one Yi Chen. Not everyone is as perverted as him. Host Sanan repeats the rules of the game, and then it's time for the team drawing session. Yi Chen's opponent is that absolute generation singer. The 2 are the last group. Last time, he was busy with the concert and was pressed for time, so the program arranged for him to be the first group to go on stage in order to take care of him. This time he could finally enjoy the other singers' performances in the lounge with tea and fruits. The first group to take the stage for PK was White Prism and Sister Avatar. White Prism sings a famous Cantonese song called Serenade on the Half Moon. But my heart every minute, still possessed by her. She's like the moon, still not speaking. The fiddle solo is soloing, the bright moon half leaning against the late fall. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Chen guessed his identity. Not only him, but a lot of the audience guessed it as well. This White Prism is Li Keqin, right? That's him. His vocals are so special and he sings his own masterpieces that anyone who has heard his songs can hear them. Yang Mom really bull. Even Li Keqin invited. He has crushed the peak period of the 4 heavenly kings. Has the heavenly king killer known as the great god Li Keqin sang his own song just to make people guess him, right? Is that cheating? Seems like it's a bit less than bright In fact, with his strength, there's no need to play such a careful game. After White Prism sings, it's the turn Ophi's rival, Sister Avatar. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the song she was going to perform. Akira? To actually dare to challenge Yi Chen's Chiliang. Courageous. Bull *******. Even dare to sing such a difficult song. Is it a high level of skill? Or is it just self-importance? Chiliang is a hard act to follow, especially with that operatic passage. I'd like to see how well she sings it. Failing to choose a song, even if she sings well, she can't avoid being compared to Yi Chen. And with Yi Chen's pearl in front of her votes will definitely be affected. Yi Chen couldn't help but be interested as well, and hit the ground running to listen carefully. In the first act, the water sleeves rise and fall. It's not about me. As soon as Sister Avatar spoke, the broadcast went silent. Yi Chen also nodded frequently and clapped every now and then. To be fair, Sister Avatar sang very well and her vocals were not beneath him, although the melody and lyrics are the same. But Yi Chen's copyright is completely two styles, each with their own characteristics. It is impossible to say who actually sings a better version. Yi Chen's advantage is that he's the original singer of the song, and people have a preconceived notion that he sings better. After the two sing, the audience begins to vote. Let me announce the votes for both contestants. White Prism, 588 votes. Sister Avatar, 412 votes. Congratulations to White Prism on their successful promotion. Sister Avatar, I'm sorry to say you've been eliminated. Please remove your face. The crowd all stared intently at the screen to see who the Avatar sister really was. Everyone was stunned the moment they saw her take off her mask and reveal her true face. Tanking. Oh my god. No, it's really Tan Kyung. She's on the national team. The competition on this show is so brutal that even the great Demon King, Tan Kyung, was eliminated. I'm sorry, Mr. Tan Kin. I would have voted for you if I had known it was you. I thought the crosser was Tan Kyung, but I didn't realize it wasn't. There are only a few sopranos in the country. Who is the crosser anyway? After the first round of competition, the show added an interview segment. The host interviews other singers, including Yi Chen, to give their opinions on the two singers from earlier. Of course, their voices were all voice changed, so that even men and women couldn't be heard. When it was Yi Chen's turn, he said, I think White Prism is a bit of a victory. He did this, clearly intentionally let people guess his identity. There is a suspicion of cheating. It's too bad that mess Tan Jing lost. In fact, she sang Chiliang very well, not worse than what Yi Chen sang. Unfortunately, listeners have preconceived notions that Yi Chen's originals are the best, which inevitably clouds their judgment. If she's the original singer of Red Velvet and Yi Chen is the cover, I guess people will think Yi Chen's version is inferior to hers. I even think Tan Kyung sings better than Yi Chen in some places. Boom! Hearing Yi Chen's remarks, the live broadcast room exploded. Who is this guy? How dare he say that Li Keqing cheated? Who does he count as? If you're praising Tan Jing, just do it. Why are you belittling Yi Chen? That's it. Is it fun to hold up one and step on the other? Offending both Li Keqing and Yi Chen at once. This traveler has really low emotional intelligence. I had a good feeling about the travelers, but now the good feeling is gone. I have no preconceived notions. I just think Yi Chen's original song is the best. Do you have an opinion? Chapter 127 Battle of the Gods, 10,000 Borders. Yi Chen looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and was speechless in his heart. I didn't realize he had become his #1 black fan. His fans have called him out for defending him. Some said that he had drifted after winning once last period, and others said that he was jealous of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, goddamn jealous. I'm jealous of myself? Of course, there was also a part of the more sensible people who felt that Yi Chen's words made sense, and that his character was straightforward and honest. Much stronger than those other hypocritical stars. Everyone is used to seeing those false and so-called high-emotion stars. Suddenly seeing this crosser who dares to say anything, they all feel very new and are enamored by his character. Ha 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 ha, the traveler is really a straight girl. Is she really a star? I like this sister's character. Fart low IQ. People are being forthright, okay? Much cuter than those hypocritical stars. Support the travelers. That's so cute. I'm announcing that from now on. Traveler is my wife. Do you want to be shameless upstairs? She's clearly my woman. The show continued with the second set of PK singers being Panda Warrior and Robocop. First up on stage was Panda Warrior, and once again the crowd was stunned when they saw the song he performed. He was still singing the same Yi Chen song, and surprisingly, it was Materia Medica. Blow up! The live feed exploded. Another Yi Chen song? Materia Medica? This song is as difficult as Chiliang. Did the two singers discuss this? How come they're both on a collision course with Yi Chen? Ha ha ha, I can only say that Yi Chen's songs are too popular. Yi Chen, blame me? I suspect that the program group couldn't hire Yi Chen, so they rubbed him the wrong way. It's nice to hear Yi Chen's songs when you can't see him on the program. The intro played, and as the crowd looked on either expectantly or questioningly, Panda Warrior began to sing. He had only sung a few lines when the crowd all froze. This Panda Warrior's voice was so similar to Yi Chen's that it had reached the point where it could be mistaken for the real thing. If you don't listen carefully, you can't tell the difference. Yi Chen was also slightly surprised. Singing my songs and imitating my voice and singing style? Ha, interesting. He had probably guessed who this Panda Warrior was. The netizens in the live broadcast room, however, thought that the Panda Warrior was Yi Chen. Asterisk 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 Yi Chen? Who said Yi Chen didn't participate in this program? Isn't he here? This is too surprising, isn't it? It's great that Yi Chen can participate in this program. Make a 50-cent bet that this person isn't Yi Chen. There's still a difference between his voice and Yi Chen's. After Panda Warrior sang, the audience erupted in applause. The crowd there shouted at the top of their lungs, Yi Chen! Yi Chen! In the lounge, Yi Chen cried and laughed. The other party not only sang his song and imitated his voice, but also rubbed off on his popularity. RoboCop was up next, and he sang a song called 3 Years, 2 Classes by Zhou Dong, which was also very well sung, no worse than the original. In the end, Panda Warrior narrowly won by a mere 15 votes. RoboCop regretted his exit and took off his mask. Silly. The moment they saw his true colors, the audience was once again dumbfounded. Oh my god, Lin Junjie? Holy, Lin Junjie is here too. How many great gods has the program group invited here? Lin Junjie said some elimination speeches and got off the stage. Then up on stage was the third group. This group had the toughest fight. Both players were very strong, and the votes were only 6 votes apart. What's the concept? With a total of 10,000 votes and only a 6-vote difference, it's basically a tie. And by the time the eliminated contestant took off his mask, the audience was numb with shock. Li Zhongsung, a big name in the Chinese music industry. Young people do not listen to Li Zhongsung. Listen to understand is no longer a teenager. There is no doubt about his strength and status. Yet it was such a big man who was actually eliminated. This has led to intense curiosity about another singer who goes by the pseudonym Oriental Buccaneer. Who on earth could have won over a big shot of the caliber of Li Zhongsung? What the crowd was looking forward to more, though, was the final group of contestants, the Traveler and the Jedi Songstress. Both showed amazing strength last issue. The Crossers, in particular, lit up the room with an original Left Hand to the Moon. Everyone was curious as to what he would sing today. First on stage was the Jedi Songstress. The title of the song he was going to sing was typed on the screen, Wasia. The moment they saw the title of this song, the crowd was once again shocked and speechless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it Yi Chen's song again? Those who don't know think this is Yi Chen's concert. Does Yi Chen have so many fans? Even those bigwigs are rushing to cover his songs. No matter who the winner is, Yi Chen is the biggest winner of this program. Yi Chen is earning royalties alone, right? But when the Jedi Songstress started singing, everyone then realized the misunderstanding. What people are singing is not Yi Chen's Wasia. It's just the same name, and it's a Wasia-style opera song. Through wind and rain, happiness hides tears. In the next life, I'll be a member of the Dragon Kingdom. I have no regrets for joining China. The efforts of our forefathers, and we will live up to them. Dreams water the flowers that bloom at the ends of the earth. Surprised, the audience was all stunned. The singing of the absolute songstress was amazing, especially the opera cadence, which was very stunning and not inferior to Yi Chen's at all. Same song title, same theme. Yi Chen's is rap. The absolute singer's is opera. Each of the two songs is so good that it's impossible to tell which is better or worse. Yi Chen is the pioneer of operatic songs, but the Jedi Songstress is no less operatic. I didn't realize that besides Yi Chen, there were singers with such a powerful opera accent. Huaxia, theater accent. This absolute songstress couldn't be a fan of Yi Chen, right? Is this a tribute or a provocation? Is there a possibility that the absolute songstress is Yi Chen? You guys were just saying that the Panda Warrior was Yi Chen, so how did you become the absolute singer again? Why don't you just say that all the contestants are Yi Chen's shadow doppelgangers? Although Yi Chen is not on this program, he is everywhere. After the absolute songstress stepped down, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to appear. The audience is also curious to see if the travelers will surprise them again this time and if they can beat the Jedi Songstress. Yi Chen stood calmly in front of the microphone, signaling the band teacher that he could begin. The intro played and information about the song he was going to sing appeared on the screen. Wanjiang, lyrics, Traveler, composer, Traveler, singing, Traveler, new song, another new song that I've never heard of. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were all nonplussed by this. Wanjian, another new song? Holy bull, this Traveler is bull. He actually dares to sing a new song, another original song of his own? He doesn't really think of himself as Yi Chen. does he? It's fine to want to learn from Yi-chan, but I'm afraid he doesn't have that talent. The traveler was belittling Yi-chan just now. This time he's bound to lose. He won by fluke last time just because his opponent, flower dust language, was too much of a rookie. This time his opponent is strong. He won't be that lucky. It's best if he loses. Let's see if he dares to disparage Yi-chan in the future. Chapter 128, A Song of 10,000 Borders Surprises the World. 10,000 Borders? The title of the song is very bossy. Judging by the name, it should be a melodramatic patriotic song. The same as the Jedi Songbird's Wa Xia. Traveler's last installment, Left Hand to the Moon, was amazing. I wonder how this one, 10,000 Borders, is. Original versus original. Interesting. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking, and the other few singers in the lounge all sat up straight and watched Yi-chan on the screen with rapt attention. Only Yi-chan came to an ancient zither and sat upright, gently plucking the strings. A beautiful and soothing sound of the piano rang out abruptly and flowed quietly in the recording site. A chorus of young, clear children's voices followed. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms, to have a bloodline that runs through my veins. We've shared in the hardship, we've shared in the blessings, and we've stood up for ourselves. My country of 10,000 borders with kindness and love, 1,000 years of undying faith. Everyone's eyes lit up and they subconsciously sat up straight, savoring the lyrics on the screen. An inexplicable feeling of emotion came from the bottom of my heart. Lyrics full of patriotic feelings, sung from the mouth of a group of children, bringing people a different kind of shock and moving. After the children's chorus, accompanied by the melodious and pleasant sound of the zither, Yi-chan's song blossomed leisurely. Right, the heavens only a corner of the sun and the moon lone, painting the earth only a corner of the mountains and the river is unharmed. The world has been a place of admiration for 5,000 years. Only Yin Huang's heart is a straight body to the four directions. Boom! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They had always thought the traveler was a woman, but what they had just heard was a man's voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? Why is it a male voice? Aren't travelers women? I see. This traveler, like Yi-chan, knows both male and female vocals. Another androgynous demon. So is he a man with a female voice or a woman with a male voice? Not only can't I guess the identity, I can't even guess the gender. This person is too mysterious. He can't be Yi-chan, right? Dang, how can I look at anyone who looks like Yi-chan now? In the lounge, several other singers who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked, especially the Jedi Songbird, who stared blankly at the screen, his originally surefire victory becoming tense. Yi-chan's singing voice was gentle and delicate, like an April spring breeze, and like clear gurgling water. The clear and pure voice expresses the clear love for the motherland. Equally striking is the atmospheric melody and lyrics. The first time I saw 1,000 years of history, I crossed the 8 wastelands. A long scroll of history unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. People seemed to see from it the miles and mountains of China and the 5,000 years of wind, frost, rain and great changes. Shock. At this moment, everyone's heart is like the surging Yangtze River and Yellow River surging and rippling. A magnificent national sentiment stirred in his chest. Just as the crowd froze, Yi-chan's heavenly singing continued, caressing the flow of light, a brick and tiles soaked red wall, sighing at the blight and glory of a flower, a tree, sadness and joy through the vicissitudes of life. The hometown in the heart of the 8 wild places and the 9 states of the world. Only Wa Xia the road is in full bloom. Hearing this, the accumulated national sentiment and patriotic feelings in the hearts of the people were completely detonated. Their scalps exploded, and their blood boiled. It was as if they were standing above the 9th heaven, overlooking the vast and boundless land of China, looking back at the rise and fall of 5,000 years of history, and witnessing this oriental dragon reborn again and again in the fire, finally soaring to the top of the world once again. Only Hua Xia, emerging sharp, domineering lyrics, so that the national pride of every dragon people burst, shocked, scalp numb, moved to tears. The atmospheric melody, epic scroll-like lyrics, and infectious vocals resonated strongly with everyone. Just as everyone was immersed in that great shock and emotion, the High Dynasty portion of the chorus arrives with an operatic cadence that sounds like a phoenix and a dragon roaring in the crowd's ears. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms, to have a bloodline that runs through my veins. We've shared in the hardship, we've shared in the blessings, and we've stood up for ourselves. My country of 10,000 borders with kindness and love, 1,000 years of undying faith. The moment the opera cadence sounded, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck through everyone's head and completely exploded. The softness in his heart was struck, and without realizing it, tears slipped silently. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to have a lineage of blood running through me. A simple lyrics, but sang the innermost and truest emotions of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. In the lounge, several other singers were dumbfounded. They had never heard such an infectious song before. and all of them couldn't help but stand up, as if that was the only way to honor the song. The most shocking is the Jedi songstress. When he heard that opera cadence ring out, his entire body was dumbfounded, unable to stop trembling slightly, and a fine cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. His Huaxia and this 10,000 Borders have the same theme. Both are melodic songs that glorify the motherland, and are sung in a similar style and manner, both using an operatic accent, which is a very strong contrast. However, it is also evident from the audience's reaction that 10,000 Borders is more popular than Huaxia, and brings more shock and emotion to the people. The absolute songstress smiled bitterly for a moment and sighed helplessly, knowing that she had already lost. At the same time, backstage, the staff were also shocked by Yi Chen's singing voice, and for a while they forgot about the work at hand. The assistant director was the first to come to his senses, and seeing the data soaring on the screen, he excitedly shouted at Shin-kun, "Director, look!" Shin-kun only took one look and his eyes immediately straightened, only to see that the number of viewers in the live broadcast was rising in a straight line, skyrocketing at a rate of millions per second. It reached 100 million in the blink of an eye and continues to grow. If the server wasn't advanced enough, I'm afraid the live broadcast would have been paralyzed. Oh my god, 100 million, it's horrible. Fire, haha, our show is totally on fire. All the staff members cheered and shouted with excitement. At this time, the assistant walked over to Shin-kun and said nervously, "Director, your call, can't you see I'm busy?" Shin-kun was still immersed in joy. The assistant said, "Director, you'd better take a look. The other party's identity is a bit special." Shin-kun took the phone and glanced at it, and immediately shivered in fear, the hand holding the phone trembling nervously. He swallowed hard and picked up the phone shakily, tongue-tied. Zhang Bureau, do you have any orders for me? Winter Olympics? Theme song? You mean have the winner of our program write the theme song for the Winter Olympics and sing it at the opening ceremony? Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Shin-kun's heart thumped wildly with excitement, and it took him a long time to calm down. And at that moment, Yi Chen's song came to an end, and the stunning theater accent exploded once again. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms, to have a bloodline that runs through my veins. I'm a man who shares in the good and the bad, and I'm a man who stands up for myself, my country's boundaries, with love and benevolence, and 1,000 years of undying faith. The red sun rises in the east and its avenues are full of haze. After the song was finished, Yi Chen did not get up immediately, but continued to play the guqin. The beautifully atmospheric piano sound brings the song to a perfect conclusion. The audience at the scene and in the broadcast room all stood up and thunderous applause resounded. Chapter 129. Fire broke out all over the internet. Fans broke 100 million. It's blowing up. Burning to cry, okay? Ooh, so touching. I'm really incredibly proud to be a dragon nation. When the theater accent came out, I went straight to my knees. Too shocking. The Chinese music scene is really a hidden tiger and dragon. Which god is this? The theater accent was really beautiful. Loved it. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. As far as the eye can see, it's all Chinese. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew like snowflakes, covering the entire screen. The crowd was more than thrilled. The cheers were mountainous and overwhelming, and the scene was comparable to a live concert at the Bird's Nest. In the lounge, several other singers stood up straight and clapped admiringly, while feeling a great pressure. The absolute songstress knew she was going to lose, and in turn, she was much more relaxed. He lost heartily, and there was no shame in losing to such a strong opponent. Now he just wanted to know who the traveler really was. The backstage crew was also shocked to the core. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had risen from the initial 50 million to 140 million, occupying 1/8 of the more than 1 billion internet users. 1 out of every 10 dragons is watching this live. Silly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Shin-kun, who had seen a lot of Big World, was so excited that he lost control of his emotions and did not have his usual calmness. After calming down, he immediately spoke to Venon through his headset and told him about the Winter Olympics. Sanin was also incredibly shocked to hear this, and after controlling his emotions for a moment, he returned to the stage to continue hosting. The absolute songstress also rejoined the stage and stood on either side of Sanin with Yi Chen. Thank you to the Traveler and the Jedi songstress for their wonderful performances. And now for the voting. So please start voting. Judges. Soon, the staff informed Sanin of the tallied vote results. I'm going to announce the votes for the 2 contestants. Jedi songstress, 3, 245 votes. Travelers, 6, 755 votes. Congratulations to the Traveler on his successful advancement. Wow! A tidal wave of applause erupted from the scene. Even the netizens in front of the screen clapped along. This is a fair result, just as I thought it would be. The traveling man deserves his name and drops God forever. No wonder he dares to offend Li Keqing and Yi Chen. People do have this capital. It's the talentless who need high emotional intelligence, and the talented who are bullying and out of their depth. I declare that the Traveler is my second idol besides Yi Chen. The crossover has more than twice as many votes as the Jedi songstress. It's horrible. Actually, the Jedi singers are also very powerful, but it's a pity that his opponents are too strong. In the foreground, the host of the show, Little Sam, continued, "Unfortunately, Jedi songstress, you are eliminated. Please remove your face." Under the attention of all the people, the Absolute Generation singer slowly took off her mask, revealing the face of the boy-female face. Hiss! There was an audible intake of breath as the crowd erupted. The live stream was even more instantly boisterous. Holy, Mr. Li Yuchun. Oh my god, it's even Li Yuchun. Another Nationals great has been eliminated. I can't believe I defeated Mr. Li Yuchun. Who the hell is the Traveler? Li Yuzong said with a smile. There are mountains beyond mountains. There are people beyond people. The song of the Traveler is better than mine. I am ashamed to lose. It's an honor to be on stage with a master like him, and I hope to have the opportunity to teach him about theater. After saying his elimination speech, he shook Yi Chen's hand and left the stage sadly. Sanin brought the other 3 singers who had advanced to the stage. Well, at this point, we have a total of 4 contestants left on the stage: the Traveler, the White Prism, the Panda Warrior, and the East. The next installment is the final elimination round, where each of the 4 singers performs a song and the one with the lowest number of votes is eliminated. Don't go away just yet. Everyone, there's a big announcement to be made before the program ends. Our program team has just been informed by our superiors that the winner will be invited to participate in the opening ceremony of the upcoming Winter Olympics and sing the theme song. At those words, the audience were all deeply shocked. Holy, no? The Winter Olympics? Oh my god. To participate in the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics. This is a supreme honor. It's going down in history. That means that as long as you win the championship, you're one step ahead of the rest of history, and you might even be written in history textbooks. The Winter Olympics theme song. Ah, how many singers get this opportunity to show themselves to the world? Yi Chen and the other 4 singers were also very excited and fired up. No one wants to miss such a valuable opportunity. The desire to win and the fighting spirit of the 4 men was thoroughly aroused, and it was predictable that the next installment would be more exciting than the next. After recording the program, Yi Chen took the special car arranged by the program team back home. That night, Yang Mi was true to her word and punished Yi Chen severely. Afterward, the two leaned over the bed and swiped at Twitter. Yi Chen was once again on the hot seat, but it was in the name of a Traveler. Traveler reappears on the scene. A song of the 10,000 borders. Who the hell is the Traveler? Everywhere you look, it's China. Who's stronger, Yi Chen or the Traveler? The winner of the Wasia Song King will participate in the Winter Olympics. Yi Chen clicked in and looked around, and found that many people were speculating about the identity of the Traveler, and some prophets had already guessed the truth. Yang Mi leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder and said tenderly, Yi Chen, I see that a lot of netizens have asked the Traveler to register for a microblog. Why don't you register for one and see which one of your 2 accounts has more followers? Good. Yi Chen thought it was interesting, so he registered a new microblogging account and called it Traveler. After the success of the authentication, the microblogging official gave him a promotion. When netizens learned of this, they paid attention to the small number of Yi Chen. It didn't take long for the follower count to reach 50 million. Yi Chen's big number now has more than 80 million fans, and the fans of the 2 accounts add up to 130 million, and after subtracting some of the overlap, there are at least 100 million. You can count on one hand the number of celebrities in the country with over 100 million followers. Even those top stream idols didn't reach 100 million followers when they paid for zombie fans. Yang Mi said enviously, Yi Chen, you even have more fans than me. Too many fans are not necessarily a good thing. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. Yi Chen asked about the filming schedule again, and Yang Mi said she planned to film 3 web series first, namely White Knight Chase, Aftermath, and Soul Pendulum. All 3 dramas are exclusively invested by Joshing World, and the cost of the web series is small enough for the company to afford. The only worry is that it won't sell after it's shot. Yi Chen laughed. You don't have to worry about this. The Tomb Raider web series will be aired tomorrow. As long as the show catches fire, there are video companies that will rush to buy our films. In addition to these 3 online dramas, I suggest making Charlotte's Trouble as well, and try to catch the release of the Spring Festival. Movies can be more lucrative than online dramas. Well, I've already communicated with the Twist Theater Company over there. Yang Mi said, according to what you said, the actors will be from the Twisted crew, but the actor for the role of Yuan Hua hasn't been finalized yet. Why don't you try? Also, the movie's theme song and interlude. Let's leave it to you as well. Chapter 130. A movie star delayed by singing. Young Mi is a thunderous, efficient woman. The cast and director of Charlotte's Trouble used the same crew from the Twisted Pants Theater Company. The crew was quickly assembled. It wasn't that Yi Chen hadn't thought about playing Charlotte himself. His movie star level acting skills were perfectly fine, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to act out the kind of comedy that Shintang did. Shintang's movies have a distinctive personal imprint, those with high teen content have high box office, and vice versa are generally not very good at the box office. It's hard to say whether Shintang accomplished the movie, or the movie accomplished Shintang, or each other. Joshing World is the only investor in this movie. Yi Chen did not dare to take the risk. For insurance reasons, the main actor or Yu Shin Ma, this pair of golden partners is better. But Yuan Hua, the supporting character, doesn't matter. Although Yuan Hua is a villain, he's not really annoying, and is one of those villains who is inexplicably somewhat lovable. Comedies don't really have the kind of villain you hate with a passion. The actor who played Yuan Hua in his previous life was instead made famous by this role. Yi Chen wasn't worried about playing this role and giving himself a bad name. Instead, his participation will likely be a highlight of the entire movie. Fans are used to hearing him sing and should be curious to see what he's like in comedy. In addition, Shintang Mali has never acted in a movie yet, although he is well known in the skit world. Yi Chen was afraid that they didn't have box office appeal, and he himself was a top stream after all, so he could pull for the movie at the box office. He was a shareholder of Joshing and Twist, and the box office of the movie was directly related to his income and even the survival of the two companies, so he could not afford not to be cautious. That night, the web series Tomb Raider finally went live on Penguin Video. You can watch 2 episodes for free on the first day, and from the 3rd episode onwards only VIP subscribers can watch it, and you can watch the full episode in advance with Overdrive on demand. Yi Chen's fans, especially Tomb Raider fans, couldn't wait and logged into the Penguin Video app and couldn't wait to watch it. In his previous life, this drama was seriously altered by magic, and the word of mouth hit the street. So this time, Yi Chen personally gatekeeping the script, deleted many useless characters and watered down plots, and also added some interesting plots. The first episode opens with the tomb of the bloody corpse at Dart Ridge. 50 years ago, the plot is tight and fast-paced, and it comes right off the bat with thrilling and exciting famous scenes. The audience watched in awe and adrenaline, just as they were immersed in that horrible atmosphere and curious about the blood corpse tomb. The camera panned to 50 years later. After that it's Wusan province taking Li Yifeng's Wu Qi and Yi Chen's Zhang Qiling to the 7-star Luoyang Palace. When Yi Chen's little brother, Zhang Qiling, made his appearance, the audience in front of the screen did a double take and couldn't help but let out a gasp. A black hoodie, handsome bangs covering his forehead, a black and gold ancient sword behind his back, a clear face, a cold look, and an unassuming temperament, as if he had walked out of a book. Handsome, cool, stylish, and exuding an air of mysterious gloom. The pop-ups went wild. Asterisk 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 is so cool. Whoa, what a looker. Yi Chen is so handsome, and his temperament can't be beat. He's the ideal little brother in my mind. Aha, so cool. Love, love, love. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Yi Chen is the original author of Tomb Raider, and no one knows the characters in the book better than he does. Honey, I love you. The pop-ups were full of compliments for Yi Chen, and the starring role of Li Yifeng's sharpness was instead overshadowed. His fans weren't angry though, as many of them were also fans of Yi Chen. Not to mention that Yi Chen's portrayal of Zhang Qiling really smells good. At first, people were just attracted by his face value, and after watching for a while, they realized that his acting skills were actually great too. Although there are not many lines, the persona of Zhang Qiling is perfectly portrayed through subtle micro-expressions without the slightest sense of incongruity, playing against those professional actors. Even the veteran actor Wang Jinxiang, who played Wusan Province, he was not at all out of place. The lead actor, Li Yifeng, was outclassed by his acting skills in turn. Holy, Yi Chen's acting skills aren't bad. It's more than good, it's perfect, okay? Better than some professional actors. I can't imagine that Yi Chen's acting skills are also this good. Is there anything else that he can't do? Singing, acting, writing novels and scripts. Yi Chen is practically omnipotent. Yi Chen was sent from heaven to save China entertainment, right? Yi Chen is just like Hakyao, another movie star delayed by singing. Within an hour of going live, the first episode had reached 10 million views and was still soaring at a rate visible to the naked eye. After watching the first episode, viewers immediately clicked on the second. This episode is even more exciting, as the Tomb Raider team arrives at the 7-star Luoyang Palace, where corpse turtles, jade figurines, blood corpses, and 9-headed serpentine cypresses are presented. The audience looked outright dumbfounded. Yi Chen knows that special effects are very important for tomb raiding dramas, so more than half of the cost of this drama was spent on special effects. As it turns out, he was right. The powerful special effects are unrivaled in their impact. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's an awesome special effect. 2. isn't it? You're telling me this is a Netflix show? Are all Netflix shows this rolled up now? So much for the movie, right? After 2 episodes, netizens have been completely enamored with the show. The second episode had 50 million views, and at this point the first episode had already reached 80 million. Breaking the billion is not a problem. Silly. Now those directors, producers, and film company executives in the industry were dumbfounded. What's the concept of a single episode with over 100 million views? Until then, who would have thought a web series could achieve such explosive results? Of course, 100 million plays refers to the number of views, not the number of people. Not that 100 million people have seen it. Clicking pause and then replaying it, as well as exiting out and clicking back in, are all considered one play. But that's scary enough. Penguin Video comment section, microblogging, and other platforms, all are clear favorable comments. The plot is tight. The acting is online. The special effects are powerful. It's so good. I'm blowing up this show, okay? It's hard to believe it's just a web series. Domestic dramas are on the rise. Yi Chen's acting skills are awesome. It's a shame he doesn't go into acting. Meanwhile, video platforms such as Youku and Aiki are blowing up. They all regretted missing out on such an explosive drama. And after calming down, the person in charge immediately contacted Youngmi and Zhao Royale, and even called Yi Chen here. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm the manager of Youku's film purchasing department. May I ask if you've sold the copyrights of the latter parts of the Tomb Raider web series? Hello Boss Young, I'm the person in charge of Akiki. I'd like to talk to you about cooperation. May I ask if your company has any more filming plans next? The head of Penguin Video was equally anxious, as he had only bought the rights to the first installment in the first place for fear of losing money. Now that the first one is bursting at the seams, it goes without saying that someone is bound to cut it off. He immediately dialed Yang Mi's number. Hello, Boss Yang. Our company has just discussed it and intends to buy all the copyrights of the later installments. There's no problem with the price. We at Penguin Video are willing to offer a high price of 15 million for a single episode, with an increase of 5 million per episode on top of the previous one. What? Youku and Aiki are offering $20 million? Just a moment. This is beyond my authority. Let me ask Mr. Ma's opinion first. A few moments later, the call came again. Hello Mr. Yang, our Mr. Ma said that as long as you're willing to sell us the rights to the later parts, we're willing to offer 30 million for a single episode. Chapter 131 Hotspur's Midnight Scripting. Yang Mi finally chose to continue working with Penguin Video. In addition to the rights to the later installments of Tomb Raider, she also took the opportunity to market the planned filming of White Knight Chase, Aftermath, and Soul Pendulum. Eventually, Soul Swing was also sold to Penguin Video, while White Knight Chase was sold to Youku and Aftermath was sold to Aiki. Each of the 3 video platforms gets what it wants and everyone is happy. Joshing World also got in good with them. Of course, the specific matters have to sign the contract face-to-face to discuss in detail. These have the company's professionals to deal with. Do not need to Yi Chen and Yang Mi responsible for. The next day, the Beanpole rating for Tomb Raider came out. 8 points. The netizens were once again shocked when they saw the score. An 8+ is already considered a fine show. So far, there aren't many dramas on the air, not to mention Netflix, that have reached an 8. Tomb Raider is the only Netflix series with an 8 or higher. Fire up! The show is completely on fire, and along with it, the cast in the original book are bursting at the seams. The original Tomb Raider has been a hit before, but there are still a lot of people who haven't seen it. After the Netflix series aired, the book's hotness rose to a new level. The heads of major publishing houses keenly captured the business opportunities and scrambled to contact Yi Chen, wanting to buy the physical book rights of Tomb Raider's notes. After some screening, Yi Chen finally sold the rights to Huaxia Literature Publishing House. This is a very well-known and established publisher. The other side offered $10 million in royalties. In addition, there's the royalty income from the physical book when it's released, which is the big one. Joshing World's share price also saw a rise, up more than 10 points in just 3 days, quite a bit higher than the original share price. When those 3 shareholders who withdrew their shares heard about it, their intestines turned green with remorse, and one of them was even so angry that he suffered a stroke and went into the hospital. Jiaxing World signed contracts with 3 video platforms to purchase films. The 3 companies paid a portion of the advance in advance. Jiaxing World's liquidity was instantly enriched, so Yi Chen proposed to make Teenage You, I Am Not the God of Medicine as well. Both of these movies cost little to make, and there are no big scenes, so they will be quick to shoot. Not surprisingly, it will be released in time for the Chinese New Year. 3 movies at the same time to fight for the Spring Festival slot. That scene is exciting to think about. Yang Mi was initially shocked by Yi Chen's idea, thinking that it was too risky to do so. After listening to Yi Chen's analysis, he was successfully persuaded by his sleep, and decided to bet. She has always been bold. Otherwise she would not have dared to sign a betting agreement with others, much less achieve what she has today. It was the day that Charlotte's Angels finally opened. Time is short and the task is heavy. After a simple opening ceremony, filming officially began, eliminating many unnecessary aspects. Apart from Shen Tang and Molly, Yi Chan also met an acquaintance on the set, Reba, who plays Akia. Originally, Yang Mi wanted to play this role, but considering that there were swimming scenes in it, she was afraid that Yi Chen would mind, so she gave up. Yi Chen, of course, couldn't have agreed to Yang Mi taking the role, something he could only appreciate for himself. So Yang Mi gave the role of Akia to Hotba. Hotba had also some resistance, heard that it was with Yi Chen shooting, but also played a couple, beautifully agreed. Lighting crew stand by, camera crew stand by, props team stand by, actors in position, please. Charlotte's Trouble. Scene 1, Take 1, Action. The director sits behind a monitor and directs with a megaphone. Because Yi Chen had other things to do and was the boss, he tightened up the shooting of his scenes first. The scene to be shot today is one of Yuan Hua's famous scenes. In the school's grove, Yuan Hua, played by Yi Chen, has a secret rendezvous with Chioya, played by Hotba. There's something else about Hotba in her school uniform, and the LSBs in the crew are gagging at the sight. Akia. Yi Chen put his hand on Hataru's shoulder, and Hataru shyly turned away, wiping her tears. Yi Chen punched the trunk of a tree and began to say his lines. I'm so chagrined that I've suddenly become a sniveling fool. Where's a bit of the third-grade student and excellent corps officer? I just touched your hand and he touched your mouth. No, I can't do this question. I can't do it. It's too hard. Just halfway through the act, Hotba, who was on the sidelines, suddenly poofed out a laugh. Ka, actresses don't laugh. Start over. Hotba blushed and apologized. I'm sorry. It's okay, come again. Yi Chen smiled and comforted. Tatsu, don't worry. I promise I won't laugh anymore. However, Ka. Yi Chen covered his hands and said breathlessly, Hotba, if I've offended you in any way, just say so. I'm going to lose my hand at this rate. Ha ha ha. Sorry Tatsu. Hotba tried to stifle her laughter. Embarrassed. Your hair, and the way you talk, it's just so hilarious. I can't help it. Not only Hotba, but the rest of the crew on set were holding their laughter in. They were used to seeing Yi Chen's jade-like, handsome appearance on stage. Suddenly seeing such a funny and humorous side of him creates a stark contrast that is truly hilarious. Yi Chen had to threaten her. Hotba, you don't want honey to dock your paycheck either. As soon as Hotba heard that she was going to have her paycheck deducted, she quickly put away her smile and said in a serious manner, Tatsu, I promise I won't laugh anymore. You mustn't tell Mimi. Hey, that's up to you. It was hard to finish the scene. Yi Chen came to the monitor and watched the replay, very satisfied. Later on, this segment will be set to the BGM of One Cut of the Plum, and the comedic effect will be pulled straight to full effect. He did a few more scenes after that. After wrapping up, Yi Chen invited the crew to dinner, stayed at a hotel near the set that night. Yi Chen took a shower and chatted with Yang Mi for a while. I was about to go to sleep when there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see that it was Hotba. Hotba, what can I do for you this late? Hotba said shyly with a red face. Tatsu, I'm sorry for what happened during the day, causing you to NG several times. Just this? Yi Chen laughed indifferently. What kind of movie shooting doesn't have NG? I was bluffing during the day. Don't take it to heart. Hotba mumbled apologetically. But I'm still over it. I'm afraid I'll be NG again tomorrow. Why don't we pair up the scripts? Late at night on a script? Yi Chen was speechless for a while, dumbfounded. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you had something on me. Okay, come on in. The two of them left satisfied after a half day of scripting, with Hotba benefiting from the experience. Tatsu, thank you and good night. Good night. See you tomorrow. Sending Hotba away, Yi Chen went back to the house and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that the scene just now had been captured by the paparazzi hiding in the shadows. Chapter 132. Yi Chen angrily beats Doggy. Yi Chen and Hotoraba soon fell into dreamland. The two paparazzi who were following them were so excited and thrilled that they were sleepless. One of the newcomers, who had just started in the business, said to the other, Ha, brother, we got the big news. We're rich this time. Yi Chen is a popular top stream has always been the representative of positive stars, never had a scandal. Never thought we caught him. The other looked around nervously for a couple of moments, relieved to see that no one had spotted them, and said, You kid, keep your voice down. Look at you. We're screwed if anyone finds out. The newcomer said sheepishly, I'm sorry brother, I get it. Now what do we do? The other man thought for a moment and said, Check in with the boss first and see what instructions he has. After saying that, he called his boss, Zhuo Dewei, and told him about it. Zhuo Dawei is known as the first paparazzi of the Dragon Kingdom, exposing many celebrity scandals, and the famous Monday C is from his handwriting. Yi Chen is the hottest top-stream superstar right now. Zhuo Dawei naturally took him as a key target. When he heard that his men had captured a video of Yi Chen and Hotba together late at night, he jumped up and down in excitement. This is explosive and heavy news. It took him half a day to calm down, and he immediately asked his men to send him the video, so that they could continue to squat and follow the camera, to see if they could still capture more valuable news. At the same time, he began to wonder how he could maximize the benefits of the information at hand. After thinking for half a day, he finally decided to contact Yi Chen first, thinking of blackmailing him. Early the next morning, Yi Chen and Hotba ate breakfast and rode in the crew's special car to the set for filming. Then it became apparent that a van had been following them from behind. "Stop the car." Yi Chen told the driver to stop the car, and the van behind him followed suit and pulled over. The two paparazzi in the car couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they saw Yi Chen walking towards them, and hurriedly sent a message to Zhuo Dawei. Zhuo Dawei immediately dialed Yi Chen's phone. Yi Chen had just walked to the van when his cell phone rang. "Which one?" "Hello Mr. Yi Chen. Let me introduce myself. I'm David Zhua, the boss of Star Chase Entertainment." Yi Chen had naturally heard of Zhuo Dawei and sneered. "These two paparazzi following me are your guys, right?" Zhuo Dawei did not deny. Greatly recognized, toned some arrogant complacency said, "Not bad for a musical genius, just smart in the head. I love dealing with smart people." With a thought, Yi Chen pressed the record button, only to hear Zhuo Dawei continue. "To be clear, my guys got some interesting video last night about you and Hoppa. Oh, late at night on the script. You guys are really dedicated. Admire, admire, admire." Hearing this, where did Yi Chen not understand and impatiently interrupted. "Cut the crap and tell me, what do you want?" "Painful." Zhuo Dawei laughed. $50 million. I'll delete the video and pretend I don't know anything. Yi Chen sneered. "Are you blackmailing me? Don't say it so harshly. We are fair trade. We get what we need. Aren't you and Hotba's two stars worth $50 million? It's a good deal. You're a smart man. Can't you understand such simple math?" Zhuo Dawei was confident, and looked like he was certain of Yi Chen. It wasn't the first time he'd done this kind of thing, and he'd never missed a beat. Celebrities he catches in the act usually choose to spend their way out of it. Unfortunately, he had run into a tough opponent this time, and Yi Chen wasn't going to spoil him. "Oh, let's not talk about $50 million, not even 5 cents. Tell your dog not to follow me in the future. Let's give them a little lesson first today." Yi Chen finished hanging up the phone, pulled down the two doggies in the van, and went up to punch, kick, and ding 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 ding, and smashed the camera to pieces. Where did those two doggies dare to fight back? They could only hold their heads and obediently take the beating. "Get lost, and if you ever bother me again, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Yi Chen finished wiping his hands and returned to the car. The two doggies were nose to nose and holding their heads. Hotba watched the whole time, worried. "Tatsu, did I get you in trouble? The fault isn't yours. It's the doggy who owes it." Yi Chen's tone was flat and full of disinterest. Hotba, however, was still a little apprehensive. "Tatsu, they won't stop if you beat up doggy." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I even dared to beat up Quan Jilong, let alone two paparazzi. Don't worry, I'll take care of the sky when it collapses. Besides, those two paparazzi, when they returned to the company, they immediately added to the story of the beating." David Zhua was furious and stormed out. "Good you Yi Chen, how dare you hit my people? I'll show you who is the uncrowned king of the entertainment industry." He instructed the two paparazzi to disguise themselves as Yi Chen's fans and sell their misery on Weibo to draw a war, and backtracked, saying that they had been beaten by Yi Chen. The two men said it with a sniffle and a couple of pictures of the beatings. Blow up. Weibo was instantly buzzing with netizens. "Yi Chen hit someone? Really? No way. How could Yi Chen hit someone? Fake. It must be fake. Yi Chen is not such a person." "That's right. I believe in Yi Chen's character. He wouldn't hit anyone. Even if Yi Chen did hit someone, there was a reason for it. He couldn't have hit someone for no reason." Yi Chen was filming on the set when his assistant suddenly ran over. Ever since Yang Chaoyue went for training, Yang Ni has given him a new assistant. "Brother Tatsu, it's bad. Something big has happened." "What's up?" "Panic. See for yourself." The assistant handed over his cell phone, and Yi Chen took it and glanced at it, realizing that the news of his beating had already hit the hot search. A lot of netizens are talking about this. His Weixin also blew up, and many of his celebrity friends in the circle messaged him to ask what was going on. A lot of people in that celebrity group that Huang Xiaoming had formed were all over him. "Deng Ziki, Tatsu, what's the situation? Do you need help?" "Zhang Xiaohan, Yi Chen, what's going on?" "Zhang Jia, bro, you're in big trouble. Hurry up and read the tweets." "Huang Xiaoming, I'm sure there's something else going on here. Yi-chen, hurry up and step in and clarify. Han Hong, let me know if you need help. Don't take it alone. Tenjel, Grandpa's got your back. On the set, Shintang Molly also came over to inquire with concern after hearing the news. Thank you all for your concern. I can still handle this little thing. Yi-chen-kun sent a message to explain to his friends, then sent a tweet to clarify, claiming that those two people were not fans, but paparazzi. It's true that he was wrong to hit someone, but he was forced to do it for a reason. When this tweet came out, the opinion wheel instantly turned around. I told you Yi-chen wouldn't hit someone for no reason, so that's how it is. We were wrong about Yi-chen. Well played. Doggies are the worst. Doggy was beaten purely deserved. Actually have the face to sell misery to gain sympathy. Disgusting. In addition to the netizens, those stars have also posted messages in support of Yi-chen. After all, they are also deeply affected by it. Yi-chen's behavior took out a bad breath for them. However, that's when David Chook released another piece of heavy news that dropped everyone's jaws. Chapter 133, Yang Mistrust, All-Star Solidarity. David Zhua had expected Yi-chen to tweet a clarification, which is exactly what he wanted to see. This meant that Yi-chen personally proved that he was being followed by paparazzi. Then he'll put out the video he took and it will be more credible. I have to say, that's a truly devious move. It's not for nothing that David Chook can be the #1 paparazzo. Not long after Yi-chan's tweet was posted, he followed it up with a tweet as well. In his usual style, the body of the tweet is a limerick. Because of the theater-born love heart-thumping, lying talent and female appearance is always difficult to round. Yesterday's official announcement of the booking of the Oath of Alliance. This night the hotel to tie a new fate. Yi Lang has hated the honey far away. Hot ballet accompanied by the race of the gods. Here's a link to the video, which is titled Ji-chen Hotba's Late Night Rendezvous. Tatsumi's relationship is now in crisis. Boom! When this tweet came out, the whole internet exploded. Netizens were all shocked and jaw-dropped after watching the video. It blew up. The netizens were all dumbfounded. ******, no way. Yi-chen and Hotba. How is this possible? I don't believe it. This must be a fake. It must be the paparazzi wrongly accusing Yi-chen. Yi-chen just made an official announcement with Yangmi. How could he do such a thing? This video doesn't capture anything, okay? It's not credible at all. They all filmed Hotba going into Yi-chen's room. Doesn't that tell you anything? In connection with Yi-chen beating up the paparazzi, it seems like this is not an empty story. As we all know, videos can't be PS'd. So, although the paparazzi didn't capture the scene in the room, they only captured Hotba going into the room and Yi-chen sending her out more than 30 minutes later. But that's enough to cause endless thoughts among the netizens. Aside from Yi-chan's loyal fans who were still defending him, many netizens maintained a neutral attitude, intending to wait and see. The fans of those other flow idols, on the other hand, began to eat and watch the show, fanning the flames, watching the fun, one after another with the rhythm. Cannot wait for Yi-chen to cool off earlier. Knowing people, I didn't expect Yi-chen to be this kind of person. Men are no good. Scumbag off. Stinky scum are really down on their heads. Heartbroken Yangmi. Yi-chen doesn't deserve her. Hypocrite. Scum. Get out of show business. It is recommended that the inferior artist Yi-chen be blocked. Yi-chen's fans believed in his character and stood firmly on his side, defending him vigorously. A video with just the beginning and the end, without the middle of the process, doesn't tell the story. Trust Yi-chen. He's innocent. Things haven't been cleared up yet, so don't be so quick to put a cap in someone's ass. The cleaner the clearer. I believe in Yi-chen's character. Certain people's fans are disgusting. Their idols are incapable but they blame Yi-chen for getting in the way and don't miss a chance to discredit him. Even if Yi-chen is cold, your master is still a paste cur. Yi-chen was on several hot searches, all of them negative. Seeing that things are getting bigger and bigger, Reba felt very guilty. Although Yi-chen had been comforting her, saying that it had nothing to do with her, she was still very upset. These people are so hateful. How can they accuse us so wrongly? No, I have to clarify. Hot Barb was so angry that her pretty face turned white, and she was so overwhelmed by anger that she didn't consult with Yi-chen and sent a clarifying tweet. Everyone don't get carried away. I'm innocent with it, Yi-chen. I'm just scripting with him. It was fine if she didn't explain, but the more she described it, the darker it got, and she was immediately ridiculed by the netizens. To the script? Who are you kidding? Late night script review? Is this script glow in the dark? Luminous script. Thanks for thinking of it. Can't you work on a script during the day? Why does it have to be at night? Ugh, Hotba, my goddess. I didn't realize you were like that. Yi-chen is truly blessed. It's over. I've fallen out of love again. The hatred of taking my wife is not shared, Yi-chen said breathlessly when he saw it. Hotba, why don't you discuss this with me too? Reba cried out anxiously. Pearly, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would turn out like this. I just wanted to clarify. By the way, Honey won't misunderstand us, will she? No, I'll have to call her quickly and explain. Hatba hurriedly called Yang Mi, crying and explaining, saying that she and Yi Chen are innocent, so that Yang Mi must believe her. Yi Chen took the call and also explained a few words to Yang Mi. Mimi, please trust me. Surprisingly, Yang Mi's reaction was very flat and she simply said a few words. Well, I trust you guys. Both Yi Chen and Hataru breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, Yang Mi also posted a tweet. I believe in Yi Chen and Hatba. It's impossible for them to do something wrong to me. Please eat melon rationally. The most important thing in love is trust. True love can withstand gossip. No matter what others say, I will always be on Yi Chen's side. No one will want to destroy our relationship. Netizens were once again shocked. Some praised Yang Mi for her atmosphere, moved by her trust in Yi Chen, and believed in love again. Others said that she was stupid, or even that she had been pulled by Yi Chen. Those circle friends of Yi Chen and Yang Mi also tweeted in solidarity. Deng Ziki, I believe in Tatsu's character. He's not that kind of person. Zhang Xiaohan, the cleaner the clearer. Yi Chen is innocent. Han Hong, Yi Chen's character is obvious to everyone. He wouldn't do anything to wrong Mimi. Zhang Jia, rumor mongering opens one mouth and disproves rumors. Zifeng, brother Yi Chen, I will always support you. He Jiong, no rumors. No rumors, please be calm and wait for the water to come out. Seeing so many friends supporting him, Yi Chen was touched. But what touched him the most was Yang Mi's unconditional trust. He hasn't been idle either, posting a video of none other than him and Hatba pairing up for a script. That's right, Yi Chen had filmed the entire process of script matching between himself and Hatba on his cell phone. He still had some memories of the luminous script, so he kept an extra eye out for it, not realizing it would come in handy. The video is 32 minutes long. And from the video exposed by David Joie, Hatba entered the room at 9:45 p.m. and came out at 10:17 p.m. again in 32 minutes. The times match up perfectly, meaning that the two really did spend those 32 minutes in the room going over the script and doing nothing else. That's not all. Yi Chen put the recording of Zhuo Dawei's phone call blackmailing him on Weibo. After netizens watched the video and listened to the recording, that's when they realized the whole truth of the matter. The wheel of public opinion reversed again. And everyone pointed the finger at Zhuo Dawei and other paparazzi. What did I say? Yi Chen is indeed innocent. You can always trust Yi Chen's character. Seriously, I'm kind of looking down on Yi Chen instead. He's actually really just on the script. That's hot bar. Admire Yi Chen's determination. If it were me, Yi Chen is worthy of being a decent man. Contemporary Lu Xiaohui this is. Marry a man as good as Yi Chen when you meet him. I envy Yang Mi. How come I can't meet such a good man? Zhuo Dawei came out to take a beating and apologized to Yi Chen. Not only the paparazzi, but all the netizens who brought up the tempo to smear Yi Chen just now should apologize to him. Chapter 134, a song that shook the entertainment world. Yi Chen only sent out 2 tweets and easily turned the situation around. In just over an hour's time, the wheels of public opinion on the internet have repeatedly reversed. The netizens who had just verbally attacked Yi Chen didn't even say an apology, and then turned around and cursed Zhuo Dawei. They don't care about the truth. They just want to stand on the moral high ground to cyber-brutalize people and vent their emotions. Zhuo Dawei panicked. He didn't expect Yi Chen to keep such a hand. What he didn't expect was that Yi Chen and Hataru actually really didn't do anything. Still a man? Yi Chen did not intend to let Zhuo Dawei go, and sent another microblog, saying that he would call the police to pursue Zhuo Dawei's legal responsibility. Joshing World's official microblog also released a lawyer's letter. While Yang Mi has already asked the legal department to start preparing for the lawsuit, Zhuo Dawei was really scared this time. He tweeted in a huff, "Hello everyone, this is all just a misunderstanding. Those 2 paparazzi following Mr. Yi Chen are just 2 temps who just joined the company. They followed Mr. Yi Chen privately without my permission, of which I had no knowledge. I'm sorry for causing Mr. Yi Chen any trouble due to my laxity and incompetent leadership. I've made a dismissal of those 2 employees, and nothing like that will ever happen again. Lastly, I sincerely apologize to Mr. Yi Chen once again, and I hope that he'll be a grown-up and not take it personally with me." Netizens scoffed at his behavior. "Che, what did you do earlier? Now you're saying it's a misunderstanding? Wimped out so soon? Weren't you quite arrogant before?" It's not the first time Zhuo Dawei has done this kind of thing, and this time I can't say anything to let him go. Yes, he must be made to pay. Those stars have also been beating the crap out of each other. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't reply to him, Zhuo Dawei had to call Yi Chen personally to apologize. Yi Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and decisively refused to answer. Zhuo Dawei had no choice but to record another apology video and post it online. In the video, he knelt in front of the camera, tearfully confessing and crying, begging Yi Chen to let him go. Yi Chen replied in his comments section, "Oh, I should have known better. Talk to my lawyer." The reply quickly garnered over 1 million likes. Both the stars and the netizens had a blast. At this time, Yi Chen sent out another tweet. I apologize for taking up public resources because of my personal and private affairs, and I would like to say sorry to everyone here. To make it up to you all, I will be releasing a new song tonight. The entire internet was once again abuzz as netizens cheered with excitement. Whoa, I can hear Yi Chen's new song again. Thanks to David Chook. Yi Chen is too kind, isn't he? It's not his fault, he doesn't have to apologize. That's right, it should be those netizens who apologize to him. Anyway, it's always good to hear Yi Chen's new songs. Yi Chen is really too warm. I'll cry to death, okay? Yi Chen called Yang Mi again. Mimi, thank you for believing in me. Yang Mi smiled sweetly. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have agreed to be with you in the first place. Yi Chen asked with some doubt. Can I ask why you trust me? Across the room, Yang Mi was silent for a moment and said, there's a reason other than love and trust for you. What's the reason? 32 minutes is too short for you to look down on anyone. If others don't understand, don't I understand your strength? Yi Chen shot half a day's worth of scenes and then found a studio to record a song. Later that night, his new song 4 Sides went online. Yi Chen really released a new song. Yi Chen is really true to his word. Cowspiracy, the most prolific singer ever. Yi Chen has to shoot a movie and deal with paparazzi at the same time. How does he do it? Ha ha ha, it's so good. There's a new song to listen to. Netizens opened the music app in their phones, searched for Yi Chen's new song, and couldn't wait to listen to it. Chu Gu on all sides? The name sounds like a Chinese style. Could it be history related? Oh, it's terrible to be uneducated. Just by looking at the title of the song, I know it's a story of Chu and Han. When they saw the title of the song, netizens guessed, but when they listened to the song, they realized that they guessed wrong. They simply couldn't keep up with Yi Chen's brain circuits. You think it's wah-wah? It's actually a rap. The song has a dynamic, fast-paced melody, and the opening intro firmly grabs everyone's ears. My life is like, made a play. There are so many directors and writers. Just one line, and they matched 800 tones, manipulating my emotions. Yi Chen spoke extremely fast but spit out his words clearly, which was very rare in rap songs. A lot of rap doesn't understand what the singer is singing without reading the lyrics. The melody was so catchy and extremely rhythmic that people's legs couldn't help but shake with it. Every rhyme is just right, very rounded, as smooth and fluid as silk. Some people, however, find the lyrics rather generic. If it was any other singer, the lyrics would have been awesome. But Yi Chen is not an ordinary person. He is a musical genius who has written such divine songs as Qinghua Porcelain, Lu Shu Moon and Red Velvet. The lyrics to this song, 4 Sides, fall short of his usual standards, and there's something about not knowing what he's trying to say. Yet as they continued to listen, they realized how shallow and naive they had been. They had underestimated the song and underestimated Yi Chen. I'm on my way home. I see signs pointing to show business. If you choose to go forward, I have to be strong. Walking around inexplicably, a couple of dogs came out. I thought to myself, when will I, adopting so many dogs, they're biting into apples, long lens in hand. It's as if it's trying to tell me something conspiratorial. Hearing this, the little cutie could also hear what Yi Chen was trying to express. He was using the song to satirize the paparazzi and the unscrupulous gossip media. You can write a song about that? Everyone was stunned, especially the singers. A lot of singers have listened to this song, and they've had their share of paparazzi harassment, but they never thought it could be written as a song. Only until this moment did they deeply realize how terrifying Yi Chen's talent was. He can write and sing about a small thing in his daily life, as if inspiration is everywhere and at his fingertips. The melody that follows is better than one verse and the lyrics are sharper than one verse. If it's in your nature to hurt me, that mercy is my motto. I told them, gossip passes, the news is fleeting, life is permanent, the music is here to stay. Though I know many archers, I want to shoot down to climb up. When I got to the top of the hill, no one can hurt me. After listening to the whole song, everyone was incredibly shocked and didn't know what words to use to describe the feelings in their hearts. After looping the single a few times, they then commented excitedly, asterisk is so good it rocks. Nyobach. Yi Chen's talent is truly unrivaled. If disliking a paparazzo can be written into a song, is there anything Yi Chen can't write? Yi Chen is using music to diss the mess in the entertainment industry. Not a single dirty word in the entire song, but a sound, painful, relieving, and refreshing curse. This is what Chinese rap should be, much better than those raps that are full of profanity. If it's in your nature to hurt me, then mercy is my motto. News is fleeting, life is permanent, music stays. When I get to the top of the mountain, no one can hurt me. These lyrics are so well written. The shudder sound at the end of the song is really absolute. It gives a strong sense of oppression. How on earth did Yi Chen come up with it? Chapter 135. What? Joe Dong wants to worship me? Yi Chen's new song had been online for only an hour, and the number of plays had exceeded 10 million, with comments, likes and downloads all reaching over 1 million. The song Four Sides quickly reached the number 3 spot on all the major music charts. The top two were The Traveler's 10,000 Borders and Left Hand to the Moon. Ever since Yi Chen's debut, he has been firmly at the top of the major music charts. Now the mysterious traveler has finally been pushed off the pedestal. Now the fans of Flowers, Koen, Fan and other traffic idols are happy. They had always felt that Yi Chen was the one who had gotten in the way of their GIE, and had long since treated him as an imaginary enemy. Although they didn't like the travelers either, they were still very happy to see Yi Chen defeated. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen's new song is only ranked 3rd. It looks like he can't make it either. Oh wow, Yi Chen is starting to overstay his welcome. I told you his luck can't be this good all the time. Yi Chen is already jaded. One of his new songs is not as good as the other. He's nothing more than a flash in the pan. Just watch. It won't be long before he's not even on the leaderboard. This traveler is definitely my family's Koen. No one but him has this strength. Bull ********. It's obviously my fan. Speculation about the identity of the traveler has not stopped on the internet. All those powerhouse male singers in the country were guessed at and quickly confirmed not to be. Some people also guessed that the traveler was Yi Chen, but the vast majority of netizens didn't believe it. There was also a suggestion that the panda warrior was Yi Chen, which was also denied, because Yi Chen was either in a concert or filming during this time, and also took time to beat up the doggy. He simply didn't have time to participate in a variety show. A fan's favorite thing to do is pull a stump. With Yi Chen and the traveler being compared 3 times, it seemed to many that the two had become incompatible rivals. Fans of both sides were often at each other's throats online, with some saying that Yi Chen was great and some saying that the traveler was great. Dusty Flower, who had been silent for a long time, saw an opportunity in this. He lost his job after being snowed in by the company and spends his days thinking about how to make a comeback. In his opinion, the reason why he had fallen to such a miserable state was all because of Yi Chen. He was willing to do anything as long as it was detrimental to Yi Chen. So he asked those few million fans left to support the traveler. And those fans followed the traveler's Weibo, helping his fans to dislike Yi Chen's fans. It wasn't just Hua Duanxue, Koen and Fan and the rest of them did the same thing. They planned to use the knife of the traveler to borrow the knife and kill Yi Chen. So many of the trio's fans flocked to follow the traveler and became his self-promoters, touting him online every day. Traveler's followers went up another 20 million or so. Popularity has gone up quite a bit as well. In a flash it's time for the start of the King of Chinese Songs again. Now only 4 players remained. Yi Chen and White Prism, Panda Warrior, and Oriental Undefeatable. This installment is a final elimination round, 4-3, with the fewest votes eliminated. The program started after the host, Sam, introduced the rules. The order in which the 4 contestants will go up is determined by the ranking of the votes in the previous installment. Yi Chen had the highest number of votes and was the last to go. First up was the lowest voted Panda Warrior. Surprisingly, he sings an original new song this time, and it's a rap, and the song is called The Nunchucks. If the last time was just a guess, then now Yi Chen was sure that this Panda Warrior was Zhou Jielun without a doubt. Zhou Jielun was famous for those slow-paced pop love songs in this life, and didn't create Chinese style or rap songs, allowing Yi Chen to pick up the slack. This time, the creation of the new song Double Cut Stick was also inspired by Yi Chen's Materia Medica, Four Sides of Chu Gu. After listening to Yi Chen's song, he realized that Chinese rap could still be sung this way. Zhou Jielun was already a very talented person, and with Yi Chen's inspiration, it was very easy to write nunchucks. Quickly use the nunchucks humming and hawing. Use your nunchucks. A martial arts practitioner must remember that a benevolent person is invincible, who is practicing Tai Chi to wind up in the water. Although the song appeared 20 years later than in the previous life, it is not outdated at all, and it can only be said that Zhou Dong's music is too far ahead of its time. The audience was driven, jumping and dancing along. What swords and spears and clubs? I'm good at it. What's the favorite weapon? Lit. Nunchaku is soft yet firm. Zhou Dong's speech is so fast that you can't hear what he's singing without listening carefully, but it doesn't matter. Even without the lyrics, the melody alone is enough to attract a lot of people. Quickly use the nunchucks hum. Use the nunchucks. If I had lightweight. Ha! A man of uprightness and unyielding integrity. There was a huge round of applause after Panda Warrior sang. The netizens in the live stream were also very excited. The song Nunchucks is so great. I want to hit someone when I hear it. Is the blood boiling yet? Another great Chinese rap. Is Chinese rap really on the rise? Thanks to Yi Chen for a good start. It's good to listen to, but it's more or less Yi Chen's shadow, and it feels like it's deliberately imitating Yi Chen. Since there were only 4 singers left, there was more time to spare and the program added a brief interview segment. The host, Sam, asked, "Hello Panda Warrior, may I ask why you created such an interesting rap song? Panda Warrior said sincerely, when it comes to this issue, there's one person I have to thank, and that's Yi Chen. It's his Mandarin rap songs like Materia Medica, Huaxia, and Four Sides of Chugu that inspired me and opened the door to a new world, showing me that Mandarin rap can be sung this way and can sound this good. Without Yi Chen, I probably wouldn't have been able to write Nunchuck in my life. He broadened my horizons and musical path, and I would like to honor him as a teacher. While I've always felt like I've lived in his shadow, at the same time, he's been a guiding light for me. Mr. Yi Chen, thank you, the Panda Warrior said, paying homage to Yi Chen through the air and bowing deeply. Applause erupted again as the audience, both live and on air, got excited. I told you he had shades of Yi Chen in this song. Yi Chen is too powerful. Not only is he bullish himself, he can also inspire others. Yi Chen didn't fire himself alone, he brought fire to the entire Chinese music scene. His influence was so far-reaching that even fellow travelers were inspired by him. This Panda Warrior is also a famous singer. He's actually willing to call Yi Chen a teacher, so it's obvious how bullish Yi Chen is. Yi Chen is the father of Chinese wind, the father of Chinese rap, the father of opera music. His contribution to the Chinese music scene is unprecedented. In the restroom, Yi Chen blushed slightly. LOL, copying other people's songs and having them worship you. Shame, shame. Chapter 136 Red Sun Plus. Panda Warrior came off the stage after that. The show continues with White Prism, also known as Li Qin, next on stage. His identity was guessed back in the first issue. Li Qin is a powerhouse singer from Hong Kong, who at his peak was known as the King Killer, having overpowered the four heavenly kings. Only the face value is slightly worse. Cannot take the road of acting, otherwise the fame will not be worse than the four heavenly kings. However, what goes around comes around, and it was because of his concentration on singing that all his achievements in the field of music were instead a bit more impressive than the other three heavenly kings besides Hakyao. Li Qin still has a lot of fans and the crowd cheered as soon as he came on stage. The netizens in the livestream were also sending out pop-ups. Li Qin's strength should not be underestimated. Nonsense, he's a diva killer. His vocals are nothing to sneeze at. He's the favorite to win the title. He's probably going to be the king of Chinese song. Oh, I think Chen. He deliberately let people guess his identity, which is tantamount to cheating in disguise, and as a result, he was only the second to last vote in the last installment. I think the winner will definitely be one of the travelers or the Orientals. The lights changed on the stage, a familiar intro played, and the audience immediately heard what the song was about. Red Sun? Oh my god, it's actually Red Sun. I love that song so much. This song is an enduring classic. It looks like Li Qin has zoomed in this time. He sang his masterpiece in the first installment, and this time he's singing about Red Sun. Isn't that a bit that? I don't think it's appropriate to do that either. It's not fair to the other players. What's so unfair? It's not like the program says you can't do that. Other singers can sing their masterpieces too. Just as the netizens were arguing, Li Qin had already sung. Even if your destiny is upside down, even if it's a twist of fate, even if fate terrorizes you, it's not fun to be a human being. Don't shed tears of heartache, much less should it be discarded. I would like to be able to spend my life with you forever. A classic is a classic, and when the melody comes together, the DNA in people can't help but move with it. The audience was dancing and humming along. It's an old classic song etched in people's bones. The melody is easy and cheerful. Very nice. The lyrics are positive and full of positive energy, bringing people endless power and moving. It's one of those songs that if you hear it once, you'll never forget it. The only regret is that the song was composed by Stampo. Many of the classic songs in Kagami are adapted from Japanese songs, and there are very few true originals. That's why Wong Kak-kue famously said back then that there was no music scene in Hong Kong, only showbiz. As a matter of fact, not only in Hong Kong, the whole Chinese music scene was like this back then, with the Japanese and Korean streams prevailing, and even the emergence of the so-called Haha Japanese and Haha Korean tribes. It wasn't until 2000 that a young man named Zhou Jieluen came out of nowhere and opened up a new era in the Chinese music scene. However, it didn't last long, and the Zhous of this world have long been trending towards the end of their days, and haven't released any new songs since 2010. So in recent years the Western and Eastern styles have made a comeback, and the Chinese music scene has once again been reduced to a sunset situation. It's a good thing that the land of China is so rich in people. Just when everyone thought that Chinese music was going to be finished, Yi Chen rose up like a bright star of enlightenment, illuminating the dreary night of the Chinese music industry. The phrase Hua Lu was the most hung, stirring up the blood and fighting spirit of countless Dragon Nation people. He single-handedly pioneered the Chinese style as to overwhelm the Eastern style Western style, revitalize the Chinese majesty. Getting back to the point, the program continued with Li Qin's song, like the fire of the red sun that kindles the true me. If we travel together, We'll cross 1,000 mountains, let the evening breeze blow softly through, accompanied by the scent of fresh flowers. It's like a blessing to you and me. By the time the song was over, it had turned into a chorus from the audience. Nostalgia was tickled in people's hearts. They listened to the song while reminiscing about the past. It's not just the songs you listen to, it's your life. Tears blurred my eyes, and I couldn't tell if I was moved by the song or if it was a flashback to some heartbreaking past. I used to not like listening to these old songs, and as I grew older listening to these inspirational and hot Cantonese songs suddenly made sense, probably because of maturity. When I was a kid, my dad ran cabs and often played this song Red Sun, and now that I'm a father, it's hardest to let go of these old songs, as if I'm going through the same journey that my father once did. It was my dad's favorite song. I used to listen to it with him when I was a kid, and he's been gone for 10 years. Lee Kichin is too powerful, so old, not a single sound of air change. The treasure sword has not yet aged. Lee Kichin is the king of song in my mind. No refutation accepted. After the interview with the host, Lee Kichin went back to the restroom. He took out his cell phone and read the comments of the netizens in the broadcast room, feeling that his chances of winning had increased by a few more points. Perfect vocals, classic gold songs, sentimental filters, all three together. The vote should not be low, at least no problem to kill the top three. Next up on stage was Oriental Buccaneer, and like Lee Kichin, he sang the same classic Cantonese golden oldie, 1000K songs. For a classic, this song might even be above Red Sun. Oriental undefeated singing is also very powerful. Voice thick, breath long, the same cannot hear the sound of air change. True and false sounds switch freely. A listen to know is a powerhouse. When the familiar and pleasant melody played, it once again triggered a wave of memories. The audience sang softly along. In the coming day, even if 1,000 songs are sung, floating far away on my way. In the coming day, even if 1,000 evening stars, brighter than the moon tonight. With a chorus from the crowd, the East finished the classic song. Instead of masking his voice, everyone's chorus set him off. The host likewise asked the East a few questions and then solemnly said, "Well, the next person to come on stage and sing is our final contestant of this installment, and also the most mysterious one. He sang his original new songs in the previous episodes. What kind of song will he bring us today? Will it still be an original new song? Let's wait and see. Please cross over." Yi Chen walked towards the stage, and as he passed through the corridor, the three lounges next to him opened a doorway. The other three singers were hiding behind the door, peeking out to see who this traveler really was. They had guessed each other's identity. Only this traveler was very mysterious and could never guess who he was. As soon as Yi Chen stepped onto the stage, a burst of screams and shouts erupted from the scene. "Traveler! Go Travelers! Champion! Champion!" After a few rounds, he had become the most popular of the several contestants. The host pressed the curious question, "Hello Traveler, may I ask what song are you planning to sing today? It won't still be your original new song, right?" Yi Chen nodded and said indifferently, "That's right. What I'm going to sing today is still the same new song that I originated a while ago." When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room, and everyone was stunned. Chapter 137, In the Name of Father, Amazing the Whole World. Asterisk 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 no way. Another new song? Who the hell is this crosswalker? He's so hungover, isn't he? I can't put into words how mind-blowing it was. Singing a new song every episode, and his songwriting talent is horrible. Could he have bought all his songs from someone else? The traveler will become Yi Chen's strongest competitor. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing for the Chinese music scene. Reminds me of the Tan and Zhang rivalry back in the day. I hope I can see Yi Chen and the traveler compete in my lifetime. The audience was beyond shocked to hear that the crossover was also going to sing an original new song, but they soon quieted down and waited in breathless silence to hear how the traveler's new song was going. The lights on the stage went out in an instant, plunging it into darkness. What's going on? What's the situation? The crowd was taken aback and thought there had been a performance mishap. Just then, the big screen behind the stage lit up. In Father's name, lyrics, traveler, composer, traveler, singing, traveler. Everyone was confused when they saw the song title. In the Name of the Father? Singing the praises of the father's love? It's supposed to be a touching song about a father. Can it be any more touching than Yi Chen's song Father? The internet was abuzz. However, they soon realized they had it all wrong. This time Yi Chen didn't use a backing band because he wanted a feeling that a band simply couldn't play. So he gave the flash drive with the backing tracks recorded on it to the band teacher and told them to just play it. Pa! A pillar of light shone down from above the stage, hitting Yi Chen, setting off his figure in a tall, straight and valiant manner, as well as vaguely having a lonely and gloomy temperament. Although his face could not be seen, everyone was attracted to this unique aura of his. Immediately afterward, the intro to the song played and everyone instantly froze, because Yi Chen's last song, 10,000 Borders, was in the Chinese style and also used an opera accent. so they instinctively assumed the song was still Chinese. But the intro is a somber, low Western classical piece of music, accompanied by a man's low prayer. Just as the crowd froze, suddenly, a soprano scream rang out abruptly. Yi Chen's body was half in the darkness and the other half in the light, bright and dark, indescribably gloomy, mysterious. Finally, he spoke slowly. The cool morning dew, wetting the black gown, the stone paths are fogged, the father whispers, a helpless awakening that can only be more brutal, all for the sake of the road to the sanctuary. The fog that blows, concealing intentions, who paces softly and stops, before you can cry, the bullet that passes through, takes away the temperature. Froze, hearing Yi Chen's song, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. It was a whole new style of music that they had never been exposed to before. Gloomy, dark, cold, dreary, lonely, mysterious. The unprecedented style of music has an irresistible charm that mesmerizes everyone who listens to it. The song In the Name of the Father is an absolutely epical masterpiece. Whether it's the lyrics, the composition, the arrangement, or the whole mood of the song, it's perfect to the point of impeccability. Upon its release in its previous life, it caused a huge sensation, creating a whole new style of music, a classic that even the creator himself couldn't duplicate again. There are fans of the song in countries all over the globe, both in the Chinese-speaking world and in the Western world. Even some of the world's most renowned music maestros have praised the song. You can see how powerful this song In the Name of the Father is. The crowd was infected by the gloomy tunes, as if they were in a cool, hazy mist. Yi Chen's singing voice passed through the heavy fog and reached the ears of the listeners. Each of us has sinned, committed different sins. I can decide who's right and who should sleep. Arguments can't be solved in the never-ending night. Shut your mouth. The only favor. Hearing this has shocked everyone into numbness. There are simply no words to describe this complex feeling. Nothing but shock and awe. Yi Chen had just refreshed their knowledge of Chinese rap yesterday with the song Four Sides of Chu Song. Today the travelers subvert their musical common sense once again with In the Name of the Father. Is this really Chinese rap? The lyrics, rhymes, and language are all in Mandarin, but the melody has a strong Western classical flavor. The whole song has a dark gothic vibe, like an epic gangster blockbuster, reminiscent of The Godfather. Yi Chen on stage has also become gloomy and mysterious, less like a singer and more like a ruthless killer. Aside from the epic movie-like mood, there's an inescapable sense of fatalism throughout the song that is drearily depressing. Yi Chen's speech was fast, so fast that it was impossible to hear what he was singing. Yet this ambiguity fits well with the song's brooding, hazy, and secretive aura. It was surprisingly quiet, both live and on air, as people forgot to talk or type and became completely immersed in the song. Others use lyrics, melodies or vocals to draw people in, and the song, In the Name of the Father, already sinks in with just that ethereal, unique vibe. It's a higher realm that goes beyond the limits of the lyric. In the lounge, the other three singers were all dumbstruck, and their hearts were in shock. They were hit with a dimensional drop, which made them realize that they weren't even in the same dimension as the travelers. No one was more desperate than Zhou Jielun. He had just created the nunchucks under Yi Chen's inspiration and had regained some confidence, feeling that he could do it again. Then it was held down and rubbed hard by the traveler. One Yi Chen was already terrifying, and now there was another traveler. Are there so many geniuses nowadays? Why? Why is there such a big gap between me and others? Can I really write songs? Zhou Jielun's mind generated strong self-doubt, feeling that he was locked in an iron room, banging his head, but still had no way out. He felt that his creative talents were being blocked by a being of a higher order. In front of a top god like Yi Chen and the traveler, he was like a tiny mole cricket at the feet of humans. Zhou Jielun's Tao heart completely collapsed. Oriental Buccaneer and White Prism had the same feeling. They even regretted coming to the show. Destroy it. Tired. Really tired. Yet the bigger shock was yet to come. Just when the crowd thought the song was good enough, the real quintessential part of the song was just coming. Father of mercies, I have fallen into a kingdom where I cannot see sin. Forgive my ego. There's no one to talk to. There's no one to talk to. It's so hard to bear. A loneliness is carved behind the glory. Kneel. At this moment, both the audience and the three singers couldn't help but want to kneel down for Yi Chen. Nima, is this really a melody and lyrics that can be written by a human being? Brother, it's just a competition. There's no need to be so tough, right? Can't we have some decency? Chapter 138 Identity Exposed. Zhou Dong scared silly. Behind the glory is a loneliness. How did you come up with such awesome lyrics? How did you come up with such awesome lyrics? Such compelling lyrics. So much better than the lovey-dovey ones. From now on, these lyrics are my motto, and I'm going to use it as a penguin signature. The pop-ups in the livestream were flying like snowflakes, and the netizens were deeply amazed. While everyone was immersed in shock, Yi Chen's song finally ended. Close my eyes and I see again the image of that dream back then. The sky is misty, My father took my hands. Breeze past. The quiet stone path in the morning. I'm slowly falling asleep. The day has just broken. As the song came to an end, the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it took before the crowd came back to reality from the world of music and regained their sobriety and sanity. Wow! The scene instantly erupted into warm applause. Everyone subconsciously stood up. Even the netizens in front of the screen were no exception, all clapping hard. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more frantic and explosive. Nay, I am uneducated. A line of goes everywhere. Cattleman, crossers cattleman, cattleman in the name of the Father. I can't believe Chinese rap can be this good. It's not the wah-wah rap that's great, it's the singer. I thought Yi Chen's Four Faces of Chu song was already pretty darn good, but I didn't realize that the Travelers in the Name of the Father was even better than him. Yi Chen has really been outclassed by the Traveler this time. Although I'm a fan of Yi Chen, but there's one thing to be said for being in the name of the Father. It's indeed better than being on all sides. The host, Sammy, and the other three singers are back on stage. Well, at this point, the competition session of this installment is all over. Thanks to the four singers for their wonderful singing. Next is the voting session. So please start voting, and the one with the least amount of votes will be unmasked and leave this stage. The judges began to vote, and before long, the votes were tallied. Welcome to the King of Chinese Song co-titled by. Let me announce the votes and rankings of the four singers. Third place, White Prism, 1, 658 votes. Second place, The East, 2, 132 votes. Hearing this, Zhou Jielun's heart sank to the bottom. Although it had long been expected that this would be the outcome, when hearing it in person, the heart still could not help but feel a little lost. But once he thought about how tough all three opponents were, he was relieved. Now only the first and last places remained to be announced. For the crowd, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Sure enough, I only heard little Sam continue to read. Winner of first place in this edition of the contest is Traveler with 988 votes. Boom! The studio hall and the broadcast room exploded almost simultaneously. Although it had long been guessed that the first place would go to the Traveler, but everyone could not have expected him to have such a high number of votes. There were a total of 10,000 votes, and he alone accounted for half of them, almost equal to the total number of votes of the other three. Horrible. It's horrible. Asterisk 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 988 votes. That's awesome. One person has half the votes. Bull. The Crossing deserves it, and that's not a lot of votes at all. Although the other three singers are also tough, they really aren't on the same level as the Travelers. That's right, the Traveling Man sang an original new song and started a whole new style of music that can't even be compared. Congratulations to the Travelers, Traveler YYDS. Congratulations. In order to take care of Panda Warrior's face, the host didn't continue to announce his votes, but said, Panda Warrior, with great regret, you have been eliminated. Please remove your mask. Everyone stared intently to see who this Panda Warrior really was. In full view of the crowd, the Panda Warrior removed the mask from his face. Hiss! The moment they saw his appearance, everyone was dumbstruck and inhaled a breath of cool air unanimously. The scene in the broadcast then erupted into a frenzy. Holy, Chow, Chow, oh my god, it's really Chow. It's too bad that even Zhou Dong was eliminated. Zhou Dong didn't lose unfairly. The other three singers are all at the level of great gods. This program is so cruel. Zhou Dong actually didn't even make it to the top three. Am I the only one who thinks Chow has put on a lot of weight? Zhou Jielun tried to squeeze out a smile and offered to greet the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm Jalen Chow. Host Shu Sa asked, Zhou Dong, do you have anything to say about the result? I lost without complaint. Zhou Jielun said very frankly, regrets are inevitable, but I'm truly honored and gratified to be on the same stage as so many of the best, especially Crossover. I admire him so much. He's my favorite singer besides Yi Chen. I hope I'll get a chance to ask him for some musical advice in the future. Yi Chen laughed. No problem. With that, the two shook hands. Xiao Sa interviewed the East and White Prism 2 more times, then laughed. Alright, this program is coming to an end. The next installment is the semifinals. I wonder what other surprises the three singers will bring us. At the same time next week, we won't see you again. After the program, the audience retired one after another. Zhou Jielun finished changing in the costume room and didn't leave in a hurry, but hid nearby and waited quietly. After a while, the Traveler walked into the costume room. I finally get to see your true colors. Who could you really be? Zhou Jielun's mood was so overwhelming that his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, staring intently at the door to the costume room. Not long after, only a creak could be heard as the door to the costume room opened, and Yi Chen walked out from inside. Silly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jielun was instantly dumbfounded as a bolt from the blue rang in his head. The Traveler is actually Yi Chen? At this moment, Zhou Jielun wind messed up. The heart set off a huge wave. The mood is indescribably complex. After reacting, he immediately chased after Yi Chen with quick steps and stopped him. "Hello, Mr. Yi Chen." Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was Zhou Jielun. He was slightly stunned and then laughed. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, what can I do for you?" Nothing much," Zhou Jielun said adoringly. "So you are the traveler. You are so awesome. I really admire your musical talent. How did you write so many classic songs?" Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. "I don't know. It's like those melodies and lyrics are etched in my head, and when I want to write a song, they just pop up on their own." Zhou Jielun was once again dumbfounded. Could this be the legendary gifted singer? People are more angry than people. Chapter 139 Audition for the movie Teenagers U. Yi Chen saw Zhou Jielun's battered look and felt a little bit sorry in his heart, so he patted him on the shoulder and smiled in encouragement. "Actually, there is no genius in this world. You only see my talent but you don't know how hard I work off stage. Where's my talent? It's just that I spend the time others spend drinking milk tea, playing the piano and writing songs. You're already amazing. I grew up listening to your songs. We'll encourage each other from now on." These words of encouragement sounded harsh to Zhou Jielun. "Growing up listening to my songs and then beating me? Nima, is there such an insult?" However, he knew that Yi Chen didn't mean any harm and didn't take it personally. Yi Chen added Zhou Jielun's contact information, and the program's special car sent him back home. That night, the King of Chinese Song exploded all over the internet. Weibo was full of hot searches related to the Chinese Song King, and Yi Chen alone accounted for several of them. Traveler's new song blows up the stage. In Father's Name, Jenny Chao is eliminated. Panda Warrior is actually Zhou Dong. Microblogging, forums, posting, circle of friends, penguin group, fighting sound. Every corner of the whole network is almost discussing this matter. Never before has a variety show reached such a high level of popularity. Even those stars in the celebrity group are speculating about the real identity of the traveler. Deng Ziki, have you guys watched the latest installment of King of Chinese Song? Who the hell is that traveler? Zhang Xiaohan, I don't know. His strength is so terrifying. He should be a senior. Zhang Jie, but listening to his voice, he seems to be very young. Han Hong, I basically know all the domestic power singers, but I really can't guess who he is. Lu Huan, at Yi Chen, it can't be you, right? Yi Chen signed a non-disclosure agreement and had to lie about it. It's not me. I've been busy shooting lately and I'd love to know who he is. Han Hong suddenly remembered something, and Yi Chen asked, I've heard that your company is planning to make a web series recently, right? Have you chosen all the actors? Yi Chen replied, I'm not in charge of this aspect, so I'm not really sure, but we have 3 web series shooting at the same time this time, and we need a lot of actors, so we shouldn't have chosen them yet. Sister Rainbow, why are you asking this? Han Hong's character is very dry, did not beat around the bush, and said straight to the point. It's like this, I have a nephew, the son of a friend of mine, who's also an actor, just graduated from film school. I'd like to ask you to do my sister a favor and see if you can arrange a role for him. Yi Chen asked, what's his name? Has he acted before? His name is Zhang Yishan. He's a child actor who was in Family Guy. So it's him. Yi Chen realized that Zhang Yishan even had this relationship with Han Hong. In his previous life, it seems that Yu Xin was starring Zhang Yishan, so he agreed without hesitation, sending Han Hong a personal favor in the process. No problem, Sister Hong. I've seen his plays. He's considered to be a good actor among the young actors. It just so happens that there's a male lead role that's quite suitable for him, so inform him to go to the company for an audition. Han Hong was very happy. She had only wanted Yi Chen to arrange a supporting role for Zhang Yishan. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so kind enough to give a male lead directly. Not bad. Yi Chen is a man who can get along. He really helps out when there's something going on. Thank you, old brother. In the future, if you need any help, just say it to Sis. Sis is obliged to do so, Han Hong said gratefully. The other actors in the group were stunned and up in arms. Louis Fei, at Yi Chen, boss, please arrange a role for me too. Jing Tian, Mr. Yi Chen, can you see if there's a suitable role for me? I haven't had a movie for a long time. Huang Xiaoming, at Yi Chen, brother, take me. Duncan Ziggy, I want it too. Zhang Xiaohan, brother Chen, consider me. Yi Chen cried and laughed, replying breathlessly, will you guys stop teasing me? If Jing Tian, you two will have no movie? Brother Xiaoming, you're your own boss. Why do you need me to take you? And Ziki, Xiaohan, you two singers, what are you doing fooling around? After chatting for a while, Yi Chen called Yang Mi and told her about Zhang Yishan. No problem, just watch. Yang Mi smiled and said, I was just about to tell you. Recently several of the company's theater groups started work at the same time, and they're all casting actors. Although there is a director in charge of this kind of thing, but we, as bosses, can't just ignore it. I've been filming in Hengdian recently and can't get out of it, so I'll leave this matter to you. Yi Chen was speechless. I have to shoot a movie too, okay? Yang Ni, Aya, you just work hard. When I finish shooting, I'll go back and reward you. Yi Chen, oh, it's to reward yourself, isn't it? Despite the reluctance on his lips, Yi Chen went to the company the next day for the actor audition. He first went to the audition room for the movie Teenage You. In charge of the auditions were the director and assistant director of the movie. Seeing Yi Chen come in, the two immediately stood up. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to take a casual look. How's the casting of the actors going? The director sighed and said sadly, all the other roles are fine, except for the male and female lead roles, which are still up in the air. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face sank as he said somewhat angrily, Director, are you kidding? In theory, shouldn't the male and female leads be chosen first? After such a long time, even the most important male and female leads haven't been chosen yet. Are you guys serious? The assistant director wanted to say something, and the director rushed to his defense. Mr. Yi, it's not that we're lazy, it's because we really can't find any suitable actors. We've auditioned dozens of actors in the last few days, and none of them fit. We are asking too much of the male and female leads in this movie. They have to be young, teenage and acting at the same time. The conditions are just too harsh. Do you see any young actors with acting skills nowadays? Either they're too old or they can't act. Alas, it's difficult. Yi Chen thought about it carefully, and that's what happened. Teenage You is still very demanding in terms of acting, and both the female lead, Chen Yen, and the male lead, Xiao Bei, are not very old, both being of high school age. Looking at the entire acting world, there really aren't many actors in this age group who have acting skills. Even those who qualify don't always have a slot. Mr. Yi, there's something else I need to tell you. The director frowned again, helplessly. I just got a call from an agent at YE, saying that they want one of their actresses to play the female lead. That actress hasn't graduated from college yet and doesn't have much acting experience. I don't think she'll make it, but YE is a big company and I can't just turn her down, so I'm not worried about this. There's still this? Yi Chen asked. What's the name of that actress? I think it's called something like Lu Hong. So it's her. Yi Chen faintly said. Just reject it directly. Don't be afraid. Just say that it's what I said. And if Huai's side looks for you again, you let them talk to me. Chapter 140, How Come It Doesn't Count? As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the director's cell phone rang. He looked away and laughed bitterly. Fear of what's to come. It's the YE side calling again. Yi Chen said indifferently. Just do what I tell you. Okay. With Yi Chen backing him up, the director had the courage to speak, and immediately said that Yi Chen's words. Yet the other party was dead set on it. Still not willing. Forget it, our Mr. Yi is here. You'd better talk to him. The director directly kicked the ball to Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked up the phone. Hello, this is Yi Chen. Hello Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. I'm Du Yen, the agent of Huai Company. I heard that your company has a movie that is casting for a female lead. I have an artist under me with a great image and acting skills. Would you consider her? Yi Chen said expressionlessly. I'm sorry, but the role of the female lead has already been cast. What? The female lead has been found? Du Yen was stunned. When did this happen? The director said before that he hadn't chosen one yet. Yi Chen said, MS. Du, this is an internal matter of our company. It seems like there's no need to explain it to you, right? Seeing that Yi Chen was angry, the other party hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, that's not what I meant. Congratulations on finding the right actor for your company. I'm sure you don't have a bad eye. At the risk of being presumptuous, has the second female lead been selected yet? If not, I wonder if my family's artist has a chance. This time the other party's tone and attitude were much more respectful. Yi Chen didn't reject it outright anymore. Truthfully, the role of the second female has not yet been decided. If you are interested in the role, you can bring the actor to our company for an audition. At those words, Du Yan's face sank, and she was very annoyed in her heart. She called the director to internalize the role and bypass the audition process. Yi Chen, however, asked her to bring actors to the audition, making it clear that he didn't give any face. Although she was angry, Du Yan didn't dare to show it. She wasn't even on the same level as Yi Chen, so she only had to say it honestly. Okay Mr. Yi, thank you for giving us this opportunity. I'll take the actor to the audition. Yi Chen returned the cell phone to the director, then took out his own cell phone and dialed a number from his address book. Just after 2 rings, the opposite side picked up. Hello, brother Yi Chen, is that you? Of course it's me. Yi Chen laughed. Zifeng, it's only been a while. You can't even hear my voice anymore? How come? Zifeng said excitedly. I just didn't expect you to call me. Brother Yi Chen, what do you want from me? Yi Chen didn't bull **** and smiled. Our company has a movie that is casting for a female lead. I think it's quite suitable for you. Do you have time to come to the audition? Across the room, Zifeng froze for a few seconds, then said excitedly, yes, of course. I'm worried about not having a movie lately. Zifeng is still in his junior year at the film school, and according to the school's rules, junior students can go out and shoot movies, and the teachers don't care. Seeing those classmates with backgrounds and connections all go out to shoot a movie, only she has no movie to shoot, but she can only dry anxious. No way at all. She did not think of looking for Huang Barrier and He Jong to help, but the shy and introverted character of her, and really cannot pull this face. Just then, Yi Chen's phone call came through. For her, it was like a blessing in disguise. Yi Chen laughed. Then come to our company for an audition as soon as possible. Say it in advance. It's just an audition. If your acting skills don't pass, I can't help you. Aha, I understand. Zifeng said happily. I'm already grateful that brother Yi Chen can give me this chance to audition. After hanging up the phone, she immediately took a cab to the audition location. Good day, director. Good day, assistant director. Good day, Mr. Yi. My name is Zhang Zifeng. I'm a junior at the Imperial Film Academy. I've been acting since I was a kid, and I've acted in The Great Earthquake. After some brief introductions, the audition officially began. The director gave her a page of the script, and Zifeng quickly read it, memorizing her lines and figuring out her role. Director, I'm ready. So soon? Let's get started then. Zifeng immediately performed as he understood. Although she was young, she was a child star with a lot of acting experience, and in the past 2 years she had learned some theory in school, so her acting skills were considered very good among her peers. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, giving Zifeng a thumbs up in approval. Seeing this, Zifeng's nervousness stepped down. The director said with satisfaction, not bad. It's already impressive to have such acting skills at such a young age. Congratulations on passing. Thank you, director. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zifeng did not expect that he had passed the audition so smoothly, and his mood was incomparably excited and euphoric. She felt sure that Yi Chen was secretly helping her, and her heart was filled with gratitude. Well, go ahead and sign the contract, and we'll contact you in advance before we start. After Purple Maple left, the auditions continued. Next to be interviewed is the role of the second female character, the villainous Wei Lai. After interviewing several actresses in a row, the director was not very satisfied. Either the image is not good, or the acting skills are not passable. Next, a tall, good-looking girl walked in. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. Hello, director. My name is Zhou Ya. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He still had some impression of this girl. In her previous life, Wei Lai's character was played by her, and she had no problem with either her image or her acting skills. Not surprisingly, the role is hers. Sure enough, Chow Ye's audition was great and the director was happy with it. He didn't settle on it, though, but told her to go back and wait for the announcement. He wanted to see if there was a more suitable actor. After interviewing a few more actors, it was almost lunchtime when Du Yan arrived late with Lu Ho. Sorry we're late. The director looked at Yi Chen, who looked at the time and faintly said, it's okay, the audition isn't over yet, so grab it and get started right away. The director gave Lu Hong the same script that he just gave to Zhou Yi, just to see which of the two of them is a better actor. Lu Hong reads the script and begins to act it out. After her performance, several people in the room fell silent. Cootie. You can also tell that her acting skills are nowhere near Chow Ye's. She didn't understand the role at all, and acted with her eyes darting about. Not in the least bit. Ahem. Mr. Yi, what do you think? The director couldn't afford to offend such a big company as Huai. After all, he might have to work with others in the future, so he had to kick the ball to Yi Chen again. Yi Chen asked as he sized up Lu Hoa. Do you consider yourself a gifted actress? Lu Hoa made a thoughtful look. His eyes darted diagonally, and he pursed his lips in a tea-like manner. Well, how does not count? Chapter 141, The Gazetted Master, Brother Run. Yi Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard Lu Ho's reply. I never thought that one day I would witness this famous scene with my own eyes. Good lord, what a lack of self-awareness. I'm sorry, I think your acting skills still need to be improved. I'm afraid you can't fulfill the role of the second female. Yi Chen was also too lazy to waste his breath with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Haojiu and Du Yan's faces both stiffened. Du Yan hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, our President Wang said that as long as you use our Huai actors, we Huai can take out a portion of the money and invest in your company's movie. I've heard that your company has several projects opening at the same time recently, so I'm sure you'd like to find a few more investors to share the risk, bringing capital into the group? Yi Chen smiled faintly. I appreciate your company's kindness, but our company is really not poor for the time being, so I'll trouble your Mr. Wang again if I need to in the future. Well, since Mr. Ye's mind is made up, we won't bother much, and I wish your company's movie a big box office hit. Du Yin saw that Yi Chen was determined not to give any face, so he had to leave with Lu Hoa in a gray head. When she was gone, the director then said, Mr. Yi, the problem of the female lead has been solved, but the candidate for the male lead is still unsettled. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Yi Chen thought about it, and couldn't really think of anything suitable. The assistant director, who had been silent, suddenly said, Doesn't Mr. Yi also know how to act? And the acting is very good. The Zhang Qiling you played was very good. Why don't you just play the male lead? The director slapped his head, and the look on his face was unmistakable. Right, why didn't I think of that? Mr. Yi, what do you think? I play the male lead? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be impossible. Anyway, the King of Chinese Songs will be finished recording soon, and he has nothing to do for the next 2 to 3 months, so it's good to shoot a movie to pass the time. So Yi Chen agreed with alacrity. The director and assistant director were very happy. With Yi Chen in the chair, they were even more confident in the box office of this movie. Zifeng was so excited that she stayed up all night when she heard that Yi Chen was playing the male lead. This meant that she was going to be playing a couple with Yi Chen, and judging from the script, there was also a kissing scene between the two. Thinking of this, 2 red clouds quietly colored Zifeng's baby-fat cheeks. Yi Chen went to the other crews to see that the actors had all been cast. Zhang Yishan passed the audition for Yu Sin to play the male lead Yu Sin. White Knight Chase. On the other hand, stars Pan Yueming, who has been quiet for years and has almost retired from the industry. The cast of Soul Survivor, I Am Not the God of Medicine is still the same as the original cast from the previous life. Everything was ready and several crews started up. In these next few days, Yi Chen began to run on both sides of the casts of Charlotte's Trouble and Teenage You. It is also commonly known as rolling, and is a big no-no in the acting industry. But the director didn't dare to say anything. Who made Yi Chen the boss? Not to mention Yi Chen's acting skills were so good that basically all the scenes were one line over. The other actors in the cast couldn't be picked on. After filming, Yi Chen also took a special day to visit Yang Mi on the set of Hengdian's The Embroidered Spring Blade. The heroine of this movie in her previous life was Lu Shishir, and Yang Mi was the heroine of the second installment. There are some subtle changes in this life, and Yang Mi becomes the heroine of the first installment. When Yi Chen arrived at the set, Yang Mi was filming a scene, so he simply stood aside and watched. Under his day in, day out, night in, night out inculcation, Yang Mi's acting skills improved a lot. Okay, click, take a break. After a scene was finished, Yang Mi came out from the set, and only then did she notice Yi Chen in the crowd, and immediately shouted in surprise, Yi Chen, what brings you here? I came to visit. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Wasn't this meant to be a surprise? Yi Chen and Yang Mi held hands, talked and laughed as they entered the RV and closed the door. The rest of the crew and cast looked on with great envy. The men envied Yi Chen and the women envied Yang Mi. In the RV, the two made intimate small talk. Yi Chen talked to Yang Mi about the company's recent situation. Yang Mi was very happy to see that Yi Chen was still thinking about himself in the midst of his busy schedule, and her heart was sweeter than honey. She still had a scene to shoot in the afternoon and didn't change her costume, wearing the same old outfit she wore in the scene. Yi Chen looked her up and down, carefully measuring her for half a day, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. Mimi, you look so beautiful in your old costume. Yang Mi said arrogantly, Humph, you just realized that? Yi Chen's eyes rolled and he came to her ear to whisper, that's what you'll be wearing tonight. Yang Mi blushed and gave him a blank look, nodding her head imperceptibly. After filming for such a long time in a row, my body is sore and my back is aching. You can help me massage it. Yang Mi took the opportunity to pamper Yi Chen. Good. Yi Chen massaged Yang Mi for a while, and Yang Mi felt much more comfortable. The crew looked in the direction of the RV and fell into deep thought. In the afternoon, filming continued. Yi Chen didn't take himself as an outsider and came to the director's shed, sitting behind the director and watching the monitor. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well learn some directing skills. The director couldn't say anything, mainly because he couldn't afford to mess with Yi Chen. Yi Chen had seen this movie in his previous life, but he couldn't remember the plot, and the only thing he had an impression of was adding money to the juicer run or something. Coincidentally, this scene was filmed in the very same famous scene of Gachanju Tingxiu. Zhao Jingzhong, played by Nia Yuan, finds Ding Xiu, played by Zhou Yiwei, and hires him to kill his senior brother Jin Ichuan. Ding Xiu said Jin Ichuan is his favorite family friend, hand and foot brother. He has to add money. That's how the title Gachanju came about. But that classic line wasn't in the script in this life. Monday Wei acted several times, but not in the state. Did not perform the effect that the director wanted. Frequent NG. Click, click, click. Still not working. Start over. One more. The director sat behind the monitor and kept yelling click. Zhou Yiwei was about to be crushed by the whole thing and came to the director's side. asking, "Director, what's wrong with my acting? Can you tell me straight? I'll just change it." It's not torture to yell click after click without saying where the problem is. No one else can stand it. Unexpectedly, the director was silent for a moment and said something that made everyone's jaw drop. "I don't know what's wrong. It's just not working the way I want it to." Monday Wei nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. "Are you playing with me? Even though I'm not a big star, you can't insult me like that, right?" At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Director, I think the reason why this scene doesn't achieve the effect you want has nothing to do with the acting skills of the actor. This actor is already doing a good job." "Oh?" the director asked curiously. "What was that question?" Yi Chen laughed. "I think it should be a problem with the script. Ding Xiu's lines in this scene are not reasonably designed and should be changed." Chapter 142, Theme Song of the Bright Sword, the soul of the Chinese army. The moment Yi Chen said this, everyone present was shocked. In a movie crew, the director is the emperor, the one who says everything. Even the biggest stars don't dare to say change their lines easily, because movie scripts are usually well polished. There is a script roundup before shooting officially begins. The embroidered sword is even more of an exaggeration. With the script alone said to have been polished for 3 years, the screenwriter is none other than the director in front of him. The director had already let slip before the start of shooting that not a single line of his script could be changed, not even by the biggest names in the cast. In contrast, TV dramas are much more lenient, and there are frequent rumors of big-name actors changing their scripts privately. Now that Yi Chen had actually proposed to change the script, everyone sucked in a breath and sweated for him. Despite his fame, he was an outsider after all. Even the cast and crew didn't dare to interrupt. Where was he to meddle? Yang Mi secretly pulled Yi Chen's arm and whispered, "Yi Chen, don't mess around. This has nothing to do with you." The director did get a little angry and his face sank to the flesh, but still asked patiently, "Really? I remember that, mister. Yi Chen also wrote a script, so tell me, how should I change it? It doesn't need to be changed drastically if you ask me. Just add a line. I'll just demonstrate it." Yi Chen said and asked the staff to bring Ding Xiu's long knife. Then in a second he entered the scene, carrying a long knife, tilting his head, looking at the director obliquely, with a cynical look, while at the same time flashing a fierce look, and said in a single word, "He's my favorite family member and brother in arms, so it has to add up." The words "have to add money" had a heavy tone, and Dinsha's image came to life. The director looked dumbfounded, and everyone else looked dumbfounded. Yi Chen's acting skills were also too terrifying. In that moment just now, they almost thought that he was possessed by Ding Xiu, feeling an invisible killing aura. The few people on the scene were frozen in place, shocked by Yi Chen's aura, especially Zhou Yiwei. He thought he was a good actor, yet compared to Yi Chen, he was a younger brother. Yi Chen was quick to enter the scene and quick to leave the scene, instantly switching back to his original appearance, smiling and asking, "How's it going, director? Do you think it's okay?" The director thus reacted and shouted with undisguised excitement, "Mr. Yi Chen, you are too modest. Where is it okay? Good, very good, very good. Both the lines you added and the acting were exceptionally good, and that's the effect I wanted," said twisting his head to Zhou Yiwei. "Yiwei, you can just follow Mr. Yi Chen's acting later." "Okay, director." Zhou Yiwei was also an actor with pride, but in front of Yi Chen, he was not proud at all. He knew that no matter how he acted, he would not be able to surpass the performance that Yi Chen had just given, and it was best to act according to him. The director had another script brought in and handed it to Yi Chen respectfully. "Mr. Yi Chen, please take another look for me. Is there anything else that needs to be changed in this script?" Yang Mi and the others were even more shocked, not realizing that the director's attitude had changed so much that he actually took the initiative to invite Yi Chen to help change the script. Yi Chen casually flipped through the pages and pointed to one of Ding Xiu's lines. "It's best to add another line here. This mushroom is moist." The director and the male actors such as Zhou Yiwei and Nie Yuan immediately understood, with heartfelt smiles on their faces. "Wonderful. This line is simply divine." Yang Mi's face, however, quietly reddened. Monday Wei said with a bad smile, "Mr. Yi Chen, it seems like you have a lot of life." Nie Yuan also stifled a smile and said, "This is all from Mr. Yi Chen's experience." Yi Chen was just about to speak when Yang Mi suddenly sneaked a twist at his waist. He had to swallow back the words and force a smile. After returning to the hotel at night, Yang Mi was still angry and pouted. "Yi Chen, honestly, how did you think of adding that line?" Yi Chen honestly said, "Isn't this all because you inspired me?" Yang Mi blushed and cursed. You hate it." That night, Yi Chen re-experienced what it was like to be brother run. The next day, he had wanted to stay for one more day, but he suddenly received a call from Shin Kun, the director of The King of Chinese Song. Shin Kun didn't beat around the bush either, and said bluntly that he had something to ask for. It turns out that their TV station has just filmed a major annual drama. The TV series has been filmed and is in the post-editing and production stage, and now it's missing a theme song. The director of this drama and Shinkun were good friends, so he wanted Shinkun to step in and ask Yi-chen to help write a theme song. Yi-chen didn't rush to agree, but asked, "Director, can I ask what the name of the play is and what the subject matter is?" Shinkun replied, "This is an anti-war drama called Bright Sword. About." He gave a brief synopsis of the plot of the TV show. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi-chen said, "Okay, Director Shen, leave the theme song to me. I'll send you the lyrics and tune tonight. You show it to your friend, and if you're sure it's okay, you'll go record the song tomorrow." He was so familiar with the show that he even knew some of the classic lines by heart, and the theme song was even more memorable. This, so fast? Shinkun was shocked by Yi-chen's horrible musical talent. Did Yi-chen write all those songs in such a short period of time? Yi-chen said goodbye to Yang Mi that day and took a plane back to the imperial capital. Yang Mi took a day off from the director and didn't shoot, and the director didn't ask much. Shinkun formed a temporary Weixin group and pulled Yi-chen and Chen Jian, the director of Bright Sword, into it. Yi-chen recorded a clean version at home and sent it directly to the group. Shinkun and Jian-chen clicked on it and listened. If the homeland is violated, a hot-blooded man should be self-reliant. Drink up this bowl of hometown wine. Lit. The brave man has gone but never to return. Idiom, fig. Gone forever. After hearing just the beginning, both men were wowed. The lyrics and the melody are just overpowering. Even if it's just clean singing with no accompaniment, it's still heartwarming to listen to and blood-boiling. The two men continued to listen. Herb flies the flag and the bugle sounds. The sword has been sheathed. The thunder and the lightning. It's always the best man for the job. Forward, 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 forward. Upon listening to the entire song, both Shinkun and Jian-chen had been too shocked to speak. They can't wait to pick up their guns and go to war. Jian-chen couldn't contain his excitement. Great, great. This song fits our theme of Bright Sword perfectly. Mr. Yi-chen, thank you. May I ask what is the name of this song? Yi-chen replied, "Let's call it The Spirit of the Chinese Army." Chinese military spirit? Good name. With this theme song, our drama Bright Sword will be like a tiger with wings, and the ratings will definitely not be bad. Chapter 143, The Man Who Defeated the God of Songs. Yi-chen went to the recording studio the next day to record Chinese military spirit. When Jian-chen heard the official recorded version, he was even more shocked. For the next 2 days, Yi-chen had been filming on the set. In the blink of an eye it was the day of the recording of The King of Chinese Songs again. Yi-chen came to the recording location in advance, changed clothes, put on makeup, wore a mask, sat on the sofa in the lounge and looked at the screen in front of him, quietly waiting for the program to start. After the first few episodes were aired, the show became more and more popular and has now become one of the hottest variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, the netizens who had been waiting for a long time scrambled to squeeze in. Ha ha ha, finally waiting for King of Chinese Song to start airing again. Great, another new song to listen to. This program is now my whole motivation in life. I wonder if the traveling man will sing a new song this time. That goes without saying. In his usual style, he'll definitely be singing new songs again this time. Regardless of whether or not the crosser can become the champion, he will be the biggest winner of the King of Chinese Songs. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room quickly reached more than 50 million and was still skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hello dear viewers, welcome to the King of Chinese Song co-titled by Tomato Reed. Duyamen headline news. After the intense and brutal matches in the previous installments, we still have 3 contestants left in the show, namely White Prism, Oriental Undefeated, and Traveler. The system for this installment is the same as the last one. It's still the same final elimination system. The contestant with the lowest number of votes will be eliminated, and the remaining 2 contestants advance to the finals. Well, without further ado, the competition has officially begun. Please welcome the first contestant, White Prism, to the stage to sing. The host walked off the stage after that. White Prism, who had been waiting backstage for a long time, stepped onto the stage. He still sings a very classic Cantonese song 10 years this time. This song is also a youthful memory for many. As soon as the intro hits, it pulls one back to those nostalgic times. White Prism's stage presence is solid, and his vocals are nothing to sneeze at. With a thick, infectious voice, if those 2 words didn't tremble, I won't find me hard. How do you say it? It's just a breakup. Everyone was silent, quietly listening to White Prism's song. Their thoughts drifted back to 20 years ago. A scene of yellowed memories surfaced in their minds, and tears quietly wet their eyes. At this moment, music is not only music, but also the carrier of countless youthful memories, carrying too many people's sweet or bitter, happy or sad past. Everyone recalls the experience of their youth, remembering the first love of the youthful and tender, the lingering and heartfelt love, as well as the love, but not the end of the stranger lovers. Listening to that wine-like intoxicating melody, the past like a slideshow in front of the eyes of a scene to emerge. Many people cannot help but wet their eyes. 10 years ago. I don't know you. You don't belong to me. We're still the same. Staying with a stranger. No more reasons to hug. Lovers inevitably end up as friends. When the high towards part of the chorus came on, almost everyone who heard the song couldn't help but cry. The girls who were emotional were crying even more. It's rare that a 20-year-old song can still have such charm and resonate with so many people. Until I've been friends with you for years, I just realized that my tears, not for you, it flows for others as well. After White Prism sang, there was silence, with a few low sobs occasionally ringing out. A sadness spread through the scene, and even the netizens in the live stream were infected. It took a long time for the crowd to come out of their sadness, and applause erupted. A long time ago, I listened to 10 years and thought to myself how the singer was so unlucky, either falling out of love or being abandoned. A long time later, when listening to 10 years, what you hear is no longer the singer's mood, but your own. There are some things that you have to experience for yourself before you can appreciate the bitterness. I always thought 10 years ago was the year 2000, but I didn't realize it was 2010, and 2000 was 20 years ago. The first time I heard this song I was an innocent little boy and now I'm a mom of 2. How many people love silently in the name of friends? Listening to the decade. After more than a decade, with a lot of emotions, more than a decade ago there were a few of us listening to the decade. More than a decade later we are still listening to the next decade. The worst fear in life is suddenly hearing a song. In the lounge, Yi Chen was also overwhelmed with emotion. The first time he listened to 10 years, he was an elementary school student, probably about the same as those who listen to Lone Ranger nowadays. As a young man he couldn't appreciate the emotion of the song then, but now it sounds so solid. Time never returns, and the past can only be recalled. 1,000 words were reduced to a helpless sigh. Next up on stage to sing was Oriental Undefeated. Upon seeing the title of the song he was going to sing, everyone was stunned. Kiss Goodbye? Another classic Cantonese song, and it's a sad love song too. What's going on today? Negotiation? This installment is a massive tearjerker. Ooh, I should have known to have more tissues. However, once they heard the song of the East Undefeated, everyone was once again stunned into silence. The past has become a cloud of smoke, dissolved before each other's eyes, even after saying goodbye. And I don't see you complaining. The voice is so familiar. It's clearly the original singer. At this moment, the crowd finally guessed the identity of Dongfang Bufu. Zhang Yufly Song Godson Nemesis learning there. Blow up. The live feed instantly exploded, and the crowd roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Shui have? Oh my god. It's actually the god of song. Even the god of song is here. It's too shocking, isn't it? Hak Yao but never participate in variety shows. Actually even he was invited. Worthy of being a great mom. There aren't any criminals lurking in the live audience. Are there? Yeah. The traveler has even defeated the god of song several times. So isn't he even more powerful than the god of song? Who the hell is he? In the restroom, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of pressure. Li Kachin and Zhang Xueyo are both top-notch powerhouse singers. Their renditions of 10 Years and Kiss Me Goodbye are also classic masterpieces that have been passed down. It's impossible to say there's no pressure. This time, he really didn't have the certainty of victory. Even those viewers who had always favored him, even Shen Kun, were wavering in their hearts. Could it be that Yi Chen's myth of winning 100 battles was finally going to be broken after all? Chapter 144, The Fireworks Are Cold. 1 Li Kachin. 1 Zhang Xueyo. This program is too cruel, isn't it? I'm all stressed out for the travelers. The traveler actually defeated the god of song so many times. Who is he really? I'm getting more and more curious about him. Hurry up and reveal the identity of the traveler. I'm dying of curiosity. Do you guys think the travelers will win this time? I'm hanging on anyway. I think the travelers are going to lose this time. The netizens in the live stream were talking. Even the chief director Shin Kun was incredibly nervous. He certainly wanted Yi Chen to become the king of songs. Zhang Xueyo continued to sing. There is always some understanding in the moment. What's said can't possibly come true, and just in the blink of an eye to find your face. It's like it used to be. It started snowing in my world. It's so cold I can't love another day. The audience sang along with them. Even the netizens on the air were infected. Zhang Xueyo secretly felt ashamed in his heart. He did this as well as Li Kachin, in order to make people guess his identity. To put it bluntly, there is a suspicion of cheating. Originally he didn't want to do it, but the traveler was just too good, and he had lost to him several times in a row. It would be too humiliating to continue losing to him. He was at least the god of songs, representing not only himself, but all the singers in Hong Kong. It's too much to say that you can't win once, so you have to get back in the game. However, the strength of the travelers is just too scary. Even the god of song, Zhang Xueyo, is not sure of victory, so one has to be cheeky and resort to a bit of dishonorable means. I kissed you goodbye on a deserted street. Let the wind laugh at me for not being able to say no. I kissed you goodbye on a wild night. My heart waits to meet the hurt. At the end of the song, there was a loud applause. It's good. It's so good. A classic is a classic and you never tire of hearing it. No way? No way? You guys don't think this is the original song, do you? It's a cover of an English song. The original is Take Me to Your Heart. I'll be damned. Kiss Me Goodbye is the original song. Okay? You're the one who's ignorant. This song is timeless and deserves to be covered even by foreigners. In those days it was a kiss goodbye. Nowadays it's, ahem. The song is good, and the vocals are nothing to write home about. But when I think of Zhang Shuao, I can't help but think of that emoji. Ye Liu, the host, Sam, rejoined the stage and smiled. Thank you to the Orient for this old classic song that brought back so many memories from my youth. I sang this song in class when I was in school. I'm actually pretty good at singing. I bailed out of Tudor University by singing back then. It's okay, it's just SOSO. Ha ha, getting back to the point. The next one to go up is the favorite for the title. The one who has been expected by countless people to cross the line. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome the travelers to the stage. Wow, the audience all clapped hard. Amidst all the attention, Yi Chen came onto the stage. Xiaoxia smiled and asked, "Hello, can I ask what song you are planning to sing today? It won't still be an original new song, right?" Everyone stared at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. Singing old songs is too unchallenging. It's still a bit more fun to sing new songs. So what I'm going to sing today is still an original new song. As soon as these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground as they stared blankly at Yi Chen, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. Holy, there's really a new song? Bullseye. The traveler is really bullseye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's too confident, isn't it? The courage and talent of the traveler is truly admirable, but isn't what he's doing too risky? I think it's safer to sing the old songs. I have a feeling the travelers are going to lose this time. Even if he loses, he's still worthy of admiration. The host continued. So may I ask what genre is your new song? Is it still rap? No, it's a wah-wah song. Yi Chen's reply once again took the crowd by surprise. They didn't expect this traveler to even know the Chinese style. The previous left finger moon, Wa Xia, had elements of Wa Xia style, but it wasn't really Wa Xia style. Now that they heard he was going to sing Wa Xia style, everyone was surprised. It was well known that Yi Chen's Huaxia style was the most powerful. Last time Yi Chen sang Four Faces of Chu Gu, the traveler sang In the Name of the Father. And now he's going to sing Huaxia style. Is this a fight with Yi Chen? Everyone developed a strong curiosity to see how this traveler's Chinese style songs were. Whoa, wah! I'm really looking forward to this. So let's enjoy the wonderful singing of the travelers next. The host stepped down after saying that, leaving the stage to Yi Chen. The title of the song he was going to sing was typed on the screen. Fireworks grow cold. The crowd couldn't help but light up when they saw this beautiful song title. Yi Chen gave the band teacher an OK sign. A beautiful and pleasant prelude burst forth. The sounds of guqin, eru, bamboo flute, and dongxiao are intertwined to create a sense of an ancient and elegant atmosphere. When they heard this intro, everyone found it very stunning and subconsciously thought of Celadon. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen opened his mouth and sang, "The sound of prosperity is a disgrace to the world. Dreams are cold and tossed around for a lifetime of love debts. If you default to life and death, waiting wither and waiting for circle after circle of years." Yi Chen's voice is low and cool, with a sense of floating out of the dusty silence, setting the tone for the whole song as soon as he opens his mouth. It's a somewhat sad love song. The moment the song started, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The melody was just too good, and an ancient wind that traveled through the millennia greeted us, and the poetic lyrics are amazing. Whether it's the words or the song, it's not in the least bit worse than Yi Chen's Blue and White Porcelain. The grass is deep in the old hometown where the rain falls. I hear you're always alone. The mottled gates are coiled with old tree roots. The slate echoes with a further weight. The further we listened, the more shocked the crowd became. The lyrics are just so graphic that each one, like a subplot of a movie. Gradually, everyone was pulled into the world of the song, immersed in the classical flavor. An ancient picture flashed from the eyes, telling a romantic and poignant love story that touched everyone deeply. The grass is deep in the old hometown where the rain falls. I hear you're still guarding the city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. The karma landed on us. Chapter 145. The story behind the song. Yi Chen was completely immersed in the world of the song, expressing the feelings contained in the song in a way that deeply infected everyone. People were not only listening to the songs, it was more like watching a movie, enjoying the double feast of hearing and sight. The pleasant melody, and romantic and beautiful lyrics, let everyone once again appreciate the charm of the Chinese wind. The last time I had this experience was when I was listening to Celadon. Who else is waiting after 1,000 years of love? And how can history not be true that way? Book Loyang City, like you're going through the door of your past life. Follow the dust and follow me all my life. Yi Chen's song continued, and everyone was mesmerized. In the lounge, Zhang Shuiyo and Li Kachin were also shocked to the core, and couldn't help but stand up and stare blankly at Yi Chen on the screen. They were also amazed by the song Smoke and Mirrors, and all of them couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness in their hearts. It would be a shame if we couldn't win this time. In fact, Yi Chen was also a little unsure in his heart, because 10 Years and Kiss Me Goodbye are just so classic that Smokey and the Bandit can't compete when it comes to classicism. But with everything there are pros and cons, and 10 Years and Kiss Me Goodbye are old songs, even though they have sentimental filters added to them. The song is new, and it's in the Chinese style that's been so hot lately, so people will find it refreshing. At this point, the trio is no longer competing on vocals. There's nothing wrong with the vocals of the ones that made it this far. It's safe to say that all three are now betting on the judges' personal preferences to see which songs they like better, whether they're more nostalgic or like the newer songs. The grass is deep in the old hometown where the rain falls. I hear you're still guarding the city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. Fate has landed on us. Fate has landed on us. The Gamma Temple listens to the sound of rain and hopes for eternity. Finally, Yi Chen's song was finished. The scene, however, remained silent, and the live broadcast room was surprisingly quiet, with the crowd still immersed in that wonderfully intoxicating song, lingering on. Snap. After a while, I don't know who was the first to come to their senses and lead the applause. The others snapped back to reality and clapped along. The applause grew louder and louder, deafening, one wave after another, almost drowning out the entire studio hall. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also exploded wildly, instantly covering the entire screen. It's good. It's so good. This song is not only good, but also very touching. A very good Chinese-style song, with lyrics full of ancient poetry, rhetoric that is atmospheric but not garishly stacked, a beautiful and elegant melody, and a magnetic and unique voice that is slightly sad. This is a rare classic. The lyrical images are so poignant. The lyrics are simply perfect. The voice, the emotion, seems to have a kind of magic to attract me. The more I listen to it, the more tolerable it is, like watching a movie. Xinghua Porcelain. The first time I met the three messengers, outside the curtain Banana Messenger Sudden Rain Door Ring Messenger Copper Green, and I passed by that Jiangnan Town Messenger You, Smoke and Mirrors, the first Goodbye to Three, etc. Allow me to wait for history to turn around, wait for the wine to be fragrant and wait for you to play a guzheng. I didn't realize that besides Yi Chen, there were people who could write such excellent Chinese-style songs. That's right, the Traveler's Chinese style isn't inferior to Yi Chen's at all. Yi Chen has really met his match this time. A poignant, sad song, Fireworks Get Cold, makes me hear a 1,000-year story, mournful and uncertain. There is too much waiting in life, too much helplessness, like fireworks that get cold easily. Only dust remains after splendor. Netizens didn't mince their words, almost praising the song to the skies. The crowd was also cheering and shouting with excitement. Traveler, Traveler. Host Shu Sa and Zhang Shuiyo and Li Kachin are back on stage. Thank you Traveler for such a great song. Can I ask why you wrote a song like this? Yi Chen briefly talked about the origins of the song. Actually, the inspiration for this song came from an ancient book called Cackling Yang Garland Records, and that book contains a story like this. Legend has it that there is a royal general in the city of Luoyang. Fate meets a beautiful woman. The two fell in love at first sight and made love, but at this time the general was drafted by the imperial court to the border war. In the years of military chaos, the imperial capital of Luoyang has been reduced to ruins. The wreckage is unbearable. Finally, the woman bitterly guarding the general did not meet after the hair as a nun. To be the general returned through the storm to find the woman's home in the ancient temple of Galing. She has long since passed away. People told the general, here has always been a woman waiting for him. After listening to the story Yi Chen told, many people couldn't help but be moved to weep. Ooh, so touching. I didn't realize there was such a poignant and touching story behind this song. This story would be great if it were made into a movie. The Traveler is also too powerful. Actually even read such a cold book. So knowledgeable. The next step is the voting process. It didn't take long for the votes to come in. The host, Sam, looked at it and said solemnly, well, the votes for the three contestants are out, so let me announce them individually. In an instant, the hearts of the crowd were all in their throats, and they were even more nervous than the players on the stage. Taking second place in this field is Eastern Undefeated, with 325 votes. Taking third place in this field is White Prism, with 315 votes. Hearing this, the crowd all couldn't help but exclaim. Needless to say, the first place winner is definitely the Traveler. Sure enough, only to hear little Sam continue his announcement. The winner of the first place in this race is The Traveler, with 360 votes. Congratulations! Wow! The crowd all applauded, and the thunderous applause continued for a long time before stopping. Bulls T. Crossers Bulls T. The Traveler is so powerful that he actually defeated even Zhang Shueyo and Li Kaqin, only a few dozen votes short. The competition in this installment is really brutal. Congratulations to the Travelers. Congratulations. First place is well deserved. Zhang Shueyo and White Prism also congratulated Yi Chen. Congratulations. You're awesome. Your song Smokey and the Bandit is very nice. I like it a lot. Commitment. Just a fluke. Yi Chen was secretly ashamed. This round was really close and almost lost. Let's just say he's taking advantage of the new song and the wah-wah style. Definitely can't take that kind of risk next time. After the program ended, Yi Chen returned home in the program's special car. Twitter has long since blown up, with several hot searches about him. Travelers win again. The Traveler's new song, Fireworks. The Chinese wind is not only Yi Chen. The East is undefeated, but it's the god of song, Chung Hakyao. At the same time, everyone is getting more and more curious about the identity of the Traveler and wants to know who he really is. Yi Chen, however, was thinking about what song to sing in the next installment to secure a win. Chapter 146, Kissing Scene with Sister Zifeng. Lighting crew stand by. Props team stand by. Logistics team stand by. Shooting crew ready. Teenagers you. Scene 88, Mirror 32. Begin. The director gave the order, only to hear a snap and the field notes hit the board. Yi Chen and Zifeng immediately performed in front of the camera. This scene is one of the big ones in the whole movie. Xiao Bei takes the blame for Wei Lai's murder on himself in order to help Chen Yan clear his name and get away from the police. To make it better for the police to believe this, he's going to pretend to insult Chen Yan. The filming location was an abandoned factory building. Zifeng desperately ran ahead. Yi Chen chased after him, and then behind him were the police officers who had tracked him down. Zifeng, who was in the guise of Chen Yan, ran to an abandoned warehouse and finally couldn't run anymore. Yi Chen followed closely behind and closed the iron door. The police were outside banging on the door. Yi Chen gasped as he pulled Zifeng back and stared into her eyes. I left evidence and they're arresting me. Zifeng didn't want Yi Chen to take the blame for her, and shouted as she pushed him away. I'm turning myself in now. Yi Chen hurriedly yanked her, pounced her to the ground, pressed her dead center, gazed into her eyes, and said in a firm and resolute tone, Chen Yan, look at me. Do you see clearly? I'm a man of nothing, no brains, no money, and no future. But I like someone, and I'm going to give her the best ending possible. There was a touch of deep love in Yi Chen's resolute and decisive eyes. Zifeng gazed at Yi Chen with the same deep affection, tears glistening in her eyes, and said firmly but tenderly, I'm not leaving you behind. Yi Chen looked into her eyes and continued to read the lines. I'm not an adult yet. I won't be sentenced too hard, and I should be out by the time you graduate from college. As he said his lines, Zifeng couldn't control her tears and cried, I'm just not leaving anyway. I'm not a loser until you win. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the sound of banging on the door rang out again, and the iron door was knocked open a crack. You go first. You get to safety first. No. Zifeng tried to control his emotions, but the tears still flowed indisputably. Chen Yan, when you grow up, we'll meet again, right? Yi Chen tried to squeeze out a smile as tears welled up in his eyes, yet they never flowed down. Zifeng closed her eyes and cried, then opened her eyes again and gazed at Yi Chen, crying and nodding her head with a hum. Just then, the police broke down the door. Yi Chen and Zifeng had rare smiles on their faces. However, the smile only stayed on Zifeng's face for 2 seconds before she cried sadly again. Don't forget, you owe me one. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he kissed. Several police officers rushed over, and Yi Chen slapped her hard and roared viciously. Shut up if you want to live. The police rushed up to control Yi Chen. Zifeng was in tears. Good. Very good. Perfect. The director stood up excitedly, very satisfied with the performance Yi Chen and Zifeng had just given. He felt some wetness on his face and wiped it with his hand, only to realize that he was in tears at some point. The rest of the cast and crew were also moved to tears. Zifeng sat dumbfounded, still not out of the drama. Just now, she had given Yi Chen her first on-screen kiss, as well as her first kiss in life, because she was too nervous and always made mistakes. This scene was shot back and forth a dozen times, which was finally over. Zifeng, are you alright? Did it hurt you? Yi Chen asked with concern. He hadn't even slapped hard enough just now. It was just for show. Zifeng shook her head, blushing shyly. Brother Yi Chen, I'm fine. I just haven't gotten out of the theater yet. So that's it. That's okay. You can take a breather then. Yi Chen helped Zifeng up, and the two of them came to the director's side and watched the replay. the director said happily. Teacher Yi Chen, Zi Feng, that performance you two just gave was really wonderful. Those who didn't know thought you were faking it and moving your true feelings. Nah, Yi Chen said breathlessly. Director, this is not a good joke. I'm a married man now. Ha ha ha, blame me. I slipped up. The director hastened to apologize. Zi Feng, however, pursed his lips and said nothing, not knowing what he was thinking. The surrounding staff all applauded. After a short break, the crew changed venues and continued filming. After a few consecutive days, Yi Chen was exhausted. Filming is not only physical, but also emotionally draining and psychologically exhausting. In addition, he had to do both. Filming Teenage You and Charlotte's Trouble, switching back and forth between the characters of Xiao Bei and Yuan Hua. If he didn't have movie star acting skills, he'd probably be schizophrenic. That night, the TV series Bright Sword finally aired. The title track plays along with the blood-curdling images of the war. If the homeland is violated, a hot-blooded man should be self-reliant. Drink up this bowl of hometown wine. Lit. The brave man has gone but never to return. Idiom, fig. Gone forever. All the viewers in front of the TV froze when they heard this title track. The title song is too good to be true, isn't it? After they watched an episode, they immediately searched online. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The title song of Bright Sword was actually written by Yi Chen, so it's Yi Chen's new song. No wonder it's so good. Yi Chen can not only write love songs for children, he can also write heroic war songs. Listening to this song, I just feel my blood boiling and I can't wait to rush to the battlefield to kill two devils. This matter quickly hit the hot search and attracted the attention of many netizens. In recent years, the popularity is all about ancient dramas starring fresh meat. Even if it's a war movie, it's still a hangover, and it's more or less a rom-com cloaked as a war movie. The characters in the play are all polished, with the hero waxed, back combed, and wearing a trench coat, and a face smeared whiter than wallpaper. The most outrageous thing is still drinking coffee on the battlefield and talking to the heroine. So audiences have long since stopped expecting much from war movies, and not many are interested in the show Bright Sword. However, when they heard that the theme song was written by Yi Chen, they couldn't help but turn on the TV and watch it with a loving heart. After watching the 2 episodes, they were surprised to find that this drama was nothing like the thunderous anti-war dramas that came before it. This is a very good war movie. The character of Li Yunlong has a distinctive and unprecedented personality and attracts everyone's attention as soon as he appears on the scene. Yi Chen's theme song is a great addition to the show. Soon enough, the ratings for the first episode came in 3.5%. Upon seeing this number, director Jin Chen was stunned. It's an absolute marvel to achieve such high ratings in a day and age when the internet is becoming more and more advanced and television sets are being reduced to mere ornaments. He knew that Yi Chen deserved a lot of credit for achieving such excellent results, and immediately gave him a call to express his gratitude. As if that wasn't enough, after hanging up the phone, he sent out another microblog, solemnly thanking Yi Chen. Chapter 147, the highly anticipated God of Song competition. For the next few days, Yi Chen had been shooting on the set. In a flash, it was the day of the recording of the finals of the King of Chinese Songs. Netizens can't wait for the finals. All of them are looking forward to the finals. Before the program even started, it had earned a lot of attention, and netizens were all talking about it. Ha ha ha, finally the finals. One is a traveler who is firmly on the know. One throne, with unbelievable talent and a mysterious identity. And the other is the God of Song in the Chinese music industry. This time it's a real summit showdown. Looking forward to it. The gods are fighting. So who is the final winner? Traveler versus Zhang Xueo. One is recognized as the best singer among the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong. One is a mysterious musical genius who has taken the #1 spot several times in a row, shocking the audience with original new songs in every episode. This pinnacle showdown for the King of Songs has sparked attention all over the internet. All the netizens wanted to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. The number of viewers in the live broadcast quickly reached 8,000 W, and the numbers continue to skyrocket. At this moment, countless people are waiting eagerly in front of the screen. With a lot of people watching, the game finally started officially. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast had reached 100 million. When that number was released, everyone was stunned and scared. Zhang Xueo is very low-key and has rarely been seen in recent years, and this is his first time on a variety show. So when they heard that he was the Oriental Buccaneer, the netizens were shocked, and the identity of the traveler is even more mysterious. Since the show started, he has been singing one new original song per episode, beating out many of the best, including Zhou Jieluan and Li Kaqin, to secure the #1 spot. This song God competition is destined to go down in the history of the Chinese music scene. If the traveler could defeat Zhang Xueo, then he would henceforth take his place as the new generation of the God of Song. No one wants to miss such a historic and important moment. The number of viewers in the live stream was still skyrocketing. the audience was incredibly tense, and even from thousands of miles away, they could feel the fiery atmosphere of the scene where swords were drawn. At the same time, Yang Mi was also nervously watching the live broadcast. Deng Ziqi, Zhang Xiaohan and Han Hong were also watching the program. The pinnacle duel between two great powerhouses attracted countless gazes. Yi Chen and Zhang Xueyo were waiting in the lounge. The match finally begins in earnest after Little Sam reads the opening words. Hello viewers, after several rounds of competition, our king of Chinese songs has finally reached the finals. The Traveler versus the East is undefeated. Who is the final winner? Alright, without further ado, first up we have the first singer on the stage, Oriental Undefeated. There was a loud cheer. Zhang Xueyo wore a mask and walked onto the stage with a calm stride. The netizens in the live room went crazy, and the pop-ups instantly exploded. The god of song is so classy, worthy of being the god of song. Even his posture on stage is so dominant. Zhang Xueyo's aura is really powerful, worthy of being the god of song. Will the fugitive nemesis, for once, be the nemesis of the traveler? Ha ha ha, a peak duel between two great powerhouses. It's so exciting. Without further ado, the intro plays. Zhang Xueyo opened his mouth and sang directly. Since everyone had already guessed his identity, there was no need for him to hide it, and this time he sang one of his masterpieces, The Legend of the Hungry Wolf. As soon as the intro hit, many in the audience picked up on it. Legend of the Hungry Wolf? It's a classic song, too. Looks like the god of song has really turned it up this time. I'm already parched. Accompanied by that powerful and sensual melody. After a few wolf howls, Zhang Xueyo's vicissitudes of thick, magnetic voice rang in the ears of the crowd. She puts out the evening light and covers her shoulders, intertwined with sparks confined to the precipice. My heart was just cut up. It can't withstand change. She's pulling the magnetism with her fingertips. Powerful music played, the scene instantly boiled, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. The audience all danced and grooved to it. There were quite a few others who could sing the song along. Zhang Xueyo's voice is like electrifying, magnetic and has a mesmerizing magic. The song Legend of the Hungry Wolf is a rare classic Cantonese gold song, which had set many records and won many music awards when it was just released, and is one of the most famous masterpieces of Zhang Xueyo. After all these years, the song's melody and arrangement still hasn't gone out of style, and it instantly got the crowd going. The studio was transformed into a large bouncy scene. Even some of the young people who hadn't heard the song before were infected by the enthusiasm it conveyed. The crowd seemed to have returned to the golden age of the heyday of the Chinese music scene, and a retro Hong Kong style swept through the venue. Zhang Xueyo, in his old age, has not aged. His voice and singing skills have not regressed a little, but rather old and spicy. The older the more flavor. Not only his voice, but his entire person exuded a mature and confident charm, and the calm spontaneity of a leisurely stroll. When I think of the four kings who used to be the four kings, they are now 60 years old. The good old days of youth are gone, and many older people can't help but get teary-eyed. In this moment, the crowd was listening to not just the song, but their whole lives. Love can be like a hungry wolf. The mouth seems to be very sweet. If you get close enough to play with it, you'll see its ugly face. Love can be like a hungry wolf. I can't sleep in my arms. It shall give me a vicious wound for a souvenir. At the end of the song, the audience all spontaneously stood up and applauded, and Yi Chen was no exception. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly swept the screen. The song Legend of the Hungry Wolf is really so good. When I used to go to school, this song used to be played in the school radio room every mealtime. A classic is a classic and never goes out of style. Zhang Xueyo's voice is too well maintained, isn't it? Not at all like a 60-year-old. So touched to be back. All back. Zhang Xueyo, we love you and we will always support you. I love Lemming. I love Lemming. Many people couldn't help but start worrying for Yi Chen. The god of song deserves to be called the god of song, and now the travelers are in danger. The travelers are really hanging by a thread this time. The god of song is on big, and that's no joke. The traveler is bound to lose, but it's just that there's no shame in losing. Who let the opponent be the god of song? Zhang Xueyo? That's right, the traveler has won several issues in a row, so even if he loses, it's nothing. Maybe the travelers can work another miracle? At that moment, only Little Sam said, "Thank you to the East for this classic song," and let him go ahead and take a moment. Next up is the traveler. Applause. Chapter 148. A pompous song amazes the whole house. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the scene erupted in applause. It's so good. Finally the travelers are out. Can the travelers win this time? Whether he wins or not, the mask will come off today. Great. Finally we get to see the real face of the traveler. Go Crossers. The travelers will win. The stage was rearranged. The lights came on, and Yi Chen appeared in the middle of the stage. He wore a mask, though, and people didn't realize the traveler was him. The big screen showed information about the song he was going to sing. Pompous, lyrics, traveler, composer, traveler, singing, traveler. When they saw the title of the song, everyone was stunned. Pompous? What kind of song is that? Never heard of it. Can't you see that the lyrics and music are from the traveling man? So it should be a new song he's written. Asterisk 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 another original new song? So awesome? I thought he'd be a little more cautious in the finals and sing one of his old songs, but I didn't realize it was actually a new one. Holy, he's too bold. His opponent is the god of song, not only courageous, but talented and loved. After a prelude, Yi-chan opened his mouth and sang, "I'll talk when I'm asked, but no one will come." I was looking forward to helplessly having something to say that couldn't get loaded. I feel like a bottle cap waiting to be lifted, while their mouths are raising moss. Inside the crowd, the quieter you are, the more you're ignored. You're going to get yourself into an accident. After hearing just 2 sentences, everyone was once again deeply shocked, because Yi-chan surprisingly sang in Cantonese. Holy, it's actually a Cantonese song. How dare the traveler sing a Cantonese song when he knows that his opponent is Zhang Xueo? He has too much guts, doesn't he? Challenging the god of song, Zhang Xueo, with a Cantonese song. Thanks to him for thinking of it. The traveler definitely did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. Interesting, getting more interesting. In the restroom, Zhang Xueo was also taken aback. He didn't expect the traveler to be able to sing Cantonese songs, and they were so standardized that even he, a native of Hong Kong, couldn't hear a single problem. Is the traveler also from Hong Kong? It shouldn't. If he's from Hong Kong, how come his Mandarin is so standard? No accent at all. What shocked him more, though, was the song Floyd itself. The quality of the song is just too good, both in terms of lyrics, composition and arrangement. All of them are impeccable, and it compares favorably with any of the Cantonese classics. At this moment, looking at Yi-chan, who was steady on the stage and calm and collected, even Zhang Xueo, who was accustomed to seeing great storms, could not help but feel a trace of pressure and tension. Right at this moment, Yi-chan's originally low and mellow voice suddenly raised a height, its pitch steeply rising, like a sudden high song, anywhere also like opening a four-sided table. I'm very emotional in my sparkliest outfit. Someone coming to take a picture has to remember to stick their bag in. Before the crowd could react, Yi-chan's voice once again rose a key, almost like hissing and shouting as he sang the most wonderful high dynasty part of the whole song. Consider me pompous. Pompous because I'm scared. If you're like wood or like stone, you're not going to get any attention, are you? I'm actually afraid of being forgotten to zoom in on it. I'm not sure how to be elegant. Does the world still glorify silence? Not enough explosions. What's the point of having something to talk about? Let me brag about it. Be a great entertainer. Boom! Everyone's minds boomed and buzzed when they heard this. The hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Goosebumps rose, and it was as if something in his heart had been struck with a strong resonance. It wasn't until then that they realized why the song was called Pomp and Circumstance. It wasn't really pompous. It was just a hopeless disguise. In this increasingly frenetic, entertainment-obsessed age, silence and understatement are no longer a virtue to be extolled. Honest people have become cuties, the synonym for, the more silent and honest you are, the easier it is to be ignored and bullied. If you want to gain the attention of the crowd, you have to disguise yourself with pompous appearances, bluster and claptrap. It's a song full of self-deprecation and irony, satirizing the glittering mess that is showbiz. In order to wrestle the position, those so-called stars do everything, use all kinds of means to package themselves, eye-catching, buy hot search, create topics, extremely pompous. Many stars of the entertainment industry were also watching the live broadcast, and when they heard Yi-chan's song, those who still had some conscience couldn't help but blush and feel guilty. However, showbiz is just a small society, and this song satirizes not just showbiz, but society as a whole as a mess. How can the workplace be any different? Down-to-earth, silent work of people do not get the attention of the leadership, slippery people but the level of the clouds, even right down to the schoolyard. Students who are introverted and quiet tend to be more susceptible to ostracism and bullying. That 18th grade alma mater dance stood like a minion. That's when I swore with tears in my eyes that everyone must see me. There are so many ordinary and common roads in the world. Which one do you live in? I've been neglected too much in love. In work, self-esteem has suffered a lot of falls. Hearing this, many people empathized and their eyes couldn't help but moisten. They see themselves in the lyrics and hear their hearts. Yeah, we're all just people. In this crowded world, it's so flat and unremarkable, like a weed on the side of the road that no one even notices. Yet ordinary people also have dignity and dreams, and deserve attention and respect. You can call me a pompous ass with a couple of boos. I'm there if there's a muffled scene. Did you see the show? Was it hysterical enough? With tears dripping from your eyes, bent on your amazement. I don't seem to have existed in the old days. The veins also appear to be words that I know exist now. Yi Chen's pitch was once again raised, and even his voice became hoarse, even breaking a little. Yet it didn't matter. No one cared about the flaws. People even felt that these imperfections were a better way to show off the feelings that the song implies, and were simply the finishing touch. Gaze at me and stop looking at the smallpox. I'm not your cup of tea, but you can drink as much as you like. Don't forget there are people in the sound sand for you. Finally, Yi Chen finished singing, and the accompaniment gradually stopped. The earth-shattering aftershock nevertheless still lingered in the ears of the crowd. Everyone was still immersed in the emotion and shock of the song. Thank you all. Yi Chen made a slight bow at the stage. The crowd snapped back. In the next second, applause rang out like a landslide, sweeping across the entire studio hall. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more completely explosive. Ah, it's so hot. This song is so beautiful and sings my heart out. Another divine piece of work. Not only good, but also visceral and moving. It's so strong. Every new song from the Traveler is so awesome. Is he still human? Traveler's Bull. Long live the Traveler. Chapter 149, Yi Chen's Battle to Seal the God. The whole internet sensation. The applause and cheers on the scene lasted for a long time until the host, Xiao Sa, rejoined the stage and signaled for the crowd to quiet down. And only then did the crowd collect themselves. The netizens in the live broadcast room also quieted down and stared nervously at the screen, because they know that the voting session is next. In the lounge, Zhang Shuiao was also stunned by this new song of Yi Chen's, and he, who was originally calm and steady, could not help but get a little nervous. Well, at this point, the finals of our Chinese Singing King have officially come to an end. Next is the voting session. Please cast your precious votes for your favorite song king. As soon as the words were spoken, 500 professional judges, and 5,000 online judges, began to vote. Soon the final votes were tallied. The host, Little Sam, glanced at the handcard and gave it a slight look, then said aloud, I'm sure everyone can't wait for this, right? Let me announce the votes for both contestants. The East is undefeated. 898 votes. Travelers, 5,102 votes. Boom! Blow up! The scene exploded in an instant. The audience in the live stream was also abuzz. Oh my god, the Travelers won! Cowboys actually beat even the god of song. Hiss, this son is even as terrifying as this. Holy, awesome, awesome, awesome. From now on, the title of God of Song will change hands. Congratulations to the Crossers. Congratulations to the Travelers. There was a lot of cheering, and it took a while for it to die down. The moderator continued. Congratulations to Traveler for being our overall winner of the King of Chinese Songs. Then he added to the East. Unfortunately, you are eliminated. Please remove your face. Although everyone had long guessed that the undefeated East was Zhang Shuiao, when they saw him with their own eyes, the crowd was still incredibly shocked. It's really the god of song, Zhang Shuiao. All I want to know now is who the hell the Traveler is. That's right. I've been catching up on several installments just to see who the crossover really is. We're about to find out who the Traveler is. Really excited. Only the moderator, Sam, was heard to say, I know everyone is wondering who the Travelers really are. The moment to reveal the answer has finally arrived. Traveler, please remove the mask from your face and show us the true face of your mountain. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath and staring intently at Yi Chen on the stage, their hearts thumping so furiously that they were almost about to pop out of their throats. In full view of everyone, Yi Chen slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his handsome face. The moment they saw his face, everyone's breath caught in their throat and they froze in place dumbfounded. Silly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene was drop dead quiet. Everyone's mouths were open and their eyes wide, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene in front of them, as if they had seen something terrible. I don't know how long it took before this finally caused someone to gradually come back to their senses and yell out in surprise. Yi Chen. It's Yi Chen. Oh my god. It's really Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen? The Traveler is actually Yi Chen? Oh my god. Did I read that right? I've already said that the Traveler is Yi Chen, and you guys still don't believe me. Whoever said that Yi Chen couldn't possibly participate in this program, get the hell out and get beaten. Holy, after all the fuss, Yi Chen and the Traveler are actually the same person. Is Yi Chen still human? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room even exploded directly, and there was even a lag. The netizens were all stunned and scared. No one expected that the Traveler would be Yi Chen. The crowd's reaction had been expected by Yi Chen. He was seen waving at the crowd and smiling. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen. Ha ha, surprised? Surprised? The crowd was all speechless, and after a few moments, they couldn't help but vomit. Holy, Yi Chen you old six, hiding too damn deep. Boing boing, Yi Chen, you've tricked me so hard. Let's just say that Yi Chen's musical talent is too unbelievable, right? Yi Chen is bullish. Yi-chan, I love you. At this moment, even the god of song Zhang Shueyo has become eclipsed, reduced to Yi-chan's accompaniment. Standing aside as if like a transparent person, the radiant Yi-chan became the center of attention of the entire audience. The host asked, Mr. Zhang Shueyo, is there anything else you would like to say? Zhang Shueyo first politely shook Yi-chan's hand, then smiled. I have nothing to say. My skills are not as good as mine, so I'm willing to lose. I can't imagine that the Chinese music scene has produced such a marvelous talent, and I feel especially happy. Yi-chan's voice, singing skills, lyrics, composing and arranging talents are all impeccable and can only be described as perfect. The Chinese music scene is finally saved. Please stop calling me the god of song in the future. I don't deserve it. Yi-chan is the true god of song in name only. Congratulations, Yi-chan, Zhang Shueyo said and raised Yi-chan's arm. The entire room erupted into a mountain of applause and cheers. Congratulations, Yi-chan. Congratulations to Yi-chan for becoming the new generation of song god. Long live Yi-chan. At this time, Shin Kun, the chief director of the King of Chinese Songs, came to the stage, and he first congratulated Yi-chan, and then personally presented him with a trophy bearing the words the King of Chinese Songs as well as a certificate of honor. At this point, the King of Chinese Song came to a successful conclusion. After the program ended, Shin Kun specially prepared a celebration banquet for Yi-chan. Other than Flower Dusty, all the other contestants were invited over. The crowd congratulated Yi-chan with congratulations. Meanwhile, Hua Dusty Language and Koen, Fan and the others were so angry that they almost spat out blood. They even paid money to buy him hot searches and get their fans to follow him in order to use the Traveler against Yi-chan. It turned out that the Traveler was actually Yi-chan himself. At this moment, they wanted to die. After dinner, the program team sent a special car to send Yi-chan back home. The news that he had won the overall championship of the King of Chinese Songs had long been a sensation all over the internet. The netizens were all shocked after learning that Yi-chan was the Traveler and had defeated Zhang Shueyo. The top 10 microblogging hot searches were all occupied by Yi-chan alone. The Traveler is Yi-chan. Yi-chan defeated Zhang Shueyo. Yi-chan's new song is pompous. Congratulations to Yi-chan for becoming the new god of song. Yi-chan is the champion of China's singing champion. The Chinese music scene is saved. For a while, circulars about Yi-chan were flying all over the place, and all the major entertainment media were scrambling to report on the event. Yi-chan's popularity had reached an unprecedented height, and the entire entertainment industry was shaken by it. Chapter 150, 100 million fans attend the New Year's Day party. Yi-chan, congratulations on winning the championship. Yang Mi was the first to call to wish Yi-chan well. At the same time, the star group that Yi-chan had added had exploded. Deng Ziki, at Yi-chan, didn't you say the Traveler wasn't you? Zhang Xiaohan, at Yi-chan, you even lied to us friends. It's too much, right? Han Hong, good boy. There you go, even fooling me. Tenjel, believe it or not, I'll cover your song? Simon Wong, Jing Tian, Ifei Lu. Yi-chan had no choice but to concede, explaining that he had signed a non-disclosure agreement and couldn't just reveal his identity. Everyone just joked with him and didn't really blame him, congratulating him. Later that night, the live version of Floyd went viral. It just went live, and in less than a minute, the play count topped 1 million, then 2 million, 3 million. It didn't take long to reach 10 million. The number of comments and likes has also skyrocketed. Yi-chan is so great. Every new song is so classic. Fauve is definitely one of the most difficult songs in the history of the Chinese music industry. The heart-rending high notes are enough to deter countless singers, and the cries in the lyrics sing the truest voice of countless people's hearts. It's definitely an enduring masterpiece. Listen to the crying. Isn't this song about me? Introverts, don't get noticed, don't get remembered, don't get noticed, don't get mobilized, aren't funny, aren't interesting, aren't active, but more afraid of being noticed, more afraid of being remembered, more afraid of being watched. That's right, I'm one of those people. It's the lack of showmanship that often qualifies it as a classic. Unlike some screaming chicken, very much like the lyrics of the first line. I'll tell it if someone asks me, but no one comes. If only you would ask me, I would gladly go and tell you, but unfortunately no one comes. No one is born autistic. It's just that they've been ignored for so long that they've become habitually autistic. Don't blame me for acting pompous. I'm just trying to get attention. That's all. Yi-chan's songs are as humane as ever. This is a song for the little people at the bottom. Thanks to Yi-chan. I hope the official recorded version goes online soon. I can't wait for the single loop. Yi-chan opened his microblog and looked at it. The number of followers on his own account had reached 90 million, and that little number crosser has reached 16 million followers. He spoke to Weibo officials and combined the two accounts into one, and the number of followers instantly surpassed 150 million, and all of them are real fans. None of them are paid zombie fans. Surprised. Everyone was stunned. Not only those ordinary netizens, but also the stars of the entertainment industry were shocked beyond words and their jaws dropped. They didn't expect Yi Chen's fans to actually reach 150 million. Before this, there was only one celebrity who had more than 100 million Weibo followers, and that was Mr. Hee Jeong-hee. He's notoriously well liked. Many celebrities are his friends, and with a good audience. It's not unusual for him to have a large fan base, yet even then, he only has 120 million followers, and it's something he's saved up a little bit from all the years he's been in the entertainment industry. But Yi Chen had been on the scene for less than a year, and his fan base had surpassed Hee Jeong's. It's an absolute miracle. Even many people who don't play Weibo have downloaded it in order to follow Yi Chen. Twitter has reached a new peak in user downloads. In order to thank Yi Chen, the microblogging official decided to remove negative hot searches for Yi Chen for free in the future. Of course, Yi Chen had always been clean, and there wasn't much negative news. Hee Jeong sent out a special tweet to congratulate Yi Chen for surpassing him in the number of fans and becoming the star with the most fans in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen's friends from those circles also tweeted to congratulate him. The heat of this story lasted a full week before it slowly cooled down. As fall turns to winter, New Year's Day is still a month away. All the major TV stations are starting to prepare for the New Year's Day gala. Taidu TV, Mordor TV, Mango TV, and Yang Ma have all thrown an olive branch to Yi Chen, inviting him to participate in the New Year's Day gala. Because Yi Chen has long accepted the invitation of Yang Ma's Spring Festival gala, he politely declined the invitation of Yang Ma's New Year's Day gala. On the other hand, the director of Mango Channel knew that Hee Jeong and Yi Chen had a good relationship, so he asked him to invite Yi Chen. Hee Jeong said all the nice things and begged Yi Chen to make sure to attend their Mango Channel's New Year's Day gala. Yi Chen had to agree, and then he learned that Mango Channel had also invited Yang Mi and wanted the two of them to sing a love song. I have to say, it's still the Mango Channel that knows how to play the game, and the traffic code generically makes them understand it. During this next period of time, Yi Chen, in addition to filming on the set, was participating in the rehearsals for the New Year's Day Gala and the Spring Festival Gala. A month later, The Trouble with Charlotte and Teenage You were wrapped up and entered the post-production and publicity stage. Ready to compete for the upcoming Spring Festival, Yi Chen followed the two crews everywhere to run publicity, participated in many variety shows, What Extreme Pick, Running Man, Everyday Pull-Up, Ace vs Ace and so on all on one time. One lap down tired him out. He realized that running publicity is even more tiring than singing and filming. The main reason is that he doesn't like to participate in variety shows too much, and feels that actors and singers should remain a little mysterious and speak from their work, and that it's no good to have too much exposure. A flash forward to mid-December in 2022 is coming to a close. The major TV gala will start soon as well. On this day, Mango Channel's official microblogging site released the star lineup for the New Year's Day gala. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Yang Mi's names, the netizens were all stunned. Whoa, Yi Chen and Yang Mi ha ha ha, it's so good. We can see Yi Chen and Yang Mi's chorus again. Still, Mango is great. It's all thought out. Needless to say, Mango's New Year's Day party will be the best. I heard that Yi Chen rejected the invitation from Grandmom. Too hung up, right? It's okay, we can still see him at the Spring Fling. I wonder what song Yi Chen and Yang Mi will sing. It won't be a new song, right? I'm looking forward to it. Is the big dog abuse scene coming again? I'm ready for dog food, aren't you? A few days later, New Year's Day finally arrived. Yi Chen and Yang Mi had long ago arrived at the Mango Channel building in advance for the recording of the gala. Unlike in the past, the party took the form of a simultaneous live broadcast on the internet and television. The audience had been waiting for a long time, some of the older ones waiting in front of the TV, while the younger ones went into the broadcast room. Yi Chen and Yang Mi's program was scheduled at the end. While the two waited patiently backstage, viewers were waiting impatiently, swiping their pop-ups to spit and complain. Why don't we see Yi Chen and Yang Mi on stage yet? When exactly will Yi Chen and Yang Mi make their appearance? The previous programs are so boring. I hope Yi Chen and Yang Mi won't let me down. A good meal is never too late. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. Chapter 151, Classic Love Songs. One song passes on love. In the lounge backstage of the Mango Channel, Yi Chen and Yang Mi waited patiently. Yi Chen, I'm a little nervous, Yang Mi said with some trepidation. Yi Chen laughed. You've been on the road for so many years. What big scenes have you not seen before? It's just a gala. What's there to be nervous about? But I seldom sing, and it's with a great god like you, and in front of so many people. I'm afraid of dragging you down. Yi Chen put his arm around her shoulder and gently comforted her. It's okay, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Yang Mi obediently leaned her head on Yi Chen's shoulder, and her heart was a little more solid. Just as the two of them were making out, the door was suddenly pushed open and a young girl walked in, wearing a Mango Station's work badge around her neck. Seeing the scene in the room, The staff blushed crimson with shame and apologized in a panic. Sorry, Mr. Yi-chen, Mr. Yang-mi, I forgot to knock. Yang-mi hurriedly sat up straight, also a little embarrassed, her pretty face slightly red. Yi-chen estimated that this girl was new to the job, and did not make things difficult for her, smilingly asked, "Isn't it our turn?" The girl nodded her head in a hurry. "Yes, it's your turn to go on next program, and the director asked me to inform you to please go ahead and wait at the entrance." "Okay, we're on our way." Yi-chen and Yang-mi helped each other check their attire and makeup and came to the entrance to wait for the stage. Not long after, only the voice of the host, Hee-jeong, could be heard clearly. "Alright, the next ones to go on stage are the long-awaited Yi-chen and Yang-mi. I don't need to introduce these two again, do I? I know everyone has been waiting for a long time. Without further ado, let's welcome Yi-chen and Yang-mi to the stage with the warmest and most enthusiastic applause." Wow! Before Hee-jeong's words even left his mouth, the audience applauded enthusiastically. The applause was deafening and enduring. After 1,000 calls and a lot of attention, Yi-chen and Yang-mi finally appeared. The two arrived on stage, hand in hand, beaming. The moment they saw the two, the audience both live and on air cheered in surprise. "It's so good. Finally waiting for Yi-chen and Yang-mi to come on. Wow Yi-chen and Yang-mi are really a great match. Yi-chen is so handsome, Yang-mi is so pretty. The two of them are a match made in heaven. It's so wonderful that for a moment I didn't know who to envy." Yi-chen wore a straight and capable black suit, showing off his tall and robust figure to the fullest, while Yang-mi wore a white skeletonized dress, looking like a noble and beautiful princess. The combination of Prince Dark Horse and Snow White instantly became the biggest highlight of the whole evening. "Yi-chen, Mimi, hello." Hee-jeong greeted the two and asked with a smile, "May I ask what kind of program you two are planning to perform for us today?" Yi-chen smiled and said, "We'll be singing a new song for you today that I just composed a while ago. I hope you'll like it." At those words, the audience all got excited. "Whoa, another new song. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Finally I can hear Yi-chen's new song again. I thought they were going to sing Time to Cook the Rain, but I can't believe it's another new song." Yi-chen really spoils his fans with his strength. Love. Hee-jeong chatted briefly before leaving the stage to Yi-chen and Yang-mi. The lights twinkle, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. The song information appears on a large screen in the back. "You're marrying me today." Lyrics, Yi-chen. Composer, Yi-chen. Sings, Yi-chen, Yang-mi. The moment they saw this song title, the crowd once again froze. They guessed it was a love song, but they didn't expect it to be so blunt and explicit. On the live feed, some people sent pop-ups to talk about it. "I'll go. Is this Yi-chen's rhythm to propose to Yang-mi? That's kind of an interesting song title. Oh-hoo. I can't believe I got a mouthful of dog food shoved down my throat by the song title. I want to marry Yi-chen too. Young Mimi, oh, you're thinking of peaches to eat." After a beautiful and pleasant prelude, Yi-chen held Yang-mi's hand in one hand and sang with the microphone in the other. "The blossoms of spring, taking away the winter's sentimentalism. The breeze is blowing romantic. Every love song suddenly, full of meaning. I'll see you suddenly right here and now." Most of Yi-chen's previous songs were rather sentimental and tear-jerking, and even the love songs carried a bit of light sadness. But this song is completely different. It's nothing but sweetness and you can tell how happy he is by the lyrics. His voice was also incredibly soft, and a happy smile spread across his face. After he sang the first verse, Yang-mi opened her mouth to sing right after him. "The scent of spring flowers, taking away the bleakness of winter. The breeze brings unexpected love. The high song of the birds draws near. We're far away. I just suddenly fell in love with you right here and now." This is a very classic duet love song. Both the melody and lyrics are full of romantic and happy flavor. The whole process is sprinkled with sugar, giving people a sense of spring breeze. Even a mother fetus solo 10,000-year-old single dog can't help but feel the urge to fall in love and get married when listening to this song. Next, Yi-chen and Yang-mi looked at each other fondly and opened their mouths to chorus up at the same time. "Listen to me, hold hands and walk with me, creating a happy life. Yesterday was too late, tomorrow, unfortunately, will you marry me today?" The love in Yi-chen and Yang-mi's eyes was almost overflowing. The whole scene seemed to be covered with pink bubbles, which was indescribably romantic. Everyone fell into the romantic atmosphere. God, this is so romantic. Listening to this song makes me want to fall in love. Yi-chen is really good. No matter what type and style of song he can handle with ease. Too sweet. I'm going to be snoozed to death. Help, I've decided that from now on, when I get married, this song will be played at the wedding. Yi-chen's song continued. The passion of summer, to impress the slothfulness of spring. The sun shines on a beautiful family. Every love song brings back memories. Think of how I knew you back then. His voice and the way he looked at Yang-mi were so gentle that the crowd almost melted. Especially those young girls were mesmerized by Yi-chen's elegance. wishing that it was they who were standing on the stage and singing with him at the moment. Others recalled their own romantic experiences and reveled in happy, sweet memories. Some couples held each other's hands tightly and enjoyed the moment. Through his music, Yechen delivers this happiness to everyone. But the happiest of all, of course, was Yang-mi. At first she was a little nervous, but now she was completely relaxed and her heart was as sweet as honey. At this moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the whole world. Chapter 152, A Song Earns $30 million. Listen to me, holding hands all the way to the end. Give me your whole life. Yesterday is in the past. More memories tomorrow. Today you will marry me. After Yechen and Yang-mi finished singing, they looked at each other, held hands, and both bowed at the audience on stage. The scene erupted into deafening applause. The viewers all cheered, and the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room went crazy. It's so good. It's really good. This song is so cozy and romantic. It makes me want to get married just listening to it. Love it, love it. I'm going to play this song at my wedding in the future. Yechen and Yang-mi are really happy, envious and jealous. I would love to be in a relationship too, but unfortunately no one looks at me. Woo hoo hoo. Yechen and Yang-mi get married in situ. Please, together, together, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. The crowd cheered. Yechen didn't let them down and gently kissed Yang-mi. Yang-mi was startled by the sudden move of his, and after reacting, a snow-white pretty face suddenly turned red with shame. Blow up. The scene in the live stream blew up in an instant. Asterisk 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 really kissed it. Bullish. Yechen is truly bullish. Is there anything else he doesn't dare to do? Yechen is really brave. His boyfriend is so powerful. Ooh, it's sour. It's sour. And I want to kiss it too. Dog food always comes as a surprise. Ho-Jan returned to the stage and joked. Ha ha, Yechen, you're a billion points too bold, aren't you? Don't forget that there are still a lot of kids watching our program, so please restrain yourselves, okay? There's something to do when you guys get home. Yang-mi's face suddenly turned even redder. The two returned backstage, changed back into their outfits, turned down the New Year's Day dinner hosted by Mango, and took a bus back home. Halfway there, Yang-mi couldn't help but complain about Yechen. Yechen, you're too messed up. I was just scared to death by you. Yechen smiled indifferently. Mimi, you're too shy. It's not like people don't know about our relationship. What's the point? Yang-mi gave him a blank look and pouted breathlessly. When you do anything out of the ordinary in the future, can you discuss it with me in advance, so that I can be mentally prepared? Okay, no problem. Yechen asked, can you forgive me now? Humph, it's not that easy. Yang-mi said meaningfully, I will definitely punish you severely tonight. Punishment? Yechen gave a bad smile. Hey, fine. Who's afraid of who? Still don't know who's punishing who nah. Yang-mi blushed, coughed, and said in a serious manner, I'm not going to mess with you. Let me tell you something. Next week is the Westlake Cultural Festival in Hangzhou. The organizers want to invite you to it. How about it? Are you going or not? If you don't want to go, I'll put it off for you. Westlake Cultural Festival? Yechen thought for a moment and said, go, why not? There's nothing to do for the rest of the month anyway, so why don't we go to Westlake for 2 days and make some money on the side? You're coming with me, too, just for the trip. Okay, then I'll reply to people now. There was no talk all night. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Yechen slept until he woke up naturally. Yang-mi, however, has not yet woken up. Yechen knew that she was too tired last night and didn't have the heart to wake her up. Looking at her sideways for a while before getting up and washing up, going downstairs to buy groceries, and then starting to make lunch. It wasn't until after 12 noon that Yang-mi woke up leisurely. Yichen's lunch was also just about done, and when he saw Yang-mi woke up, he smiled. Little lazy cat, you're finally awake. Yang-mi looked at the time and said with embarrassment, why did I sleep until now? You didn't say anything about calling me. Wasn't it because you were too tired to call you last night and wanted you to rest more? Yechen said with a bad smile. Let's see if you still dare to punish me in the future. Yang-mi blushed and gave him a blank look. Yechen laughed. Hurry up and get up to eat. My lunch is ready. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. Yang-mi got up and dressed, brushed her teeth and washed up, then went to the dining room to have lunch with Yechen. Today's lunch was very hearty, not only tasty, but also nutritious, mainly to replenish Yang-mi's health. Well, by the way, make up for it. Yechen, you cook really well. Yang-mi ate it while raving about it, right? Yechen laughed. Does it feel like you've picked up a treasure? Che, compliment you twice and you're in heaven. Yang-mi's mouth was unforgiving, but her heart was incredibly happy. The feeling of waking up to a meal cooked by her lover was too happy. Over the years she has been working away from home, busy with her career. When she is busy she eats takeout. When she is not busy she goes to a hotel to eat. She rarely eats at home, and she has almost forgotten the taste of home-cooked food. For the first time in her life, She felt the warmth of family. After dinner, the two sat on the couch and played games for a while, then swiped through Twitter. Their chorus last night had already made it to Weibo's hot search, and netizens were talking about Yi Chen's new song, "Today You're Marrying Me." There are even so many couples getting married today who have temporarily changed their wedding song to this one. Meanwhile, the official microblog of the Hangzhou Tourism Bureau sent out a microblog promoting the upcoming Westlake Cultural Festival and announcing the festival's guest lineup. Upon seeing Yi Chen's name, the netizens were incredibly surprised. What? Yi Chen is going to the Westlake Cultural Festival? Is he going to sing another new song? Ha ha ha, that couldn't be better. What are you waiting for? Let's go to Westlake. Bye guys, I'm going to book a flight to Hangtown. For a while, netizens have been opening major ticketing platforms to grab tickets to fly to HCM City. It didn't take long for all the tickets for the next few days to be taken. Those netizens who didn't grab air tickets had to buy high-speed train tickets. In addition to this, tickets for the Westlake Cultural Festival are now on sale online. Just 1 minute after the sale started, 1 million tickets were all snapped up by those crazy fans. Everyone was stunned. They had once again seen Yi Chen's terrifying popularity. The HCM City Tourism Bureau and the organizers of the Westlake Cultural Festival are smiling. They hadn't expected a Yi Chen to bring them such a huge gain. That's $30 million well spent for the appearance. That's right, Yi Chen's appearance fee was $30 million. $30 million was nothing to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen was only going to sing a song, and he couldn't even use 5 minutes. Just by singing a song on stage, he could earn $30 million, and Yi Chen was the only one in the entire entertainment industry who had such a deal. Those other stars were all envious when they heard about it. Chapter 153, The Unprecedented Performance Scene. A few days later, the day of the Westlake Cultural Festival finally arrived. Yi Chen and Yang Mi arrived in Hangzhou on time, and as soon as they left the airport, they saw an amazing scene. I saw that the square outside the airport was crowded with people, and it was overflowing with people. Holy, what's going on here? Did something happen? Yi Chen had never seen such a spectacular scene. Yang Mi laughed triumphantly. Look at all the fuss you're making. All these people must be my fans who heard about my trip and came specifically to pick me up. She had long been surprised by this situation, but it was the first time Yi Chen had encountered it. Taking a closer look, I saw that those people were holding signs with Yi Chen's picture on them, wearing clothes with his picture on them, and pulling red banners in their hands, which read "Warmly welcome Yi Chen to Hangzhou" and other words. Seeing Yi Chen appear, those fans immediately screamed and shouted in excitement. Yi Chen is out. Oh my god, Yi Chen is so handsome, even more so than looking on screen. I thought Yi Chen in the screen was handsome enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in reality. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Yi Chen, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. Yi Chen turned his head and smiled at Yang Mi. All these people seem to be my fans. Ha! Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She had thought that it was her own fans who came to pick her up, but she didn't expect it to be Yi Chen's fans. However, seeing that Yi Chen was so loved by his fans, she was sincerely happy for him in her heart, and at the same time, she was a little envious. Congratulations, superstar, you're even more popular than me. No wonder those idol stars look at you with displeasure. Even I envy you. Yi Chen laughed. My entire being is yours. Isn't what's mine yours? Humph, that's more like it. Count on it. Yang Mi was in a good mood and came to Yi Chen's ear and whispered, "Reward you well tonight." Fortunately, Yi Chen's fans were all very qualified and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The organizers had sent someone to pick up the plane long in advance. A woman in her 30s, tall, flirtatious and pretty greeted her. Mr. Yi Chen, Mr. Yang Mi. Hello, my name is Han Qin. I'm the manager of the Westlake Scenic Area. Hello Manager Han. After a brief chat, Yi Chen and Yang Mi got on the special car sent by the organizers. They didn't go directly to the Westlake, but first came to the 5-star hotel they had booked to stay. Of course, all expenses are paid by the organizers. The Westlake Cultural Festival starts at 8 p.m. and ends at 10 p.m. In addition to singing, there are also large-scale singing and dancing performances, as well as some local traditional cultural programs, such as the Huangmei Opera, The Legend of the White Snake and so on. It's worth noting that the director of the Westlake Cultural Festival is State Master Zhang Yimou, who is also the director of the upcoming Winter Olympics. It said it would start at 8 o'clock in the evening, and Yi Chen and Yang Mi went there at 6 o'clock. They played in Westlake for a while, which led them to the backstage of the cultural festival. There, Yi Chen met the famous director Zhang Yimou. Hello, Director Zhang. Yi Chen and Yang Mi smiled and greeted Zhang Yimou. Hello guys. Zhang Yimou smiled and complimented. You're Mr. Yi Chen, right? I've heard a lot about you. It's better to be known than met. I don't dare to do so. Director Zhang, you're really flattering me. Just call me by my first name. Yi Chen didn't expect Zhang Yimou to not only have no frame at all, but also treat him with such respect. Zhang Yimou said a few words about what to expect during the show. Yi Chen now had a lot of stage experience and understood as soon as he heard it. Zhang Yimou also knew Yi Chen's commercial value and deliberately arranged his program at the end. After all, nearly half of the audience came for him. It didn't take long for the cultural festival to begin. Zhang Yimou gave full play to his wild imagination and built a huge water stage on the West Lake. Colorful lights shine on the sparkling water, decorating the already beautiful West Lake like a fairyland on earth. The audience was all amazed by the beauty of the scene. The first performance was the large-scale stage play West Lake Impression directed by Zhang Yimou himself. A group of ancient dresses and skirts, slim and graceful Jiangnan women, holding paper umbrellas dancing on the stage, coupled with brilliant and colorful lighting, incomparably pleasing to the eye. It's beautiful. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. Yang Mi glanced at him and asked lightly, "As good as I look?" "Ahem. You misunderstand. I mean the show looks good," Yi Chen said, sheepishly looking a few more times at the dancing Jiangnan women. They'll have to dance for him later. The West Lake Cultural Festival is 2 hours long in total, and the West Lake Impression alone is an hour long. Next up are some traditional national treasures, Huangmei Opera, Kungku Opera, and so on. The organizers also invited Zhao Yaji, the heroine of The Legend of the New White Lady, and the 2 actors who played Su Xian and Shao Chang. The trio sang a chorus of transit love. The West Lake is beautiful in March. Spring rain is like wine and willow is like smoke, destined to meet each other over 1,000 li, idiom, fig. Having a chance to meet across the country. It's hard to hold hands when you're not meant to be together. 10 years of practice makes you want to cross the same boat, idiom. It takes 10 years to build up a relationship. It takes 10 years nurture a friendship to make it happen. If there's a miracle in 1,000 years, with one's white hair and one heart in front of one's eyes, the audience sang along in unison as the familiar melody played. 10 years of training to cross the same boat. 100 years of training to sleep together. It is destined to meet in 1,000 miles, with white heads and one heart in front of you. Yang Mi murmured, savoring the 2 lyrics, and then looked at Yi Chen beside her, smiling sweetly. Aren't the lyrics singing about the 2 of us? Yi Chen, I hope that in this life I can grow old with you, be together forever, and be together for the rest of my life. Yi Chen's heart warmed as he gently took Yang Mi into his arms. It will, definitely. Pleasant times always fly by. Without realizing it, nearly 2 hours had passed. The cultural festival was about to end, and it would soon be Yi Chen's turn to perform on stage. Yi Chen said to Yang Mi, Me, you watch here. I'll be right there. Okay. Yang Mi nodded obediently. Yi Chen changed into his costume and went to the entrance of the backstage and waited. In the foreground, the host, Flower Boy, speaks the crosstalk. Thank you to the previous actors for their wonderful performances. Let me see what time it is, he said, raising his arm and rolling up his sleeve to reveal the Rolex watch on his wrist. He seemed to be afraid that people wouldn't see it, and he waved it in front of the crowd. The crowd could not see that he was showing off his wealth, and they all scoffed at his behavior. Backstage, Zhang Yimou was simply furious. He was already nervous, afraid of making a mistake. I didn't realize that the actors were fine, but the hosts dropped the ball. Who is this host? Who told him to add his own drama? No professionalism at all. It's 2 minutes over time now, the assistant director also said angrily. He's a famous TV host in this province. I've long heard that he's not very nice. I didn't realize it was really true. Zhang Yimou held back his anger and ordered Hua Xiao through the intercom to cut the crap and hurry up to get Yi Chen on stage. It was only then that Hua Xiao said without any hesitation, "Wow, it's almost 10 o'clock. Our cultural festival is about to come to an end. Let's welcome our last performer, Yi Chen." No. 150 for the broken snow on the broken bridge. What a waste of our time this presenter is. Asterisk. What kind of trash host actually flaunts his wealth while hosting a program? Stop cursing and be quiet and watch Yi Chen perform. It's so good. Finally waiting for Yi Chen to appear. I wonder what Yi Chen will sing this time. So looking forward to it. Yi Chen. Half of the audience at the scene were Yi Chen's fans, and they all cheered and shouted excitedly. Everyone stared intently in the direction of the water stage. Amidst 1,000 calls, Yi Chen finally appeared. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in the beautiful West Lake view. I've specially written a new song for West Lake called Broken Bridge and Broken Snow. I hope you'll like it. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the crowd instantly exploded. Whoa, another new song. Ha ha ha, it's so good. There's a new song to listen to. It was really worth coming this time. Yi Chen's talent is really scary. There's no creative bottleneck at all. Broken Bridge, what a beautiful name. You can tell by the title of the song that it's written about Westlake. At that moment, a melodious and pleasant, slightly melancholy flute sounded, and several beautiful and graceful girls danced. Yi Chen's ethereal and clear singing voice then rang out, the winged butterfly that can't find a flower, never to be seen to fade. The eaves of a small bridge at night in Jiangnan. Can't read the wilderness of the Serbian north. The melody is catchy, the lyrics are poetic, and the moment you open your mouth, it deeply affects everyone. Yi Chen's voice is extremely recognizable, thick with a bit of coolness, very much in line with the mood of the song. The lyrics are so graphic that each line is like a picture. Gradually, the audience was brought into the world of the painting, creating an immersive feeling. Only Yi Chen could bring them this immersive experience. The plum blossom is haunted by loneliness. Spring returns and then quickly disappears. I was left alone to watch the fireworks flying all over the sky, shake and then drift away with the wind. When the song came to an end, colorful fireworks were set off on the shore, flashing in the night sky, and after a moment's brilliance, they instantly returned to silence. Yi Chen's voice became more and more ethereal, as if it was also blown away by the wind along with the fireworks, with a kind of immortal air that did not eat earthly fireworks. Has it ever snowed at the broken bridge? I'm looking out over the lake. The cold moon in the water is like snow. Fingertip flick melts away. Has it ever snowed on the broken bridge? Thinking of your face again. If we don't see each other again. The white daikon willow curtains have shed tears several times. The chorus kicks in and everyone is wowed to hear it. It's so beautiful. Yi Chen's lyrics are so beautifully written that it's no exaggeration to say that it's a modern poem. Beautiful lyrics. West Lake night scenery. Bright fireworks. Jiangnan women that dance like a shock. This scene is breathtakingly beautiful. Only Yi Chen's songs are worthy of the beauty of West Lake. Drunk. Everyone was deeply mesmerized. The song was beautiful. The scenery was beautiful. The people were beautiful. Everything was so beautiful. People were so intoxicated that they almost forgot when and where they were, and they hated not being able to return on the wind. Yi Chen's song echoed on the beautiful West Lake, and even the fish in the water were attracted by the song and curiously surfaced. The song Broken Bridge and Broken Snow is an indispensable classic with simple lyrics and melody, but with a unique beauty. After singing it once, Yi Chen repeated it again. Still the same lyrics, same melody. People, however, don't find it boring. Really great singers don't need flashy techniques or any complicated melodies. With just a few simple chords, you can write a great song that hits home. Just then, snowflakes suddenly fluttered in the sky. The crowd was all taken aback. Look, it's snowing. Strange. I see the weather forecast says no snow tonight. Why is it suddenly snowing? It couldn't be that even the heavens were attracted to Yi Chen's song. So it snowed to help. Ha ha ha. It's possible. This snow is really timely, and it fits well with Yi Chen's song. Even the sky is snowing to accompany Yi Chen's dance. Bullseye. Has it ever snowed at the broken bridge? Thinking of your face again. If we don't see each other again. The white daikon willow curtains have shed tears several times. Yi Chen's song ended. There was instant and loud applause. It's good. It's so good. Yi Chen is really too talented to write so many classic songs. How in the world did you write such beautiful lyrics? Forgive me for being so poorly educated that I can only use 2 words to describe my feelings. You know, I don't even think Broken Bridge deserves this song. Big love to Yi Chen. I hope the recorded version of this song goes online soon. The Westlake Cultural Festival is over, and the audience retired reluctantly. Backstage, Yi Chen changed his costume and was about to leave with Yangmi. Zhang Yimou walked over and smiled. Yi Chen, today is your program that is the most wonderful. The stage play that I have carefully prepared for a month is not as good as one of your 3-minute songs. Manager Han of the organizer also said heartily. Inviting Mr. Yi Chen to the Westlake Cultural Festival was the wisest decision we've ever made. Without him, the entire program would have been eclipsed. Yi Chen said modestly. Director Zhang, Manager Han, you guys are overstating things. I'm just getting paid to do my job. Ha ha ha. Young people are talented and still so humble and low-key. I like your kind of character. Zhang Yimou said with a happy smile. Rehearsals for the Winter Olympics are coming up soon. I'm looking forward to working with you for the second time. I'll see you in the Imperial City. Okay. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen and Yang Mi excused themselves and returned to the hotel. That night, the video of Yi Chen singing Broken Bridge and Broken Snow was uploaded to Douyin, Weibo and other platforms by the audience at the scene. A random video has easily reached 1 million views. Fire up. Yi Chen's new song Broken Bridge and Broken Snow has exploded all over the internet. Netizens watched the video over and over again, all raving about it. Once again, the Twitter trending search was dominated by him alone. Many netizens regretted not grabbing tickets to the Westlake Cultural Festival, and after listening to Yi Chen's song, they said they must travel to Westlake. Overnight, the Westlake Scenic Area tickets were all snatched up by netizens. The leaders of West Lakeview were delighted. I was thinking that $30 million for a song was a bit expensive, but now it seems like it's really worth it. The subsequent income that Yi Chen's song created for their scenic spot was far more than $30 million. Manager Han of Westlake Scenic Area made a call to Yi Chen that night, expressing his desire to buy the copyright of the song. Yi Chen's approach is still the same as the last Lushu Moon, only sold the broadcasting rights, and can only be played in the scenic area. Charge by the year, 5 million a year. Westlake Scenic bought 10 years of it in one breath. Counting the $30 million in royalties, Yi Chen made $80 million on one song. When the other singers heard about this, they were all shocked and dumbfounded, their eyes red with envy. Chapter 155 Amazing Amount of Donations. Yi Chen and Yang Mi returned to the imperial capital after playing in Hangzhou for 2 days. When he got home, he counted the savings in his account and couldn't help but be shocked. He's already got over 300 million in savings. People are so used to the high earnings of celebrities that they seem to think that $300 million is not too much for them. After all, certain traffic stars are paid hundreds of millions of dollars for a single movie. Yet this is just an illusion. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, there aren't many stars who can get paid $100 million, especially after the pay limit. The star's income is cut in half. Basically, there is no longer a play of hundreds of millions of pay. And that's just the apparent income. After company draws in taxes and other expenses, it's even less. The percentage of tax paid on celebrity income can be very high, which is why they are the hardest hit by tax evasion. Yi Chen was different. Not only had he always paid his taxes honestly, but he also donated half of every income through the system. The system automatically donates money to those in need. That meant Yi Chen's real income would at least double again. And that's just the cash flow, not including company shares, real estate, income from song follow-ups, etc. If even these were included, Yi Chen's entire worth would be a very terrifying astronomical figure. Keep in mind he's only been out for a year. No wonder those other stars are envious and jealous. It's really because his ability to absorb money is so strong. It's like a walking money printing machine. System, is it there? Yi Chen's mind moved, and he murmured softly in his head. Yes, what are the host's instructions? The system replies in the first instance. At this moment, Yi Chen was actually a little moved. Other people's systems assign tasks to their hosts, and some of them have to be wiped out if they can't complete the task. His system, on the other hand, was very humanized, more like his slave, at his beck and call, and even when he issued missions, they were based on his needs. Yi Chen asked, "Help me find out how much money I donated in total and where it all went." "Okay, making inquiries, please hold." Not long after, the system replied in detail. "Ding, the query is complete. As of now, you have donated a total of $260 million. The details of the donations are as follows. 100 Elementary School of Hope, 100 nursing homes, 100 orphanages, donations to all major charitable foundations in the country, helping tens of thousands of patients with leukemia, cancer, and other difficult illnesses." Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He realized that he had donated so much money and helped so many people. His sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. These donations are systematically made in the name of a speck of dust, but the organizations that have received donations can find out who a speck of dust is. At first, they thought it was just the same name. As Yi Chen's donations grew, they realized that the donation was made by none other than this superstar of the day. There are quite a few people named Yi Chen in the country, but I'm afraid he's the only one who's so rich. Those organizations that had received funding had also contacted Yi Chen by phone after learning that he was the donor, expressing their gratitude and wanting to publicize his good deed. However, Yi Chen didn't agree, saying that he didn't want to be that publicized. As for those individuals who have received donations from Yi Chen, such as children in mountainous areas, students from poor families, patients, etc., although they all know that the benefactor is Yi Chen, but they don't have Yi Chen's contact information, not to mention the opportunity to meet with him, and can only support him silently online. Yi Chen donated another half of the $80 million he had just earned, rounding up a donation of $300 million. It wasn't long after that an unfamiliar phone call came in. "Hello, I am the president of the Angel of Love Charitable Foundation. It's like this. Our foundation's account has just received a donation of $10 million. I checked and found that the donor's name is Yi Chen. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi Chen himself?" The one who spoke was a woman, probably in her 30s by the sound of her voice, and her tone was very respectful. Yi Chen said truthfully, "Yes, I am Yi Chen." The woman asked nervously, "Excuse me, I'm taking the liberty of asking one more question. Are you that star Yi Chen?" Yi Chen was dumbfounded. "Yes, it's really you," the woman cried out in excitement and gratitude. "Mr. Yi Chen, thank you. Our foundation has just been established not long ago, and we have been worrying about funds lately. Your donation came in such a timely manner. It's like sending charcoal in the snow. I really don't know how to be grateful to you." Yi Chen had received countless calls like this one, answered in 1,000 different ways. "Don't thank me, it's all what I should do." There's a movie line that says, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." As long as my money actually helps those in need, the woman quickly said, This please don't worry. We will disclose where every donation goes, and every penny of your money will be sent to the homes of those children with leukemia. That's good. Yi Chen realized that the Angel of Love Foundation rescues children with leukemia. After a pause, the woman couldn't help but ask curiously, but I don't understand one thing. It's good to do charity. Which celebrities in the entertainment industry don't donate with great fanfare and marketing number circulars flying all over the place? There are even some celebrities who clearly didn't donate, but outwardly say they did. Why do you use a pseudonym when you donate so much money? Yi Chen had also answered this question countless times, so he had to explain it again. The woman said admiringly, after the matter is over, deep in hiding, Mr. Yi Chen, you are truly admired for your high-mindedness. In the next few days, in addition to attending the Winter Olympics and the rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala, Yi Chen was dealing with the company's affairs, and soon left the donation behind. On this day, he had just finished rehearsing when he suddenly received a call from Deng Ziki. Yi Chen, it's bad. A lot of negative news about you suddenly appeared on the internet. It's all on the hot search. Take a look. Her tone was tense and full of worry. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohan, Hotba, Zifeng, He Jiong, Shen Tang, Hua Digang and other friends also call one after another to inquire with concern. Everyone was concerned about him and asked if he needed help. Yi Chen still didn't know what had happened, and he went online to see what had happened. The cause is a marketing number called Entertainment. Posted an article on Weibo with the title is $80 million for a song Reasonable. Although the article was written about the singer Yi Mao, but the little cutie, all could see that it was Yi Chen who was speaking. This article made waves when it was published. Those marketing numbers, water armies, ordinary netizens, and even some veteran actors and experts from all walks of life, all came down to the stage and discussed them passionately. There were more and more related topics. The headlines were more and more exaggerated. The rhetoric became more and more intense, and some even named names and directly fired at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was pushed to the tip of the public opinion wheel for a while. Chapter 156 Can't hide the donation anymore. Yi Chen roughly browsed through the netizens' comments and found that most of them were water armies controlling the comments, and it looked like they were organized. The incident intensified and made it to several hot searches, but it was quickly taken down by Twitter officials, microblogging officials. In gratitude for the traffic Yi Chen brought, promised to remove negative hot searches for him free of charge, and in this regard they really did what they said they would do, not at all ambiguous. However, this matter has already caused a hot debate all over the internet, and it is not something that can be suppressed by Weibo officials. A number of entertainment media outlets have also clamored for coverage. UC Entertainment, shocking. Yi Chen earns over $100 million from one song. Entertainment Weekly, Yi Chen's sky-high income exposed. Penguin News, Yi Chen has been out for a year and is worth $1 billion. Headline: Are celebrities' sky-high earnings justified? There are some media outlets discussing the issue of astronomical celebrity incomes in a rational manner, but there's not much heat. People seem to only care about Yi Chen's income alone. The netizens were even more heated and intense in their discussions, divided into two camps. On one side were Yi Chen's fans, and these people were all supporting him. On the other side were the water armies, the fans of other stars, and the competitors of Yi Chen as well as Joshing World, as well as some wealth-hating netizens. It was so hard for them to catch such an opportunity to deal with Yi Chen that they immediately launched a verbal attack on him. Yi Chen doesn't even care about his face in order to make money. Oh, $80 million a song. How dare you? No one asks about the general's lonely grave, but the world knows about the playwright's family. Yi Chen is just a playwright. What makes him earn so much money? That's right, the police, doctors, teachers, scientists, which is not bigger than Yi Chen's contribution. They can't earn so much money in their whole life. What does Yi Chen have? Yi Chen has made so much money. Has he donated a single penny? It seems like no, right? I just checked online, and I didn't find Yi Chen's donation record, so I guess he didn't donate. Yi Chen is really stingy and unkind to the rich. It seems that talent and character are two different things, and the so-called positive energy idol is a joke. Last month's Sichuanshu earthquake, my family Kuan donated $5 million. Yi Chen didn't donate a single penny. My brother Yifeng donated $10 million. Yi Chen is the most petty star I've ever seen. Is he a pishi? He only goes in and out. Yi Chen's fans were furious, but they couldn't refute it, because what people say seems to be the truth. Even some of Yi Chen's fans couldn't help but falter, wondering if they were fanning the wrong person. Yi Chen was afraid that Yang Mi would be worried, so he hurriedly gave her a call. Yang Mi's reaction, however, was very calm. It turned out that she had already known about it and had already acted on it, sending her PR team down to defend Yi Chen while sending people to investigate who was behind it. She also counted her donations on Yi Chen and had her PR team send out a circular saying that all that money was donated by the two of them. The main reason why he didn't tell Yi Chen was because he didn't want to annoy him. Yi Chen was touched in his heart when he heard about it. Yang Mi did a lot for him silently, even though she didn't say anything. Although her tone was calm, Yi Chen knew that she must be fuming right now, so he decided to tell Young Mi about the donation anyway. Mimi, there's something I've been meaning to tell you for a while now. I've actually been making quiet donations since I started. Yang Mi asked curiously as she sniffed, slightly stunned. Yeah? Why didn't you say so? Yi Chen laughed. Wasn't I afraid that you would blame me for spending money indiscriminately? Am I that petty in your mind? Yang Mi asked curiously. How much did you donate and who did you donate it to? Tell me about it. I'll have the marketing number publicize it for you. About 300 million or so, Yi Chen said in a cloudy manner. Okay, I'm on my way. Halfway through her sentence, Yang Mi suddenly froze, wondering if she had heard wrong, and asked uncertainly, how much did you just say you donated? $300 million? Why? Yang Mi took a deep breath and asked again. Are you sure it's 300 million? Not 3 million? 30 million? That's right, it's 300 million. Yi Chen told Yang Mi about the donation in detail. Yang Mi was completely stunned after hearing this, and it took her a long time to utter a word. Yi Chen, you're too generous, actually donating so much money. Followed by excitement. Great, as soon as we publicize your donation, this matter will be solved. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi immediately asked her assistant to send Yi Chen's donation to the company's PR team, as well as the hired marketing numbers and water army, so that they could publicize Yi Chen's donation. Meanwhile, events continue to fester. A microblogging V called writer Lu Yanda jumped out and criticized Yi Chen by name. Yi Chen earns so much money but doesn't give a dime. He's an unabashed miser. He's only sung a few Thai songs. He hasn't contributed anything to society. So what qualifies him to earn so much money? He's blatantly singing in opposition to the salary restriction. It's strongly recommended to block Yi Chen and tell him to get out of the entertainment industry. In addition to suggesting that the relevant authorities look into his tax issues, I guarantee that a check will be done. There was also a sketch actor surnamed Pan who posted a long blog post denouncing the phenomenon in very distressing terms. I'm not familiar with Yi Chen. I don't know much about him. I only know that he's a singer. I've listened to a few of his songs, and to be honest, I don't like them too much, and I can't figure out why he's able to make so much money. I've been doing skits all my life and I don't make as much money as he does 9 times as much. No matter how to say, I am also considered his senior. Here I want to advise him 2 sentences. Child, the water of the entertainment industry is very deep. You cannot grasp. Obsessed with money, will be money back. We do not want to be a slave of money. His remarks were praised by many netizens. It's still the old showman with a conscience. Worthy of being a virtuous old artist, the realm is different. Yi Chen is still too young. Only money in his eyes. He should learn more from his seniors. I love watching Mr. Pan's skits. Support him. Some of the stars who looked at Yi Chen in a bad light and felt that Yi Chen was in the way of their fortunes were also secretly accusing him. Lia Feng also sent out a microblog, saying that during the filming of Tomb Raider, a certain supporting actor was paid as much as he, the lead actor, and he also added drama to himself and stole the limelight from him, the male lead, on the grounds that he was the investor and the author of the original book. Just about to report Yi Chen's ID number. Once this tweet came out, the netizens immediately cursed even more fiercely. I can't imagine that Yi Chen is actually such a person. Yi Chen is too disappointing. Thanks to me liking him so much. What a positive star. What a purist in the entertainment industry. It's all a persona. The world is as black as a crow, so you shouldn't have any illusions about showbiz stars. Yi Chen, you've made so much money and yet you don't give a dime. Won't your conscience hurt? Chapter 157 Donations Exposed. Moving the nation. Yi Chen's family and friends were worried about him when they saw the online comments and called to express their concern. Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, Jing Tian, Lu Yifei, almost everyone he knew was the first to call and show their concern for him. In response, Yi Chen was still moved in his heart. People say that showbiz is a place of fame and fortune, where there are all sorts of tricks, and you can't make any true friends. In hindsight, that's not quite true. At least his friends were nice to him. Of course, this was because he was kind to his friends, many of whom had received favors from him. Comparing hearts to minds, now seeing Yi Chen in trouble, they all want to do their part for him. Yang Chaoyue was also concerned about Yi Chen. She had been very busy lately and had been training, and when she heard the news, she immediately gave Yi Chen a call. Brother, are you alright? I see a lot of people hacking you on the internet. They are really too much. How can they talk about you like that? I can't believe someone as nice as you is hacking. Those people are so bad. Yang Chaoyue's emotions were agitated and she was obviously infuriated. Yi Chen, however, didn't take this point to heart at all and said in a cloudy manner, "You don't have to worry about me. Train in peace and do your best. I've planned a variety show with a girl group casting, and I'm in the process of negotiating with the Penguin Video side for cooperation. so it will be ready to go on air next spring. When the time comes, I'll talk to Penguin and get you an inside track to a debut spot. Even though you're a relation, you can't really be good at nothing, or how disgraced am I? Yang Chaoyue's heart was touched, tears in her eyes, her voice choked. Brother, you're so good to me. If I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be working as a waitress in a hotel or working in an electronics factory. You're really a precious person to me. Stop. Yi Chen interrupted her and laughed. Nonsense is spared. You working hard is the greatest repayment to me. Understand? Aha, understood. Yang Chaoyue said. Brother, then I'll go train first. Go on. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chaoyue immediately plunged into the grueling training. This time she was more serious than ever, and even her teacher was surprised. Yang Chaoyue's character is more Buddhist, not very important to fame and fortune, so it has always been very salty, not much enterprising, and do not want to make themselves so tired. If it wasn't for the fact that her father was sick and she couldn't get the medical bills, which had shifted her attitude towards life, she wouldn't have wanted to make a debut as a star at all, and would have just wanted to be an assistant to Yi Chen for the rest of her life. Now that Yi Chen had been cyber-violated, it had once again stimulated her. She realized that she was so weak. Yi Chen had helped her so much, but when he was in trouble, she couldn't help at all. She hated why she was so useless, and secretly vowed in her heart that she would work hard to become a star so that she could help Yi Chen in the future. Yi Chen had protected her for so long, and she wanted to stand up for him once, even if it was only once. In addition to Yi Chen's family and friends, those organizations and individuals who had received funding from him were furious when they heard about this. They couldn't do much to help. They could only speak up for Yi Chen online, microblogging, Douyin, forums, posting. Every corner of the entire network can see their figure. I'm a cancer patient who has been worried about medical bills. My house has been eaten away. My family has been eaten away. When I was at my most helpless, I was saved by a kind man who goes by the alias of a speck of dust, who donates a sum of money to me every month through local charities, and has donated millions so far. Later I realized that he was Yi Chen. I'm really grateful to him. He's the one who gave me a second life. Someone as kind as him shouldn't be treated like this. There were also a number of teachers in the mountain villages who supported the school who also announced Yi Chen's donation to build the school. I am an elementary school teacher in a poor mountainous area. We are economically backward here. There is only one old school of more than 20 years. The children have to risk their lives in class. It is Mr. Yi Chen's generosity that donated a new school for us. I later learned that he had donated more than 100 schools across the country. He did so many good things and never told anyone that he was a really good person. The heads of those charitable organizations that had been funded by Yi Chen also spoke out. I'm the founder of the Angel of Love Foundation, and I just received a donation from Mr. Yi Chen 2 days ago. I asked him why he didn't publicize his good deed, and I was touched by his answer. He said charity is not for show and didn't want people to think he's a name dropper. Immediately after that, more and more organizations and people came forward, listing Yi Chen's good deeds. The public opinion will gradually appear to reverse, and many netizens turned to support Yi Chen. So Yi Chen donated so much money. Who said he doesn't give a dime? Yi Chen is really kind, doing good deeds without leaving his name. Really the best star I've ever seen. Yi Chen is simply a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. We were all wrong about Yi Chen. Of course, there are those who are skeptical and even vicious. Writer Lu Yanda, those who speak well for Yi Chen are all water armies, right? False or not? If Yi Chen really donated so much money, would he not publicize it? What does he want? Could it be that he's a little cutie? Is he? Yi Chen's reaction speed is quite fast. Didn't spend much money, did he? Oh, there is money to hire water armies. No money to donate, but also to create a charitable persona. Yuck. Disgusting. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen's skin is really thick. How can he tell such a shameless lie? Doing good deeds without leaving your name? Are you a saint? Unless Yi Chen shows the donation records, I won't believe his bull asterisk. Begging for the hammer. Just as those people were clamoring for Yi Chen to sunshine his donation records, those charitable organizations that had received Yi Chen's donations had posted his donation certificates and details on the internet after seeking Yi Chen's consent. The amount, time, and purpose of each donation is clearly stated. Afraid that the netizens still don't believe it, the heads of those donation organizations even recorded videos and testified for Yi Chen with their real names. Those who had been helped by Yi Chen also followed suit and made short videos thanking Yi Chen and sent them online. Some were taken in schools in poor mountainous areas, others in hospital beds. When they saw a 7 or 8-year-old child with leukemia, lying on the hospital bed, saying in a tender voice that they were grateful to Uncle Yi Chen, the netizens all broke down in tears. Seeing that the time was right, Jiaxing World's PR team also released a long-written article, titled How Much Did Yi Chen Donate Behind Our Backs? This article contains a detailed tally of all of Yi Chen's donations and ends up with a staggering number, 300 million. Silly. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the number. The whole internet was instantly abuzz. Asterisk 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 300 million? Yi Chen actually donated $300 million? Oh my god. Yi Chen is too rich. There are many rich stars. Which one has donated so much money? The key is also so low profile. Never take this hype. Yeah, Yi Chen is really too low key. If it wasn't for this incident, I guess we wouldn't have known about it yet. Yi Chen he really. I cried to death okay? Chapter 158 Positive Energy Artist with Official Praise. 300 million. That's 300 million. I couldn't earn this much money in 10 lifetimes. Yi Chen said he'd donate it. Bullseye. Money is money. At Yi Chen. Dirtbag, let's be friends? Yi Chen is really the most positive star I've ever seen. Those who wronged Yi Chen, all roll out and apologize. We wronged Yi Chen. I'm sorry, I was wrong to listen to the rumors. From now on, nothing can hack Yi Chen except the sun. No, Yi Chen is the one who can't even hack the sun. The winds of the opinion will change so quickly. A second ago, everyone was shouting at Yi Chen, but now they were all on his side. Angry netizens all rushed to the comment section of Lu Yanda's and others' microblogs and cursed. Dog, get out and apologize to Yi Chen. Who said Yi Chen doesn't give a dime? How much did you guys donate? Yi Chen deserves to make so much money. It's useless for you guys to envy. There's nothing sinful about people's Yi Chen even if they don't donate money, right? Moral kidnapping is played quite skillfully. That microblogging V called writer Lu Yanda is a stir, and many stars have been touched by him. He's kicked the bucket this time. Weibo officials acted quickly and immediately blocked his account for inappropriate comments, and several others were banned for 3 days, before a certain star was banned. He even weaseled his way out of it by saying that he wasn't talking about Yi Chen, and that it was a misunderstanding on everyone's part. The internet is disgusted. After Yi Chen's donation was exposed, those of his friends were also shocked, and they were all in the group to aid Yi Chen. Han Hong, Yi Chen, you kid is good. One person donated more money than my charity fund. Why don't you donate some to my foundation? Deng Ziki, Tatsu, you're so cool. You'll be my role model from now on. Huang Xiaoming, is singing so profitable? I've been on the road for so many years, and I don't make this much money a year. So why don't I stop filming and sing instead? Yi Chen, Haunted. Haunted 2 set? Huang Xiaoming, delete each other. Friendship is over. Jing Tian, at Yi Chen. Brother Chen, call me when you do charity again in the future. I want to do my part too. Louis Fei, count me in. After chatting in the group for a while, these people released microblogs, saying that they would follow Yi Chen's example and do more charity in the future. Soon, more and more stars joined in. Some are voluntary and some are forced to take a stand. The stars of the entertainment industry turned very complicated towards Yi Chen. There is both admiration and envy. Others are very resentful. Yi Chen such a mess. They want to not donate money in the future cannot. How to also mean. As a result, a wave of donations is blowing through the entertainment industry. Those celebrities rush to donate one by one. As little as 100,000. As much as 1 million. Size is a mean. Of course, they do this to rub it in. Donating and then immediately creating a wave of hype. A sure thing. It was impossible for them to do good deeds without leaving their names like Yi Chen. Some of the official media also tweeted compliments to Yi Chen. Doing good without leaving a name. Mr. Yi Chen's behavior is touching and sets a good example for the stars in the entertainment industry. This is what a star should be like. I hope all other stars can learn from him. When the matter is over, the deeper the better. I hope there will be more positive entertainers like Mr. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, amazing. Boom. Blow up. The netizens all exploded. Oh my god. Even official microblogs such as Yang Ma are openly supporting Yi Chen. Yi Chen is so big. Bullseye. Yi Chen bullseye. From now on Yi Chen is an officially stamped and recognized positive energy artist. I'll see who dares to hack him in the future. Yi Chen YYDS. Trouble all the other stars to learn from it. What does it mean to be a positive superstar? Tactical backward glance. Yi Chen is really one of the few positive entertainers. I'll fan him for life. Teacher 6, little friend Yi Chen's character is admirable. I have a friend also named Yi Chen. I have to say it's a special kind of fate. I hope to have the opportunity to work with him in the future. In addition, our blockbuster co-production with Rice, Dare to Ask Where the Road Leads, will start shooting soon, and I'll still be playing the Monkey King, both literature and sports. On the other hand, after some investigations, the person behind the trouble was also uncovered. Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked suspiciously, so it was Hua Yi who did this. I have no grudge against them. Why are they targeting me so hard? Is it because of what happened last time with Lu Ho? Yang Mi said, it's too naive for you to think that way. A big company like Hua Yi is not so big as to go against you for an actor. In the end it's still our company that is developing too fast and blocking their way of wealth. Let's not talk about anything else. For the upcoming Spring Festival, we have 3 movies and Hawaii also has a blockbuster Ajura coming out, so there will inevitably be a bloodbath. Hawaii is targeting you. It should be because they are afraid that your popularity will be detrimental to their box office. It's all about interests behind it. Yi Chen came to a sudden realization. The entertainment industry was really darker than he thought. By the way, what's with that Lee guy? It's not like I've done anything wrong to him, and I even cast him as the hero of Stolen Pen. So why is he stepping on me? Oh, why else? He's an artist of Hawaii, so he's just showing his loyalty to the company. And there's also the fact that your portrayal of Zhang Qiling stole his thunder, so I guess he's been harboring a grudge. After a pause, Yang Mi smiled coldly. He can't be let off so easily. He must be made to pay a terrible price. I've heard people in the circle say that his lifestyle isn't too checkered, and I've already asked the marketing number to expose him. So if the rumors are true, he's kind of screwed for life. You've even worked with him as I recall, right? Yi Chen laughed. So ruthless? Yang Mi, that's a must. Who told him to be ungrateful and touch my man? Yi Chen, ha, then I'll thank Sister Honey for covering me. Young Mimi, you can thank me tonight when you get home. While Yi Chen was speechless, a phone call came over. It's Liang Xian, the director of Big Fish Begonia, calling. Enough chit-chat for now. Someone's looking for me. After Yi Chen spoke to Yang Mi, he hung up the phone and picked up Liang Xian's phone. It turns out that Liang Xian has a friend who is also an animation director and has made a movie called The Return of the Great Sage and wants Yi Chen to help write a theme song. The Return of the Great Sage? Yi Chen had seen this movie and it seemed to be pretty good, so he agreed. He had already thought of a very suitable song and quickly sent the recorded clean version. Chapter 159. What? Yi Chen is going to say comedy? Liang Xian built a temporary Wei-Xin group and pulled Yi Chen and Tian Xiaopeng, the director of Return of the Great Sage, into it. Yi Chen sent a small sample of the recorded song to the group. Liang Xian and Tian Xiaopeng hurriedly clicked on it and listened. The moon splashes the stars. It's a long way to go. The wind and smoke are gone. Solo Shadow Rendezvous. Yi Chen's song rang out, and just after hearing the first 2 lines, Liang Xian and Tian Xiaopeng were both stunned. In just 16 words, it creates an atmosphere of bleak pathos and spectacular vastness, setting the tone of the entire song. The melody, however, comes across as a bit subdued. Neither said anything and continued to listen. They believed in Yi Chen's strength and knew that the excitement was yet to come. Sure enough, when the high dynasty part of the chorus came on, the two were straight up shocked and frozen. The whole song shifts from a downbeat to a rousing, heart-pumping, blood-pumping tune. Although it was only sung in a clear voice without accompaniment, Yi Chen's voice was still explosive, bringing about an unrivaled shock. After listening to it, Tian Xiaopeng repeated it twice more before slowing down from his hyperactive state. He immediately said excitedly to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi Chen, your song is really too good. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to describe it. What's even rarer is the perfect fit with the theme of our movie. I'll take this song, Mr. Yi Chen, please make an offer. Yi Chen voice replied, are you sure you want me to make an offer? My royalties are expensive. Tian Xiaopeng is like being poured a pot of cold water. Immediately calmed down, embarrassed to say, Mr. Yi Chen, truth be told, our budget is limited. You also know that animated movies burn money, and there's not much investment in this movie. I sold my house. Liang Xian also helped out. Teacher Yi Chen, I understand his situation. It's really not easy. Why don't you follow the way we worked together last time? No royalties. How about taking a share of the box office? Yi Chen knew that The Return of the Great Sage was a great movie, but forgot how it did at the box office. What if the movie flops at the box office? But he didn't care about the millions. Just think of it as supporting national comics, and agreed painfully. Tian Xiaopeng was grateful and thanked him profusely. Both parties agreed to go to the studio tomorrow to record the song. The next day, Yi Chen arrived at the recording studio. Tian Xiaopeng had already arrived much earlier. When he saw Yi Chen arrive, he hurriedly greeted him and bent over to say respectfully, Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm Tian Xiaopeng, the director of Return of the Great Sage. Hello, sorry I'm late. Yi Chen was a little overjoyed. Tian Xiaopeng hurriedly said, No, it's because I came too early. Yi Chen came to the studio to record songs every time. The owner of the recording studio, Wu Beiming, was already well acquainted with Yi Chen. Knowing Yi Chen's habits like the back of his hand, he lightly led Yi Chen to his favorite recording studio. The equipment here is top of the line in the industry. Yi Chen entered the recording studio, stood in front of the microphone, and put on his headset. Wu Beiming checked the equipment. Everything was ready and the recording started. What's the use of this iron rod? I have. What about this change? Still upset? Or is it a little bit of a hassle? The gold band is on the head. Lust for words. Yi Chen's singing voice came through clearly. Tian Xiaopeng and Wu Baoming were both stunned. The recorded version adds backing vocals and is 100 times more powerful than the clean version. Yi Chen's efficiency was quick, almost one pass, and he quickly finished recording the song. As soon as he left the recording studio, Tian Xiaopeng and Wu Baoming immediately greeted him. Mr. Yi Chen, you sing so well. Congratulations, Mr. Yi Chen, you've written another masterpiece. This song will surely be a fire. Wu Baoming had seen quite a few singers, and there was only one as powerful as Yi Chen. Tian Xiaopeng was overjoyed with excitement. Yi Chen's theme song is so good that the movie follows suit. Moreover, Yi Chen's name itself was a gold standard, synonymous with traffic and heat, which was equal to a free publicity for the movie. He signed a contract with Yi Chen on the spot, and Yi Chen still took a 1% share of the box office, just like Big Fish Begonia. By the way, I don't think you've signed with a company yet, have you? After signing the contract, Yi Chen asked Tian Xiaopeng. Tian Xiaopeng said, yes, I've submitted resumes to movie studios, and no one wants an animation director like me. Yi Chen laughed. You can come to our Jiaxing if you want. Tian Xiaopeng froze, then said excitedly, yes, of course I'm willing. Thank you, Mr. Yi Chen. No, thank you, Mr. Yi. Ha. I didn't realize that even the job problem was solved. This trip wasn't in vain. A small director with no fame like him, with a company as a backer, will have a much smoother time making movies in the future. At least you don't have to sell your house. On the way back, Yi Chen suddenly received a call from Guodigang. Mr. Hua, you're a busy man. Why did you remember to call me? Guodigang didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. Yi Chen, next week is our Deyun Society's sealing performance. I want to invite you to be the guest of honor, and I wanted to ask if you have the time. If you don't, forget it. Yi Chen laughed. I do have the time. I just don't know how the reward will be calculated. Guodigang sipped his teeth when he heard it. TSK, no wonder you make so much money. All the other celebrities are rushing to come as guests and don't want a penny to ask me for appearance fees. You're the scorpion's poop alone. Ha, Mr. Hua. I was just joking. Yi Chen laughed. Just give me a red packet to mean something. I'll take it as going to the stage to listen to the comedy. Chang, I'll designate a big red packet for you. Guodigang laughed. Next Saturday, Poly Theater. Don't forget. Don't worry, it can't be forgotten. Ding, random mission released. The host is invited to attend the Deyun Society's sealing performance, rewarded with master-level comedy skills. May I ask if the host accepts the mission? What goes around comes around. And just as I hung up the phone, the system's mission came around. Accepted. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a master-level comic credit. In the next second, a torrent of information flooded into Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen suddenly had a lot more comic knowledge in his head, and those classic comic segments were recited backwards. Both the comedian and the comic have reached the level of masters, even compared with Guodigang and Yu Dissatisfaction. Later that night, the official microblogging site of Deyunsha announced the news that Yi Chen would be participating in the closed box performance. The netizens were all excited at once. Asterisk. No, Yi Chen is going to say comedy? Ha, I'm used to hearing Yi Chen sing, but I've never heard him speak in comedy. I wonder how he's doing. Singing and comedy are two different things. Can Yi Chen do comedy? I'm sick of crossovers. Can't you sing properly? Yi Chen says comedy. Who's going to watch it? Are you guys going to watch it? I don't watch it anyway. That's right. I don't watch it either. Everyone mustn't buy tickets. Let Yi Chen write songs properly. Asterisk off. This again? You old sixes are bad. You say you won't buy tickets, but you end up grabbing them harder than anyone else. Chapter 160, a song Mukong explodes the whole internet. The next day, Yi Chen's new song Mukong was officially released, synchronized on 3 platforms, Penguin Music, Cool Cat Music, and Net Depression Cloud. Netizens were all excited when they heard about it. Holy, Yi Chen has a new song? Ha, Yi Chen is really prolific like a sow. No donkey on the production team has as much liver as he does. Goku? So that's the theme song for the movie. Without further ado, the new song goes. Imperial University of Music. In a girls' dorm room, several female college students gathered around, listening to Yi Chen's new song. Yi Chen's song echoed in the not-so-large dorm room. The moon splashes against the stars, and the road is long. The wind and smoke are gone, and the shadow of one's body is closing in. Idiom, fig. At the end of a long journey, I'm the one who's good at what I do. Who makes me love and hate? And then, all caught up. As soon as Yi Chen opened his voice, several girls were stunned. Poetic lyrics, beautiful melodies, magnetic voice, impeccable vocals, everything is perfect. Continuing to listen further, I realized that this song is much more than excellent. It's a very visceral song. The world is empty. The grudge is forgiven. I'm not a fan of the world. I'm not a fan of the world. I'm not a fan of the world. In a state of anger, sorrow and madness. Is it a man, a ghost or a monster? It's just a dead of the heart. A few simple lyrics, but so vivid and powerful. The image of the unruly and untamed Monkey King, who is also a Buddha and a devil, jumps out at you. At this moment, several of the girls were substituting into the perspective of the Monkey King and had a deeper understanding of the character. The line between good and evil, Buddha and devil is so blurred. Whether one is a Buddha or a devil is only a matter of thought. It's hard to imagine a pop song that contains the philosophy of dialectics. In addition to feeling good, it gives people something to think about. Call out to the Buddha. There's no shore to turn back to. It's not about life and death. It's about kneeling for a teacher. The world of the living is a realm of truth and falsehood. Lit. Dust fates are scattered, but not clearly defined. Idiom, fig. People can't distinguish between them. It's hard to break. Yi Chen's pitch climbed steeply, singing the most essential high dynasty part of the entire song. What do I need this iron rod for? So what if I have this change? Or restlessness? Or malaise? The golden hoop is the head of the desire to speak. Even the girls really felt that feverish feeling. Goosebumps rose on several of the girls' arms. At the moment, in their hearts, Yi Chen seemed to be the fighting Buddha who held a weapon in his hand and killed the gods and Buddhas of the heavens and fled in all directions. The strongest should let me be. The hero only dares to compete first. The extreme explosive power brings an unparalleled shock. Everyone who hears this song can't wait to follow the Monkey King and make a big mess in the palace of heaven. By the end of the song, several of the girls had been too shocked to speak. I don't know how long it took for the girls to get over the shock of the song. Whoa, nice and touching. Yi Chen is so powerful, worthy of being my husband. Bah, shame on you. It's obviously my husband, okay? A few girls argued about Yi Chen's belonging. A similar scene is playing out across the country. It didn't take long for Goku to surpass 10 million plays and millions of comments and likes. In just an hour's time, it reached #1 on the charts of all major music platforms. Netizens were once again impressed by Yi Chen's talent and vocals after listening. Good to hear. Yi Chen's songs are as good as ever. I knew it. Yi Chen has never let me down. Not a single line is written about Goku, but every line is written about Goku. Yi Chen's musical talent has reached the state of perfection. I would like to call Yi Chen the Qi Tian de Shang of the entertainment industry. I wish to be the sage of Qi Tian Shang for one day, not the fighting Buddha for 10,000 lifetimes. Great sage, what do you want to do with this trip? Stepping on the southern sky, shattering the sky. If you don't return once you're gone. And then he never returned. Soon, Yi Chen's new song Mukong was on the Weibo hot search. This excited Tian Xiaopeng, who immediately sent a tweet to promote his movie The Return of the Great Sage. However, he has so few fans that no one even notices him. Yi Chen also sent out a tweet to promote The Return of the Great Sage. A foreigner asked me why I like the Monkey King. I answered him, Superman, the Man of Steel. Captain Rice has been upholding justice for you for 70 to 80 years, while the Monkey King has been cutting down demons for us for 500 years. You have many heroes, we only have him. When we were young we dreamed of becoming big heroes like the Monkey King, but when we grew up we were all reduced to ordinary people running around for a living. Do you still remember the fervor and dreams of your youth? Please support the domestic animated movie, The Return of the Great Sage. Let's retrieve that heroic dream lost in the long years together. Boom! Blow up! As soon as Yi Chen's microblog came out, the entire network exploded at once. The netizens' blood was instantly ignited, and they commented under Yi Chen's microblog. Thank you Yi Chen for letting us recover the forgotten beauty and touch. Support Yi Chen. Support The Return of the Great Sage. National Comics Rising. I'm going to see this movie because of Yi Chen's theme song. In a short while, the number of comments on Yi Chen's microblog had reached 10 million, and both the likes and retweets had exceeded 1 million. Yang Ni said breathlessly to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, you're really good. You don't promote our own company's 3 movies. You run to promote for a competitor's movie. Yi Chen explained. The Return of the Great Sage is an animated movie. It's not the same audience as our 3 movies. It's not considered a competitor, and we've had enough heat from those 3 movies. Plus I'm going to get a 1% box office cut of The Return of the Great and Powerful. Young Nini released. Okay, forget I said that. The next day, tickets for Derwent's closed box show went on pre-sale online. As expected, they were swept away not long after they went on sale. Yi Chen plus Gwadi Gang's appeal was no joke. Turning to the day of the closing show, Yi Chen arrived at the Poly Theater early. The cast of Derwent had all arrived and were chatting backstage. Gwadi Gang and Yu Dissatisfaction were sitting with a group of disciples and grandchildren surrounding them. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Gui Yu and his duo hurriedly stood up. Mr. Gua, Mr. Yu, long time no see. Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Gwadi Gang laughed. Yi Chen, you're finally here. I thought you stood me up. Where can I'm still waiting for your red envelope. Ha ha. Guo Gang said to his disciples and grandchildren. Come say hello to Yichen, Delin, Xiao Yu, Zhang Yun Radium, Zhang Heluan, Meng Hatong and the others all greeted Yichen. Hello, Mr. Yichen. Hello, Mr. Yichen. Zhang Yun Radium smiled and said, I want to thank you in particular. If I hadn't sung your song exploring the clear water river, I wouldn't have caught fire. Yichen laughed. If you didn't say anything, I'd almost forgotten about it. Chapter 161 Masterly Comic Skills. Guo Gang smiled and asked, Yichen, what program are you planning to perform today? Then it must depend on your arrangements? Yichen laughed. I'll act in whatever you ask me to act in, and I'll work with whoever you ask me to work with. Delin, Xiao Yu, Zhang Yun Radium, Meng Hatong and the others all wanted to work with Yichen, and each of them foolishly looked at Guo Gang. That meaning couldn't be more obvious. They all wanted to work with Yichen. After all, Yichen's popularity was there, and anyone would want to rub off on him. Don't even think about it. You few. Guo Gang said. Yichen is at least a player. It has to be me and Shifu to work with him to be worthy of his status. Yu dissatisfiedly nodded his head and said, That's right, other than the two of us, no one else is equal to Yichen. Yichen laughed. The two of you also look down on me too much. I'll work with whoever I want. Just the three of us. Guo Gang said. Guo Gang said, I'll be the comic relief. Shifu will be the comic relief. And you won't be able to do any comedy. So you'll just have to make up the numbers and have some fun. Mr. Guo. So you've asked me to come just so I can make up the numbers? Besides, how do you know I can't do comedy? Guo Gang was slightly stunned. Yo, listening to your voice, do you still know how to speak comedy? Hey, haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? Yichen laughed and said, I sleep every night listening to the two of you, and I can memorize all those classic comic segments. You dissatisfiedly picked up the sentence out of habit. You think we're pigs, don't you? Ha 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 ha. The crowd backstage all burst out laughing. Guo Gang said, This is a good package. Added later. Then added to Yichen. Yichen, you're not kidding, right? Listening to comedy and speaking comedy are two different things. Don't think that speaking comedy is just a matter of touching the upper lip to the lower lip. There's a lot to learn here. Yichen said seriously. Mr. Guo, what I said is true. Why don't you test me? Okay, let's see. Can you pick a lab coat? No problem. Then the three of us will do an impromptu bit of horse picking, and I'll see how much you really know. Okay, let's get started then. I'll be the comic relief. And you and Mr. You will be the comic relief for me. Guo Gang and Yu dissatisfaction and the others were even more surprised. I didn't expect Yichen to be a comic relief. The crowd's appetites were whetted, wanting to see just how good Yichen was. Yichen and Guo Gang, Yu disgruntled immediately began to perform. When a connoisseur speaks, he knows whether there is one or not. Yichen's lines were memorized very skillfully. His diction was clear and fluent, and his voice had a distinctive charm. The further everyone listened, the more shocked they became, and they were all amazed by Yichen's comic skills. Even Guo Gang was shocked beyond belief, and when he said it, he even got a little nervous, because Yichen not only has solid skills, but also does not follow the rules. The present hangs and new baggage are endless, some of which even he can't catch. Although he can also be a comic relief, he is not as good as Yu dissatisfaction. Yu dissatisfied can hold anything, dare to pick up any terrier, will never let a terrier fall to the ground. After finishing a classic picking the horse's coat, Guo Gang had long been drenched in sweat and kept wiping his forehead with a towel, letting out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Guo, what did I say? Yichen waited for his teacher's evaluation like a student. Guo Gang gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart. Good, good, very good. Yichen, tell me honestly, did you learn comedy properly? Your comedy skills are too solid, more so than all the disciples and grandchildren of our Deyun society. It's not like the level of an amateur ticket holder. Yu dissatisfied nodded and said, I think so. Yichen's level of comedy is more than professional. Without a decade or 8 years of hard work, it can't reach this realm. Besides, he's never done comedy before, so how come he's so steady on stage and has such a good grasp of rhythm? Delin, Xiao Yu and the others looked at Yichen adoringly. Yichen humbly laughed. Mr. Guo, Mr. Yu, you two are too kind. Where have I learned any comedy? Maybe it's because I'm from Tianhai City, and Tianhai is the birthplace of comedy. People there are born with their own sense of humor, and they grew up with it in their ears, so they're more talented and learn faster. As for the stage, although I've never done comedy, but I've sung. I still have a lot of stage experience. Guo Gang laughed. I just remembered when you said that. We are still hometown. Okay, then the three of us will perform a segment of Strip the Horse later. Not long after, the show officially started. Apprentices from several teams of the Diwan Society took to the stage. Yichen, Guo Gang, and you dissatisfactions programs were placed at the end of the line. Of course, Woody Gang and you dissatisfaction are more than just this one program. Yi Chen was in the background getting high on melon seeds and playing with his cell phone. Without realizing it, the show was nearing its end, and it was Yi Chen's turn to go on stage. He changed into a lab coat. Seeing him in this outfit, the crowd backstage at the Diwan Club lit up. Woody Gang exclaimed, "Don't tell me, changing into this coat is a bit of Mr. Little." Xiaoye said enviously, "I just realized that the coats we use for comedy are so nice. How come I can't wear this kind of feeling?" You Dissatisfied said, "Is there a possibility that it's because you're not very good at basic disc, and it has nothing to do with clothes?" "Master Yu, people are difficult. Don't I want to lose face?" Xiao Yu covered his heart with a wounded look. At that moment, only the Marquis began to announce himself in the foreground. "Please enjoy Yi Chen, Woody Gang, and you Dissatisfaction's performance of the classic traditional comedy Stripping the Horsecoat." With applause. The applause was immediate. Many of the audience at the scene were Yi Chen's fans, and they knew that they couldn't yell and scream on such occasions, lest they would give Yi Chen a bad name. So they all pressed down on their excitement and applauded vigorously. There were others who were simply fans of Woody Gang and you Dissatisfaction, and weren't too keen on Yi Chen, a crossover singer who spoke comedy. There were even some people waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. If he doesn't perform well, he'll be booed. Comic audiences are not as talkative as music audiences. The audience won't say anything if you sing a bad song. Bad comedy can seriously get you blown off the stage by the audience. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't an ordinary person, and the audience wouldn't bombard him. But if he says something bad, uproar is inevitable. Under the public's attention, Yi Chen and Woody Gang came to the stage in Dissatisfaction. Yi Chen was in charge of the comic relief and stood on the far right. Woody Gang was in the center, and you Dissatisfaction was on the left. Frequent comedians who listen to the comic take a look at this station and know that the comic is Yi Chen. The audience on stage was stunned. They had thought that Yi Chen would, at most, just hold up a couple of sentences and make a show of it, but they couldn't imagine that he was actually going to be a comic relief. Everyone's curiosity was immediately aroused, wanting to see what Yi Chen had to say. Some unsuspecting people were even ready to watch Yi Chen make a fool of himself. Chapter 162, Terrier King Yi Chen, writing songs on the spot. Yi Chen's fans were also a little unsure in their hearts, worried that he would not perform well and make people laugh. The three of them stood towards the front of the stage, and firstly, they clasped their fists and saluted at the audience below the stage, and made some self-introductions. The audience saw that Yi Chen had a style, and it was kinda like that, at least from the way he was holding his fist. It was with intent. Some of the people who hadn't thought much of him have changed their attitude towards him a bit. Only Woody Gang was the first to speak. "Apprentice Woody Gang, a schoolboy in the comedy world, salutes all of you in your clothes." Then a finger pointed to you Dissatisfaction on the left. "This is my old partner and my senior, Mr. You Dissatisfaction, who loves to smoke and drink and perm his hair." Then he looked at Yi Chen again. "There's no need for me to introduce this other one, right? Yi Chen, it's better for you to speak for yourself." Yi Chen laughed. "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen, an interloper in the comedy world." At those words, the crowd was stunned, and soon someone reacted, subconsciously smiling knowingly. Woody Gang said he was an elementary school student in the comedy world, and Yi Chen is a crossover comic. Isn't he just an interloper? The stunt wasn't particularly funny, but Yi Chen's wit and ability to improvise was evident. Woody Gang secretly praised in his heart and continued, "Yi Chen, this is the first time you say comedy, right? Are you nervous?" "Not nervous," Yi Chen said. "If you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? I fall asleep every night listening to Mr. Gua and Mr. Yu's comedy, and I've heard about as much as I can." A look of approval passed through Woody Gang's eyes. He asked that question in order to get Yi Chen to throw out that baggage from before, but they hadn't discussed it in advance, and had been worried that Yi Chen wouldn't understand. As a result, Yi Chen cooperated. Some of the more responsive members of the audience had already laughed. You Dissatisfied followed up immediately. "You think we're pigs, don't you? Ha 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 ha." The audience all burst out laughing, and their favor towards Yi Chen increased by one more point. "Looks like he's not as bad as he thought he was." "Ha," Woody Gang continued. "Yi Chen, you said you often listen to our comedy, so let me quiz you. What are the 4 disciplines of comedy?" "Hey, insulting isn't it? Can I not know such a simple question?" Yi Chen replied. "The 4 disciplines of comedy are pitfalls." "No, it's taking off your shoes and going to bed." "Yo, you can." Woody Gang laughed. "It seems like you haven't listened to our comedy much, so let me ask you again. What's Mr. Yu's father's name? That's a giveaway." Yi Chen cleared his throat and worded his introduction. "Mr. Yu's father, Master Wang, is also known as Yu Xiaodi, Yu and Dissatisfaction, Yu Desui, Yu Hush, Hereditary Cuckold King, The family lives in Pai Strip Hutong. Not only that, I also know that Mr. Yu's lover's name is Jinlian and his son's name is Guo Xiaobao. So you're trusting your wives and offering your sons for friendship. Ha 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 ha. Before Yi Chen could finish, a burst of laughter erupted from the scene. Guo Digang was very pleased. He had thought that Yi Chen was just being polite to him, but it turned out that he really did know his comedy like the back of his hand. At the end, Yi Chen also summarized. I would like to thank Mr. Yu's entire family for their outstanding contributions to the comedy industry. You dissatisfied? You're welcome. The audience laughed again. You dissatisfied came back to the topic. What's all this talk about my house for? Move on to the 4 homework assignments. Yi Chen said squarely. I was just kidding. The 4 disciplines of comedy are speaking, learning and singing. That's right, Guo Digang said. Then I'll quiz you again on what the singing of a comic refers to. 2 poor lyrics. Yi Chen opened his mouth. The audience thought he had a mouthful, and froze for a while before he wondered. Yi Chen is saying a harmonic terrain. You corrected. It's called a ping-pong lyric, isn't it? That's called peaceful lyrics. Sorry about the mouth. Yi Chen said. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Donkey Patch. Donkey what? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Donkey Kong. The audience erupted in laughter once again, many with tears in their eyes. Yi Chen has a stunt in almost every sentence, and the baggage is too dense. Not at all like a crossover plaything, more than many professional comedians, and Guo Digang you dissatisfaction stand together. No less. Seeing this, the audience was bowled over by his humor and comedic skills. Next, Yi Chen was getting better and better, with constant baggage and laughs one after another. The audience never stopped laughing. Backstage, De Lin and Xiao Yu and the others couldn't help but talk as they listened to the voices coming from the front stage. Tatsu's comic relief is so good, but no, it's better than those of us who have been practicing for more than 10 years. This is really God chasing after the food. Ugh, people are so angry. It's a good thing he went to sing. Otherwise, hey, I guess our master's rice bowl would be smashed. In the foreground, the trio's show continues. Guo Digang, egged on by the audience, sang a version of Qinghua Porcelain with Pacific lyrics, a good song of Chinese style, sung by him into a car crash scene. That is called a spicy ear. Compared to him, Master Tang is considered merciful. In the end, Yi Chen managed to peel off the waistcoat on you dissatisfaction, and this classic comedy came to an end. The crowd, however, would not let the trio off the stage and chanted, one more. There were also some flower baskets from the audience. Thank you. Guo Digang smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Just come, why do you still give gifts? What do you make those viewers who didn't give gifts think? Yes, the audience all shouted in unison. Yi Chen asked, what would be a good song for me to sing? Guo Digang, just sing one of your masterpieces. Yi Chen, that's what I'm worried about. I have so many masterpieces that I'm having trouble choosing. You picked up with just the right amount of dissatisfaction. Damn it, he's got him loaded again. Guo Digang was inspired. How about this? I'll test you. I've heard that you're a great songwriter, and you're especially good at propositions, so I'm going to give you a few requests, and see if you can improvise on the spot and write a new song. Hiss, the audience all froze. Creating on the spot, or proposing an essay, that's too difficult. Even if Yi Chen's creative talent was great, he couldn't do it. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen would refuse, he smiled in a cloudy manner. Yes, please come up with a question. Guo Digang thought for a moment and said, listen, you'll write a love-themed song that uses imagery such as the moon, lotus flowers, fish, and candles, and incorporates elements of traditional songwriting. Well, can you do it? The audience were all stunned, staring at Yi Chen with burning eyes, curious if he could write it. Chapter 163 Adapted version of Shou Hua Tai. The audience thought it was an impossible task. You dissatisfied also could not look at it anymore and said to Guo Digang, Old Guo, aren't you forcing the issue? Who can do this? Guo Digang also feels that there is something inappropriate. If Yi Chen couldn't create it, wouldn't that embarrass him in public? So he hastened to remedy the situation. I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. Yi Chen's musical talent is there for all to see. There's no need to prove it with this. Yi Chen, however, smiled chestily. It's okay, I can try. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in surprise. They had thought that Yi Chen would just drop the ball, but they didn't expect him to agree. Guo Digang and Yu Dissatisfaction both looked at Yi Chen with stunned faces as well. At this moment, Yi Chen became the center of attention for everyone in the room. Only Yi Chen thought seriously for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Guo, I've already written a new song. At those words, the crowd froze. Guo Digang asked incredulously, Yi Chen, you wrote it so quickly? Exactly. The audience in the room was shocked to the core, and there was a lot of talk. Holy, Yi Chen is too powerful, isn't he? Really? Yi Chen can't be bragging. A song written in such a short period of time must not be of good quality. That's pretty awesome too, okay? Guodi Gang saw that Yi Chen looked calm and collected, so he said, Yi Chen, you're also too good. You wrote it so quickly, so sing it for the big guys. Okay, then I'll offer up. I'm in a hurry and I'm not a very good writer, so bear with me. The name of the song is Ask the Lotus Fish Say. After saying that, Yi Chen cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. The moon shines on the branches, reflecting the king's coming. A flurry of acacia terrace. Ask your husband through the window. The clouds cover the blue moon and the king's shadow fades. As soon as Yi Chen opened his mouth, everyone was all in a daze. It looks pretty good. I've only heard 2 lines, but I intuitively judge that this should be a good song of good quality. Yi Chen's diction was very clear, and even without subtitles, the audience from afar could hear it clearly. The lyrics are still as beautiful and poetic as ever. A few simple lines paint an ancient picture. The melody is even more beautiful and pleasant, elegant and noble. Rarely, Yi Chen also incorporated the singing of opera, making the entire song's melody full of elegant and ancient, fresh and unassuming flavor. The light melody is like a warm and genial spring breeze blowing through everyone's heart, giving rise to a feeling of everything recovering and thriving. It was also like drinking a fragrant tea, refreshing and invigorating. A light bitterness runs through the languid rhythms. Everyone's ears were perked up, listening intently for fear of missing a lyric. Only Yi Chen continued to sing. The moon spills over the lotus pond and reflects the white water. The fish is leaning on the lotus to release its feelings. Ask your husband across the water. Tears in the pool envy the blossoms. Beauty. The lyrics. The melody. It's just beautiful. And it also meets all the requirements set forth by Guodi Gang. Before the song was even finished, the crowd was already overwhelmed by Yi Chen's talent. Looking through the waters of autumn and spring, on the shore of the West Lake, in the broken bridge, I don't see you anywhere. It's like waking up from a spring night. The lyrics are highly graphic and immersive. Gradually, everyone in the audience was pulled into the mood created by the song, like drinking good tea, like drinking mellow wine, intoxicated and forgetting to come back. Yi Chen's unique theater accent is even more charming, with its own age filter, like a walking old record player. The lack of extra backing tracks and soundtracks rather accentuates the original sound. Daydreaming about Mr. Little. The red candle is dimmed. The night is empty. I don't see you anywhere. It's like waking up from a spring night. At the end of the song, there was thunderous applause. Great song. It's so good. Bullseye. Yi Chen bullseye. One more song. One more song. The audience all shouted in excitement. Some of the people who weren't big fans of him have become fans as well. Yi Chen, you're really something. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who could believe it's true? Not bad for a musical genius. Awesome awesome. Guodi Gang and You Dissatisfaction also praised Yi Chen. This concludes the Derwent Spock set. Guodi Gang called his disciples and grandchildren from backstage to the stage, and the crowd joined in a chorus of great truths. Said the heavenly kinsman, I don't count days as kisses. The sky has the sun, the moon and the stars. To say that the audience and the actors are connected by their hearts. I remember the old saying from the early days, no gentleman does not raise an entertainer. After the show, the audience reluctantly exited the stage. Yi Chen and the others also returned backstage to remove their makeup and change back into their original clothes. Guoqilin suddenly found Yi Chen and begged, Brother Tatsu, I'm begging you for something, just sell me that song Ask the Lotus Fishing Sayings. Yi Chen immediately understood his intentions. Ever since Zhang Yulian sang his adapted version of Tanqing Shuihe, it's a hot mess now. Guoqilin is also trying to copy Zhang Yunluan's success. Daylin, it's not that I'm cheap, it's just that this song doesn't really suit you. Yi Chen thought about it and said, how about this? I'll write you a different song. What do you think? That's really great. Guoqilin said excitedly, Brother Chen, from now on you are my own brother. Yi Chen said indifferently, don't say that. I have nothing to do with Mr. You disgruntled. The crowd froze, then burst out laughing. Guodi Gang's face turned green. You dissatisfiedly said gratefully, Yi Chen, you have avenged me today. Brother, what are you going to write me a song about? Guoqilin couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen asked rhetorically, Shou Hua Tai can sing, right? Of course I will. Then I'll give you an adaptation of Shining Flower Terrace as a pop song. Guoqilin was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Brother, I thank you in advance. The Shohana stand can be adapted too? Everyone came to be interested. Yi Chen's last adaptation of Exploring the Clear Water River made Zhang Yunlian famous. They were all curious to see what an adapted version of Shining Flower Terrace would look like. Pick a day. I'm going to teach you this song today. So listen up. I'm only going to sing it once. Yi Chen sang after he finished. I. The moon's shadow shines on the flower bed. Cho Hyung has made a plan. She said she'd be here in the morning. The more the Derwent crowd listened, the fresher and funnier it became. When Yi Chen finished singing, they all applauded. It's so good. It's just so good. I've been singing Shining Flower Terrace for so many years that I didn't realize it could still be sung that way. Daylin, you're on fire. Guo Digang said happily to his son. Don't thank people properly yet. Guo Qilin thanked Yi Chen some more. Yi Chen didn't ask for any royalties from him, and originally the song wasn't original to him. Guo Digang organized a celebration banquet to celebrate the success of this year's sealing show, and gave Yi Chen a red packet. Ha ha, thanks, Mr. Guo. Yi Chen casually touched it. The red envelope was quite thick. It seemed to be quite a lot of money. Chapter 164, Attending a Movie Screening. After Yi Chen finished his meal, he took the car back home. He opened the thick red envelope and looked at it. There was $300,000 inside. That amount of money might be a down payment on a house for the average person in a tier 3 or 4 city. But for him now, it's not even pocket change. He's donated $300 million, let alone this measly $300,000. Guo Digang of course also knows that Yi Chen is not poor in this amount of money. It is just a walk in the park. A lot of things for people like them can no longer be solved simply with money. What can be solved with money is rather easy. Debt of favors is harder to pay than money. How could Guo Digang, an old man, not understand? If it was a normal person, he would have just used money to get rid of them. But Yi Chen was different. It would be too raw to give money, so he had no choice but to owe Yi Chen a favor. And counting the song Yi Chen gave Guo Qilin, that would be 2 favors. If Yi Chen needed his help in the future, he would have to return this favor. That's not something that can be solved with a few $1 million. The next day, a video of Derwin's closed box performance went live on YouTube. Those who didn't grab tickets and missed the live show have been topping up their memberships and watching online. The Youku official even hit Yi Chen's name. Many people downloaded Youku and filled up their membership in order to watch Yi Chen do his comedy. It was good that Yi Chen didn't let them down. Netizens were amused by his collaboration with Guo Digang and dissatisfaction and stripped the horse coat. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen is also too humorous. How come I didn't realize Yi Chen was so funny before? It's not just as simple as humor and hilarity. Yi Chen's comic delivery is very good, better than many professional comedians. That's right, Yi Chen's comic level is almost catching up with old Guo and Mr. Yu, that now hangs smashing really well, and the baggage shakes loudly. I really didn't expect Yi Chen to be a comic relief. Is there anything else he can't do? Just how many more surprises does Yi Chen have that we don't know about? And when everyone saw that Guo Digang came up with the question and Yi Chen improvised the song on the spot, they all sweated for him and swiped their pop-ups. I'll go. Mr. Guo is also too good at making difficult questions. Even Yi Chen couldn't have created a song on the spot. It's over. It's over. Yi Chen is going to be late this time. Teacher Guo is so bad, actually making things so difficult for Yi Chen. However, they soon realized that their fears were completely redundant. As soon as Yi Chen's song came out, everyone was so stunned that they even forgot to send out pop-ups. It wasn't until he listened to the whole song that he came back to his senses and excitedly launched into a pop-up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cow pie. Yi Chen capitalized cow pie. Heavens, Yi Chen actually did it. Is he still human? Not only is it written, but it's also exceptionally good. Yi Chen's talent really isn't something to sneeze at. That didn't even work for a minute, did it? It's horrible. Demon. Yi Chen is simply a demon. I seriously doubt that he's a traveler with some kind of golden finger like a system or something. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? How did Yi Chen's brain grow? I suggest that the country study him as a mouse sliced up and manually dog-headed. In the Chinese music scene, I only admire Yi Chen alone. The pop-ups were densely packed, all praising Yi Chen. Soon, Yi Chen was on several Weibo hot searches. Yi Chen improvising a song on the spot. Yi Chen's new song, Ask the Fish. Yi Chen's first time in comedy. Yi Chen's comedy skills are comparable to a master's. The number of times Yi Chen has been on the hot search is almost more than the number of times he has been on the toilet. In the beginning, his fans would get excited, but now it's commonplace. Numb, completely numb. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to the remarks on the internet, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Many media outlets tried to interview him and were turned down. He now has to go all out to prepare for the Spring Festival rehearsals. It had been rehearsed a few times before, and it would soon be the turn of the last rehearsal. With only a short week left before Chinese New Year, rehearsals are still not over. It's not a given that if you pass the last rehearsal, you'll be in the Spring Festival. It's not unheard of for programs to be suddenly taken down the day before spring break. Actually, Yi Chen wasn't very interested in going to the Spring Festival Gala. After all, not many people watch the Spring Festival anymore. The Spring Festival Gala program is getting more and more meaningless, and it's just awkward lines like "let's make dumplings together" and so on, which makes it more and more awkward. But his parents were very happy after hearing that Yi Chen was likely to be on the Spring Festival Gala. and informed every family member and friend they knew of the happy news. In the perception of parents, going to the Spring Festival Gala is a supreme honor. The parents have already blown the bull out of the water, so wouldn't it be a shame if they don't make it, or if they make it to the Spring Festival Gala but don't perform well? And it's still good to know that if he's on the Spring Festival, his own price and his company's share price will go up. Yi Chen met many familiar people at the rehearsal site of the Spring Festival Gala. Would de gang, you dissatisfaction, Shen Tang and Mali, Han Hong Lu Huan, they all came. We all got together and chatted for a while before rehearsal started, so we went our separate ways to rehearse. After the rehearsal, Yi Chen went back home. Later that night, the official microblogging site of the Spring Festival Gala announced the list of guests for this edition of the gala. Yi Chen's name was listed. Netizens were all excited to learn about it. The whole internet became incredibly lively for a while. Wow, Yi Chen is really going to be on the Spring Festival Gala. Great! This year's Spring Festival Gala is finally something to watch. I haven't watched the Spring Festival Gala for many years, and I have to watch it once this year because of Yi Chen. I hope Yi Chen will never let me down. Yi Chen should still be able to sing. I wonder what song he'll sing on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. I'm very relieved about Yi Chen's strength. I just hope the director doesn't drop the ball. To be on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala in just 1 year of his debut, Yi Chen is truly bullish. All week long, the internet has been talking about this topic. Yi Chen was destined to not be able to accompany his family on New Year's Eve this year, so he took the time to go back home and have an early reunion dinner with his family. But he only stayed for a day before returning to the imperial capital again. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. In addition to the spring thing, 3 movies, The Trouble with Charlotte, Teenage You, and I'm Not the God of Medicine, are coming soon. All 3 movies were screened on the same day. Yi Chen, as the star of the Young You, attended the movie screening along with Zhang Zifeng, Zhou Yi and others. At the screening, in addition to the creators of the movie, there were also many journalists from the media and film critics. As is customary, the creators of the movie were interviewed by the media before the screening ceremony officially began. The media, as if they were discussing, all aimed at Yi Chen, asking him all kinds of questions. Chapter 165, $3 billion box office expectation. The venue for the screening was chosen to be a luxury theater in the heart of the imperial city. The scene was packed with people. In addition to Yi Chen and other creators of the movie, as well as media reporters and critics, there were also a lot of Yi Chen's fans. Some of these people had snagged tickets to the screening to see the movie. The rest were simply coming to see Yi Chen. Security personnel were desperately trying to maintain order. Those media reporters, each carrying a long gun, have aimed at Yi Chen. It couldn't be helped that only Yi Chen was the most famous in the cast of Teenage You. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm a reporter from Film Weekly. Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm a reporter from Penguin Entertainment. May I interview you? Mr. Yi Chen, may I ask how you feel about being the male lead of a movie for the first time? Those reporters were all like flies that had seen blood, and they were on the verge of disliking Yi Chen's face with their microphones. One reporter was even more exaggerated. In order to grab a more favorable interview position, she even squeezed in from the crowd and knelt in front of Yi Chen, holding the microphone upwards. In the face of such a crazy scene, Yi Chen was not the least bit upset and said calmly, "Ladies and gentlemen of the media, don't be in a hurry. We've arranged a special interview session for our point of view screening, so if you have any questions you can ask them later." The reporters sniffed, and then they tightened up a lot. Some of Yi Chen's friends also came to support the show. Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan, He Jiong, Huang Boi, they're all here. Ziki, Xiaohan, Mr. He, Mr. Huang, thank you for coming to support me. Yi Chen thanked them one by one. He Jiong laughed. Yi Chen, you're too polite. The first movie you starred in was screened on demand. Those of us who are friends, how can we support it? That's right. Huang Base laughed, not to mention that the female lead of this movie is Zifeng. We're not just here to support you, we're here to support her as well. Zifeng also said gratefully, Mr. He, Mr. Huang, thank you. The screening ceremony was about to begin, and the manager of the theater personally led Yi Chen and the others to a VIP theater that had already been arranged. The lobby of the movie theater was packed with people, almost all of them Yi Chen's fans. As soon as Yi Chen showed up, those fans screamed and shouted in excitement. Yi Chen finally showed up. Wow, Yi Chen is so handsome. Yi Chen, I love you. Yi Chen made a silent gesture at them and said in a stern tone, please be quiet and don't disturb the others watching the movie. I don't want people to say that my fans are a bunch of no good people. When the fans saw that Yi Chen was angry, they all shut their mouths in fear and lowered their heads in shame, looking like they had done something wrong. This was the first time they had seen Yi Chen angry. It was evident that Yi Chen was indeed angry. The fans also realized that they really weren't behaving very well. Yi Chen saw them all hanging their heads in shame and self-condemnation, and a few female fans even cried at her words, so he felt a little bit sorry in his heart. So again, he smiled. As long as you behave yourselves, play nice, and don't make a scene, I'll take a picture with you after the screening. Upon hearing that, those fans instantly turned from worry to joy, excited and thrilled. But this time they didn't yell and scream, and one by one they were quiet. Deng Ziki laughed. Brother Chen, you really have a way of dealing with girls. Zhang Xiaohan chimed in. That's right, Tatsu, you're really experienced in this area. Cough cough, you two don't talk nonsense. Yi Chen said breathlessly. There are still so many reporters around. Zhang Zifeng and Zhou Yi both covered their mouths and laughed. The crowd arrived at the theater and took their seats. Yi Chen and the others sat in the first row. Behind them were the movie critics, the audience, and at the end were the reporters from the major media. Before the movie officially started, it began with a media interview session. With only 10 minutes to spare, each of those journalists scrambled to ask questions. A female reporter stood up and asked, "Hello Mr. Yi Chen, I'm a reporter from XXX. I heard that Teenage You is a movie that reacts to school bullying, and you created the screenplay for this movie. May I ask why you created such a script?" This question was moderate, and Yi Chen answered it with ease. School bullying is a social problem that cannot be ignored. I think a lot of people must have seen it and heard about it even if they haven't experienced it. Those children who are bullied are not only physically and mentally damaged, they are affected for the rest of their lives. We hope that our movie will draw attention to this issue, but may there be no bullying in the world and every child grow up healthy and happy. There was a loud round of applause. Yi Chen's answer was dripping with water, and even Yi Zhong and Huang Base couldn't pick any faults. Another reporter stood up to ask a question. "Hello Mr. Yi Chen, this is your first time to take the lead role in a movie. May I ask what you think of your acting skills?" Yi Chen laughed. "Well, it's better to wait for the audience to judge after watching the movie. So how much do you think the movie will do at the box office?" "I think it has to be at least that much," Yi Chen said, raising 3 fingers. 300 million? That reporter froze, surprised. "Are you so unsure of yourself?" Everyone else was surprised too. Isn't $300 million too little to expect at the box office? Even modesty can't be so exaggerated. However, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. "Not 300 million. 3 billion. 3 billion. Hiss. An intake of breath sounded throughout the room, and everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. Good lord, $3 billion at the box office. That's a bold statement. Yi Chen's breath was too big. So confident? To be clear, Teenage You is just a small budget, coldly titled movie. There are not many big name actors except Yi Chen, and Yi Chen is still crossing the border to become an actor for the first time as the male lead. The director isn't much of a celebrity either. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the male lead and screenwriter was Yi Chen, not many people would have paid much attention to this film, and even the theaters wouldn't have given it a schedule. Even if Yi Chen is the male lead, the scheduling rate is not very satisfactory. It's not true that Yi Chen is a great singer, but singing and acting are two different things. Even those who are popular TV actors don't always have box office appeal, not to mention Yi Chen, a crossover singer. That's why the theater side is not very optimistic about Yi Chen's movie. The movie with the highest Chinese New Year schedule is Azura from Hawaii. This movie is a Sino-foreign joint venture blockbuster, claiming to have invested $800 million in a big production, and hired a Hollywood special effects team. The starring cast is even more luxurious, with 2 movie stars, a movie queen, and a popular traffic star, Choi Soo-chun. This movie is the biggest dark horse of the Chinese New Year in the hearts of the people. Now when Yi Chen said that the box office of Yun Yu could exceed $3 billion, everyone thought he was bragging. Chapter 166 Amazing Movie Star Acting Skills. A whispered murmur rang out in the theater. Yi Chen's breath is too big. $3 billion at the box office. Isn't that a little too much? Oh, I see it hangs. Yi Chen is still too young. Speaking too much is easy to get hit in the face. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan and other friends were worried that Yi Chen would not be able to get off the stage. At that point, another reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Yi Chen, do you think Teenage You will do better at the box office than Azura?" Anyone with eyes can see that this kind of question is clearly a deliberate attempt to stir up trouble. Yi Chen laughed. "I don't know how much the box office of Azura can be, and I don't care about it. I just think that Teenage You is a good movie, and it shouldn't be a problem for the box office to break 3 billion. You'll know when you guys finish watching the movie." "Oh, well, good luck with that." The reporter sat down with a nonchalant remark. Needless to say, he was mostly sent by Hua Ye to cause trouble. As Hua Ye repeatedly targeted himself, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. He didn't show it, though. He knew it was useless to be angry. The entertainment industry was cruel. Everything was based on strength, As long as you make achievements, those who target you will naturally be honest. And even those who have bullied you will obediently run to be your friends. Huang Bo once said that when he was not famous, he was surrounded by all kinds of villains and bad people, and after he became famous, he was surrounded by good people. Huai is a giant in the entertainment industry, one of the biggest entertainment companies, much stronger than Jiaxing World, but that didn't mean Yi Chen was afraid of Huai. Yi Chen's motto is that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, and if people offend me, they will be eliminated. The upcoming Chinese New Year is his first encounter with Hua Ya. In his previous life, he had seen Azura, a properly bad movie. Unsurprisingly, Hua Ya is going to lose this time. After a few more questions were answered, the movie officially began. The theater was silent, everyone staring quietly at the big screen. When the movie first starts, it's in a school. A schoolgirl who had long suffered from bullying ended her young life with a leap from an upper floor. Seeing this scene, the people in the theater were stunned. Is it that exciting to just come up here? Isn't the scale a bit too big? It's the Chinese New Year. Giving people such depressing movies in the middle of the year? Don't say $3 billion at the box office. $300 million is up in the air. Yi Chen's friends couldn't help but start to worry for him. The movie continued and the audience watched patiently. Next, the plot unfolds step by step. Chen Yan, played by Zi Feng, puts her clothes over the dead man's body, but in doing so becomes the next victim and is bullied by the girls, including Wei Lai, played by Zhou Yi. Wei Lai and the others bullied Chen Yan in various ways, putting dead rats in her desk and pouring red ink on her stool when she answered questions. Chen Yan sat down stiffly, his pants stained red. Seeing this, the audience in the theater couldn't help but whisper, "This Wei Lai is really bad. It's hard for me just to sit here and watch. I'm suffocating, it's so depressing. Isn't that too much? They're just a bunch of students, or kids, can they really be that bad?" There's one thing to be said for a beautiful actress who plays Wei Lai. Why hasn't Yi Chen appeared yet? As the plot progresses, the movie becomes more and more intriguing. Soon, they finally saw Yi Chen make his appearance. Upon seeing Yi Chen's disguise, everyone gasped. Yi Chen plays Xiao Bei, a punk, dirty, with an inch of hair and a somber expression, like a lonely beast. Even though the look is scruffy and dirty, it's hard to hide his good looks. The important thing is that Yi Chen is very juvenile. Playing an 18-year-old is not at all out of place. After all, if he hadn't been dropped out of school, he'd still be in college. It was only then that everyone remembered that Yi Chen was only in his early 20s this year. Yi Chen's success made people subconsciously ignore his real age. After realizing this again, the hearts of the crowd became even more shocked. A young man in his mid-20s who has achieved so many brilliant results in just 1 year of his debut. This is simply an open life. It was no exaggeration to say that if Yi Chen died now, he would become an eternal legend. Even if he lived, he'd be considered a legend. The crowd couldn't help but admire him a little more. But what surprised everyone more was Yi Chen's acting skills. His acting is so good, he doesn't look like a movie newbie at all. Whether it's lines, expressions, movements, emotions, inner activities, or all kinds of details, all of them are just right. This is not the acting of a newcomer. It's just like a movie star, isn't it? If Zhang Qiling was just a small test, then the role of Xiao Bei brought Yi Chen's acting skills into full play. No one was more surprised than Yellow Base. He was a teacher at the Imperial Film Academy, and many stars were his students, including many visual stars and actresses. He himself has won many awards for acting, and has worked with such greats as Richard Chan and Chung Kwok-young right after his debut. Born in a family of artists, Huang Boi has been nurtured since childhood and considers himself a gifted actor. However, after seeing Yi Chen's performance, even he couldn't help but be amazed. He froze dumbfounded for half a day before he turned his head and asked Yi Chen next to him in a small voice, "Yi Chen, be honest with me, you really haven't studied acting?" Yi Chen laughed bitterly. "Mr. Huang, I would like to learn, but where am I going to learn? I studied composition in college, and I haven't graduated yet." Huang Base was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Chen and said in shock, "Yi Chen, you're a born actor, the kind that God chases after to feed you. I've been acting plus teaching for so many years. I've come into contact with quite a few gifted actors. None of them compare to you. Really, it's a pity you're not an actor. If you concentrate on acting, in less than 3 years, you'll definitely get a movie star. I've always had a good eye for people. Yi Chen, listen to me and apply for the Imperial Film Academy," Yellow Base said as he continued to watch the movie. Yi Chen laughed. "Mr. Huang, thank you for your appreciation, but let's forget about it. Filming is just my hobby. I still prefer singing. Besides, if I'm really as talented as you say I am, wouldn't I be able to act just as well without going to college?" Yellow Base was speechless. Yeah, Yi Chen hadn't studied acting, yet his acting skills were better than all the actors he had ever seen. Then it really doesn't matter if he goes to college and studies acting or not. Learning to act instead risks destroying his talent. Thinking of this, Huang Base couldn't help but sigh. You really can't compare people to people. Chapter 167, Total Box Office Breaks $10 billion? Yellow Base stopped talking and continued to watch the movie. As the plot of the movie progresses, the truly exciting parts are gradually revealed to the audience. Viewers sympathized with Zifeng's character, Chen Yan, when they saw her burrowing into a trash can to avoid Wei Lai and the others. I was also touched by Purple Maple's dedication. That trash can is filthy and disgusting to look at. Zifeng, a girl, was actually willing to dive in. Much better than those greasy little fresh meat guys. In fact, Zifeng did sacrifice quite a lot to make this movie. In order to strive for realism, the shooting was really looking for a garbage can, and after emptying the garbage, it was simply wiped, and then Zifeng was allowed to drill into it. When filming this scene, Zifeng was smoked and vomited several times, and now when he sees this clip, he still has a mental shadow. Halfway through the movie, Chen Yan, played by Zifeng, meets Xiaobei, played by Yi Chen. When Xiaobei learns what happened to Chen Yan, he takes the initiative to stand up and protect her. It's only at this point that the movie finally shows a hint of warmth and some hope. If you go forward, I must be behind you. One word made the image of Kahoko stand up. These words came out of Yi Chen's mouth, and it was even more of an unprecedented sense of security. In addition to this line, there are many other lines that are also impressive. You protect the world. I'll protect you. Chen Yan, you're the first to ask me if it hurts. We live in the gutter. But some people still look to the stars. Listening to these touching lines, many people on the scene could not help but shed tears. Yellow Base knows that, in theater jargon, this part of the play is the best of times, the calm before the storm. Just when everyone thought that Chen Yan was about to be bitter and sweet, the plot took a sharp turn. Unable to tolerate Wei Lai's insults, Chen Yan pushed her down the stairs on impulse and accidentally killed her. When Xiaobei learns of the situation, he decides to take the blame for her. The theater was silent, with only the occasional sob ringing out. Everyone forgot to talk and was fully engaged in the movie. Those movie reviewers were holding pens at first, taking notes in their notebooks and writing a few comments every now and then, but when they saw the back, they had forgotten to move their pens. Completely hooked by the fate of Chen Yan and Xiaobei next, they were curious to see where the plot would go next. I'm a man of nothing, no brains, no money, and no future, but I like someone, and I'm going to give her the best ending possible. I'm not a loser until you win. You go ahead and you get to safety. We'll see you again when you grow up, right? Don't forget, you owe me one. In the abandoned warehouse, Xiaobei, Yi Chen, pins Chen Yan, Zifeng, to the ground and gazes at her affectionately, reciting those lines from above sentence by sentence. Every time he read a line, it was like stabbing the audience in the heart. Some of the more fragile and emotional girls had been unable to hold back their sadness and cried. And when they saw Yi Chen kissing Zifeng, everyone froze, especially the girls. At the moment, they were all envious of Zifeng to the extreme in their hearts, wishing that the person Yi Chen kissed was himself. Even Zifeng, the person in question, couldn't help but redden her pretty face when she saw the scene. She recalled the day of the shoot again and couldn't help but look back a little. Xiaobei and Chen Yan thought their plan was seamless. However, they were still too naive. How could they hide it from the police? The two men were taken to the police station and questioned separately. At first, Chen Yan didn't admit it, but when the police told him that Xiaobei had already become an adult and would face him with severe legal sanctions, she finally couldn't hold back and told him everything. It was only then that everyone realized that these two people, who had suffered so much, were nothing more than two children. It's a good thing the movie left a kinda warm ending. At the end of the movie, Chen Yan, who graduated from college and became a teacher, walks briskly down the sun-drenched street after work, with Xiaobei, who was released from prison, following her. Seeing this fairly happy ending, everyone's sad and depressing mood finally felt better. The movie was over, but the audience remained in their seats, staring blankly at the big screen, not yet out of the movie's plot. It wasn't until the credits rolled and the lights came on in the theater that the crowd came to its senses. Wow! There was thunderous applause in the theater. Everyone stood up in unison and applauded enthusiastically. It's good. This movie is so good. I haven't seen a movie this touching in a long time. Ooh, so touching. I'm crying my eyes out. Okay? Yi Chen's acting is so good. Better than a professional actor. That's right. Yi Chen's acting skills are really impressive. He definitely has the strength to get a movie star. I can't imagine Yi Chen is even this good at acting. Now I'm sure this movie will pass $3 billion at the box office. Sister Zifeng acted well too. That said, she and Yi Chen are quite CP. Big Mimi, where's my knife? The group exchanged a few moments and the journalists asked some more questions. This time they were much more respectful. That reporter sent by Hawaii to make things difficult for Yi Chen was also honest. The next step is for movie critics to give their insights. Every critic, without exception, gave it high marks. Yi Chen and Zi Feng, Zhou Yi and the director and other creators also took the stage to speak. After the screening ceremony, Yi Chen honored his promise and took a group photo with those fans. On the way back to the car, Yi Chen received a call from Shintang. As soon as he was connected, Shintang said excitedly, "Yi Chen, I have good news for you. The screening of Charlotte's Trouble was a great success, and the reviews from the audience and critics were very good. I don't think we'll have any problem with this movie breaking $1 billion at the box office." Yi Chen laughed. "Brother Tang, isn't 1 billion a bit less? I think it's at least 3 billion. 3 billion? Shintang froze, thinking that Yi Chen was joking with him. It's a number he can't even think about. It wasn't long before Yi Chen received another call from Wen Mai, the director of I Am Not the God of Medicine. The screening of I Am Not a Drugstore was equally successful. Yi Chen felt that the total box office of the three movies combined had the hope of hitting $10 billion. He told Yang Mi about the idea. Yang Mi looked at him with the eyes of a madman and said breathlessly, "Yi Chen, are you crazy? $10 billion? You really dare to think? I'll be happy if these three movies combined make $3 billion at the box office." Chapter 168, The Spring Festival Gala opens with great anticipation. On this night, the online pre-sale of the Spring Festival movie started. The movie with the most heat is Wahini's Azura. It can't be helped that the movie is claimed to have cost a whopping $800 million, with the publicity alone reaching $300 million. What's the concept? Yi Chen's three movies didn't cost $300 million combined. All of Azura's promotional costs are now higher than the total cost of Yi Chen's three movies. Plus this movie has a great cast, with 2 movie stars, a movie queen, and a popular traffic star. Vegetable Void Cohen covers almost all audience segments. Huai is also the leading company in the industry, and theaters in first-tier cities across the country have to sell it face. And Azura's scheduling rate is the highest of all the movies in the Spring Festival slot. In the end, the first-day advance ticket sales for Azura reached over 200 million. And the first-day advance ticket sales for Teenage U were $150 million. This achievement is already very encouraging. After all, it's just a small-budget movie with a cold subject matter. The total cost is just over $50 million. According to the law of triple payback, that means that the first day's box office has already paid back its money. This is, of course, without a split. Even if you take away the box office split, 3 days is enough time to get your money back. Young Mi and the director of Teenage U are overjoyed. Zi Feng and Zhou Yi and the girls were all happy too. It was clear in everyone's mind that if Yi Chen hadn't starred in it, the movie wouldn't have had such a large box office. It can be said that the box office of Young Yu was completely supported by Yi Chen alone. In third place was The Trouble with Charlotte, with $120 million in first-day advance ticket sales. The cost of the movie was equally small, totaling just over $30 million. The reason for such good pre-sale results was still because of Yi Chen. He's both the writer and the second man, and it's his first time in a comedy. From the previously released trailer, it seems to be working pretty well. Audiences are still looking forward to the comedy film written by and starring Yi Chen. Then there's I Am Not a Drug God, which didn't break $100 million on its first day with over $80 million in advance ticket sales. The scheduling is also the lowest of several movies, but for the sake of Yi Chen's screenplay and Su Chang's starring role, a lot of people still bought tickets. The movie cost $80 million, and judging from the first day's box office, it will have no problem making its money back in a week, regardless of who the Spring Festival box office champion is. It didn't matter if Yi Chen could defeat Huai. Joshing World all won hemp this time. Conservative estimates suggest that the net profit from the three movies could reach at least $3 billion. The unattainable goal in Yang Mi's heart was realized so easily. In addition to that, there is another movie that is also somewhat related to Yi Chen, and that is the animated movie The Return of the Great Sage. Although this movie was not invested by Joshing, Yi Chen took a 1% share of the box office. Originally, animated movies have always been very cold, with basically no one watching them except parents with kids. But because Yi Chen's theme song Yukong caused a huge response, it brought a lot of heat to the movie. So the first day advance ticket sales for The Return of the Great Sage were not bad, actually reaching $50 million. That's a pretty good score for a cold animated movie. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Yi Chen's appeal was truly terrifying. Netizens were all incredibly shocked after seeing these figures. This wave of Yi Chen and Yang Mi won hempa. Bullish. Yi Chen is too bullish. The three movies written by Yi Chen have all done very well in pre-sales. Nonsense. Yi Chen has 150 million fans. A movie ticket for one person is billions of dollars at the box office. The box office champion of this year's Spring Festival is definitely Azura. That goes without saying. Azura is a big production. But even so, the biggest winner is still Yi Chen. Those critics who have seen the spot screenings of Teenage U have also posted reviews and recommended the movie to people. In addition, Word of mouth for The Trouble with Charlotte and I Am Not the God of Medicine is also very good. The three movies have gained a great deal of attention even before their official release. With 3 days to go before the Chinese New Year, families are starting to prepare for the new year. Companies and schools also take annual vacations. After a busy year, people finally have time to return home, reunite with their families and rest for a few days. Yi Chen, however, had no time to rest and was busy every day. On the one hand, they have to prepare for the Spring Festival Gala, but at the same time, they have to participate in the rehearsal for the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics. On this day, Yi Chen came to the rehearsal venue for the Winter Olympics opening ceremony for the last rehearsal. Zhang Yimou, the chief director of the opening ceremony, and Yi Chen were also old friends. The two worked very well together last time at the Westlake Cultural Festival. Zhang Yimou appreciated Yi Chen's talent. Yi Chen wrote a new song specifically for the Winter Olympics. He had rehearsed several times in front of him and Zhang Yimou was very satisfied with his performance. In the large arena, Yi Chen stood on the stage, imagining a crowded audience all around him. With everything ready, Zhang Yimou gestured at Yi Chen, signaling that he could begin. The music started, and Yi Chen opened his mouth to sing as he looked ahead. With a dragon's roar, I am. Feverish blood burns in the winter and rises up. Look at the world inside and outside the Great Wall. The mountains and rivers open up in smiles. Soon, the singing ended and Zhang Yimou led the applause. Director Zhang, there's nothing wrong with what I just showed, right? Yi Chen came to Zhang Yimou's side and asked with a smile. Zhang Yimou laughed. No problem, it's perfect. Your song Snow Dragon's Chant is very well written. It's simply the finishing touch to our opening ceremony. When I make a new movie next time, you must help me write a theme song. Ha ha, no problem. The opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics is on the second day of the Lunar New Year, just 1 day apart from the Chinese New Year. Yi Chen had been working back-to-back for the past few days, not even having time to rest. In the blink of an eye, the traditional Chinese New Year festival has finally arrived. The spring dinner starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. Just after the New Year's Eve dinner, the whole country sat down on the couch in front of the TV and waited impatiently. Imperial capital. Inside a residential building, a 17 or 18-year-old schoolgirl had just finished her meal and immediately ran to the television set, staring at the screen with rapt attention. Her parents were surprised to see this. Hey, the sun is beating down in the west today. Why did our daughter suddenly remember to watch the Spring Festival Gala? Hasn't she always disliked the Spring Festival Gala? Yeah, what's up with her today? In years past, at this time of year, wouldn't she have gone back inside to play on her cell phone by now? The girl said to her parents without looking back. Dad, Mom, you don't know yet, do you? My idol Yi Chen is going to be on the Spring Festival Gala this year. I want to watch his program. Yi Chen? I've heard of him. He's the one who sang Porcelain, right? I've heard that he's also a philanthropist and has donated a lot of money. Such a person is qualified to be our daughter's idol. The girl's parents had always been against her following the stars. However, when they heard that her idol was Yi Chen, both of them did not have any comments. The same scene is playing out in homes across the country. At this moment, everyone was sitting in front of the television, waiting to watch the Spring Festival Gala, or to be exact, waiting to see Yi Chen. Chapter 169, New Song. Where has the time gone? Chinese New Year is a traditional festival with a long history in China. On these days every year, wandering travelers return to their hometowns and reunite with their families. New Year's Eve, or New Year's Eve, in particular, is a festive day for families to have a reunion dinner. Although for various reasons, the flavor of New Year's Eve is becoming more and more diluted, and you can never get back the feeling of your childhood. However, the Spring Festival is still a very important festival in the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Going home for New Year's Eve and having a reunion dinner has become an obsession engraved in the bones of every dragon nation. At this moment, all over the country, people in every household are sitting on their couches, chatting while waiting for the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. The reputation of the Spring Fling has gotten worse in recent years. It's getting less and less interesting since Uncle Benson quit. Every year, they invite some traffic stars, and make it not as interesting as the local TD party programs. Not to mention young people, even many older people are not interested in the Spring Festival Gala anymore. But this year is different. The addition of Yi Chen has rekindled interest in the Spring Festival. According to survey reports, this year's Spring Festival Gala has become one of the most anticipated by viewers in recent years. Yi Chen's program, on the other hand, had become the most anticipated program for everyone, with countless people eagerly awaiting the much-anticipated Spring Festival Gala. It is finally about to start. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. With a burst of lively and festive music, the annual Spring Festival Gala finally officially opened. Several household name hosts, dressed to the nines, arrived on stage. The host of the King of Chinese Songs, Xu Sa, is among them. Several hosts stood in neat rows while greeting the national audience with a bow. Hello dear viewers, welcome to the annual Spring Festival Gala. We wish you a happy new year. After some opening remarks, several hosts, in groups of 2, male and female, began to host the program. The first program is still the same group chorus that has been around for ages. A group of fancy-dressed traffic stars, actors and singers, sang a very lively and festive song. This year's Spring Festival Gala was a little different from the past, with a special Spring Festival celebrity popularity list. Every celebrity who participated in the Spring Fling is eligible to compete. Viewers can vote for their favorite stars. The person who is the most popular and the most popular with the audience will receive the Best Popularity Award for the Spring Gala from Grandma. I have to say that Gina's played the traffic understandably, so much so that fans of those stars had to watch the Spring Festival Gala in order to chart their idols. The Spring Fling is naturally fired up. Hi, that's a very clever move indeed. It's just that those who don't follow the stars are more averse to this. The first chorus program that opened the show was filled with almost all of the hottest traffic idols of the moment. Their fans were all excited online when they saw their idols come out. Koen. My Koen is on the Spring Festival Gala. Kunzeit. I love you. The kunai is so handsome. Bull ********. My fan is the most handsome. Han is great. He's on the Spring Festival Gala at such a young age. Let's just say who else is there. He's over 30. Young my ass. People Yi Chen is several years younger than him, okay? That's right. It's just an opening group chorus program. What's there to fool around with? That's right. Other Yi Chen is a soloist. Or the finale of the song category. Isn't it much better than your brother? The fans of those traffic stars were left speechless with dislike. There was really no way for their idols to compare to Yi Chen. The opening chorus program is usually not watched by many people except those who are fans of the stars. Many netizens couldn't help but spit it out. Those guys were jumping and dancing around on stage and kinda selling out. But unfortunately the songs weren't very good. It's hard for the director to get so many flow stars together. I don't think the song is as good as Chicken You Too Good. Oh, Blackie, show your chicken feet. I looked at the program list, and Yi Chen's program is still right behind it. Withdrawn. I'll come back when Yi Chen is almost on. Many of the younger audience members saw that the program in front of them was not very interesting, and Yi Chen had to wait for quite a while before he came on, so they all ran off to busy themselves with something else. Backstage, Long Koen, the general director of the Spring Festival Gala, was staring intently at the big screen in front of him. It shows the real-time ratings for the Spring Festival. When it first started, the ratings were at 8%. Long Koen, as well as many of the staff, were delighted. After all, it's been many years since the Spring Festival Gala reached such high ratings. Ratings have been falling in recent years, and last year's ratings were a mere 5%. What's the concept? It's also just better than the ratings of the hottest TV shows. You should know that the Spring Festival Gala is for the whole country, the audience and viewer base, which is not comparable to any explosive drama. The most successful session had a 25% rating. Unfortunately, times are different now and last year's ratings were only 5%. So the director was still happy when he saw that the opening ratings reached 8%, before the first program was even over. However, the ratings dropped off in a meaty way, all the way down to just 3%. General Director Long Koen's face went black and he almost collapsed. The assistant director saw this and rushed to comfort him. Lang, don't worry, it's just the beginning. All those big names are still out. The ratings will go up again. Long Koen sighed and smiled bitterly. It seems like those people came for Yi Chen, and saw that Yi Chen still had a long time before he went on, so they came and left. Alas, it's true that success is also Yi Chen, but defeat is also Yi Chen. I hope the ratings will go up when he's on the stage. Yi Chen, all my hopes are on you. Don't let me down. Without realizing it, most of the time has passed and the ratings still haven't picked up. Long Koen couldn't help but become more anxious. Thank you to a few of the actors who have just given us a wonderful performance. Next up, we have a song brought to us by Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan. Where Did the Time Go? It's worth mentioning that this song is a new song composed by Yi Chen. At that, the crowd in front of the TV froze, and then they all became incredibly excited and ran to the internet. What? Yi Chen wrote another new song? Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan singing together? I'll be damned. I didn't expect a surprise like this. Ha ha ha, too much anticipation. Yi Chen's new song definitely won't be bad. No more. I'm going to listen to the song. Those viewers who had left were back in front of their TV sets, watching the program intently. The ratings instantly came back from the dead and went from 3% to 8% and rising again. General Director Long Koen turned his worries into joy and was overjoyed. At the same time, he had also seen once again how terrifying Yi Chen's popularity was. Chapter 170, A Song Dragon Fist. The whole audience exploded. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan came to the stage. Both were dressed up beautifully, like princesses. a lot of people's eyes went straight. It's hard not to like it when you have a face and a singing voice. Of course, what everyone was most looking forward to was Yi Chen's new song. Soon the song information appeared on the screen. Where did the time go? Lyrics, Yi Chen. Composer, Yi Chen. Singing, Deng Ziki, Zhang Xiaohan. A pleasant and melodious intro sounded, and Deng Ziki was the first to open her mouth and sing. The old tree in front of the door grows new shoots. The dead trees in the yard are blooming again. I've been talking a lot. Hidden into a full head of gray hair, Zhang Xiaohan followed suit and slowly opened her mouth to sing. Memories of little feet, fleshy little mouth, a life of love to him, just for that mom and dad. The song has a very warm melody and the lyrics are simple, yet full of emotion. Both Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan's vocals are excellent, perfectly conveying the feelings embedded in the songs. The audience immediately heard that it was a song written for parents. The years go by and a new year is upon us, which means that our parents are another year older. The happiest time of the year for them is probably the New Year's Eve when the family gets together. For most young people, however, home has become a transient habitat, spending far more time outside than in. Even when they are with their parents, they have very little interaction with each other. Listening to it, many people's eyes could not help but blur, and they could not help but be flooded with tears. They looked at their parents beside them and realized that their parents had a lot of white hair on their heads at some point. I don't know when my parents have gotten so old. The older people, hearing this song, have even more mixed feelings and mixed emotions, with tears in their eyes. Yi Chen's parents were also watching the Spring Festival Gala. When they heard the song, they couldn't help but wet their eyes as well. They knew that Yi Chen was using this method to express his love for them because he had no way to go home and reunite with them. Yi Chen's mother couldn't help but cry and complain sadly. I don't know what's so great about being a star. It's New Year's Eve and you don't even have time for a family reunion. Yi Chen's father's eyes were red as he blamed. What kind of foolishness are you babbling about? Our son is so promising. He was on the Spring Festival Gala at such a young age. The whole country saw him. We should be happy for him. Do you want him to stay at home with you for the rest of his life? Yes, Mom. We should be happy and proud for brother. Yi Aoshue also comforted her mother. Only then did Yi Chen's mother wipe away her tears and smile. Yes, you guys are right. I should be happy that my son is so productive. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan's songs continued. Each line sang to the heart of the people, hitting the softest place in the heart. Where has the time gone? You're getting old before you can feel young. Having children and raising them all their lives. All I can think about is kids crying and laughing. Where did the time go? You're getting misty-eyed before you even get a good look. Half a lifetime. All that's left in the turn of an eye is a face full of wrinkles. Upon hearing this, viewers across the country in front of their TV sets finally couldn't hold it together any longer. Many people were moved to tears, and some of the elderly were silently weeping. Young people who are children are also moved to tears. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard and I love you. The female fan of Yi Chen's from before summoned up the courage to hug her parents separately, expressing to them the gratitude and love that she had been too shy to export. Her parents couldn't help but be moved to tears. This is but a microcosm of millions of families. The same touching scenes were seen in countless families across the country. The new song created by Yi Chen expresses the affection most valued by the people of the Dragon Kingdom in a way that deeply touches everyone's heart. Some families with strained parent-child relationships have been reconciled by the song. The relationship between parents and children is much closer again. A good song can bring infinite touching and even life inspiration. There was no doubt that Yi Chen had done it. The strong affection in the air spreads, making this spring festival has some different flavor. That's the smell of affection. At the end of the song, there was applause and everyone was touched, which immediately caused a buzz on the internet. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Ooh, this song is so touching. I just realized that my parents are actually this old. It's New Year's Eve. Yi Chen abused me and cried again. Can you afford me? Yi Chen must be a gentle person at heart. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to write such a warm and touching song. Truly good songs are infused with the most sincere feelings of their creators, and that's why they can move people's hearts. And Yi Chen has always written songs with his heart. Ziki and Xiaohan sang well too. This song is so perfect. I love it so much. The show continues and the hosts return to the stage. What a touching song. Thank you Ziki and Xiaohan, and also thank you Yi Chen. May each of us be brave enough to show our parents how much we love them and say I love you. Next we have the famous singer, Mr. Zhou Jieluan, bringing us a new song called Dragon Fist, which was also written by Yi Chen. Wow, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked beyond measure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, did I hear you wrong? Yi Chen wrote it again? Oh my god, how many new songs has Yi Chen written? Yi Chen is really too good. He's turning the Spring Festival Gala into his own concert. Dragon Fist? What a dominating name. Sounds like a great song. Yi Chen composes. Zhou Dong sings. The two gods are strong together. It's really too much to look forward to. The show starts with Chu Jae-loon coming on stage. A powerful, belting intro plays, and Jae-lin's vocals kick in. East-northeast of the circle centered on Dunhuang. The coastline of this people is like a bow. The Great Wall is like a dream that's been waiting to be shot for 5,000 years. I pull the weight of this whole land with my arms. As soon as Jo Jae-loon opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. The lyrics, the melody, it's just so dominant and shocking. Only Yi Chen could write such lyrics. The few lines of the song resonated with everyone, and a sense of national pride emerged. The song continued and everyone was attracted to this new song by Yi Chen. Combined with the gorgeous special effects and Jo Jae-loon's perfect rendition of the song, the charm of the song was completely showcased. Everyone couldn't help but get hot under the collar. Chapter 171. It was finally Yi Chen's turn to appear on stage. Yi Chen's new song is too good, isn't it? Dragon Fist. What a dominating song title, and the lyrics are all very uplifting. Such a good song. Just giving it to someone else. Yi Chen is too generous. For Yi Chen, there are as many songs like this as you want. There's no shame in giving them away. And Jo Dong sings them very well. I'm curious what Yi Chen himself would sing. Could it be better than this song Dragon Fist? The netizens are all talking about it. The Jae-lin song continues. I opened the sky with my right fist and turned into a dragon. Move the mountains and rivers again. Fill in the cracks. Adjusting the sunrise in the east. Back to the flood. To dominate. To manipulate. I opened the sky with my right fist and turned into a dragon. The heart of the earth is pounding. Beating restlessly. There's only one expression left in the whole world. Waiting for the hero. I am the dragon. After the song, the audience all applauded spontaneously. Even those in front of their TV sets across the country were no exception. Although in his previous life, Jo Dong also sang this song Dragon Fist on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. However, people's musical tastes were still backward at that time and they could not appreciate such avant-garde songs, and the live audience did not react strongly. In sharp contrast to now, everyone's applause was not only for Jo Jae-loon, but also for Yi Chen. Jo Jae-loon gave a slight bow to the audience on stage and then made his way off the stage. The moderator returned to the stage. Thank you Mr. Jo Jae-loon for this wonderful and nice song. And also thank you Mr. Yi Chen for writing so many great songs for our Spring Festival Gala this year. Every year's Spring Festival Gala, language programs are essential, especially comedy, which is the favorite program of many viewers. Let's welcome two teachers, Woody Gang and You Dissatisfaction, from the Dayun Society, to present us with a wonderful comedy. I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala. Wow. At that, the audience all applauded enthusiastically. While talking, the stage has long been rearranged. The curtain slowly opened. Woody Gang and You Dissatisfaction appeared on the stage. Before the two could even speak, the applause rang out again, showing how popular they were. Backstage, General Director Long Koan and his assistant director were staring intently at the data on the screen. Jae-lin's song Dragon Fist made the program's ratings go up to 8%. The ratings soared to 10% when Kwak Tak Gang and You Dissatisfaction came on stage. It wasn't until then that a hint of a smile finally appeared on Long Koan's face. The assistant director laughed. Director Lang, it seems that our Spring Festival Gala this year is stable, and the ratings have already steadily surpassed those of previous years. Long Koan was also happy in his heart, but his mouth still said, "Don't get too happy yet. The party isn't over yet, so who knows what variables will come up. We're looking at the final ratings," the assistant director said. Director Lang, "Don't worry, the ratings will only get higher next. After all, our ace Yi Chen hasn't even gone on yet now." The comedy of Gwadi Gang and You Dissatisfaction was hilarious, and the scene was full of laughter and peace. Unfortunately, fun is always short-lived, and soon the two were done with their comedy. Next was a traditional theater performance. A Peking opera performer sings a popular Peking opera piece. Originally, opera has always been very cold, and very few people like to listen to it. But since Yi Chen's opera songs came out, everyone has come to appreciate the charm of opera. Even a lot of young people are into Peking opera. That's why the audience was watching. Lang Koan was surprised. What he thought would be the coldest theater program turned out to be more popular than he expected. The ratings stayed at 10% with no drop. The Spring Festival Gala was still continuing, and it looked like it was about to end. But there was no Yi Chen on the stage yet. Viewers couldn't wait and all took to the internet to complain. Why isn't Yi Chen on the field yet? Yeah, it's been half a day of waiting, and I don't see Yi Chen on the stage. I didn't expect even Yang Ma to be so chicken and thieves, knowing that we are rushing towards Yi Chen, deliberately arranging him to appear in the finale at the end. I'm in no hurry. I have New Year's Eve tonight anyway, so take your time. After a few more programs, it was finally Yi Chen's turn. The host, Sam, said with a smile, "This next singer who's going to be on stage is amazing. He's only been on the scene for a year and he's become the hottest singer in the country, becoming the winner of I'm a Singer. and he also defeated the god of song, Zhang Xueo, and became the new generation of the god of song, winning the overall championship of our Chinese king of song. In addition to this, he is also a philanthropist with a kind heart, quietly donating hundreds of millions of dollars of property to help many people in need, touching countless people across the country. Speaking of which, I'm sure many of you have already guessed who he is, right? That's right, he is Yi Chen. Let's invite Yi Chen to the stage with the warmest applause. Boom! The place was abuzz, and the audience all applauded enthusiastically. The netizens are even in a complete frenzy. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Finally waiting for Yi Chen to appear. It's really 1,000 times better. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen. Under 1,000 calls and the attention of thousands of people, Yi Chen slowly walked onto the stage. At the same time, ratings have skyrocketed wildly at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10%, 15%, 20%. Yi Chen had just appeared on stage, and before he even officially started singing, the ratings had already doubled, and were still rising. Silly. At this moment, even Long Kuan, who was used to seeing the big world, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He knew that Yi Chen's strength was terrifying, but he hadn't expected it to be terrifying to this extent. With that, he couldn't help but feel his heart blossom. There is no doubt that this edition of the Spring Festival Gala will be the most successful one ever. The rest of the staff cheered with excitement. It was a night destined to go down in history. At this moment, all over the country, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Chen in the screen. Yi Chen's family and friends are no exception, looking at their son standing on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Yi Chen's parents couldn't help but shed tears of excitement and relief. A beautiful and pleasant, yet atmospheric intro sounded, and information about the song Yi Chen was going to sing appeared on the screen. My Rokoku Heart. Lyrics, Yi Chen. Composer, Yi Chen. Sings, Yi Chen. When you see the title, you know it's a positive and patriotic song. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their ears were perked up as they watched Yi Chen on the stage intently. Accompanied by that stirring melody, Yi Chen looked forward, held the microphone, and opened his mouth to sing. The river and the mountains are only in my dreams. It's been years since I've been close to my country, but it doesn't change anything. My Rokoku Heart. Chapter 172, My Heart for the Dragon Kingdom Moves the Nation. Yi Chen had only sung 2 lines, and everyone was stunned, as if their hearts were struck by something, and a strong feeling of patriotism arose. Though the dress is worn, my heart is still the heart of Rokoku. My ancestors have long since given me everything, branded with the seal of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen's song continued, each lyric sung to the hearts of the people. Listening to it, everyone just felt passionate, unknowingly wet eyes. Although the lyrics were simple and unadorned, the patriotic feelings contained in them were so sincere and strong that every dragon nation couldn't help but be moved by them. Only someone who was truly patriotic could write such a touching song with such a melody and lyrics. At this moment, every Dragon Country person who was watching the Spring Festival Gala was deeply impressed by Yi Chen's patriotic spirit. A song that resonates with a portion of the population and touches a certain small portion of the population is considered good enough. And Yi Chen's song touched all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, caused a strong resonance of all the people in the country, is deservedly the best of the good songs, the classic of the classics. Even Yi Chen himself was touched, devoting himself to the song and singing with unparalleled seriousness. This song pours all his feelings into it, so the singing is extraordinarily heartfelt. The Yangtze River, the Great Wall, the Yellow Mountains, the Yellow River, it weighs 1,000 pounds in my heart. Whenever, wherever, the heart is as dear as the heart. Everyone's DNA couldn't help but move along as the High Dynasia portion of the chorus kicked in. In a few simple lines, the song paints a vast picture of mountains and rivers. The strong patriotic feelings in the hearts of the people were even more like the Yangtze and Yellow rivers running endlessly. Yi Chen's voice resounded clearly in everyone's ears, moving people to tears. The blood that flows in the heart, surging with the sounds of China. Being born in another country doesn't change that. My Dragon Kingdom heart. Singing this, everyone's patriotic feelings were instantly ignited, and tears flowed out of the corners of their eyes uncontrollably. Patriotism is the factory setting of every dragon nation. A most simple sentiment, like blood, flowing in everyone's body. When the same melody and lyrics rang out again, many people couldn't help but hum softly along. The blood that flows in the heart, surging with the sounds of China. Being born in another country doesn't change that. My Dragon Kingdom heart. Yi Chen finished singing, but his song still haunted the crowd. All of them were immersed in that heavy touch. Their hearts rose and fell, and they could not be calm for a long time. Meanwhile, backstage, Long Kuan, as well as those staff members, were moved to tears. Everyone's eyes were red, moved by Yi Chen's song. At that moment, the assistant director suddenly pointed at the screen and called out, Lang, look! Long Kuan looked at it and was so stunned that he couldn't close his mouth. only to see the numbers representing the ratings on the screen skyrocket as if they were on a rocket. 21%, 22%, 23%, 30%. In the blink of an eye, the rating shot up to 30% and continued to grow until it stopped at 35%. Now Lang Cohen and the others were completely dumbfounded. All the staff froze in place as if they had been nailed. It's horrible. Yi Chen's influence was so horrible that the first time he appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, he created the highest ratings record ever. After reacting, Lang Cohen couldn't restrain himself from cheering. At the front stage, Yi Chen bowed at the audience before returning backstage. The thunderous applause went on for several minutes until the host came on stage and called for a halt. Next up, the regular Spring Festival program, A Night to Remember. All the actors were back on stage, and Yi Chen stood in the C position right in the center, singing the chorus together. A night to remember, a night to remember. No matter where the world ends or the sea ends, the whole of China is in the same embrace. We wish the motherland well, the motherland well. The New Year's Spring Festival Gala came to a successful conclusion with a festive chorus. Yi Chen returned backstage to finish removing her makeup and changing back into her own clothes, and just as she was about to leave, Lang Cohen greeted her. Teacher Yi Chen, please stay. Lang, anything else? Yi Chen looked at Lang Cohen suspiciously. Lang Cohen said respectfully, it's nothing much, I just want to thank you properly. You don't know yet, do you? Our Spring Festival Gala ratings this term set the highest record, 35%, which has never happened before. Mr. Yi Chen, thanks to having you, or else we would never be able to have such high ratings. Our TV station has prepared a celebratory dinner, and you said you'd attend. Seeing that he couldn't push through, Yi Chen had no choice but to agree. After dinner, Yi Chen had just left the hotel entrance when he saw Yang Mi's car. When Yang Mi saw Yi Chen come out, she hurriedly greeted him and drove back home in the envious gazes of the others. Halfway down the road, Yang Mi said enviously as she drove, Yi Chen, congratulations, your first appearance on the Spring Festival Gala was such a big success. Now you're really going to be on fire all over the country. I'm so envious of you. Only 1 year after your debut, you've made it to the Spring Festival Gala. I've been on the road for so many years. I haven't even made it to the Spring Festival Gala once yet. Yi Chen laughed. What's wrong with that? I heard that the general director of next year's Spring Festival Gala will still be Lang Cohen, so when the time comes, I'll talk to him and let you go to the Spring Festival Gala once as well. Really? Yang Mi was delighted, then worriedly asked, can people listen to you? Yi Chen said, Lang Cohen has already sent me an invitation to next year's Spring Festival Gala, but I didn't say yes to him. If he won't let you go to the Spring Festival, then I won't go either. By all means, Yang Mi said happily as she excitedly kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. Darling, thank you, you've been so good to me. That night, Yi Chen's new song My Dragon Country Heart exploded all over the internet. The video of him singing went viral on every platform such as Douyin, Weibo, etc. Netizens across the country were touched by the song. Nice and touching. Thank you Yi Chen for letting us hear such a good song again. Did you cry listening to it? It's so moving. Yi Chen is really too patriotic. Every one of his songs is so meaningful. Much better than those mouthfuls of songs with no substance. Yi Chen has always had a strong sense of family and country, and the weighty lyrics describe patriotism to a T. Huaxia is full of men, so why do we need foreigners to fill the ranks? Why do I often have tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so much. Meanwhile, the most popular stars of the Spring Festival are out. Yi Chen was elected with an overwhelmingly high number of votes. No one was surprised by the result and all felt it was well deserved. Chapter 173, The Much Anticipated Concert. Yang Mi returned home and laughed at Yi Chen's data. To know this wave of Yi Chen's unprecedented fame, now open the microblogging is all praise Yi Chen words ah. Why don't you take advantage of the heat and start a concert? Just as you've got quite a few new songs. Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded. It's okay, it can be prepared. He still has the rights to those songs he wrote for others. It just so happens that fans have been regretting that he didn't sing those songs. Just watch and get it done. And talk to me if you have any difficulties. Okay. Although Yang Mi agreed with her mouth, in her heart she thought what difficulties could there be? You know this is Yi Chen's concert. Who is Yi Chen? That's the industry's pot of gold. The musical genius of the Chinese music industry. The new generation of singing gods. As soon as the word gets out, big sponsors rush over to give away money. Who doesn't know that investing in him is designated to make money? Early the next morning, Yang Mi handed Yi Chen the list of invited guests. Check it out. Who's all invited? Yi Chen took over and flipped through. Zhou Jieluan, Deng Ziki, Zhang Shuio, Han Hong, Zhang Xiaohan, Zhang Jia. 3 pages full of names. That's half the entertainment industry, right? So much for a list of proposed invitations? Hearing this question, Yang Mi helplessly deflated her mouth and pointed her finger at Zhang Shuio's name. Only this former singing sensation was the one the company drew up an invitation for. The rest of them are just crazy. Yesterday the company just put out the news that you're going to have a concert in the industry. I didn't expect the phones to be ringing off the hook. The agents of these singers are calling like crazy wanting to come to your concert as guests. It's Yi Chen's concert. Who wouldn't want to come? The famous ones want to take advantage of Yi Chen's popularity to go higher. And the less famous ones want to ride this wave of east wind to be among the top-tier singers. And now the company's phone keeps ringing. Yi Chen pursed her lips when she heard this and picked up a pen to scratch on Zhang Shueyo and Zhou Jielun's names. Just the two of them will do. Fame and, most importantly, business competence. Yang Ni took the list and covered her mouth to snicker, and followed it up with another kiss to Yi Chen. That's great. Not a single woman. She doesn't want to make any CP or scandal at the time. Yi Chen is hers. Don't get involved with any other mess. Looking at his little girlfriend who went out with pleasant steps, Yi Chen smiled. He picked up his phone and edited a tweet himself. Friends, I'm going to have a concert. Click. Send. Afterward, I put my phone on my desktop and had the foresight to set Twitter to mute. Within a minute, the comments section exploded. Within 3 minutes, hypertext messed up. 15 minutes later, the words of Yi Chen having a concert rushed onto the hot search. For half an hour, the #1 hot search dominates the list. What? My boyfriend is going to have a concert? Finally, today, for crying out loud, don't even try to take it from me. I'll go even if I lose my family. It's finished. Surely I can't grab a ticket. Family members have mercy. This is Yi Chen's concert. The kind where you can hear him sing up close. I can't. I'm going to pass out. That's the best news I've heard in a while. Yi Chen, I love you. The whole discussion board is hot. The Twitter crew was sweating as they watched the rising heat and rushed to the phone. Tech, you guys hold it steady. The system can't crash. What? Where's the vacation? What vacation? Hurry back. Hurry up and reinforce the backstage. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the data that continued to soar and wiped the sweat from his head. This Yi Chen doesn't know how influential he is now. Why didn't he say a notification in advance before tweeting? But he only dared to secretly spit out a sound, after which he proceeded to make a phone call. He could not drop the chain at such a critical moment. You know the heat now is even higher than the previous news of that diva cheating on his wife. Twitter hasn't been this lively in a long time. Nothing is good these days, and with the onslaught of short-form video platforms, it's clear that fewer people are surfing Twitter. But the short video is more powerful, so what? Like Yi Chen, this kind of superstar released what news is not still the first time in their microblogging? This day is not only the microblogging busy, hot and heavy. All the entertainment journalists and reporters, new media platforms all work overtime. Various platforms are all pushing relevant content, which can be a big traffic generator. During the night, Yi Chen opened his cell phone and looked through the private messages and messages. He didn't let the company take care of his account. Full stop. Instead, he knows that he gets his heat from his fans and that they have voices and opinions that he should see. Scroll past the previous comments that warmly express love. Yi Chen, that song Dragon Fist I want you to sing. It's so well written. It pokes me in the heart. Although Zhou Dong sang it very well too. I would prefer you to perform it. Yeah, top. I'd like to hear it too. And the song Where Did the Time Go? What do you mean? Fans aren't drawing war? There are also other fan voices capping it. Unwilling to show weakness, Yi Chen's fans fired back. See, you're the one who started the war. These songs were originally Yi Chen's. You're afraid of him singing them because you're afraid he'll sing them better than your family's rightful owner. That's right. When it comes to singing, my Yi Chen has never been afraid of anyone. A couple of fans were bickering, and no one was letting anyone in. But the big fans who were named were uncharacteristically sweating. In their hearts, they knew better than anyone else that wherever Yi Chen produced a product, it would be a masterpiece. His family's idol sang Yi Chen's songs and his fame rose, almost as a masterpiece. If Yi Chen sings, his singing skills are so good, I'm afraid that he really can't compete with. The young assistant knocked on the door at that moment. After coming in, he watched Yi Chen's movements and hemmed and hawed. Brother Chen, your influence now can't be underestimated. A lot of people came to inquire about the concert. Even the niece of my cousin's aunt's brother-in-law and my 7th uncle's family asked me to ask for concert tickets. Yi Chen smiled. You gave? The little assistant shook her head in a hurry. How can I afford to give? You know, although our tickets have not yet been released, but now outside the scalpers' prices are speculated to the sky. It is said that they all want to raise the price of more than 5,000. Over 5,000. Hearing this number, Yi Chen frowned. He just wanted to play a concert and sing to his fans. Didn't want to cost fans a fortune. Not to mention the money spent on scalpers. You put out the word to go. Resolutely eliminate scalping behavior. The only channel for ticket sales is the only official website we've designated. This news has caused another wave of uproar. I idolize. Just positive energy. Scalping is definitely not an option. Rambling. Oh, support my idol. But weekly, Am I sure I won't be able to grab it now? You crazy women. Support Yi Chen. Don't buy scalped tickets. Chapter 174, The Snow Dragon's Chant Burns the House Down. Eyes to the Winter Olympics rehearsal this day. General Director Zhang Yimou is also very nervous. This Winter Olympics opening ceremony preparations. So that everyone is nervous. You do realize how important this is, don't you? Is Yi Chen here yet? Right now Yi Chen was the linchpin. Who in the industry now doesn't know that he single-handedly pulled the Spring Festival ratings to the top? That's 35%. That's a record-breaking existence. Simply unattainable. You know the first person to be happy when this score comes out is the general director of the Spring Festival. This means that his name will remain forever in the history of the Spring Festival. This second happy one was the directors who had already invited Yi Chen to the show. That means the show is already solid. At this moment, Zhang Yimou, the general director of the Winter Olympics, was incredibly glad that he had let Yi Chen come before. By the way, where's the list of programs? What other programs are there? Put Yi Chen's song in the back row. You have to realize that Yi Chen is different today. Such an influential figure has to be in the back as a heavyweight director. It's not good, although Yi Chen is famous, but after all, he's just a traffic star. How formal is our Winter Olympics? There was also no shortage of people who couldn't stand Yi Chen's eye candy. Zhang Yimou skimmed his head and laughed. What do you know? That song he's preparing to perform is practically made for the Winter Olympics. See, it's sure to ignite the whole audience. Is it that great? Now he won't believe it. The chief director didn't care. He believed it after the show anyway. Yi Chen over here had also arrived early. Looking at Yi Chen who had been practicing non-stop, the little assistant was puzzled. Yi, as a matter of fact, you shouldn't be nervous. You know that you're the one who's even been on the Spring Festival Gala. The guy next to him popped him in the head. Yi call that dedication. When it was time for Yi Chen's rehearsal, the chief director Zhang Yimou was all guarding the stage, watching Yi Chen who was walking over. Yi Chen, don't be nervous, just play at your normal level. Yi Chen shook hands with Zhang Yimou and exhaled as he looked at the stage setup. It's really not the same state of mind as going to the Spring Fling. The Spring Festival is a big national stage and important, but he performs to represent only himself. But the Winter Olympics are for the world, and he's performing to represent the Dragon Kingdom. This is an opportunity to show the world the power of the Dragon Kingdom. So Yi Chen kept practicing just to show the best results. All lights, sound in place. The chief director looked at the time and called for the start. A tiger's whistle and a dragon's cloud. The song came to an end and there was a 3-second pause before the room erupted in ear-splitting applause. Even the staff who had been working couldn't help but stop their hands during Yi Chen's singing. Everyone silently and quietly looked at Yi Chen on the stage, immersed in the song. The first to come back to his senses was Zhang Yimou, who was quite tearful at the moment. Looking at the assistant next to him, he said, "Now you believe it. Move Yi Chen's program to the penultimate one again. Bastard, if it wasn't for the fact that the last program was monumental and couldn't be moved, he would have wanted to put Yi Chen in the finale." He was confident that when this song came out, it would absolutely bring the house down. The assistant was originally Yi Chen Black, but now that he heard Yi Chen's song in person, his heart was a little taut. This kid, not to mention, is quite talented. Over here, Yi Chen looked at the choreography of the scene, constantly measuring the details with the field workers, and only sighed with relief after making sure that everything was perfect. It was only after he got off the stage that he learned that director Zhang had put his program on the penultimate. Let's go back to the studio and practice some more. There can't be any problems on opening day. Hearing this, all the staff nodded. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. If the show goes well, Yi Chen's fame will surely flourish even more towards the world stage. It's exciting to think about. Everyone tensed a string and finally waited for the opening day. More than 100 machines were operating simultaneously off stage for a live, real-time broadcast. Viewers across the country were glued to their TV sets. Hey, is your idol Yi Chen also performing? Yes, he sings Song of the Snow Dragon, a song written specifically for the Winter Olympics. It's still the penultimate performance. The words were full of pride. With the countdown bell ringing, the Winter Olympics opening ceremony officially drew to a close. The grandeur of the scene, the snowflake color scheme, and the silver theme kept wowing the nation in front of the TV, and even the world. This is no worse than the opening ceremony of the Olympics back in the day. Not a patch on each other, I guess. Program after program, crowd dancing. The whole idea of the show is just majestic. 3 minutes to countdown. Yi Chen to the ring. Yi Chen's side waited early and let out a long breath. The next moment the last program ended and suddenly the dancing crowd on the stage dispersed. The hustle and bustle of the stage instantly falls silent. Pop. The lights came on, and a beam of light hit only Yi Chen, who was wearing a dragon-patterned white Chinese mountain suit. The entire audience held their breath at this second. With a dragon's roar and a cloud's will, feverish blood burns winter Fu Shao rising. Look at the world inside and outside the Great Wall. The mountains and the rivers and the clouds open up with smiles. With a dragon's roar, I'll cross over. Come on the snow and make a miracle. Come to the city of the Twin Oaks to touch you. Yi Chen's song was accompanied by the image of the Great Wall on the big screen behind him, flashing the changes in the history of the Dragon Kingdom under the white snow-covered realm. The mood of this song. Wonderful. After singing the first verse, Yi Chen suddenly changed his voice. I'm filled with pride from the East. Drink a bottle of 5,000 years of glory. More from the heroes of the quartet. Oh my god, my idol can rap. He's such a treasure. At this moment Yi Chen's fans were unprecedentedly proud. Pulling his family in front of the TV and pointing, he said, "See, that's my idol, my wonderful idol." At the Winter Olympics site at this moment, the entire Dragon Nation boiled with the singing of Snow Dragon chant, the bright red color swaying with unprecedented fervor. They have never felt more national pride than at this moment. Look around the world. This is the Dragon Kingdom. We are strong. We're not afraid of you anymore. We are the hosts and you are welcome to be our guests. A song. The entire audience and all those who were glued to their TV sets applauded in unison. On the TV stations broadcasting from other countries, people are also talking at the moment. Although language has borders, music has no borders. The melodic majesty of Snow Dragons is so powerful that everyone is energized to hear it. The extranet at the moment is constantly being shared and pushed. Oma, this little dragon country brother, who is he? Oh my gosh, I love his voice so much. God, he's so talented. Begging on my knees for an English translation of this song. I don't know why, but listening to the melody of this song I suddenly feel full of power. Looking at the data reports that kept coming in from under his hands, Zhang Yimou's mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. If not for the fact that he still had to take overall charge of the situation, he would have hated to pounce on Yi Chen and give him a kowtow. This kid, he's so giving. No. 175 flaming movie box office. Yi Chen's wave of Snow Dragons chant had won praise from China and abroad without exaggeration. Looking at the data that came back, Yang Mi was so excited that she cried. Yi Chen, the curiosity about you on the extranet is at its peak right now, so I'll contact someone to open an extranet account for you right now. Yi Chen pursed his lips. He had also intended to take advantage of the storm to build a reputation abroad. His vision is far beyond just the country. He wants to lead Chinese music to the world. Korean wave is nothing. Hallyu is the top wave. As soon as Yi Chen's INS account opened, only one message was posted and instantly the number of followers kept rising. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen. A simple sentence with a picture of a man standing in front of a Maserati. It was an instant sensation. Oh my god, it's the little brother who sings. God, a luxury car needs a handsome man to go with it. What a way to go. With a face and money. The comments section keeps going up. Yang Mi watched with her mouth agape. Do you realize that you now have more fans on the extranet than some of the big internet stars? You know it's only been a day. Yi Chen nodded. It was all within his expectations. I see that all those extranet fans like you a lot. So from now on, this account will post some handsome pictures of you. It wasn't that she said, although she and Yi Chen were often together, but every day she saw him, she couldn't help but sigh. Why is this man so handsome? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen shook his head. No, this account is often used to post samples of songs and release some of my creative process in the future. Relying on his face value alone to keep his fans won't last long in the end, and his goal is to get his songs heard more on the extranet. He wants Chinese music to be recognized by more and more people. But, Yang Mi is a little hesitant. After all, the account has just begun to establish. Do not publish some attractive content. I am afraid that the ability to attract fans is not strong enough. But looking at Yi Chen's firm appearance, he couldn't say anything against it. You can't trust me? Yi Chen looked up and asked gently. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief and hastily shook her head. She couldn't trust anyone but Yi Chen. The man had come all the way to her. Looking back on it now, it still feels like a dream. It's a path that no one has ever taken before or since. She believed that no one would be able to replicate Yi Chen's path to fame. Well, these things are settled, and the offer to direct the Winter Olympics is put off. Yi Chen is a credit to the Winter Olympics, and the heat on Snow Dragon continues to rise. It would have been just as grand as the Winter Olympics opening ceremony without the song, but it's only a non-event. However, the previous program had a lot of participants, grandiose and atmospheric, and the same visual fatigue. Suddenly a program appears with a one-man solo, plus stirring lyrics and singing, makes for an instant attention grabber. What's it called? It's called Contrast. Who wouldn't praise the general director's design when this show works? In the past few days, director Shang's Weishin hasn't stopped. Of course he wouldn't forget Yi Chen, the big contributor. This design is still mentioned by Yi Chen, coupled with his wonderful interpretation. Simply vigorously out of the miracle hurriedly asked Yi Chen for dinner to express his gratitude. After all, there is such a successful Winter Olympics opening ceremony director in the life resume. that's the rest of your life. However, Yi Chen didn't want to get involved anymore. And even more so, he didn't want to go to those boring drinking games to push his way through. He didn't like to watch their indifferent posturing and official talk, preferring to get ready to prepare for his concert. Carrying the expectations of the fans comes with due diligence. Well, I'll put it politely then. Yi Chen nodded, turned and walked into the practice room. All successes are not accidental. Yang Mi looked at Yi Chen and suddenly took out her cell phone and clicked a few times. Shake your head in disbelief as you look at the photos that were taken. As expected of Yi Chen, the photos hardly even need to be fixed. Turning his hand, he opened the studio's Twitter feed. Today is also a day to practice hard for the concert. Edit the photo and send. Almost immediately, the comments section kept refreshing. So dedicated, our brother Yi Chen. Oh, it's so hard. My brother just finished performing at the Winter Olympics. Mama, yeah, I'm so proud. After my mom learned that Yi Chen sang a Snowdragon song, she didn't object to me chasing after a star, saying that she had to fan this kind of singer who gives our country a long face and earns face. Top. When Yi Chen opened his microblog, he saw that this comment was #1 on the hot list. He pursed his lips and smiled as he walked further and further away, just to have a little more of an example to follow. Raise your hand and give a little nod of approval. Waiting for this little fan to open his Twitter account in one, he suddenly found the message 99+. That's what's going on. One click in and countless people private messaged her. Damn, Yi Chen actually gave me a like. It's not a dream. At this moment, when she saw the brightly shining Yi Chen's name, both her faces reddened with excitement. Yay mom, I'm out of this world. I don't know if this can be put on a resume. Many of the rest of the fans caught a whiff of it. This is Yi Chen telling us to be positive again, to fight for our country. Yes, powder follows the rightful owner. Yi Chen has such a strong sense of family and country. We can't disgrace him. Woo! Yi Chen, look at me. I'm sure to bow and die for the social construction of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen was not at all aware of the uproar that had been caused. After a short break, it was back into the practice room. In the spring festival slot, Yi Chen only went home for 2 days, and then all the time was given to music. Time passed as he was busy writing and practicing songs. By the time he got out of his own world, he was getting quite a few offers. It turns out that the movies he starred in during the spring festival, as well as the ones he sang the theme song for, obviously went up quite a bit at the box office because of him. It simply pulls away from the rest of the movie into a cliff. The general reaction of the movie fans was that they were willing to contribute to the box office because Yi Chen was on board. Passers-by also felt that Yi Chen, the kid, had performed well in both the Winter Olympics and the Spring Festival, so they were willing to choose a movie with his name on it to see first. This wave of fan power coupled with the addition of passers-by is what created the miracle of the Chinese New Year movie box office. Then make an appointment, and send director Zhang an invitation as well. Singing is the way to go, but getting on the big screen is also a shortcut to making a name for yourself faster. That's one way to go about it. So the director can't be offended. Since we're going to meet, then let's all meet. Assistant learned this news is very excited to know that now the company for Yi Chen's development has been to film and television rely on it. After all, the movie is more widely known. But Yi Chen had always had his own ideas. He was afraid that Yi Chen was determined not to see this wave. The appointed date was quickly set, and the 4 directors, plus Yi Chen, looked for a private dining room. Not a single person left the dinner standing this night. Chapter 176, the concert is coming. The fans are going crazy. Yi Chen was on top of everything about the concert. With him in control, the scalpers didn't get a single ticket and were literally cursing in anger. I was counting on this wave to be huge. I didn't expect this Yi Chen to be so ruthless, really not leaving a single ticket out. It was also the first of a stringent crackdown on scalping by Inside Entertainment. Fans who snagged tickets couldn't wait to tell the whole world that they were the lucky ones. Those who couldn't grab a ticket can only regretfully say congratulations. However, they were all strictly in accordance with Yi Chen's request, and none of them went to buy scalp tickets at high prices. What's that saying? You've got to agree on 3 things. Since they liked Yi Chen, they had to be consistent with his conceptual approach. You can't hold back your idol, can you? Boyfriends were amazed at how reasonable their girlfriends were. Is this the same self-centered, nagging wife from before? You know, the last time I watched her reason was before we were in a relationship. Who the hell is this powder? Holding a curious mind. Archaeology Yi Chen, the more archaeology, the more he felt that this young man was good. This wave of Yi Chen unintentionally also harvested a wave of male fans. While the male-to-female ratio of the entire Twitter following still has more women in the quota, men are sneaking up quite a bit as well. Yang Mi now wakes up every day. The first thing is to open Yi Chen's microblog to see how many fans. I was so happy to see the numbers go up every day. You know, it's getting harder and harder to be a traffic star these days, but there are simply not many celebrities who still manage to achieve a steady daily growth in their fan base and a very impressive growth number. Then opened their own microblogging. This is not slowly in the powder fall in it. Cuddle up under the covers and cry for 3 seconds. Departing fans, you come back. Yi-chan purposely had a good night's sleep after all the concert things were finalized on his side. He wants to be at his best for the fans. It was even thoughtful to put cushions on each fan's seat and a nice thermos of stored hot water. Drinking fountains with warming tanks were also placed at the concert venue, just so the fans who come don't feel the cold anymore. Fans are going to cry when they look at these things after an orderly entrance. Oh, it's still Yi-chan. Ugh. This is all more on me than my boyfriend. I didn't pick the wrong person. Yi-chan, who was preparing backstage, couldn't help but snort a laugh as he listened to the words of the fans that his little assistant had learned. It's good that they like it. This time preparing things to cater to the fans' preferences, specifically getting female designers to design them. Fans and idols have never run in both directions. He's willing to do something for his fans and he's got it in him now. Being attentive is the only way to keep your fans in an age where traffic comes and goes so fast. All equipment commissioned. The room fell silent as the host's voice rang out. Let's welcome Yi-chan. As the voice fell, the elevated platform rose, and Yi-chan, standing in the middle of the stage wearing a red suit, appeared from the center with his head slightly lowered. The spotlight came on. The music plays. Yi-chan raised his hand to turn the headset on. Next. How are you, dear friends? The whole place was abuzz and the support sticks kept shaking. Yes, Yi-chan, I love you. Yi-chan put his hand to his ear in a listening position, listening to the enthusiastic love from his fans. The smile at the corners of his mouth just didn't stop. Seeing that it was about time, he gently waved his hand, signaling the fans to be quiet. The fans were also obedient. All of them kept quiet and listened to Yi-chan's words. Thank you all for coming to my concert on a cold spring day. I hope I could make it worth your while. Without further ado, let's start the first song right away. Eyes then glazed over as a group of black-clad dancers took the stage. The music started and Yi-chan swayed and danced his body with the dancers to the music. With his jade-like figure, handsome appearance, and handsome and charming dance moves, every movement is drumming up the heart. Mom, I can't do it. Yi-chan is really handsome. Okay, who can top this? I'm going to get a nosebleed. My treasure boy. Ah, the screams at the bottom didn't count, and Yi-chan knew that he had achieved the result he wanted. The music note ends and a rap comes out of his mouth. Rhythmic shouting, swaying bodies, the intense lighting made the fans completely lose their defenses. The song ended and the crowd didn't look back. There were even talented people who shouted their voices out on the first song. At this moment, Yi-chan was glamorous, as if he was a seductive siren. The young assistant couldn't help but gulp as she watched the spectacle of the show from the stage. It's only Yi-chan. Domestic idols are the only ones with as much charisma as their boss. I can't help but think about it with honor. This is his boss. The better Yi is, the better he can be. Go Yi! Nervous staring at the scene ensued. After another song was finished, Yi-chan took a breath and said with a slight smile, it's really getting a little old. A little tired from one song and dance. Looking at Yi-chan's gasping breath and the upturned eyeliner, fans shouted wildly, not old. This old what? This is a little wolf dog. Yi-chan smoothed his breath. Next song. Let's sing a slow song. Let's take a break. No rush. In order to give back to his fans, Yi-chan's concert lasted for 3 hours, and the songs alone plus alternative tracks involved 20 songs. Okay, we'll listen to you. Fans are thrilled like never before and their lives are on the line for him. A song called Blue Flower Porcelain slowly sang out from Yi-chan's mouth. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. The glaze rendering of the rhyme of the lady's drawings was privatized, and you smile sweetly as a budding. This love song sang out from Yi-chan's mouth, and at the moment every girl on stage felt that Yi-chan was singing to herself. With the music, everyone excitedly waved their support sticks in their hands. Yi-chan's low voice seemed to contain infinite love within it. You know, I'm not coveting Yi-chan's face. I'm really impressed with his talent, and he can write songs and sing well. The main thing is that every song, no matter what the emotion is, Yi-chan renders it well. How could she not love such a man? The sky is green and waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged and swirls with the ending. Like heirloom celadone, it is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The last sentence ended, and Yi-chan's words rang out. My dear friends, I also wish you to always have a smile in your eyes. Fans have tears in their eyes at the moment. We will. Yi-chan, you should always be happy too. We'll always be here. Yi-chan walked to the side of the stage and excitedly shook hands with different fans. Everyone went crazy and stood up hoping that Yi-chan would pull his hand. Chapter 177, Singing Double Cutting Stick with Shodong. For this concert, I've invited 3 guests. Yi-chan purposely paused after he finished speaking, waiting for the fans to react. What the heck? I just want to hear Yi-chan sing. It's good to have a guest too. Yi-chan has sung so many songs, He needs to take a break too. The guests will collide with different sparks. We just trust Yi Chen. Yes, Yi Chen's decisions are alright. Only when everyone had pretty much talked about it did Yi Chen open his mouth. This guest, you should also recognize. He is Jay Cho. Please invite him to the stage. Some time ago, when Zhou Jieluan received an invitation to Yi Chen's concert, there was some joy in him at that point. He was very convinced of Yi Chen's position in the singing world now, although he's not too far down the pecking order now. There aren't many in the singing world that he's really convinced of. Those people rely on the fact that they are a little bit better looking. They keep outsourcing their songwriting, and somehow they become popular, with no real material at all. And he's the first one who is not convinced. Gotta go far with what you've got. Like he drank milk tea every day and gained weight, but the fans did not go away. Why? It's just that he composes his own music and sings it. Fans love his talent, not his vapid skin, though he was passable looking. But that doesn't matter, until he saw Yi Chen, for the first time to produce Jealousy. God has favorites too, good looking and good songwriting. However, he believed that the singing scene in Dragon Kingdom should blossom with talent and become more and more prosperous for it to be good. Plus the kid writes songs he likes. That's why the invitation was taken extra seriously. Immediately, he turned over the songs from his next album, intending to debut them at Yi Chen's concert. Yi Chen was stunned to hear this. First time singing. Who doesn't know that it's the debut of a star's song that makes the big bucks? But Zhou Dong was surprisingly willing to sing at his concert. You know that little appearance fee is a drop in the bucket compared to what the album made. Zhou Dong, you're good enough. Yi Chen immediately shook hands with Zhou Dong. Jay waved his hand indifferently. Gu, this song is really good too. I just dared to show it to you. After saying that the music was playing, a familiar melody plays. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it's the same double-cut stick that was sung a while back on Wasia Song King. Humbug. The familiar rhythm was so familiar that Yi Chen had to bite his lips to hold back from singing along. It's so hard to endure. As the song ended, Zhou Jieluan looked at Yi Chen with an expectant gaze. What do you think? Looking at the careful Zhou Dong, Yi Chen laughed in his heart. This is Jay Cho Ah. 8 out of 10 songs explosion of Zhou Dong Ah. Not to mention the fact that this song was on fire in its previous life. Of course it's okay. Hands in the rock gesture. Ouch. Not bad. Upon hearing this catchphrase, Jay laughed, followed by a ouch. That's nice. The two men smiled at each other. Zhou Dong also specifically urged Yi Chen to go back and sing a few more times for the sake of a good performance. After all, the two have a chorus to sing. Yi Chen covered the corners of his mouth to hide his smile. He can recite the song The Nunchucks by heart, but he also had an idea and went back and hired a teacher. At the concert, all the fans were watching the two on stage with bated breath. Here's the next song, Double Cross. Iwaki stores are filled with the smell of smoke. Next door is a martial arts school. The mom and pop in the store. There are 3 stages in the tea ceremony. The owner who teaches boxing and martial arts, practice iron sand palm and play yang spear. Yi Chen and Zhou Jieluan had 2 lines each, 2 unique voices colliding, rather more inexplicable flavor, a light and catchy ditty. By the second reprise, the fans underneath were able to sing along with a few lines. Yi Chen and Zhou Jieluan smiled at each other. Suddenly Yi Chen put the microphone down and walked to the side. This can cause curiosity among fans. Eyes were moving along with Yi Chen. Only Dark Yi Chen picked up an item and returned to the center of the stage. Zhou Jieluan, with a smile in his eyes, gave the center stage to Yi Chen. The lights hit, and Jay's song continues. What weapon is the favorite? Lit. Nunchaku is soft but strong. Fig. A strong and supple character. Want to go to MT? Learn Shaolin and Wudong. Along with the song came Yi Chen's movements. He was seen taking out his nunchucks from behind him and taking a stance. Back and forth action. A clean dance of nunchucks. It was important to know that Zhou Jieluan was stunned when he found out about Yi Chen's plan. He'd thought about it before. Songs are great when they are accompanied by movement, but he tried it once and never wanted it again. The nunchucks are handsome, but they really hurt when they hit your body. He'd only gotten 2 hits and he was bruised and purple. He can't do it, but I didn't expect Yi Chen to really suffer. The movements are sharp and slick, and the whole thing comes together, no less than those who have been training for a long time. As Yi Chen moved, the stick changed back and forth, as if it really brought everyone into the world of martial arts. Fans took out their cell phones to take pictures. Joke. These could be classics. How lucky they were to see it. I like nunchucks. Ha, ha ha ha. Everyone chimed in and sang along. The song ended, and Yi Chen's movement stopped. Applause from the stage at this moment. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his head. Thank you everyone, and thank you Zhou Dong. This is Zhou Dong's double cut stick. I hope everyone will support it more. Yes, ha ha, it's only that we should give Yi Chen more of a break. With this part of you, the double cutting stick is perfect. Yes, After this concert, the video of Yi Chen dancing nunchucks went viral on the internet. Clean moves paired with a song from Shandong just kills the madness. When Zhou Jieluan's song came out, it directly topped the charts within 10 minutes, and it was even more amazing than when he had just sung it in King of Chinese Songs before. Instant fire. Zhou Jieluan also specifically called to thank Yi Chen and kept saying that he wanted to give him a share of the profits. After all, one song makes more than the last album. Yi Chen shook his head straight. He's just the icing on the cake. It's his own songs that are really good. He can't afford to be greedy. He's still expecting Jay to make better songs. He's not trying to sing all the music in the entertainment industry by himself. Though for some reason, showbiz music is so weak in this world. But he's looking forward to watching Inside Entertainment get better and better. And there are limits to what he can do alone. He needs 100 flowers. So for those who were truly talented in his last life, he admired and longed for them. He hopes that everyone gets better and better and makes the entertainment business in the Dragon Kingdom even better. It's Hallyu that's the most dangly. With a thank you, Jay stepped off the stage. Yi Chen specifically instructed the little assistant to entertain the people well. A couple of sips of water, and that's all it took to get back on stage. Fans are a little heartbroken at the moment. How tired must my brother be with all this singing and dancing? There were shouts for him to get more rest and relaxation. Yi Chen smiled and refused. Fans have time to come to concerts. He rests more. Fans lose money. Chapter 178. Fans move to tears. Listening to Yi Chen's words, many of the fans underneath had already burst into tears. What to do? How come their idols are so nice? You know, a lot of other people's brothers are just looking out for themselves, and theirs is looking out for them so much. Who doesn't like to be lazy? Who wants to suffer when they can sing less themselves? But their brother is all for them. Many fans had long been shouting until their voices were hoarse, but they were still insisting on shouting around Yi Chen without stopping. Yi Chen listened to the sound waves underneath one after another, and his heart was very touched. He prefers this to singing on screen, and being face-to-face with his fans allows him to receive real feedback. It's the shoutouts and the likes that do it for him. He used to always watch many stars on those videos and couldn't resist kissing the stage, and always think people are pretentious. But it's only at this moment that it really feels like an impulse, a rush of love, a reward for fans. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some sanity present, he was just afraid that at this moment, he would also really be kneeling on the stage and kissing. No wonder that generation of divas, Mei Yanfang, ended up marrying herself to the stage. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was becoming more and more determined. The future will surely live up to the love and favorites of these fans. Thank you all. I'm a man of few words. I can only make more and better work to give back. I hereby solemnly promise that I will never do anything illegal, so you can feel free to like me. Yi Chen shouted out these two sounds with tears in his eyes, solemnly as if he was making an oath to the heavens. Many fans felt their hearts break as they looked at Yi Chen. Is this fan abused by their brother? Their brother is so trippy. What to do? Oh mama, I seem to be falling in love with him more and more. After chatting quietly with his fans for a while longer, Yi Chen felt that he was almost rested and continued the next song. He desires and wants his songs to be heard by more and more people. The fans know what they're doing too. It's a slow song. Yi Chen told them to just listen to the song quietly and sway their bodies to the rhythm of the music. Let's all love each other's voices. That one drew laughter. Indeed. The fans had been shouting non-stop since Yi Chen started singing, and were a bit hoarse at the moment. A slow song, the melody came out slowly, and there was no accompanying dance, except that Yi Chen seemed to be a quiet prince, looking intently at the fans underneath pouring out their inner feelings. At the moment, it was as if the two sides were not an idol-fan relationship, but more like a pair of friends and lovers. Yang Mi watched this scene from the stage with some mixed feelings in her heart, but she also understood that stars like them relied on nothing more than the power of their fans. There are also many girlfriend fans now, so if you get jealous, you can just piss yourself off alive. Taking 2 long breaths, he turned away. Out of sight, out of mind. Forget it, you guys are just looking. She's still mine after all. Yang Mi chopped her foot hard twice in anger. Good, you Yi Chen. In his heart, he made up his mind that he would go back at night and punish him severely. After a few songs, Yi Chen felt that his strength had recovered quite a bit. It seems like it's really hard to be a singer and dancer. Don't worry, I've also prepared a dance. I know you're all curious about my raps, and this one is sure to keep you entertained. Backstage, he changed into a hip-hop outfit with flowing fringe that made him look like a debonair prince. With the hardware accessories, Yi Chen at this moment seemed like a prodigal son who had already walked in the darkness of the night. What should I do? My brother looks like everything. God knows how much I like him in this outfit. Although nowadays they are all spitting on the scum. But ask which woman does not like the prodigal male who passes through all the flowers and leaves without touching his body? Yi Chen has both a deeply emotional side, an elegant and funny side, and a seductive side. It's like a combination of a little puppy and a little wolf dog. I really didn't expect that one day all my expectations of my boyfriend would be fulfilled in Yi-chen. Goodness gracious, I kind of hate young Mimi right now. Can someone tell me? How can I get Yi-chun? The fans at the bottom wailed, and Yi-chen matched it with a flirty smile. A rap with a low voice instantly ignited the atmosphere. In fact, not only the fans, but also many music teachers on the scene were excited in their hearts. It's hard to change your own style when you realize that idols nowadays only know one type of track. They are all battle-tested and have been through so much singing and performing that they have long been accustomed to it. But I didn't expect that at the very beginning of the preparations, Yi-chen would personally talk to them about the several styles of music he needed. They even discussed in private that Yi-chen was crazy, right? How can you be good at all of these styles? And it's not like concerts or like shows where you can save the car crash scene by tuning and tweaking it later. There had also been attempts to thwart it, but I didn't expect Yi-chen's will to be resolute, so they could only cooperate. But their expectations for this concert were not high in their minds, because it's almost a mission that can't be accomplished. As long as there is a style, Yi-chen dropped the chain. The whole concert collapsed, but I didn't realize that as time went on, the concert simply made their jaws drop. Each style of song Yi-chen interpreted well, switching between real and fake low and high voices. They have listened to so much music, worked with so many shows, and seen so many stars and entertainers. At this moment, he also had to sigh in admiration. Yi-chen was a musical genius, and the heavens had not set any shortcomings for him. He is simply an all-around entertainer. If anyone had noticed the music teachers in the audience, they would have realized that each of their eyes was glowing red. The gods stared exuberantly at Yi-chen on the stage. You know, there are always 1,000 horses, but not always a bull. They were able to work with Yi-chen through this one and complete this feast. It's a love of talent and it's an honor. At the moment, everyone's mind echoed a sentence. Yi-chen is bullish. Yi-chen is bullish. Everyone did their best to bring out their life's work to make this concert better and better. The second guest waiting at the bottom couldn't help but marvel at the sound coming from the front. Not bad for Yi-chen. Although I have long been impressed by his talent, I feel differently now that I'm on the ground. Sometimes I feel always honored to be born in the same era as him, and sometimes I feel it's my great misfortune to be the same musician. A helpless smile. What's the point of thinking so much? Just make your own music. Yi-chen in the front declared his emotions wildly with the music. The lyrics have a love of fans, a spit in the face of the world, and a desire for a new life. A feeling of grandeur swept through everyone's heart. Chapter 179, Singing Kiss Goodbye with the God of Songs. The time passed quickly too, and before we knew it we were on the last song. Hearing Yi-chen say this, the fans were heartbroken that Yi-chen was working hard while being very reluctant in their hearts. But they're willing to call this concert the best value they've ever seen. For the last song, I've got a special guest that I'm very connected to as well. After Yi-chen finished speaking, he quietly looked towards the backstage. Fans are also all in anticipation of what exactly is coming this time around. As the elevator slowly fell, the figure on the stage was revealed to the crowd. My God, it's actually the God of Song, Zhang Xueo. Ha ha, it's true that you're very close to our brother. That wasn't a perfect collaboration between the last generation of songwriters and this generation of songwriters. Together with Zhou Dong, wouldn't it be three heavenly kings on the same stage? Worthy of our brother, whose concert still has such a big row. Fans are both proud and excited right now. Eyes unblinking, he looked at the two heavenly kings on the stage. Zhang Xueo was also excited and walked up to the stage to take the lead in shaking Yi-chen's hand. And finally, he said hello to the fans again. A songwriter of his generation. He wasn't much of a concert man himself. In fact, in my heart, I was afraid to meet these fans face to face, more merely releasing songs and singing on shows. But now that he saw Yi-chen interacting with his fans, he actually felt a hint of envy in his heart. Maybe next time he can do a concert too. Ha ha ha. First of all, thank you Yi-chen for inviting me. After watching this concert of yours, I also have a lot of feelings. I hope that in the future, I can also invite you as a guest in my concert. Zhang Xueo said courteously and touched Yi-chen again. Yi-chen nodded in agreement. I'm sure I'll go to the God of Songs concert. Well, without further ado, this last song is dedicated to you. I hope people will enjoy it, and I hope it's a perfect ending to our parting. The song is Kiss Me Goodbye. Upon hearing the title of the song, the fans instantly boiled over. Brother is not giving up on us. I knew my brother had me in mind. My God, my brother wants to kiss me goodbye. As the music slowly rose, Yi-chen was the first to open his voice. The past has become a cloud of smoke, disappearing before each other's eyes, even after saying goodbye. And I don't see you complaining. Give me everything. You're just being perfunctory. Yi-chen's voice full of teenage feeling, coupled with Zhang Shui's somewhat dated voice. The reverb of the two is like hall music. All the fans watched the two on stage with their eyes burning. This is considered a classic old song by Zhang Shuio, but at the moment it is interpreted by Yi-chen with a different flavor. Generally, covers are much inferior to the originals, but Yi-chan seems to be a magic spell. Yi-chan's covers tend to take the songs into a different style that holds more emotion. So many people are afraid of Yi-chan covering their songs. However, this time Yi-chan didn't press Zhang Shueyo to sing, but made his voice stand out more. The whole man was interpreting the harmonies for him. Zhang Shueyo looked at Yi-chan and smiled, then sang with more devotion. The slow tune had fans shaking their bodies at the bottom of the stage. I kissed you goodbye, on a warm night. With the last two lines, Zhang Shueyo also slowly descended from the elevator and left the stage. The fans didn't know how many times they had cried this night, and they all looked at Yi-chan with tears in their eyes. At the end, Yi-chan also choked out a sob. Finally, thanks for coming to my concert. As he said this, his heart kept heating up as he watched the fans' arms keep waving. Yi-chan couldn't hold back any longer, and there was a sobbing tone in his voice. Thanks for your company on this journey. Thank you all. Watching Yi-chan bow deeply, the fans could no longer hold back their emotions. Yi-chan! 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 The fans shouted at a high pitch. There were a lot of female fans in the audience, and their voices seemed to rise to the sky. Yi-chan knew that as long as he didn't leave the stage, these fans wouldn't disperse either. Even though his heart was not in it, he waved his hand at the fans. Everyone must go back to be safe and travel in pairs. Finally and reluctantly, he took another bow and slowly walked off the stage next to him. The fans' eyes were glued to Yi-chan, not willing to leave for a single second. You have to go for it. Yi-chan turned to leave, and the fans' voices still kept coming. The little assistant promptly handed out tissues. Yi-chan tidied up his emotions and said in an admonishing manner, maintain the order of the arena, and make sure to let the fans leave safely. The young assistant nodded. Not that he's saying it, but his Yi is the first one to be so nice to his fans in the inner entertainment. I'm used to seeing a lot of hypocritical male artists. I really think his Yi is a man and never does any of those hypocritical things. Yi-chan returned backstage, and Zhang Shueyo hadn't left yet. Quickly, he walked up to keep Zhang Shueyo. I ordered hot pot. Let's celebrate. Upon hearing Yi-chan's voice, Zhang Shueyo's pace of departure lurched. He was originally considered an oddball in the singing world, and didn't like socializing or the hustle and bustle of the scene, but inexplicably had a soft spot for Yi-chan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to be the guest of honor at his concert. Thinking about it for a moment, he nodded his head in agreement. The two of them returned to the dressing room first and changed into a relaxing outfit, and the little assistant over here had already prepared the hot pot. Yi-chan again asked his little assistant to take all the staff to a restaurant. You guys have worked hard this game, go down and take a rest. The young assistant was a little surprised, then proceeded to be ecstatic. To be honest, the preparation of this concert is not only Yi-chan nervous, they have also been working continuously for many days. Back pain, leg pain and neck pain at the moment. Yi-chan barked at Yangmi for a while longer. I'm going to have a little drink with my big brother, so go on home and give me a message when you get there. Yangmi nodded knowingly, kissed Yi-chan, and turned to leave. Zhang Shueyo lowered his head and adjusted the dipping sauce, pretending as if nothing had happened. In their line of work, they're used to seeing a lot of things, and they have to learn to pretend they can't see them. Only when everyone had left did Yi-chan sit down and take out a bottle of good wine from the cabinet. It's something I had prepared before, for the perfect finale to this concert. Zhang Shueyo is also a drinking enthusiast. Looked and did not refuse, poured a full cup. The two of them took a bite of their food, then raised their glasses for a toast first. To be honest, many people like red wine, but I have a soft spot for our country's traditional white wine. Yi-chan's words reached Zhang Shueyo's heart. So do I. I have a good collection of wine at home, so come to my house and try it someday. Yi-chan raised an eyebrow and nodded, agreeing. The two were the first to pad their hungry bellies. After getting some warmth, that's when you open your mouth. Thank you big brother for coming to my concert. Yi-chan raised his cup to Zhang Shueyo. Chapter 180 Extreme Challenge Invitation. Zhang Shueyo didn't treat Yi-chan politely either. For him, although Yi-chan's reputation was great now, he was still considered his junior, and he could afford this cup of wine. Honestly, after seeing you in this concert, I want to prepare one too. Recording a song is really different from singing it live to your fans. Yi-chan smiled and nodded. It's not easy to make songs in the inner entertainment nowadays, and it's good that you've lasted this long. For Zhang Shueyo, it was rare to meet a young man who was so congenial. People nowadays, they're all too high up on the fan base. Before Yi-chan, there were quite a few people who invited him to concerts, like What Flower Dust Language, Fan and Quin. But to him those people are nothing but jumped up clowns who feel good on the basis of their fans' traffic. What's the use of having a face without talent? He's also lamenting that he's a little out of his depth and can't keep up with the times, but at the very least he has a basic appreciation of music. What the heck are some of the things they sing about? Shaking his head bitterly at the thought, Yi-chan laughed out loud as he listened. He prefers to talk to these old-timers in the music industry than some of his current peers. There was no traffic in their day, and all the favorites genuinely succumbed to talent. The two of them were surprisingly in agreement and couldn't help but drink a few more glasses in a row. I'm not going to lie to you, big brother. You said that my little brother still has some ambition. I want to bring our music out. Yi Chen was a bit confused from drinking at the moment, and he was speaking with a bit of a big tongue. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes shining brightly, Zhang Shuiyo also seemed to see his younger self who was full of ambition. I don't know whether it's from drinking or remembering the past, but at this moment, my heart is full of grandeur. Little brother. Ah, you even called me a big brother. Then I will definitely help you. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had a fan base now, after all, his debut time was still small and he started out as a netizen. His roots were shallow compared to these veteran singers by an unknown amount, and now he's going too slow. If those who hacked Yi Chen knew that he felt this way in his heart, I'm afraid he would vomit blood. Versailles. Yi Chen is still going slow. He's not walking, he's taking off. In all the years of history in the Chinese music scene, has anyone had such a smooth road to fame as Yi Chen? That brat. I wanted to actually keep something, not just a flash in the pan. Listening to Yi Chen's genuine voice, Zhang Shuiyo was also a bit on top at the moment. As a god of song, he naturally had a lot of mastery over music in his hands for so many years. He's old enough to still sing, but not sure how many more years he has left. The music scene is now theirs for the young. No problem, it's wrapped up in me. Those few old-timers in the singing world have some friendship with me now. If there's anything you need, just say it. Yi Chen smiled and reconfirmed 3 times to prevent Zhang Shuiyo from waking up and regretting it. His own purpose was achieved, and he poured 3 more glasses of wine into the bag Zhang Shuiyo in succession. Both of them were a little groggy after these 3 glasses of wine. It was a fondue dinner for the two of them. The next day Zhang Shuiyo woke up with an exploding headache. The pain of the hangover came to his door. And even worse, the memory of what he had promised Yi Chen last night. A long sigh. It's a mistake to drink. When he opened his cell phone, he saw Yi Chen's message. A big brother's word is his bond. It was accompanied by a hugging gesture. Zhang Shuiyo looked and laughed lightly. An okay sign was returned. Yi Chen's side arched his eyebrows when he saw the response. With the big man in charge, it's only going to get better down the road. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't help but sing the song softly. The little assistant arrived at this moment and handed Yi Chen a program tableau. Yi, there's a reality show coming to us. Yi Chen nodded as he listened and didn't bother. Nowadays, reality shows have tableaus, and he doesn't like these things that are acting in the name of reality shows. The little assistant knew Yi Chen's preference, but still trembled with courage and handed the tableau to Yi Chen. Yi, take a look. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen was also curious and took it but realized that the desktop was very thin. Only 2 pages. 4 big words were written brightly on the front page. Extreme challenge. Seeing these 4 words, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Flipping through the table book I saw the proposed guests. Those old guys' names are still on the guest list. This program is kind of the first of its kind in the country, and the director said there are no tableaus. It's all up to the brothers to play freely. The moment the little assistant got the tableau, he was keenly aware that this program was unusual, so he kept praising it between words. Yi Chen nodded. The first 3 seasons of this program in his last life were simply unrivaled in terms of fire. Even he was a big fan of these guys, only to fade away with a major staff turnover in the back. But even so, for Yi Chen to say, the number 1 variety show in his mind was this extreme challenge. I didn't realize that in this life, he was in the invitation list. It looks like it's taking the place of the little sheep. Tell the director I said yes. The little assistant was still there gushing about the merits of this program when she suddenly heard Yi Chen come up with such a sentence. Ah, what? Before he could react, he saw Yi Chen turn around and walk into the practice studio. What the heck? Isn't he not in love with reality TV? And he was going to go to great lengths to convince him. Shrugging, he quickly tweeted the director. The director would have been there waiting anxiously. The show is, after all, the first attempt in the country. In fact, he didn't have a clue in his heart, so he desperately wanted these appealing artists to participate to ensure the program's ratings. Among them, the one he was most nervous about was Yi Chen. Who is the hottest artist in the entertainment industry this year? I'm sure there's one name that comes to mind for all producers without fail. Yi Chen. After sending the invitation, his heart was also a little unsure, lest Yi Chen refuse. In fact, I don't have any hope in my heart, but I didn't think it would really work. He jumped up and down with joy. He was so excited that he couldn't even type, and sent more than 10 voice messages to his little assistant in succession. Really? Great. Welcome Yi Chen. Does Yi Chen have any more requests? We are fully cooperative on our side. God, I'm still a little surreal right now. This is Yi Chen's first variety show. With this phrase, this show is designated to explode. Mama yeah, thanks so much. The little assistant had the first few lines playing, but the chirpy voice of a big man from the northeast just wasn't pleasant to listen to. Besides, what director would have a dozen 60-second long voice bombings? With a long sigh, they have turned to text. Looking at the exaggerated movements in the transcript, the expression is simply full of sweat. Stained. Is this still the always tempered director of the entertainment industry? Chapter 181 Participation in Extreme Challenge. Early the next morning, the little assistant rarely saw Yi-chen picking out clothes there. Surprised and wide-eyed, he watched Yi-chen change from one body to another. Yeah, is this going on a date with honey? Yi-chen shook his head and changed into a pure white sweatshirt again, turning his head to ask the little assistant, was it good? The young assistant nodded. Jokes aside, Yi-chen doesn't look good in any clothes. He's practically a natural clothes rack. I'm going to meet my idol today. Idol? The young assistant wondered darkly at the word. I haven't heard that Brother Yi has an idol. Besides, who can afford Brother Ye's idol? These people aren't as famous as Yi. What's more, it's not uncommon to see even Sky King Yip. Is Yi also a star chaser? Scary to think about. That's not right. The only people we're meeting today are the director of Extreme Challenge and the proposed guests. Brother Yi, aren't we just meeting the director today? Yi-chen nodded and finally finalized a tracksuit, thinking of being a bit more youthful. As far as he knew, in his previous life, Little Sheep had won the favor of that group of brothers by virtue of her simple and harmless appearance. He wasn't going to copy someone else's path, though, first impressions were only meant to leave a good impression. It's kind of exciting to think about it. Soon we will meet King Yen and Bo Huang. Huang bases in them. Secretly, my idol is Sun Honlei. Hearing this, the little assistant looked like he had been struck by lightning. That said, from a young age he also grew up watching Sun Honlei's dramas, and also quite liked this one. But then after so many years of working as a junior assistant, I have some knowledge of the character of every male celebrity in the entertainment industry. This guest is said to be completely at odds with the character on the show, being a two-haired-like personality. When I happened to see the original in a program, I felt disillusioned with the image in the show. The little assistant thought so and gave Yi-chen a pitiful look. It seems like he idolizes him just because he likes his dramas too. I can't believe that he's still paying so much attention to changing his clothes, but I know that Yi didn't even go to this much trouble when he went to Fashion Week. I just don't know if he will be disappointed after seeing the real person in a while. Yi-chen pursed his lips and snickered as if he hadn't read the little assistant's eyes. For this king of hell, he had liked it a lot in his last life. He even learned to buy the periphery of this Yama, as those fans did. I didn't think I would get the chance to be on the show with him this time. Holding down his excitement and dressing appropriately, Yi-chen sat in the car. The director of Extreme Challenge isn't too well known in the biz right now. The brothers, who had invited these brothers and had used up all their interpersonal connections, were waiting at the door to greet them at the moment. Yi-chen didn't like to be late, so he arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time, became the first to arrive. Watching Yi-chen get down from the black caravan, the director rushed forward. Looking at the man of the hour in front of him, he hastily reached out and said, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come first. Looking at the implicit person coming up in front of him, Yi-chen blinked. This isn't Yen Min? Still, a smile piled on his face, and after a moment's talk, he let himself be led inside to the lounge. Seeing that no one was around, Yi-chen called the little assistant to ask questions. Is this the general director of Extreme Challenge? The young assistant nodded. Yi-chen frowned. I don't know what went wrong in this life, but Yen Min didn't even prepare for this program. He knows that in his last life, this program was a big hit. In addition to the credit of these brothers, and the indulgence of this strict director, I just don't know what this director is doing in this life. Soon, one by one, several brothers arrived. In private, they are pretty much the same as what they showed in their last life on the show, and don't feel like a wrangler in the slightest. Several of them were familiar with each other, and Yi-chen, as a junior, respectfully stood up and greeted each one. Now that Yi-chen was in full swing, basically all that was pushed by opening every platform was about Yi-chen. As male artists who have risen to fame so quickly in the entertainment industry, these guys are also familiar. They were polite to each other and all sat down. Yi-chen kept looking towards the door after sitting down. Looks like this Yama is late today. Thinking about the next second the door was pushed open. A hipster dressed in Sun Honglei into the eyes. Yi-chen looked at him to run 50 years of age, but dressed like a fashion trendsetter. Goo, I said Honglei ouch, that's wearing. It's so hip. The few remaining ones invariably snarked at Sun Honlei. Sun Honlei was not polite and sat down with a big grin, said to a few, what is this called? You few old earth, envy me, said stood up and danced a bit. Nayoya, yoya, nay, 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 no wana, naya. Watching Sun Honglei's familiar breakdancing clips displayed in front of him, Yi Chen couldn't help but snort out a laugh. A few others laughed their asses off. It's a move he does when he's in the spring festival, and it's kind of his signature dance. The atmosphere was upbeat. See, it's still me. It's like this house didn't even recognize me before I was here. With a snicker, he saw Yi Chen at the very back. Smiling, he nodded at Yi Chen. At the moment, Sun Honglei only thought that Yi Chen was nothing more than a traffic star and didn't put much thought into it. To make a program, there must be some traffic stars to support the bottom, although he has confidence in these old-timers. But after all, it is a new attempt. Everyone's strength is there. The flow will not know how much to bring on the body. But at this moment, the eyes that looked at Yi Chen were a bit confused. What's with the shiny eyes on this kid? Looking at him always felt like being a fan, looking at an idol. As he watched Sun Honglei's gaze fall on him, Yi Chen was a little nervous in a rare moment. Pulling on his shirt, he stepped forward respectfully. Brother Honglei, nice to meet you. I'm Yi Chen. Looking at the polite young man in front of him, Sun Honglei smiled a little. I know, you've been a big hit lately. You've been doing well, and I really liked your song Snowdragon. Receiving the accolade from his idol, Yi Chen was no different from the others. His palms were sweating with nervousness at the moment. He gulped. That, and I like you a lot too. Just about to get off the hook with your robber-like doings. It was only then that I realized that at the moment the show hadn't even been entered and this side of him hadn't been shown to the public yet. The words that came to his lips could only be swallowed. A few more people talked for a while before the general director also opened the door and walked in. Looking at the room of people in front of him, the chief director was also a little apprehensive. This show was supposed to be a remake. It can only follow the guests of that program bursting into flames to find similar personnel in the country to participate. But no one has any idea of the exact effect. Let's hope that's right. Chapter 182 Yang Mi's Worry. After all the members were seated, the director handed out the tableau. Yi Chen flipped it open and unexpectedly found that there was a script. He couldn't help but frown, watching the reactions of the various people. A few others didn't look too good either. The script was written to fit their character roles, but it wouldn't be interesting for Variety to make a TV show. Glances were exchanged, but no one spoke. The director was a little apprehensive in his mind. Looking at the few big names in front of him, Yi Chen bowed his head and thought for a while before taking the lead. Director, isn't this reality show about everyone revealing themselves based on their own personalities? Why is there a script? What's the point of this? The director froze when he heard this and hastily asked several other members for their opinions. Sun Honglei is a close second, slamming the tabletop down on the table. I was hearing that this program is quite interesting, plus we old few also come to the party to have fun. This is to have a playbook so little money cannot invite us. The director was also panicking at the moment, and sweat was pouring down his face. But this variety show is really uncontrollable. If there is no script out, what effect out of what terrain? Completely unpredictable. Yi Chen nearly burst out laughing when he heard this. These guys can make the audience laugh when they sit down and chat with each other. Raising his head, his eyesight casually swept to see, standing behind the director, a familiar-looking person, eyes glazed over. So there he is. The general director stumbled at the moment. That's only part of the tableau. Most of the rest is still free for everyone to play. A few others didn't say anything else. After all, the contracts were signed. After the meeting broke up, Yi Chen returned to the caravan. Seeing Yi Chen's face look bad, the little assistant asked curiously, is brother Yi not doing well? You find out if there's a Yin Min in this director's crew. This show just wouldn't be a hit without this ghostly director. He couldn't let such a great show go down the drain. The young assistant nodded. When I got home, Yang Mi hadn't come back yet. I opened my cell phone and saw a message. Then during this period of time because of him, Yang Mi had more work, and even some S-level projects came to contact her. After returning a message I saw the newly added WeChat of Sun Honglei. Thought about it and sent a message. Brother Honglei, nice to meet you. It was a beautiful thing to post. It's his idol's tweets. Actually, I liked Sun Honglei in my last life. Or because of that line from Huang Bo. Honglei lucky to be an actor. Otherwise what you do is a danger to society. At that time he felt that Huang Bo had summarized it really right. But nowadays, such a true nature like Sun Honglei is not even rare in the entertainment industry. That's why he always liked Sun Honglei. After sending it and waiting a while, I didn't see a message back. Didn't care either. When he came out of the shower he saw Yang Mi walk in cheerfully. I'm telling you, I've been approached by 2 S-rated scripts today. Yi Chen wiped his hair while picking up the 2 scripts on the table. 3 lives, 3 times, The Green Hairpin. 2 great productions indeed. Gee, which one do you think I'll pick? Hearing her ask herself, Yi Chen nodded the left side of this book. 3 lives, 3 times. I heard that the actor contacted for the script is not very famous, while the other script says that a certain fan has been booked. Hearing this name, Yi Chen jerked his head up. Looking at the name of the script all he could think of was the smash hit 3 Lives in his previous life. Rather forget the other script, which never aired because of fan. It's about time to do the math. This collaboration doesn't just depend on the script and the director, but also on the actors. As far as I know, the actor of 3 Lives is not very famous, but his acting skills have always been online, and it's also better for you to get into the groove of the show. Hearing Yi-chen say this, Yang Mi's eyes lit up. It's true that although she's been in a few movies now, she's been getting a lot of flack for her acting. If the rival actor can't act, she won't be able to get into the scene with her, and it's just not going to be good enough. Stinky feet plus poor acting. Stained. It's scary to think about. Now she is told to get out of the entertainment industry, so the implementation of this will not be able to get out of the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, I'll listen to you. I also like the script of 3 Lives better. Listen to me right. Laughing to death. A 3 Life movie in his previous life directly sent Big Mimi into the ranks of first-tier stars. Yang Mi flipped through it a few more times, and the more she looked at it, the more satisfied she became. I'm telling you, I'm in your good graces, or these scripts wouldn't have been handed to me. Saying that, he hugged Yi-chen and kissed him. Yi-chen smiled and stroked his hair. Big Mimi was a hot actress in her previous life. His presence merely shortened the process even more. Come on, I'm asking you, don't you want to be in a movie with me? For him to say that Yi-chen's acting skills were also good. The male lead in this drama was not yet finalized now. Otherwise, she talked to the director. With Yi-chen's joining this drama is more stable. Hearing his girlfriend's intentions, Yi-chen shook his head. The play was well played by the actor, and he wasn't about to cross the line. Besides, he'd rather be on Extreme Challenge. I'm going to go to that variety show. Yang Mi froze when she heard this. You know, the entertainment industry nowadays despises some variety stars. They seem to be harmonic stars, and if they froze to divide the entertainment industry into 3, 6, 9 classes, the variety curiosity belongs to the lower class of stars. Looking at Yang Mi's face, Yi-chen knew what he was going to say. My silly girlfriend. Oh, it won't take long for all the stars to see the dividends of reality TV. That said, maybe there's a way to find a way to place a girlfriend in it. Wasn't there another hot variety show in a previous life in which the female artists exploded for many years with this phenomenal reality show? I just don't know how this variety show planning is going nowadays. According to him, Yang Mi's character is not at all worse than that actress. Maybe he can operate some. Yang Mi had no idea that Yi-chen was secretly thinking about wanting to take her to a variety show she couldn't watch at this very moment. Bury your head in the sand and send a message to your agent to settle on 3 Lives. You can't run away from this big production. Yi-chen's development speed was too fast. Yang Mi felt that she was a bit unworthy of him, and said with some loss, Yi-chen, I have to speed up my own development, or else I'll have to be unworthy of you. After Yang Mi finished speaking, she stared at Yi-chen with a burning gaze and asked with a nervous expression, Yi-chen, you won't abandon me, right? Yi-chen was dumbfounded and gently knocked her head. Dotingly, fool, what foolishness is that to say? I couldn't have gotten here without you. It doesn't matter, just go slowly at your pace. Yang Mi was greatly moved in her heart as she listened, but still, he secretly resolved to quickly keep up with Yi-chen's pace. Yi-chen was so good, she couldn't be bad herself. She didn't want to be the doddering flower that relied on Yi-chen. Chapter 183, A popular man is a man of many rights and wrongs. Early the next morning, Yi-chen was still asleep when he was woken up by the incessant ringing of the phone. Just as he opened his eyes he heard a doorbell ringing from outside. Yi-chen frowned and put on a pair of pajamas and went forward to open the door. Egu, my brother, you can still sleep. No good. Something big is happening. The little assistant ran in a panic, looked around again, saw that there was no one else, and hurriedly locked the door securely. What's the matter with you? So flustered in the morning. Yi-chen was a bit speechless towards this assistant, and he couldn't help but miss the days when Yang Chaoyue was his assistant. Looking at Yi-chen's sleepy eyes, the little assistant understood that Yi-chen hadn't looked at his cell phone yet. Brother, take a look, the assistant said and handed the cell phone to Yi-chen. Yi-chen took a look at his cell phone, and his brows just frowned as a sensational headline was reflected in his eyes. The popular chicken of the moment cheated on me. Yi-chen hugged the same woman late at night. Yi-chen has his foot in 2 boats. A popular singer with the surname Yi has a loss of character. There is a continuous stream of tweets about related content on all major platforms. Yi-chen clicked on a detailed report, and what caught his eye was himself embracing with a woman in the back of a car. Nice guy. This is not their own is the party. Just look at the picture. Only will also think that these 2 people entangled. The little assistant's face was now very flustered as she looked at Yi-chen and hesitantly asked, Brother Yi, are you really related to her? What can we do about this? That's impossible. He has been following Yi. Did not see Yi and this woman. In case this is true, Jesus, then Ye's star will be ruined. Yang Mi was also woken up by the ringing phone at the moment. Rubbing her eyes, she opened her cell phone to see her agent friend messaging her non-stop. She opened her cell phone and went pale when she saw what was on it. When he opened the door, he saw Yi Chen and his little assistant standing in the living room. Yi Chen, you. The little assistant was startled when she saw that it was Yang Mi who pushed open the door. God forbid this Shura should be seen by him. He looked at Yang Mi and then at Yi Chen and said apprehensively, Yi, why don't I recuse myself first? Geez, if he really cheated on her, how can we face Sister Mi? The little assistant couldn't help but sweat for Yi Chen in his heart. Looking at the two, Yi Chen held his forehead and let out a long sigh. I'm with you when I'm working. As for Mimi, I'm with you when I'm home. Even if I want to cheat, I have to have that time and availability now. When they said that, the little assistant and Yang Mi's face instantly looked better. Yeah, the two of them together took up almost all of Yi Chen's life. How would he have time to cheat on his wife? Then this. Yi Chen carefully recognized it again before remembering who the woman in the photo was. That day he went to meet the members of Extreme Challenge, a member of the director's crew, merely to walk him out to his car. I didn't expect to be photographed by the paparazzi and to be so misplaced. If he were not the person concerned, I'm afraid that even 1,000 mouths could not speak with the photographs alone. Hearing the news that it was a mismatch, Yang Mi let her heart drop at the moment. The two of them had already announced their romance, and if Yi Chen really did something to wrong her, she would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire nation at that time. The little assistant also wiped the sweat from her head at this moment. It's good that it's not cheating. Although the entertainment industry is now more tolerant of male artists, Yi Chen is going to do this and his image in his mind will collapse. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say cautiously and admonishingly, Brother Yi, you can't have an accident. Yi Chen still had some touching in his heart. The little assistant still had him in her heart. Little did he know that the young assistant was just worried about his job. Woohoo! Yes, done for, and so is his job. The three men conferred some more. Thought it would be nice to put out a clarifying statement. Send off Yang Mi and the little assistant. Yi Chen turned over the photo again and scrutinized it. The photo is misplaced and the doggy couldn't be clearer. It doesn't have much value and is generally only posted casually as a minor news item. But not a word of this had trickled out before. And as soon as it broke, it was pushed all over the internet. It doesn't fit the regular process. It's as if someone is operating behind the scenes. Ask your friends in the media what's going on with this. The little assistant had just arrived home when she saw Yi Chen's text message. Sharp intuition made him realize that there was something fishy about this. Could it be that someone deliberately framed Yi Chen? He didn't dare to delay a moment and rushed to contact his friends in the media world. At night, Yi Chen had just put the script down. Another familiar knock sounded outside. Bang, bang, bang. He frowned and got up to go to the door. Not that I'm talking about you. I've already warned you. Next time be gentle. If this door of my house breaks, it's because you knocked it down. Before Yi Chen finished his words, the little assistant pulled Yi Chen inside with an excited face. Brother Yi, you simply anticipate things like a god. You are indeed blocking thunder for people in this matter. Listening to the words of the little assistant, Yi Chen had expected it in his heart. Looking at Yi Chen's unhurried appearance, the little assistant's heart was like 100 claws scratching her liver. The person in question seems to be all but unconcerned. Yi, aren't you curious about who broke this story? Yi Chen raised his head and quietly looked at the little assistant. The little assistant was flustered by the look and also really suffocated and couldn't help but say, Never mind, Brother Yi, I'll tell you, it's flower dust language. Flower dust language. Listening to this, Yi Chen muttered in his heart, Did you find out what it was about to block the thunder? The young assistant shook her head regretfully. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this is big news. However, Hua Duanyue's side had concealed this news to death, and even though he had used all sorts of means for a day, he couldn't detect a single bit of it. What a rush! But this flower dusty is so hateful, pulling their Yi off the stage to cover their own news. Flower dust language. Yi Chen mumbled the name in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about it? Do you have any familiar doggy friends? The little assistant didn't know why Yi Chen asked this, but still nodded. He'd been an assistant for so many years that he still knew one or two people in the news world. Okay, I'll give your friend a great gift. The little assistant was even more uncertain, but still, he pushed his friend's Weiwei letter to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered in his heart. Dusty flower. It's not my fault. You're the one who blocked the knife with me first. He's a man with a vendetta. After counting the time and recalling the last time he saw Zhang evasion dust, it seemed that the matter was 80% what he thought it was. He has nothing to cross with Zhang Xuchen, but he can only say sorry. Who let her poor vision? On the third night, the staff of the microblogging platform heard the inside story. Rush calls were made to call back all the technicians who were sleeping at home. Hurry, 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 hurry to fortify the backstage. What's this for? Can't let anyone sleep in the middle of the night. People are complaining. But the top brass kept their mouths shut and only gave dead orders to absolutely ensure that the back office was running properly. Alas, when the entertainment industry is not at peace, they, the technicians, suffer. The sound of clocking in to work rang out. Mr. Zhang, hard work. Zhang Sheng deflated his mouth. Not hard, life is hard. Chapter 184, Shocking Big Melon. Dramatic shock to the entire internet. Early the next morning, an unknown puppy broke a huge piece of news, and the entertainment circle that had been calm for a long time suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves. Shocking revelation. Hua Duanyu and Zhang Shuchuan have a child. Inside the report is a detailed timeline, along with photos of the family outing, and even information about the doctor who gave birth to Zhang Shuanduan's child abroad. The general public was confused when they saw this hot search. The moment the news was sent out, it instantly made it to number 1 on the hot search list. Burst. Looking at the powerful number of views in the background of this microblogging, the boss is very happy at this moment. Fortunately last night, even called for people to reinforce the background. Puppy Boy is well documented and lays out all the evidence. The general public is like badger in a melon field, scurrying east and west. It was also revealed that the two had previously pulled together during a backstage interview on a music program. My god, what a surprise. I told you, I thought those two weren't normal when I watched the show. My god, so bold. They're not married. What the hell is going on here? That's too bold, isn't it? What else won't happen in this world? The general public watched the news with eyes wide open. At the moment, Flower Dust Language's home was filled with people. Everyone's face was grim and unpleasant. Hua Dusty Language was even more furious that her nose was crooked, and she slammed her cell phone on the ground. Pop, what's going on here? Didn't they all buy out the message? Everyone dared not speak as they looked at Hua Dunyu, who had lost her temper. A paparazzo came to the door 2 days ago with this story to negotiate. They've already paid $8 million to buy the news out completely, so why would they still report it? Even to divert the attention of the public. Bought the notice of Black Yi Chen. One of the small assistants whispered. It seems that this paparazzi who broke out is not the one who negotiated with us before. The moment these words came out, Flower Dust Language's face became even more gloomy. How many individuals actually knew about this before? How many individuals knew this before is anyone's guess. But now the whole country certainly does. Manager Bai Jia walked out with a grimace on her face at this moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's no use pursuing this now. Let's see how this goes, shall we?" After saying that, he looked at Flower Dusty. "Have you contacted Zhang Shuchuan's side yet?" Flower Dust Language's face turned a few shades greener. "It's the fault of that self-righteous woman who took the liberty of having the baby. You think that's how you're going to marry into their family? Dreaming?" The agent sighed as he looked at Flower Dusty's disoriented appearance. "This is now ironclad and the whole country knows about it. So instead of covering it up, let's just admit it." Hearing this, Hua Duanxue was reluctant at first. If he admits it, won't he be tied to that woman? Looking at him like this, the agent was quite hateful. What if you don't admit it? Now that the other family's evidence is laid out clearly, we don't even have a chance to explain. If you don't admit it again, you'll have lost all your fans. Blossom Dusty buried her head in her arms. Seeing this, Bai Jia's teeth were all clenched in anger, and she had no choice but to personally contact the people on Zhang Shuchuan's side. At 2 p.m., both men posted a tweet at the same time. Dusty Flower, yes, we have a child. Zhang dodged dust, that year. Yeah, is not to be missed. Oh my god, they both admitted it. Looking at the news in front of her, the little assistant had been completely dumbfounded. This is too bold. When did these two have a relationship? Yi Chen took the cell phone in the hands of the little assistant. The text is exactly the same as the last one. The little assistant had just gotten over his shocked look when he saw his friend's Weiwei letter. Inside, he thanked him a million times, especially offering to thank Yi Chen in person. The little assistant showed the message to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, you're doing him a big favor. You know that there are 1, 2, and 3 lines in the paparazzi, with Brother Yi giving him guidance. His friend has jumped directly from the 18th line to the first line it. What? Are you envious? Why don't you become a puppy boy too in the future?" Hearing Yi Chen's flirtatious voice, the little assistant hastily shook her head. To follow my wise and powerful brother Yi is not more promising than a paparazzo. Yi Chen was amused. Also this friend of his was smart. He gave a little guidance and the other guy understood. Taking him out of the way has to cost something after all, right? The two men ate some more melon. "Brother Yi, do you think Flower Dust Language has been planted this time?" Yi Chen moved with a start, recalling his last life. It seemed that no punishment had been handed out. "I can't, but the roadkill is corrupting the wave." "Ah, so all this big news doesn't affect him?" The repercussions were still there, but after all, there was no offense, so he was able to take the show as usual in the future. However, it seemed like a wave of roadkill had been harvested for Zhang Shuenshan. After all, it's kind of a maverick to be so new and different, but it's not his business anymore. He himself was still quite favorable towards Zhang Shuenduan. After all, Compared to some traffic stars, he was also considered to have strength on his side. As for the twists and turns between the two, he was unaware of them. If she really made up her mind and wanted to marry Flower Dusty, I'm only afraid that she would be disappointed. However, in his opinion, this little girl is also very sober, and in the future, if she devotes herself to engaging in business, her future days may not be worse than Flower Dust language. The news of Flower Dust language and Zhang Shun Dust was a real fire for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hua Duanyu didn't even dare to go out of her room. There's literally a doggy a meter outside his house. Exasperated, Flower Dusty smashed 3 more sets of tea sets. Who the hell did this to me? These days, he's too scared to mess with any big moves, and when he goes out, the paparazzi simply pounce on him. Baekjae hated it. You still want to go out? Be honest and hide for a few days. The good thing about this wave is that the crowd was in the mindset of eating it up, and aside from some heated behavior from fans, it wasn't considered a devastating blow to her future career. Thinking of all the effort invested in Hua Duanyue over the years, Bai Jia's heart tightened. This kid was now relying on his fame to take him more and more out of the picture, plus acting recklessly. She didn't know anything about this matter until Zhang Shuchuan brought the child to her door. Maybe she'll have to make other plans. Putting all your eggs in one basket is the stupid thing to do. Yang Mi saw such explosive news right after she finished filming. He was still talking to Yi Chen incessantly after he returned home. How did something this big suddenly get blown out of proportion? I heard it was an unsung hero who did it, and originally this was all squashed by Flower Dust talk. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder who has such a big grudge against him that they would screw him like this. This man is also a godsend. Yi Chen nearly laughed out loud as he ate the grapes. Since she's been with him, Yang Mi is a bit cute in her silliness. And it's true that being in love makes a woman silly. Chapter 185, The Ultimate Challenge starts. Yi Chen had never wanted to kill Hua Duanyue. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't give a damn about people at all. Even if Flower Dusty had offended him before, he was only competing with him in the field of music, normally. But Flower Dusty language has been working against him again and again. It was no wonder Yi Chen was ruthless. Yi Chen's move was a killer. For the next 2 full days, the netizens were talking about it. The last remaining bit of popularity that Flower Dust language had managed to lose by himself. Most of his fans are girlfriend fans, private fans. When they heard that their brother even had a child, they all felt cheated and turned pink. How much they used to like Hua Duanin, how much they hated him now, and they hated to make him never turn over. After this incident, Sky Entertainment completely gave up on Flower Dusty. Instead of spending a huge amount of financial resources and energy to save Flower Dust language, it would be better to cultivate another new idol. Traffic icons are mass-produced and highly replaceable. Netflix is very forgetful. The collapsed house of Flower Dust language was a sensation though, causing dramatic shocks all over the internet. But it won't be long before everyone is chasing the next hotspot. It wouldn't take long for the name Flower Dust language to be forgotten by everyone. His career is completely cool. The sad thing is that he didn't know who was behind him until the end. As winter turns to spring, the climate becomes warmer. On this day, the recording of the first installment of Extreme Challenge finally began. Yi Chen and the other members of the Ultimate Men's Gang arrived in Magic City with the show. After the personnel arrived, the director first let a few members familiarize themselves with the script again, asking that everything be performed according to the script without any mistakes. Yi Chen is not very satisfied with this. We must know that the reason why Extreme Challenge is so hot in the previous life is because there is no script, or the script has very little ingredients, basically relying on a few members to play freely. God Calculator Huang Base, Noblewoman Huang Bo, Face King Sun Hong Lei, and Squirrel Wang Sun, each have their own characteristics. Even the flying guests, such as Sha Yi, contributed a lot of laughs, such as the Golden Bell Shield Ironcloth shirt. But in this life, Extremely Selective does have a script, which seriously detracts from the fun of the show. Yi Chen had wanted to give some advice to the director's team, but when he saw that neither of them, Huang Base, said anything, he let it go. Yi Chen and Huang Base are old friends. The two have known each other since Looking Forward. Bo Wang and brother Hong Lei, they both have great personalities to work with as well. There's basically no friction between a few people. After pairing the scripts, Yi Chen and the others were brought to the hotel that had been booked by the program. There's not much else to do on the first day other than write the script, and the official recording takes place the next day. After dinner, Yi Chen and the others went back to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, the recording officially started, and everything went according to the script, which was no different from acting. Yi Chen and the others didn't find it very interesting. It was completely routine. Everyone's state wasn't quite right, and the variety effect was poor. It would have been even less interesting if a couple of the members hadn't been so terse. After recording the first installment, Yi Chen had dinner with Huang Base and the others before taking a plane back home. The week went by quickly. and before you know it, it's time for the first installment of Extreme Challenge to kick off. The official microblogging site of the program had posted a message on Weibo the day before, announcing that the program would be dark in the primetime slot of Mordor TV. The news was a sensation all over the internet. It was Yi Chen's fans who were the most excited. After all, apart from the slow-paced variety show like Life Toward You, this was Yi Chen's first time participating in a non-musical variety show. Everyone is curious to see how he does. Before the show even started, the netizens were all excited and talking. Ha ha ha, it's too good to be true. Finally seeing Yi Chen on a variety show again. Yi Chen has never participated in this type of variety show before. I wonder how effective it will be. I'm so worried about Yi Chen being bullied by other members. Brother Hong Lei looks scary. I'm really worried that Brother Hong Lei will come and say whether this melon is guaranteed to be ripe or not. The showrunners are also too discerning. This lineup is really love. I'm watching this show because of Yi Chen, and where there's him, there's me. Yi Chen just never disappoints. His programs are absolutely wonderful. The first installment of Extreme Challenge has finally started after countless people's anxious anticipation. Yi Chen's assistant was in front of the TV early. He looked back at Yi Chen, who was still reading the script, and said breathlessly, "Brother Yi, aren't you worried at all? This is your own show." This is Yi Chen's first time participating in a variety show, and the assistant is very nervous, not knowing how well it will be aired. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Even if he didn't read it, he knew the first installment wasn't going to be any better. The first installment was completely scripted and the director wasn't the same person, so naturally it aired to a mediocre response. What is the use of being anxious when the result is already known? You keep watch. I'm going to take a shower. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the little assistant was staggered. Their brother Yi is now worthy of being a big star with a good heart. But it's normal. Yi is now the one that all the major variety shows are clamoring for. With him on board, the ratings for this show are sure to be solid. When Yi Chen came out after taking a shower, he saw the little assistant with a sad and depressed look on her face. Yeah, this program. The little assistant wanted to say something. Not that the show wasn't good. It's just a little too bland too. Although with the addition of Yi Chen, but after all, 6 people equally share the footage of an entire program. Yi Chen and as a newcomer, the percentage is really not high. Yi Chen nodded as he wiped his hair. All of this had been expected of him. If the director doesn't change, this program will never be able to be as hot as the last one. The ratings for the first installment of Extreme Challenge came out quickly, and while they were also high, they weren't a breakout hit. The reason for this ratings is entirely due to the popularity of Yi Chen and other members. But popularity can be overdrawn. Whether a show is hot or not ultimately comes down to the quality of the show itself. If the quality wasn't good, even 10 Yi Chen couldn't save it. All the viewers who watched the episode were greatly disappointed and took to the internet to troll and complain. What the hell? It's not interesting at all. I just wondered. Yi Chen, Huang Base, Huang Bo, Hong Lei brother. So many interesting stars, how come the program filmed is so bland? A good set of king bombs that hit the fan. My heart aches for Yi Chen for a second. He went cold the first time he participated in this kind of variety show. This show looks scripted. Too much showmanship. Chapter 186, Not Following the Rules. Since it's a reality show, it shouldn't be scripted or we might as well go to the movies. Yi Chen, grow a pair. It's better to sing honestly in the future. That's just it. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to come up with 2 more new songs? The first installment of Extreme Challenge was met with lopsidedly bad reviews all over the internet. Everyone on the show was worried, especially that director, who was full of confidence but didn't expect this result. The next day, the program team urgently called a meeting with all the members to discuss the matter. In the conference room, Yi Chen saw Yan Min again, looking at the general director in front of him, who was talking and chattering incessantly. Yi Chen's brows wrinkled. At that moment, Yan Min, who was standing in the corner, spoke up. Let me put in my 2 cents. Judging by the results of the last installment, it didn't live up to our expectations. Everyone nodded. Actually, after I watched the show, I realized that the individual guests played very well, so the blame is not on them, but on our crew. I've read all the comments from the viewers, and they're right. The guests are so heavily acted out that they look scripted and look a little raw. Our show is a reality format after all. I suggest that next time we only come up with an outline for one and leave the rest for the brothers to play out on their own. Maybe they'll collide in a different way. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The general director was just about to voice an objection. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and said, "It's supposed to be a new attempt for us to do a variety show, so why not be bold? And all of us brothers are very terse, so why don't we leave it up to us to play and see the effects first?" At that, the chief director fell silent. If it was just Yan Min, then his words didn't carry much weight at all. But now that Yi Chen was added, it wasn't necessarily the case. The ratings for the last installment with footage of Yi Chen's appearances climbed significantly, and even Yi Chen's solo cut transmissions were high. The show had to go on, and Yi Chen was bound not to be offended. After calming down and thinking it over, maybe this is the way to go, beating a dead horse. Thinking of this, the chief director could only nod his head in agreement and immediately announced the appointment of Yin Min as the assistant director. After the discussion ended, Yi Chen finally left, and when he walked to the door, Yin Min's voice suddenly came from behind him. Teacher Yi, wait a moment. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the familiar face from his last life, a smile on his face. Yin Min was slightly stunned. He knew that many stars nowadays were very high-minded and proud, and had never taken them into consideration. I didn't expect Yi Chen's attitude to be so good. After shaking hands with Yi Chen, Yin Min expressed his gratitude to him. Teacher Yi Chen, thank you so much just now. Yi Chen shook his head and patted his shoulder encouragingly. A show of hands. It's not worth it. Come on. All your ideas are great. Do what you have in mind and we're going to have a fire with the show. I'll take your word for it then. Although Yin Min said this on her lips, she was laughing bitterly in her heart. He didn't dare to expect the show to catch fire, as long as it was better than the first installment's word of mouth. What he doesn't know is that Extreme Challenge will send him to the top. Yi Chen bid farewell to Yin Min and turned to leave. It had to be said that with Yi Chen's encouragement, Yin Min's heart was much more solid. Extreme Challenge originally came from Cold Kingdom, but he didn't want to make it exactly in Cold Kingdom's mold. So what's the point? Drawing a tiger like a cat is like a dog. He's going to make them his own. Shortly after, Extreme Challenge saw its second installment filmed. This installment has only a general direction, and without the constraints of a script, several guests have become more free to play. After the last installment, the relationship between Yi Chen and Huang Bo, brother Han Lei and the others had gotten much closer, and they were much more relaxed in their jokes. When the show starts, it's the same hotel as last time, right down to everyone's room number. Without the constraints of the program's rules, even the program staff let loose and opened up a fancy whole job. It was a little after 5 in the morning, when Yi Chen and the other guests were still asleep. The staff of the program started to move. The first one to fall on hard times was Yen Wang Han Lei's brother. He was sound asleep when suddenly he heard a sharp, piercing sound of a rooster crowing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens crowed incessantly, irritating his eardrums. Sun Han Lei was instantly woken up and complained breathlessly. What kind of Thai hotel is this? How come there are still people raising chickens? He wanted to take a nap, but the sound of the chickens crowing was so loud that he couldn't sleep at all. After half a day of searching in my clothes, I couldn't find where the sound was coming from, so Sun Han Lei had to knock on the door of Yi Chen's room next door. Brother Han Lei, is something wrong? Yi Chen opened the door a crack and asked warily. Sun Han Lei asked, Yi Chen, do you have chickens in your room? Yi Chen almost misunderstood, then reacted and hurriedly said, no, this is a hotel. How could there be chickens? Didn't you hear the chickens crowing? Brother Han Lei, I didn't hear anything. Did you hear wrong? Yi Chen laughed in his heart. He knew that it must be the show's crew that was messing with him. Maybe I really did mishear you. So what? Go back to sleep. Sun Han Lei went back to the house after saying that. Where could Yi Chen still sleep? Knowing it was his turn to get screwed next, he went to the bathroom, got a tub of cool water, put it on the door, and went back to bed pretending to sleep. After a moment, the door was indeed pushed open. However, the next second, a pot of cold water fell from the sky, splashing the staff. Even the back of the cameraman were not spared, were drenched into a soup chicken. What's the situation? Clueless, the staff was completely confused. Yi Chen pretended to be woken up and looked at the wet staff, pretending to be surprised as he asked, what are you guys doing standing in front of my room? Why are you all wet? The staff wanted to cry. Mr. Yi Chen, why are you putting pots of water on the door? Yi Chen said in a serious manner. I'm afraid a thief will come in the middle of the night and steal something, so I put pots of water in as a precaution. Upon hearing this explanation, the staff was even more speechless. Do you think we're children? So easy to fool? It's obviously for us. Okay? Teacher Yi Chen, you're also too unconventional. The staff member wiped the water from his face and complained bitterly. Yi Chen said apologetically, I'm sorry everyone, this person I'm just too cautious. The hearts of the people are wicked, have to be guarded. Why don't you guys knock? If you say so? I was sleeping. Why did you guys suddenly push your way in? I see. You guys are trying to pull a fast one on me, aren't you? The staff member said in a rush. No, Mr. Yi Chen, you've misunderstood. How could we dare? So what? We just came to let you know that it's time to get up and record the program. Yi Chen lifted the covers and laughed. I'd been up a long time. It was only then that the staff realized he was actually wearing clothes. And say it's not in our defense. Yi Chen laughed. The others haven't woken up yet, right? Why don't you let me wake them up? Chapter 187, The Song She Scares the Men's Gang. The staff member saw Yi Chen's face with a bad smile and immediately guessed his intentions, and quickly nodded. Yes, but, Mr. Yi Chen, you must pay attention to your measure. Don't play too much. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Yi Chen pursed his lips. Please, get me some women. Pust. The staff member nearly spewed a mouthful of old blood. You want a woman out of the blue? You call that knowing what you're doing? That, Mr. Yi Chen, we still want to broadcast our program. We don't want to be blocked. If you need it, you can wait until after recording the program. Yi Chen said breathlessly with his head full of black lines. What are you guys thinking? Then told them about his plan. The director's team couldn't help but brighten up after hearing this and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. They had thought that Yi Chen would only sing, but they didn't realize that he had such a sense of variety that he could even come up with such devious ideas. Mr. Yi Chen, this idea of yours is just fantastic. You're really giving up your talent by not being a variety show planner. Yan Min, the assistant director, immediately called a few female staff members and, according to Yi Chen's instructions, painted them with the makeup of female ghosts in horror movies and changed into white dresses dyed with red pigment, looking no different from female ghosts. While they were putting on their makeup, Yi Chen wasn't idle, finding a quiet room and recording a new song on his cell phone. The song was then shared with every female ghost. No, staff member who was made up as a female ghost. When we get into the group later, you guys will start playing this song on a loop. A staff member curiously clicked it on and listened to it. An eerie melody played. She was so scared that she turned off the music in a panic. If I had known that, I wouldn't have even needed to put on makeup just now. Mr. Yi Chen, your song is too scary. Won't anything happen? Assistant Director Yan Min couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Yi Chen swore with conviction. After everything was ready, a few staff members made up as female ghosts led the way into Sun Honlei's room without turning on the lights. Standing neatly by his bedside and starting to play that new song of Yi Chen's, an eerie song rang out in the darkened room. The 18th day of the first month. Zodiac. Sorghum lift. Lift up the red suit. 1 foot. 1 hate. Make hasty cuts. Sun Honlei was woken up by the sound of chickens crowing before, and it was hard to fall back to sleep. But suddenly he felt that there was a sound of a song in his ears that seemed to be far away and near. He thought he was dreaming, but the song continued without stopping. Lay off the good man. I can't return. Pretending to be happy. Rattlesnake red sandalwood. To put it mildly, it's really hard to guess. The melody of the song grew eerie and spooky, and the temperature in the room dropped to freezing. Even those few staff members felt shaky. Sun Honlei opened his eyes to look at it, and with just one glance, he was scared out of his wits. Only a few pale-faced female ghosts with weird smiles stood beside his bed, and the eerie song surrounded him 360 degrees. He instantly got goosebumps of fear and sat up with a carp. Just when everyone thought he was going to make a move, the next scene threw everyone for a loop. I only saw that Sun Honlei actually covered his head with a quilt, couldn't stop shivering, and his mouth was still chanting. A few sisters, there is a reason for the injustice. I haven't done anything wrong. You mustn't come looking for me. Namu Amitba Buddha. Taishan Lao Jun is in a hurry. Amen. I didn't realize that the tough guy on screen was so timid in reality, and the staff was amused by him. Sun Honlei shook even harder when he heard the laughter. The assistant director Yan Min was afraid of scaring him out of his wits and said, almost okay. Only then did Yi Chen turn on the light and laughed. Brother Honlei, come out. There are no ghosts here. We're messing with you. Sun Honlei huddled under the covers and stumbled over what he said just wouldn't come out. I'm not going out. I can't imagine that this ghost is quite powerful. It actually imitates Yi Chen's voice. Yi Chen said breathlessly. Brother Honlei, it's really me. Yan Min said apologetically as well. Mr. Honlei, come on out. Everything was arranged by our program. Only then did Sun Honlei cautiously stick out his head, and seeing Yi Chen and the others, he instantly realized that he had been screwed and said angrily, fine, you guys actually pretended to be ghosts to scare me. It's so unethical. Yi Chen laughed. Brother Honlei, don't blame them, it was my idea. Good boy. I see you are quite honest, but I can't imagine that you have a belly full of bad water. When Sun Honlei saw those female staff members, he was still a little scared in his heart, and he quickly blew them out. Yi Chen said, Brother Honlei, we have to go wake up Mr. Huang Base and Brother Bo next. Do you want to join us? Sun Honlei was instantly interested. Go, must go. How can I be left out of something so interesting? I want to see Yellow Base and Yellow Bo get scared silly. So everyone woke up Yellow Base and the others in the same way. With cordiality and friendship, they were both terrified. No better than Sun Honlei. After hearing that it was Yi Chen's idea, they all couldn't help but spit it out. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be so bad. This kid looks thick-eyed, but his heart is worse than Honlei's. I wasn't scared by the female ghost. but mostly by the song, which was also too creepy. Yellow Base said heartily, "Why haven't I heard that song before? What's it called?" Yi Chen laughed. "This song is newly written by me. It's called Wedding. It hasn't been released to the public yet. Congratulations on being the first batch of listeners of this song." Huang Bo said, "Well, then we thank you. Such a good song. We can't be the only ones to listen to it." Huang Base laughed badly. "Yi Chen, you have to upload this song to the music platform as soon as possible so that everyone can listen to it." Everyone else chimed in. After a bit of fussing, all the members were woken up and the recording officially began. This installment was the same as the previous life. Yi Chen and the others were each given a box containing gold bars, and whoever had the most gold bars at the end won. Without the constraints of the script and the rules of the program, everyone fully exposed their own natures. One by one, the 36 stratagems are endless, during which the laughs are even more constant. Sun Honglei took the initiative to find Yi Chen and expressed his desire to ally with him. Yi Chen thought of his previous life when he had cheated the box in the hands of the little sheepishing in this way, so he made a trick out of it, pretending to agree to an alliance with Sun Honglei and robbing his case when he wasn't looking. Sun Honglei didn't think that he would be tricked and hurriedly chased after Yi Chen. Yi Chen stopped a car on the road. The driver was a girl in her 20s. When Yi Chen got on the car, she immediately recognized him and asked excitedly, "May I ask if you are Yi Chen?" Chapter 188, Encountering Sister Zhou. The netizen. "That's right, it's me." The woman shrieked with excitement at once. "Wow, oh my god, old-timers, I've actually seen a living Yi Chen. Yi Chen got into my car. Family, did you see that? He's sitting next to me right now." Yi Chen then realized that the woman was actually still live, and asked curiously, "You're an anchor?" The woman nodded repeatedly, excited. "Aha, my name is Zhou Shi. Fans call me Sister Zhou." Sister Chow? Yi Chen remembered that there was indeed such a netizen in his previous life. He glanced at her live feed and laughed. "You're a little short on followers, only a few tens of thousands." Zhou Shi said with a red face and embarrassment. "Teacher Yi Chen, I'm making you laugh. I'm just a small anchor, just engaged in the live broadcasting industry not long ago." Yi Chen laughed. "Little anchor, congratulations, you're about to be on fire." Zhou Shi's face was full of question marks, and before she could react, she saw Yi Chen waving his hand at the netizens in the live broadcast room. "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen." The netizens in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over when they saw Yi Chen. Asterisk. It's really Yi Chen. Oh my god, the anchor is too lucky, isn't he, to actually meet Yi Chen by chance. Fire. Sister Zhou is going to be on fire this time. Is Yi Chen recording Extreme Challenge? Hello brother Yi Chen, I'm your fan, I love you. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were densely packed, all greeting Yi Chen. Officials of the DouVoice platform have also taken note of this. Yi Chen started out as a Netflix star, but since he became a star, he rarely went live. Netizens were thrilled to see him on the air again. Douyin officials also immediately pushed Zhou Shi's live room with the title Yi Chen appeared in a small anchor's live room. Word spreads quickly. The netizens have caught wind of Sister Zhou's live broadcast. The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10W, 20W, 30W, 100W. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached 100W, and it continued to rise. The popularity of the live broadcast also exceeded 1000W. It didn't take long for Sister Zhou's live broadcast to soar to the top of the heat list like a rocket. It's hard to imagine that a small anchor with only a few tens of thousands of followers could make it to the top of the heat list. Silly. Zhou Shi was completely dumbfounded. Her brain was dizzy and she suspected she was dreaming. I've heard that people get vertigo when they succeed, and she was indeed dizzy now. This is probably the peak plateau of life. However, she was still self-aware and knew that these netizens were all coming for Yi Chen. When Yi Chen left, the netizens would naturally leave as well. Still, a portion of the network would stay, and that was good enough for her. The netizens were all excited to see Yi Chen and sent pop-ups asking him all sorts of questions. Zhou Shi's brain was very flexible and immediately acted as a reporter, chatting with Yi Chen and asking questions that netizens were most concerned about. "Mr. Yi Chen, may I ask if you're recording Extreme Challenge?" "Exactly. Why did you get into my car?" "I robbed Brother Honglei's case and he was chasing me when I stopped a random car on the side of the road." "Is this so casual?" Zhou Shi and the netizens were stunned. "I've heard that Extreme Challenge is scripted. It doesn't look like it." "Yeah, if there's a script, would they still randomly stop cars? Unless Sister Zhou is in cahoots with them too. Sister Zhou is just a little unknown anchor. How could the program team possibly look for her? So the show isn't really scripted. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been a human being. I didn't watch the show when I heard people say it was scripted. I'll definitely watch the next installment." "Me too. This program is quite interesting to watch. It's not as bad as everyone says. It should be a competitor deliberately smearing it. Support Yi Chen and support Extreme Challenge. Yi Chen's appearance brought huge traffic to Zhou, while also redeeming the program's reputation and driving its popularity. This wave is a win-win. The netizens in the live broadcast room were requesting Yi Chen to sing. Yi Chen, please sing us a song. Yeah, it's been a while since you've sung live. I miss when you used to sing live in the underpass. Yi Chen, come on. Zhou said to Yi Chen in embarrassment. Mr. Yi Chen, look at how enthusiastic the netizens are. Can you satisfy everyone? After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen with a nervous mood. Yi Chen laughed graciously. It's okay, isn't it just a song? Then it began to sing. Celadon Porcelain, 7 Miles of Fragrance, On the Rainbow of Qingming, Funeral of a Rose, Left Finger to the Moon, Qi Ling. Yi Chen sang several of his masterpieces one after another. Zhou next to him was dumbfounded. She was also a fan of Yi Chen, and to be able to listen to Yi Chen sing so closely, I'm afraid that apart from Yangmi, she was the only one who had this treatment, right? She was so happy she practically fainted. Mr. Yi Chen, you sing so beautifully. Zhou Shui's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, why don't you sing 2 songs too? Me? Ha, let's forget it. Other people sing for money. I sing for my life. Yi Chen encouraged. Not so much, right? It's okay. You should have confidence in yourself. Just sing. Zhou Shi was touched and said excitedly, Mr. Yi Chen, you're the first person to encourage me so much, so I'll sing a song and ask for your guidance. With that, he opened his mouth and sang, and just after listening to one line, Yi Chen's brows were furrowed. Not a word in tune. Okay, you stop singing. Yi Chen hurriedly stopped her. You really aren't suited for singing. You can go the funny route in the future. Zhou Shi laughed bitterly. I see. Thank you, Mr. Yi Chen. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen arrived at the station, said goodbye to Zhou Shi and the netizens, and got off the bus at the curb. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he saw a familiar figure on the side of the road. Sun Honlei. Surprisingly, at the moment he is squatting on the street side stall selling watermelons. Yi Chen walked over and asked, does this melon stay ripe? Big brother, you say that, do I dare to sell it if I don't know it well? Sun Honlei said and looked up. Seeing that it was Yi Chen, he stood up with a pang. Good boy, at last I've caught you. You've caused me so much trouble. Yi Chen smiled and asked, Brother Honlei, why are you selling watermelons? Sun Honlei said glumly, it's not all because of you. You robbed my box. I don't have a penny on me. Luckily I met a truck pulling a watermelon. The big brother selling watermelon is my fan. Seeing my pity, he gave me a few watermelons. I wasn't thinking of selling the watermelon to get some money for the cab ride. Chapter 189 Extreme Challenge is on fire. Yi Chen was a bit overwhelmed in his heart. I'm sorry, Brother Honlei, let's put aside our differences and shake hands. This time, no one is going to set anyone up. Let's make an alliance and go cheat Mr. Yellow Base and Bow out of the boxes they're holding. Sun Honlei's small eyes lit up and he said with a smile, then brother will trust you one more time. You can't lie to me again. Don't worry, I'll never lie to you. Wait a moment to meet Mr. Yellow Base and the others. You do as I say. Yi Chen told Sun Honlei about his plan. The more Sun Honlei listened to the more excitedly said, you're still a smart kid. You're right to hang out with you. The two managed to make an alliance and soon found the fallen Yellow Base. Sun Honlei hid in the back and pressed on as Yi Chen panicked. Mr. Huang, save me. Yi Chen ran to Yellow Base, panting. What happened? Huang Base's vigilance was high and did not approach Yi Chen, staring at him warily. Mr. Huang, Brother Honlei is going to rob my box. Where is my small physique a match for him? Yi Chen feigned a pitiful and helpless look and said with a sincere face. Mr. Huang, we've known each other since aspiring. You must help me. Huang Base said vigilantly. Yi Chen, you won't lie to me, will you? How could I lie to you? Mr. Huang, could it be that you don't even believe me? Yi Chen said anxiously with an innocent look. Brother Honlei and Brother Bo have already made an alliance. If we don't make an alliance, I'm afraid we're no match for them. Yellow Base considered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I'll ally myself with you. Later I'll go over to Honlei first and pretend to ally myself with him to trick him out of his case. As he was talking, Sun Honlei walked over, squinting a pair of small eyes and said with a smile, Yi Chen, Yellow Base, what are you two chatting about? Huang Base laughed. Honlei, we were discussing an alliance with you. Yes? Sun Honlei walked over to Yellow Base and hugged him when he wasn't looking. Yi Chen was quick to snatch the box from Huang Base's hand. Mr. Huang, I'm sorry, I've already made an alliance with Brother Honlei. Yi Chen said apologetically as he was a little overjoyed. Huang Base was dumbfounded and said painfully, Yi Chen, thanks to me trusting you so much, You actually betrayed me. Alas, all day long I fight geese, but today I was pecked out by a goose. I never thought that I would have today. Next, Yi Chen and Sun Honglei followed the same routine and tricked the boxes in the hands of Huang Bo and the others, gaining the ultimate victory. The whole shoot was very relaxed and enjoyable, much better than the first installment. Yi Chen and Huang Base, Sun Honglei and the others got along very well, and although they were full of deception, their relationship was much closer. In this case, the show also works surprisingly well, with a lot of unexpected laughs. From the very beginning of the shoot, the general director never stopped smiling on his face and was occasionally amused. The rest of the staff had a good laugh too, but it was Yi Chen and the other guests who were the happiest, making money while playing. The whole show is also a reversal of reversal and reversal of reversal, and even the guests themselves, not to mention the audience, have no idea what they're going to do next. One of the people who contributed the most laughs and had the best sense of variety was Yi Chen. Everyone found it incredible. They didn't expect Yi Chen, who usually looked ancient and honest, to be so terse. By the end of the shoot, there were smiles on everyone's faces. They just filmed it and both thought the show was great, and it definitely looked better when it was edited and aired. There is no doubt that Extreme Challenge will become another hit program after I Am a Singer and King of Chinese Singers. That night, Yi Chen had a meal with everyone and bonded with each other before heading back to the imperial capital. A few days have flown by and the second installment of Extreme Challenge is finally on. Before the show started, the internet was buzzing. The first installment of this show wasn't much fun, and the second installment certainly wasn't any good. That's right, I really don't know why Yi Chen wants to participate in this program. It's really out of practice. Alas, with this time it would be better to release a few more new songs. It's been a long time since I've heard a new song from Yi Chen. That's where you guys are wrong, right? I heard that the crew made some changes to the rules of the show, allowing the guests to play freely, and the second installment is much more interesting than the first. I saw Yi Chen in a small anchor's live room. He was recording the second installment at the time, and it seemed pretty interesting. Ha ha ha. I also watched Sister Joe's live broadcast. She's so lucky. Yi Chen's appearance helped her gain millions of fans, and all of a sudden she became a big internet star from a small anchor. Terrifying. Yi Chen's influence is truly terrifying. From what you guys are saying, Phase 2 seems pretty good. I'll have to check it out. Netizens said anything. Some chose to support Yi Chen unconditionally, while some other fans of other traffic stars were talking smack. Yi Chen's little assistant was still very apprehensive, and did not even dare to watch the program, for fear that it would be the same as the first issue. The word of mouth flopped. Before the show started, he was shredding like a chatterbox. Brother Yi, what can we do? It's not easy for you to participate in a variety show. If you flop again. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. Don't worry, the second installment is much better than the first, and it definitely won't flop. Are you kidding me? Extreme Challenge will punt? That's absolutely impossible. In a previous life, this was the breakout show that was a hit for several seasons. The first installment's word-of-mouth flop was purely accidental, and now that it's back on track, the show is only going to get hotter. This time Yi Chen was in the mood, pulling his little assistant to stay in front of the TV and watch the program together. The young assistant wasn't much interested at first, and didn't even have the courage to look at it, but he was soon mesmerized by the wonderful show, his eyes glowing and he was amused. Ha 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 ha, I can't imagine that brother Hong Lei and Mr. Huang also have a day to be defeated. Yi, you're also too cunning. No, you're also too smart. Oh my god, these people don't have an oil lamp. Every one of them has 180 hard eyes. If you do someone else you will be played to death in a minute. Ordinary people can't really go on this program. Yi, you guys really don't have any idle baggage at all. Looking at the little assistant, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. It was good enough when they filmed it, and the edited finished film will only get better. This installment is sure to blow up. As expected, after watching the second installment of Extreme Challenge, everyone was all amused and couldn't stop laughing. The pop-ups and comments section were all favorable. Chapter 190, I let you be grounded, but not the house. Ha ha ha, this show is too much fun. The second installment is really much better than the first. Highly recommended. Yi Chen really won't let us down. I didn't expect that the tall Sun Honglei would be so scared that he would shrink under the quilt. The contrast is too big. It's so funny. The old fox, Mr. Huang, actually had a day when he flipped. Yi Chen is actually so terse. He's so funny. This program let me see another side of him. Very real. Not pretentious at all. If Huang Base is an old fox, then Yi Chen is a little fox. He's too cunning. Am I the only one paying attention to the song Yi Chen sang? I noticed it too. Yi Chen sang that song Shi Yin in the program. It was both good and scary. I really don't know how he came up with it. I hope this song goes online soon. I can't wait for the single loop. Yi Chen opened his phone and found that many netizens were discussing the second installment of Extreme Challenge, and it was even on the hot search. The Twitterverse is abuzz with it. Ha ha, this program is so funny, tears are coming out of my eyes. Not only is it hilarious, it's also very visceral. It's been a long time since I've seen such a wonderful variety show. Yi Chen is really surprising. His sense of variety is too strong, contracting half of the laughs in this program. The brothers are so relaxed and have no idle baggage at all. Good looking. Extreme Challenge is so good. The Weibo hot search had a total of 50 positions, with Yi Chen and Extreme Challenge taking up a quarter of them. Along with that, he also sang that new song She on the show. Netizens love and hate this song, wanting to hear it and dreading it at the same time. That She song is too scary, isn't it? Can't you see that brother Hong Lei is almost crying from fear? Although Yi Chen is a musical genius, it's not so bad to sing such a horrible song. Let You Grounded. Did not Let You Grounded House Ah. It's horrible, but it's still good. I like it. I hope the song goes online soon. The next day, the words Extreme Challenge remained firmly at the top of the hot search. There has never been a variety show so hot that it occupied the hot search for 2 days in a row. Even the king of Chinese songs was compared to it. Yi Chen's performance was even brighter, sucking in another wave of fans. The heat and buzz around the show continues to climb by the minute. A lot of people who don't usually like to watch variety shows can't help but get into it. More and more people are taking notice of the program. Geez, I wasn't even hopeful before this show. I didn't expect it to be this good. Great. Now the days are looking up again. Was there a change in the directing team for the second installment? I can't. I'm going to die laughing. Sure enough, men are teenagers until they die. My brother Yi Chen is so handsome. I didn't expect him to have such a side. More, 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 more. I can't wait for the third installment. All relevant discussion content exploded. The audience responded well. Yi Chen's close friends sent him messages of congratulations. The little assistant looked at the messages from the others and the smile on her face didn't stop. Brother Yi, as long as this program continues to explode, your popularity will rise another level. The road to celebrity fame accumulating fans is one step at a time. Although Yi Chen had reaped a wave of goodwill before, it was only in the field of music. Variety is the fastest shortcut to rising fans. A certain little unknown actor became an overnight sensation just because he farted on some variety show. It's ironic to say that after years of hard work on a movie, it's not as good as a fart on a variety show. Yi Chen wasn't averse to variety arts, much less traffic. After all, that's what he relied on for a living. But he won't take variety as his main business. Participating in variety is just amateur fun. Singing is the most important thing. He would never put the cart before the horse. Yi Chen had seen too many excellent actors and singers who ended up as variety artists, and he didn't want to become like that himself. Still, Extreme Challenge has brought him a lot of popularity as well as a large fan base. Now that there is this explosive variety show to support it, those fans who only watch variety shows and don't like to listen to songs will pay attention to Yi Chen's music and slowly become his die-hard fans. The more the little assistant thought about it, the more excited her eyes became, and she felt like she was going to soar too. It's important to follow the right boss. The better Yi Chen's career progressed, the more accomplished he would be. The next day, Yi Chen went to the recording studio and recorded the song She and uploaded it to the music platform. Fans have long been watching his every move. Any news about Yi Chen would cause a stir. As soon as the song went live, the play volume exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments reached 10,000+, directly parachuting into the first place on the hot search list of major music platforms. Yi Chen only sang half of the song on the show, not the whole thing, so everyone wanted to hear what the full version of the song was like. About a heaven and earth, two bows, husband and wife worship, before the church, he spoke from the heart, failure to honor a promise, it's not going to be dashing, lightly cloudy, a childhood sweetheart, idiom, fig, despair at having to sacrifice oneself for a friend or relative. After listening to the full version of She, everyone was once again amazed by Yi Chen's musical talent. Oh my god, such a weird song, how on earth did Yi Chen write it? It's weird but inexplicably good. The sound of the oboe gave me goosebumps. The swana and eru are really so good. What is national is global. I'm going to set the oboe bit as an alarm, blowing awake for work and blowing away for the road. It's such a refreshing song to listen to. It's perfect as an alarm clock ringtone. I want to laugh at the thought of Sun Hong Lei crying at this song. A game company soon contacted Yi Chen. It turns out that their company has developed a new horror game, and they want to buy the rights to the song as a promotional song for the game. The other party even offered a direct royalty of $10 million. I have to say, the game companies are really making money. Yi Chen's previous royalties were $3 million a song, and now they had more than tripled directly. Naturally, he would not have a problem with the money, and painfully signed the contract with the other party. $10 million was quickly credited to his account. Yi Chen's notice fee for participating in Extreme Challenge was $30 million. He could only marvel at how easy it was for celebrities to make money. No wonder so many celebrities don't shoot and sing properly and go for variety shows. The explosion of Extreme Challenge has made many TV stations see the business opportunity and plan similar variety shows. And Yi Chen has become the favorite of all the variety shows. These days his phone is almost bursting with calls, all inviting him to participate in the variety show. But Yi Chen refused them all. Still, he didn't want to put the cart before the horse. Singing was his main business. Chapter 191, Encountering Mao Bai. Yi Chen knew that the good looks of Extreme Challenge came from the looseness of these guests. It is also because of the opening of Extreme Challenge. Among the internal entertainment, more and more people like to invite these middle-aged male stars to participate in the variety show. People are realizing that every age group has its own point of attraction, and those young traffic idols are becoming less and less appealing. Yi Chen, congratulations! Extreme Challenge exploded and your popularity has risen a lot more. In the evening, after Yang Mi, who had finished filming, came home, she was the first to express her congratulations to Yi Chen. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her, and the two of them snuggled up to each other as they sat on the sofa. Mimi, as you can see, this variety show is hot. How about it? Are you interested? Hearing this, Yang Mi froze, turned her head to look at Yi Chen with interest, and said with a dimpled smile, "What? The director's team of Extreme Challenge asked you to ask me for a job?" At those words, Yi Chen smiled gently. Now that the basic guests are set and Extreme Challenge belongs to the men's club, how can Yang Mi not be the resident female guest? But it's okay to be an occasional flying guest. That's not what I'm talking about. I've heard that another variety show is in the works, and it needs a female guest in it. Would you be interested? Hearing Yi Chen say this, Yang Mi couldn't help but hesitate a little. Her personality is also considered very outgoing, but she is not afraid to shoot a variety show with other people. But now it is not easy to have a bit of reputation, and began to transition to the strength of the faction. Running to shoot a variety show will not be self-damaging feathers? Yang Mi frowned slightly and said hesitantly, I'm in the middle of a movie, so I'm afraid I don't have a slot. Yi Chen knew what was really in Yang Mi's heart. After all the people in the entertainment industry still look down on variety artists now, but that's also why the early breakout variety shows had room to operate. Yang Mi was his girlfriend, and if there was a chance to take some shortcuts, he would certainly pave the way for her. Recalling his illness, Yi Chen frowned slightly. For the first time the attitude was slightly tougher to Yang Mi. There's no relation. This variety show is still in the preparatory stage. When you finish filming 3 Lives and 3 Worlds at a later stage it will just take over. By the time the variety show was pretty much filmed and 3 Lives and 3 Worlds was pretty much edited, with these 2 breakout hits appearing, it would definitely be able to send Yang Mi up to the position of a super tier 1 actress. And with these 2 breakout masterpieces, Yang Mi's future path will be much better than the last one. Looking at Yi Chen's serious eyes, Yang Mi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head and agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying that, she buried her head in Yi Chen's arms. She didn't really want the two to get into an argument over it. The two of them cuddled for a while, and the takeout order arrived. Yi Chen got up and went to open the door, and the delivery man was supposed to hand the delivery to the customer as usual. Thanks. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the delivery man looked up sharply. The moment he saw Yi Chen, he was completely stunned. Oh my god, Yi Chen. The look on the delivery man's face was as good as it was going to get. He had just finished watching an episode of Extreme Challenge during a break, and he remembered Yi Chen's appearance firmly. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, your filming of Extreme Challenge is very good. I like you a lot. Thanks, Yi Chen politely replied back. The delivery man didn't care and made a cheering gesture to Yi Chen. Go for it, idol. He had no feelings for Yi Chen at all before. Takeout is supposed to be a hard industry, and although Yi Chen was hot before, those things they turned their eyes and forgot about. When you are off, you prefer to watch something entertaining and relax on rare occasions. Not long ago, he stumbled upon Extreme Challenge, and at first it was just a way to pass the time. I didn't realize that the more I watched it, the more I liked it, especially because Yi Chen in it knew the world, but not the world, and although he was very young, he was able to mingle with those middle-aged men. It's so appealing to be both clueless and mature at the same time. Watching the 2 installments has kind of turned Yi Chen into a roadie fan. The delivery man rushed through his pockets, looking for something to sign. Oops, what a coincidence. It was hard to meet you. My daughter likes you very much, and my wife likes you too. When Yi Chen heard this, he turned around and took out a photo from the house, which he used specifically for signing photos for his fans. Experienced celebrities don't usually sign blank sheets of paper. Who knows what the other person might do with it? Sharp signed and handed the picture to the delivery man. The delivery man froze in his movements and stared blankly at Yi Chen. almost reddening his eyes for a moment. He knew that many celebrities were very arrogant in private, especially to take away workers like them. In private, they didn't even want to contact them, and look down on them from the bottom of their hearts, not to mention the fact that they will still offer to sign autographs. Yi Chen's character is really good. What he didn't know was that if Yi Chen didn't have a system, I'm afraid that he would most likely be delivering takeaways right now as well. He respects everyone who tries to live their lives. Mr. Yi Chen, thank you. Yi Chen smiled and spoke to him as well. Go for it. After the two of them, Yi Chen and Yang Mi, finished eating takeout, Yang Mi suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. It's been quite tiring filming these days, and you're really tired from the variety show, so let's go out for a stroll. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and came down to rummage for a hat, scarf and sunglasses to dress the two up. Pushing out the newly purchased little electric donkey from the garage, he cocked his head at Yang Mi. My goodness, you still have this stuff. That's true, he can pull more than a sports car. He also bought a sports car when he first became famous for the novelty of it, and then realized he couldn't use it at all. All of their cars are now tagged, and as soon as this car leaves the house, the paparazzi are bound to follow it. Although the paparazzi had been much more restrained since he had beaten Zhu Dewei, it was impossible to completely clean them out. Doggies are more annoying than mosquitoes in the summer. Yi Chen is also not particularly interested in cars, so that sports car bought soon, put in the garage to eat dust to go. This little donkey is different. After all, no one would think that a big star would go out on a little donkey, and it's also very easy to get around. Riding my beloved little trolley, which never gets stuck in traffic. Yang Mi is also rare. She hadn't been on an electric car since junior high school, so she hurriedly sat in the back and wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Chen. Yi Chen put the helmets of the two of them on and rode slowly down the riverside path in a single bound. It was rare for two people to have such free time to talk to each other about work. Suddenly, Yi Chen's attention was drawn to a man, pulling over. The more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. What? You recognize it? Yi Chen nodded and parked the car, smiling at Yang Mi. Not only do I recognize it, you do too. Isn't that our company's contracted artist Mao Bui? Yang Mi took a closer look and then recognized Mao Bui. Chapter 192. Acting as a mentor of Star of Tomorrow. Mao Bui was introduced to the company by Yi Chen. When the two of them participated in the all-new Singers together, Yi Chen changed his fate by singing his song, leaving him without a song to sing. Yi Chen was overjoyed in his heart, so he introduced him into the company. Joshing World is a movie and TV company and is weak in music. Yang Mi hadn't paid any attention to Mao Bui and didn't even have much of an impression of him. Yi Chen did write a few new songs for Mao Bui, and even took him along to commercial shows. Mao Bui did gain some fame, but it was far from being a big hit, and was completely overshadowed by Yi Chen's light. It can be said that success is also Yi Chen, and defeat is also Yi Chen. Mao Bui was bitter in his heart. In fact, he was not happy in Joshing, just like a transparent person. Aside from Yi Chen, almost no one noticed his presence, and Yi Chen was too busy to bring him around all the time, so Mao Bui wasn't doing too well. Having been signed to a company for a long time, his income was indeed a bit more than before, but he was only just out of the poverty line. The imperial capital was another place where land was scarce, and the company didn't provide accommodation, so he had always rented a room outside. It's not like I can't even pay next month's rent and I've been evicted by my landlord. He was too embarrassed to open up to Yi Chen about the advance, so he could only pull his suitcase and walk aimlessly on the street. Mao doesn't remember. Yi Chen called out to Mao Bui. Mao Bui turned his head to see Yi Chen and Yang Mi and was slightly stunned. He rushed over and laughed nervously. Brother Tatsu, sister Honey, I didn't expect to run into you here. The cool wind of the night blew crookedly on his face, but Mao Bui's expression did not move a bit. Yi Chen looked at his suitcase and asked, What? Moving? Mao Bui smiled bitterly. Couldn't pay the rent and was evicted by the landlord. Pust. Yi Chen directly froze, staring blankly at Mao Bui for a moment, and asked in surprise, No way? You're at least a signed artist of our company, a star of some size, and you can't even afford to pay the rent? Mao Bui laughed bitterly. Brother Chen, don't make fun of me. What kind of star am I? Realizing that his words were a bit negative, he hastily added, Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to blame you. Yi Chen's head was filled with black lines and he was speechless. If he didn't know Mao Bui's character, he would definitely feel that he was blaming himself in a conspiratorial manner. The people under his command are reduced to sleeping on the streets. Isn't that a slap in the face of him as the boss? Mimi, is Mao Bui's paycheck so low? Yi Chen looked at Yang Mi. Yang Mi blushed, embarrassed. The finance manager runs all the payroll stuff. I haven't paid much attention to that stuff. I'll ask around. Mao Bui said in a hurry. Brother Tatsu, sister Honey, don't bother. I'm already grateful to you. Yi Chen sighed and apologized. Mao, it's because I didn't do a good job and didn't care enough about you. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Mao Bai froze, not understanding what Yi Chen meant. Yi Chen continued, I received an offer from a music variety show not long ago. That program is somewhat similar to the all-new singers that we participated in back then, which mainly promotes new singers. I'll apply for a spot for you, so go ahead and give it a try. Brother Tatsu, can I ask what program it is? Mao Bui asked excitedly. The name of that program is Star of Tomorrow, a music talent show for newcomers. They invited me to be a mentor, but I haven't said yes yet. Yi Chen patted Mao Bui's shoulder. Trust me, this show is perfect for you. If you do well, you'll be on fire, and I'll allow you to sing my songs on the show, plus I'll help you get a sizable amount of notice from the show. Hearing this, Mao did not remember offhand. Okay, I'll go too. What did he say he lacked most right now? That must be money. He didn't dare to hope that he would be a hit. It's nice to make a buck and relieve yourself of your immediate needs. Anyway, he had nothing to do now that he was idle. Brother Tatsu, thank you. You've helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Yi Chen laughed. Cheer up. Perform well. Get a good score. Don't disgrace me. Aha, Brother Tatsu. Don't worry. I'll work hard. Mao Bui was incomparably grateful to Yi Chen in his heart and watched him and Yang Mi leave, rekindling his hope. Yi Chen, you're also too good to Mao Bai. Yang Mi was a little curious as to why Yi Chen was so nice to Mao Bui. Yi Chen laughed. Don't look at him as inconspicuous now. He's a potential stock. He'll catch fire in the future. I'm also cultivating talent for the company. Is he really going to catch fire? Yang Mi was a bit incredulous. How Mao Bui didn't look like he could be on fire. When have I ever gone off the deep end? You'll soon find out. Thinking that he was about to train an excellent singer, Yi Chen felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. The lights were on and the night view was very beautiful. The cool evening breeze was indescribably pleasant. Yi Chen and Yang Mi hadn't been this relaxed and cozy for a long time. Now that's life. Yang Mi looked rather unimpressed. Yi Chen, we'll come back in the future. Good. Early the next morning, Yi Chen made a call to the director of Stars of Tomorrow, saying that he could accept their invitation to be a mentor, but he would have to recommend a contestant. The director of Stars of Tomorrow certainly had no problem with it. Yi Chen was now the guarantor of flow, as long as he could participate. Not to mention stuffing one person, even 10 people was fine with him. The other party's efficiency was quick, and it didn't take long for the little assistant to hand Yi Chen the contract for Star of Tomorrow. Yi Chen sharply signed the contract. At the same time, the official microblog of Stars of Tomorrow released a microblog announcing Yi Chen as the mentor of Stars of Tomorrow. Besides him, there were 2 other tutors, Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Songqian. When this official blog came out, it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. It's so good. I can see Yi Chen's variety show again, and it's still a mentor. Yi Chen has only been on the scene for how long, and he's actually able to be a mentor? Bullish. Yi Chen's development speed is really bullish. There won't be any shady stuff, right? I heard this show is still a big production? What are you talking about upstairs? How come our family brother can't be a mentor? In terms of the entertainment industry nowadays, who else can fight as well as our brother? Unconvinced come to argue. Now Yi Chen in the entertainment industry, the music industry's achievements casually hang anyone good? That's a bit too arrogant to say, isn't it? No matter what, Yi Chen is still a newcomer. What's wrong with newcomers? If the newcomer is strong, he can crush everything. Come and argue. Chapter 193, Mao Bai, who performed brilliantly. The news of Yi Chen as a mentor for Stars of Tomorrow caused a huge stir. After all, it's only been a year since he debuted. A year ago, he was just a street performer who got kicked out of school and sold songs in the underpass. In just 1 year's time, he not only became a shareholder of Jiaxing, a hot superstar in the entertainment industry, but also became a mentor of a music talent show. The span from contestant to mentor is too big. Some admired, some marveled, and some were envious and jealous. Yi Chen's fans and fans of other traffic stars argued online. Those passerby netizens also took sides, most of them choosing to support Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen had been on the scene for a short period of time, his strength was there for all to see. The body and name of Ertzal will be destroyed, but the river will not be abolished for 10,000 years. It is mediocre not to be envied. Yi Chen didn't really care about this. The young assistant looked at the comments section and was saddened. No matter what, Yi Chen's fans are still quite capable. Thanks to the fan chokes, Stars of Tomorrow is on another hot streak. The director's team was happy to see this happen and felt more and more how wise it was to invite Yi Chen to be a mentor. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the day of the first recording of Stars of Tomorrow. Yi Chen took the program's special car and arrived at the recording site of the program. There, he met 2 other mentors, also called star pushers, Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Songqian. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Songqian smiled and greeted Yi Chen. Hearing Shuiji Dissatisfaction address himself, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. when he first participated in All New Singers. Shuiji Dissatisfaction was the mentor. At that time he called the other teacher. That's how long it's taken for the two to undergo such a dramatic shift in their identities. Dare not. Dare not. You can just call me by my first name. Yi Chen's attitude was very humble. Shuiji Dissatisfaction was a mixed bag of flavors in his heart. Yi Chen's development is frighteningly fast. Once upon a time, he was still Yi Chen's mentor. And now, he felt that he was no longer qualified to be on par with Yi Chen. In front of Yi Chen, he couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed of himself. Most importantly, he knew that Yi Chen's path was more than that, and that his future was unlimited. However, Shuiji Dissatisfaction was not jealous of Yi Chen, it was more of an admiration. He has a heartfelt respect for truly talented musicians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knelt down to Yi Chen in the program in the first place. The three of them briefly exchanged pleasantries and made their way to the studio hall. Taking their respective seats, Song Qian sat in the very center as a female mentor. The taping of the program has officially begun. The host, Fong, came onto the stage and introduced the program's format. Stars of Tomorrow is based on an elimination system where votes are cast by the three mentors and the audience underneath after each match. Well, welcome to the first taping of Stars of Tomorrow. As the name suggests, the original purpose of our program was to find the rising stars of tomorrow in the music industry. I hope every player can realize their dreams. Without further ado, the game is officially on. The words landed on the floor, and there was instant and loud applause. The host continued, let's bring the first contestant to the stage to sing. One by one, the contestants took the stage. Everyone brought out their best tunes and sang or danced on stage, doing their best to show off their talents. Yi Chen supported his chin with both hands, quietly enjoying the performance of each contestant. He made pertinent comments to each player's questions. Once again, everyone saw how professional he was. Shuiji Dissatisfied and Song Qian both admired him. Of course, there are times when the three mentors disagree. A contestant can only pass the first round of auditions if he or she has been lit up by two or more mentors at the same time. The first few contestants were lackluster, and even those who managed to advance didn't have much to show for it. Halfway through the recording, it was finally Mao Buyi's turn to make an appearance. The next contestant to come on isn't a newcomer. He's been on All New Singers before and has had a few songs. He's Mao Buyi. Hearing the name, Yi Chen's eyes lit up and he leaned back in his seat to gaze at the stage with interest. After the host stepped down, Mao Buyi held his guitar and slowly walked towards the center of the stage. He waited until the staff had set up chairs and microphones before he looked up. Looking at the three tutors in front of him, especially Yi Chen who was sitting on his right hand, he smiled and nodded. With Yi Chen as his boss here, he also had some more confidence and backbone in his heart. If this couldn't even advance, it would be too humiliating for Yi Chen. But it's not good to be too obvious. Will viewers suspect the show of being shady and question his inside track to the title? Mao Buyi's mood was complicated, swallowing and suppressing the excitement in his heart. Mao Buyi, are you ready? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Well, get ready. Okay, please begin your singing. Yi Chen smiled and signaled him to begin. Mao Buyi organized his mixed emotions, picked up his guitar, and slowly closed his eyes, letting his thoughts sink into the music. The intro played and he slowly opened his mouth to sing. If one day I become rich, my first choice wasn't to travel the world. In the world's biggest, softest couch, eat, sleep, wake up and eat again for a year. If one day I become rich, so I can keep everyone by my side, happy eating, drinking and talking every day. A low voice accompanied by a slightly upbeat backing track grabbed everyone's ears as soon as they opened their mouths. Everyone was so immersed that they couldn't help but sway and hum softly to the melody. After singing the first half of the song, Mao Buyi suddenly paused. The next second, a crisp whistle rang out. Whoa, whistle? He's the first person I've ever seen whistle on a program. Don't tell me. It's pretty good. It's also genius to think of using whistles for accompaniment. The room erupted in awe. Yi Chen looked around. Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Song Qian eyes are straight. His face cannot help but show a satisfied smile. Mao Buyi looked at the eyes of Yi Chen and the other three tutors. A hanging heart stepped down, knowing that he was stable in this first round. Sure enough, the song ended and all three mentors lit up at the same time. Mao Buyi didn't show how excited he was. He just smiled coyly. There was loud applause. Yi Chen and Shuiji Dissatisfaction they all clapped as well. Good to hear. Ha ha ha. This song is so much fun. It's not much good, but it's catchy and kind of fun. I can see that this man is a talent. I so love the way he stands on stage and sings quietly. Chapter 194. A handful of red hair doesn't remember. Mr. Shui, Mr. Song, do you two have anything to say? Mao Buyi was, after all, an artist of his own company. In order to avoid suspicion, Yi Chen decided to let Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Song Qian comment first. Teacher Yi Chen, it's better if you come first. Shuiji Dissatisfaction and Song Qian kicked the ball to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had to pick up the microphone and smiled. Mao Buyi, you sing very well. Can you tell us why you came to this competition? Mao Buyi said innocently as he froze. Tatsu, wasn't it you who told me to come? Yi Chen was instantly filled with black lines, his heart speechless to the extreme. This Mao Buyi is really real. Afraid people won't know you're related? I can't believe you just blatantly said that. Shuishi dissatisfaction and Song Chen didn't know about Mao Bai's relationship with Yi Chen, and both looked at him in surprise. Mao Buyi also realized that he had said the wrong thing and awkwardly coughed twice, changing his words. Because I've been really short of money lately, I can't even afford to pay my rent, and I heard that there's money to be gained from participating in this program, and food and lodging are also included. So I'm here. Yi Chen bingoed in his heart. Right, this classic answer finally heard. Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? The man is too honest for his own good. Ha ha ha, shouldn't we say it's for a musical dream? First time I've seen a draft for a package. Is it that bad? I'm sorry, shouldn't I be laughing? Young people have personality. I like that. Goddamn food and shelter. That's brilliant. When Mao Buyi said this, the whole audience laughed. Yi Chen also raised a smile. He knew that with this part, Mao Buyi would definitely be remembered by the audience. First impressions are important. Mao Buyi doesn't need to set up any persona. He just needs to be himself. The thing about viewer appeal is that it's very esoteric, and some people are naturally attracted to viewers. For example, both Mao Bai and Yang Chaoyue are like this. Of course, in addition to having a good personality, Mao Buyi is also very talented. The remaining two instructors were amused by this. Yi Chen didn't say anything else and gave the time to the remaining two tutors. Mao Buyi's sight kept looking at Yi Chen, inexplicably feeling a burst of peace of mind. It was hard to have such a terse and talented newcomer on stage, and the host seized the opportunity to ask a few good questions. This segment is all intact on the program as it aired. If I ever become rich, ha ha ha, you read it too? Yeah, who would have thought that Mao Bai entered because of the package? What to do? I like him too. So nerdy. Haha, I also think he has a bit of a natural nerd vibe. Such a down-to-earth singer. I love it. If I ever become rich. On this day, the discussion about Mao Bai hit the #1 spot on the hot search. Yi Chen put down his cell phone, and in the next second, Mao Bai's Weiwei message popped up. Tatsu, I'd like to meet with you. Yi Chen thought for a moment and returned. Okay. The young assistant mumbled and hummed a song about Mao not remembering as she munched on her snack. If I ever become rich. Turning his head, he saw Yi Chen heading out and hurriedly asked, Yi, where are you going? To meet Mao Buyi. The little assistant's eyes instantly rounded. Arriving at the company's dormitory, Mao Buyi had long been waiting at the door. Yi Chen opened the caravan and Mao Buyi quickly ran up. Tatsu, will I be a bother to you? Mao Bai's brow furrowed. If the others knew that Yi Chen had recommended him for this program, would it not be good? Yi Chen smiled. It doesn't matter. If I really cared about that, I wouldn't be here recommending you for the competition. Mao Buyi also dropped his heart when he heard this. Sincerely, he said to Yi Chen thankfully, Thank you, brother Chen. Thank me for what? Thanks for setting me on fire. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Yi Chen's cheerful smile, Mao Buyi also scratched his head in some embarrassment. No, it's not on fire. It's slightly more famous. You're on fire, not because of me, but because you're already talented. Or I wouldn't have come to recommend you for the competition. Mao Buyi froze when he heard this. For the subsequent matches, cheer up. As you saw before, there are a lot of powerful players in this match. Don't make me lose face. Instantly, a bright light flashed in Mao Buyi's eyes. Yi Chen smiled and encouraged. You have a great singing and stage style, so just keep going in that direction. In his last life, Mao Bai was able to excel, but also because a few original songs completely hit the spot. Mao Buyi nodded and suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Shuishi dissatisfaction also approached me privately before. Sitchi dissatisfied? Yi Chen's heart was clear. In his last life, Shuishi dissatisfaction was very fond of Mao Bai, and it can be said that his road to fame was completely escorted by Shuishi dissatisfaction. These teachers are very nice. You can count on them. Mao Buyi smiled nervously when he heard this. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Mao Buyi excused himself and left. Looking at Mao Buyi's departing figure, the smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth slowly faded. There are so few talented and powerful musicians in the Chinese music scene now. Fresh blood is desperately needed. To start the Hallyu Sengoku, these people will be the mainstay later. Thinking of this, Yi Chen rubbed his eyebrows and said to the driver, Let's go. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and nodded with an impassive expression. He's seen this kind of scene a lot. If we were to say who has the most secrets about major celebrities in the entertainment industry, it would definitely be them. The chauffeurs. These bosses talk about nothing that avoids them. Then the look fell a little. Why doesn't Boss Yi Chen play speculation? Drivers have different lives in the same position. 2. I heard that the driver of the richest man, Lee, followed him to speculate in the stock market and made a lot of money. He looked at Yi Chen in the rearview mirror again. Yi Chen noticed the driver's eyes and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The driver was startled and shook his head hastily. "No, nothing much, boss." Yi Chen nodded. "By the way, old Chen, you're a good driver. Let's raise your salary by 1,000 starting next month." The driver's expression instantly perked up when he heard this. "Thanks, boss. Woohoo. What a rich man, Lee. Go to hell. The boss is the best." A few days later, Stars of Tomorrow had its second recording. Everyone was looking forward to Mao Buyi, the son of tomorrow. Mao doesn't remember. Mao doesn't remember. As soon as Mao Buyi stepped onto the stage, the bottom instantly shouted out chants. In this episode, he wowed everyone with his cover of Yi Chen's song Fading Sorrows. Although there is Yi Chen, the original singer, in front of the pearl, but Mao Buyi still sang out his own feelings. After all, the song was originally his. His and Yi Chen's versions can each be said to be different. Mao Buyi was once again on the hot search, and Yi Chen's Fading Sorrows once again returned to the top of the major music charts. Tomorrow's stars, musical geniuses, various honors hit Mao Buyi's head one after another. However, the director's team was on fire at the moment and found Yi Chen. Chapter 195, Talent vs. Capital. Director, are you looking for me for something? Yi Chen curiously sized up the other party. The director looked puzzled and stammered, wanting to say something. Mr. Yi Chen, it's like this. You see this matter. The director told Yi Chen his thoughts. It turns out that the show is shady, and the investors have already internalized the winner. But Mao Buyi's appearance disrupts the program's arrangements. Mao Buyi's popularity is just too high, and if the normal process continues, the winner will definitely be him. However, the winner has long since been inscribed. How can this be? There's someone behind the inside champ. The director's team politely expressed their intention to have Yi Chen eliminate Mao Buyi in the third round. They have contacted Song Chen will not press the light. Now as long as Yi Chen didn't light up, 2 votes would make Mao Buyi leave the stage. Yi Chen's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he didn't move as he put down the cup of water in his hand. His face expressionless, his eyes staring straight at the director in front of him. The director's heart thumped and instantly broke out into a cold sweat. What's the situation? Yi Chen wouldn't be unaware of the internalized rules of their business, would he? Variety shows like this talent show usually had shady practices. Wouldn't he know? Looking at Yi Chen's expression, the director couldn't help but swallow nervously. Yi Chen finally opened his mouth and said in a cold tone, "You guys are making me get shady, aren't you?" Yi Chen's low voice popped out one word at a time. The sweat on the director's head ran down his temples. Mr. Yi, this. Suddenly, Yi Chen pursed his lips. Director, you might as well think about it from a different perspective. Right now Mao Buyi's hotness is also very high. If he is eliminated now he will definitely stir up the discontent of the masses. So why don't we just leave it for now? The people you intend to hold up, keep holding them up as well. And having Mao Buyi can add a lot of discussion to the program as well. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at the director with an air of calmness. The director was a little flustered at the moment. So if he's the champion, Yi Chen smiled. Some people, are the chosen one? The road to popularity can't be blocked. You guys can reconsider. After saying that, he smiled slightly and turned to leave. The director waited until Yi Chen left before he dared to catch his breath. He wiped the sweat from his head and said with palpitations, "What's going on with this Yi Chen? It hasn't been a long time since he debuted. How come his aura is so powerful?" A staff member on the sidelines said with equal hindsight, "That's right, Brother Chang, you scared me to death. What if Yi Chen doesn't agree?" The director is also worried about this. They can't force the lights out if this mentor doesn't cooperate. If the sheep don't eat grass, they can still be fed by the head. Go, let's go to the investor and discuss it again. Ugh, it's so sad. Yi Chen saw Mao Buyi practicing his guitar in the training room as he left. A song came out of it. One for the sunrise, one for the moonlight. Wake me up and soften the window, so you can fly against the wind without looking back. Fear not the rain in your heart and the frost in your eyes. Yi Chen didn't bother Mao Buyi. Watching him train hard, I couldn't help but think of myself once upon a time. Soon, a new episode of Stars of Tomorrow aired. Looking at the results of the online poll, the young assistant's brow furrowed. What's wrong with this Mao Buyi? Why are there so few tickets? He had previously been somewhat favorably disposed to Mao Buyi because of the song If I Become Rich One Day, and was now a bit of a roadie. Who doesn't want to be rich one day? It is natural to be dissatisfied in the face of this result. Pulling Yi Chen, he kept asking, "Brother Yi, you're the mentor of this program, and this phase of Mao Buyi's performance is not bad. What's going on with the votes?" Yi Chen received his cell phone and looked at the online voting results with a cold snort in his heart. What else could it be? Isn't that shady? I didn't realize that the show didn't even listen to his advice and started suppressing Mao Buyi anyway. The little assistant was scratching his ears in a hurry. I thought he was going to be on fire. It would be hard to make it to the finals with those numbers. Online at this moment about Mao Bui discussion degree also once again hot up. It's just that the vote count is kind of a headless account, and what the program says is what it is. There are a lot of people cursing online, but there's nothing that can be done about it in the slightest. At the moment, the director is also rubbing his hands together in front of the investors. Mr. Chen, now many people on the internet are dissatisfied with our program. About the pressurized hair not recalling the votes. Mr. Chen put down the cigar in his hand and said with full of unconcern, "These netizen fans will just mess around. After a while they'll forget about it. We absolutely can't let Mao Bai stand in the way of our comprehensive protection." Hearing this, the director was even more embarrassed. The last time we communicated with Yi Chen seemed reluctant to do so. Mr. Chen is also on the temper at the moment. That Yi Chen is not willing to do. There is not a Shuiji dissatisfaction? Hearing this, the director also felt embarrassed. Shuiji dissatisfaction before we also communicated, but his attitude is also quite determined. It's something people don't agree with, and there's no way for them to get their hands dirty. Mr. Chen snorted coldly. Increase the amount if you don't agree. Is there anyone else in this world who can't live with money? Anyway, we have to eliminate this Mao Bui in the next installment. Dare to get in my little boy's way. Isn't this looking for death? The director sighed and frowned as he left from the office. The assistant director who came with him touched the director's arm. What the hell is this Yang Zongbao? I've never heard of him. Why does Mr. Chen, who is so rich and powerful, have to die to protect him? The chief director looked around and saw no one before whispering to her. What else could it be? These two. The assistant director sniffed, and his face became a wonderful expression. My goodness, I didn't expect them to be this kind of relationship. That Mr. Chen looks quite normal. Really disgusting. I have to. Throwing $1,000 for a redhead. No. Should be blue. It didn't take long for the recording of the fourth installment of Stars of Tomorrow to begin. Due to the fact that Mao Bui's vote count was not very satisfactory before, his ranking at the moment also fell from the front row to the back row. Before going on stage, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen. All this time, he'd long heard wind that maybe this was his last song on stage. Thank you all for your favorites over this period of time. And this time, I bring you still one of my role model, Mr. Yi Chen's hit song, Someone Like Me. Yi Chen's face slightly reddened, feeling somewhat sorry for Mao Bui. The song was someone else's and he stole it. Now Mao doesn't remember to cover his songs instead. With him as the original singer in front of him, it was inevitable that Mao Bui's version would be compared. The intro plays and Mao Bui opens his mouth to sing. Chapter 196, One's Own Strength Against Capital. A good man like me. I should have lived my life to the fullest. How did you end up with 20 years, still floating in a sea of people? A smart guy like me. Long gone are the days of simplicity. Why did you use a love story? Go for a bruise. Mao Bui's gentle singing voice rang in the ears of the crowd. The song was originally his. Even though Yi Chen sang it first, he still sang it beautifully. He sang with a feeling that was all his own, and it didn't compare favorably to Yi Chen's version. The song ended and everyone in the room fell silent. All the audience was immersed in Mao Bui's song, and not a single person spoke. After Mao Bui finished singing, he picked up his guitar and bowed deeply to the audience on stage. After standing up, he looked in Yi Chen's direction again, smiled faintly at him, and bowed deeply. I used to think I was the pride of heaven, but this long time has made me feel deeply that I'm just an ordinary person. People like me, ordinary people, by chance got an extraordinary opportunity to come to the show. This period of time is like a dream for me, thanks to the people who like me, and thanks to the people who have helped me, Mao Bui said, his voice unconsciously choking. I have no regrets about being able to stand on this stage. Anyway, thank you all. The audience at the bottom were all in tears at the moment as they listened to the choking sound in Mao Bui's tone. Yi Chen listened from his tutor's seat, and his heart was quite moved. The entertainment news of the previous life had long ago raked up Mao Bui's road to fame in detail. It was indeed not easy, and thanks to the dissatisfaction of Shuiji, who fought against the capitalists with his own strength, it was possible to preserve this musical talent. It seems that the perceptive Mao Bui is also aware of what's happening, so this sentiment in this song is more like a farewell to everyone. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Silly boy, you are also blessed. You want to say goodbye only cannot go. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Shuiji dissatisfaction on the other side. The host, Feng, comes on stage at this moment. Let's thank Mao for not remembering, and let's ask the three mentors to light up. As soon as the words fell, Song Qian took the lead in extinguishing the lights. Mao Bui's eyes darkened when he saw this. Yi Chen, however, did not have the slightest bit of nervousness as his eyes met Shuiji dissatisfaction. With Shuiji dissatisfaction one vote, and then another vote for him, Mao can still get through this. Just then, thump, Shueji, dissatisfied with the lights in front of the moment, went out. Yi Chen couldn't help but stare at Shueji dissatisfaction in surprise. What's going on? Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, Shueji dissatisfaction was also a little weak, and he unnaturally twisted his head. There's no way around it. They give too much. It's too much. Yi Chen didn't know where the change had occurred, and the direction of it all turned out to be different from his last life. How could he know that it was because the directing team could only raise the stakes on Shueji dissatisfaction's side after getting a decisive answer from him? Shueji dissatisfaction originally wanted to righteously refuse, but the markup is more and more. The heart instantly shaken. I'm going to. Who could stand that? Mao Bui watched both lights go out and gave a bitter laugh, instantly relieved. Now that the end is in sight, it's time for a farewell speech. Mao Bui picked up the microphone and said to everyone, "Thank you, everyone, for this stage." Looking at the corners of Mao Bui's reddened eyes, Yi Chen's heart turned over. A mixture of flavors. Mao Bui is talented. He needs this stage more than anyone, though even if Mao Bui doesn't win the title, he's bound to catch fire later. But what if he can't handle the shock and never sings again? Not to mention, how much longer does he have to wait? And how long does he have? The music world needs Harry Unremembered, need talented young people like Mao Bui, not the messy, vapid crap that the so-called capitalists hold up for their own liking. Well, it's a shame, but we'd like to thank Mao Bui for the great show he put on for us during this time. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the crowd under the stage instantly quit. These two mentors are eye candy, aren't they? What kind of crap tournament is this? If Mao Bui can't advance, who else can? Shady, this is totally shady. What a tie program. Not fair at all. I disagree. Just when the director's team thought the dust had settled, Yi Chen's voice suddenly rang out. The director's heart thumped and screamed. Sure enough, he saw Yi Chen pick up the microphone in the next second and slowly walk towards the stage. I don't think the vote was too fair. Yi Chen's words instantly caused an uproar from the audience underneath. The director's group has already contacted me privately before, wanting me to extinguish the lights for Mao Bui. At these words, the host, Xiao Feng, rushed to the stage. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi really knows how to joke. Well, let's take an intermission. After saying that, he hurriedly signaled the staff to close Yi Chen's microphone. I'll go. He's been a host for so many years, and it's the first time he's seen one as brave as Yi Chen. A cold sweat ran down his head instantly. Yi Chen had known that the program would come to this operation, and casually handed the microphone to the host. In the next second, a quick eye grabbed the host's microphone directly. I know it's the directing team not letting me speak, but personally, I am very fond of Mao Bui. As a musician, I can't see talented singers being at the mercy of shady practices, and I'm sure that the audience present today has ears and taste, and what the outcome will be. Right and wrong is in the hearts of the people. The audience at the bottom, you look at me, I look at you. Isn't that a joke? How was Mao Bui singing? They all saw it with their own eyes and ears. How can someone like that be eliminated? Support Harry Unremembered. Support Yi Chen. Good job, Yi Chen. Worthy of being my idol. Yi Chen deserves to be the conscience of the entertainment industry. Only he dares to speak the truth. Just right. I like it. Listening to the voice from underneath, Yi Chen took 2 steps forward and continued. Those who agree to the elimination of Harry Amnesia, please stay where you are. Step forward if you disagree. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the crowd instantly take an instantaneous step forward. Not the slightest hint of confusion. It's almost more neat and tidy than military training. Yi Chen pursed her lips at this and turned her head to look at the general director. Director, are you still planning to cut this segment? Upon hearing this, the chief director instantly fell back in his chair. Although Yi Chen picking up the microphone surprised him, he felt in his heart that there was a way back. They're taping this. It's not a live show. It's not up to them to edit what it airs as. But who would have thought that Yi Chen would come up with this? He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so ruthless, not giving any face at all. How else is this going to be cut? If this is cut, these viewers in the audience can curse him alive. Not to mention the fact that everyone has a cell phone and the video of the scene has long since gone viral. And it's true. At this moment, the video of Yi Chen standing up for Mao Bui and fighting against the program's shady practices has already spread all over the internet. No, 197 Yi Chen is good. The whole network supports. The video of Yi Chen freaking out at the show's taping quickly spread all over the internet. Although it is said that the program prohibits audience video recording, and all live audience members are signing a non-disclosure agreement, but there are no impermeable walls in the world. Still, some of the more daring have uploaded videos of the scene to the internet. Some marketing numbers, who are only interested in the world, also gave the video a sensationalized title. Shocked. Yi Chen's program live freak out. Yi Chen dislikes the show. Playing a big game? Or is it something else? Yi Chen confronts program's shady practices. Supports Mao Bui. The internet is powerful. The topic detonated instantly. Netizens swiped their phones and all saw the scene where Yi Chen and the live audience stood up for Manhwa. Blow up. The whole internet blew up at once. Everyone was talking enthusiastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cow pie. Yi Chen cow pie. Yi Chen deserves to be a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Support him. Yi Chen is really man. So handsome, isn't he? If we don't come out and talk today, who will talk when the same thing happens to us on another day? I'll go. I admire Yi Chen. Too brave? Fighting against the capital with one's own strength. Yi Chen is good. Worthy of being my idol. I really didn't powder the wrong person. At this moment, I'm singing conquest for Yi Chen. Oh, this man is brave enough to fight all the capital for another man. Sure is the brother of my powder. Yeah, these programs treat us viewers like little cuties. Well, how dare they tamper with the results like this? No way. It's too handsome, right? I can't stand it anymore. Yi Chen, I want to give you a monkey. Our brother really gave it all for the development of the Chinese music scene. Whispering, I'm a bit worried that brother Yi Chen will be retaliated against. He won't be snowed in or blocked, right? This one discussion also instantly squeezed its way to the front row. Yeah, that's a capitalist. Yi Chen's career won't be affected. Netizens were concerned about Yi Chen, especially those fans of Yi Chen. Yi Chen is clearly speaking out for justice. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why should he be blocked? Oh, I'll see who dares. We are Yi Chen's strongest backing. No matter what happens, I will always support him. Right, we can't chill the man who speaks out for justice. Netizens have taken to the internet to show their solidarity with Yi Chen. Many others ran to the comments section of the official microblogging site of Star of Tomorrow and cursed, quickly blasting the comment section. Panic. The director of Stars of Tomorrow is in a complete panic. He didn't expect Yi Chen's influence to be so terrifying that it would actually cause such a big reaction. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen had seen the video of the show's live broadcast and noticed the netizens' reactions, and was furious. This ungrateful Yi Chen, he really deserves to die. Block him for me. Contact immediately. Immediately make him disappear in the entertainment industry for me. This guy Yi Chen really doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare he touch my brow? The more Mr. Chen thought about it, the darker his face became. When he thought of the way Variety had cried and cried with him last night, he felt his heart melt. The netizens were now basically on Yi Chen and Manhwa's side, showing solidarity with them on one side, while on the other side, they were cursing Yang Zongbao to death. Isn't it obvious? This program is shady. Isn't the purpose of suppressing Manhwa to promote Yang Zongbao? The program is also disgusting enough to make an effort to fix Yang Zongbao's voice in order to promote him. Everyone else sings and sings with full-on mics, only he half-on and added reverb. He has twice as many daily shots as any other player. Cute little guy. You can tell he's the one the show and the investors want. He's a shady honky-tonk in his own right. At this time, Yang Zongbao was scolded so much that he didn't even dare to go out of the house, and he could only keep sending messages to his biggest gold master, Mr. Chen. Oh, people are so pitiful. Seeing the message on his cell phone, Mr. Chen's face turned blue as he pointed at the director and cursed. I put so much money into you guys and this is what you give me? The director's neck was now cowering in his collar, living like a tortoise. It's not their fault. Who knew Yi Chen was so brave? Block him immediately and get him out of your show. Looking at Mr. Chen's furious appearance, the director was not willing to take the blame, and could only tremblingly hand over his cell phone. Mr. Chen, the blocking won't work. Hearing this, Mr. Chen's eyebrows were stern. Why can't you block him? He's just a pop star. He'll be killed if he finds some blackmail. He took the phone and looked at it, and was so angry that he stormed out and slammed the whole thing to pieces, only to see that the internet was full of people who supported Yi Chen. Isn't moving Yi Chen now the same as not fighting? Moreover, the wise netizens have long since raked up the gold masters behind Yang Zongbao. If he really laid his hands on Yi Chen and blocked him, he was only afraid that his family's career would also be affected. Get it wrong and then have an all-network boycott. Thinking of this, Mr. Chen suddenly blanched and beat a retreat in his heart. Suddenly, the phone rang, and seeing that it was the old man's number, Mr. Chen trembled. The old man called at this time. Needless to say, he must have come to raise an offense. Mr. Chen stiffly pressed the answer button, and just as the phone was connected, the old man's broken voice came from the opposite side. You bastard thing. Stop it now. You really want to get your reputation ruined for a misogynistic playwright? Starting tomorrow, you'll step down as president for me and honestly get your ass back home to reflect. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Chen's face was ashen. The director didn't dare to touch the bad luck again and ran out of the office in a grayish manner. What's all this about? Yi Chen's side returned home and asked the little assistant how it went. The young assistant nodded rather smugly. I'll do the job. Don't worry brother Yi. After Yi Chen got off the show, in order to prevent Mr. Chen from settling scores. He directly told his little assistant to buy the water army and put out the news that he supported Manhwa. Sure enough, a lot of fans, plus netizens with a sense of justice, instantly figured out the trick, have spoken out in favor of it online. Yes, it's easy for him, a star, to be capitalized and snowed under. But if you're snowed under in front of all these people, not so easy. As this gets more and more intense, Song Qian and Shuiji dissatisfaction were also scolded. Shuiji dissatisfaction at this moment in the home holding the phone wailing. Intestines are repentant. It's so hard for him to flip. He's struggling to build up some street cred. He would have been unwavering, standing his ground, not wanting to eliminate Mao from his memory. If he could hold on and not be tempted by money, he would be the one who was making a splash and collecting a wave of fans at the moment. He regrets. Chapter 198, Popularity Soars, Promoting Universal Puppets. Because of the fermentation of the online public opinion round, Stars of Tomorrow did not dare to cut Yi Chen's speech in the slightest and kept the segment in its original form. It also issued a statement on its official blog, putting all the fault on the general director and apologizing for its inappropriate behavior. What to do or not to do. This show can't die. I've invested so much money, and if it dies prematurely, I'll really lose all my money. But it was because of this wave of heat that made Star of Tomorrow completely explode all over the internet, which was a blessing in disguise. Everyone wanted to see Yi Chen's true manly side. The ratings for this installment are almost catching up with the spring show. The investors are rather happy about it. As for Mr. Chen, that idiot, I've lost myself, but I've made them whole. The program changed its directing staff and took advantage of the heat to smoothly adjust the program. Seeing the director who came to his door to approach him, Yi Chen was straight up happy in his heart. I'm sure it's an entertainment company that's seen it all, so quick to catch the wind, but also want to take advantage of this wave to make a fortune. Yi Chen didn't count on it and nodded his head and agreed to cooperate with the recording. Seeing this, the director's team was relieved. Whoever goes, Yi Chen and Manhwa can't go. This show is totally held together by the two of them now. Although this wave is black all over the internet, black and red is still red. If you can be popular, who cares if it's black? The next few episodes of Stars of Tomorrow gave almost more than half of the footage to Manhwa. Joke's on you. Who'd dare give him a black eye here? Manhwa did not fail to meet the expectations of Yi Chen and his fans, cascading original songs one after another. Every song sings to the hearts of fans. We are all ordinary people and prefer to see the reversal of the path from ordinary people to become big stars. Coupled with the fact that Manhwa had been building up his strength thick and thin, he had exerted his full strength in order to be grateful to Yi Chen, though his songs are simple, singing about the ordinary lives of ordinary little people. Yet it is precisely these ordinary songs, each of which sings to the hearts of fans and resonates with countless others. At the same time, Yi Chen also left the crowd with the image of a true man who is fearless, and became a representative of the positive energy stars in the entertainment industry. The little assistant looked at the data with a straight face. Brother Yi, now none of those black fans of yours dare to show their heads. You're a national idol now. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He didn't really care about this. Tatsu. A familiar voice rang out, and when Yi Chen turned his head, he saw Mao Bai walking over with his guitar in his arms. At the moment, he has won Stars of Tomorrow. This title has also been recognized by netizens as the most deserving and crowd-pleasing title. Mao Bai knew that he was relying on Yi Chen for all of this. In his heart, he was grateful to Yi Chen. He took out a bottle of wine and boldly toasted Yi Chen. Tatsu, I'm not much of a talker, and I'm rather wooden as a person. It's all in the wine. After saying that, he took a bold sip and dried it, because he drank too quickly and choked on the spicy spirits. Manhwa kept coughing and his face was red. Seeing this, Yi Chen hurriedly told him to slow down. This kid is still too honest to know he's not much of a drinker. Manhwa slowed down for a while, which made him feel better, and insisted on pouring Yi Chen another cup. Wine was the highest form of thanks he could think of. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, it's all in the wine. Manhwa nodded gratefully to Yi Chen and drank it all again. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Yi Chen hurriedly called a halt. That's too honest, isn't it? Since then, Manhwa became Yi Chen's fanboy. Strange to say, after becoming a star, he didn't care too much about the online comments about himself, but as long as he saw a black Yi Chen's comments, a notice would definitely be scolded back at the bottom. His agent and fans were speechless at this. Knowing that you were bailed out by Yi Chen, it's normal for you to thank Yi Chen. It was understandable that he couldn't see others scolding Yi Chen. It doesn't matter if you yell back, but why don't you open your own trumpet and yell back? Every time, he took his official account and topped it with the words grossly unmemorable with a big grin. You're cursing with black fans at the bottom. What is this? However, the agent later found out that this kind of behavior has unexpectedly gained a wave of goodwill from the fans. What is this behavior called? Knowing the favor. After all, everyone likes people who know what they're doing. If their benefactor was being smeared, he'd hate to hit him, not to mention swearing and fighting on the internet. Mao Bui is also a real man. Yi Chen laughed every time he saw it. Privately, he became more and more closely involved with Mao Bui. Originally, although Mao Bai had a certain degree of fame, it was not popular with those capitalist bigwigs. Just be afraid you've got yourself a thunderbolt. In this, Chen's group didn't make much effort. It's true, they can't do anything about Yi Chen, but they can't take it out on Mao Bai? In this, Yi Chen made a lot of effort to introduce the programs that were very good personal friends with him to Mao Bui. Slowly, Mao Bai also completely opened the popularity, participated in a number of programs, coupled with their own talent, a moment to a very fast speed on the ranks of a line of stars. Even Yang Ni's previous TV series, Yi Chen directly introduced Mao Bui to it after hearing that the theme song in it was not finalized. Yang Ni had some hesitation in her mind at first. He's on the cusp of something, what's going to happen here? The show wouldn't have to air. Yi Chen pulled Yang Ni as soon as he could. My silly girl, it's because he's on the cusp that we need to take advantage of his wave of public opinion, so that your drama can also open up the situation. Rubbing a wave of heat, is not it? Yang Ni listened to Yi Chen's words and also felt that this was the case. After thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. It was also because Mao Bui sang the theme song of that drama, which gave the drama an instant hit with little effort to publicize it. Yang Ni has also gained a foothold among first-tier actresses with this new drama. Yi Chen also gained a new batch of fans through this incident, and his popularity rose to a new level. The whole Stars of Tomorrow thing was just a little episode that quickly came to an end. That morning, Yi Chen saw the little assistant with a sad and worried look, for a long time in a row, just like eating a fly. At first he didn't care, but then he finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" The little assistant turned her head to look at Yi Chen with a difficult face. "Yi, Extreme Challenge has been airing quite well lately, huh?" Yi Chen nodded. Extreme Challenge was a big hit, and now the ratings were good for every installment, so it was naturally good. The little assistant opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't hold back and said to Yi Chen, "Brother Yi, have you seen the recent comments about you on the internet?" Seeing this expression on his face, Yi Chen knew that something big must have happened. Chapter 199 New Song Wei Yuanjia blows up the scene. Did something happen again? Yi Chen looked at the little assistant and asked indifferently. In fact, he doesn't really care too much about what's being said about him online. The comments on the internet are nothing but praising him or smearing him. What's there to see? It's not like there's a piece of meat missing anyway. Looking at Yi Chen's unconcerned appearance, the assistant was also a bit anxious in her heart. There's no need to pay attention to this kind of thing, but this wave seems to be premeditated, and these bad reviews are getting worse and worse when they haven't been bothered with them for a while. Brother Yi, you'd better take a look, the little assistant said worriedly. When Yi Chen took his phone, he saw a post specifically targeting him. Mocking Leaf Club. Seeing this name, Yi Chen frowned and clicked in to see that it turned out to be a hypertext specifically created by one of his big black fans. Scrolling down, I saw that every single shot about his participation in Extreme Challenge had been edited. Yi Chen is now completely reduced from a singer to a variety artist. Is that called self-indulgence? It's watching variety shows for money and not singing at all. Yeah, well, I'd say it's a flash in the pan. How long has it been since he's released a new song? Simply corrupting the entertainment industry. What's all this talk about singing forever for the sake of your fans, and now you're not still rooting around wherever there's more money? What the hell? Before that, he was talking big about contributing to the Chinese music scene. Pull back. I never believed him when he said those big words. What a complete fall from singer to variety artist. Drop dead. He has finally become what he once hated. The Dragon Slayer has finally become the evil dragon. There were quite a few of his black fans gathered in the Super Talk, and they all spoke east and west, blackening him to the core. There are even a number of comments with an extremely impressive number of likes. Yi Chen flipped through the pages, and it seemed that the number of people was really small. He casually handed the cell phone back to his young assistant without much of an overly expressive face. The little assistant said with a bitter look on his face, "This club was created last month, and it's all about you now participating in Extreme Challenge and no longer writing songs to make a big slam. If you ask me, they're just farting, eyeing what you've accomplished now, brother Yi." Yi Chen poured a cup of water and rested the small assistant's cell phone. Don't mind them. What popular star doesn't have some black fans? In his heart, but secretly pondered to himself, it seems that the new song Wei Yuanjia is going to be online early. You tell the cast of Hello Saturday that I'm adding a show. The young assistant's eyes lit up when she heard this. These black fans will just start rumors. Doesn't he know whether Yi has written a song or not? The rest of his yes time, except for breaks, meals and attending other programs, was all spent in the recording studio. Just wait for Yi's new song to come out and slap them in the face. Okay, I'll be right there. The little assistant side farted around and contacted the director's team of Hello Saturday. The Dockers were simply overjoyed to hear the news. My goodness, That's Yi Chen. Originally, when Yi Chen was invited on the program, he didn't dare to expect Yi Chen to perform at all. That's big traffic. A hit. As long as he's there, the ratings are solid. I didn't expect Yi Chen's side to take the initiative to ask them to perform a program, and a new song at that. How expensive are Yi Chen's songs now? No more, no more. Isn't this pie in the sky? Bam on the head. He could not hold back the joy in his heart, and hastened to inform the people under his hand, striving to achieve the ultimate in choreographic accompaniment. It's like picking up money. For the first appearance of his new song, Hui Yuanjia, Yi Chen still paid more attention and came to the show 3 days in advance. As soon as Yi Chen showed up, the chief director greeted him with a smile on his face, then respectfully said, "Teacher Yi, although we are not a professional performance stage here, but whatever you need, just mention it and we will definitely cooperate fully." When he finished speaking, his eyes looked at Yi Chen, shining straight up. Yi Chen's song, that's a proper ratings guarantee. Yi Chen's product is a masterpiece. Now this gem is premiering on their stage. In the meantime, he had instructed the people under his hand to put out a message to build momentum that Yi Chen's new song would be unveiled on Saturday night. As soon as the news came out, the whole internet was abuzz, and the netizens all exploded. Who said Yi Chen doesn't release new songs? New songs aren't here now? Ha ha ha. Is Yi Chen fighting back against those black fans' comments online? Great. There's a new song to listen to. Yi Chen definitely won't let us down. Eh ha. I'm looking forward to it. I hope the show airs soon. Hee hee. Yi Chen has long since exhausted his talent. It's only strange that his new song can be good. I advise you not to hold too much expectation. In addition to most of the fans and netizens who supported Yi Chen, there were also some black fans who were sneering. In response, Yi Chen didn't pay any attention. He has always spoken with real action, and there is nothing like work to punch a black fan in the face. Time passed quickly, and under the expectation of countless netizens, it came to Saturday in a flash. That night, Hello Saturday finally kicked off. Everyone stared straight at the screen, waiting for Yi Chen's appearance. Soon, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to make an appearance. The host, with an excited face, introduced it grandly. The next one to appear is the long-awaited Yi Chen. I believe everyone, like me, has been waiting impatiently for a long time, right? Without further ado, let's welcome Yi Chen to the stage with the warmest applause. Wow! The words were followed by thunderous applause. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! The audience at the scene applauded while shouting Yi Chen's name. The netizens watching the program are also posting pop-ups like crazy. In full view of everyone, Yi Chen finally appeared. He stepped slowly onto the stage wearing a red suit modified from a hanbok. The end of a long shirt was a suave one, and everyone couldn't help but light up, especially the girls. Each one of them looked at Yi Chen with their eyes fixed on Yi Chen, and their nymphomane mania was offended. Here's Yi Chen with his new song, Hui Yuanjia. Everyone froze when they heard the song title. They had naturally heard of Hui Yuanjia's great name, but couldn't connect him to the music in any way. Isn't Hui Yuanjia a martial artist? What's that got to do with music? It has nothing to do with music, right? How can this be a song? Just as the crowd was filled with confusion, a cool band intro played. After just a few seconds of listening to an intro, everyone's ears were firmly in place. That intro is so good too. Before he could react from the shock, Yi Chen had already taken the microphone and sang. Hwajiaquan's set moves are flexible. Live, 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 live. Life should be lived to the fullest. Over, 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 over. Faulty weakness never belonged to me. Chapter 200, Suing a Professional Hack. Yi Chen sang while waving the folding fan in his hand, and even punched a set of Tiger's ancient fist technique of the Dragon Kingdom in between pauses in the song. The movements were flowing and dashing, and every move was handsome to the extreme. Dorked out, everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yi Chen, the shock in their hearts unable to be described in words. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 Yi Chen still knows Kung Fu? Ma! So handsome. Yi Chen is really too handsome. It's so good. I can't imagine that Kung Fu can be written as a song. Besides Yi Chen, who else could write such an imposing song? Ha ha ha. The Chinese music scene has another masterpiece. Help! He's so handsome. I can't. The song was full of momentum, and Yi Chen's punches were played very dashingly and beautifully, looking like a practiced fighter. The fans at the bottom were just about to pass out if they didn't exhale loudly. After a section was sung, Yi Chen closed his fist and stood up, just when everyone thought the song was coming to an abrupt end. The next second, the song style suddenly changed from majestic to gentle and soft, and it also used Yi Chen's best theater accent. When the opera's voice came out, Everyone was so awed that their bodies trembled and their sweaty hairs stood on end. Small towns, years go by clear courage, washed memories. I remember you live proudly. Yi Chen's voice became very slender, like a woman's voice, and it sounded pleasant to the ear. The sudden shift in the two styles didn't slow down anyone in the room. I don't know who let out an exclamation first. Then, the next second the whole room erupted in thunderous applause. Absolute. 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 How did Yi Chen come up with the idea of adding an opera accent to his rap? It's too awesome, isn't it? Rap and opera. Originally two unrelated styles of music. Normal people would never connect them, but Yi Chen has managed to combine the two perfectly. I can't imagine that the combination of opera and rap can produce such a strong chemical effect. Yi Chen is worthy of being a musical genius. Only a talented, sky-high songwriter like Yi Chen could write such an awesome song. Rap plus theater accent. It's really amazing. Kneel down for Yi Chen. Can't stand it. How can Yi Chen be so talented? Who was it that said he's out of Jiang Lang's talent? Roll out and suffer death. Fans were once again impressed by Yi Chen's talent. Loyal fans of Hello Saturday also named this episode the most absolute show. It's worth it. It's just worth it. Being able to enjoy Yi Chen's live performance was definitely something worth bragging about for the rest of his life. The live audience went back and praised Yi Chen's new song. After the start of Hello Saturday, Yi Chen's new song, Wei Yuanjia, is also officially online. Yi Chen's live performance in Hello Saturday quickly exploded all over the internet, everywhere on Weibo, Douyin and other platforms. The handsome and cool stage performance, coupled with the stunning vocals, instantly started a heatwave frenzy online. After hearing Yi Chen's new song, the netizens were all shocked and adored him. Doesn't this Yi Chen have any creative barriers? How come he can do everything? This is simply the new era of all-round idol. I can't believe he even knows kung fu. Are singers so rolled up these days? The new song is so good. That amazing theater accent instantly takes me back to the ancient days of my children. After listening to this song, it's like I watched a movie. Yi Chen has once again proved with practical actions that he will always be that musical genius. Of course, there were quite a few people who ran to the Asahi Club's hypertext comment section. Previously, Yi Chen's fans had already fought with the club's people, and when this song Wei Yuanjia came out, it was simply the most powerful weapon to fight back. Does your face hurt? Ouch. Why is the club so quiet today? No one has even posted. Why don't a bunch of jumping clowns stop jumping around? Once our family's brother strikes, they shut up instantly, right? How about this song, Wei Yuanjia? Now you have nothing to say? Why don't you stop yelling? And to say that our brother is reduced to a variety artist. When our brother strikes, it's a king style. The little assistant was simply feeling great at the moment as she watched the online reviews twist and turn. Isn't this just hibernating and holding back, and then striking out with a single blow to kill? His Yi is just awesome. The song Wei Yuanjia beat those people to the punch. Yi Chen returned to the studio, hung up his clothes, and said to the little assistant who was holding his cell phone and giggling, "You go and collect the posts made by the Mocking Leaf Club. Organize them. Have your lawyer send a lawyer's culprit, and proceed to sue." Oh, okay. Organizing posts. Send a lawyer's letter. Prosecution. What? Prosecution? The little assistant took notes while looking at Yi Chen as if he was stunned. This how to change so quickly before, and Yi said, "Yi seems to be completely indifferent to how this is prosecuted." Yi Chen walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at the little assistant and nodding affirmatively. Yes, prosecute. What the hell is the culture of showbiz these days? Casually labeled under the guise of freedom of speech, an artist can be smeared online at will. How many artists have died from this unwarranted black powder and blackmail? Isn't it because you think that these artists won't pursue the matter, won't see eye to eye with them, and can't pull their punches in a lawsuit against them? That's why they're so unscrupulous. It's okay. He'll be the villain. The young assistant gulped audibly, a little unsure. Artists rarely sue black fans nowadays, and it's not a good lawsuit, so I'm afraid it'll backfire if we do this. In case, Yi Chen waved his hand full of unconcern. It doesn't matter. We'll fight him no matter how long it takes. How long it takes? We have plenty of time anyway. Hearing this, the young assistant somehow set off a wave of bravado and valor in his heart, clenching his fists in vocal support of Yi Chen. Yeah, we're not the ones who did anything wrong, so why be so squeamish? Make sure those scumbags pay. The little assistant was fast, and the next day the lawyer's letter was delivered to the promoter of the Mocking Leaf Club. I didn't expect the other side arrogant directly in the Mock Leaf Club official microblog Sunshine Lawyer's letter, and with it I'm so afraid of fear of expression. Words are full of mockery. The fans could not wait to follow the netting over to strangle him as they watched him in this dejected manner. Yi Chen also saw the post. Looking up at the young assistant, he asked, "Is the lawyer you got reliable?" The young assistant nodded confidently. "That's it. What kind of lawyer can't be found for the right amount of money? This time they must be made to pay for what they have done. Chapter 201, The Invitation to Run for Your Life. Originally the promoter of the Chow Take Ye Club was a professional black fan. In their line of work, this kind of lawyer's letter received a lot. Anyway, these artists will not be too much pestering, at most to scare him just. In fact, as a professional black fan, he himself didn't hate Yi Chen much, but he was just taking money from others to help them out. This painless lawyer's letter did him no harm, and he took the opportunity to knock the other side for a very large sum of money. Look at the balance on your bank card and smile so hard you can't see out of your eyes. He had thought that Yi Chen was just scaring him. Then came the court summons, but let his brain went down on the spot. I go, play really He just wanted to make a little money and didn't really want to go to jail. Yi Chen sued the other party in his own name, and at the same time set the amount of compensation at $500,000. The night the court summons went out, the club's founder, Bull Blackstone, contacted the junior assistant privately. He kept pouring out his bitterness, making amends and admitting his mistakes, begging Yi Chen not to count the faults of others and not to be concerned with him in general. He also said that he had an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child, and the family was waiting for food. It's so sad to hear and so sad to hear. The young assistant bristled with disdain. Brother Yi, he asked to settle with us privately. What should we do? Yi Chen flung his cell phone aside, his face expressionless. He didn't spend $2 million in legal fees to hire a lawyer just for him to make this one private settlement. See Yi Chen soft and hard to refuse. The cow Blackstone turned his head and said willing to write an apology letter on the internet. The statement is still handwritten kind, can be said to be full of sincerity. He had long been familiar with these routines. Those celebrities, in order to show their generosity, just handwrite an apology letter, post it on the internet, and the other party will then be benevolent and make him pay a little bit of money, and the matter will be over. Anyway, the money is not much, just as thrown to the beggar. As for the handwritten letter of apology, right is written, but how the heart think who knows it. Nyo Haishi full of sincerity sent Yi Chen his full of sincerity settlement. I didn't expect Yi Chen to directly let the little assistant reply with 3 words. No way. That's when Bull Blackstone got a little flustered. This Yi Chen wouldn't be a tough guy, planning to fight him to the end. Yi Chen's side directly conveyed to the lawyer that no matter how much money was spent, this lawsuit must be won. The lawyer was also surprised, but there was money to be made, so he naturally had to do everything he could to meet Party A's requirements. Soon, the trial began, and in the face of the ample evidence provided by Yi Chen, Nyo Haishi was about to pee in fear at the trial. Defendant, do you have anything else to say? Hearing the judge's words, Ox Blackstone's expression was on the verge of tears. How can you say that? This mocking Leaf Club was founded by him, and his cell phone number's login is tied to his real name. That post also had an online IP, and once I checked it was him. All that could be done was to shake his head with a grimace. In the end, Yi Chen succeeded in winning the case, and Nyo Blackstone handwrote an apology statement released online, solemnly apologizing to Yi Chen. At the same time, it is also required to compensate Yi Chen 518,000 yuan for the loss of reputation. Nyo Haishi thought that Yi Chen would not want so much money, but in the face of the account number sent over by the other party could only gnash his teeth and turn the money over. Looking at the interface of the arriving account, Yi Chen sharply took a screenshot and sent it to Weibo. The moment Yi Chen tweeted, the little assistant was nervously in front of the phone. These netizens won't think he is too calculating, will they? The tweet had just been sent out, and not even a second later, a comment immediately popped up. Awesome, followed by a thumbs up emoji. This comment took the #1 spot on the comments section list. The next second, many comments refreshed one by one. Asterisk. Finally a relief in the inner recreation. Yeah, if someone smears the internet like that and I settle with him, there's no way in hell. Pay me back hard. That's right, the world kisses me with pain and I punch each other back twice as hard. That's right, what's the use of pretending to be generous, when other stars just want a little bit of money for a symbolic reason? Nyo Batch, Yi Chen is so stiff, worthy of being a real man nah, oh my god, Yi Chen is the protagonist in the novel. Right, what kind of reverse counterattack path is this? What a pain in the ass. Men, pure men. Of course 1 or 2 comments have popped up out of place. Yi Chen earns so much money, why bother with people so much? It's a bit petty. That's right, I've never seen such a small-minded star. It's so down. It's just that these 2 comments were instantly drowned out by the others. You let the lesbian Buddha get up and you sit down. Next time someone scolds you, don't get angry, but smile and thank them. Oh, death to all the holy mothers. However, Yi Chen's next move caused those black fans to completely shut their mouths. He added another $500,000 to the 500,000, making up $1 million, all donated, and ruthlessly pulled a wave of goodwill. Netizens are forgetful. and the furor over the incident passed quickly. Yi Chen also threw himself into a brand new job. During this time, he was contacted by the Run for the Hills program. On this day, Yi Chen met with the general director of Run for It. In the conference room, the two men sat opposite each other. The general director presented the program outline to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a look at it, and it was just like before. This program is not as hot as Extreme Challenge, but it is still considered the granddaddy of variety shows. He looked up at the general director and said, "Not bad, you guys are having fun with this program." The chief director nodded proudly. This was a counterpart to that hottest foreign variety show. Even the persona was copied 1-to-1. The chief director looked at Yi Chen's satisfied expression and said with a thought, "Sister Honey's popularity now is kind of obvious to all, and it's kind of a lift for her to come to our program. But there's another popular actress who's approaching our program, and it's not easy to refuse over there." The chief director looked at Yi Chen's face as he spoke. Yi Chen knew that multiple forces had been staring at this program since its preparation, and that former baby sister must have gotten her hands on it a long time ago. She was able to take this variety show with the Gold Master behind her. Although he was operating at full capacity, it was inevitable that Yang Mi would have to compete a bit with the other party. But since the general director was willing to meet him today, he must have his own considerations. Yi Chen put his hands together on the table, leaned forward and said to the chief director, "I don't know what you think, director." Hearing this, the chief director's eyes lit up, knowing that Yi Chen was a very smart person. Then he also no longer covered up, and directly opened his mouth and said, "The power behind Sister Baby. I'm not good at offending, but I personally still prefer Sister Honey, and because of the relationship between the two of you, it would be even better if you could come to our program as a flying guest." No. 202 Top Chart Devil, King of Music. It was only then that Yi Chen realized that what the chief director was looking at was not Yang Mi at all, but himself behind her. In the circle, he could get the news that the two had a very good relationship, and this time, Yi Chen was willing to do his best to help his girlfriend take this guest seat. Yi Chen was now filming Extreme Challenge, so having him come over as a resident was out of the question, and his heart was still quite regretful. It would be nice to come over as a flying guest for a season or two, though, according to Yi Chen's current hotness, the 1 or 2 issues with Yi Chen joining them will definitely explode. Understanding the director's thoughts, Yi Chen thought about it and nodded. The recording times of Extreme Challenge and Run are staggered, so he definitely can't come to the first recording, but he can come over for an installment or two after the recording of Extreme Challenge. No problem. Hearing Yi Chen agree, the chief director immediately stood up and shook Yi Chen's hand. "Mr. Yi Chen, happy cooperation." Yang Mi's character in the circle is also considered to play open to participate in this program, and the persona they developed is still consistent. Not to mention that with Yi Chen to join a period or two, that is a ratings guarantee. Other than that, when the time comes to hype up the duo's romance, the ratings will absolutely explode. After returning home in the evening, Yi Chen placed the contract for Run for It on the table. "Mimi, look at that." Yang Mi blinked in surprise as she looked at the contract in front of her. With the explosion of Extreme Challenge during this period of time, Run for It can be regarded as the fat meat in the eyes of many parties' forces. Even her agent went ahead and approached her, but I heard that the attitude there was uncertain. Although Yi Chen said to take it down for her before, but the fat meat in the eyes of so many people, how could others let go easily? So the heart did not hold much expectation. I did not expect Yi Chen even without a word directly to the contract over. Yang Mi was slightly surprised in her heart that Yi Chen had now come to such a position. Looking at the look on his girlfriend's face, Yi Chen smiled and swept her over with one hand. "It's a good show, and since I got it for you, of course I'm going to do my best. But let's see what you think first. You can see if there are any problems, and you can still discuss it with the other side." Yang Mi took it and then directly flipped to the page of the film remuneration. Although it didn't reach Yi Chen's previous value, but it wasn't low either. A full 20 million. You know, each phase of the variety recording only need to spend a day or two of time. A season is to have 12 programs, a month to shoot finished. This money is really too good to earn some. After looking over the contract and seeing that it was in order, young Nini sharply signed her name. Yi Chen heatedly smiled and brought his face over. Yang Mi immediately understood and kissed him sweetly. "Don't you need to discuss this with your agent? Signing so sharply. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you?" Yang Mi gave a spontaneous smile and turned back to hug Yi Chen. "This program is a big fat meat in the eyes of many first-tier female stars. Now that you've helped me take it down, I'm afraid that Ruoyo is so happy that she can't find her way out of the room. And with you as my gatekeeper, what am I worried about? Who else can I trust if not you?" Yi Chen's heart was warmed as he listened to her say this, clearly already treating himself as a family member. That night, Yang Mi naturally rewarded Yi Chen properly. Early the next morning, Yang Mi woke up to shoot the movie and carefully packed the contract in her bag. She handed the contract to her agent, Zhao Ruoyao. Zhao Royale looked at the big words of the program group above and was surprised. She had just approached the runway crew the other day. The general director was ambiguous, and the implication was that there was already a more suitable candidate. She was very sorry to have missed such a great opportunity. I didn't expect Yang Mi to sign the contract straight away when I came here today. Mimi, how the hell did you get this contract? She really couldn't figure out how Yang Mi did it. Yang Mi smiled sweetly. It was Yi Chen who helped me take it down. Oh, so that's it. Zhao Ruoyao came to a sudden realization, lamenting Yi Chen's immense energy right now. The project that Yang Mi and the company couldn't handle was actually handled so easily by Yi Chen. Yi Chen is really hot right now. Like the sun, the heart can't help but feel a lot of emotions. I think when I first learned that Yang Mi was with him, I was still a bit resentful. I didn't expect that in a short period of time, the other party would be able to come to such a position. She cheerfully flipped the contract over and nodded at Yang Mi. There's nothing wrong with it, and the slot is right. Yang Mi smiled and didn't reply. There was naturally nothing wrong with having Yi Chen as a gatekeeper. Meanwhile, baby sister on the other side of the room was so angry that she gritted her back teeth when she learned the news. This time, she had also put her blood on the line, and the people behind it had sworn with her that there was no problem. But she didn't expect to be cut off by Yang Mi. She does not have any masterpieces now. Was counting on this variety show to fight a beautiful turnaround. It did not expect to the mouth of the duck just flew away. Not angry is strange. Learning that it was Yi Chen who helped Yang Mi operate, she grunted in anger and thought with some jealousy. She's got a great boyfriend, though, but the showbiz world is a mess. I wonder how long these two will be together. She waited to see the day the two of them broke up. When she thought that such a good man as Yi Chen had actually been shortchanged by Yang Mi, she felt another pang of anger in her heart. Since the people behind her are useless, maybe she should think of another way out. Now all the major music platforms are willing to invite Yi Chen to participate in the program. As long as Yi Chen's original song was unveiled, the ratings for this episode were absolutely solid. For a while, Yi Chen's popularity in the music industry was unrivaled. He was also labeled as a star mentor for his support of Mao Bui. Yi Chen's songs have dominated the charts for a long time. Only the new songs of the other two Heavenly Kings could occupy 1 or 2 seats. The rest, as long as you open any music list, the top 10 songs Yi Chen could occupy 8. In 2 days is the mother's birthday, a turn of half a year, and did not come home. This time again absent. I am afraid that mom will be angry. Yi Chen was planning to go to the mall to buy some birthday gifts for his mom. When the little assistant learned that Yi Chen was going to the mall to buy something, she was simply nervous and kept nagging after him. Yi, or I'll go buy it for you, or let's buy it online. Yes, online shopping, can't go into the mall anyway. Yi Chen was so famous now, if he was recognized by the people at the mall, wouldn't it be the same as a sheep in a tiger's mouth? He didn't want to lead to any chaos then. Yi Chen shook his head. Mom's not short of anything right now, and a birthday present is nothing more than a token of appreciation that has to be handpicked. Plus he hasn't been out in a while and wants to go for a break. Sharply put on the mask and hat, ignoring the small assistant behind him directly out the door. Then brother Yi, I'll go with you. How could he let Yi Chen go out alone? Yi Chen looked at the small assistant next to him who didn't have any measures and pursed his lips. If you go out with me and stand beside me, aren't you blatantly telling others that I am Yi Chen? Hearing this, the young assistant froze. Yes, now who doesn't know that he is Yi Chen's assistant, and he follows Yi Chen around, plus the person wearing a hat and mask in front of him. Doesn't this directly reveal Yi Chen's identity? Chapter 203, Hot Search Explodes, full support from all over the net. Yi Chen ignored the dumbfounded little assistant and rode the little electric donkey out the door. He arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city center and looked up to see his own poster on the mall's main screen. There were also a number of fans at the bottom of the screen clamoring for photos. Our Yi Chen is so handsome. What to do? There's no fear in HD footage. I come to this mall every day in order to see Yi Chen one more time. Yi Chen listened to the discussion of the two fans next to him, smiled slightly, lowered the brim of his hat, and walked into the mall from the side in a low-profile manner. Once you enter the mall, start at the first floor and turn around. After he became famous, he rarely had such free time. Yi Chen strolled around and came to a counter selling designer bags, looked up at the sign on it, and walked in with faith. Donkey bags are famous all over the world, and many actresses and rich people love this brand of bags. Yi Chen wanted to see if this brand was really as good as the legend. He was very understated, dressed in a black tracksuit with comfortable shoes and not a single logo on his entire body. Combined with the understated mask and black hat, it was just plain and unremarkable, except for a somewhat taller figure. The counter girl looked at the man who had entered, looking him up and down, then deflated dismissively, thinking to myself that I wonder where this is another hick from. I guess he doesn't even know the English alphabet and came to their store by mistake. And don't ask around to see if you can afford it even with the minimum spending in their store? Do you really think this is a food market where anyone can come? A cold snort followed, and he turned his back as if he hadn't seen it. Yi-chen looked back and forth in the counter, hit on a white bag, and thought in his heart that it was very suitable for Yang Mi's temperament. Just when he wanted to turn his head to ask about the price, he saw the counter girl leaning on the counter playing with her cell phone as if she couldn't see him. Yi-chen froze for a moment and walked over with his bag. "Hello, may I ask for this bag?" Before he could finish his words, the counter girl glanced at him impatiently and said with an expressionless face and a cold tone, "The price of this bag is 139,808. You have to take it gently. If you break it, you have to pay for it." Looking at the other party's arrogant attitude, Yi-chen frowned. He glanced at the job number on the other man's nameplate, set his bag down, turned and walked out. The counter girl smiled disdainfully. She knew this poor guy couldn't afford it, and she didn't look at what she was worth, and she dared to reach out and touch any bag. She picked up the special wiping cloth next to her and carefully wiped the bag that Yi-chen had just taken, then carefully put it back in its original position. Yi-chen walked out of the store and then called the complaint number. The other party's attitude is better. According to the work number provided by Yi-chen said that immediately there will be relevant personnel to come over to deal with. Yi-chen waited for a while and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he walked to a side chair and sat down. A short while later, a man in a suit got off the elevator and walked into the store. The two didn't avoid it, and they talked about it as they stood in front of the store. "What? You said that poor guy just had the nerve to call and complain about my bad attitude." The man who called himself the manager nodded, but didn't reprimand her, just said that she should pay attention in the future. "It's him who can't afford it. Don't you know what he's worth? What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Okay, watch your attitude from now on." The manager finished dealing with the complaint and went back upstairs. When Yi-chen saw this, a contemptuous sneer emerged on his face. Some of these complaint telephone numbers have become a mere decoration. The attitude is just fine when you complain, but it's not really clear what you do with it in private. Maybe even joining the person being complained about and calling them out for being ungrateful. Smiling slightly, he turned to look at the man behind the pillar. These should all be filmed, right? He had been acutely aware of a paparazzo trailing behind him from the moment he first stepped off the bus, but hadn't cared. The other guy did follow him carefully all the way, which was kind of a blast for them. Yi-chen smiled faintly and turned around to walk to the side of the Dior store. This brand is also quite popular with Yang Mi. When DAO's salesgirl saw Yi-chen come in, she first looked around, and then with a smile on her face, she enthusiastically introduced the products in the store for Yi-chen. Yi-chen quickly hit 2 bags, one for his girlfriend Yang Mi, one for his mom. Seeing that the other party swiped away $300,000 with a sharp hand, the teller couldn't help but be slightly alarmed. Sure enough, the really rich are very low-key. With this performance, it's a solid month. Yi-chen didn't linger after he bought it and carried his bag to the car. Early the next morning, the entertainment headlines exploded. The headline came up very sensational. A famous international brand's counter girl looked down on Yi-chen. Yi-chen had no way to complain and could only leave in disgrace. The general public was shocked to see this headline. "What? That's Yi-chen. I can't believe I'm being looked down upon too?" After clicking on it, the doggy wrote very clearly. From when Yi-chen walked into the store, the cabinet lady thought it was a poor boy and looked down on him. Subsequently, Yi-chen left, the counter sister disgusted to wipe the bag, and then Yi-chen complained. But the other party did not act in the slightest. The two are still together to scold just guessed stupid. Picture what the text explains clearly. This time even if the other side has 10 mouths cannot be defended. The last one attached a picture of Yi-chen leaving with 2 bags that had the Dior logo on them. At this moment, the comments section immediately exploded. "Oh my god, Yi-chen is even looked down upon by the counter sister." I'd say some of the brands nowadays have a dog's eye view of their own countertops. That's right, it's as if you're a brand name store assistant, and you're the brand name. I see I didn't get a good look last time I was there. But isn't it just a matter of dressing casually and comfortably? If you ask me, it's still too low-eyed. A lot of customized clothes don't have logos anymore. Do you have to be like a thug and show logos all over your body to be a rich person? What the hell? What a big store. Coming to our Dragon Kingdom to make money and looking down on us. More and more people are beginning to accuse the Donkey brand's locker girl of being dog-eared. The Donkey brand looked down on people for 3 days. Brother Yi, now someone from Donkey brand's side wants to approach us. Yi-chen nodded, not surprised. After all, when a scandal of this magnitude breaks, there must be some way to publicize it. He had just picked up the phone when he heard a polite voice over there. "Mr. Yi-chen, I'm really sorry. This matter is entirely our counter sister's fault." Yi-chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly with a good attitude. The person over there saw Yi-chen's tone loosening, and hurriedly spoke. "I don't know when you have time. I'll bring that counter sister and the general manager over to make amends to you. I'm sorry for making you have a bad experience." Chapter 204 Spokesperson for International Brands. When this scandal came out, The entire top management of the Longwood district was shocked, and that counter girl was even scared out of her wits. How could she not expect that the poor man she looked down on was actually Yi Chen? Yi Chen is so hot right now. Without any hesitation, her 3-year-old little daughter clapped her hands in excitement when she saw Yi Chen come out. It's amazing that she didn't recognize it at all that day. And what's more, damn it, it was captured by the paparazzi. Thinking about it, there was quite a bit of gnashing of teeth, but in the face of the reproach of the entire management, it was impossible to cry at the moment. The netizens didn't spare her either, picking apart her family's information in just a few days, and now everyone in the family is complaining about her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly pray on the other end of the phone, hoping that Yi Chen would hurry up and accept her apology, so that this would hurry up and pass. The management glared at her fiercely, the color of anger flashing under their eyes, and turned their heads to speak to Yi Chen in a polite manner nonetheless. Yi Chen's attitude, however, was resolute. No, let's leave this matter at that. I have no intention of pursuing it. Hearing this, the person in charge could not cry. How can it end here? Now their business is in tatters and their entire store sales have shrunk by a full 50%. Yi Chen, however, didn't listen to his continued babbling and hung up the phone straight away. Unlike Donkey Kong's side of the water, Dio's side is going crazy with joy. Dior's teller was a stark contrast to the other side, and was simply as enthusiastic as they come. Coupled with this wave of entertainment hype, the whole thing has raised Dior's popularity by 3 notches. On the one hand, Dior praised the counter girl, and on the other hand, it quickly drafted the contract, intending to form a strategic partnership with Yi Chen and make Yi Chen the spokesperson. Yi Chen's popularity now is not low, plus there is this incident of baking. If you can take the spokesman for this, for Diao's popularity can be more on a higher level. In the evening, the little assistant came over to discuss with Yi Chen. Brother Yi, Donkey Brand's side has been calling non-stop, meaning that you should make any conditions you want. Yi Chen said indifferently, don't pay any attention to them, because he was a well-known figure. He could still find justice when he was wronged, but those ordinary people could only break their teeth and swallow their stomachs, so he wasn't going to just let the other guy off the hook. Seeing that Yi Chen's mind was made up, the little assistant did not say anything more and turned her head to convey Dior's willingness to cooperate to Yi Chen. Oh, Dio? Yi Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest. His wave of operations had directly boosted its sales by a lot, and it wasn't uncommon to find him as a spokesperson. What position are they willing to take out? Hearing this, the young assistant beamed with joy. Brand advocate. Yi Chen froze for a moment when he heard this. It seems that Dior has also made a big move this time around and is willing to let him be the brand spokesperson. You should know that although Dior's popularity is not as high as Donkey Brand's, it is still considered a major international brand and ranks high in the luxury industry. The relationship between the various endorsers is still different. The brand spokesman's seat taken out this time. He is the first in China, then the highest level of global spokesman, only one notch lower. Nowadays, in addition to the celebrity's ability to carry goods and their own popularity, another criterion for judging is how many international brands they have collaborated with. Yi Chen hadn't been on the scene for very long, and if he took the brand endorsement of Dior, his value would have to rise even higher. After thinking about it, Yi Chen nodded his head and agreed. Let's meet sometime. Having this brand endorsement also facilitates a better entry into the market for other luxury endorsements. The little assistant was blind with joy. Mind you, this is the first in the country, and it's still Dio's, too. How many people can't even beg for it? Dior's side of the action is extremely fast. After signing the contract directly in the official blog released the news of inviting Yi Chen to be the brand spokesman. When the news came out, it immediately hit the hot search, and the netizens were all stunned. My goodness, Dio, you are so discerning. Oh Dio, your blessing is behind you. I declare that from now on, I will only buy Dior bags. All donkeys and horses will step aside. Wow, my brother must look expensive with Dior. Nyobach, Yi Chen is also too powerful. How long has it been since he debuted? And he's endorsing an international brand. Ooh, I can't afford luxury brands, so I can only support Yi Chen in spirit. Now Yi Chen has money to build schools again. School building maniacs go. Yi Chen taking endorsements not only doesn't make people resentful, but instead gains everyone's support. I'm afraid he's the only star in the entire entertainment industry who has such treatment, because he makes so much money and donates so much. Everyone wants him to make as much as he can. For a moment, all of Dior's stores were crowded with fans, and Yi Chen's ability to bring in goods once again amazed Dior. On the other hand, Donkey Brand's management was simply furious. Even though the official blog was released at the first time to fire the counter girl and that manager, and at the same time released a statement expressing apologies to Yi Chen, it could not salvage the reputation. This wave of Dio's one hemp. As the brand spokesperson, every season new clothes, Dior will constantly send to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen did not disappoint the other party's expectations. Tall figure with noble clothes, every street photo brings up a wave of sales. Because of his outstanding ability to carry goods, many luxury brands began to approach him. Yi Chen is considered to have officially entered the international luxury market. The next period of time was filled with advertisements and endorsements. Yi Chen was tired and his back ached, but the feeling of making money was also really cool. No wonder many people don't want to write songs or shoot TV dramas after they become famous. Just go on a variety show and shoot a commercial. This yield is much higher than the job. He's made more money just in that time than he's made writing 3 songs. The little assistant was also overjoyed. Looking at the title that was now imposed on Yi Chen, she was simply too happy to find her way out. Brother Yi, now that you're in the entertainment industry, you can be considered the #1 male star. No one can compare to you. Who is this guy with fans and bandwagon ability and talent? It's his family's Yi. Yi Chen tiredly opened his eyes and looked at the little assistant. This kid probably has career mania. Surprisingly, the eyes that had been following him around all this time didn't show any sign of fatigue. Rubbing his brow, he turned to him and said, "That's enough with the endorsements. Don't answer them yet." The little assistant froze. "Don't. It's a career move." Yi Chen shook his head. His job is still to write songs. This period of time is so busy and continuous. He is physically and mentally exhausted. When he comes home, he wants to lie down and rest. The practice studio does not want to go in at all. That's not good. You can't put the cart before the horse in anything. He also participated in variety shows and advertisements just to increase his popularity and to write songs and do charity work in a better way. Chapter 205, Bringing Young Me to Fly. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute attitude, the little assistant could only sigh regretfully. Okay. After this period of contact, he had gained some understanding of Yi Chen's character. What Yi Chen had decided would not be easily changed. It's just a shame it's such a high endorsement fee. Without the tedious work, Yi Chen tried hard to calm himself down, and during the daytime, when he had nothing else to do, he headed to the practice studio to soak in the music. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the grandmother party handed Yi Chen an invitation. On the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, Yi Chen worked with Yang Ma quite happily, and without the slightest hesitation, he agreed to the invitation painfully. The chief director was relieved to see this. To say that of all these programs, the one he was least worried about was this one of Yi Chen's. He is now recognized in the industry for his talent, business skills and popularity. Without much effort on his part, he was able to get the stage right on his own. That's the kind of frugal entertainer he likes. The general director shook Yi Chen's hand in a friendly manner. Don't feel pressured. The director's side will fully cooperate with you. Yi Chen nodded and communicated the idea in his mind to the chief director, drawing praise from the other party one after another. Young man, let it go. I'm looking out for you. Hearing Yi Chen sweat for a while, when I got home in the evening, I saw Yang Mi sitting sullenly on the sidelines. Yang Mi looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes tearful, almost ready to cry. What's wrong? Yi Chen hurriedly asked with concern. Hearing her boyfriend's concern, Yang Mi couldn't hold it in any longer and said in an aggravated voice, "It's not that precious sister who even taunted me today, mocking me for not receiving any invitation to any TV station's Mid-Autumn Gala." Ever since the last time Yi Chen received run for it for her, baby sister had been harboring a grudge and had tripped her up quite a bit, both explicitly and implicitly. Before, she had just thought of it as a small fight and hadn't cared, but this one really poked her in the gut. According to reason, Yang Mi is also considered a first-line artist. Fame and strength is also considered enough, but the invitation of the major satellite television is so sporadic several. This point is also she has been attacked. To know that now the entertainment circle by the great TV and the major satellite TV favor of the star or a lot of, is also considered to be a proof of strength. Today baby sister picks out her sore spot to step on. Looking at his girlfriend's aggrieved appearance, Yi Chen hugged her with heartache. Today I went to meet the general director of the Grand TV Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and I proposed that we sing a song together, and he agreed. Yang Mi froze as she listened, and then a look of ecstasy passed through her eyes as she asked joyfully, "Really? Of course, why would I lie to you?" Yi Chen nodded. "Ha ha ha, great. Tomorrow I'll reveal this news to baby sister. Let's see what she'll say this time. You should know that baby sister is only on a small local station's party this time, and there is no comparison with Yang Ma." Yang Mi felt out of breath and was all smiles. Just when he wanted to raise his head to thank Yi Chen for something, he suddenly thought of something and his complexion lurched. The next second, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Yi Chen looked stunned. This is what happened. Wasn't he quite happy just now? A woman's naivety is the face of June. It changes at the drop of a hat. Yang Mi deflated in aggravation, blaming herself. Yi Chen, am I useless? I didn't realize that I couldn't even make it to the stage of the Grandview, but I had to rely on my boyfriend to pin it down. She understood in her heart that if there was no Yi Chen, she would definitely not be able to go to this Grandview's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, but she didn't want to be a doddering flower living off a man. Then her previous persistence and efforts would be a joke. Looking at Yang Mi's appearance, Yi Chen hurriedly explained. No, don't I understand your strength? If you couldn't meet my requirements, I wouldn't have proposed this cooperation. Yi Chen has always had high requirements for his work, and this time he also wrote a song specifically for the Mid-Autumn Gala, and the song was very suitable for Yang Mi's voice. Despite Yi Chen's repeated explanations, Yang Mi's mood was still somewhat lost. She knew her boyfriend meant well, but she couldn't help the rambling in her mind. Don't be like this, Mimi. It hurts me when you're like this. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. It's only right for me to help you, even if it's an unusual friend. Don't two people have to help each other and move forward together? Hearing this, Yang Mi blinked, her mind turning a slight corner. Yi Chen went on to say, besides, that is the Grandview Mid-Autumn Festival party. If you cannot meet the requirements of the general director, he will not agree to our cooperation is not? This means that in their hearts, you are qualified. Yang Mi herself was not a bullseye character, and now that there was a good opportunity in front of her, there was no reason not to seize it. It doesn't matter if people say she relies on her boyfriend. What's wrong with her leaning on her boyfriend? Other people don't even have the chance to lean on him. Anyway, he's hers, so she can lean on him as much as she wants. No one can tell. After thinking it through, Yang Mi nodded heavily. Okay, I won't be pretentious anymore. With such a good opportunity, how can I let it slip away from my hands? Don't worry, I'll push aside all other work and focus on practicing my songs. Yi Chen had now placed such a good opportunity in front of her. She couldn't disgrace him. Looking at his girlfriend, who was spreading her smile again, Yi Chen was relieved. The next day, Yang Mi got up early while shaking Yi Chen awake. Yi Chen, don't sleep. We're running out of time. Let's go to the practice room. Last night Yang Mi asked Yi Chen for the song sheet, silently memorized the lyrics. Her heart was full of fighting spirit. She was even more attached to this matter than Yi Chen. Although she wasn't a professional singer, she had previously worked with Yi Chen on Time to Boil Rain and had received his guidance, so her singing skills were not too bad. She sings well among female celebrities, and although she hasn't gone through systematic study, her pitch and tone are good, and she can even soar a bit. Although it couldn't reach the level of a professional singer, with Yi Chen's help, it could indeed go further. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and looked at the excited Yang Mi, sighed, and resignedly climbed up to put on his clothes. Look at the time, it's only 7 o'clock. Alas, life is hard. After a brief wash, he drove his car and took Yang Mi to the practice room. No, the pitch is a little low. It's still not very good. Mimi, let's do it again. In the practice room, Yi Chen corrected Yang Mi again and again, patiently guiding her. The song they're going to perform this time is Left Hand Finger Moon, which he sang in Wasia Song King. The soprano part was very bright and was a challenge for Yang Mi. Not to mention Yang Mi, an amateur singer. Even a professional female singer would find it hard to reach such a high treble. After a few attempts, Yang Mi's high notes were still not quite as good as she would have liked. After several failed attempts in a row, she couldn't help but lower her head in frustration. Chapter 206, The Golden Girl, A Match Made in Heaven. Yang Mi felt so useless. Yi Chen gave her such a good song to sing, and she was so indisputable. If her soprano voice is inferior by then, the song will be all but flavorless. She knew that both Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan were better suited to the song than she was. Yi Chen could have chosen to sing with them. He chose to sing with her solely for her sake. She didn't want to let Yi Chen down, and even more so, she didn't want to disappoint him. The more Yang Mi thought about it, the more anxious she became in her heart. Looking at the nervous and stressed Yang Mi, Yi Chen lowered his head and thought for a while before suddenly opening his mouth. Mimi, let's go on a field trip tomorrow. Find a lodge and relax. Yang Mi's first reaction after hearing this was to reject it. What excursion? How can she have the heart to go out when she's singing like this? Now that the program for the Mid-Autumn Festival had been released, everyone knew that she was going to sing with Yi Chen. If she didn't sing well, not only would her reputation be dragged down, but even more frighteningly, Yi Chen would also be attacked and dragged down by her. Yi Chen, however, rarely listened to Yang Mi's opinion this time. Early the next morning, he insisted on getting things ready and pulled a downcast Yang Mi into a car headed for the suburbs. Upon arriving at the suburban estate, Yang Mi sat sullenly on the lawn, staring. In his mind, he thought about the scene of possible disgrace at the Mid-Autumn Gala and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Yi Chen walked over to Yang Mi and pulled her up with one hand. Then he patted Yang Mi, gestured with both hands to his mouth, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Ah!" Yang Mi was startled and hurriedly looked to see if there was anyone next to her. Yi Chen laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've already chartered this manor." Yang Mi blinked. People are contracting the whole fish pond for the girl they love. Is he contracting the whole manor? The heart couldn't help but shy away. What happened to a little sweetness? At your age, why are you still shy like a little girl? Just as Yang Mi was thinking about things, Yi Chen roared again. Then he turned to young Mimi with a smile and said, Mimi, learn from me. Ha! Yang Mi froze. Do what I do and yell it out at the top of your lungs. Looking at Yi Chen's determined eyes, Yang Mi seemed to have figured it out and silently cheered herself up in her mind. Turning to look at the empty grass in front of him, he closed his eyes and shouted, Ah, not enough, the sound is too low. Yang Mi pursed her lips and spoke out again. Ah, not enough, go on. Ah, still a low voice, again. Yi Chen's successive denials caused Yang Mi's eyebrows to knit slightly, and she was a little annoyed in her heart. The gas sank into the dantian, making the loudest volume he could, and shouted once more. After shouting, he was rather out of breath and turned around to look at Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen pursed his lips and patted Yang Mi's shoulder, saying encouragingly, Not bad, much better this time. Hearing this, Yang Mi's heart sighed in relief. That said, this kind of silly behavior she hadn't done since she was 13. It's not like it's a non-mainstream man and woman acting out an outdated idol drama with the pretentious act of screaming at the sky. Looking at Yang Mi, Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, pulling Yang Mi and shouting once again, all the while constantly encouraging Yang Mi to let go of her throat. Yang Mi had no choice but to do as she was told. After shouting a few times, he suddenly realized that his biggest voice could even go up another level, and his eyes couldn't help but light up as he looked at Yi Chen with delight. Yi Chen nodded silently, signaling Yang Mi to speak louder. Yang Mi's eyes glowed, and only then did she realize Yi Chen's good intentions in making her do this. It turns out that this approach is surprisingly capable of opening up the range of sound. Watching Yang Mi play more and more steadily, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction and pulled her to sit down next to him. Okay, take a break. If you keep yelling your voice will be muffled. Yang Mi tasted the sweetness and happily snuggled in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen, thank you, you're too good. She knew that Yi Chen hadn't just brought her for a break this time, but had also opened up her vocal range, allowing her soprano voice to reach an unprecedented height. Yi Chen stroked Yang Mi's hair and said with a smile, Your original way of singing was nothing more than using your chest in power. This method is the fastest way to bring you to abdominal power. Yang Mi couldn't stop nodding. In the next few days, Yi Chen contracted the entire manner for Yang Mi, and the two of them practiced their vocalizations, as well as some singing techniques inside to their heart's content. Turning to the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, the two were waiting under the backstage after putting on their makeup. The look of apprehension on Yang Mi's face was replaced by confidence. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. After these several secret trainings, coupled with Yi Chen's careful guidance, she was confident that she could shock the world with one song. The two smiled at each other as the hosts finished reporting the program. Hand in hand, they slowly made their way to the stage. Looking at Yang Mi and Yi Chen who had appeared, the audience under the stage rang out in applause. Wow, real couples on the same stage. Too sweet? Damn. One day, I'll actually be able to see Yang Mi and Yi Chen appear on a stage. Is this going to be a love song? The man and the woman are a perfect match. These two are here to spread dog food, aren't they? Ooh-hoo, I have to be abused to watch a party, but I'm so looking forward to Yi Chen and Yang Mi's chorus. Yi Chen and Yang Mi looked at each other and walked towards the two sides of the stage. The lights dimmed, and then a beam of light converged on Yi Chen. After the prelude, Yi Chen's song came on, holding the earth in my left hand and the sky in my right hand. The palm cracks out 10 directions of lightning, converting time into years in a hurry. 3,000 lifetimes are like nothing else. Yi Chen's voice was penetrating, shaking everyone's eardrums and deeply infecting all the audience. The slow, beautiful tune with its high-pitched tone brings a different kind of vibration. It was as if he was the only voice left in heaven and earth. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. Yi Chen's shocking tenor caused their scalps to tingle, their hairs to stand on end, and their hearts to set off 10,000 waves of frenzy. After a segment ended, Yi Chen raised his hand and brought the audience's attention to Yang Mi. Wearing a long white dress, Yang Mi sat on a stool in the shape of the moon, like an unearthly fairy. Her fans were guarding the screen, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although they said they were grateful to Yi Chen for bringing their goddess to the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, this song was not simple. Could their goddess play well? Yi Chen sang so excellently, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't catch it. All the true believers covered their eyes and simply couldn't look away. What's more, some have already made up their minds that no matter what kind of song Yang Mi sings, they must go to Weibo to shout their support. Chapter 207, Divine Chorus. Shocking the whole internet. Yang Mi took the microphone and slowly opened her mouth to sing along with the accompaniment. With a flower in his left hand and a sword in his right, 10,000 years of snow have fallen on my brow. A tear. Ah, that's me. Ah-ha. The timbre of the female voice goes from low to high, with a very smooth and silky transition, and the last high soprano is no less than that of a professional singer. Fans were dumbfounded when they heard the song and looked at the screen incredulously, completely frozen in place. Mom, is this still our goddess? Gosh, our Mimi can sing so well. I wouldn't even believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. I can't believe Yangmi actually sings so well. A professional soprano is no better, right? The audience instantly exploded. Yi Chen's voice and vocals are so impressive that very few singers who work with him on the same stage can compare. Although Yi Chen had also worked with quite a few female singers, it sounded inexplicably as if his singing voice always overpowered the other side. They knew it was because the other party couldn't catch Yi Chen's timbre. I didn't expect Yi Chen's real girlfriend, Yangmi, to be able to reach such a terrifying point. Her pickup singing was perfect, and her chorus with Yi Chen was even more perfect. Even the most picky people in the world couldn't pick any faults. What? Yangmi's singing ability has actually reached such a level? Holy, is this the same Yangmi I know? I'm sorry, I was wrong before when I said online that Yangmi couldn't sing and didn't deserve to sing with Yi Chen. Yangmi is still really impressive. Needless to say, it must be Yi Chen who taught her. The audience and online users were all wrong. It's a world of difference to realize the level of the songs Yangmi performed before and now. This Yangmi seems like a different person. No one is happier at the moment than Yangmi's fans. True fans joyfully popped online to leave message after message. Our Mimi is good enough, isn't she? What do you know? Our Mimi has been working hard. This is a talented and hard-working actor in our Mimi. This time, who will say that our Mimi is just an iconoclast? Mimi is always the best. Fresh from a performance on a local TV station, Baby Sister is still agonizing over the runaway tune she just had on stage. Just when he wanted to swipe his cell phone for a while, he saw the godly scene of Yi Chen and Yangmi. After hearing Yangmi's song, she suddenly widened her trademark big eyes. What the hell? This is Yangmi singing? You know that she was so angry that she almost bit her teeth after she learned that Yangmi went to the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala of Grandview earlier, but then it calmed down, because she felt that Yangmi, with that level of singing, would just lose face if she went, and the bigger the stage she went on, the bigger the face she would lose. Baby Sister even held a gloating mentality, waiting to see Yangmi's joke. She had privately purchased a water army and was planning to use this opportunity to hack her for a wave. Even the marketing fluff had been written. She did it not only to blacken Yangmi, but also to divert everyone's attention, because she's still self-aware enough to know that she's not a great singer either. When everyone is staring at Yangmi, they don't pay attention to her. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. This wave is called a bogeyman. But looking at the comments in the comments section and pop-ups praising Yangmi's singing, her face turned white with anger. That's when another comment appeared. Is this what happens when you're close to someone who's good? When you're with someone who's good, you become good yourself. This comment was instantly met with numerous likes. Inside information. Yangmi was able to go to the Mid-Autumn Gala this time because Yi Chen brought her there. Whoa, so envious. Yi Chen favors Yangmi too much, doesn't he? Looking at the dog lying beside me, giggling, and hating to slap him. How come I don't have such a great boyfriend? Gosh, envy, sour, I'm a lemonade. True other people's boyfriends. Baby Sister was staring at this one comment on her phone as if she was possessed, with mixed feelings. Why? They both look almost the same. And in terms of beauty, she even thinks she's better. Popularity is not far behind. Why should Yangmi be able to meet the talented and handsome Yi Chen while she wasn't so lucky? On what grounds? At this moment, the unwillingness in her heart was magnified infinitely. Baby Sister's assistant had just come in, and when she saw her iron face, she backed out in fear. Forget it, he was usually bad-tempered, and now at a moment like this he was only going to lash out, so he'd better avoid it. The assistant carefully backed away from the door and closed it behind him. On the other side, Yi Chen and Yangmi finished a song and slowly approached. The two shook each other's hands affectionately and bowed slightly to the audience on stage. There was thunderous applause at the bottom. The host rejoined the stage and smiled. Let's thank Yi Chen and Yangmi for their wonderful performance. The two smiled at each other. The host went on to say, this time Mimi's performance has fallen through all of our glasses, more than a notch higher than her previous singing, so I'm sure she's put in a lot of work on her own in private. Yangmi smiled brightly and looked at Yi Chen next to her and said, this is thanks to Yi Chen, who spared no effort in teaching me. She looked at Yi Chen with adoration and gratitude, the sweetness in her eyes seeming to overflow. Baby Sister was watching the live stream when she saw this scene and instantly dropped her phone to pieces. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Death to all lovers in the world, she thought with some mischief in her mind. Yi Chen and Yangmi went back to the restroom after getting off the stage. Yangmi silently recalled the performance she had just given in her mind, and excitedly hugged Yi Chen and kept jumping. It's so good. Oh my god, was that applause just for us? Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Yi Chen, I'm really too grateful to you. I can't believe I can sing so well. It feels really good to win everyone's love and respect on merit. Without Yi Chen, where would she have such a wonderful performance? Yangmi was so excited that she couldn't help but hug and kiss Yi Chen. You should be thanking yourself. What goes around comes around and you deserve all of this. After Yi Chen pacified Yangmi, He went out and saw the little assistant waiting outside the door. Well, the assistant hemmed and hawed and brought his cell phone over to Yi Chen. Brother Yi anticipates things like God. With a wave of praises following, remarks of blackening Sister Honey gradually appeared on the internet, mainly targeting Sister Honey's singing skills for constant smearing. Yi Chen took the phone and glanced at it, his eyes glowing cold. Did baby sister do it? The young assistant nodded. At those words, Yi Chen's eyes grew even colder. Chapter 208, Protecting his wife, taking the heat for Yang Mi. Yi Chen had long heard Yang Mi say that baby sister had been targeting her and tripping her up behind her back. That's why this mid-autumn party was well prepared beforehand and kept an eye on the movements in the black powder circle. Sure enough, this wave of black young honey's announcements were bought long ago. Yi Chen sneered. Alright, let's get our people started. Okay. The little assistant nodded and followed Yi Chen's instructions to get busy. The internet is in a frenzy at the moment, with the crowd divided into two camps, bickering over Yang Mi singing. Oh, what kind of crap is this young Mimi singing? That's it, can't listen to the ghosts. You haven't even understood the play yet, and you're still coming here to sing. You really don't know what you're doing. Other people sing for money, but Yang Mi sings for her life. The overnight meal was spit out. A bunch of fans still praised her in good conscience. What a big face. If Yi Chen continues like this, sooner or later he will be destroyed in Yang Mi's hands. Yang Mi and Yi Chen's fans sneered back. Are you okay? Are you okay? Eat a yo-yo if you're okay. I'd say if you've got eye or ear problems, get yourself to a doctor. Yeah, it's crap to sing like that. What does it have to be like to sing like that? My goodness, who bought this notice? I can't even watch it as a passerby. This is typically hacking Yang Mi. Help! Forcing black for the sake of black is so embarrassing. As a half insider, it's good enough to be able to see that Yang Mi is playing like this. And this is even hackable? If you have a disease, get it cured. Don't run to the internet to make your presence felt. Netizens were paying attention to the song because of Yi Chen and Yang Mi's romance, and the moment Black Yang Mi's comment appeared, it instantly caught everyone's attention. Every comment from the black fans and sailors was disliked by the netizens underneath. The head of Black Powder gulped at the situation and had no choice but to contact baby sister's assistant. Brother Zhang, it's not that I'm saying that we can't earn this money, so we can't really give you your money back. Who can stand this? They haven't said much yet? The comments of others scolding them are drowning them out. If this pisses off Yi Chen and pursues the matter, they will not be able to eat it. Knowing that the person in charge of that mocking leaf has lost more than $500,000, baby sister's assistant could only sigh helplessly and agree. I thought the matter was over, but I didn't realize that the video of baby sister singing at the Mid-Autumn Gala had somehow been topped. After seeing her sing, everyone was stunned. Holy, what the hell is this singing? Oh my god, 3 lyrics in total, 2 out of tune. Not that I'm saying, what exactly is this baby sister popular for? Bad acting and bad singing. Hurry up and get down there. Don't come out and circle the wagons. It's just treating the audience like cuties. Muddle. It's not even close to Yang Mi. One heaven and one earth. Practice your acting before you come to sing. This wave of revelations was premeditated. While rehashing many of Baby Sister's previous singing videos, there's even a Netflix uploader who made a compilation of Baby Sister singing cartwheels. Many comments gathered instantly at the bottom. Oh my gosh, the only laugh of the day. I didn't realize it would come from Baby Sister. Ha ha, I can't. I really admire someone who sings such crap like that and is still so confident. She's so confident when she's obviously so ordinary. Speechless, I was about to go to sleep when Baby Sister's voice scared me awake instantly. No more, no more. This outrageous level of singing. Please, 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 please. Baby sister had just broken her cell phone and was sitting alone in her chair, sulking. I didn't realize that this time I would let Yang Mi out of the limelight. At that moment, he saw the assistant walk in with an apprehensive look on his face. Looking at his obsequiousness made baby sister even angrier. What for? The assistant moved over, step by step, carefully, and handed the phone to baby sister. Sis, check out the comments online. Baby sister took the phone and looked at it, and her hair stood on end in anger. Who did this? Who the hell did this? The clear-eyed people in the entertainment industry will know at a glance that this is a black manuscript bought by someone. And even the format picture rollover scene is prepared neatly. Who the hell is trying to screw her? Who the hell is it? Looking at her own cell phone lying next to baby sister's, also in pieces, the assistant mourned silently. If you're angry, you should drop your own cell phone. Why did you drop my cell phone? Oh yeah, her own cell phone is broken. Woohoo! I wonder if I can go Gazette accounts. This job is over. I'm quitting. Yi Chen and Yang Mi's song Left Finger Moon completely dominated the heat charts on all platforms across the internet. Young Honey's fans are also extremely beatable. They edited the video of young Mimi's soprano parts to match the role she has performed in the past, and it's a swashbuckler. Yi Chen has no costume roles, but is very handsome in his own right. The duo is a match, and all the pieces combine to make anyone who looks at them marvel at the pair's talent. The swaggering vocals paired with the duo's video clips made this one an instant hit. Yang Mi's agent and best friend Zhao Ruoyao holding a cell phone. Looking at the above colorful praise Yang Mi's comments, happy simply eyes are blind. She pointed to the data on it and said to Yang Mi, Mimi, congratulations, your popularity and curiosity has risen to another level. Even though you've been hot before, you're hotter now than you've ever been. You know this is something that many singers and girl group members beg for. The thing about popularity and heat is that it never ends. No celebrity is too popular or too hot. Yang Mi held her cell phone and smiled sweetly as she watched the video of herself and Yi Chen edited together. It's thanks to Yi Chen. In his heart, he secretly decided that he would treat him well when he returned. On the other side, the little assistant happily talked to Yi Chen about the inside information he had inquired about. Ha ha, brother Yi, do you know? I heard that precious sister didn't just drop her own cell phone, she dropped her little assistant's as well, said smacking his lips very sadly. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen became brighter. That said, it's not easy to be a celebrity assistant. It's supposed to be a high-risk profession. As the person who has the most contact with celebrities, it's easy to be used as a punching bag. He had heard of many of his peers who could only live to suffer, with nothing to do. He even had to squat on the ground to put on the shoes for those stars. It's like being a cow and a horse, no better than the ancient lackeys. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly grateful. Luckily, he was following Yi Chen. Chapter 209 Yang Mi's Love Defense War. Yi Chen is not like other stars. He doesn't have a frame at all, treats his assistants as if they were friends, and generally does everything himself that he can accomplish on his own. Not like some stars who treat their assistants like slave maids. Thinking that she had followed such a good boss, the little assistant was incredibly grateful. Most importantly, Yi Chen's talent was extremely outstanding, and he had risen from the 18th line to the 3rd line in the entertainment industry, and was now firmly in the 1st line, which was simply a rocket speed. The assistant also dipped her toe in his water, and her career has grown so rapidly that her salary has tripled. Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver slightly as he watched the little assistant's 2 eyes light up. Could it be that his personal charisma was already so great? Even men are starting to be interested in him? At that thought, Yi Chen hurriedly moved 2 steps to the side to keep his distance from the little assistant. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about me. I'm a proper straight man. The assistant was still there thinking about it, and when she heard Yi Chen's words, she was startled and almost spat out blood, and hurriedly explained, Yi, what are you talking about? I'm a straight guy too, okay? I have a girlfriend. He had heard something about that Mr. Chen, but it disgusted him. Besides, the entertainment circle is very chaotic, if he really has thoughts about him. Thinking about it, the little assistant was suddenly apprehensive. What should he do in case Yi Chen really had something against him? Should he give in? Looking at the little assistant's rambling thoughts, Yi Chen felt a burst of headache and waved his hand, telling him to hurry out. The little assistant still felt a pang of fear in his heart, as if there was a snake behind him that wanted to bite him, and ran out in 3 steps. Walking to the door, he happened to meet Yang Mi, and after thinking about it, he asked uneasily, Sister honey, are you and Yi okay? These words immediately made Yang Mi's heart stutter. The little assistant was inseparable from Yi Chen. If Yi Chen had any dissenting thoughts, he would definitely be the first to notice. Now that he suddenly asked himself this, could it be that there was something on Yi Chen's side? Yang Mi's face turned white. Who in the entire entertainment circle now didn't envy her for finding a good man like Yi Chen as her boyfriend? Wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Only that there are a lot of girls with crooked minds starting to get bad ideas. The little assistant naturally didn't know Yang Mi's 1,000 turns of mind, and was only able to see that the expression on her face wasn't very good. The heart stuttered. Could you really be interested in him? You even lost your temper with honey over this? Oh, that's awful. Each of the two had their own thoughts, and Yang Mi slowed down for a while before forcing herself to say, the two of us have a good relationship, but the tone was vapid and very unconvincing. As the young assistant listened, she felt even more gray in her mind. Grudgingly, he said a few words and fled as if he were running away. When he got back in the car, he immediately took out his cell phone and called his little girlfriend. Oh, honey, let's get married. Right away. Right now. The young assistant's girlfriend was shocked to hear this, and then shy. The two of them hadn't even been dating for a year yet, so how could it be on the agenda so soon? I think it's a little too rushed. There's no hurry. There's no hurry. Hurry up. I'll take you back to my mom right away. What's the hurry? If he doesn't hurry, he's going to be late. Ugh, this job is impossible. Yang Mi returned to the house apprehensively, looking at Yi Chen who was buried in writing a tune, and waited silently beside him for a while, before finally not being able to resist going up and asking, Yi Chen, Yi Chen buried his head and immersed himself in the atmosphere of creation, not noticing that Yang Mi had returned, and only raised his head after hearing the sound. Looking at his girlfriend in front of him, a smile spread out. "Mimi, you're back?" Looking at Yi Chen's expression as usual, Yang Mi could only force herself to comfort herself that he was still treating herself very well now, and there was nothing abnormal in his expression, so maybe she was just scaring herself. Yang Mi hugged Yi Chen tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly leave her. Yi Chen felt that there was something wrong with her today and asked with concern, "Mimi, are you okay?" "I'm fine." During this recent period, Yang Mi's popularity and heat had exploded, and her traffic had grown so much that the number of scripts she received had multiplied several times. Broker Zhao Royale Gatekeeper, and for her to receive a tailor-made ancient puppet play, but also eat a wave of dividends. During this period of time, Yang Mi was like living in Hengdian. It was still a busy time, and it was hard to squeeze out half a day to come back. After the two of them had been cuddling for a while longer, Yang Mi went to the bathroom and thought about making a phone call. She had to inquire if anything had happened to Yi Chen recently. After all, Yi Chen was now the meat and potatoes, and it was uncertain what cats and dogs would pounce on him. Yang Mi's eyes were firm and she made a cheering gesture, secretly cheering herself up. From now on, she's going to be on the defense of love. Yi Chen's side naturally didn't know Yang Mi's thoughts, and was busy placing an order, planning to show his little girlfriend his cooking skills tonight. Yang Mi was visibly emaciated and had obviously lost a circle of weight. This period of time had exhausted her, though he was now earning enough money to clothe and feed Yang Mi. But he knew that Yang Mi was a career-minded woman and wasn't willing to just let her be a housewife who ate and drank. Yi Chen was making progress, and naturally Yang Mi wanted to have her own life and career. Besides, he didn't know how much longer he would be able to accompany Yang Mi. The color of his face dimmed a bit at the thought. In these next few days, Yi Chen was keenly aware that the little assistant had been deliberately avoiding himself. Looking at the little assistant's puzzled appearance, he couldn't help but look twice more. But his creation was in a pinch and he didn't care much about it. The little assistant hesitated for a long time and finally took advantage of Yi Chen's rest to carefully hand over an invitation. "Yi, I'm getting married." "Sorry, Yi, I am the man you can't get." Yi Chen was slightly surprised when he heard this. The little assistant just started to fall in love and told him. He remembers that this is not much time how to get married, but it was a happy event after all, and he took the invitation, looked at the intimate pair on it, and smiled as he said congratulations. "Okay, do you need me to give you some time off?" The little assistant carefully observed Yi Chen. Seeing that there was no sign of anger, her heart was relieved. Great. He was afraid that Yi Chen would hold a grudge against him because of this. This messy relationship aside, Yi Chen was indeed a good boss, and he really didn't want to quit. Let's hope he lost his way after that. What a great girlfriend Honey is. No need to hang on to a straight guy like him. Chapter 210 Yang Chaoyue's recent situation. The little assistant hesitated before finally speaking. "A lot of people like Sister Honey. Yi, you have to treat Sister Honey well. We can't narrow the path and make Honey sad." Listening to the small assistant's didactic tone, Yi Chen became even more confused and asked curiously, "Was talking about your marriage? Why did you turn to Honey again?" Hearing this, the little assistant hurriedly smiled awkwardly. "Aha, no, nothing, it's just that on the day of the wedding ceremony, I hope that brother Yi and sister Mi can come together." Yi Chen nodded. The two have worked together for so long. This assistant is also very much to his liking. The wedding is naturally going to go. As for Yang Mi's side, may have to ask if there is time. After the two finished speaking, Yi Chen sent the little assistant a contact information. "You go and contact the director's team of poetry of the Dragon Kingdom." The little assistant took it suspiciously. This poetry program was kind of a bit famous lately, but after all, the audience was small, only a little better than the average program, not to talk about the degree of fire. I heard that this is just a program for some kids to memorize ancient poems, so it's hard to believe that Yi is going to participate in it too? He didn't see that Yi could even write poetry. Yi Chen ignored the little assistant and said to himself, "Go and ask. I would like to go and participate in an issue of their program. I recently wrote a new song called Junior Huaxia Speaks. It feels like it should be very suitable for their program. Ask them if they're willing to do so." The little assistant was startled when she heard this. Although she knew that recently Yi Chen had been burying his head in the middle of composing, she didn't expect that a new song would be born so soon. Although there are many singers in the entertainment industry who write songs very quickly, but not as fast as Yi Chen, and the quality is not good. But the Yi can be considered the odd man out in the entertainment industry. An alternative. Not only is writing songs fast, but every song is bound to be a masterpiece. The little assistant was very confident in her heart. Such a niche program. According to Ye's current fame, if he is willing to participate, I'm afraid that the director's team would beg for it, so how could he refuse? Yi Chen is a guarantee of traffic. No problem. Yi, I'll take care of it, the little assistant assured him with conviction, then turned to leave. Yi-chen also felt that there was no problem and surveyed the tracks on the table. He was still impressed with the song. When he first heard it in his previous life, he was deeply shocked. Teenagers are the future and hope, and only when they are strong can the country be strong. This program, Poetry in the Dragon Kingdom, kind of stuck with him, passing on classical culture and gaining strength from poetry. It's a perfect fit for the program, and that's why I'm thinking of helping out with it. If because of him, he could bring traffic to this program and make the poetry culture of Dragon Kingdom grow better and better, it would be a small contribution he could make. The staff of Dragon State Poetry, who was responsible for interfacing with the young assistant, couldn't believe their ears. Big brother, hello, what did you just say? Hello, I mean our boss, Yi-chen, would like to participate in your program? I wonder if it's possible. Ah, can. Of course it's no problem. Mr. Yi-chen is willing to condescend to come to our show. That's our honor. The Long State Poetry staff was still in disbelief until they hung up the phone. It was like stepping on cotton, feeling light all over. The show was a small investment because it wasn't pointed at being any kind of breakout show. It's basically just a couple of people who are very attached to dragon poetry who got together and made it happen. So although the stars were invited, due to limited funds, they could only play around with third-tier stars, and first-tier big names like Yi-chen were not even thought of. However, he did not expect that Yi-chen would take the initiative to come on their program, and said that he did not want to be paid a single cent. My goodness, this isn't a dream, is it? Returning to his senses, the staff hurried toward the house of the chief director. After the general director heard him, he immediately clapped his hands in excitement. Please, of course, please, quickly, now go to make arrangements, said harumphing up, thinking that the sooner the cooperation is facilitated, the better, and it is best to sign the contract as well. Otherwise, if Yi-chen were to go back on his word, he wouldn't be able to hammer the south wall and cry, then rush to call a couple of partners. Ha, good news for you guys, our show is about to catch fire. The day quickly came to the day of Yi-chen's rehearsal. Originally, the chief director was still a little apprehensive in his mind, fearing that the song Yi-chen sang on the program would not fit the style of the program. They're just a niche show, all centered around the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom. Before, he had silently comforted himself in his heart that it didn't matter, as long as Yi-chen could come, even if he sang rock and hip-hop, he could accept it. After all, what Yi-chen brought was real money now. However, after listening to Yi-chen sing, all the staff at the scene, including the general director, were deeply shocked. Many were even moved to tears. Watching Yi-chen walk over from the stage, the chief director almost pounced on him. Thank you, Mr. Yi-chen. Such a great new song was saved specifically for their program. A gratitude that he will always remember in his heart. Yi-chen waved his hand, and in his heart, he actually had some admiration for the chief director. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is too impetuous. All the people are making quick money. With the fire of extreme challenge and run for it, all the people are frantically hiring celebrities and doing entertainment variety shows. Only such a small number of people were still holding on to their hearts and were passing on the classical culture of the Dragon Kingdom. People who loved and acted in this way were the ones he truly admired. After the two talked some more and finalized the details, they waited for the recording to officially begin. The young assistant was also busy with her marriage during this time, and Yi-chen couldn't help but think of his previous assistant, Yang Chaoyue. His original plan was to send Yang Chaoyue to participate in a variety show so that she could debut in a troupe like in her previous life. For this reason he also enrolled her in classes to practice singing and dancing, rap, basket. Yang Chaoyue did practice seriously for a long time, but then something happened in her family and she had to resign from Yi-chen. I wonder how she's doing now. After going back, Yi-chen gave Yang Chaoyue a call and asked about her recent situation. There was a sigh of relief in my heart when I heard it. It turns out that Yang Chaoyue resigned because her father's condition has worsened again and she can't leave her side, so she can only go home to take care of her father. He knew that the girl had had a hard life earlier in her life, living with her father and his wife. It could be said that her father was the only thing she had to rely on. For some reason, this life's Yang Chaoyue didn't seem to have much luck, and her fate was a bit more bumpy than her previous life. It was so hard to meet such a valuable person as him, but the trouble at home turned out to be constant. It's probably just a case of good things coming to an end. And maybe the reason she became a koi later on is because she saved all her good fortune for later.